My CEO wife let her white moonlight wear my custom-tailored suit and behaved intimately with him in public, appearing as a couple. Seeing this, I threw a straight punch at my wife's face, then forced the white moonlight to strip down to his underwear on the spot. Faced with my wife Lu Ruyan's kneeling plea for forgiveness, I publicly announced my decision to divorce her. With just one word, I doomed the entire Lu Corporation's future because I'm a self-made billionaire worth tens of billions. And spoiling one woman doesn't mean I'm her simp. At that moment, I watched as Lu Ruyan and her white moonlight Jiang Tao made a perfect couple at the Lu Corporation's new product signing event. I immediately recognized Jiang Tao was wearing my suit. Lu Ruyan also noticed me entering and panicked, rushing over to greet me. You said you weren't coming? Get lost. I came for him. I showed Lu Ruyan zero respect, shoving her aside and marching up to Jiang Tao. Too poor to afford your own clothes? Take mine off right now. By then, many were watching. My conglomerate specializes in cash flow businesses. Many owe us money, and even those who don't want connections in case they need financial help later. Someone said, that suit belongs to President Gu. I snapped. This suit costs at least over 100k. How could some assistant afford it? Can't afford it yet still wear someone else's. How embarrassing. Wearing it is one thing, but stealing it and getting caught by the owner. The surrounding whispers and mocking made Jiang Tao blush. Standing there awkwardly, his gaze filled with humiliation and resentment toward me. What's the big deal? It's just a suit. You have so many you can't even wear them all. Is this really necessary? Lu Ruyan quickly stepped in to stop my aggressive behavior, whispering to me, even if I have many, I paid for them. If I can't wear them all, I'd rather burn them. Why should he get to wear them? I remained relentless, completely ignoring Lu Ruyan's words. Gu Injio, it's bad enough that you didn't come to my company's signing ceremony, but now you're here causing trouble. You bring a man, wearing my suit and parading around with you, and I'm supposed to turn a blind eye? He's my assistant. There's nothing between us. He didn't have decent clothes, so I let him wear it. What are you doing? My suit went missing, so I came to find it. Is that a problem? And you, even though we're married, shouldn't you discuss it with me before touching my things? That's basic respect between spouses. You keep calling me a nouveau riche, but is this how so-called cultured people like you behave? Lu Ruyan stared at me, her eyes practically spitting fire. Fine, consider the suit as bought by me. How much do I owe you? Just stop making a scene. Do I look like I need money? I was the one who saved your Lu Corporation, and now you're throwing money in my face? Think you're something special again? I didn't spare Lu Ruyan any face. Originally, I hadn't thought much of it, but I just found out that Lu Ruyan has kept her white moonlight as her assistant for 3 months. Whether there's anything between them or not, I can't be bothered to investigate. In my book, her behavior already counts as cheating, and when it comes to a cheating woman, I have no habit of indulging her. Gu Injio, can you stop making a scene? I'm begging you, okay? Which gentleman taught you to add the word supposedly before begging? No need for supposedly, you don't have to beg at all. I sneered, since Lu Ruyan dared to give my clothes to Jiang Tao to wear, since she dared to do this behind my back, then I dare to flip the table. Let's all stop playing. Ignoring Lu Ruyan's warning glare, I turned directly to Jiang Tao and said, take off my clothes. Now, this signing event is very important to Ruyan. I'll return your clothes to you immediately afterward and apologize. For now, can you please not take them off? Jiang Tao said, not taking it off. Ha! I smiled and picked up the phone. Police station? My custom-made suit is missing. Worth 280,000. I have a lead. It's currently being worn by someone named Jiang Tao at the West Hotel. I'll wait for you. I hung up the phone and looked at Jiang Tao and Lu Ruyan with a smirk. Hearing my call to the police, everyone showed expressions of surprise and amusement, except for Lu Ruyan and Jiang Tao, whose faces turned pale. Gu Injio, call and cancel the report right now. Do you really have to embarrass everyone like this? Don't talk nonsense. The only one embarrassed here is Jiang Tao. How does his humiliation involve you? What exactly do you want? Lu Ruyan was starting to panic. She never expected such a trivial matter would lead me to call the police. Gu Injio, that's enough. Do you still consider me your wife? I chuckled coldly and said, of course I do, which is why I'm only targeting him right now. As for you, we'll settle this at home. Turning to Jiang Tao, I continued, take off my clothes now and get out. And I might consider dropping the charges, but if the police arrive, this won't just be about losing face anymore. Jiang Tao had never suffered such humiliation before. Tears welled up in his eyes. He'd been the campus heartthrob in college, and even after his failed startup, he'd always carried himself as a leader. At Lu Corporation, he'd been throwing his weight around too. Someone finally spoke up in protest, President Gu. It's just a piece of clothing. I doubt he'll dare do it again. Why not let it go? I glanced at the speaker, then at the others. Most seemed to think I was being excessively harsh. President Su, if I recall correctly, you still owe me 80 million, don't you? I believe it's time for repayment. At my words, President Su's face flushed red then paled. leaving him no choice but to retreat into resentful silence. I sneered and said, "Everyone, it's not that Gu Ingyo is bullying others. This Jiang Tao is Lu Ruyan's white moonlight. She hired him as her assistant, showered him with care, and now he's standing beside her wearing my clothes. Did they really think I'd take this lying down?" Upon hearing my words, the crowd immediately showed expressions of shock, followed by looks of disdain toward Lu Ruyan and Jiang Tao. With a loud slap, Lu Ruyan struck me across the face. She was furious that I had investigated her and exposed these matters publicly, but she regretted it immediately after. "Husband, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Before she could finish, amid the stunned gazes of everyone present, I delivered a straight punch to Lu Ruyan's face. "You dare hit me?" Lu Ruyan covered her bleeding nose in disbelief. Without answering, I stepped forward and slapped her again, asking, "Are you sure now?" Lu Ruyan held her cheek, tears welling in her eyes as she stared at me, the man who had once adored, cared for, and spoiled her. She couldn't believe I would actually hit her. In 3 years of marriage, even during arguments, I had never laid a hand on her. I wasn't the type to hit women, but some lines, once crossed, were unforgivable. In this situation, I never imagined I'd resort to violence with Lu Ruyan, but under these circumstances, in front of everyone, she dared to strike me first. If I didn't retaliate, I'd feel utterly humiliated. At that moment, the police arrived and asked as soon as they entered, "Who called the police?" "It was me." "It's him, he stole my clothes," I said, pointing at Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao panicked instantly. Given how expensive the clothes were, if this were classified as theft, he could really end up in jail. "Ruyan, please help me explain this. I don't want to go to jail." Jiang Tao pleaded for help. Lu Ruyan quickly stepped forward and said to the police officer, "Officer, this is all a misunderstanding. I'm his lawful wife. I forgot to inform my husband before giving the suit away. It's just a misunderstanding." The police then looked at me and said, "Sir, she is your lawful wife." I glanced at Lu Ruyan with a very dark expression. While she avoided eye contact, I certainly couldn't lie to the police, and it would be useless anyway, so I replied, "Yes." The officer gave them both a disapproving look and said, "Your lawful wife has the right to handle some of your personal belongings. But miss, even though you have the right, you should still inform your husband as a sign of respect. Let it go this time, but don't do it again. You're wasting police resources." Alright, don't worry, officer, it was just a misunderstanding. Sorry for the trouble." Lu Ruyan quickly smoothed things over and saw the 2 officers out. When she returned, she said to me, "Honey, this was my fault, but today's signing event is very important. Let's not make a scene now, we can talk about it at home, okay? Lu Ruyan, I'm giving you 2 choices, either he takes off the clothes and gets out, or this is the end for us. Honey, I beg you to stop making a scene. Do you really have to embarrass Jiang Tao like this? If he takes off his clothes, how will he ever show his face in public again? Tell me your choice. No more nonsense. Can you go home and wait for me first? Once this is over, I'll come home and apologize immediately." But Jiang Tao has just started to establish himself. "If he," Lu Ruyan pleaded. I waved my hand, cutting off Lu Ruyan's words, then walked up to the podium, picked up the microphone, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies for the spectacle. Today, I hereby announce that my marriage with Lu Ruyan has come to an end. Myth Group will no longer support Lu Corporation, and any enterprises collaborating with Lu Group will no longer be welcomed by Myth Group. That's all I have to say. You've been warned." Lu Ruyan stood frozen in the audience, never expecting Gu Ingyo to make such a public announcement without leaving any room for negotiation. She thought to herself, "He loves me so much, how could he possibly divorce me over such a trivial matter?" "Gu Ingyo, do you know what you're saying? Stop your nonsense," I said and walked off the stage. Everyone thought I would leave, but instead I approached Jiang Tao again. "I'll ask you one more time. Are you taking it off or not? Gu Ingyo, must you go this far?" Lu Ruyan was on the verge of collapse, thinking I was being relentless. "Lu Ruyan, if you dare say one more word, I swear I'll hit you again." Just as Lu Ruyan was about to speak, with a loud crack, I grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it over Jiang Tao's head. Glass shards flew everywhere, and Jiang Tao collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from his head. "Xiao Fei, strip my clothes off him. If he resists, beat him up according to the 100 million compensation standard." Yu Fei was the bodyguard who followed closely behind me, my driver, and also a sharp blade in my hand. When Yu Fei heard He Ingzhou's words, he walked towards Lu Tao with an expressionless face, and the eyes that looked at Lu Tao were icy cold to the extreme, as if he had never treated Lu Tao as a human being. "Fei, what are you doing? Don't you do it, I'll just let him take it off." Lu Ruyan is scared. He knows Yu Fei too well. Yu Fei was originally a mercenary, suffered a betrayal of his teammates, he killed everyone alone, but also dying, was saved by He Ingzhou who was traveling in Europe. Since then he has followed He Ingzhou. When He Ingzhou started, he saved Hee In-jo many times. Hee In-jo has never abandoned him because of the danger. It can be said that the two people are lifelong friendship. Yu Fei is in addition to Hee In-jo, who will not listen to anyone's words. If he does it, he will really follow the words of Hee In-jo. $100 million of compensation. It is estimated that Lu Tao will have to lie in a hospital bed for the rest of his life, and there is the possibility of mending the knife from time to time, or else $100 million cannot be spent. Lu Tao listened to Lu Ruyan's words and looked at her in surprise. Ruyan, you're asking me to take it off? I'm wearing all of his except pants and socks. Lu Ruyan closed his eyes and took a long breath. He really didn't expect Hee In-jo to go out of his way to let Yu Fei take action for this small matter. Take it off. I'm doing you a favor. Guys, today's signing is cancelled. I'll call back at a specific time. Sorry about that. The only thing Ruyan Lu could do now was to minimize other people seeing Lu Tao undress. Everyone else understood what it meant and left as well. Only they all greeted Hee In-jo as they left, but no one was polite with Lu Ruyan. Lu Tao stood up and looked at Hee In-jo, a pair of eyes full of hatred and humiliation, but still began to take off his clothes. After Lu Tao finished taking off his clothes, he said, "Heinjiu, is it okay?" Heinjiu laughed and clapped his hands. Can. Nice figure. No wonder Ruyan Lu likes it. With that, he picked up the clothes that Lu Tao had placed on the table, looked at them, and threw them back at Lu Tao. I'll give it to you since you like it. I'm not in the habit of wearing other people's worn clothes. Hee In-jo smiled broadly as he finished speaking and led his men away. Lu Tao looked at his arrogant appearance, looked at his departing back. The feeling of humiliation filled his whole body, biting his lips, forcing himself not to let his tears fall. Lu Ruyan's face was not good either. Although she hated it, but more than that, she was afraid. She was afraid that Hee In-jo really divorced her. If the myth group really stood on the opposite side of the fence from her, then her Lu's group would be in big trouble. No one is going to offend that god of fortune for himself. She couldn't figure out until now why Heinjiu would be like this. It was just a piece of clothing. It was simply dispensable for him. Back then, she did like Lu Tao, and keeping him around as an assistant was just to help him out. She never had anything to do with Lu Tao, let alone thinking of betraying Hee In-jo. One did hate his thuggish look at times, arrogant, high-strung, and a little vulgar, but one never thought of divorcing him either, and he was really good to him. But why is it just a dress that has gone to this extent? Lu Ruyan felt that she should have a good talk with Hee In-jo to see if there was any misunderstanding between the two of them, and it would be good to solve it. Hey, Lu Tao, put your clothes on and let's go. Ruyan, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned wearing his clothes, but he's gone too far. Is this little thing too much? I don't blame him for targeting me. I did wear his clothes, but he actually did that to you. Screwed up your signing meeting, and actually scolded you and hit you. Enough, this is between us as a couple. Don't follow and worry about it. I'll have the driver take you back. Ruyan, so what are you going to do? I'll get him. Ruyan, it's not necessary. It's nothing for me to suffer a little. You mustn't fight with him for me. He's too violent. I'm really afraid that he'll hurt you. You go back. Don't get involved in this matter. Stay home and rest for a few days. Don't appear in front of him during this time. Ruyan Lu left after saying that. On the other hand, Hee In-jo had already arrived at Linhai City's men's paradise, the Skies and Night Business Club. Ji Xiaolei asked with a bad smile. Ninth brother, playing here tonight? Isn't this a place you don't even come to? Shay, before do not come because rare Lu Ruyan that. Do not want her to misunderstand what. I also more disdain to do that kind of no sense of boundaries thing. Now well, I'm single. Ninth brother, you just announced that it's over with Ruyan Lu, but the two of you are still married now. Shiwar said with a reminder nonetheless. Oh, so what? I didn't come before because I didn't want to. Do you still think it's that red book that can restrain me? Besides, what are you afraid of? Lao Zi and her have a prenuptial property notarization. Lao Zi even when her face to do things, she cannot take away Lao Zi a penny. That's a good feeling. Ninth brother, you should bring me along when you come here in the future. And me. Ha, no problem. Ji Xiaolei and Shizhan are both Hee In-jo's college roommates. At that time, they followed Hee In-jo to start a business together, and now the two of them are in the group. One of them is the director of the personnel department, and the other one is the director of the finance department, and the three of them have a good relationship. Hee In-jo led the two into the clubhouse, just stepped in, heard the entire clubhouse hall resounded. Welcome to the God of Nine Wealth. 9 masters visit the end of the world night. Tonight 9 masters of all consumption all free of charge. I hope that the 9 masters here to play a happy life. Ji Xiaolei and Shi War both froze. Hee In-jo didn't think much of it. This situation was too normal, and almost everyone in the hall looked towards the trio with curiosity and amazement in their eyes. There weren't many people in the entire Linhai who could make Tanya Knights receive them with such specifications. It's so prestigious. It's so damn dignified. Chapter 4 Supporting Materials. Hyunjo came to the supreme VIP one, directly on the point of 9 young models. Beautifully said, and his name is more match, because of 9, so point 9, and Lu Ruyan is fretting. She is now really a little afraid. Before the two, no matter how angry, quarrel or not, Cold War also, but Hyunjo never pulled black himself. And now, the phone pulls the plug, the FMS pulls the plug, and even the flash pay pulls the plug. It's absolute. Lu Ruyan had no choice but to have someone go and find out exactly where Hyunjo was. When she learned that Hyunjo was at the end of the day and night, she really panicked. She knew too well why Hyunjo didn't go there before and why he went there again now. Did he really want to end it with himself? He knew that he hated men who went there the most. Ruyan Lu was looking for him everywhere. Hyunjo didn't know that, because he was simply too comfortable right now. 3 young models served him. 1 fed him wine and food, 1 pressed his shoulders, and 1 whacked his legs. The 3 models were all top quality in terms of looks and body shape. And that's when Hyunjo sighed that he had really wasted 3 years of good time. Be gentle with you, listen to you, give you massages, talk to you, provide you with emotional value, and don't want a house or a car, and don't pester you to go shopping and watch movies. For a woman like that, 1,000 an hour. Is that expensive? No, it's not. It's worth it. After playing for a while, a girl said, 9, what do you like? I can sing and dance everything. Yeah, sing even, dance, giggle. Yeah, what kind of dance does Night Brother want to see? Dress dance. A dress-up dance? What's that? I've only heard of stripping. Hyunjo gave a bad smile. It's the opposite of a striptease. You go on stage naked and put it on as you dance. 9, you're so bad. At this moment, the door of the box was opened, only to see Lu Ruyan walking in with a gloomy face, looking at Hyunjo, who was lying on the woman's lap in displeasure. When Hyunjo saw Lu Ruyan coming in, he didn't even bother to get up and ask directly, what are you doing here? Don't you high-quality people know how to knock? Listening to Hyunjo's words, Lu Ruyan was embarrassed for a moment. Before, she always said that Hyunjo was a thug with low quality. She didn't expect to be ridiculed by him so much now. Lu Ruyan knew that Hyunjo had anger in his heart, shook her head and said, all of you go out, my husband and I have something to say. Hearing this, Hyunjo stood up to stop the person who was about to leave. No need to leave, just stay here. Ruyan Lu, I have nothing to say to you. Just go back where you came from and wait to receive the divorce papers. Ruyan Lu was upset as soon as she heard the words divorce agreement. Honey, I was wrong about today. I'm sorry, can we not talk about divorce? I don't want to divorce you, and I've never wanted to divorce you. Hyunjo sneered at Lu Ruyan's words. Really? But you did something that made me divorce you. If you don't agree, let's litigate for divorce. What did I do? It's just a dress, isn't it? As for us getting a divorce, Lu Tao has been punished by you too. Ha ha ha, you still think it's just about a dress until now? How much did that dress cost? What you gave your parents and your mom cost a lot more than that dress. And did I ever mention a word about it? Lousy has a lot of money. I don't care. I do like you and spoil you. But Hyunjo, don't need me to say more about what I am. If you dare to cheat on me, you have to be ready to meet my wrath. Hyunjo's face cooled down and continued. Ruyan Lu, is it that these 3 years I have spoiled you too much? Giving you the illusion that I've lost my temper with you and can't leave you? Honey, what are you talking about? When did I cheat? How come I don't know myself? Lu Tao and I have nothing. I just promised to help him before and ended up breaking my promise. Now I want to make up for it. Asterisk 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 off. Make it up to him? Why don't you think about making it up to me after all I've done for you? He directly did not hold back, cursed out. Lu Tao, how to make up for it? What did he do for you, Lu Ruyan? Hubby, Lu Tao and I really have nothing. Why don't you believe me? I'm your wife, how could I possibly cheat on you? Lu Ruyan was really anxious. She now finally knew why Hyunjo was like this. So it was because she thought she had cheated. But he and Lu Tao really nothing. He does not want to, and do not dare to betray him. Okay, this is just a misunderstanding. Explained, it will be fine. Believe you? Sure. Corroborating material. What supporting material? Didn't you ask me to believe you? Fine. I'll give you a chance to come up with supporting materials to prove that you have nothing with Lu Tao. This. Where am I going to get you this? Then I don't care. Don't you high class, qualified, scrupulous people like you all look at the evidence and talk? A thug. Learn from it. Lu Ruyan looked at this moment. Hyunjo felt so strange that she couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. Hi 9, are you difficult for me? Oh, it's not that I'm hard for you. It's that you've been getting worse and worse for me these past 3 months. And you've been getting more and more attached to Lu Tao. Lu Tao often goes to your office, and stays there for almost half an hour. And who knows what that half an hour is for. And you guys often have dinner alone, and you send him home every day, don't you? Yeah, but nothing happened to us, really. Well, I said, If you say so, show me supporting material or I won't believe you. Where am I supposed to give you corroborating material for something like this? Should I even install a camera on myself? If you can't get it, get the hell out of here. Don't delay my enjoyment. It's $1,000 an hour. Either show me the supporting materials or get a divorce. Hee In-gyo has been impatient. This woman has a brain problem. He said so still do not understand? And he emphasized nothing. Really interesting. Do you have to go to bed to be called cheating? What they say, in their own here, is already cheating. When In-gyo finished, he sat down, wrapped his arms around the model next to him, and drank. I thought that Ruyan Lu would leave, but who knew that this woman would actually flop down and kneel in front of him? Honey, tell me, how do you get rid of your anger? This kneeling In-gyo was also quite surprised, but still said, do you think I will forgive a woman who cheats on her? I didn't. Lu Ruyan, in your eyes you can just be ambiguous with people. Physical contact, as long as you don't go to bed it's not cheating, is it? Let me tell you, not in Lao Zi here. I just said those things. No matter what you guys hair did not happen, in my place is cheating. Can't I just kneel down for you? If kneeling worked, there would be no such thing as a branch of the courts. Chapter 5, Have you spoiled yourself? Lu Ruyan was kicked out. She really did not expect Hee In-gyo actually play real with her. She thought he was just jealous and angry. He admitted his fault and coaxed him, but the result was that he kneeled down and did not help. Yo, if it isn't Lu, what's wrong with this? So miserable. Lu Ruyan looked up at the voice, and it was actually the eldest young man of the He family in Linhai, He Mingyang, and the most brutal and perverted one of these dukes in Linhai. He Mingyang, it has nothing to do with you. Ruyan Lu was about to leave when she finished speaking, but she didn't expect to be stopped by He Mingyang. Of course it has something to do with me. Lu, big beautiful girl, I can always be a little greedy for your body. Do you want to follow me? Lu Ruyan frowned as she listened to He Mingyang's rude words and threatened. He Dajo, I'm He In-gyo's woman. What's wrong? Hasn't he cleaned you up badly enough? Really? But how come I heard that you cheated on me, and people don't want you anymore? Lu Ruyan, that Lu Tao's goods you can even follow. How can I be better than him? Forget it with me, He Mingyang said and tugged on Lu Ruyan's clothes, seeing that he was about to get his hands on them. He Mingyang, don't get physical with me. Lu Tao and I have nothing. He's just misunderstood. We'll make up when we talk it out. Aren't you afraid he'll come after you afterwards? He Mingyang looked at Lu Ruyan and suddenly snorted. Ruyan Lu, are you dreaming? Do you think Hee In-gyo can still want you? Do you want to go online and see for yourself? You're already on the hot search. Listening to He Mingyang's words, Lu Ruyan immediately picked up her cell phone and began to look at the information on the internet. Sure enough, Myth Group chairman In-gyo announced his impending divorce in public. Then came In-gyo's speech at the signing, only for the comments and photos below to make her heart sink to the bottom. All of Linhai knows how good Mr. He is to his wife. I really didn't expect this woman to be so confused. That is, this is my occasional video of Lu Ruyan and that Lu Tao dinner. A president, an assistant. Dinner does not sit across from each other to sit in a row. Said there is nothing. Who believes? This was taken on my vacation on the island. Lu Ruyan and Lu Tao beach walking, just like a couple. It's disgusting. In fact, I can somewhat understand Mr. Lu, said Mr. He is not high quality, often scolded the staff. Mr. Lu, after all, the big family origin, the two do not see eye to eye. So, don't bull me? You're from a big family. You're educated? Shouldn't you have a backbone too? If you don't like Mr. He, don't beg for his help and don't ask for his money. Right, where is the backbone? Enjoying Mr. He's resources, using Mr. He's money, and then pretending to look down on Mr. He's quality? It's ridiculous. Above understanding that Lu Ruyan's words had just come out, almost all of the employees of the Myth Group appeared on the internet. It's all about how good In-gyo is to them, and it's true that they are at fault for the occasional scolding, but after scolding and forgetting about it, they will instead wipe their asses, and the entire Mythic Group, including over 30,000 people in its companies, unanimously agreed that In-gyo was a very good parent. Even the group's technician reported Hee In-gyo personally arranged for his son to enter a good school, and also lent money to help them buy school district housing. More so, in order to let him work at ease. Don't be so stressful, lending him the full amount, not a penny of interest, just a monthly deduction of $2,000 of salary, and left him enough for the family to live $10,000. This technician came out to speak. At once a lot of people employees are on the internet burst out of the In-gyo is how to help them. Although it is scolding to help, but that scolding words, but are contained in the heartache of the staff and expectations. I just want to say, he is always a pure man, true nature, cursing to help you and amiable pitch you. Is a person know how to choose? Right, No wonder the myth group internal iron plate. Yes, Mr. He is like this, really like a parent. Only if he treats his employees as family, he would do this, right? Looking at the comments on the internet overwhelming, Lu Ruyan brain dim. The internet said he in 9 how good she does not care. She cares about. She and Lu Tao of those ambiguous photos why will appear. Now how to explain themselves Lu Ruyan took out the phone and explained to immediately let this video off the shelves, and absolutely not let He Injo see it. Mr. Lu, that, Mr. He commented. What? Lu Ruyan was shocked, and when she looked at her cell phone, He Injo had indeed commented. Hein 9's commentary is blunt and reveals dirt everywhere. Hoing 9, you can understand me is good. Cursing used to, not angry with me on the line. The myth of the group's employees. You remember, the myth of the group is our home. Lao Zi is your backer, but also you outside the capital to pretend X. Something on the word. Big things cannot be done. The small things can be done quite a lot of haha. Once He Injo's comment came out, a wave of fervor set off here. Many people envied the employees of the myth group, and likewise, Lu Ruyan was degraded to be worthless. Countless messages about Ruyan Lu and Lu Tao appeared in the comment section, rendering Ruyan Lu helpless. As many of these messages were rumors that they had created in order to cater to He Injo. If it was usual, she would definitely hold these people accountable. But right now her mind was filled with thoughts of how to explain to Heinjiu. Hey, beautiful Lu, have you finished? Don't you die now? Follow this young man, ha ha ha. He Mingyang laughed openly and reached out to put his arm around Lu Ruyan's shoulders. Lu Ruyan directly pushed away He Mingyang and said, He Mingyang, I'm warning you, don't make a move on me. It's even more unlikely that I'll follow you. I didn't cheat on you. He Injo will forgive me, and even if he doesn't, I'm still the young lady of the Lu family. It's not something you can just bully. He Mingyang raised his hand and slapped Lu Ruyan's face. Ruyan Lu, are you ing shameless? Miss Lu family? What the hell? If you don't have ninth brother to cover you, what are you? What is your Lu family? Don't you remember how many times you swept me off my feet by relying on ninth brother? If it wasn't for ninth brother, I would have gotten rid of you a long time ago. Now you're still pretending to be ex with me. Is it because ninth brother has spoiled you for 3 years and spoiled you? Can't recognize who you are anymore? Lu Ruyan covered her face and looked at He Mingyang with indignation, tears in her eyes. There was a time when He Mingyang had to respectfully call out Nine's sister-in-law when he saw himself, but he didn't expect that he would dare to beat himself up even before he divorced He Injo. He Mingyang, I'll definitely tell my husband about you bullying me today. Mingyang, what are you doing here if you don't go in and play? A familiar voice rang out, and Heinjiu appeared in the doorway. Chapter 6, Cheating on the Moonlight Flyer. Lu Ruyan looked at the appearing He Injo, as if all the aggressions were dispersed in an instant, and tears fell indisputably. Honey, He Mingyang hit me. He Injo walked in front of He Mingyang without even giving Lu Ruyan a glance. Mingyang, I'm a bit tired. Just talk to Joey about how much money your Li family is using. I just greeted him. Okay brother 9. You rest first. I'll just use it for 2 months. Recently there are too many projects at home. The liquidity is not enough. Don't worry, the interest rate is good. Che, all friends, just 2 months. Don't talk about interest. It seems raw. Thank me just get me some of the best tea from your family tea mountain. Ha ha, no problem. Good talk. Okay, I'm going to go first. Oh yeah, this pussy hasn't divorced me yet, so feel free to do whatever you want when the divorce is finalized. Okay, got it 9. After saying these words, He Injo was about to leave, while Lu Ruyan immediately chased after him and pulled his hand. Honey, forgive me, I know I'm wrong, please, okay? I said provide corroborating material, nothing else. Hubby, I really didn't cheat on you. You're the only one who touched my body, believe me? Okay, ha. Ruyan Lu's words made Heinjiu laugh. He Injo turned around and reached out his hand to pick at Ruyan Lu's chin. Ruyan Lu, aren't you saying this to look down on me? Heinjiu, too much. Do you think I'm one of those ninja turtles? The wimp? Let me tell you. Don't tell me you're having dinner and traveling with him and flirting and having physical contact. He's your white moon, in my case, and you re-adding him back on FMS is all cheating to me. Understand? Don't say that I have some kind of mental cleanliness such as this. Lousy has a lot of money. There will be a lot of women who keep their bodies like jade and seal their hearts like ice for me. Why should I want such a shameless woman like you? Ruyan Lu, to put it mildly, I'm sure you didn't sleep with Lu Tao. But that's not because you didn't want to, it's because you didn't dare. After He Injo finished speaking, he pushed Lu Ruyan away. Lu Ruyan directly fell to the ground, lost in thought, looking at He Injo's back as he left. She never imagined that one day He Injo would be so cruel to her, watching her get beaten up regardless, and and treating herself this way when she begged him to do so. Ruyan Lu was still digesting Hanjiu's words, but his cell phone was already ringing. Hey, Dad, you get your ass back here right now. Pronto, Ruyan Lu's father yelled, then hung up the phone. Ruyan Lu knew that her father must have known about what happened on the internet, and she had to go back and give her father an explanation. Back home, Ruyan Lu looked at her parents sitting in the living room, both of them obviously moved. Watching Lu Ruyan come back, Lu's father stood up and directly slapped him. How did I give birth to such a brainless thing as you? I haven't told you to stay away from that Lu Tao yet. Hanji, you absolutely can't accept this? Dad, I'm sorry, but Lu Tao and I really don't have anything. No, how old are you? Do you realize that what distance a woman keeps from a male is dependent on her husband's tolerance boundaries? What kind of man is Hanji? Do you think he's the kind of man who lives a hard life and isn't afraid to light up a little green? Dad, I know it's wrong. Lu Ruyan was also very regretful at this moment. She did not expect Hyunjo's demand for affection to be so high that even adding Lu Tao's FMS could be considered cheating. Old willow, small smoke, all no wrong. You don't scold. Now is how to stabilize Hyunjo. Without his help, our family. Hey, Father Lu sighed and said, you'll dress me up tomorrow, and you'll wear whatever Hanju usually likes you to wear. I'm going to ask him to come over for dinner tomorrow night and get him drunk. You behave yourself. After all, he likes you so much. Coax him. Dad, that's not good. Not so good? You can have a ing fling with another man. What's not so good with your own husband? Now you want a face? Ruyan Lu sighed and finally nodded helplessly. On the other hand, instead of going home, Hanjio came to the group his lounge. Hey, Lee Kuan, that Ruyan Lu will definitely not agree to a divorce. I know you're not good at divorce lawsuits. Is there anyone in the legal department who is good at it? Hey, boss, do you think our company needs to hire lawyers who specialize in divorce cases? If you don't have it, say you don't have it. So much bull ********. Bye. Hyunjo hung up the phone after saying that. Lee Kuan was frozen for a moment. The boss said goodbye. Not roll? When was it so polite? Still, he received a message from Hanju who sent him a message. Get me a lawyer who fights divorce cases. Boss, the law firm next to the Civil Affairs Bureau is full of people who specialize in these types of lawsuits. You're going to get it for me and I'm going to do it myself. You're the boss and I'm the boss? But boss, I'm traveling to collect your debt. Die outside and don't come back. The next day, Hyunjo really came to this side of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Looking at the three law firms next to him, he picked the biggest one to go in. This gentleman, would you like to consult an attorney? Is there a lawyer you've contacted in advance? Are you involved in a matrimonial suit? You're pretty good at this whole relentless trifecta of questions. The little girl at the reception blushed when she heard Hanjio's words. Hyunjo also stopped snickering and said, I want a divorce, but the woman doesn't agree. Get me the best lawyer you have here. No less. Hoing 9 really does reveal a thuggish, earthy demeanor in every way. Hanjiu was taken to the counseling room, and it wasn't long before he heard the sound of high heels coming from the hallway. The door was pushed open, and the little girl who had just received him said, Lawyer Chin, this is the gentleman. Mr. This is Attorney Chin from our law firm, with a 100% win rate in matrimonial cases. Okay, thanks little sister. Here you go. With that, Hyunjo took out a bundle of money from his bag and handed it to her. What is the meaning of this? Sir, it doesn't mean anything. Take the flowers. The little girl at the reception was at a loss for words and looked at Hyunjo somewhat nervously. Between them the lawyer spoke. Lily, take it. There's not much difference between this money and $1 for Mr. Hyunjo looked at the lawyer who spoke and laughed. Hey, that's a thorough statement. The little girl at the reception timidly took the money, probably not too kindly, and ran out with a red face. After the little girl ran out, the lawyer sat across from Hyunjo with a cold face, and Hyunjo looked back at Yufei behind him and said, Fei, look at this lawyer, a face even colder than yours. Mr. Ho, can you tell us about your situation? That lawyer remained expressionless, as if Hyunjo's words did not have the slightest effect on her at all. Hyunjo nodded his head. Not bad, this mental quality can be. Chapter 7, Never Secret Love, Only Explicit Love. Hyunjo looked at the lawyer in front of him, and had to say how come he never realized that this Linhai still had this kind of beauty? The lawyer's name is Chin Cheng, a woman, 170 in height, with her high heels must be 175 or more, a long black hair with a 3/7 parting, light makeup, light pink lip color, wearing a lawyer's professional outfit with a wraparound skirt, flesh-colored stockings, and black red-soled stiletto heels, about 36D, a small foot around size 36. Don't doubt it, Hyunjo is no good. His eyes are the ruler. Exquisite and somewhat cold features, as if specially sculpted by God, were more beautiful than some carefully plasticized faces. Perfect body, golden ratio, convex in front and curved in the back, a pair of beautiful legs folded, very beautiful and sexy. Hyunjo for a time some look froze. This woman is so beautiful, so temperament. Who is talking to her? Ah, really envy ah. The woman felt Hyunjo's gaze and couldn't help but frown slightly, but she didn't say anything. Over the years, she was honestly used to it. She didn't even dare to dress up when she was in school, and even purposely uglified herself because her mother had told her that being born into her kind of troubled family, her looks were an original sin. But even then, there were still a lot of people harassing her. It wasn't until she graduated from college and became a lawyer, protected by that status, that she dared to be herself. But the status of a lawyer is also not much of a deterrent to some people, and she has no choice but to accept the advances of a cockney, relying on his name to avoid some harassment. Mr. Ho, can we talk about you now? Ha. Lawyer Chin is so beautiful that I'm a bit dumbfounded. Chin froze, and then her pretty face flushed. She did not expect Hyunjo to say it so honestly and bluntly. It was not the least bit pretentious. Then the two discussed divorce. Chin was indeed very professional and confident, ensuring that Ruyan Lu couldn't take a single penny from him. The discussion ended and the two were about to leave when Hyunjo said, "Lawyer Chin, do you have a boyfriend?" Chin sighed. It was time to come. Yes, the young master of the Wu family, Wu Jibwa. Hyunjo sighed and said, "Okay, but Lawyer Chin, you're really pretty. Looks, body, directly along to my aesthetic. Temperament I also like, dress the same. If one day break up, consider it." "Oh, Mr. This is the first time we've met, and it hasn't even been an hour." "I know, I'm just expressing what's really in my heart. I didn't say how. Like to tell you, Hyunjo never had a crush on anyone. That's too unmanly. I only love explicitly. Mr. It's better for you to get divorced before considering anything else. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Spicy egg. Earlier met you would not have Lu Ruyan nothing. Hey. Chin also wanted to laugh inwardly as she listened to Hyunjo's words. This man was not hiding anything at all. And sure enough, if he was not embarrassed himself, it was others who were embarrassed. Hoing Kao had just walked out of the law firm when the phone rang. "Hey, Uncle Willow. Hey, you kid, why are you still calling me uncle? Your daughter and I are about to get divorced, and I'm letting you take advantage of me?" Hyunjo said with a smile, seemingly a joke. But both he and Lu father understood that this was not only talking about taking advantage of the name, but also saying that he would not help the Lu family anymore. "Hey, Inju I don't mean anything else. Come to the house for dinner tonight. Even if we really want a divorce, we still have to discuss it together, don't we?" Hyunjo laughed after hearing that. "I say old man, it's been 3 years, what kind of you do I still don't know? Find me for dinner, then put some drugs on me, then send Ruyan Lu to my bed, is that it? Can, but the marriage I'm divorced. You want to act I accompany you. Lousy does not lose. White whoring. Your daughter in bed is still quite powerful indeed. You, okay, fine. Come back for dinner tonight and discuss the divorce, okay?" Hanging up. Hyunjo hung up the phone after saying that. This old bee really thinks he is smart? It turned out to honor him as his father-in-law, and he was not bad to himself, and lazily pointing out that he was himself as the style of handling things with a somewhat indifferent attitude, but not stupid. A daughter and a son-in-law. But anyone with a little bit of brains wouldn't think that people would turn toward them. On the other hand, the Lu family, Lu Ruyan dress that is very beautiful. Just face yesterday by Hyunjo skid root traces are still there. But Hyunjo has a few hobbies. Pink lips, cheongsams, flesh stockings, white love underwear, and gold heels, and she can wear them all. Seeing his father hang up the phone looking a little angry, he asked, "Dad, what's wrong? Did he say something?" "Humph, this brat, looking like a day of big grin and indifference, is actually more refined than a monkey." He guessed all my intentions. Ruyan Lu and her mother were surprised. "What about that? He promised to come for dinner." "Ruyan, ask Lu Tao to come tonight as well. Make him kneel down and apologize to Hyunjo. Clarify the relationship between the two of you. Then you fire him in front of Hyunjo and tell him to get lost. There's nothing to do now but hard coaxing." "Dad, this? Do you want the group, me and your mom, or that Lu Tao?" "Okay, I know Dad. Ruyan Lu, I'm telling you, you have to tie him to me today even if you have to, or I'll have someone break his limbs." Lu Ruyan lowered her head and stopped talking. She felt that she had harmed Lu Tao. Knowing what Hyunjo was, she still kept Lu Tao by her side, which was not letting Hyunjo play him to death. At this moment, Lu Ruyan extremely regretted that she had overestimated Hyunjo's favor towards her. Hyunjo that is a person who can spoil you to no end and step on you to the fullest. In the evening, Hyunjo came, only followed by Yu Fei and Ning Xin. Ning Xin is a retired female special forces soldier. During her service her parents worked as odd jobs for a company owned by the Myth Group, and her father died of a heart attack during his shift. Hee-in-jo not only held a beautiful funeral for his father, but also gave the family a lot of money, has been letting people take care of his mother, but also for his brother to study and support his brother to engage in drug research and development. Ning Xians was touched upon learning of this, and after retiring from the military, he faithfully followed Hee-in-jo, who had previously been in charge of protecting Ruyan Lu. Looking at Hee-in-jo actually coming to the Lu family with two sharp knives in his hands, Lu father knew that Hee-in-jo was really going to break up with the Lu family, and that there was no longer any room for discussion. Lu Ruyan naturally understood, and asked with some sadness, "Hubby, are you that determined? Divorcing me? Don't you have any regrets or lamentations at all?" Hee-in-jo grinned and said, "Just throw away the broken clothes and buy them again. What's there to lament and regret? How amusing." Chapter 8, Give Your Grandmother a Spoon. Lu Ruyan heard Hee-in-jo's words and immediately said, "Hubby, I didn't. Lu Tao and I do have some physical contact, but that's all." Stop. What? Do clothes have to be punctured to be considered torn? How many times have I told you to come up with supporting materials before you speak? Hee-in-jo said disdainfully. He was really lazy to listen to that theory of Lu Ruyan. It's not cheating if you didn't have sex? Does bringing a small umbrella count as not doing it? What logic? Lu Ruyan here heard the 4 words corroborating material, and these days these 4 words were fast becoming her nightmare. What kind of person thinks you have to submit supporting documentation for something like this? Taking selfies with a camera on 24/7? At this time, Mother Lu greeted her and directly pulled Hee-in-jo's hand. "Egu, son-in-law is here. Look, Mom personally cooked for you today, all the dishes you love to eat." Hee-in-jo said helplessly, "Auntie, listen to my advice and enter the kitchen less often in the future. Before as your son-in-law, I cannot white you this heart, but to be honest, your cooking is really not good. You do that dish, I feel like a bite as if I ate half of the periodic table of the elements. Uncle can live so old are considered the world's 9th great miracle." The uncle now said he drank chemotherapy drugs as to quench his thirst. "I believe this body in the future must not be cremated, are likely to react and directly explode. You, In-jiu, in these 3 years, your father and I have treated you well, haven't we? How can you talk to me like that?" Hee-in-jo waved his hand and said, "Stop, don't you know why you're nice to me? If you're in the realm of the living, don't talk about the words that cheat ghosts in the netherworld. Besides, if we're going to talk about being nice to anyone, I, Hein-jiu, am nicer to you guys, right? But you remember, I was nice to you because Ruyan Lu was my wife at that time, and now I don't want her. How can I want you?" Lu Ruyan couldn't hold back any longer when she heard Hee-in-jo talking about her parents like that. "Hein-jiu, you've gone too far. How can you talk like that? Off. Don't forget, you guys have something to ask of me today. Watch yourselves." Hee-in disdainful to Lu Ruyan said. He naturally know what they play the idea, is nothing more than the sale is not benevolent in the well. It's best to coax yourself into it, and if you really can't, keep yourself from dealing with the Ryu family and help out a bit. Unfortunately, they played the wrong plan. Hee-in-jo is rich, but not a wrongdoer. For the sake of the worthy he can throw $1,000. Not worthy, he does not rob you $2 even good. Alright, stop it. In-jiu come and eat. Lu Ruyan, go and bring Lu Tao to me. Hearing this, Hee-in-jo smiled. There was an unexpected surprise. A few people sat at the table, and it didn't take long for Lu Tao to walk in. Lu Tao saw Hee-in-jo directly on his knees. There is no way. Lu father promised him, according to his arrangements to do, after the incident will give Lu Tao 5 million, so that he can change the city to live. If not, to force him to do it, but also in front of the face of Hee-in-jo to break his legs. A smart person naturally knows how to choose. Only he misjudged the ruthlessness of Lu's father. Lu Tao at this moment while kowtowing said, "Mr. I'm wrong, I'm sorry, it's me who has an impure heart towards Ruyan. It's me who wants to seduce her, but Ruyan has never agreed to it. She just said that she'll take care of me a bit by being a friend with me. There's really nothing in between the two of us. I beg you to forgive us." Hee-in-jo lit a cigarette and smoked it slowly, letting Lu Tao kneel and kowtow there as if he didn't see it. Father Lu gave Ruyan Lu a look, and Ruyan Lu immediately said, "Husband, forgive me, I really know I'm wrong. I'll call and fire him." After saying that, Lu Ruyan called and fired Lu Tao. Hein-jiu smiled and applauded. "You father and daughter work well together. The Oscars owe you 2 little gold medals. Ruyan Lu, I sometimes wonder what you really want. Old man had money and spoiled you, and you secretly got it on with some white moon, and then now you're doing this to your white moon for old man's money. Have you discovered that money is more important, or is your love inherently worthless?" Is it that I give you money so you can divorce me and be a tool person for me? Lu Ruyan listened to the insulting words of Hee-injo to suppress the feeling of humiliation in his heart and said, husband, you forgive me, okay? At least now I really know wrong, and will love you with all my heart. I tried wrong. If you and I divorce, you dare to say that other women will not appear this situation again? They might be worse than me. At least I'm clean and I can guarantee that it won't come up again. Give me a chance, will you? Listening to this theory of Lu Ruyan, Hee-injo snorted. Ruyan Lu, do you think all women are as cheap as you? I'm not afraid to tell you. Love a person lousy also tried wrong. Not at all comfortable. So in the future I only let women love me. Love others? This kind of thing experience once is enough. So that theory of yours doesn't hold water. They're random. Just gives me an excuse to play with someone else. And I have plenty of money anyway. Listening to Hee-injo's words, Lu Ruyan sighed and said, then give me a chance to love you, okay? I'll give your grandmother a spoon. Do you know what love means? You're not as good as the lady in the club in my eyes. At least they only talk about money and not feelings. You're good. You're called a pawn and a stand-up guy. You know what I mean? Father Willow's face sank. Men, break Lu Tao's legs and throw him out. Lu Tao was shocked when he heard this. Uncle, don't. You promised me just to do what you said. Father Lu smiled disdainfully and said, you really believe that, don't you? Do you think I would let go of someone who destroyed my daughter's family and almost cost me a good son-in-law? And you, Lu Ruyan, look at what kind of fool you like. Just him, 10 bundled together can't even compare to one finger of engine. Hee-injo snorted and said, remove the almost, don't play any word games with me. Lu Tao, you're really stupid. This is the moment I realized how humiliating it is to treat you as a rival. You think Ruyan Lu loves you? He's punking you, bringing you around for me to shag. Get it? After Hee-injo finished speaking, the Lu family's bodyguards were already about to make a move. At this time, Lu Ruyan protected Lu Tao behind her and said, Dad, you promised, as long as he. Before Ruyan Lu could finish her sentence, she heard Hee-injo say, Ning Xin, Ruyan Lu and I aren't divorced yet. Ning Xin naturally understood Hee-injo's meaning, and directly walked up to pull Lu Ruyan aside, seemingly protecting, but in fact not allowing her to disturb the bodyguard's hands. With 2 miserable screams, Lu Tao's legs were broken in response, and he was dragged and thrown out by the bodyguards. Chapter 9, The No. 1 Beauty in 3 provinces and 1 city. After watching a few of them act, Hee-injo didn't want to talk more nonsense with them. Straight away, he took out the divorce agreement that Qin Qing had prepared for him. Ruyan Lu, divorce agreement, sign it, then set a time to go and do the divorce. Don't dawdle. I don't have that much free time to play with you. Lu Ruyan trembled and took the divorce agreement, choked and said, husband, is it necessary to divorce? I don't want to. I love you. You love old man's money. Don't even think about it. Divorce or not, I won't be giving you a dime. You might as well give yourself a free pass. Hee-injo is very disdainful of Lu Ruyan. He is a person who can afford to let go. He believes in feelings, but does not believe in love. A person who hangs on to love doesn't know what love is. Son-in-law you see one day husband and wife 100 days kindness. Ruyan has made a mistake, but he did not touch the bottom line is not. And no, the mistake can change is good. Give her a chance. Lu mother hurriedly persuade. She is really afraid of Lu Ruyan and Hee-injo divorce. These years she rely on his Hee-injo mother-in-law, but not a lot of power. Hee-injo didn't reply. Before he came, he had already all figured out how all 3 of their families would say it. Inju not to mention anything else. For my sake, can you give Ruyan another chance? If she dares to disregard your feelings again, I'll break her legs in front of you. Hee-injo snorted and said, is your face worth anything? Ruyan Lu, I'm going to ask you one last time. This word, are you signing or not? Husband, I beg you, give me a chance, okay? Just once. Our 3 years of love can't be exchanged for 1 chance? What the else do you know about 3 years of affection? Ruyan Lu, I can feel that you've been getting better to me little by little over the past 3 years. I admit, I was guilty of taking advantage of the situation back then, and I can understand that you didn't like me, so I've always been nice to you, just thinking that one day we'd actually be a couple. But it only took you 3 months from the time that white moon of yours came to you to dismiss everything I've done for you in 3 years, and your attitude is back to what it was 3 years ago. But I'm sorry, after 3 years of paying for you, there's no way I'm going to take that kind of attitude anymore, and if I do, I'm just going to become a dog licker. Tears crackled down Lu Ruyan's face as she listened to Hee-injo's words. Husband, I'm sorry, it's my fault, but I'm not going to divorce you. I'm going to do everything I can to make it up to you. There's no principled mistake between us, isn't there? We're capable of making up. Heinjiu was a bit distracted and tossed around those words. So damn abrasive. Don't sign it and pull out. Wait for the divorce to be sued. He Injo left after saying that and sent a message directly to Chin AI. Get ready to sue for divorce. She won't sign. Copy that. It's true to say that unencumbered days are really hippie. He Injo once again came to the clubhouse. This time not drinking, and came directly to the rest area. Continuing, 9 technicians, 1 to press the head, 2 to press the hands, 2 to press the legs, 2 to press the feet, 1 to feed the fruits, 1 to accompany the chatting, the arrangement that is full, board, unlimited plus clock. The next day, He Injo came to the group, and just as he entered the office, his assistant Lin Yen came in to report. Mr. He, quite a few enterprise bosses have asked me to tell you that they will stop cooperating with Willow City after their contracts expire, so please don't misunderstand us. Our entertainment company is applying for funds from the group to prepare to go all out to create a new artist. Zhang Yike. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the mayor asked you to go to the government to discuss the prosecution of Glow Dairy. The mayor meant that he didn't want us to prosecute, and that the government was discussing the question of taking over. Yun Bing, the president of the Yun Group in the Next River province, has asked you to meet him at 6 p.m. At the Iha residence, wanting to borrow $2 billion of capital from us. After listening to this, He Injo was simply unable to get over it. He was so rich, how come he was still a cow and a horse? Replying to them, I still say that whoever cooperates with Ruyan Lu is messing with me. When not to cooperate anymore, when to come back to talk to me. As for the entertainment companies below applying for funding, you have old Zhao submit a detailed document to me. The mayor's place. Never mind, make the trip. As for the cloud group, tell them the interest rate, and some of the processes, and it's up to them whether they use it or not. Lin Dai nodded and said, okay Mr. He, it's just that on the Yun Group's side, I've already talked to them all. They want to talk to you personally about the interest rate. Heinjiu snorted. Tell them I'm putting money out to the world and never change the interest rate. Love it or hate it, I don't want to borrow it yet. Okay, but Mr. He, the president of the Yun Group is called Yun Bing, known as the #1 beauty in 3 provinces and 1 city. He Injo heard thought and said, beauty is not important. The main thing is that you say our money put is also put. We have to make use of. Let the money make money is not. In that case, promise, I'll go to the appointment myself tonight. Lin Dai gave a blank look, said he knew, and walked out of the office. Hoing 9 is thinking of the #1 beauty in 3 provinces and 1 city? Blow it, who recognized it? Sheenie can be said to be already at the ceiling level, and there are prettier than her? At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, He Injo came to the conference room designated by the mayor, and at this moment, there were already quite a few old bosses here. As soon as He Injo entered the door, he immediately became a scenic line, not because He Injo was handsome, but he was too young. He was only 29 years old this year, and he was already in the small group of people who stood at the very top of Linhai. The mayor looked at He Injo to come and also smiled cordially and said, Injo is here, sit down, let's start then. This time, I have called you all here because of the matter of Glow Dairy. Glow Dairy owes you money, but the people have run away. This is a dereliction of duty on the part of our government, but now that it has happened, our priority is to solve the problem, and to that end, the government's opinion is that you are not advised to sue for division. We're looking into taking over the Glow Dairy. It's just that right now the government can't come up with that much money at a moment's notice, so we hope you can give us some time. Oh Injin, you are the biggest debtor now. What are your thoughts? Take a stand. He Injo thought about it and said, support. I fully support Mayor Zhang's suggestion. Huanwei owes me $600 million. No prosecution. No problem. Not only that, Mayor, how much money is still missing? I'll pay for it. When Mayor Jiang heard this, he was shocked, then turned joyful and said, Injin, are you serious? Not kidding? Of course, but I don't want the money. I want the shares of Glow Dairy, and as for how much the government will give me, we'll talk when Glow starts up again. How about that? No problem. Mayor Jiang is very happy. This He Injo himself really did not take care of him in vain. This kind of time is really to solve the big problem. Otherwise this listed company absconded with the money by a number of prosecution. Not only to the government to discredit, they also want to be held accountable. Chapter 10, Marrying and Eating a Jedi? Don't even think about it. He Injo, the biggest debtor, has taken a stand, and the others naturally can't say anything else. Otherwise there is no good fruit to eat for offending Mayor Jiang. After the meeting, Mayor Jiang kept He Injo. Mayor Jiang is 46 years old. When he first came to Linhai to serve as deputy mayor, the first time he met He Injo, a young man is very favorable. He felt that He Injo had the same ruthlessness as he did when he was young, and was extremely good at disguise and great wisdom, so he pulled He Injo when he started. These years He Injo also really did not let him down. Etiquette has never fallen, but also helped himself to solve a lot of trouble. In the office, Mayor Jiang patted He Angio's shoulder and said, "Angio, thank you for this matter. Mayor, this is what I should have done. I said back then, don't worry about pulling me, I have a conscience." Mayor Jiang nodded and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you lose out. When the time comes, if you have any requests, just open your mouth and I'll satisfy you as much as I can within the permissible limits. I'm not asking for much. The only thing I'm asking for is for you to go one step further soon and pull me again. Go on, asshole." Is that a casual remark? Alright, off. He Ingio laughed and said, "By the way, Uncle Jiang, your family Jiang Chung brother smacked the classroom class is too hot. I used the name of your attention to the educational environment for their school donation to build 10 central air conditioning, but also pre-deposited millions of electricity bills. The banner or Jiang Cheng brother personally sent me it." Hearing this, Mayor Jiang shook his head and smiled bitterly, extended his hand to point a few times and said, "Got it, get going. Hey, then Uncle Jiang, I'm off." At 6 p.m., He Ingio arrived on time at the Summer Palace with Lin Dai and Yufei, the supreme box. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a super-duper stunning beauty there who was making tea, and there was also a woman sitting beside her, who should be her assistant. Yun Bing watched He Ingio come in, and hurriedly got up and slightly saluted, that expression gesture, highlighting a calm and elegant, "Mr. He, you're here, please have a seat." Heinjiu nodded and sat down. Qini was already the most beautiful woman He Ingio had ever seen, and he didn't expect that this Yun family's eldest daughter, the female president of Yun Group, would be even more superior compared to Qini. Looks and figure. In fact, the two are similar. Both are about 170 tall. The standard more a point is fat, less a point is thin. Features are also very delicate. What made her even more superior to Qini was her skin and temperament. This woman's skin looked like it had been meticulously maintained for years, and it didn't take much thought to realize that this woman's life was bound to be incomparably exquisite. And that calm and elegant, generous, but also with a few cold temperament is not as good as Qin love. That is in a high position can only exercise out of the temperament. "Mr. He, taking the liberty of inviting you. I thought you wouldn't go to the appointment, but I didn't expect it to be really flattering to Yun Bing. I don't know Mr. He's taste, so I ordered all the specialties here. If Mr. He doesn't like it, I'll immediately ask them to change it." He Ingio looked at the table full of dishes and said, "I'm tired of hearing these words. Let's get down to business." "Oh, Mr. He is really straight talking. Then good. Respectfully, I know Mr. He borrowed from outside. 3/1000ths of the city, 5/1000ths of the city. I don't know if Mr. He can make it easy. How about 1/1000th? Without speaking, He Ingio looked straight at Yun Bing, his fingers tapping on the desktop. Yun Bing sighed helplessly as he looked at He Ingio's appearance. "Mr. He, I know it's very presumptuous of me to say this, but I, Yun's group, have really met difficulties and need this money very much, and with an interest rate of 5-10 millionths, I really can't afford it. 1/1000% is already the limit. 2 billion, 5/1000ths of a percent. That's 10 million a day, and that's money I need to use for a month. So, what's wrong with your cloud group? Divided. My grandfather is seriously ill. To divide the property, the family all go their own way. As a result, resulting in a broken capital chain. Now there is a project is about to start, but there is no money. We cannot afford to pay the liquidated damages. Party A will make a payment in a month. So, please Mr. He help me." Yun Bing, on what basis do you ask me to take such a big risk and give you 4 points? Do I look like a very stupid person to you? Hey, Mr. He is naturally not stupid. On the contrary, he is very shrewd. I have always admired you. In today's situation, those who can play with cash flow, dare to play too few. But Mr. He has never missed. Just based on this, Mr. He is definitely not as simple as the surface. Who says I didn't fail? Didn't Glow fail? Yun Bing suddenly laughed and said, "I did drink Glow's yogurt. I like it very much. Glow's failure is only because of the people who fled with the money. Itself Glow's unique sterilization technology is very rare. As long as the recovery, just with that yogurt, it's enough for him to rise from the dead. And you, Mr. He, should also see this prospect. That's why." He Ingio was a bit surprised, not realizing that this woman really had 2 skills. "Go on. I'll see what else you found out." Yun Bing smiled and said, "I do not have the intention of investigating Mr. He. Besides, everyone knows that what can be investigated is what Mr. He does not want to hide is not it? First of all, you let outsiders see what you want them to see, including your big personality, reckless and easily emotional side, but in my opinion it's all hidden. You are truly a great mind." He Ingio skimmed his mouth and said, "Okay, it's useless to give me a high hat. MS. Yun, we are all smart people. You can come." Dare to put forward the interest rate of 1000%. You must have the certainty of negotiation. Why don't you be direct? Hand over the bottom. I don't have so much time. Yun Bing thought about it and finally sighed and said, Mr. The myth group is a big family. To be honest, there is nothing that I, Yun Bing, can hold. My only backbone is myself. I know you are in the midst of a divorce. As long as Mr. He helps me get through it, I can marry you. Oh, this is borrowed money did not intend to return to eat extinct Does Mr. He feel that it's not cost effective? You know, marrying me is the same as joining forces with the Yun group. Injo laughed. What makes these women think they are so valuable? And they all want to get married to take advantage of themselves. 1000% is no problem, but marry you even. First, the asset transfer agreement worth 2 billion. Sign and bring it over. Second, license, official seal, hand it over. Want to use it? I'll arrange for someone to go over there. Third, you, Yun Bing, stay with me for a month. The money is paid back. You'll be free. None of these 3 conditions, not even one less. And as for getting married and eating extinct, don't even think about it. Chapter 11, please let the Lu family go. Listening to Hee In-jo's words, Yun Bing was a bit annoyed. She married Hee In-jo she was able to accept, but to say that she sold her body was hard for her to accept, because it was 2 different things. But now Yun's group is at stake. Leaving her little time, she chose Hee In-jo because he is really reputable in this industry and really only earns interest. The banks within their Jeong province knew about their situation and all refused to lend money, and she didn't dare to look for other companies. It was easy for people to fall in line, while other companies with credit simply didn't have the strength to come up with so much cash. Heinjiu was her only hope. After much thought struggle, Yun Bing still compromised. Okay, but, between the 2 of us, I don't want anyone else to know. Hee In-jo didn't say anything, but picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Let's eat. We're all hungry. Lin Dai, after you receive the transfer agreement, and other things tomorrow, give the money to MS. Yun at the first opportunity. Got it, Mr. Ho. At this time, Yun Bing's assistant took out something, and Yun Bing said, no need for tomorrow, Mr. Everything you want is here. Take a look. Hee In-jo took the document and looked at it confidently. After learning that there were no problems, he said teasingly, it seems that Miss Yun is in a hurry. Since that's the case, then our agreement will start from tonight. Lin Dai, let Jo E transfer the money. Yun Bing sighed. She naturally understood what Hee In-jo was talking about with the agreement. Mr. Can you give me 3 days? I'll bring the money back, arrange things properly and come back to fulfill my promise, and the time will start counting from 3 days from now. No problem. Then Mr. Take your time. I'll go back now. No delivery. Yun Bing left with his assistant, and when he got in the car, Yun Bing could no longer control it and bawled. The assistant looked on with some heartache, but there was nothing she could do. Yun was in trouble both internally and externally, and she was shouldering the future of her and everyone around her. She had thought that she had made the decision to get married was enough to move any man. There was no emotional foundation, but it was a normal marriage. Feelings could be cultivated, and she was confident enough to make any man fall in love with her. But that Hee In-jo is completely unmoved. Actually think that he wants to eat him jiatao, but also propose to let himself accompany him for a month without marrying himself, is simply a great insult. Sister Bing, don't cry. Just think of it as letting the dog bite. Yun Bing cried for a while, slowed down, nodded and said, forget it, as long as we can save the group. This is nothing. Let's go. Yun Bing needed 3 days to arrange the affairs within the group, and Hee In-jo also needed to get Lu Ruyan's problem sorted out in the next few days. When Hee In-jo returned home, he found Lu Ruyan's high heels sitting at the door, and the light in the upstairs bedroom was on. Hee In-jo knew that this woman hadn't given up and was actually waiting for herself at home. Hee In-jo didn't pay any attention to it. Instead he went directly to the study and turned on the computer. He wanted to know what happened to Yun's group. It was able to drive a cold and arrogant woman like Yun Bing to this point. Yun Bing's reputation as the #1 beauty in 3 provinces and 1 city. He naturally knew about it, and had even paid attention to him at one time. After all, there was no man who didn't like beautiful women. Yun Bing had an amazing business talent. At a young age, she let the older generation rest assured that the group would be entrusted to her to take care of, and she didn't disappoint. In the few years that she was in charge of the group, Yun's group's performance grew every year, and her person is also like her name, is notoriously cold. Chasing her people can be rode from the Jiang province to the Linhai, but never had any scandal. One is enough to clean themselves, and the second is the protection of their own is also really in place. There is not much news about Yun's group on the internet. It seems that Yun Bing, this woman blocked the news very well, which in turn makes Hee In-jo to this woman a high opinion. I thought that the only person who could manage a large group at this age was myself, but I didn't realize that there was more than one genius. Much of himself relied on luck, while Yun Bing relied on his family's heritage, but even so, ability and effort could not be denied. As He Ingyo was watching, the door to the study was gently pushed open, only to see Lu Ruyan walk in wearing a bathrobe. "Honey, when did you get back? I was just in the shower and didn't even realize it," Lu Ruyan said and came behind He Ingyo, a pair of arms, encircling He Ingyo's neck. "Very intimate. Asterisk 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 off. Who told you to come back? Don't disgust me." Looking at Heinjiu's bored attitude, Ruyan Lu sighed. "Honey, don't do this, okay? I know what I did had no sense of boundaries and made you misunderstand and even more angry, but I know it was wrong. Forgive me, please. I'll admit it if you want to beat or scold me. I just ask you to forgive me and let's be together properly. You've spoiled me for 3 years. It's not like I'm heartless. I've been in love with you for a long time now. Don't let an irrelevant person affect our relationship, okay?" Lu Ruyan spoke slowly and carefully, but He Ingyo wanted to laugh at that. "Lu Ruyan, you still know that I've spoiled you for 3 years, but unfortunately, my 3 years can't match your 3 months of white moonlight. He Ingyo, am really a failure. Ruyan Lu, I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to get angry with you. You immediately pack up your things and get out of here. Then divorce me normally. Don't force me to take extraordinary measures against you." Lu Ruyan looked at He Ingyo, biting her lips for a long time, and said, "Husband, divorce is fine, but for the sake of our husband and wife, can you promise me a condition?" Heinjiu snorted. "Can't. Want me to let your Lu family go? Don't dream. Only if your Lu family is gone can I eliminate the hatred in my heart. Are you that cruel? Are you such a man that you can't even get along?" He Ingyo laughed loudly and said, "I am a man. I can also do a good separation, but the premise is that you and I confess. If you tell me that you do not like me, want to be with the person you like, I can fulfill you. To be frank, 3 years, I want to get what I want, cannot get what I do not want, but you actually dared to steal behind my back. Ruyan Lu, you trampled my face under your feet. Why do you still ask me to get along? Did you think of the consequences when you did those things? Don't you know what kind of person He Ingyo, am? Lu Ruyan, it's you who went overboard first, then I can only set off the table. You should know my He Ingyo's style of doing things. If I'm not good, then no one is good." Lu Ruyan listened to He Ingyo's words. She now really can't do anything. This man's words, now everyone avoids her like a snake scorpion. If it goes on for a long time, her Lu's group will definitely slowly decline until bankruptcy. Hoing cow. One man for all. Let the Lu family go. If you have any grievances, come at me. Chapter 12, a combination of punches. Yes. He Ingyo looked at Lu Ruyan's appearance and couldn't help but shake his head. "Ruyan Lu, am I not rushing at you right now? What? Do you think I will scold you and beat you? Honestly, there's no need for that. There's no point. After the scolding, after the fight, you're still the same high and mighty general manager Lu. What I want is to let you and Lu Tao, the pair of dogs and men, live in the world in distress and watch me dashing about recklessly in the clouds." Lu Ruyan's body is trembling at this moment. He Ingyo, this man is a devil. He didn't give him a cuckold, just caused a little misunderstanding in public opinion. He took himself as a life and death enemy. Heinjiu, in that case, there's nothing to talk about. If you don't let me go, I won't let you go. I won't divorce you. You'll never be free. When He Ingyo heard this, he stood up and walked over to Lu Ruyan. "Damn it, a good mood has been messed up by you like this. Lu Ruyan, do you still think I'm the same He Ingyo who held you in the palm of his hand and took good care of you?" After He Ingyo finished speaking, he directly moved his hand. This shameless woman did the kind of thing that made him lose face. He had been restraining himself, telling himself that he was a man and could not easily hit a woman. But it's good that Ruyan Lu managed to make him break through. The villa resounded with the sound of Lu Ruyan's howling. Listening to it gave people goosebumps. So you can imagine how ruthless He Ingyo's hands were. After a combination of punches, He Ingyo gasped for breath and picked up water to gulp down. Beating people is also physical work. Looking at Lu Ruyan who collapsed on the ground, He Ingyo said, "Lu Ruyan, no one in Linhai dares to threaten me. In the past, I was the one who spoiled you. I didn't expect you to be so confused about the situation. I've given you the opportunity to sue me for domestic violence, and I'm waiting." Lu Ruyan was badly beaten, but still stubbornly said, "He Ingyo, you're dreaming. Unless you beat me to death, you'll never want a divorce." "Oh, good. Let's see if it's your mouth that's hard or my fist. Stealing behind my back when I liked you, and now you can't even beat me away. You're a real." Lu Ruyan didn't say anything. She is indeed a. That's not because this bastard is dead set against letting go of the Lu family. What can she do? She just wants to use divorce to exchange him to let go of the Lu family only. Heinjiu, I still say the same thing. As long as you leave the Lu family alone, whether it's a divorce, or whatever, I'm resigned to my fate. Heinjiu wasn't bothering her, but picked up the phone. Careful, bring someone to the house and throw out Ruyan Lu and anything related to her. After Injo finished, he looked at Lu Ruyan and said, what makes you think you can exchange me with a divorce? Wait to sue for divorce. I will publicize everything about you and Lu Tao. If you want to make a big deal out of it, I'll just accompany you. Lu Ruyan suddenly laughed and said, Injo, cut the big talk. You won't prosecute. We've been together for 3 years. I know too well how good at face you are. You definitely don't want other people to know about me and Lu Tao. Heinjia felt as if he had knocked her silly with a combination of punches. Ruyan Lu, have you forgotten about the hot search? This matter has been known for a long time. Do you think I still care? The moment I took the stage to speak, I didn't want to make it easy for us. Lu Ruyan then remembered. Yes, this matter has long been a big deal. The past few days I have been regretting, busy with the group and how to win him back, have forgotten about the hot search. Not long after, Ning Xin came back and threw out Lu Ruyan and all of her things according to Injo's orders. But the expensive jewelry that Injo had given to Lu Ruyan over the years was not given to her. Injo, after all, is a person who has lived a hard life, riding a bicycle to the bar, should save and spend. Lu Ruyan returned home. Her father was informed and cursed. Injo not the least bit of love, even beat his daughter like this, but there was only cursing to be done and nothing to be done about it, and the impotent rage made it even worse. Willow's mother was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Old Lua, what can we do about this? This Heinjiu is pushing us towards death. What to do? How would I know what to do? Go ask your shameless daughter. If she hadn't hooked up with someone else, would all this have happened? Lu Ruyan looked at her parents, and was also regretful and aggrieved. When the Lu family was in trouble, it should have been her father who stepped in to solve the problem. But when he learned that Injo had always liked herself, she let herself go to find Injo. Upon learning of Injo's conditions, he expressed his own unwillingness, but his father completely ignored it and was even happy to get Injo as his son-in-law, now blaming himself so much, but saying nothing about what happened back then. Mom and Dad, don't worry, I'll make Heinjiu spare the Lu family. Lu Ruyan finished and left. She also want to go to the hospital. Just now maybe adrenaline spike. They do not feel anything. Now all over the body aches and pains. That dog man is really underhanded. A little bit, not pity. On the other hand, Injo this night but sleep very well. A combination of punches has been held in the heart of the haze seems to dissipate a lot. Their own a few days to play high skin is also quite tired. The next day, early in the morning, Injo came to the group, only to see a lot of people gathered in front of the group's main gate, and many people were taking pictures, and there were even reporters from the media. Puzzled, Injo walked quickly to the front door of the group, while the scene in front of him made him both angry and helpless. Ruyan Lu was kneeling straight in front of the group's front door, a sign with writing in front of her. The content of the text is probably that she knows that she is wrong and should not have no sense of boundaries. Injo has beaten and scolded, hoping that he will let go of his Lu group. He agreed to divorce, and will have to make amends to Injo in the future to atone for his sins. Injo also did not expect Lu Ruyan this woman can actually do this step, but think about it is also relieved. And the group in the future of the difficult life compared to dignity, reputation, counting ass. But the current situation is very passive for Heinjiu. In the society, women are supposed to be vulnerable and easily sympathized and pitied. Add to that the injuries she had sustained, kneeling without dignity in front of her syndicate's gates begging to be spared, and she was now thrust into the limelight. At this time a reporter saw Heinjiu and immediately came up for an interview. Mr. May I ask if you inflicted the injuries on Miss Lu? Injo has his own pride. He has always been an outspoken person. He doesn't care to lie. Yes, I hit her. She cheated on me in the marriage and won't agree to a divorce, and she harassed me yesterday. Mr. Now that Miss Lu is kneeling here to confess to you, praying for you to spare the Lu group, how will you handle this? Chapter 13, Life's hopelessness is a constant. Injo thought about it, looked at the nearby crowd, and then looked at Lu Ruyan who was kneeling there, a little scared, and finally sighed helplessly. Things have come to such a pass that he is bound to give an account to the masses. Besides, he really does not have evidence that Ruyan Lu really cheated on his wife, and after such a long time of investigation, Ruyan Lu and Lu Tao really did not go to bed, and even if they really cheated, in the face of Lu Ruyan doing so, the masses will not understand that they are too far gone, sympathizing with the weak. This is human nature. If he did not give a satisfactory answer today, the impact on both the group and himself would be enormous. Injo looked at Lu Ruyan and nodded with some indignation. Hey, since Mr. Lu has already reached this point, it's not good for me to be aggressive anymore. Peaceful divorce. Let's just get together. Heinjia's words were half said and left half done, but he didn't expect any more questions from reporters. So Mr. He, will you continue to target the Lu group? He Angio's face was gloomy, but still said, a good reunion. From today onwards, Mythic Group and Lu's Group in no relationship. Mythic Group will not help Lu's Group, but also will not be targeted again. As for other enterprises, want to cooperate with Lu's Group, it is also none of my business. After He Ingio finished speaking, he looked at Lu Ruyan who was kneeling on the ground. Ms. Lu, are you satisfied now? Can you leave now? My employees can't go to work when you're like this. Lu Ruyan stood up and said, Ingiu, thank you. I know I'm sorry. I will. Enough. No need to say anymore. He Ingio, am true to my word. I won't intentionally target you, Lu's Group, but in the future, above the shopping mall, we are each based on our own abilities, and Miss Lu really wants to make amends. Sign the divorce agreement. Ingiu, do we have to get a divorce? I love you. Let's not divorce, okay? Ruyan Lu, don't give your face to me. I'll definitely make you regret it if I'm pushed to the edge. Lu Ruyan naturally knew that He Ingio wasn't joking and could only choose to leave, but her purpose was also achieved. She still knew He Ingio very well. This man didn't care to lie, much less go back on his word. Since he said he wouldn't target Lu's Group, he would do it. The fact that he was able to succeed and make the Myth Group so big was actually inseparable from this credibility of his. Watching Lu Ruyan leave, He Ingio also sighed helplessly. It's true, he is so rich, but in this society, there are some things that still have to be compromised. It's the normal thing in life to be helpless. He Ingio collected his thoughts and walked into the group to start the day's work. Ninth brother, are you really just going to let that scummy girl Lu Ruyan go? Lin Dai asked cautiously. He Ingio listened to her call herself ninth brother, then looked at the people next to him who were looking at the two, and said with a straight face, how many times have I told you? Call positions at work. Oh, I see, Mr. Ho. He Ingio gave a blank look and said, I'm a man of my word, and it's time to engage in small actions instead of making the masses even more indignant. But don't be anxious, Lu Ruyan will come to me, and at that time, I'll make her pay a painful price. Lin Dai nodded. She had a feeling that He Ingio would definitely not let it go so simply. Mr. Guan from Jishin Technology arrived at 7 a.m. and has been waiting for you. Look, Jishin Technology? Why are you here? Borrowing money, or pulling investments? Pulling investments. Come on, look. He Ingio came directly to the meeting room. Jishin Technologies Guan always is a man in his 30s. A little messy, dark circles under the eyes, messy hair, with the glasses. However, He Ingio always felt as if people who engaged in research should look like this. Instead, not looking like this would make people feel a bit unprofessional. Mr. Hello, I'm Guan Xie from Jishin Technology. I'm sorry, I stayed up late last night working until this morning. I didn't have time to clean up, so I rushed to see you. He Ingio laughed, stretched out his hand and shook his hand and said, no harm, if it's not good to pull investment, seeing you like this, I'm rather down to earth. Ha ha. Guan Xie also smiled, and then handed the project plan to He Ingio, and spoke in detail. He Ingio, on the other hand, looked like he was listening to a heavenly book, but he didn't show it. Instead, he seriously nodded his head a few times all right and acted as if he understood. The ability to shut down the solution is very strong, just based on his serious dissection of some research principles, as well as the ability to speak professionally without looking at the planning book. He Ingio felt that he was a reliable person. At the same time, Heinjiu is still very optimistic about the new energy industry. He feels that new energy will become a trend of the times, is the product of the general trend. He Ingio patiently listened to Guan Xie's speech. In fact, he didn't listen at all and couldn't understand it even if he listened. After listening, He Ingio pretended to close the planning book and said, well, it's very good, a very innovative idea, and at the same time I'm very optimistic about the future potential of this project. These two sentences are the set phrases that Heinjiu learned, and they are the two phrases that are used whenever he encounters something that he does not understand. Guan Xie was thrilled to hear He Ingio's words and said, then what Mr. He means is, how much money do you need for research and development? Guan Xie knew that it was a done deal and said, $1 billion. He Ingio looked at Guan Xie who didn't reply and tapped his fingers on the desktop. Guan Xie asked cautiously, Mr. Is it too much? If you think it's too much, it's fine to invest a smaller portion, and I'll fight for the rest elsewhere. He Ingio smiled and said, Mr. Guan, I'm very optimistic about you, and even more optimistic about your project and team. Are you interested in joining Myth Group? How about I offer $1 billion to buy Jishin Technology and you be in charge? Mr. This is too much. Jishin Technology is just a small company. It's not worth this much money. He Ingio smiled and said, It's not like it's the company I'm looking at. It's you. I believe in you. Jishin Technology will definitely spread its wings. Guanxia listened to the words of He Injo. Suddenly some tears. So many years. The first time someone said that he was worth. He is a small researcher. In order to bring their own team research, they have joined a few companies, but they are not treated well, and finally swept out of the door. There is no way. He sold his house, car, and established Jishin Technology by himself. That is, together they aspire to develop a new energy source and soar to the top. No one ever valued him. His parents' lack of understanding, his girlfriend's breakup, and the lack of attention and even disparagement from other company executives made him doubt himself for a while. But he felt that he had now met Bull, a man not yet 30 years old and younger than himself, who actually said he was worth $1 billion. Good, Mr. He, I'll be working with you from now on. Don't worry, I'll definitely develop a new energy source, and you won't spend this billion in vain. Chapter 14, I don't believe in coincidence. After work at night, Hyunjo finished his socializing and was ready to go to the clubhouse to have a massage and rest. While walking to a training facility, a man and woman were seen arguing while the man slapped the woman to the ground. Hyunjo took a closer look and found that it was actually his own divorce defense attorney, Shin Chang. Hyunjo shook his head and told Yufei to stop the car and walk over with himself. Shin love, you really think I'm stupid, right? And you have been talking for more than a year. You're either this or that every day. In addition to holding hands, I did not get anything. She covered her face and said, Wu Jibwa, I told you, I have my own career. I'm still at the law firm during the day, and I have to tutor students taking the judicial exams at night. Wu Jibwa laughed and said, Shin love, still want to cheat me? I told you more than once, you lack money, I'll give it to you. I have plenty of money, but what about you? Don't think I don't know. Aren't you just using me as a shield? You don't want any of the things I send you, any of the money I give you. You schedule yourself all day long. You find every reason not to meet with me, and yet outwardly you keep saying that I'm your boyfriend. The result is that no one harasses you, and a lot of people take care of you. You're pretty good at it. Do you really think I, Wu Jibwa, am a vegetarian? He Injio heard the two men's conversation is also inexplicably amused. Did not expect this Chin love is quite a heart. Wu Jibwa is also, but also play pure love with women? Own and Lu Ruyan. At least don't play 3 years Qin Shing also stood up at this time, stared at Wu Jibwa and said, I don't understand what you're saying. If you think so, we can break up. At that time, I told you that I won't do anything that crosses the line with you before the marriage. You're the one who said that it's fine. Wu Jibwa gritted his teeth and said, Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? We are all adults. Do you think what you said is possible? I thought you were testing me, but I didn't expect you to take it seriously. Since Mr. Wu can't do it, let's break up. Ha ha ha, break up? You think beautiful? You fooled me for more than a year, and now you say break up? Shini had some fear at the moment and said, Then what do you want? Wu Jibwa, I'm warning you, don't mess around or I'll absolutely sue to the end. Wu Jibwa at this moment is also angry some crazy, said, Sue me? Good that also wait for me to finish playing you say, follow me. With that, Wu Jibwa took Qin Shing's hand and tried to force him into the car. Wu Jibwa, you're a bit classless if you play like that. Hyunjo walked over and said in an unsavory manner. Wu Jibwa turned around and frowned, saying, Hyunjo, what are you doing here? This is between me and my girlfriend. It has nothing to do with you. But he's my defense attorney, and my divorce from Ruyan Lu is going to trial soon, and I don't want anything to happen to my attorney that would affect my divorce. Nine still expressionless said, Sheen love this kind of woman, naturally cannot let Wu Jibwa scourge. To scourge, is also their own scourge. Wu Jibwa looked at Hyunjo and said, Hyunjo, I advise you to mind your own business. Others are afraid of you. My Wu family is not afraid to fight the lawsuit. Change the lawyer is, how much money? This young out. With a snap, Hyunjo slapped Wu Jibwa across the face. Your Wu family is not afraid of me, but it doesn't mean that you can too. Lousy is the rich generation. How many generations are you in? The one in your Wu family who can talk to me as an equal is your grandfather. Your father can't even. How dare you talk to me like that? You dare to hit me? Do you still want to be beaten? Wu Jibwa, there are some things that you and I would like to do. In this circle, cannot bully men and women. Do you want me to give your grandfather a call? The family teachings of these dukes are very strict. In fact, it is not like what is written in the novels that these top dukes can do no harm. On the contrary, they are more afraid of some negative remarks. First, the larger the family is, the more importance it attaches to the education and training of the next generation. They can spend money as they like, but they are never allowed to do evil. Second, they represent a family. A group is very important to public opinion, but some scandal cannot be covered up, not only to lose the face of the family, but also to the group's reputation and share price has a great impact. Thirdly, it is that it is not yet time to try to do evil. The competition within the big families is very fierce. They play, but they must be strictly disciplined, or else it will be miserable if the competitors know about it. Wu Jibwan naturally understood, and when he heard He Injo's words, he said with a gloomy face, He Injo, I'll take note of today's matter. He Injo smiled indifferently and said, go back and take a small notebook to write it down. Don't ever forget, the Wu family is powerful, and their own myth group is not comparable, or even better, but unfortunately, the Wu family's power is decentralized. Unlike their own, really fight, the Wu family is bound to be at a disadvantage. Wu Jibwa left unwillingly, and He Injo walked over to Qin Cheng and looked at her. Mr. Qin is busy, short of money? Qin Cheng nodded and said, my mother has been hospitalized and my brother has to pay for school. He Injo directly took out a check and wrote down 5 million, handing it to Qin Yi and said, follow me, and this 5 million will be yours. Qin Yi smiled and said, this $5 million, Wu Jibwa can also take it out. He's trying to buy you out. I'm just trying to have some fun. How about 5 times? 100 at a time? Qin Yi smiled sadly and said, Mr. He, I am short of money, but I am not for sale. Do you know why I am like this with Wu Jibwa? Because he has a fiancée. He won't marry me. He Injo smiled and said, what? You agree if I want to marry you? Consider it. Tell you what, how about I get divorced first? You take the money for emergencies, and we get along and see how it goes? Qin Yi lowered his head and thought about it, and said, good, you are at least one thing better than Wu Jibwa, and that is that you never break your word. He Injo smiled, and left, saying on his way out, Lawyer Qin, you take care of my business, and go talk to Lu Ruyan tomorrow. After He Injo got into the car, he glanced at Qin Cheng, who was still on the side of the road, and ordered to drive. In the car, He Injo said, Xiao Fei, have someone check on Qin Yi and Wu Jibwa. I don't believe in coincidences. Got it 9. What do you mean? Fei, do you think Wu Jibwa would be fooled by a woman for over a year? Also, if it didn't break out earlier, it didn't break out later, but it happened to be after I wanted a divorce and found Qin Yi, and here, it's my way to the clubhouse or home. 2 people do not appoint a place to talk, in favor of such a conspicuous place on the side of the road. Both are also considered to be people who want to face. Do not think it is strange? Yu Fei thought about it and said, got it, ninth brother. I'll have someone investigate as soon as possible. He Injo nodded and stopped talking. Oh, Wu Jibwa, if you're trying to count on me, then you really think highly of yourself. Chapter 15, Wu Jibwa and Qin Ai. On the 3rd day, Yun Bing called. A look as Yun Bing's phone He Injo did not come aflutter. That woman is really too beautiful and so classy, like poison to men. Mr. Yun, what? Going to miss your appointment? Yun Bing on the other side of the phone was obviously stunned, and after some thought, she said, Mr. I'm sorry, can you give me 2 more days? The group side hasn't made any arrangements yet. Sure, I'm a businessman, name the interest. Yun Bing was silent for a moment and said, 2 days, I'll pay you back 5 days. 10 days, Yun Bing after 2 days you don't come again. Don't blame me for taking your group building, no place to work, guess what will happen? I only heard Yun Bing sigh and said, okay, I know, 2 days later, I will definitely go see you. He Injo hung up the phone, then got up and went to the Civil Affairs Bureau. These 2 days Qin Love is really quite on the ball. Lu Ruyan also finally agreed to divorce. Arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lu Ruyan saw He Injo and was about to say something, but was interrupted by He Injo. Don't rub it in, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist punching you. And what He Injo didn't expect was that Ruyan Lu still opened her mouth. Heinjiu, I really love you. Oh, you're not in love with Heinjiu. You're in love with Chairman He of the Myth Group. He Injo finished and walked in. The 2 submitted the material. Due to prior greetings, coupled with the 2 people's affair made a big fuss, the leadership directly ordered the seal, for fear of making any more news. Looking at the divorce certificate in his hand, He Injo smiled, did not say a word to Lu Ruyan behind him, and directly got on the car and left. Ruyan Lu sighed as she watched Heinjiu leave from behind. He Injo, why don't you believe that I really love you? Since you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you. I'll get you back. I don't believe that our 3 years of relationship. You'll just put it down when you say so. Later that night, He Injo asked Qin Ai out, and after learning that Qin Ai had agreed to a date, He Injo's mouth smiled disdainfully. Oh, there must be something fishy. Before it was so busy, so rigid woman. Now actually, when things go wrong, they go wrong. The 2 went out on a date that night, and He Injo had to admit that the woman Qin Ching was still very pretty. To He Injo's surprise, Qin Love actually took out a card and returned for 2 million to He Injo. What's that supposed to mean? Qin Yi said, My mother's side is really in a hurry to use money. This 800,000 is enough for now, counting me to borrow from you. I will pay you back. Since you said you want to try with me, then don't mix too much interest between us. I only ask for one thing. Tell me about it. I'd like to take a position in your group. 1. I need a well-paying job. And 2. Having more contact with you will help us get to know each other. Yeah, report to work tomorrow as my assistant. Really? Hee-in-jo smiled and nodded, saying, of course. Shin-hee was very happy to say thank you, only he didn't see the teasing in Hee-in-jo's eyes. Last night Hee-in-jo got the results of the investigation. She and Woo Jibwa acted out a scene that seemed wonderful, but in fact, in the eyes of Hee-in-jo, it was broken. Shin Ai is Woo Jibwa's girlfriend, a very normal girlfriend. Even Shin Ai went to college was secretly funded by Woo Jibwa, but Woo Jibwa does have a fiancée, the daughter of the Xiao group, Xiao Charan. Woo Jibwa loves Qin Chang, and Qin Chang is indeed much prettier than Xiao Charan, but after all, the status gap is too big, and Woo Jibwa is not valued by the family. The two of them were only found out about their romance over a year ago, to which the Woo family and the Xiao family were furious and ordered the two not to be together. In the face of oppression, Woo Jibwa could only say that it was Qin Fei who had begged for his help, using its Woo family name to avoid other harassers, and the two had indeed done so for over a year, in order to get rid of the family's control. In order to be able to be together with Qin Chang, Woo Jibwa and Qin Chang both have been trying to find a way until Hee-in-jo went to the law firm and found Qin Chang. With the two of them negotiating, the two of them put on a bittersweet show to let Hee-in-jo know that Qin Ai is chaste and pitiful. Afterwards, Qin Ai will hook up with Hee-in-jo and marry him. When they get married, they will create an accident and let Hee-in-jo die. Hee-in-jo has no relatives, and Qin Ai, who is his wife, is the only heir. When Qin gets the myth group, her status will naturally rise, and the Woo family will never stop the two of them from being together, but will also be very supportive. And with Qin Yi's help, Woo Jibwa will be like a fish out of water in the Woo family as well. At that time, the two of them, one in charge of the myth group and the other in charge of the Woo family, will be strong and happy together. The script took shape in his mind when Heinju learned of the true relationship between the two of them. Honestly, a very dogmatic, yet realistic plan. Indeed, he has no relatives, even if he does die. Qin Chang, who is his wife, can easily keep things down while inheriting his inheritance. The dream is very plump, but unfortunately, they are too underestimated Hee-in-jo. Hee-in-jo spoiled Lu Ruyan for 3 years, and the appearance to outsiders is that he is horny, love-brain, big-hearted, and has little heart. But they didn't think about it. If Hee-in-jo was really like that, the myth group would have been eaten up long ago and would still be so strong. It's just that Heinju has been pretending for too long, so long that it's become habitual for a lot of people. Qin Xiang wanted to join the myth group because she wanted to cultivate a relationship with herself, and secondly, she wanted to get in touch with the affairs of the group to lay the foundation for her to inherit the group in the future. Hee-in-jo had to admit that Woo Jibwa, this kid, still has 2 tricks. He hid the Qin love really quite deep, but there is still no thing that you Fei cannot investigate. Since you want to play, let's play with you guys. It's just that I just got divorced and I'm short of a woman to relieve my boredom. The next day, Qin Chang joined the myth group. The fact that Hee-in-jo had recruited an extremely beautiful woman as an assistant spread instantly, and the first one who couldn't sit still was Lu Ruyan. At noon that day, Ruyan Lu ran to the myth group and was very attentive to Hee-in-jo. I say, Ruyan Lu, we're divorced. Why are you still coming to me? Lu Ruyan, however, was unimpressed and said, it's not because I'm afraid that you can't eat well. You're so picky about what you eat, but I've heard that you've been eating in the cafeteria at noon lately, so I didn't bring you the meals you love. Is there something seriously wrong with you? We're divorced, okay? I know, but with the divorce, don't I have the right to pursue you? What do you mean? You're going to chase me again? Lu Ruyan nodded her head very seriously and once again said words that made Hee-in-jo feel sick. Injin, I love you. I do. True, your mom. True. Ruyan Lu, our relationship is over, but I'd consider making you a sleeping partner. Hee-in-jo had thought that Lu Ruyan would definitely not be able to stand in the face of such insulting words, but he didn't expect that this didn't even hesitate. Okay, fine. Chapter 16, Yunbing's arrival. Hee-in-jo's words were not a lie. Lu Ruyan's body so far, indeed only he had touched it. Lu Ruyan is also really quite great. These 3 years, Hee-in-jo and her couple life is also relatively happy. The two are quite compatible. Hee-in-jo was also full of concern and said, fine, then you can find a time to move back. Hee-in-jo finished and left, while Lu Ruyan smiled bitterly, but didn't say anything. Physical like, isn't it the basis of love? Take your time. In the afternoon, Lu Ruyan really found someone to move back again, and she didn't expect that Hee-in-jo was completely like a different person after he came back. It was no longer like before between the two of them. when Heinjiu would take care of her and pity her, but now, he only cared about his own fun, and didn't care what she thought at all. He wouldn't cuddle her to sleep anymore either, and when it was over he got up and left, completely using her as a tool. On this day, Ruyan Lu was at home, hard at work making a table of dishes, so tired that her hair was sticking to her forehead. Every day for the past few days she carefully served Heinjiu, hoping to win back his love, and to her surprise, Heinjiu did come back, only with a woman who was like a goddess. For the first time, Lu Ruyan felt unconfident about her looks. Compared to this woman, she was as inferior as an ugly duckling. This woman, whether it was her looks, her body, her skin, or her temperament, she was crushed against her on all fronts. Until this moment, she didn't realize that maybe Heinjiu really wouldn't turn back with this woman, which man would still consider himself. That's right, the person who came was none other than Yun Bing, the #1 beauty in the 3 provinces and 1 city, who had ended her work in the group and had come to fulfill her promise. Ruyan Lu stepped forward, with an unconcealed despondency on her face. "Injin, you're back. This is my woman, Yun Bing." Yun Bing looked at the two in confusion and said, "This is my ex-wife. Had to re-chase me. Ha, Heinjiu, you're really good at this," Yun Bing said with a cold smile, while Lu Ruyan listened to Heinjiu's words but lowered her head and didn't say anything. She really wanted to cry a little at this moment. Heinjiu didn't say anything more, but pulled Yun Bing to sit at the dining table. "Let's eat. This ex-wife of mine, she's a mediocre cook, but she cooks clean." Yun Bing blankly glanced at him with some displeasure. She still felt uncomfortable even though she knew that it was just a deal with Heinjiu. What's the deal with bringing yourself home and your ex-wife actually being home? Lu Ruyan was sitting on the other side with red eyes, taking small bites. She tried her best to hold back the tears, but her tears were still so indisputable that one by one they fell into her bowl. She lowered her head even deeper, afraid that the two across the room would realize she was crying. The last of her decency. This night, Heinjiu did not come to find himself, and Yun Bing's heavenly voice rose and fell. Heinjiu didn't show up all night. Lu Ruyan knew that he slept with Yun Bing in his arms. He knew Heinjiu. He once said that he would only spend the night with the woman he loved. The next day Heinjiu got up. Last night was the most comfortable moment in his life. Yun Bing, really too beautiful, gave him the most extreme enjoyment. Heinjiu sat in the recliner by the window smoking a cigarette. He was a bit messed up now. After Yun Bing woke up, her pretty face was red. She still remembered what happened last night. A line of clear tears flowed down. She had cried last night, even on the way here. Heinjiu watched her get up and said with some annoyance, "Is this your first time? Why didn't you tell me?" Yun Bing laughed miserably and said, "Is it meaningful to tell or not to tell you? Will you let me go? I just didn't think of it." "Oh, Heinjiu, what makes you think that?" Heinjiu laughed and said, "In this society, for a woman as beautiful as you, I think it's a miracle that she can keep her first child for 27 years, not to mention the first time. I'm not as worthless as you think. Everyone knows I keep my distance from the opposite sex and protect myself even more. You're 27 and you've never liked anyone? No, none of them deserve it. Grass, pretend what most hate women say what match or not. Lousy also just divorced it, not the same sleep you." Yun Bing listened to Heinjiu's words, biting her lip and saying nothing, only looking at him stubbornly. Heinjiu stood up and said, "Alright, I didn't know last night, so you can rest at home today. I'm going to the group. It's none of your business. I have my own things to do. I just agreed to sleep with you. You have no business restricting my freedom." "Humph, whatever." Heinjiu grunted coldly and left. When he went downstairs, he didn't find Ruyan Lu. It seems that this woman knows what to do. Why bother sticking her face out to be beaten? Yun Bing watched Heinjiu leave and could no longer control his emotions, burying his face into his knees and crying out in pain. During the day, Yun Bing was still remotely controlling the operations of Yun Group until Heinjiu came back at night. Heinjiu walked into the room and looked at Yun Bing still lying on the bed and said with a smile, "Isn't this quite obedient?" Yun Bing said with a cold snort, "It hurts. It's just inconvenient." Heinjiu shook his head and said, "What did you have for lunch?" "Didn't eat. No appetite. Haven't eaten all day?" What a fairy. Listening to Heinjiu's mocking words, Yun Bing was too lazy to take care of him. Anyway, it was only 40 days, so he would pass after enduring it. Heinjiu didn't say anything else, but directly walked over and picked up Yun Bing in a horizontal hug. "Heinjiu, what are you doing? Carry you downstairs to eat. Don't starve to death? Want to starve to death and so on also have to wait for the old man to finish playing. Heinjiu, you asshole." "Thanks." Heinjiu carried Yun Bing downstairs and placed him on the sofa, while Yun Bing realized that there were quite a few new purchases in the living room. Everything from clothes to toiletries is available and they are all high-end. "Did you buy all this? Can you believe I picked it up?" Yun Bing gave a blank look and didn't bother to speak again. This man's speech was really stinky and hard. Injo turned the TV on, tuned out the cartoon, and took some snacks for Yun Bing, saying, "Watch it, eat some snacks to pad your stomach. I'll go cook." You cook? Don't you have an aunt here? I also used to be very bitter, can't afford to eat well, can only do it myself. As for auntie, let me resign. The previous ones are Lu Ruyan's people. Haven't found a suitable one yet. Oh, Yun Bing stopped talking, but really watched the cartoon. This is the first time she watched it, since she was a child. Her time has been scheduled full. Wait until she grows up. It is no longer suitable to watch this kind of thing. Yun Bing sat on the sofa in her pajamas, watching cartoons and eating snacks, occasionally glancing back at Injo who was cooking in the kitchen. In this moment, she suddenly felt at home. Chapter 17:9 is very bitter and very tired. About an hour or so later, Injo had all the food ready and came over to help Yun Bing walk over to eat. Yun Bing's pretty face reddened to the point of no return. What is this called? Last night this bastard madly spoiled himself and made himself like this, and now he still has to let him hold him up. Coming to the dining table and looking at the 4 dishes and 1 soup made by Injo, Yun Bing froze. This is all my favorite food, and you actually know what I avoid? These things, it's not hard for me, Heinjiu, to want to know, right? Here, disposable chopsticks. You know about my cleanliness fetish? Well, I could tell yesterday when we were having sex, you were so close to wanting to throw up. Yun Bing's pretty face blushed as she said, "So you purposely investigated my preferences?" Injo, helpless, said, "Can you stop, BB? Can you eat?" Exhausted. This little Yuzhong province know a lot of people. Yun Bing fiercely blanked a glance. What kind of person? Just a little good impression of him. For some time after that, Ruyan Lu wasn't showing up, while Injo was going home every night, and of course enjoying Yun Bing every night. This day Yun Bing was at home, pressing her forehead with her hand. She was having her period. Every time she came, it was unusually hard for her. Abdominal pain and headache. When Injo came back, he saw Yun Bing's appearance and asked, "What's wrong with this? Not feeling well?" Yun Bing didn't say anything. "Hey, deaf, ask you a question. No need for you to care," Yun Bing said stubbornly. Injo was also too lazy to bother with her and said, "Order your own takeout in the evening. I have a reception." Yun Bing still didn't say anything, and Injo gave a blank look, getting up and heading upstairs to change into a suit. After changing his clothes and going downstairs, Injo glanced at Yun Bing and opened the door to leave. Seeing Injo leave, Yun Bing couldn't hold on any longer and clutched her stomach, her lips turning white with pain. It wasn't long before the door to the villa was opened again, only to see Heinjiu walk in wearing a mask and a hat. As soon as he came in, he threw the black plastic bag towards Yun Bing. Yun Bing took a look and found that it was actually a few packets of sanitary napkins, and then looked at Injo who had covered himself up with only his glasses exposed, and didn't hold back, letting out a giggle. What's so funny about laughing? Injo then took out his phone and said, "Put off the evening reception, I have something to do." Hanging up the phone, he saw Injo walk into the kitchen to make a mess. It didn't take long to walk out with a bowl of brown sugar water and a piece of gum. The expressionless face was placed in front of Yun Bing. Yun Bing suddenly giggled. "Heinjiu, where did you learn how to do that? Are you trying to get me killed?" "The internet, that's what they say. How do you do it? Come on, don't get busy. These are useless in a couple of days." Injo froze for a moment. In the 10 days that the two of them had been together, it was the first time he had seen Yun Bing being so gentle with him. So this woman also had a gentle side. Injo didn't say a word and sat next to her to watch TV with her. Yun Bing's panting started to become uneven from the pain. Injo shook his head, and as soon as he wrapped Yun Bing in his arms, he stretched out his hand to rub her stomach. Yun Bing, on the other hand, instantly tensed her body and began to tremble slightly all over. This was the first time someone had rubbed her stomach. Injo said in a bad mood, "You have a disease, rubbing the stomach only. The bed has been on so many times. Nervous hair, and then do not relax a moment cramps. Silly woman." Originally Yun Bing was quite touched, but as soon as I heard the words of Injo, I was angry. Can be regarded as a possession of their own, nothing to mention a mouth, really annoying. But then he rubbed his stomach, and it was so comforting. "You can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. For the sake of you rubbing my belly, this lady won't bother with you." Injo didn't speak or look at her again, but Yun Bing was a delicate mind. She knew that this man had put off the social functions because of her, and even put down his face to buy sanitary napkins, and although he had a stiff upper lip, the hand rubbing her stomach didn't stop. "Heinjiu, you won't fall in love with me, will you?" "Humph, Yun Bing, even if a kitten or puppy is hard to get in front of me like this today, I won't ignore it." "Shay, I hope so, don't make me despise you." Injo ignored her, but thought again about Qin Chang. These 10 days, Qin Ching seems to have really entered the role. Usually dealt with things as if she was his girlfriend. How about you eat her? Don't eat it, quite a loss. Eat it, Cloud Ice this will not be. What does one want her for? Will she and what will she do? Less than a month more. She pays back the money and gets the hell out of there. The next day He Injio went to the group but left Ning Xin behind to take care of Yun Bing. Miss Yun, I'm Ning Xin. Just order me if you need anything. Yun Bing had investigated He Injio and naturally knew Ning Xin's identity. This woman, who was called a female martial god, was not even an exaggeration. Okay, I know. It doesn't hurt that much anymore. I can take care of myself. Ning Xin nodded and didn't say anything else. She wasn't a talkative person herself. Yun Bing had been busy all morning, and when she took a break at noon Ning Xin prepared lunch for her, so the two of them ate together. Yun Bing asked, Ning Xin, is it convenient for a girl like you to follow He Injio around? Do you want to consider coming to follow me? Ning Xin raised her eyes and looked at Yun Bing somewhat icily. Yun, it's better not to make this kind of joke. I'm serious. He's a big man, and Yu Fei is there. You must be inconvenient. Why don't you follow me? I'm very much in love with you. Miss Yun seems to know ninth brother and us quite well. Of course, if Heinjiu investigates me, it's only natural that I investigate him as well. Ning Xin did not expect this legendary iceberg female president of Yun Group to have such a side. Yun, it's actually quite simple for you to ask me to follow you, and there's no need for any payment. Yun Bing immediately brightened up and said, What? You marry ninth brother? As long as you marry him, he'll send me to your side to protect you. He won't marry for fear I'll eat his extinct family and not pay him back. Yun Bing's pretty face flushed when she finished speaking, feeling that she had said the wrong thing, as if she had begged him to marry her. Ning Xin broke into a smile and said, Miss Yun, maybe it really was like this in the beginning, but I've been with ninth brother for more than 5 years and I still know him. He likes you a lot. Yun, if one day you and ninth brother are together, I hope you can care more about him. He's actually very bitter and tired. Yun Bing was a bit stunned. He knew that He Injio had relied on himself to build this foundation. He must have suffered a lot of tiredness, but Ning Xin said that he liked himself? Kidding aside, he was quite fond of himself, but was fond of his body. Chapter 18 It is better to be recognized than to be feared. In the office of the president of Myth Group, Qin Ching was currently sitting on He Injio's lap. Injin, you're taking advantage of me again, Qin Mei said with some shyness. Heinjio gave a bad smile. You'll be my wife later. It's just collecting interest now. That's not good enough. In these 10 days, it was the first time that Qin Ching heard He Injio say this kind of words, and immediately thought, men are really all this kind of virtue, or their own jibwa is better. Injin, are you serious? You'll marry me? Or else, for your sake, I've offended even the Wu family, and I'm in such a hurry to get a divorce. Don't you understand what that means? Qini smiled like a flower and said, if you marry me, a piece of my heart will be put down. He Injio narrowed his eyes and said, baby, let's go get a license tomorrow, okay? Qin Ching instantly nodded her head and said, yes. Qin Love completely circumvented the irrationality of He Injio so soon to get a license with her, and only thought that it was his own pretty. He Injio colorful anxious, because he said, do not get a license, and will never hand himself over. You know, for the sake of their plan, in order to be able to get Heinjiu into the game, Qin Yi had undergone prosthetic surgery, but He Injio is very sensible. Qin Love, say you smart or say you stupid it? 10 days to agree to get a license with me. Do not feel that they acted illogical? Qin Yi completely did not notice this point of her, because she is too much want to be with Wu Jibwa. She is not a watery woman. Every time and He Injio ambiguous, she feels disgusting. Feel He Injio disgusting, but also feel disgusted themselves. But it's getting close. Hold on to yourself for a few more months, and when the plan works, no one will be able to stop her and Jibwa from being together anymore. And He Injio is also thinking at this moment, Wu Jibwa, Qin Cheng, playing with me, you two are still too young. On the other hand, Yun Bing in the villa called with a gloomy face, why is it underfunded? We have calculated in detail that 2 billion is enough. Why, Mr. Yun? It was the board of directors who decided. They said that the rotten building matter should be compensated partially first and dragged on, saying that the project on the big young master's side has now reached a critical period. So, that's why an additional $1 billion has been invested. A bunch of fools. The rotten building thing has already made a big fuss. If there is really a human life, Yun's group will all have to suffer. Don't they have a brain? Besides, what kind of crappy project is Yun Tao's? Why use $1 billion? That money is what I begged for that I even paid. Hey, Mr. Yun, the chairman has always favored the eldest young master. So, Yun Bing is simply to be angry. This 2 billion is she paid her innocence in exchange. By what right they took half without saying a word? Yun Bing hung up the phone. Anger, aggression instantly attacked. Once again cried bitterly. As he was crying, Hyunjo came back with some food in his hand, even a cotton candy. Hyunjo looked at Yun Bing, who was crying in pain, walked over and handed the cotton candy to her. Here, I bet you haven't eaten it before. Dangyun family's eldest miss. This kind of thing is not usually allowed to eat, right? Yun Bing raised her head and saw the cotton candy that was the size of her head. When she was a child, she had always wanted to eat it herself, but unfortunately her parents did not agree with it, saying that it was junk food, and that she, the eldest lady of the Yun family, could not eat this kind of thing. Looking at the marshmallow now, she was very intent. Yun Bing took the cotton candy and took a small bite. It was very sweet. Thanks. How big of a deal is it to cry like this? I'll lend you another $1 billion. Hyunjo said indifferently, but Yun Bing's eyes widened. She was worried about how to discuss with Hyunjo. She already had nothing worth $1 billion to mortgage to him. I don't have anything to pledge anymore, and besides, I can't afford the interest rate. Hyunjo smiled. No collateral, no interest. I'll have the money transferred to you, and you'll go back tomorrow and take care of things, so you won't have to stay with me for a while. Yun Bing froze, then smiled a little and said, Hyunjo, thank you. I didn't expect you to be willing to help me. Hyunjo gave a blank look and said, what if I don't help you? Quite capable. Favoring a pig brain. That rotten building started out as a project that your eldest uncle was in charge of, and it ended up being rotten and handed over to you, and you actually managed to take over, and then people are now occupying your money. They want to let the rotten building thing ferment. Take the opportunity to drive you out of Yun's group. Let people sell it, and count the money. How can I lend you money? You can't pay it back. I really take that Thai building away? What do I need him for? What I want is cash. Yun Bing sighed helplessly. It can't be helped. My grandfather favors sons over daughters, and has always favored my eldest uncle and his family, so I can only do the hard work, trying to make my grandfather see my ability and leave me a place in the group. Humph, childish. Yun Bing, let me tell you, in this society, either you eat people or you get eaten. Remember, if people are not ruthless, they can't stand firm. Think about getting people to approve of you. How about thinking about how to make people jealous of you? Yun Bing nodded. I know, and now I also understand that I paid my innocence without being able to undo my grandfather's favoritism. In that case, I don't look forward to it. Hyunjo, do me one more favor. Don't you stomp your nose. Oh. Yun Bing did not pay attention to Hyunjo's rude words, but said to himself, lend me Ning Xin for a period of time. This time to go back. May. You're dreaming, dog woman. Ning Xin isn't Zhao Yun. You're not Liu Bei, and I'm even less of a Gong Sunzan. So don't play that ing game. By the way, ing said pause not no need for you to accompany the end of your side of things. The rest of the time you have to make up for the old man, as well as 1 billion, plus half a month. Oh yes, and the days when you come to the aunt, also have to make up for the old man. Yun Bing watched Hyunjo being petty and chattering there, but he gave him a gentle look and said, okay, when it's over, it'll all be made up to you. Hyunjo didn't expect this woman to agree so painfully, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Right, hungry, let's eat some of Lin Hai's specialty snacks, thinking that you shouldn't have eaten them. After eating, the two of them sat on the sofa and watched the news, while Hyunjo put his hand on Yun Bing's little neat silk feet without looking away. Yun Bing gave a blank look, so both stocking jade feet were placed on his legs. This 10 days this guy has been in love with his own feet. Hyunjo still watched the TV in a serious manner, but had fallen in love with it. Hyunjo sometimes wondered if there was really such a perfect woman in the world. The number one beauty in the 3 provinces and 1 city really lives up to her name. Even her feet look so good. Chapter 19, All Things Considered. Yun Bing felt a little funny when he looked at Hyunjo's pretense. In these 10 days, Hyunjo made her feel at home, letting her realize for the first time that it was really good to have someone to take care of and someone to rely on. She didn't know what kind of feelings she had for Hyunjo, but she knew that he would always be an extremely special presence in her heart, because it's his first man. Someone once said that no matter how many men a woman has had in her life, she will never forget the man who took her first. She knew that in the past 10 days, she was becoming less and less repulsed by him, and he seemed to be getting more and more attached to her. It's only been 10 days, such a short time. Is it really that amazing? Or, as someone else put it in their mouth, physical closeness can accelerate the emotional closeness of 2 people. Yun Bing didn't know and didn't understand. All she knew now was that this man was special in her heart. Hein 9. It's okay. You're ing sick. Can you stop being so rude all the time? I heard your ex-wife is the reason. Asterisk. Off. Don't mention her. I've never wanted anyone else to change, and no one else should ever want me to change, and those who understand don't have to explain. let alone change. Yun Bing glanced at him and didn't say anything as the two continued to watch the news. Hi 9. What causes 9? What are you doing again? Got nothing to talk about? Do you think I can win this time when I go back? Can't lose. Why? I counted on my fingers. I worshipped the Buddha. I made a wish with the bastard. Okay? Boring. Don't you know what it means to make things happen? Go to sleep. Yun Bing gave a blank look. Asshole, uncomprehending man, big straight man, deserved to be divorced. On the bed, Yun Bing softly said, Heinjiu, I'm leaving tomorrow morning. Got it. Help me out. What for? What do you say? I'm still on my period. Use your feet. Nasty. Early the next morning, Yun Bing looked at Hee In-gyo sleeping beside her, gently got out of bed and left. She was going to set off back to Jeong province. She wanted to get justice for herself. Just as she exited the villa's front door, she saw Ning Xin. Ning Xin. How do you? I'm waiting for you. Ninth brother ordered that I return to Jeong province with you and protect you closely. Upon hearing this, Yun Bing unconsciously glanced back at the bedroom she had just left, only to see that Heinjiu was standing in front of the window, smoking a cigarette while looking at her. At this moment Yun Bing admitted that she was moved. After so many years, for the first time she was moved for a man. Even if she did that kind of thing with him before, she just took it as a task and never had any other mind. Hee In-gyo opened the window and said, Go on. If you can't win, you don't have to come back. I can't afford to lose that person. Yun Bing suddenly spread a smile and said, Hee In-gyo, what if I really lose? Heinjiu snorted at that and closed the window and walked away. Che, asshole dog man. Yun Bing left, and Hee In-gyo came to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Asterisk. 2 visits in half a month. People who don't know think I'm a scumbag who cheats on his wife. Waiting for Chin-yi to arrive. The two of them took wedding photos and were about to head to the front desk to receive their marriage license when Hee In-gyo's phone rang. Heinjiu looked anxious after answering the phone. Baby, go back to the group with me. Shao Dai, the wedding photos are done. You arranged to get the marriage license. Your sister-in-law and I will go back first. Something has happened. Okay, leave it to me. Mr. He, you go first. On the car, Shin Ching also did not think much about what, for he in 9 such characters, took a wedding photo. The license really pro or not personally go does not matter. The assistant on behalf of the can also be. The two of them arrived at the group, and Hee In-gyo directly led Shin Ching into the conference room. Hee In-gyo sat down directly and asked, What's going on? How come the R&D program is underfunded? Won Solution said, Mr. He, new energy research and development is inherently accompanied by the risk of failure. Can only say that bad luck? 10 options, maybe a time to choose the right, but we chose 10 times before. Cut the crap. How close is the R&D funding? 5 to 8 billion. Where's the finance department? Mr. Ho, here. How much money does the group still have at its disposal? Mr. He, a lot of our funds have been loaned out, and we transferred out another 1 billion this morning, so there's only 2 billion that we can use now. Hee In-gyo tapped his fingers on the desktop, thought for a long time, and said, Find someone to work with. Won Xia said, Mr. He, is there no other way? Such a piece of cake, sharing it with others is not. What if you don't share? Who let you not compete? The group has not returned the funds now, and the project cannot afford to delay. There is no way out. Hey, Mr. He is sorry, it's all my. Okay, I didn't blame you. Prepare to recruit co-development partners, adjourn the meeting, shut down the solution. Don't be so stressed, you can earn it back anyway, earn more or less. Hee In-gyo left after saying that, but Chin-yi didn't leave. Mr. Guan, don't feel bad. Injin didn't mean to blame you. Guan Xia nodded bitterly and said, I know, thank you ma'am. Chin-yi was very happy to hear him call himself ma'am and asked, Mr. Guan, I see that both you and Injiu attach great importance to this project, and you still don't want to find a partner. Why is that? Madam, all don't know. This new energy is a big piece of cake. We are now in the leading position. Once we succeed first, the revenue that we'll bring is simply unlimited. Kin. So that's how it is. No wonder you and Injin are so attached to it. AI. It's me who is not competitive. Letting Mr. He down. Ma'am, no more. I'm going back. I still have to catch up on my research. Chin-yi returned to the president's office and looked at Hee In-gyo's cloudy face. Injin, what's wrong? Why do you look so bad? Unwillingly, such a piece of cake, actually have to share it with someone. You're going to be exhausted all day. I'm heartbroken. The matter of recruiting partners, why don't you leave it to me? We're also licensed. I want to help you share some of it, or else people will think I'm a vase. At this time, Lin Dai walked in and said, Mr. He, ma'am, the marriage license has been completed. Handing the 2 red books to the duo, they also smiled at each other. Hee In-gyo thought about it and said, We are now a legal couple. You really should try to participate in the group's affairs. The investment promotion matter will be given to you. Xiao Dai, your sister-in-law just contacted. You assist her. Got it, mister. Ho, Chini said. Then Injin, I'll go and get ready first. Well, go for it. After Chini left, Hyunjio swept away the previous disheveled color and said with a playful face, Xiao Dai, not bad. This marriage certificate is enough to fake the real That goes without saying. You don't trust me to do my job. Well, the fake project thing over at Sekirei is ready too, right? Ready. Hyunjio stood up and went to the window to light a cigarette. Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. Chapter 20, Goodbye Wu Jibwa. That night, Hyunjio didn't leave an ounce of mercy and directly took down Chini. Looking at the sleeping woman beside him, Hyunjio smiled wryly. Just two clowns. With you guys, you dare to count on me. Hyunjio, Wu family, this time do not let you hurt your bones. All count me Hyunjio these years in vain. These days Hyunjio lived a very comfortable life, eating and drinking every day, almost equal to a honeymoon with Chin Ching. Chin Love is even high-profile sunshine in Hyunjio's marriage certificate, as well as some of the daily activities. Hyunjio also take her to attend various occasions. A model couple. Hyunjio naturally knew what Kin was playing at, and didn't point it out. But this news is not only known to people in Linhai, the same has also spread to Jiang province, and almost everyone in the Yun group feels that Yun Bing, General Manager Yun, is in a very wrong state these days, and is in an extremely bad mood every day. On this day, Hyunjio brought Chin Xiang to a dinner party and ended up meeting an acquaintance, Wu Jibwa. Hyunjio instantly had a bad taste in his heart, and wrapped his arm around Chin Ching's waist and walked over. Isn't this Mr. Wu? Long time no see. Which woman are you chasing again? When Wu Jibwa saw the intimate appearance of Hyunjio and Chin Ching, a wave of air was held in his chest, unable to go up, unable to go down. It was very difficult. Wu Jibwa didn't say anything. He didn't want to dwell on it. He was afraid that he couldn't help but reveal himself. Wu Dishao, don't go away. You say you, a big young man of a luxurious family, still can't compare to me? A man who is married for the second time. My wife has not let you touch her for more than a year, and I've only been with her for less than a month, and yet I've tasted her all over the place. Wu Jibwa's hands were trembling as he held the wine glass, his fingertips already white from the force. Wu Jibwa turned to look at the two and said, it can't be helped. Master Jiao is more free and can marry whoever he wants. Unlike me, there are too many obstacles. Hyunjio smiled. Listening to Wu Jibwa's words, he clearly felt Chin Ai trembled slightly. Young Wu, aren't you going to say a few words of blessing? In 9, forget it. It's kind of an ex-boyfriend after all. It's weirdly awkward. Let's go. Chin finally couldn't help but say. She didn't dare to imagine how much it would hurt Wu Jibwa to let him say the words to bless the two. Hyunjio frowned and said, honey, what did you just call me? Honey, I'm just a little embarrassed to call you my husband in front of my ex-boyfriend. Kind of. Ha ha, it's fine. It's fine. What kind of ex-boyfriend does Wu Xiao count as? If pulling a hand counts as an ex-boyfriend, then if I go and shake hands with Zhao's family in a while, doesn't that count as well? Ha ha ha. Wu Jibwa gasped for air and said, Hyunjio, I advise you to leave it as it is. I don't have time to show off my mouth with you here. Good. Then Wu Xiao please. I'm also tired. Let's go wife. Let's go home. What color stockings should I wear today? Chini didn't reply while Wu Jibwa's lungs were about to explode. Hyunjio was unforgiving and said, wife, say it, I've forgotten. Chini motion was helpless and said, flesh color. Hey, pretty good, my favorite, can't wait, let's go. Watching Hyunjio leave, Wu Jibwa's eyes were filled with malice. Hyunjio, go wild. You won't be wild for long. You won't even dream that the wife you like is my woman. And even more so, the knife I planted by your side. The next day, Jishin Technology was suddenly invested $6 billion. The source of this money is Red Star Pharmaceuticals. The Chin situation reports that Red Star Pharmaceuticals intends to expand its business and seeks to transform itself. And Hyunjio knew very well that the money came from the Wu family. And the boss of Red Star Pharmaceuticals, Li Wei, was the son-in-law of Master Wu's sister. Few people knew about this relationship, but what they knew even less was that Linhai's Tanya Clubhouse was Linhai's largest intelligence organization, and the owner, Wen Hong, known as Sister Hong, was actually Yu Fei's woman. The entire city of Linhai, to put it bluntly, is under Yu Fei's watchful eye, and the extremely prestigious mercenary corps in the world, Slaughtered Dream's chief assassin, is not just a name for nothing. Hyunjio was drinking tea with Yu Fei in his office. Little Fei, what's the situation with that woman Lu Ruyan? She's disappeared for quite a while. I don't feel right about it. Ninth brother, the Lu group is developing a project in the Western District. It's been quite busy lately, and Ruyan Lu has been doing it herself and, say, what can't you say? And she recruited Lu Tao back. Hee In-jo snorted and said. Sure enough, when he said something about breaking his legs, it was just an act. Yufei lowered his head and said, I'm sorry ninth brother, because she was your wife in the beginning. When Hong and I didn't dare to let anyone spy on us. So, well, normal, I don't blame you. Heinjiu picked up the phone. Governor Liu, it's been a long time since we've gotten together. Why? Call the other few bankers, I'll be the host tonight. Let's have some fun. Good. At night, Shangtian building. I won't see you there. Hanging up the phone, Hee In-jo said, Xiao Fei, tell Wen Hong to pay close attention to all the movements of Qin Yi and the Wu family, and never allow any accidents to occur. Okay, got it 9. In the evening, Hee In-jo called over almost all the presidents of the major banks in Linhai City. After 3 rounds of wine, Governor Liu said, In-jiu how did you suddenly get us all together here? Do you believe me when I say I miss all my old buddies? Governor Li laughed after hearing this. In-jiu, you're making fun of us. If we were women, I'd still believe you when you say that. Li, that's a remarkably thinly veiled sentiment. Ha ha ha, just kidding, just kidding. Governor Zhu shook his head and said, alright, In-jiu, you must have called us for something. We can come, just to do something for you. We are all brothers. Just say it straight. Yes, yes, yes. Between us, there is no saying. Is it short of money? You say, with how much? Our brothers and sisters for you to get together. The interest rate is absolutely the lowest. Hee In-jo laughed and said, old brother, you guys are looking down on me too much. How can I? Hee In-jo, like money? I am the god of 9 wealth. I'd like to ask, how much does Ruyan Lu owe your various banks? Listening to a few people, Hee In-jo did some math. About 500 million. When is it due? Soon. It's only a week away. You were the one who gave the favor last year. Have you forgotten? What? Injin, haven't you turned the page yet? Hee In-jo smiled and said, brothers, in the future, try not to lend money to Liu. I'm going to deal with her. Don't make it so that by the time she can't pay it back, give you trouble, not to mention that it also affects the feelings of our brethren. Several people shook their heads after hearing this, thinking that Hee In-jo is really ruthless. This is not to mess with Liu Ruyan, not to stop. No problem. If you do it, she's definitely not alive. And we don't want the money to become a bad debt, don't we? Good, that's it then. I'm just afraid to cause trouble for all of you old brothers. Let me know in advance. Let's continue to drink and go to the Sky's End clubhouse in a while to have some fun. Chapter 21. So, we're just trading? Another half a month had passed, and during this half a month, Hee In-jo and Qin Xing could be said to be having fun night after night. According to Hee In-jo's thoughts, this woman might be disappearing soon. So beautiful. He had to play enough. Originally, today Hee In-jo had a project to meet and talk with the chairman of the Linz Group who came from the Soviet Union, and was on his way there by car when the phone rang. Ning Xian's phone call. This cannot help but let Hee In-jo's heart appear a touch of worry. That woman, something happened? Hey, watch out. It's me, ninth brother. Miss Yun is going to make her move tomorrow, but the preparations aren't adequate. But there's nothing we can do about it. The size of the odds? Hee In-jo asked directly. He didn't care why it was inadequate. He only cared about the result. There's not much chance of winning. Ning Xian informed directly. I know. Hanging up the phone, Hee In-jo thought about it and said to Lin Dai, Xiao Dai, go and meet with Lin Dong. Help me explain. And by the way, take down the cooperation. Lin Dai froze, stared at Hee In-jo with big eyes and said, Brother Gio, you're kidding. No need to make fun of me like this. What am I? An assistant? To go and meet with other people's Lin Dong, and to take the cooperation down? You can. 9. Which one of your eyes saw that I could? Hee In-jo suddenly laughed and said, that's your father. Your words work much better than mine. Lin Dai instantly looked at Hee In-jo in surprise, then tensed up. 9. You know? Ha, little girl, just you, not even close. Say it. Okay. Lin Dai was helpless and said, don't worry, go find my future sister-in-law. There's no problem with the cooperation. I was the one who originally asked my dad to cooperate. Hee In-jo laughed, rubbed Lin Dai's head and said, little girl, if you dare to fool your ninth brother again, I'll have the cafeteria make mutton every day. Lin Dai tightened his nose and said, Hee In-jo, count yourself ruthless. Go on, Fei, let's go to Jiang province. Lin Dai is Hee In-jo college sister, but also the only daughter of the Lin family in the Su province. The university at that time Hee In-jo very much to take care of her, but also to help him to clean up her then scum boyfriend. And even back then as Hee In-jo led her to the abortion. During that painful time for Lin Dai, it was always Hee In-jo who took care of her, treating her as if she were his own sister. And then Lin Dai had been following Hee In-jo around, treating him as if he were his own brother. Inside a villa in Jiang province, Yun Bing was sitting there in a daze. She was also very strange. The showdown was going to take place tomorrow. Success or failure was at stake, and her chances of winning were not high. But at the moment her mind wasn't thinking about tomorrow. It was thinking about that man, the 10 days she'd spent with him, and especially the morning she left, when he'd said she didn't have to come back if she lost, couldn't afford to lose that one. Ning Xin accompanied her. These days Yun Bing has experienced a lot. Ning Xin has been protecting her. If there is no Ning Xin, she is the lightest are now lying in the hospital. And during this period of time, she and Ning Xin got along very well, just like sisters, and likewise, she also learned a lot about that man from Ning Xin's mouth. Yun Bing, ninth brother, he is here. Oh, what did you say? Ning Xin shook her head and smiled bitterly. She had also recently understood that Yun Bing really had always been a cloudy, cold and icy appearance, and her personality was the same, especially with so many things going on lately. She was even more silent and abnormal, but at this moment, maybe it was only 9 that could make her react so much. I said, 9 is here. Why is he here? What's he doing here? I'm the one who told him. I said you're going to fight for power tomorrow, but the odds are against it. Sister Heart, how can you? Forget it. Yun Bing finished speaking and stomped up the stairs. Ning Xin was helpless. She was still stiff upper lip saying that it was just a deal with Brother Jiu. There was no emotion. This heard people coming, and was bathing and dressing up. She said that she wanted to keep up her image, but Yun Bing herself didn't even know that she totally just wanted to show her most beautiful side to Hyunjo. In the afternoon, Hyunjo walked into Yun Bing's villa, and Yun Bing instantly stood up when she saw him. A pair of beautiful eyes were looking at this man. Hyunjo said with a big grin, "What are you two doing? I didn't eat anything on the way. I'm starving. Is there any food?" Yun Bing immediately reacted and said, "Ah, I forgot. I'll ask Auntie Wang to make some food." Hyunjo didn't pay attention to him, opened the refrigerator by himself, looked at the bread and milk inside, directly took it out and started to eat. Hyunjo's appearance was as if he was the male owner of this villa, but Yun Bing did not have even a trace of resentment, as if he deserved it. Hyunjo sat there and ate, while Yun Bing accompanied him on the side, and Yufei and Ning Xin were very sensible and left, leaving space for the two. Perhaps it was because he had just seen Hyunjo and was a bit elated not remembering anything, but now that he was looking at Hyunjo eating and drinking there, Yun Bing's face instantly went cold. Hyunjo, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be accompanying your new wife, Chin Ai, the Chin beauty? Hyunjo glanced at her after hearing this and said while chewing on the bread, "What Chin damsel, how can she be as pretty as you? Humph, that's your legal wife too. It's not ing legal. The marriage license is fake. They joined up with someone else to set me up, so I'm just going to take advantage of the situation." Yun Bing froze, surprised. "Really? You should know that I dare to do it." Yun Bing nodded, but then suddenly asked, "So you two had sex?" "Well she ing dared to count me. I'm bound to make them lose their fortune. Sent to me to play. I can spoil it?" Yun Bing stared. She didn't know why. She was angry and aggravated when she heard the news. "Hyunjo, you asshole, that's disgusting." Hyunjo raised his head, looked at her suspiciously and said, "What's wrong with me? You're sick, right? Lousy even pushed back the cooperation of the ing Sujo Lin group in order to come and help you, and you're still scolding me?" Suddenly Hyunjo thought of something and said with a smile, "Yun Bing, you won't be jealous, right?" "Jealous? I'm jealous of you? You're not awake." At this time, Hyunjo also drank the last mouthful of milk and directly picked up Yun Bing. "Hyunjo, what are you doing? What do you think? A little interest? Of course, let go of me." Yun Bing struggled very violently, which made Hyunjo also feel a little strange. What's wrong with this woman? Suddenly reacted so greatly. "Yun Bing, don't forget the agreement between us." "Hyunjo, so, me and you are just a deal, is that it? Or what? Then why did you put off working with Lin to help me?" "I told you, I just want cash, and the other thing is, Chin Love isn't as pretty as you, and I miss you." Yun Bing smiled bitterly as he listened to Hyunjo's words. "Okay, I get it. Fulfill the promise." Chapter 22, Yun Bing's Mind. In the evening, the two of them sat on the couch and talked about the plans for Yun Bing tomorrow. The two seemed to go back to the days when they were at the very beginning of their lives, and one of Yun Bing's faces went cold again, once again starting to keep a distance from Hyunjo. Hyunjo was still thinking about her little feet and wanted to go grab them in his hands and play with them, but this time, Yun Bing didn't go along with him. "Don't touch me, Hyunjo, we're just a deal. I'll honor it, but only by sleeping with you every night, once a night." In fact, Yun Bing was very hurt today. She almost died of anger when she heard that Hyunjo had gotten a license with someone else at that time, and since then, she stopped talking to Ning Xin about the topic about Hyunjo. When Yun Bing and Hyunjo first got together, they did think of exchanging their innocence for a future, She wasn't a selfish person. Her father was unappreciated and mediocre. Her mother's family was in decline and the family depended on her, along with some of the employees who followed her loyally, and she knew that none of these people would end up too well once she fell. So she wanted to trade her marriage for a future where relationships were just slowly cultivated, and she never believed a man could reject her. But when he proposed to marry himself in exchange for the help of Heinju, he refused. Listening to what he said at that time, Yunbing thought at that time, perhaps he was a kind of self-protection after being hurt by his ex-wife, or perhaps it was some small means to attract himself. This kind of means is not no one has used. It had even crossed her mind that perhaps the man was horny and desperate to get himself influenced by her mother. She is a very traditional-minded woman, both physically and mentally, and will only be attuned to one man in her life. Her thoughts at that time were simple. He Injo owned her, then she would try to accept it, slowly cultivate her feelings, and the two of them would end up with each other for the rest of their lives. So she was accepting He Injo, and she did feel how good He Injo was to her, how he took care of her, until that time when he gave up his socializing to accompany her, put down his face to buy her sanitary napkins, boiled brown sugar water for her, and rubbed her tummy for her, and she thought, maybe it's not a bad idea to be with him for the rest of her life, for she would always remember her mother saying that a woman would take extra care of the man who took her first time, and in the same way, a man would take extra care of the woman who gave her first time to him. Yunbing knew that apart from Yi Injio, no one else would know how clean she was, and he was the only one who would consider himself a treasure, until she encountered a difficult situation. That man, although his mouth was stinky and hard, but still gave her unconditional help. As for the conditions he said at that time, Yunbing just took it as an excuse for him to want to spend more time with himself, and didn't take it seriously at all, because the two were together later. He would take care of her body and emotions and wasn't just asking for it like he had been before. They were really like husband and wife, and besides, he was the one who was very close to her. The morning she left, when she saw Ning Xin waiting for her, and turned around to see him looking at her from the window, she was, for him, moved. After coming back from Linhai, she thought about him every day, and even more so, the topic of conversation with Ningxin was not inseparable from He Injo, until she heard that he and Shini got a license to get married. She was frustrated during that time, but today when she heard He Injo's explanation, she had so much joy, but He Injo's words afterward made her very hurt, and even a little self-deprecating that she was just a red-pink skeleton in her heart. So today, the two people's room affairs she is passive to bear, but also to return to the previous and his appearance. Yunbing is also a very proud woman. She is unlikely to be able to go to the initiative to beg for a man's love and affection. He Injo looked at Yunbing's appearance and lost interest, saying, "What are you going to do tomorrow? My grandfather is going to have a meeting tomorrow to make his will on the spot. I can only bring out the evidence I've collected of Yun Tao's embezzlement, and I've united with a lot of the higher-ups, and they're all going to back me up, but my grandfather is too patriarchal, so my chances of winning are still not very good. I know, get an early night and get ready for tomorrow. I'm going out." "Oh," Yunbing responded coldly. If it was before, she would have asked him where he was going. The next day, the Yun Group General Assembly. The Yun family's old man is seriously ill, dragging his body to convene the last meeting for the purpose of making a will and announcing the group's inheritance. Yunbing directly took out the evidence of Yun Tao and his eldest uncle's family's embezzlement, but he did not wait for the desired result, and even Master Yun's eyes were full of disappointment for Yunbing. "Xiao Bing, family scandal can't be publicized. Are you so unable to see Xiao Tao as good? Also, he's my grandson. What do you mean by embezzlement? It's nothing more than spending part of the money I left him in advance." "Grandpa, you're too biased. Can embezzlement and spending money be the same thing? Aren't you afraid of handing the group over to him and letting it fall into ruin?" "Ha ha ha, Yunbing, I see you are my sister. I didn't want to say any hard words. The group to my hands, not to mention the decline or not. At least he will always be surnamed Yun. How about you? You are a woman. You are going to marry. Sooner or later you will be someone else's family." Yun Tao looked at Yunbing with disdain and said, they all knew how patriarchal their grandfather was. Yunbing looked at Yun Tao with cold eyes, then glanced at the others. Many senior leaders would agree, talking about the ability gap between Yunbing and Yun Tao, saying that Yunbing has made what achievements and contributions, while Yun Tao is lazy. The group is handed over to Yun Tao. It is not going to go far. "Grandpa, you see, I told you long ago that Yunbing was a wolf. Before you even did anything, she started to buy off the group's top management. The two of them, Yunbing and Yun Tao, are taking two different routes, both playing to their strengths, with Yunbing being more capable and Yun Tao being more favored. Master Yun is very dissatisfied with Yunbing, but he also knows that Yunbing's wings are now hardened, and so many of the senior management, almost all of them support her. Without the support of Yun Bing and these senior management, Yun Tao's ability to take on the group's big responsibility is completely impossible. Master Yun thought for a moment and said, "What the two children said are reasonable. Let's do it this way. The shares of the group should never be passed out. It will be inherited by Yun Tao, but the right to dividends will be half for each of the two people, and the position of the chairman and the president, it will be taken by Cloud Ice. So how do you all see it?" Ha ha ha. Master Yun really played a handful of good calculations. Let me give you a generalization can be good, is to let the Cloud Ice to Cloud Tao work chant. Cloud Tao at any time can Cloud Ice a kick off, is not it? As soon as the words left his mouth, Heinjiu walked in with a man about his age. The crowd looked and greeted. "Young Qian, what brings you here?" Chapter 23 Yun Bing's Rise to Power. The person who came was none other than the young master of Jiang Province's top family, the Qian family, Qian Ziliang. "Nothing, accompanying my good brother to see what's going on." Qian Ziliang nodded and said politely. Yun Bing saw that He Yingjiu had come and for some reason, relaxed a lot. She knew he would come, but she didn't know how he would help himself. Many people looked at He Yingjiu and were a bit displeased to hear what he had just said without the slightest regard for the old man's face. "This little brother is, am known as Lin Hai's #1 debtor. Likewise, you, Yun's group, also owe me money. I'm here today to collect the debt." Elder Yun frowned. He was aware of the Yun group's borrowing, and it was he who nodded his head to agree to it. Otherwise Yun Bing could not have mortgaged the group's building. "So it's Lin Hai's 9 fortunes, mythic groups Mr. Yun's group does owe you money, but it's not due yet, right? When it's due, we'll definitely pay it back." Heinjiu snorted. "Return? Good. I'm just here today to know. This is the loan contract. It says 5,000 a day, a total of 3 billion. I'm borrowing it for the sake of Yun Bing, and I'm only charging 1,000th of 2 billion. Since Yun Bing is not valued, and will even be swept away soon, of course I'm going to recover this money." "Master Yun, there's nothing wrong with that. Isn't it a bit unkind of Mr. He to say that? Without the Yun group, what makes Yun Bing borrow? This is a matter between our two groups. It has nothing to do with Yun Bing." He Yingjiu narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect this old man to be so shameless. No wonder Yun Bing was in such a difficult situation. "Old man, you're wrong. Without Yun Bing, I won't lend you a single penny. And also, what do you mean by unkindness? You're also worthy of mentioning the word affection? Think about it. Either you pay back the money today or I'll make you homeless today. I have your official seal and the paperwork for the group building. I can transfer it any time I want." Elder Yun said with a gloomy face. "As far as I know, Mr. He of Myth Group, you have always been a man of your word and full of integrity. Aren't you smashing your own signboard by doing this? Who will dare to find you to borrow money in the future?" "Yun's group. I only talk to Yun Bing. She is not in Yun's group. What I do is not considered a breach of trust. Besides, He Yingjiu is not a good person. A breach of trust is a breach of trust. The money is also enough to earn. The big deal is to cash out and enjoy life is. What's your relationship with Ice, to be able to go this far for her?" At this time Qian Ziliang said, "Master Yun, I came today. There is another thing. That is, I am very optimistic about the ability of Yun Bing. I want to carry out a long-term strategic cooperation with your Yun group, but now it seems." Elder Yun was racked down there, hesitated for a long time, and said, "After all, this is my Yun family's property. How could I willingly hand it over to an outsider?" Yun Bing let out a bitter smile and said, "Grandpa, in your eyes, am I an outsider? But you're going to have to marry eventually. Grandpa, I promise you that even if I get married, I will give birth to a boy, and that boy will take my last name. Yun, is that okay?" Everyone was shocked when they heard Yun Bing's words, which completely blocked Elder Yun's words. He Yingjiu, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yun Bing, who was also looking at him and immediately averted his eyes when he realized he was looking over. Elder Yun smiled bitterly for a long time and said, "Okay, Xiao Bing, remember what you said today. I now announce that the shares of Yun's group, the second inherits 25%. Yun Bing inherits 25%. The oldest, the third inherits 10% each. Yun Tao, Yun Long inherits 10% each. My youngest daughter inherits 10%. And the chairman and executive president of the group is assumed by Yun Bing." Master Yun finished looking at He Yingjiu and said, "Mr. Are you satisfied now? What does it have to do with me? I'm only conversing with Yun Bing, and since she's not out, then the previous conditions continue." The crowd dispersed and only He Yingjiu, Yun Bing, and Qian Ziliang remained in the conference room. "Old are you satisfied now? Don't mention those things later. Asterisk. It's so easy to want to repay the favor I did you back then. Hey, old you've almost got it. Wasn't it just to help me fight and feed me for a semester when I was broke? What's the point? Fine, get lost, and by the way, don't forget about working with Yun. Qian Ziliang waved his hand to leave and said, don't worry, I'll definitely do what I promised you. After Qian Ziliang left, He Injo looked at Yun Bing and said, come back to Linhai with me, our deal isn't over yet. Don't. Hey, little pussy, are you going to cross the bridge? No, the group is making a big move. There are too many things to do. If you want, stay in Jiang province. I'll accompany you. Che, do you think I'm idle? Let's go. Find me in Linhai when you're done. He Injo stood up to leave after saying that. Don't you go. What for? Thanks. Remember to pay me back early. He Injo returned to Linhai. Lindai really didn't let him down. Took her old man to death and fought for the group. A month has passed in the blink of an eye, and He Injo has called Yun Bing and asked her if she is still busy. When will she come back to accompany herself? He Injo realized that he would always think about that woman. He was considered to have read a lot of women, but really, there was not a single woman who could even come close to comparing to Yun Bing. Not to mention, that pussy's body and skin are a pleasure to just cuddle and sleep with. But Yun Bing's reply was, I'll go over there when you've settled the Qin love matter. Today, Jixin Technology announced a very important news. That is, their research on new energy sources has completely failed. This news immediately made Wu Jibua and Qin Qing sit up, and even the Wu family's old man was alarmed. At that time, Wu Jibua, in order to fight for funds, his own plans and his grandfather also praised him for having the potential to do great things. Tolerate the common people cannot tolerate. And now, they can't hold back any longer. That's a whole $6 billion. Not assets. That's cash. The loss of this money was enough to break the bones of the Wu family, because for a long time to come, the Wu family's financial chain would be tight, and it would break if they were not careful. Qin Ai hurriedly came to Yi Injo's office and said, Hubby, what's going on? How could it fail? Didn't Guan Xia say it would definitely succeed? Hey, this kind of thing already has too many uncertainties. It's normal to fail. Study it again. How does that work? What about the money invested by Red Star Pharmaceuticals? What else can we do? At that time, it was written clearly in black and white that research has risks, and investment should take risks. Either let them continue to make additional investments, or bye-bye. Qin Yi almost fainted at He Injo's words. How could he not remember this item in the contract? Chapter 24, No More Pretending. Let's show our cards. He Injo looked at the Qin Love's appearance. Some funny. Anyway, now the money is in place. Qin Love he also played enough. Also lazy to pretend anymore. He now misses Yun Bing. He Injo took out the contract and threw it to Qin Yi, saying, read it yourself. Qin Xing looked over the contract and flipped it over and suddenly fell to the ground. Honey, this contract. Oh, Levi is also stupid enough. 2 contracts. The one he signed, 2 pieces of paper stuck together, he did not realize. And after the exchange of contracts, he did not even look at it? Hearing this, Qin Shang was instantly shocked. Honey, what are you talking about? Qin Love is still acting with me? I just wonder, what makes you and Wu Jibua think you can fight me? Qin Love at this moment to still do not know that they were played by Heinjiu. That is the size of cute. Heinjiu, you knew from the beginning? Of course, I even know that you do prosthetics. What don't you think I know? So that's how it is. Qin Yi was a little too much to take in. She had thought that she and Wu Jibua had a good plan, but she hadn't expected that He Injo had everything in his eyes. People have just been accompanying them to play house. They have offered themselves and served them dutifully for more than 2 months, while Wu Jibua has been pitched $6 billion by others. They are both finished, and Master Wu will definitely not let them go. Qin Yi suddenly thought of something and said, Hubby, we are a legal couple. You return the money to the Wu family and save him. I promise to break it off with him. What I owe him, consider it as paying him back, okay? He Injo smiled and looked at Qin Chi. In fact, He Injo's impression of Qin Chi is still okay. It is indeed a woman who is obsessed with love. It has come to this point, but still want to help Wu Jibua. Unfortunately, the two of them were counting on themselves, so there was absolutely no way they could let it go. At this time Lin Dai walked to the door with a person, and He Injo immediately embraced Qin Qing. Baby, thank you. I know how you feel now. Don't worry, you and Wu Jibua are in the past, and I couldn't have screwed them over so much without you. Watching the two embrace, Lin Yin and the one who brought him with him had the sense to back out, and Qin Love is still puzzled. Which way is this Heinjiu messing up? Honey, you promise? What do I promise? So you just... Oh, I just remembered. You said this marriage license. Do you think I will get a license with a woman who is counting on me? Remember that day when I suddenly rushed back to the group? This marriage license. Fake. Lin Yingjiu said and tore the marriage license he took out to shreds. And in a corner of the group, The man who had just entered the office with Lin Dai was making a phone call. Wu Xiao, Shin Ai betrayed. She fell in love with He Injo. This time, it's her and He Injo who set up the setup. I just witnessed He Injo hugging her to thank her, and said that he doesn't care about what's going on between her and you. This person, I'm going to let her die. In the office, Heinjiu was playing music and listening with his eyes closed. Amoxicillin is my brother, my brother, my brother. Suddenly the music stopped, and Lin Dai was seen standing there speechlessly. 9. I know you're happy, but we're at work now, and you can hear the music outside if you play it so loud. Oh, just a little happy. Lin Dai smiled slightly. Indeed. 2 months, playing a little trick to pit the Wu family 6 billion. Indeed should be happy. Dai, did that undercover agent of the Wu family tip off Wu Jibwa? Yes, not only that, but it adds fuel to the fire. Shin Love is heading to Wu Jibwa's place right now. He Injo nodded and said, well, it's quite good. Just let them dog eat dog. By the way, tell Wen Hong to keep a close eye on it. Wu Jibwa might lay his hands on Shin Ai. Make sure to get hold of the evidence. Don't worry, Sister Red knows what to do. Well, why don't you go out and I'll make a phone call? Lin Dai gave a blank look. She naturally knew who this guy was going to call. The phone connected and a melodious female voice came through. Hey, what's going on? Come back and stay with me after the Chin love affair is settled. There was a long silence on the other side of the phone, and with a sigh, he said, got it. That night, He Injo received a message from Wen Hong. Wu Jibwa completely disbelieved Shin Ai's explanation, and beat Shin Ai so badly that it already constituted a serious injury, and all the evidence was in Wen Hong's hands. He Injo smiled and dialed Li Yi's phone. Li Yi, my girlfriend has been seriously injured. What should I do? Li Yi on the other side of the phone rolled his eyes. Sue, well, but you discuss it with the PR department side. The Wu family used Shin Ai to get close to me, counted on me, and used a fake marriage certificate to trick me. Things were exposed. Wu Jibwa was furious and took mad revenge on Shin Ai, resulting in serious injuries. By the way, plus the reason that caused things to fall apart was because of the failure of the research, something that must never be revealed. Don't worry boss, I'll do my job. Don't worry. The next day, remarks about the incident appeared in the news and on the internet, and the reaction of the masses was enormous, and Wu Jibwa was arrested and taken to the station that day. The evidence was overwhelming. As a result, the Wu family group's share price suffered greatly, and at this moment He Injo came to the airport. He came to pick up that beautiful woman. Yun Bing was like a scenic line at the exit of the station, a head of long chestnut hair with waves, light but delicate makeup, wearing a knee-length beige dress, revealing her calves in flesh-colored stockings, stepping on a pair of nude-colored high heels that were 7 or 8 centimeters. The woman was so uncharacteristically beautiful that the turnaround rate was almost 100%, but her eyes, however, kept looking at the man who was picking her up at the exit. She had paid attention to what happened in Lin Hai, and she didn't even think that He Injo would be so cruel to a woman who had accompanied him for more than 2 months. Without an ounce of compassion, Yun Bing only brought his own bag. He Injo said, how come you didn't take anything? Don't tell me you're leaving again in 2 days. Yun Bing gave a blank look and said, don't you have a lot of my stuff there? Let Chin Love throw it. Yun Bing looked up at He Injo in exasperation. She's living in it? Seeing that He Injo didn't say anything, Yun Bing shook off He Injo's hand that was pulling her and said, I'm going to the hotel. Why? I'm disgusted. Hey, chick, are you forgetting who you are? Yun Bing suddenly stood still, looked back at He Injo, and laughed. He Injo, tell me, what is my identity? Do you want me to stay with you only until I pay you back? Or do you want to continue to contact me in the future? You figure it out for me. Asterisk. Yun Bing, Yun's group is in the hands, and you've gotten your momentum up? Dare to talk to me like this? Tell me, what am I? Bedfellows. Oh, well, Heinjiu, don't regret it. Yun Bing said through gritted teeth. Heinjiu also came to temper. Whoever regrets is a dog. Cut. Chapter 25, Payback. For the rest of the day, He Injo and Yun Bing didn't have much to do, and both of them were at home almost every night. But Yun Bing has been very cold to He Injo. He Injo is also lazy, that hot-faced to cold ass. Anyway, she fulfills the promise on the line. Loving someone has been experienced by yourself. It's quite pointless and tiring and hurtful. But Yun Bing sensed that He Injo was becoming more and more infatuated with himself. He Injo, wait for me. When you fall in love with me and can't stay away from me, let's see how this lady will clean you up. On this day He Injo was looking at the documents in the group office when Lin Dai walked in. Ninth brother, Miss Yun is here. Heinjiu frowned. What's she doing here? Bring her here. When Yun Bing walked into the office, He Injo walked up and tried to hug her, and Yun Bing directly pushed him away and said in a cold voice, I've come to pay you back. Give me back the contract and the things from Yun Group. He Injo froze, hearing that Yun Bing returned the money and her attitude. He suddenly didn't feel very comfortable, but didn't think much of it and let Lin Dai bring everything over. It didn't take long for more than $3 billion to be transferred into the Myth Group's account. Yun Bing looked at He Injo and said, Mr. He, we're clear. Heinjiu narrowed his eyes and said, what did you call me? Mr. Ho, is there a problem? Oh, you're really flipping out. Yun Bing laughed coldly. That is also better than Mr. He, Mr. He has never given me a face, right? It was Mr. He himself who said that we have a trading relationship, and I'm just your bed partner, right? He Anjo's face began to look a bit gloomy, and he nodded angrily. Fine. Remember what you said today and get lost. Yun Bing's eyes reddened when he heard the word roll, but he still slammed the door and left. Ms. Yun, let me give you a ride. Ning Xin bumped into Yun Bing, who didn't refuse and got into the car. In the car, Ning Xin looked at Yun Bing's face and slightly reddened eyes, sighed, and said, Miss Yun, actually, ninth brother won't fall in love. All the women who have appeared around him, including his ex-wife, started with a deal. So, but he's most particular about you, everyone else, including his ex-wife, he'll bully when he's upset, except for you, who's a bit hopeless. Yun Bing was slightly stunned after hearing this and said, Sister Xin, really? But, he is obviously so good to Qin. Why is he so good to me? Ms. Yun, ninth brother has never moved towards Qin emotion. Everything is a calculation and an act, and Qin emotion is completely unable to sway ninth brother's emotions. Didn't you realize? Ninth brother actually doesn't know how to love a woman. In his thoughts, treating you well and helping you, that's considered love. He's the same with Ruyan Lu. He feels that he loves Ruyan Lu. In fact, all of us can see it in our eyes. He is only possessive and responsible for Ruyan Lu. He will be angry with Ruyan Lu when he is angry. His dissatisfaction will be directly with Ruyan Lu. He has never tolerated it, and even more so because of Ruyan Lu. He has not changed the things that he has planned to do. 9 is really quite special to you, and you two are probably the only ones who don't know it. Yun Bing thought for a moment, sighed, and said, maybe, but there's no way for me to accept the constant stream of women around him, much less the current relationship between the two of us. Oh, Ms. Yun, ninth brother was very disciplined during the 3 years he was with Ruyan Lu. It's not like he wants to marry me, he just wants to enjoy my body. Time flew by. He Injo and Yun Bing, no one contacted anyone during this period of time, but both of them didn't know that the other person was also thinking about themselves. Ruyan Lu once again came to the Myth Group. Injin, can you lend me $500 million? He Injo looked at Lu Ruyan with a teasing expression. How dare you come and manage to borrow money from me with no face? Injin, I'm not here to see you today as your ex-wife. I'm here to talk business with you as the president of the Lu Group. Oh, well, 1% interest, love it or leave it. Injin, since we're here to talk business, call me Mr. He, we're not familiar. Okay, Mr. He, why is the interest rate so high? Isn't it normally 0.003%? Because I'm sick of you and I don't want to borrow it, okay? I heard you're with Lu Tao again. Lu Ruyan froze, then smiled and said, you're still concerned about me, aren't you? But you're mistaken. Lu Tao and I are now in a cooperative relationship. You don't know yet, do you? Lu Tao is actually the lost and adopted young master of the Lu family in Fu province. Now that I've reached a partnership with the Lu family, Lu Tao did pursue me, but I didn't say yes. Heinjiu snorted. The Lu family? Lu Bingxin's son? Lu Ruyan looked at He Injo's mocking look and said, Injo, you still have me in your heart, don't you? Otherwise you wouldn't be so resistant to Lu Tao. He has indeed been recognized back by the Lu family. Lu Tao has a different identity nowadays. Heinjiu gave a blank look. Ruyan Lu, don't flatter yourself. I'm speaking from the heart. You both look like trash to me. Ruyan Lu sighed and said, forget about him, I won't be with him. I said I'll wait for you. Now about the loan. Injin, I know you hate me right now, so here's the deal. 5,000. Okay? I'll just use it for 2 days. Reverse loan? Ruyan Lu nodded. Yes, that's fine. Go find Xiaorai. Thanks. Injin, I still say if. Stop. Off. What a load of crap. After Ruyan Lu left, He Injo snorted. Lu Ruyan, you really dare to come as me to borrow money? Own fine death. Then blame me. Let me see how much Lu Tao love you. Ruyan Lu got the money and paid off the bank in full the first time, but the next day, the bank didn't lend her any money at all. Normally, if you pay back the money on the same day, the bank will lend her the money again the next day, but this time the bank actually did not have any news, which immediately let Lu Ruyan have a bad feeling. 500 million. 5 million a day. 8 days is okay, a long time, is not their own can afford. Ji Xiaolei has been following Lu Ruyan. There is no way. The group's mortgage contract, including the official seal, are in the hands of Ji Xiaolei. He followed also directly after the completion of the money to take the money away. Until the afternoon, there was still no news from the bank, which made Lu Ruyan a little anxious. Ji Xiaolei, on the other hand, said, Mr. Lu, the promised 2 days, what's the situation? Xiaolei, take it easy, I'll make a call and ask. Ruyan Lu picked up the phone and called Governor Lu. Governor Lu, excuse me, I want to ask about that loan of mine. A loan? What loan? That is, I paid back your bank. Shouldn't I normally loan out the money again today? Governor Lu laughed and said, Mr. Lu, are you misunderstanding something? I didn't promise to lend you another loan. Before it was because Mr. He pulled the strings and guaranteed it. I lent it to you for the sake of Mr. He. After all, the Myth Group is rich and powerful. Even if you can't pay it back, this money doesn't matter to Mr. He. Chapter 26, The Power of Him and His Group. Lu Ruyan heard, immediately the heart-cold half. If the bank does not give her a loan, how can she explain to He Injo that too, 5 million a day interest, will crush her? Governor Lu, as you know, my Lu Group is capable of paying back the money. Ha ha, you have the ability to pay back the money and still go to Mr. He for a loan? You don't think I don't know, do you? Ji Xiaolei has been sitting at the bank all day. Governor Lu hung up the phone after saying that. Ruyan Lu tried calling the other bankers again, but got the same reply as Governor Lu. The bank couldn't have lent her that much money without Hoing Kao's guarantee. Lu Ruyan finally mortgaged real estate, car, which is not easy to loan out 200 million, but there is still 300 million did not land. Without a way out, Lu Ruyan once again found He Injo. Injin, can you vouch for me? Can't. But, don't but, this matter is not negotiable. At first we are husband and wife. How do I have to guarantee? After all, you can't pay back, I also have to pay back. Now well, Lu Ruyan was full of haggard. She did not sleep all night last night, looking for a lot of people to borrow money. These people, in the past, when she was the wife of He Injo, they all tried to find ways to flatter her. And now, this society is too realistic. Injin, I beg you, can you help me? Why don't you go find Lu Tao to help you? The young master of the Lu family. Oh, ha, He Injo had a face of mockery, but Lu Tao was also considered to know the time. Did not come to jump in front of himself just because of the change of identity. It seems that he knew that, not to mention him, even if his father, when he saw himself, he also had to be a little more respectful. Lu Ruyan knew that He Injo was determined not to help himself, and even the bank side had gotten his meaning, so he didn't give himself face at all. Ruyan Lu was gone. She could only go to Lu Tao now to see if he could help himself. The two of them met, and when Lu Ruyan said what happened, Lu Tao was surprised. Ruyan, doesn't Willow have any extra money? Lu Ruyan shook her head and said, 3 years ago, Lu's group almost went bankrupt. These 3 years have been He Injo helping out. Until now Lu's group has not completely recovered, and has been relying on loans to maintain again, from the initial 1 billion, to the current 500 million. This, Lu Tao, can you help me? Your Lu family should be able to take it. Lu Tao is a little difficult to deal with. He came home too late. His brother has already fully controlled the Lu family group, and is very hostile to him. He can only say that he is clothed and fed, but he cannot intervene in the affairs of the group. That's why he was thinking of pursuing Ruyan Lu and later controlling Lu's group to fight against his own brother. But he didn't expect this Lu's group to be so miserable. That, Ruyan you also know that I don't get involved in the Lu family group's affairs. It's all my brother who makes the decisions, and my brother he treats me. Ruyan Lu sighed and said, I know, it's hard for you. I'll figure it out myself. After saying that, Lu Ruyan was about to leave, but Lu Tao then pulled her back. Ruyan, hear me out. Even though it's like this, if we get married and you're the daughter-in-law of the Lu family, my parents will help you any way they can. Lu Ruyan heard this appeared a hint of hesitation. If and Lu Tao married, she and He Injo will never be possible again. But the current situation, Lu Tao, I can promise you that, but can we keep it quiet for now? No problem. The next day, Lu Tao took Lu Ruyan to meet his parents, and under Lu Tao's strong request, his parents also finally agreed, and also promised to help Lu Ruyan through the difficult times. But Lu Tao's brother, Lu Ming, is always dragging not to give money. Parents chase also useless. Just say wait, the money is not back. Lu Ming had investigated the situation of Lu's group and knew that, by dragging it out for one more day, Lu's group would lose some more, and as long as he dragged it out long enough, he could even drag Lu's into bankruptcy. He Injo is naturally not in a hurry. Drag it out. 5 million a day. How nice. And He Injo hasn't been idle lately. The Wu family's incident hasn't even passed yet, and the stock price has already dropped to the freezing point. He Injo struck. not only began to sweep the stock, but also united several groups began to constantly encroach on the Wu family's market and seize the Wu family's projects. The Wu family was in a state of anxiety and their assets began to shrink rapidly. And the myth of the group, Jishin Technology, finally the new energy development success. The day of the conference. I heard that the Wu family old man, a mouthful of blood sprayed out more than 3 meters away, directly into the ICU. And the myth group's appropriation of the Wu family was still in a frenzy. Everyone saw the myth group's horrifying financial strength and lamented that it really deserved to play with cash flow. In just a month's time, the Wu family was already on the verge of delisting, but He Injio had absolutely no intention of stopping. He was about to spread a signal to everyone. Anyone who hits on my hoeing cow will have to realize that I'm going to wipe them out. The Wu family's main business is medical care. Linhai has 5 large private hospitals are owned by the Wu family, not only profiteering, but also earns a lot of favors in industry. And Injo took the $6 billion generously gifted by the Wu family and directly bought 3 private hospitals for remodeling and announced that as long as those who were transferred from the Wu family hospitals, the fees would be discounted by 50%. This kind of hurt the enemy 800. Self-loss 1000 fight let everyone see He Injo catch up with the determination. But there is no way. This guy he is really rich And when the Wu family knew that He Injo had taken the money from pitting his own family to use such tactics against the Wu family, each one of them could not wait to kill Wu Jibwa. Eventually the Wu family delisted. 5 hospitals sold 3, assets shrinking 70%. Wu Jibwa was expelled from the family. And Wu family old man, a disease is never up. The entire Linhai's major groups have realized the power of the myth group. This emerging group, let people look down on the thug He Injo. For the first time to amaze everyone, let everyone see the power of him and his group. A Wu family that had stood for many years had just let him beat them senseless and almost went bankrupt. And this month, Ruyan Lu was finally able to pay back the money. But that high interest rate also made her lose a lot of money. And He 9 is skimming. Did not think that this Lu Tao really loved Lu Ruyan would have thought that Lu Tao will abandon Lu Ruyan. And then in the name of interest to let Lu Ruyan to make money for themselves. Did not think that the power of love is really quite great And mentioning love, He Injo, for some reason, thought of that woman again. That heartless, ex-loving woman. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. As soon as you think about it, it comes like a tidal wave. And it's the first time that He Injo has ever tasted a woman. There's no way. She's too beautiful. And what she brings to herself is an unparalleled enjoyment. Chapter 27, I Miss You. On this day, Hainjiu was having a meeting on how to utilize new energy sources to expand his business. He Injo looked at the crowd and was satisfied. This was his squad, the squad that accompanied him to fight the world. He Injo was never mean to them either, not to mention having no leadership stance. When working, we can say whatever we want, and in the end, He Injo will make the final decision. Usually, we are just good brothers and righteous. Mr. Guan, tell us how the new energy can be applied to maximize the benefits. Mr. He, it's like this. This new energy battery, the best application market is the automotive field. The current state of the automotive industry is booming. The future prospects are very good. Next is the field of portable power tools. Although the single profit is not as big as cars come, but the base is bigger, and the application scenarios are also more substantial. Ninth brother, Lin Dai suddenly spoke out. Little girl, how many times have I told you to work the? Got it, Mr. He, Lin's group is the main producer of various hardware appliances. It wasn't a secret among these acquaintances that Lin Dai was the daughter of the Lin group. The crowd looked at her and instantly wanted to laugh. This girl, even pulling up a project for her own family. Mr. He, the fat doesn't flow to the outside world. Think about it? He Injo smiled and said, raise your hand if you agree that the portable tools field should cooperate with Lin's group. In an instant, everyone raised their hands, and Hainjio looked and smiled, raising his own hand. Yay! Thank you 9. Thank you brothers and sisters. Ha ha, you little girl, next time don't bring it up on your own. Didn't you see your 9th brother give you a look when Mr. Guan brought up portable tools? He Injio looked at these people harmonized like a family. The heart is also happy. This kind of cohesion, how can I myth group lose? Well, talk about the automotive field. 9th brother, I have something to say. Lin Dai spoke out again. It caused the crowd to burst into laughter. Hainjiu also gave a blank look and said, speak, Mr. He, Zhang province has been a major transportation route since ancient times. It's well connected. And there's also the Great River that can be directly exported. There are 4 companies that produce cars in Jiang province. And Lin's group also has factories in Jiang province. So, Lin Yan said and winked at He Injo. Others didn't know, but she knew that her 9th brother never forgot that woman. Okay, then the factory that produces new energy batteries. Let's choose it in Jiang province. Adjourn the meeting. He Injo's style has always been thunder and lightning. and the next day he personally led a visit to Jiang province to select a site. In the car, Lin Dai said with a smile, "Ninth brother, I feel that Jinling is good now, the transportation is developed, and it's close to the river. How about it? How about we go to Jinling first?" He Injio gave a blank look. How could she not know Lin Dai's mind? Yun's group is located in Jinling, and Yun Bing is Lin Dai's idol. She dreamed of having Yun Bing as her sister-in-law. When He Injio arrived at Jinling, the government officials of Jinling were already at the highway intersection to greet him. At the same time, the various enterprises within Jinling also knew the news that Myth Group was going to build a new energy battery factory in Jinling and was looking for a partner. And the chairman and CEO of the group was personally leading the team. This news Yun's group naturally also learned about it. Yun Bing heard it and was very unsettled inside. Even after the vice president of some suggestions she did not hear. Mr. Yu, the vice president called out twice before Yun Bing reacted. "Ah, what did you just say? President, there is an automobile brand under our group. Just that it has been lukewarm. This is a good opportunity. After all, new energy is the trend, so we must strive for this cooperation. This is an opportunity for us." "Oh, I know. He'll definitely work with me." "Ha, what did you say, Mr. Yu?" "Oh, nothing, I got it. Go ahead." The vice president left in confusion. What's wrong with General Manager Yun? Why is he absent-minded? This has never happened before. In the office, Yun Bing stood up, a professional outfit showing off her figure perfectly. Standing in front of the window, Yun Bing murmured, "Did he choose Jinling for me? He came in person. Did he miss me?" An address was selected. Lunch was taken with government personnel at noon, and some more matters were negotiated in the afternoon, and the work continued until late. Instead, Heinjia took his subordinates to eat, drink and be merry. After playing until after 8 o'clock, He Injio got up and said, "Dai, I'm tired. I'll leave first. You guys have fun and set them up for the night." "Got it 9. See you later 9. The corner of He Injio's mouth twitched. Damn, they seemed to be very happy that he was leaving. None of them stayed themselves. He was really a failure. He Injio went out and took a taxi, then set off towards Yun Bing's place, and Yun Bing was sulking at home at the moment. He Injio, you asshole, you big asshole, came to Jinling, didn't even come to see me, not a single phone call, and didn't look for me. You remember, when I go to Linhai, I won't look for you either, and I won't even pay attention to you when I see you." Yun Bing was using a pair of jade hands to beat the bear in her arms, and the plush bear still had the 3 big words He Injio plastered on its head. As he was typing, the phone rang. It was Heinjiu's call. Yun Bing was instantly happy. "Humph, still counting on you having a conscience." Although Yun Bing was happy, he still adjusted and said in a very calm and icy voice, "Hey, is something wrong? No money, in front of your villa, come out and pay my fare. Are you kidding me? No money in the cell phone either? Limit up. You, good to know." Yun Bing was practically falling apart. This asshole just knew how to toss himself around. Yun Bing, still in her silk pajamas, walked out, gave a blank look when she saw He Injio, and paid the fare. After paying the fare, Yun Bing turned around and walked back without saying a word. Heinjiu, on the other hand, hugged her perfect body directly from behind. Yun Bing's body was stunned and said icily, "He Injio, you've crossed the line. Our deal is over. I'm no longer your bed partner. Please let go of me." "Then why did you come out and pay me?" "Because I still consider you a friend. I paid the fare. I'm going back to rest." "What about me? It's out of my hands and I can't afford it." "Yun Bing, I don't have a place to stay." He, Mr. He, the head of the Myth Group, has no place to stay? When you say that, do you believe it yourself? I missed you. 4 words rang in Yun Bing's ears. Yun Bing instantly froze. His body tensed up. This was the first time this man had been so gentle with himself. Yun Bing bit her lip and shivered. "I'm a bit cold. Go inside first." "Good." Yun Bing opened the door and politely let He Injio in first, but suddenly remembered something, but it was too late. Only He Injio walked to the sofa, picked up the plush bear, looked at his name on the head, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Chapter 28, Eating, Sleeping and Bullying Lu Tao. Yun Bing went crazy and instantly snatched the plush bear away and hid it behind himself. He Injio said, "You've seen it all. Why hide it?" "Hiding it? I say Yun Bing, why didn't I realize you were so childish before?" "You're the one being childish. Who let you come all?" "All what?" "Nothing." Yun Bing stubbornly turned his head away. He Injio laughed and was about to kiss her as he wrapped his arms around her waist. Yun Bing pushed twice but didn't push away, so he could only dodge his head away. Heinjiu sighed. "What for? It's not like it hasn't happened before." "Heinjiu, we're over, and unless you marry me, I'll never let you touch me again." "Marriage? Is that thing really that important?" Yun Bing looked up at He Injio's somewhat mocking eyes. It's important, at least to me. Isn't it good that we're in this relationship now? Not good. Hee-injo smiled and said, do you know how troublesome divorce is? Oh, Heinjiu, you're good. Get lost. Yunbing pushed Hee-injo away and looked at him indignantly. Heinjiu, you disgust me that you would even consider divorce in the first place. Get out. I don't want to see you. Hee-injo gathered his smile and walked over to Yunbing, directly grabbing the hair at the back of her head and pulling it to himself. Yunbing, you've investigated me. You should know about me and Lu Ruyan. Woman, is it believable? What did I get in exchange for 3 years? Why do you want me to marry you in a few months? Heinjiu, what I said in the beginning about letting you marry me was just me giving myself a more acceptable reason. And now I'm not begging you to marry me. I just want to tell you that if you don't marry me, you don't want to touch me. I'm not that cheap. Hee-injo let go of Yunbing and said with a smile, Yunbing, accompany me tonight, for the cooperation of the new energy car. I can choose your Yun. Yunbing also smiled. Hee-injo, I said, I'm not that cheap. If not for the fact that I couldn't survive at that time and was afraid of implicating so many people who trusted me and followed me, I wouldn't be able to agree to such a shameless request from you, and I don't want the cooperation. Ha ha, Yunbing, I'm shameless? Was it you who begged me to help you back then and I forced you with a knife? I know, okay, I fulfilled my promise. Now please get out. I have nothing to do with you. Hee-injo's face sank, and his gasping voice grew thicker. Okay, I'll go. Hee-injo walked out after saying that. Yunbing's eyes reddened, biting her lip and not moving. The sound of Heinjiu opening the door rang out, and Yunbing could no longer control it. Hein 9, anything else? You take this money. Yunbing picked up his own bag and took out a bunch of money from it and handed it to him. No, I'm not short of money. Don't you have a limit on your cell phone? Fooled you. Yunbing didn't say another word as Hee-injo walked out and closed the door. Yunbing's heart was struggling. She didn't want to break with this man she was closest to, but this man's attitude, she really couldn't accept it. If she married him, she would gladly accept it and she would be the perfect wife for him, but a lover, or even a buddy, she really couldn't accept it. Yunbing ended up not moving and just watched Hee-injo leave, and when Hee-injo's figure completely disappeared from her field of vision, it was as if her entire body's strength had been drained out of her, and she fell to the ground, crying out in pain. In the next few days, Hee-injo had been busy with the construction of the factory and the relocation of Jishin technology, and Yunbing had no further contact. There were too many women who had gone to great lengths to gain favors on him over the years, and after experiencing what happened to Lu Ruyan in particular, he really didn't want to, and didn't quite dare to, trust a woman so easily anymore. Lu Ruyan, he took the woman seriously for 3 years. It can be said that he took Lu Ruyan as his only relative, but the results. His current thinking is that when he really comes across a beautiful woman that he likes, it's still safer to use benefits to exchange. As for feelings, marriage, or forget it. He is a very responsible and accountable man. Otherwise it is impossible that so many people are willing to follow him. That's why once he gives his feelings, he takes on the responsibility. And that's why when Yunbing is with him, even though he knows what kind of relationship they have, he still does things to care and look after her. Now that I think about it, it's actually better to do it one lick at a time. After a few days in Jiang province, everything was finalized and arranged. Hee-injo went back to Linhai, and when Yunbing learned that he was gone, he actually didn't even tell himself, and cried out once again in the office. Yunbing has always wondered, he is obviously so infatuated with his own body, why he did not agree to marry himself. He should know, he is not some salvage girl, and can be notarized premarital property. He cannot lose anything. He had been in bed with him for nearly 2 months, and he had been so kind to himself. Had he really never loved himself? Hee-injo has already left Jiang province for half a month, and even more half a month has not contacted Yunbing with a word. The day Hee-injo just left Jiang province, Yunbing was all ready to be alone for the rest of her life, because in her world, she would only have one man in her life. She thought that with the passage of time, the relationship between the two of them would be so, but she could not have imagined that half a month, instead of missing the man, did not diminish. It became more intense. She would subconsciously pay attention to Lin Hai, the myth group, and Heinjiu's developments almost every day as soon as she had the time. She would even secretly call Ning Xin, seemingly normal friends chatting, but actually wanting to inquire about the man. These things Heinjiu did not know. He had his game to play in Linhai, that is, eating, sleeping, bullying Lu Tao, drinking, massaging, and targeting Lu. On this day, elder and 60th birthday, the 3 members of the Lu family brought Lu Tao to the banquet hall very early in the morning. The Yin family is an old family in Linhai, with deep roots, and one day Masterin was fishing, and perhaps the fish was too big, causing Masterin to fall into the water. But Lu Tao was even faster than the bodyguard, jumping directly into the water to save Masterin. In this way, Eldarin is very grateful to Lu Tao, 60th birthday this year, but also personally invited Lu Tao and the Lu family to participate. And the Lu family also because climbed the Yin family, recently a lot of high profile, Lu Ruyan's father, but also everywhere to bring Lu Tao to attend a variety of occasions. Want to bring Lu Tao into the circle, but almost every time we'll meet He Injo, but also by He Injo made a mess. Good thing an old master learned of their grudge with He Injo. Today's banquet did not invite He Injo. The Lu family and Lu Tao intend to have a good talk with the people who came here today to see about getting some benefits for the Lu group, and an occasion without He Injo interrupting is simply too rare. Chapter 29. Dad, pretend to be unconscious. The banquet began, and Eldarin walked out as well, starting with some words of thanks, and then invited the Lu family onto the stage. Everyone, I, and someone, would like to introduce to you all. This little friend's name is Lu Tao. Next to him is his wife, Lu Ruyan, and his father-in-law and mother-in-law. I think you all recognize them. Little friend Lu Tao has saved my life. I still hope that all of you friends, give me and someone a face. In the future, to little friend Lu Tao and the Lu family more to mention. There are some unpleasant things that I think everyone has heard about. The so-called grievances should be resolved. Let bygones be bygones. After today, I will personally go and talk to the 9 gods of fortune. The old man of the Yin family was a great general, as if he was very powerful. At this time, someone from the stage said, Master Yin, you went to talk to the 9 fortunes god? Do you think he will give you this face? Eldarin followed the sound and saw that the person who spoke was also smiling slightly. So it's Mr. Zhao of the Feng Rao group. Mr. Yin knows that you have a great relationship with that 9 god of wealth, but with all due respect to Mr. Yin, in my eyes, you guys are still dolls, and I'm going to go find him to talk about it. It's not that he's giving me face or not, it's that I'm already enough to give him face. Ha ha ha, old manon, what a big mouth. He Injo, have said that all the family forces and business groups within the lymphatic sea, anyone who dares to offer help to the Lu group and Lu Tao is an enemy of me. He Injo, as soon as the words fell, he saw He Injo walk in with Yufei, Ning Xin, and Lin Yen. Old manon, you're quite old, how come you've learned to talk so much? Giving you face? Who the hell are you? Believe it or not, I'll even clean up your family? Eldarin's face was very unsightly. He didn't expect He Injo to come over and would be so blunt, not giving himself any face at all. Ha ha, so it's the 9 god of wealth. But and someone remembered that I didn't invite you to this birthday banquet. This is uninvited. It's really, hey, sighing, it seems to be really a big birthday banquet. Without me He Injo's banquet is also called a banquet? Mr. Today is my father's birthday. My father just thanked Lu Tao for his kindness. As for what's going on between you two, the Yin family, don't want to get too involved, but I also don't want Mr. He to disturb this birthday banquet. And Zeno is today's Yin family in charge. Got to know He Injo arrived, rushed over, only to know what his father just said. Cannot help but feel that his father is really confused. As soon as the Lu family and Lu Tao heard in Zeno's words, they were a little alarmed. What does this mean? Didn't they agree to help the Lu family? At this time, Eldarin also had an ugly face and said angrily, Asshole, what do you mean by not getting involved? Lu Tao is my benefactor. Targeting him is targeting me. Dad, you've been pampered all these years. You don't hear about external affairs. You don't know the situation. This Heinju, you can't be offended. Humph, a recent year's emerging group is just. Look at the appearance of bright and shiny, but still the foundation is too shallow. And my family stands in the forest and sea for nearly 100 years. Is not he can be compared to it? He Injo said with a sardonic smile as he listened to Eldarin's words. What Eldarin means is that he wants to work together with the Lu family, right? Humph, so what if it is? Okay, I'll make you whole. Starting today, Mr. Inju, make no mistake, the old man is confused. Don't you dare to be general with him. The current head of the Yin family is me. I will definitely not care about anything in the Lu family. And Zeno immediately stopped He Injo from speaking further and hastily drew a line with the Lu family. And Zano, do you know what you're talking about? Dad, the Wu family is already finished, beaten by He Injo without any power to fight back. Do you want to follow in the Wu family's footsteps? What did you say? The Wu family is finished? How is that possible? By this kid? And Zeno nodded and said, Dad, you can't get involved in the Lu family's business. The myth group's size looks average, but he owns too much cash. The Yin family's old man naturally understood what cash represented. If a group was viewed as a country, then cash was the country's army. Oh no, but I've said everything, how can I end this? An old man now also some regret. He 10 years ago to the industry to his son. These years can be said that 2 ears do not hear outside the window. I did not expect this Linhai has changed the sky. Dad, you and I argued. Pretend I made you dizzy. Leave the rest to me. Never let your reputation be damaged. Don't see Lu Tao again. Just say you have a brain hemorrhage and dementia. Hey, well, it'll have to do. Father and son whispered as everyone waited for a good show. Suddenly Zeno said, Dad, I'm in charge of the In family now, and Injin is my good friend. I won't agree to this matter. You, fine. Your wings have hardened and I can't control you anymore. Right, you rebellious son. Dad, you're old, stay well at home. I'll be filial to you, but don't get involved in the group's affairs. You, elder and directly fainted, and Zeno hurriedly arranged for someone to take him to the hospital. Watching the old man being carried away, Zeno said, Everyone, sorry for the jokes, let you see the jokes. My father does not contact the outside world for many years. A lot of things he does not know. I am a good friend with Injiu. Naturally it is not possible to make an enemy of him. The Lu family's affairs at your own discretion. I, the In family, will not be involved in it. The Lu family and Lu Tao were shocked when they heard this. Mr. You can't do this. I saved the old man's life? And Zeno looked at Lu Tao with disdain, thinking that this person is really stupid. If he does not save, the bodyguard will also save. Just based on this can also make himself and the myth group over? In front of the interests, this bit of kindness is nothing. Lu Tao, let me not say why you were in that neighborhood or why you reacted faster than the bodyguard. I told you, if you didn't save it, the bodyguard would have. So what gives you the right to kidnap my father for saving his life? Hearing Zeno's words, many people began to whisper, and some even wondered if this was all designed by Lu Tao. Injio was also smiling, and Zeno was worthy of being one of the top few figures in Linhai. This scene was dissolved in minutes. He didn't believe that Master Ren's physique would be exasperated by a few words. Ginger is still old and hot. Lu Ruyan's father had thoroughly seen what was going on, and with a gloomy face, he was about to leave with the three of them, but he was stopped by Yu Fei. Yu Fei, what do you mean? Lu Ruyan questioned like a fried chicken, but unfortunately, Yu Fei didn't pay any attention. Heinjiu, you win again. Let us go. Injio smiled and said, Fine, you guys can go. Lu Tao stays. What are you going to do? I'm not leaving Lu Tao behind for you to bully. Lu Ruyan's eyes were slightly red as she yelled at Injio. Then none of you are going anywhere. Chapter 30, Underhanded Tactics. The Lu family and Lu Tao looked at Injio angrily, but there was nothing they could do with it. This guy is not moving to call someone to clean up once Lu Tao. Even if the police are useless, people pay your medical bills. Hit your people go into squat is. Ask is to see Lu Tao as a mistress is not good. Just want to beat him. As for the medical expenses, whatever. More compensation is fine. Not bad money. Lu Tao also invited bodyguards, but it is useless. People also have. You take 2 people. They sent 4 plus 2 punks. 1 to 2. Lu Tao to get all afraid to go out. But even if you do not go out, at home, but also not moving in the middle of the night snapped the glass was broken. Looking out to sea. Are children with a slingshot hit, or the same, to compensate you for the money is it? Lu Ruyan looked at Injio and finally said helplessly, Injio, let us go. What do you really want? Oh, come out to mix to talk. Said to mess up your Lu family. To mess up. Said to play dead Lu Tao. To play dead. Heinjiu, are you still a man? Can't even walk away with a decent separation? You're talking to me about ing decency now? Did you think about giving me decency when you were ing him? Lu Ruyan still wanted to say that he and Lu Tao had nothing, but Injio didn't believe it at all, and since she and Lu Tao were still together now, he was even less likely to believe it. What do you want? Don't want to what? Injio let Yu Fei get out of the way after saying that. Lu Ruyan looked at Injio like this, but more afraid. Injio not let go. At best, insults and taunts. As for the rest, here monitoring and witnesses so much he will not do. But now, what? You're not leaving yet? Haven't you lost enough face? Lu Ruyan's heart was very uneasy, but to stay here was to lose face. Because of the strength gap, everyone stood on Injio's side. No one retained their dignity for themselves, not to mention pitying them. Let's go. Ruyan Lu took the lead and walked out. Father Lu rubbed shoulders with Injio and said, Injio, you won't be rewarded well. Ha, surely it's not your turn to report. After a few people left, Heinjia said, Careful. Ready? Don't worry ninth brother. We stalled long enough, but ninth brother, you are really bad. Ruyan Lu had always had a bad feeling. Today's Injio was too abnormal. Mom, Dad, Lu Tao, let's hurry up and go. Injio isn't right today. I'm worried he'll do something to us. Let's hurry up and go home. Lu Tao was also really scared by Injio and hurriedly said yes. 4 people just out of the hotel. Just get on the car. The car door is not waiting to close. See 2 men came over. Directly a pot of down the car door on Lu Tao's body. Followed by another man lit a firecracker. Directly thrown to Lu Tao's crotch. Cracking. the firecracker exploded in Lu Tao's crotch, and even more crashing urine everywhere. 4 people were splattered all over. Lu Tao, on the other hand, directly fainted. The 3 Lu family members were beyond furious and called the police. A day later, Lu Tao woke up in the hospital with a firecracker inflicted on Lu Tao's crotch, but not too serious. But the insult was too much. And the public security side of the story is that the 2 men are mentally ill. At that time in the onset stage, both of them mental illness is caused by the wife cheating. So very hate Junior. Now the guardian of the person has hired a lawyer, and also said that they are very sorry, but also willing to accept compensation. All matters and lawyers to discuss just fine. As soon as he heard this, Lu Tao roared, it's him again. It's he Ingyo who's messing with me. It's he Ingyo. Ah, Lu Tao shouted and cried out, obviously being messed up and on the verge of a mental breakdown. Lu Ruyan at the bedside watching Lu Tao is also helpless. She does not know what to do. Say compensation? But compensation for Heinjiu simply does not matter. Just screw Lu Tao. With the help of lawyers, a few 100,000 at a time. Just like playing games. Lu Ruyan smiled to herself. The thugs really have the benefits of the thugs. Such underhanded means. Actually no one said him, as if it was reasonable. But this kind of tactic is really too effective. What bankruptcy? What imprisonment? At least it is still peaceful. But this, it really keeps you on your toes every day and you can't live in peace. Ruyan, I want to take revenge. He's underhanded. I can do the same. We'll just hurt each other. Lu Tao suddenly stopped crying and said to Lu Ruyan very seriously. Lu Ruyan looked at Lu Tao with some pity. Hey, Lu Tao, no one can beat him in this aspect of Lin Hai. Do you know why he dares to do this? Lu Tao looked at Lu Ruyan and shook his head and said, he can find mental illness, and small children, so can we. It's not just money? Ruyan Lu sighed, which is so easy. He has all these resources because Wen Hong is his person, Sister Hong of the Tanya Clubhouse, and also the owner of the Lin Hai intelligence organization, and even the Lin Hai underground queen. The entire Lin Hai punks are her people. This is also one of the reasons why in Lin Hai, many people are unwilling to mess with Heinjiu. Lu Tao was practically falling apart. Ruyan, what then? Are we going to be ravaged by him here? Lu Tao, I'm sorry, I know I caused you harm. Otherwise you wouldn't have to face a devil like he Injo. I'm discussing with my parents about moving Lu's group away, but I just don't know where to go. Rerunning a business in a different location can be like starting from scratch, and it's so hard with no contacts and no resources that the chances of bankruptcy are going to be almost 80% or more. Lu Tao listened to Lu Ruyan's words and suddenly said, let's go to Fu Province. Let's leave Lin Hai and go to Fu Province. I'll ask my parents to support you. It's definitely not a problem. Lu Ruyan is waiting for Lu Tao's words. She knows too well. He Injo is absolutely not going to let her go. Now it is completely a cat and mouse toying. When he has played enough and really started to get down to business, the end of Lu's group bankruptcy is doomed. She could only run away now, leave the Forest Sea and still have a chance of survival. And Fu Province is inevitably the best choice. With the help of the Lu family, Lu's group at least not to bankruptcy liquidation. But Lu Ruyan also has her own pride. She has already harmed Lu Tao like this. She doesn't want to take the initiative to ask Lu Tao to help herself with anything. But if Lu Tao is willing to do it himself, she can accept it. Lu Ruyan's approach would inevitably be incredibly despicable if he Injo knew about it. Isn't this the same as being with herself at the time? Crying poor and making herself offer to give to remove her own shame and fill her pathetic ego. To put it bluntly, it's being and standing. Chapter 31, Why Play Games for 9 Reasons. In the last few days, Heinjiu was still dashing around, drinking, playing cards, massaging, especially since he recently had more free time and started playing games. But he also threw away money in the games. He Injo back when he went to college when he found around a lot of students are playing games. That time he was difficult. And later had the money is also busy with entrepreneurship. Now he realized, this game is really cool, really decompression especially a throw of money. Standing at the top of the charts. A group of people do not know the people on your compliments. Shouting you big brother. A group of do not know what looks like a woman every day on your confession. And you talk about love. This feeling is really too good. Because of his obsession with the game, he Injo has not been paying much attention to Lu Ruyan and Lu Tao lately. But the less he Injo pays attention to it, instead, the two of them are even more tense and incomparable. And it feels like he Injo is holding back a big move. If they knew that Heinjiu was obsessed with the game and didn't have the time to pay attention to the two of them lately, they would definitely be pissed off. Yun's group president's office. Yun Bing was bored, flipping through the photos of he Injo that she had secretly taken earlier on her phone, looking at them over and over again. The only man she'd ever known left a shadow in her heart that could be described as covering the sky. Mr. Yun, Mr. Yu, what's wrong? Yun Bing asked as he retrieved his thoughts and looked at his assistant. Mr. Yun, Didn't you ask me to find out why, mister? He has been so quiet lately? Guess what I found out? At this moment Yun Bing was inexplicably a bit nervous. She was afraid of hearing the news that Injo was with another woman. Mr. Yun, mister, he seems to be playing a game, and it's a game released by our group's subsidiary. Oh, what? He plays games? Him? Yeah, and the recharge amount in a single month is as high as more than 7 million. 9 lists. He is all the first. People call him the 9 Crown King. Are you sure? No way. How can a guy like him play games? He's too busy for one day. Okay, really Yun total. IP address. Is the Myth Group? Every day during the day. Almost all day online. Night should be a substitute trainer. Hearing this, Yun Bing stood up and walked outside. Mr. Yun, where are you going? Do you need to prepare a car? Prepare the car and go to the game company. Yun Bing hoofed it to the game company and learned that Injo was supposed to be playing a game called Huaxia God and Demon that was still hot today. Yun Bing had someone pull up Injo's chat logs in the game. Yun Bing was certain that this mage named Wine, Color, and Fortune was Injo, with that tone of voice, arrogant attitude, and that godly arrogance of not treating money as money. It would be strange if it wasn't him. This guy has only been playing for just 8 days and has recharged over $7 million. And a lot of that money has been spent on fashion and mounts, just like in his reality. Clothes, watches, rides, the list goes on and on. Especially the sentence he said, "This game is all my woman's," more so that Yun Bing is sure, but also crying and laughing. And after Yun Bing read it, he said something that left everyone dumbfounded. "Prepare an account for me. I want to play this game too." Another few days, he 9 still every day during the day to play games. Someone to call him, he went to play cards. Night drinking, high, massage rest, day life that is called the ultimate comfort. It was just that he was a bit puzzled that in his gaming area, a female doctor named Ice Cloud Fairy had suddenly appeared, almost destroying the situation to frantically dominate the major lists, at one point squeezing himself off the altar. This provoked Injo's competitive spirit, began to crazy kryptonite to grab the list to improve. At the same time is also puzzled. A doctor engaged in so fierce? Is he sick, trying to milk people to death? But he didn't care. Just do it. He was too rich. And Yun Bing on the other side is also a delicate smile. And he robbed the list, but also earn his money. Simply do not be too comfortable. But then think about it. Cannot continue to be like this, in case he found out in the future. Must be bullied to death himself. So Yun Bing paused his promotion and joined Injo's clan, and was even appointed vice clan chief by Injo, accompanying him to fight in the game every day and being his exclusive doctor. On this day, Injo is playing a game in the office of Yufei and Ning Xin. At the same time, there are Yufei, Ning Xin, Ji Xiaolei, Shi Zhan in his office. They are also ordered by Injo to accompany him to play the game. And now the office of Yufei and the two people is just like an internet cafe. Sometimes the group came to the guests. See, this scene is also speechless, but also very emotional. Thugs are thugs, but casual, spontaneous. Injo, who was in the middle of a Snapchat with Ice Cloud Fairy, was interrupted. Brother 9, General Wei is waiting for you in your office. Lin Dai gave a blank look, simply speechless. This guy plays games every day. Quite a lot of work has been dumped on himself. He is dashing. When Injo came to the president's office, he saw Wei Lai there pacing back and forth anxiously. No, Wei Lai, what's the matter? How big of a deal is it that you're in such a hurry? Ah, ninth brother, you're finally here. Help a brother. I'm going to be finished. Injo shook his head and laughed, sitting on the sofa and pouring him a cup of tea, saying, "Speak slowly, what's the panic? 9. Do you remember the last time I removed the money I put with you for you to borrow for me?" Injo nodded his head while pouring the tea. He had quite a few friends that had put some of their money with him and let him help them lend it out and eat some interest. 9 brother, that money I went to buy a cultural game. When the market was good, I thought I could appreciate and earn a fortune. I did not expect. Injo felt a little funny looking at him. What? It didn't appreciate? Instead, it depreciated? Wei Lai hung his head and nodded. Not only is it devalued, now it's smashed in the hand and can't get out of it. That money is still what I borrowed from my dad. My dad is using the money now. He'd have to beat me to death if he knew I'd gone and bought all this stuff. Go ahead. What do you mean? Let's hear it. Hey, brother 9. I was spending $120 million on those things. See if I can mortgage it to you and you can lend me some money first to take care of my dad's business first. Injo thought for a moment and said, how much is the current market probably worth? Hey, 80 million or so. So that's 7,000. Wei Lai nodded helplessly. Injo smiled and said, Wei Lai, okay, don't be like this. Our friends, this matter I help you. Also don't mortgage. That you are too much pressure. You give me all the bills. 90 million, I buy. Mr. This. Lin Dai was about to open his mouth to stop it, but Hee In-jo raised his hand to stop him. Wei Lai looked at Hee In-jo. 9. This, Wei Lai, I treat you as a friend. I'm helping you because I hope that if I'm in trouble in the future, you'll help me too. Okay, ninth brother, that's it then. I Wei Lai owe you one. Hee In-jo smiled and nodded, arranging for Lin Yen to do the handover. Chapter 32, Lu Tao was infuriated. The deal was done and Lin Dai came back pouting. Ninth brother, are you stupid? The market value of those things is indeed about $70 million, but it's not an easy thing to get out. You actually bought it for $90 million. What were you thinking? Hee In-jo got up and rubbed Lin Dai's head, saying, who said I bought them? The Lu family gave me $120 million to buy these artifacts, and I spent $90 million to make a difference of just $30 million. Lin Dai didn't understand at all. How did it become the Lu family's purchase? And at the original price? Hee In-jo looked at her big puzzled eyes and didn't explain to him. Hey, after playing the game for so long, I'm a little bit tired, so I'm looking for Lu Ruyan and Lu Tao for some fun. Heinjiu approached Yu Fei. 9. Fei, arrange for a crate tomorrow to block the front door of Lu's group. Okay, got it. 9. In the evening, at the Tanya Clubhouse, Hee In-jo arrives, and the boss's wife, Wen Hong, personally entertains him. Ninth brother, you're here. Well, Sister Red, don't you have any new sisters here? Those are kind of tiresome. Wen Hong also smiled helplessly. She was aware of Hee In-jo's way of having fun. He wouldn't have anything to do with these women. So these women would have to come up with something that would interest him. Those women will be that a little skill. Once or twice okay, more Hee In-jo will be tired. But Hee In-jo is extremely generous. These girls are eager to accompany him at. Brother 9. It's not easy to recruit girls nowadays. The good-looking ones with good bodies are either bagged or taking private jobs. My business is not doing well anymore. Hee In-jo also knows the current situation, and they don't do things that are forced. Nodded and said, let's do it this way. Teacher, stewardess, doctor, maid, JK uniforms, let them wear them, one of the same. Sister Hong smiled and nodded her head and said, good, I'll listen to the orders of the ninth brother. Immediately arrange for you. Then Yu Fei, claim away. Weird scary day. Giggle. Okay, I'm on my way then. Hee In-jo smiled. He often came, partly for his own enjoyment, and partly for the sake of Yu Fei and Wen Hong, the bitter couple. Wen Hong is the daughter of a black boss. Her father's accident, she was hunted down and killed, was saved by Yu Fei, and helped her avenge the death. From then on she took over her father's little remaining team. With the help of Yu Fei's force, and Hee In-jo's money, she has become the present-day queen of the underground of Lin Hai. Funtime always passes very quickly. Perhaps it is the reason that those women wear uniforms. Put Hee In-jo really ruffled enough. Hee In-jo was a bit pressed, almost a bit lousy to leave. Sister Hong naturally saw it and shook her head inside. 9 brother, this kind of person she has never seen. Say he is horny. He is here just to play. Never had anything with these women. Say he is abstaining from sex. To that Miss Yun Bing and so fanatical. Coming to the door, Hee In-jo directly picked up the phone and dialed Yun Bing's number. Hey, who is it? Yun Bing's lazy voice rang out. His voice was so nice and seductive. It's me. Pick up the video. Hee In-jo hung up the phone and sent a video directly to Yun Bing. Yun Bing's side also answered almost in seconds. Heinjiu, what's wrong with you? Hee In-jo looked at Yun Bing's sleepy eyes, and it seemed that he had just not looked at his number. Hee In-jo looked at the woman on the phone, is so beautiful, and remembered some things between the two. This moment, and then think just other women. Instantly interest is all gone. Nothing, just checking on you. Hanging up. Hee In-jo hung up the video directly and got in his car to head towards his house, and Hee In-jo's phone messages started ringing like crazy. All of them were Yun Bing cursing herself, saying she was mentally ill and disturbing her sleep. Perhaps having scolded enough, Yun Bing was happy to sleep again afterward. The next day, Lu's group's gate was blocked by a van. Lu Ruyan and Lu Tao frowned. No need to think. It was bound to be the handiwork of that guy Hee In-jo. Lu Tao was angry enough to look at Lu Ruyan looking there and not saying anything. Ruyan, Hee In-jo bully people too much. Really, what underhanded means are used out. This is what are you doing? You're blocking the door. Are you a child? Lu Ruyan didn't say anything, because she knew that Hee In-jo's new round of revenge was coming again. Call the police. Ruyan, Lu said with a sigh. It didn't take long for Lu Tao to come back again. Angry enough. Ruyan, you say disgusting not. Hard to say that the car suddenly broke down. The police came and cried and shouted. Said that they have no money. Life is hard. On the old and the young. And finally the trailer money or I took. I am really speechless. The next few days, every day there will be vans bad at the door. Lu Tao and then call the police has been useless. But also said that people's cars are broken. Does not involve the violation of the law. They also have little right to manage. Lu Tao in a fit of pique. directly also find people to open the box of goods to the myth of the group blocking the door. He did not take into account what face, who will not seem to be underhanded means, discussed each other chant. But Lu Tao did not take long to receive a phone call. Said Hyunjo directly led a person to smash the vans in pieces. After the incident directly transferred the money to Lu's group, but also said loudly that do not serve to continue to see if you cannot Lin Hai's vans are replaced with a new stubble. This instantly almost Lu Tao angry feet. He knew Lu Ruyan to Hyunjo heart guilty, and do not dare to provoke him, so directly over Lu Ruyan, commanded, if tomorrow there is another carriage to come, will directly smash. Getting the news Hyunjo heart snorted. This Lu Tao deserved to be played to death by themselves. Just this brain, playing chess cannot see the second move of the garbage. Sure enough, the next day, the van stopped on time in front of Lu's group's front door. According to Lu Tao's instructions, out of a dozen people, holding something to start smashing, and finally even toppled the van. But not long, Lu Tao stupid. The police came, people van driver issued a vehicle inspection and repair sheet. The van is indeed suddenly bad, temporarily parked in front of Lu's group. Repair of the car also came with a variety of tools to repair. But people have not yet arrived. Lu's group came out to smash the car. This is not the most important. The most important thing is that the van was loaded with a car of cultural curiosity, and now it is messed up. According to the ticket, the car of the stationary 120 million. Lu Tao heard the news, both eyes black, directly fainted. Ruyan Lu had no choice but to come to the myth group again. Hyunjo's office. Lu Ruyan looked at Hyunjo and did not say anything. She knew that what she said now was pale. She only wanted to come here. Let Hyunjo take the piss. Let them go. To scold or beat them. She admitted it. Lu Ruyan was Hyunjo engaged in today's mentality is also very different. Now she is like a robot. No joy, no sadness, two eyes empty, a little essence is gone. She sometimes wondered if maybe dying would be a really good relief. Not having to deal with that man's unending vengeance. Chapter 33, Revenge for Every Memory. Ruyan Lu didn't say anything. And Hyunjo didn't say anything either. Lu Ruyan looked at Hyunjo's bashful expression and finally said, Hyunjo, I can tell by looking at your expression that you have absolutely no feelings for me. If that's the case, why are you targeting me so hard? Ah, Wei Lai's a horse of literature. Lost a lot of money. I help him to deal with it. I did not expect Lu Tao that boy really on the road. Injin, this is the last time I'll come to you, so I'll ask you one more time. Can you let me go? Hyunjo snorted a laugh at Lu Ruyan's words and stood up, coming in front of Lu Ruyan and looking at her condescendingly. He could see that Ruyan Lu was now very emaciated. Her face was as pale as paper, and she had lost a lot of weight, but it wasn't enough. Ruyan Lu, at that time, did you ever think about what would happen if you betrayed me? I didn't betray you. Really, I was desperate afterward, so I agreed to be with Lu Tao. You don't think that's betrayal until now, do you? Then we have nothing more to talk about. Let's play slowly. I heard your father is controlling costs and producing substandard materials. Is that right? Lu Ruyan was immediately shocked. He had already told his father, never touch the red line. In this Lin Hai, what can you hide from Hyunjo? After all, there is the existence of one Hong. Hyunjo laughed and threw the evidence of her father's production violations to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan took a look and her pupils instantly dilated. Not only was this evidence of his father's production violations, but it also said that a portion of the material had already been applied to the development of the building. This makes Lu Ruyan feel that things are completely out of control. And with this information, Lu's properties will instantly collapse. No one will dare to buy them, and his father will go to jail. Lu Ruyan couldn't hold back any longer and once again knelt in front of Hyunjo. Injiu, let my parents go. Let Lu Tao go. Everything is just because of me. It's because I'm sorry. I'm going to die. Will you let them go? Hyunjo suddenly said as if he was a demon. Lu Ruyan, if you get Lu Tao killed with your own hands, I'll let you guys go. Lu Ruyan's eyes were wide open. She never dreamed that Hyunjo would say such words. Lu Ruyan now understands that all of this was forced step by Hyunjo, in order to make her choose between the group, her parents and Lu Tao. His heart, how can he be so cruel? No matter what, he was finally in bed with him for 3 years. Injin, is this really the only thing that can happen between us? Ha ha ha, do you still hold any expectations? The moment you brought Lu Tao and started to ascend to the throne, there will only be immortality between us. Lu Ruyan, have I, Hyunjo, ever lost so much face? Don't blame me. It was you who forced me to lift the table. Hyunju, haven't you punished me enough? I'm already like this. Aren't you still angry? Ruyan Lu, do you know why I have kept you until now? Because, it's hard for me to get rid of my anger even if you all die, so you're only worthy of being toys for my amusement. And every time I think of the humiliation you've brought to me, I'll take revenge on you all. At this time, Lu Ruyan hissed and shouted, I didn't cuckold you. I really didn't. Why don't you believe it? I believe I said. You don't dare. But other people don't believe they all think that I, Heinjiu, have been labeled by you. Of course I have to give everyone a statement, so that they know what they will face if they label me. At this time, Lu Rian knew that Heinjiu was still mainly concerned about the outside world's comments and face. Heinjiu, is it true that if I prove that I didn't cheat on you during my marriage with you, you'll let me go? Whatever, you can't prove it anyway. No one will believe you for all the things you do that have no sense of boundaries. Lu Ruyan, her face ashen, stood up and said, okay, I know. Finished? Finished, you can get lost. Oh yeah, 120 million, not a dime less. The next day, the Lu group sent 120 million to Heinjiu, saying that Lu Ruyan had sold off a lot of her assets, and Lu Tao's parents had also contributed 50 million, and a video that made it to the hot seat. The video Lu Ruyan crying very sad, desperately trying to explain that she and Heinjiu marriage during the existence of never cheated, and Leto that time is close, some no boundary sense, but never really have a relationship, and Lu Ruyan also took out some evidence, the video of the hotel, she and Lu Tao 2 business trips or not, travel or not, are open 2 rooms, and never stayed in a room. The internet says different things, some say that Ruyan Lu really didn't cheat on her, but just lacked a sense of boundaries. Others say that it's not as if not getting laid is the same as not cheating, and that mental cheating is even more unacceptable than physical cheating. Others say that they are all normal people and that the spirit and the body cannot be separated. For Lu Ruyan's explanation and some evidence, Heinjiu was completely unconcerned. He was now showing off with Lin Dai. Xiao Dai, now you know why your 9th brother I am the boss and you are the little sister? You're not even close. Look at moving your fingers and making 30 million. Wei Lai still owes me a big favor. Lin Dai was speechless and said, 9th brother, I didn't think you'd be in this position and still do this chicken stealing business like before. Che, black cat and white cat, catching a mouse is a good cat. This myth group is how Laozi stole it up. What's wrong with it? Laozi, this is called not forgetting the beginning. On the other side, Yun Bing, who had been paying attention to Lin Hai's news, was also the first to get the news. And when investigating what Heinjiu had done, Yun Bing also laughed petulantly. That asshole, that's so bad. And many people in the group wondered what was the relationship between MS Yun and this Mr. He, the iceberg beauty president. When she showed her smile during this period of time, it was all related to this man. On this day, Heinjiu was signing papers in his office when Lin Dai walked in. 9th brother, Zhang Juenza, the head of the Zhang family, has asked you to meet him in the evening. Heinjiu instantly put down the documents in his hand. This day came so fast, or the speed of their own development has begun to shake the status of the Zhang family? I know. Have Wen Hong find out what's going on, and have Fei and also Careful come with me tonight. Got it. 9. Lin Dai left. Heinjiu stood in front of the window. Zhang family, finally want to meet? One mountain cannot tolerate 2 tigers. This Lin Hai, whether it is surnamed Zhang, or surnamed He, will soon be able to tell. Zhang family, Lin Hai city, a veritable uncrowned king, deeply rooted in Lin Hai, whether it is the size or assets or Lin Hai deserved the first. The previous self want to see the head of the Zhang family the other side but think that they are not enough to qualify. Now it seems that their own mythological group is somewhat beyond their expectations. Chapter 34, The Zhang family's ambition. Heinjiu was scornful of the Zhang family, but there was no way around it. Lin Hai was just so big, it was impossible for 2 overlords to exist at the same time, and a battle between the myth group and the Zhang group could be said to be inevitable. In the evening, Heinjiu came to Zhang's home. He did not expect Zhang Juenza about him. The place will be in his own home. He agreed to the invitation, but Zhang's home is just now told his address. Perhaps he wanted to give himself a warning that if he didn't come, the next day it would be rumored that the chairman of the myth group, Heinjiu, the famous god of 9 fortunes, didn't even dare to enter the Zhang family's door. Heinjiu admitted that this first move, he fell down. He is to come also to come, do not come also to come. Heinjiu walked into the Zhang family with gifts, and the one who greeted him was not the Zhang family's subordinates, but Zhang Ruoton, the Zhang family's eldest young lady who was known as the first sister of Lin Hai. Mr. He, you're here. My father has prepared the wine and food. Please follow me. He in 9 looked at Zhang Ruoton's back of the former walk. I have to say, this woman is very beautiful. The body is also very good. How to say, Lu Ruoyin above, under the cloud ice. That woman after all, known as the first beauty of the 3 provinces and 1 city. Several generations of preferred genes is not the same but Heinjiu now completely distracted thinking about other things. Today is a very critical meeting. He is not sure. Zhang family in the end will be what attitude. To be honest, Heinjiu knew that the myth group today had more losses than wins when facing the Zhang family, and the only advantage he had was that he had more cash than the Zhang family. Previously, when Yi Ingio faced the Wu family, it was because the Wu family was already weak, and the walls were falling down. But now facing the rising Zhang family, those so-called friends from before would choose to stay put and watch the fire from the other side of the river. No one would be foolish enough to easily take sides. Yi Ingio is very clear. What is meant by standing in line? There has never been such a word. There is only standing right. There is no standing in line, because all history is written by the victor to write. So, this time, he knew that he had no teammates, and that his mythical group was going to be alone. Entering the restaurant, Zhang Juanzi greeted Yi Ingio with a smile. Everything seemed so polite. Yi Ingio gave a wink, and Yufei delivered the gifts he brought to Zhang Juanzi. Zhang Dong, I'm a latecomer. A little token of appreciation. Please smile. Zhang Juanzi looked at the gifts Yi Ingio had brought. Car keys, checks, real estate, and stores. Ha ha, as expected of the 9 god of wealth. What a generous offer. Zhang Dong serious. In front of you who dares to call the god of wealth a small gift? No honor. Ha ha, well, I'll take the gift. Come, eat, wine over 3 rounds. During the period has been Zhang Ruodong served Yi Ingio and her father. Yi Ingio and then toast a cup. Said, Zhang uncle daycare, today called the kid to. Certainly not dinner and drink so simple. Zhang uncle have something may wish to say directly, because 9 can do. Certainly will not shirk, because 9 cannot do, but also will think of ways to do. Cannot, but also look forward to Zhang uncle understanding. Ha ha ha, painful. I like to deal with young people like you. Outsiders say you're a thug. Ha, but it's just looking at your accomplishments unwillingly. Yi Ingio did not say anything, quietly waiting for Zhang Juanzi's latter words. After so many years, he knew when to be wild, when to be humble. Ingio, you also know, one mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers. But to be honest, I appreciate you. I have considered a lot during this period of time. Instead of you and I competing with each other in this Linhai, it is better for us to become a family. This daughter of mine, handing her over to you, I am considered to be at ease. Yi Ingio raised his eyebrows and said, Uncle Jiang, as you know, I've been divorced, so I'm afraid I won't be able to match Miss Jiang on this point. Of course, if Miss Jiang agrees, Yi Ingio, naturally have no reason to refuse, and I also want to thank Uncle Jiang and Miss Jiang for their great love. Zhang Juanzi smiled and said, Ruotong Dad is to see, this Linhai in addition to Ingio, there is really no one worthy of you. I do not know what you think. Zhang Ruodong's face was a little red, and said, it's all up to father's arrangement. I also know something about Mr. He's deeds, and he is indeed counted as a generation of lords. Ha ha ha, Injin, how was it? Yi Ingio smiled and said, since that's the case, Ingio will take advantage of Uncle Jiang and Miss Jiang, and I will definitely live up to Miss Jiang's expectations. Zhang Juanzi nodded in satisfaction. Ha ha ha, well, tomorrow I'll announce your people's engagement in the name of Jiang's group. As for the license and marriage, you two will discuss it. Everything will be arranged by Uncle Jiang. After a meal, Zhang Ruotong sent Yi Ingio away with a red face all the way, and there was really some shyness of a newlywed daughter-in-law. After Yi Ingio left, Zhang Ruotong came to her father's study. Father, you've had a lot to drink. Are you alright? It's okay, Heinjiu is gone? Let's go. Father, didn't you say that you would never allow Lin Hai to have an existence that threatens the Zhang family? Why today? I know what you're thinking, a thug, or a second marriage. How can I afford to marry you off to him? Just based on the fact that he's madly trying to get back at the Ryu family. But I've investigated a lot lately. The myth group is very uncomplicated. It seems to be small in size, but this guy has too much cash. So much that it surprises me. And this Heinjiu's tactics are also extremely high, and there are also some rogues, which doesn't make me quite want to go to war with him easily. Zhang Ruotong froze slightly after hearing this. After so many years, it was the first time she heard the meaning of scorn in her father's mouth. Father, are you trying to? That's right, the young master of the Hu family in Yanjing is infatuated with you? Although I know that you don't like him, but he is considered a good match. When he knows that you are engaged to Yi Ingio, how will he react? At that time, we will effortlessly hold the myth group in our hands, and my Jiang family will be a true giant. And no matter what happens to the Hu family, if you marry there, we will get the Hu family's support and connections, and even can also plot against the Hu family. Although my Jiang family is like an emperor in Linhai, who wouldn't want to step into that circle? That's the apex of China. Zhang Ruotong was thoughtful. Father, I know. I'll try my best to maneuver among the two and make them fight big. Good. Worthy of being my daughter. Don't worry. After this is accomplished, the boy you like, I can allow him to enter the Jiang family's gate. I'll keep him in the Jiang family to publicize to the public that he's my nephew, your cousin, and even if you marry in Yanjing, You can still go back to your mother's house to be with him often. Yes, I know. Thank you, father. Watching his daughter leave, Jiang Juanza was excited. He was finally able to lead the Jiang family to step into that circle. This was the expectation of several generations of their Jiang family. As long as they fused the myth group, their Jiang family would be completely no weaker than those families in Yanjing. Chapter 35, They'll Follow Me. On the other side, He Injio was sitting in the car, thinking all the time and waiting for news from Sister Hong. He knew that he and the Jiang family would never make good. Jiang Juan's sudden delivery of his daughter did catch him off guard, but he also knew that there must be a reason for it. But it was rumored that Jiang Juanza treated his daughter like a treasure in the palm of his hand, so how could he possibly take advantage of his daughter? When He Injio has not slept, has been smoking cigarettes waiting for the results of the Red Sister. It wasn't until 4 in the morning that Warm Red's people delivered the information. When Heinjio read it, he suddenly laughed. The Jiang family, it seems not as powerful as I thought. Actually will also be afraid of me? Still want to rely on the beauty plan to reap the benefits. Jiang Juanza, you really underestimated Wen Hong. Do you think we can't find out what happened in Yanjing? Their own so many years of disguise is still effective. I did not expect to deceive such an old fox. They underestimated themselves, and even more underestimated the Yu Fei, the myth group. In fact, the real and most frightening is Yu Fei. He Injio picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hey, 9, at this hour, did something happen? Mu Bai, the Jiang family wants to marry me. Heinjia told the person on the phone everything. I only heard the phone say, 9th brother, I'm returning to China tomorrow, and I'm almost cured. Okay, I'll wait. The next day, in the office of the president of the myth group, 4 people were sitting on the sofa and cracking jokes, while He Injio was sitting on the office chair and watching them. Fei, is there really no problem with Mu Bai's body? Yu Fei nodded and said, there's nothing wrong with it, it's just that you have to take medicine often in the future, and it's not much of a problem to live for 60 or 70 years. He Injio sighed and said, hey, living more than 50 years less than me. Listening to the words of He Injio, the crowd is snickering. So many years. He Injio do not know where the confidence. Just say that he can live to 125 years old. Mu Bai, how do you feel about handling this matter? Look at the time. John's group is afraid that they're going to release the news of their engagement. Would White face pale? A sickly look. Perhaps the sky is jealous of talent. If the wisdom, the timepiece here is not better than the Wood White one, but his body, with frail and sickly are not enough to describe. These are the 3 cornerstones of the myth group, which Heinjiu as the spiritual leader sometimes lamented. In terms of intelligence, he couldn't compare to Mu Bai. In terms of force and intelligence, he couldn't compare to Yu Fei. And in terms of management of the group he couldn't compare to Lin Dai. But these 3, then, were willing to follow him, and the 3 of them had said more than once that in a single aspect perhaps they were better than Heinjiu. But the kind of leader's vigor that Heinjiu had was always lacking in them. 9th brother, it's not difficult. Hu Jinlai isn't stupid, and he can't represent the Hu family. He'll cause us some trouble, and even look for you to provoke us, but as long as we don't overdo it, the Hu family won't go down easily. Jiang Juanza is seeing that you're usually too arrogant, not giving an inch to anyone, plus Jiang Ruotong's instigation. Hu Jinlai, that second-generation ancestor, is bound to be madly targeting you. But he couldn't have dreamt that 9 is like a ninja turtle when he's not sure of what to do. I will devise a way to let Hu Jinlai know what Jiang Ruotong is like. Let him know that Jiang Ruotong doesn't like him and treats him like a monkey. And then Hu Jinlai will have to be settled by 9th brother. And I'm sure that 9th brother will make Hu Jinlai thankful. But a battle with the Jiang clan is inevitable. All plots and tricks are useless. It's a confrontation of hard power at that time. All I can do is to make the Jiang clan have less support. That's all. Lin Dai also put away her little girl's appearance at this time. No one knows that this little assistant of He Injio is actually a very powerful person. She manages the whole myth group in a well-organized manner. Lin Dai pushed up his glasses and said, 9th brother, we still have the Lin group. Heinjiu smiled. Isn't that the dowry your father left you? Che, then you'll just prepare my dowry later. He Injio smiled. The feelings of these people of theirs could not be measured by money. Careful. How about the Jishin technology side? That's our retreat. Don't worry 9th brother. Everything is fine. Shi War is presiding over the situation over there. Good. That's it then. Go about your business. I have to go on a date with my fiancé as well. People have sent their daughters to me. How can I be worthy of them if I don't take care of them? For the next few days, He Injio had been accompanying Jiang Ruotong, and the 2 of them went out in pairs every day, which instantly confused all parties as to what was going on. Almost everyone in Linhai thought that the new emperor ascending to the throne would inevitably have to have a battle with the old hegemon, but no one thought that these 2 actually merged into one, becoming a family. Reviews have also been mixed. Some say that Heinjiu succumbed and joined if he couldn't beat them. It is also said that the Jiang family is afraid of the myth group. fearing that both losses will be cheaper for others, so they have compromised. It is even said that Hee-in-jo has fallen under Jeong Ruotong's skirt and is willing to be under her skirt. But none of this affected Heinjiu. It just pushed Heinjiu into the limelight and made him a Linhai red. And Yun Bing knew the news. Angry Offa smashed to pieces. She grew so big. The first time she was so out of control emotionally, but then fell seriously ill, admitted to the hospital. On this day Hee-in-jo was accompanying Jeong Ruotong for shopping when he received the news that Hu Jinlai had departed from Yanjing to come to Linhai. Hu Jinlai's arrival was known to the entire upper circle of Linhai almost instantly, and it was no longer a secret that Hu Jinlai adored Jeong Ruotong to the point of madness. Everyone was watching to see who was stronger or weaker between the son of Yanjing's great family and Linhai's 9 gods of fortune. On the day Hu Jinlai arrived, the Jeong family held a banquet to receive Hu Jinlai. Hee-in-jo naturally wanted to be there, but he knew that this was a banquet against himself and Hu Jinlai. But it was a pity that Hu Jinlai, this second-generation ancestor, still looked like an awesome hangman. In the evening, when Hee-in-jo arrived at the Jeong family's banquet hall, he just happened to see Jeong Ruotong accompanying Hu Jinlai around to introduce and greet him. Linhai and these people were also swooning over the great young man from Yanjing, and were close to holding Hu Jinlai up to the sky. Anyway, it was Hu Jinlai who kept his toes in the air and kept saying, "That's that, that's that." When Jeong Ruotong saw Hee-in-jo's arrival, she instantly nervously left Hu Jinlai's side and carefully came to Hee-in-jo's side. In that state, as if she really had given her much atmosphere to suffer. In-jiu, don't get me wrong, Hu Jinlai is a guest and is still in my Jeong family. He had to force me to accompany him, so I really can't refuse. Hee-in-jo looked at Jeong Ruotong's careful appearance, and those who didn't know really thought that she was afraid of her misunderstanding. It's okay, I know your cultivation. Is the visitor a guest? I understand. Chapter 36, Hu Jinlai, Prince of Yanjing. Hee-in-jo's arrival attracted almost all eyes as everyone knew that this was the first encounter between the Yanjing Duke and the Linhai god of fortune. Jeong Ruotong said thank you to Hee-in-jo, and then she dutifully sat on Hee-in-jo's arm, looking very intimate. Hu Jinlai's face couldn't help but gloom, striding across to the two men, a pair of eyes staring at Hee-in-jo. In-jiu, let me introduce you. This is Hu Jinlai from Yanjing, Hu Xiao, and my college classmate. Jinlai, it's my fiancé, Heinjiu. It had to be said that Jeong Ruotong's two hesitations directly caused Hu Jinlai's heart to ache. Hu Jinlai looked at Hee-in-jo with eyes full of hostility. Hee-in-jo, right? I heard that you have a messy private life and you're divorced. Is someone like you worthy of Ruotong? Oh, Hu Xiao is joking. I also know that I don't deserve it, but Uncle Jiang has orders. I can only accept it. Hu Jinlai despised to look at Hee-in-jo a glance. It is just as Ruotong said. This guy knows that the Jeong family is a little jealous of him. Hit Ruotong's idea. Uncle Jeong, for the sake of the big picture, can only pull him. I wonder if the god of 9 fortunes has ever heard of that phrase? Please ask Hu Xiao for clarification. Business doesn't fight the government? Hee-in-jo smiled and said, naturally, but what does Hu Xiao want to express? Hee-in-jo, to tell you the truth, Ruotong and I are in love with each other, but there are some obstacles in the middle. One is a family problem, and the other is that Uncle Jeong doesn't want her to get married far away, and I'm dealing with all these things. So, do you understand what I mean? Hee-in-jo looked at Hu Jinlai. What Hu Xiao means? Is he trying to steal my fiancé? So what if it is? You've had your wife robbed, so it's not like you're missing a fiancé, is it? Hee-in-jo smiled and looked at Hu Jinlai, who did the same. Hu Jinlai knew that the Yanjing family would easily not get involved in Linhai's affairs because the implications were too wide, one being the center of power and the other being the center of the economy, which was why the family had never agreed to a marriage with the Jeong family. When a political family has a lot of moneyed interests involved, the situation is very easy to target and the tops don't want to see it. So he had to enrage Hee-in-jo, so that Hee-in-jo would lay hands on him, slapping the Hu family in the face and giving the Hu family enough reason to go down, or at least have a reasonable explanation to the above and the other families. This kind of thing, he understands. Hee-in-jo likewise understands. Lu Ruyen's matter is a big stain on himself. This matter Linhai's people will not easily talk about it, but at the moment it is once again placed in the open in such a grand manner. Everyone knew that given Hee-in-jo's demeanor, this matter was bound to be impossible to let go. Hu Xiao is right, but to be honest, I have no shame in my ex-wife's heart. What she did, can only say that I looked at the wrong person. I believe that Ruotong won't be like that. If Ruotong chooses you, I gladly accept. After all, I'm not married yet. All of these people froze. Even Jiang Juanza on the stage froze. Everyone did not expect that Hee-in-jo actually endured in the face of such insulting words from Hu Jinlai. Hu Jinlai nodded and said, not bad, I have underestimated you. Count yourself as a character. Hu Jinlai knew that Hee-in-jo understood his intention, and it was useless to dwell on it, but it showed that he had no pattern, so he just stopped paying attention to Hee-in-jo. After Hu Jinlai left, looking at Hee In-jo's gloomy face, Jiang Ruotong apologized and said, In-jo, I'm sorry, Hu Xiao, you and I can't afford to offend. So, Hee In-jo nodded and suddenly reached out to touch Jiang Ruotong's face, saying, It's fine, for you, I'm willing to endure. Hee In-jo finished and left as well, heading towards a few familiar friends. Jiang Ruotong looked at Hee In-jo's back and felt his face that had just touched her. For a moment she was in a bit of a trance. Was he really putting up with it for himself? Did he really like himself? How could that be? Jiang Ruotong thinking about some out of focus. The two engagement day is only just recognized, and then together for a week. This week, he was on his own no matter what. The two have been to the playground, eat snacks together, but also buried a wishing bottle together. It had to be said that this week she had spent in the company of Heinju. She had had a great time. One could even say that it was the happiest week she had had in years. But even so, she didn't believe that Heinju would fall in love with her. Just as she wouldn't fall in love with Heinju, Zhang Juanza came to Jiang Ruotong's side. I really didn't expect that this Hee In-jo actually endured. Ruotong, you still need to add more fire to the fire. You must let Hu Jin come and take a shot at Hee In-jo. I know Dad. In the following time, Hee In-jo would always be targeted by Hu Jinlai, but he endured it all, and absolutely could not give the Hu family a chance to go down. Although it can't destroy their own mythological group, but it is enough to make the mythological group stop, and even the vitality is greatly injured. Less than 10 years, the mythological group has come to the present situation. Say that everything is reasonably compliant. Little cute. Wouldn't even believe it. In this regard, Zhang Juanza, Jiang Ruotong, Hu Jinlai are very helpless. This Hee In-jojo is like a rolling meat, but also like a ball of cotton. Let a person powerful to make out. Zhang Juanza and Jiang Ruotong discussed that since Hee In-jo was so afraid of Hu Jinlai that he could tolerate anything, they should find a way to make Hu Jinlai completely explode, forcing Hee In-jo to meet the battle. Next, Jiang Ruotong came into contact with Hee In-jo more frequently, and the two were inseparable every day. Jiang Ruotong was even more attentive, and would take the initiative to visit Myth Group, accompany Hee In-jo for meals, and even feed him with her own hands. And all of these were arranged by Mu Bai to be posted online. The whole Linhai knew that the two were extremely affectionate, and that good things were near, and the entire Myth Group's employees were incredibly enthusiastic when they saw Jiang Ruotong, and they all addressed them as Madam. And every time the two show love, all stimulate Hu Jinlai don't want to, but it is Jiang Ruotong has also been telling him that she likes himself, but the Hu family has been disagreeing. She can't do anything about it. She can't wait for him all the time. The family urges the marriage, and look favorably on Hee In-jo. Either let the Hu family agree and she will definitely abandon Hee In-jo to marry him, or let Hee In-jo lose the Jiang family's regard for him to achieve the purpose of withdrawing from the marriage, and she will still be able to wait for Hu Jinlai for a few more years. These words moved Hu Jinlai, and he felt even more sorry for Jiang Ruotong. He had already tried everything to target Hee In-jo, but when Hee In-jo saw him, he either apologized or begged for forgiveness, and for a while, he was left speechless, until one day, the news that Jiang Ruotong was taken to a room by Hee In-jo reached Hu Jinlai's ears, and Hu Jinlai couldn't sit still any longer. As for Mu Bai, he had already arranged everything, just waiting for this matter to be over and looking for Hu Jin to have a good talk. Chapter 37 Raiders. On this day, Hee In-jo got drunk and dragged Jiang Ruotong to a room, begging Jiang Ruotong to take care of him. Jiang Ruotong was naturally willing to do so, and then had her subordinates notify Hu Jinlai to come to her rescue. Hu Jinlai was so angry at the news that he brought his men to the hotel and directly crashed through the door, and into the eyes as Hee In-jo drunk as a dog, lying on the bed and not moving, but also moving to spit out a mouthful of wine. Ruotong, this, Jinlai, I'm sorry, he had to drag me here. I thought he was going to. I didn't realize he was really drunk. Hu Jinlai immediately walked over and held Jiang Ruotong in his arms. It's okay, I don't blame you. It's good that you're okay, otherwise I would have killed him. Jiang Ruotong was also helpless. She was thinking of letting Hu Jinlai see Hee In-jo make a move on herself, but she didn't expect that this bastard would start wowing and puking as soon as he came in, and after that, he was even more unconscious. The next day, Hee In-jo found Hu Jinlai and apologized. Hu Jinlai had no place to take his anger. Hu Xiao, I won't hide it from you. When I knew that you liked Jiang Ruotong, I was so apprehensive that I couldn't even sleep well. I was afraid that you would deal with me. I've really had enough of this kind of day. Hu Jinlai looked at Hee In-jo, his face grim, and said, what are you trying to express? Hu Xiao, you come with me. We'll go to the Jiang family. I'll give you an explanation. I'm asking the Jiang family to withdraw from the marriage. I really can't take it anymore. Really? Hu Jinlai was instantly delighted. As long as Hee In-jo begged for a retreat, he would still have time to do his homework, and Ruotong would have time to wait for himself. Really? How dare I lie to Hu Xiao? Okay, let's go, and I'll help out. Arriving at the Jiang family, He Injo directly said, Uncle Jiang, spare me, I can't take it anymore. I'm really afraid of Hu Xiao. Withdraw from the marriage, or else I have to die in Hu Xiao's hands. Jiang Juanzi also let He Injo this get confused. This He Injo a very arrogant people. As for afraid of Hu Jinlai, afraid to this point? Even if the Hu family is powerful, but also take his myth group nothing too good way. After all, the political family does not participate in the business world, is above the strict regulations. As long as he does not hit the Hu family's face, the Hu family really cannot take him. But now, Uncle Jiang, look, since Mr. He has said so, how about, hey, Jinlai I know that you and Ruotong are in love with each other, and I don't want to break you up, but your family, I'm also over 100 years old, I won't live for many more years, I just want to hold grandchildren, how do you let me? This is indeed a thorn in Hu Jinlai's heart, but also why he never dared to force the reason. His own family did not arrange to understand. What right to care about people Ruotong's business? This marriage can't be returned. It's not just a matter of face for my Jiang family and Injiu, it's also my daughter's lifelong matter. Jinlai, to be honest, the two of you have graduated for so many years, not to mention Ruotong, even I'm waiting for you, but, hey, Hu Jinlai is also helpless. This is also the reason why he is not hard in the Jiang family. People have been waiting for so many years, but they are not. And at this time, the previous videos, recordings of Hu Jinlai targeting He Injo, as well as the video of this withdrawal, all appeared on the internet. The online comments were instantly overwhelming. Can a Yanjing young man take away your love? If you don't marry yourself, you won't let others marry you. What a bully. That is, forcing people to withdraw from marriage based on their power. I really didn't expect the Hu family to come out with such a person. That is, I saw Hu Jin come to target Mr. He several times, and Mr. He apologized all kinds of times but couldn't. It's really bullying. At this time Hu Jinlai's phone also rang. It was from home. Hey, Dad, get the hell back to Yanjing right now. Look at what you've done to yourself. Disgraceful. See how I'm going to clean you up. At this time, Hu Jinlai also understood what was going on, glanced at He Injo and said, He Injo, how dare you shade me? Heinjiu smiled. Where did Hu Xiao start with this? Aren't all these things done by Hu Xiao himself? If young Hu has the heart to threaten me, he might as well think about how to explain to his family and how to explain to the masses. Hu Jinlai's face was red with anger, and said after a long time, well, but He Injo, you should understand that after this matter is clear, the Hu family will have a reason to go down, and this is the opportunity you gave yourself. Ha, wait for me to come back. Hu Jinlai left after saying that he had to give an explanation to his family, and with Hu Jinlai being counted out, resulting in such a big impact on the Hu family, the Hu family did have a reason to target He Injo. Watching Hu Jinlai leave, Jiang Juanzi couldn't say he was disappointed or happy. Unhappy because the plan is going to be delayed. Moreover, I don't know when Hu Jinlai will kill back again. Not disappointed because, finally, the Hu family has a reason to go down. Jiang Juanzi stood up, patted He Injo's shoulder and said, a great man can bend and bend, plan and then move. I didn't look at the wrong person. It's my good son-in-law. He Injo smiled and nodded his head, saying, thank you Uncle Jiang for the compliment. Ruotong, no one will stop us in these anymore, and all the patience I've put up with this time, for your sake, is worth it. Jiang Ruotong looked at He Injo, her eyes a bit evasive, and said, but, you also gave the Hu family the opportunity to target you. He Injo walked up, pulled up Jiang Ruotong's hand and said, it's okay, Myth Group is not that fragile. Even if it really goes bankrupt I'm willing to do so. It's just that in the future, I'll have to rely on you to support me. Is it really worth it to go this far for me? It's worth it because I'm really in love with you, and no one has ever been as nice to me as you have been, visiting me at the group, buying me food, giving me gifts, even feeding me. Jiang Ruotong was also a bit saddened. Yes, the two of them had been together for more than a month, but they had done a lot of intimate things, and he had treated himself extremely well, but he himself is. Never mind if that day does come, make it up to him as much as you can yourself. With Hu Jinlai gone, the two had no one to target, and He Injo was even nicer to Jiang Ruotong, preparing surprises for her every day, and Jiang Ruotong did feel more and more unclear about her own heart. The boy she loved, Han Feng, every aspect was crushed by the man in front of her, hanged. Even Han Feng's concern for himself all along was now less than the man in front of him. He had been helping Han Feng solve his problems and giving him money, while He Injo had been protecting himself. When he was molested himself the other day, he even topped himself by fighting with someone without any regard for his image, and he was even on the hot seat afterward, especially with the blood on his face. The kiss that he had hugged himself in public had touched his soul so deeply that perhaps it would be good to be with him. Chapter 38, Arrested at Yunbing's Bar. Jinling City, Jiangnan Province, Jiangnan Star Bar. He Injo was spraying clouds with Qian Ziliang in the manager's office. Old he, you're making a lot of noise in Linhai. How come you have time to come to Jiangzhou, and also at this time? He Injo smoked a cigarette and said, there's nothing I can do. I miss you, but that Jiang Ruotong is too clingy, so I can only come at this hour? Qian Ziliang gave a blank look and said, you don't believe this yourself, and you still want me to believe it? He Inqing smiled and said, old Qian, Jiang and I will have a battle, and I say if, there are any accidents, I need you, that's it, just make a phone call. It's still worth it for you to come all the way here? Don't worry, not to mention Zhang's, even if you really get into a fight with the Hu family, my brother will support you. He Injo shook his head and said, old Qian, with your words, I am much more solid in my heart. Qian Ziliang exhaled his cigarette and said in a lifeless voice, there's nothing I can do about it. Who let you raise me for a semester? Qian Ziliang and He Injo are college classmates, but also a dormitory roommate. Qian Ziliang is a rich second generation, but the body is weaker, but also willing to pretend to be AX. At that time He Injo often in school to help him, but also fought a few times, and then sophomore year, do not know why, he and the family fell out. The family in a fit of anger cut off his financial resources. He just happened to have money at that time, so he kept it every day for a semester, and spent more money for Qian Ziliang than himself. There is no way. This big young master is demanding. It is these things, along with 4 years of eating and living together, that have made the two very close, along with 2 other roommates, who are known as the Haiku University F4. He Injo was able to rise so quickly, in fact, in addition to his own ability and luck, but also without the help of the other 3 brothers. He Injo, perhaps tired of sitting, stood up and came to the window. This bar is Qian Ziliang's. He usually liked to soak up the bar, so he opened one himself, because of the money, directly into the highest end bar in Jinling City. And this manager's office, just above the bar lobby, a floor-to-ceiling, one-sided glass, with a clear view of the men and women in the bar lobby. He came here to talk to Qian Ziliang, and secondly, he needed to think about how to explain to that Yun Bing. His engagement to Jiang Ruotong was already in full swing, and the news that Yun Bing had fallen gravely ill had also reached his ears. It seemed simply inexplicable to him that he had gone to her, and looking at her demeanor, she had driven himself away, and now he knew he was engaged and sick. He didn't want to pay attention to it, but for some reason, he was always in an inexplicably irritable mood, and the moment he saw Jiang Ruotong, he would think of Yun Bing, thinking about her anger, sadness, and sickness, and then thinking about forgetting it. When things come to fruition, Yun Bing will naturally understand, but he didn't care about it at all when it went viral on the internet the other day because he kissed Jiang Ruotong with blood on his face because Jiang Ruotong had a fight with someone, because it was just a show for him. However, Ning Xian told him that Yun Bing had once again lost control of his emotions and went on a drinking spree, and they were all hospitalized. This time, He Injo couldn't hold back any longer. Even at the risk of being exposed, he still came to Jiang province, wanting to explain to that woman. Just for a moment he did not know how to speak. Not tell her the truth. She will certainly not believe. Tell her, but also afraid that she thought she played with the feelings of women. Although it was the Jiang family that first counted themselves out before they hooked up with Jiang Ruotong, He Injo knew that a woman's brain circuits were simply incomprehensible. Just when He Injo was worried, he suddenly saw the bar hall card bag with 3 men and 3 women, and one of them was Yun Bing. 3 men and 3 women, drinking there, and 3 men and 3 women, almost certainly, were 3 pairs, because 2 of the women and 2 of the men were very close. Yun Bing was accompanied by a man, although there was not much physical contact, but it could be seen that the 2 were talking and clinking glasses and drinking. Relationships should be new, in the process of understanding each other and getting acquainted. This scene made He Injo almost lose control of his emotions, and he knew why. When he saw this scene, he clearly had the urge to kill someone. It was a feeling that something he loved extremely was about to be taken away from him. At this time, Qian Ziliang also came to He Injo's side and put his arm around He Injo's shoulder to follow his line of sight. What are you looking at? Yo, isn't that Mr. Yun? This is a rare guest. Right, old he, I haven't asked you about the last time. What? Interested in Yun Bing? He Injo's face was grim as he asked, who is that man? Qian Ziliang took a look and said, don't know. Why? Jealous? Not also nothing, cloud ice kind of beauty, but also so rich. Around the adorers are many. Around some flies normal, but she has been clean, and ice cold, these years, but also the first time to see her around a manet. He Injo didn't say anything, but took out his phone and sent a message to Yun Bing. Where are you? Only to see that Yun Bing below picked up the phone, looked at it, hesitated a bit, but still replied, "At home. Something wrong? I'll ask you again. Where is it? Hoing cow. Are you okay? Don't bother me if you're fine. Oh, it's interrupting you from bonding with other men, is it? Heinjiu. Don't think anyone is a scum like you, is it?" After Injo finished speaking, he directly rushed down to take a picture and sent it to Yunbing. Both of them watched Yunbing's reaction, and the result was that the moment Yunbing saw the photo, she almost reflexively stood up, and then she followed the angle at which the photo was taken, and looked over to where Injo was. Ice. What's wrong? One of Yunbing's girlfriends asked. The man beside her was also puzzled. General Manager Yun, what's going on here? Yunbing's face went a little white as he replied to the message. Are you here? Where? I'm coming to keep you company. Wait, I'll send someone down to get you. After Qian Ziliang read the message sent by Injo, he skimmed his lips and said to his bodyguard, "Go, invite Ms. Yun and her friends up." Heinjiu watched as the three bodyguards appeared in front of their card bag saying something, only to see a message from Yunbing. "Heinjiu, I'll just go up. Why do you want my girlfriends and their friends to go up too?" Heinjiu didn't reply. He was angry now. It didn't take long for the 6 Yunbing people to be brought into the office. Yunbing came in and saw a man looking down at the window, a back he was too familiar with, the very man she had longed for. Qian Ziliang said, "Not bad. I thought that Mr. Yun's bodyguards were going to clash with my men. I didn't expect Mr. Yun to come up so easily." Yunbing ignored it. Normally of course no one could take her easily. Her bodyguard was next door to the card bag, but this man was there. She was definitely coming. Chapter 39, Who are you to me? Yunbing looked at the man's back and also had a moment of trance and weakness. Did he misunderstand something? Why did he come? Did he come to see himself? But then it occurred to her that this man, engaged to another woman, had made a move on someone for another woman, and kissed that woman in public. Heinjiu, what do you mean? Injo turned around and looked at Yunbing, just looking and not speaking. Yunbing was a little weak by his look. No matter how Injo, she is a traditional woman. In her heart, she always thinks that she is Injo's woman. In this life, Heinjiu, I'm just in a bad mood and came to drink. Ice, what's this? Who is he? Mr. Qian, you're here. Did you call us? One of Yunbing's girlfriends was surprised to see Qian Ziliang. Qian Ziliang nodded. Li Man of the Li family? You and Yun always are BFFs. Listen, nothing for you for now. Qian Zijian seemed like he didn't put this Li Man in his eyes at all, and even despised it a bit. That, Mr. Yun, he is. Didn't you say you don't have a boyfriend? The man who accompanied Yunbing said. Injo's face was grim as he walked over and slapped the man's face. The man was beaten and said to Injo, "Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you to hit me? Heinjiu, what are you doing? This matter has nothing to do with them." Yunbing said somewhat angrily to Injo. Heinjiu looked at her. "What? That's protective? Which eye did you see me defending? I'm just upset that you hit my friend." Friend? Injo didn't want to theorize with Yunbing anymore and said to the man, "What are you doing around her? Interested in her? You're sick, aren't you?" Kid, I advise you to speak properly. He's my brother," Qian Ziliang said with a cold face. The intimidating power of the Qian family's youngest is still very sufficient. After all, it is the top mansion in Jiang province. That, Qian Xiao. I and Zhang Dong are classmates. Our Jiang University, senior students. It is he brought me here. Said to introduce a sister to me to recognize. Said to coax happy. Graduation will be able to enter the cloud group work. So, Qian Ziliang suddenly laughed out and said, "Old he, let me tell you what's going on. This bosom friend of General Manager Yun, is the lady of the Li family, and the fiancé of that Prince Tong who poured you a drink last time. But this woman, she likes young fresh meat, and you know that, the marriage of the powerful families, each plays with the other." Hianshin also felt funny that a woman like Yun Bing actually had this kind of bosom friend. So, that Li Man's little boyfriend, he wants to introduce his friend to Yun Bing, and both of them take a shortcut, right? What about these two? Xia Shui of the Xia family. The one beside him is her assistant, but the two have always been in a romantic relationship. It's just that the Xia family doesn't agree. This Xia Shui is not bad in this regard, Qian Ziliang said indifferently, but made the three men blush. Injo narrowed his eyes, looked at Li Man and said, "So, you two, are pimping them both, are you?" Li Man laughed and said, "Don't talk so harshly. Besides, even if the pimp, so what? Xiao Bing is single. Chen Kai is also single. Men love women. What do you care?" Without saying a word, Injo slapped up. Using a lot of force, Li Man's mouth corners were beaten out of blood, and his head was a little dizzy. Yun Bing, is this the kind of BFF you make? Yun Bing was also stunned. How to say that Li Man is also his own girlfriend's, and it is not like what he said. it is he who wants to drink, and took the initiative to let Lee Man bring himself here. He Injo actually hit his own girlfriend, not giving himself any face at all? Heinjiu, what are you doing? What gives you the right to hit someone? I was the one who wanted to drink and asked Xiao Man to bring me here, and I didn't meet Shin Kai until after I arrived. Besides, where did Man go wrong? I'm just single, unlike you, who's engaged to someone, helping someone out, and making a big show of love. Listening to the words of Yun Bing, Lee Man was just about to curse out the words collected back. Looking at He Injo feel a little familiar. Said, are you the 9 god of wealth from Linhai, the chairman of Shenhua Group? He Injo didn't answer, but said, Lee Man, right? I'm warning you, if another man appears beside Yun Bing in the future, I'll count you out, whether it's you or not. Yun Bing watched He Injo bully his best friend so much and also exploded. He Injo, it's not your turn to bully my best friend? Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to interfere in my affairs? Not to mention that Shin Kai and I just met and haven't said a few words, even if I slept with him, so what? What's it to you? Who are you to me? You'd better stay with your fiancé. My business is none of your business. None of my business? Who am I to you? Good. Yun Bing, you can. Old Chien, tell them to get lost. He Injo turned around after saying that and stopped looking at them. Yun Bing looked at He Injo and wanted to say something, but did not know what to say, and could only take her best friend to leave. She understood He Injo. This guy could not suppress the fire for a while. Lee Man would be finished. A few people walked out of the bar. Yun Bing's tears fell out. She knew that her words just now hurt him, but he was obviously engaged. Why did he still come to provoke himself? Lee Man looked at Yun Bing and sighed. Xiao Bing, that He Injo is the man you're pining for, right? Yun Bing nodded. I'm fine. What you just said was too heavy. I have a feeling he likes you or he couldn't be that angry. I know what you just said was to protect me, but that statement does. If you still want to be with him, go back to him and explain yourself. You're not like me. I'm a victim of my family, resigned to my fate and that's it. But you're different. You're able to pursue your own love and happiness. I know you love him very much. It's the first time I've seen you cry in all the years we've been 3 sisters. Go on. Yun Bing nodded and walked towards the bar once again. After Yun Bing left, Lee Man grimaced and slapped her little boyfriend in the face. Didn't you say Chen Kai was a chance encounter at the door? Did I tell you not to hit on my best friend? Did I tell you to set yourself straight? After saying that, Lee Man looked at Chen Kai and said, Chen Kai, what? Do you want to be like him? I advise you to dye this heart. Just now Yun Bing also told you, is considered a drinking buddy, not even a friend. Don't look at Yun Bing looks pretty. Her means is not something you can imagine. Be good to yourself. After Lee Man finished speaking, she left with Xia Shui and her boyfriend, leaving the 2 college freshmen on the side of the road, and the 2 of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Chapter 40, Ice Rakshasa. Before the bitter smiles of the 2 could end, several bodyguards appeared around them, directly striking out at the 2 before directly taking the people away. On the other side He Injo was smoking, gasping one after another, and Qian Ziliang watched with some amusement. Old He, the last time I saw you so emotionally out of control was when my uncle and aunt died. Don't talk to me, leave me alone, or I'll kick your ass. At this time the door was pushed open and Yun Bing went and returned. Looking at He Injo angry like that, Yun Bing said, Young Qian, can I beg you to take someone to leave first? I have some things I want to say to him. Qian Ziliang shrugged indifferently and said, yes, no problem, but Mr. Yun, be careful, he's dangerous now. Yun Bing nodded and said, thank you, young Qian. Qian Ziliang left. He Injo looked up at Yun Bing, and his eyes were scary like a wild beast about to go mad. Yun Bing sighed and walked over to sit next to He Injo, hugging his waist and lying on his chest. Alright, don't be mad, you really misunderstood me. Yun Bing, are you unable to stay away from men? He Injo, calm down, don't say angry words, you know better than anyone what kind of woman I, Yun Bing, am. He Injo was about to say something else when his cell phone rang. It was a surveillance video sent by Qian Ziliang from the entrance of the bar, recording the conversation between Yun Bing and Lee Man, as well as the video and audio recording of Lee Man lecturing those 2 male college students. After reading it, Yun Bing smiled and said, believe it this time, don't you? Heinjia tossed his cell phone to the side and said, neither can a drinking buddy. Well, what a god-awful thing to say. I rarely come to places like this, especially since I met you, and this is the first time I've been here, and it turned out to be. But you want me to be honest. You'll have to give me an explanation. What explanation? What do you say? Heinjiu, you're engaged to someone and kissing someone else. I almost made you angry, you know? You heartless dog man. You'll find out in a while. Don't get any ideas. I'm going to find one, and I'm sure I'll find one prettier than you. And until then, you and I will make do with what we've got. When Yun Bing heard He Angio's words, he instantly became furious and directly pinched on his waist. Oi, 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 oi. It hurts. Heinjiu, can you speak human language? You're still using me? Yun Bing, use you to make do? Let go. Who did you learn to choke from? Poof. Yun Bing let go of his hand, suddenly thought of something, narrowed his eyes and said, He Angio, just now you seem to have spilled your vinegar. Say, are you in love with me? I just never use anything that's dirty. What did you say? Yun Bing was about to get angry again. Okay, sleepy, we have to go back to Linhai tomorrow? Going back tomorrow? Then why did you come here today? Don't dawdle. Go to bed with me. I miss you. Oh, Heinjiu, are you dreaming? I coaxed you to coax you. I said, don't marry me. Don't even think about touching me. Heinjio looked at Yun Bing and was also helpless. It seems that if he doesn't coax this ancestor well, he can't enjoy her today. Heard you smashed up the office again. Got sick, drunk and hospitalized. Came to see you and explain things to you too. Explain what? Zhang Ruotong and I are not what you think. I'll give you an explanation in a while. Really? Heinjiu nodded. So you made a special trip just to say that to me? Or else what? You think I'd make a special trip to see Qian Ziliang? Yun Bing looked at He Ingio. Her heart was a little sweet. She could now feel that this guy was just tough talking, and he definitely loved himself too. Okay, trust you for now, but if you don't give me an explanation, I'm not done with you. Okay, got it. Let's go. Sleepy. Where to? Get a room. No, it's dirty. Go back to my place. Good. Yun Bing suddenly thought of something and said with a red face, then you are not allowed to fool around. I said, don't touch me if you don't marry me. I say, Yun Bing, aren't you done? You're quite old. Don't you need it? Heinjiu, how am I kinda old? And don't think anyone is like you? I don't need to be. He nine speechless. This how so drilled. The two do not know how many times. Now come up with this virtue. Is not trying to force himself to marry her. Impossible. Married. How they still dashing. Seeing that He Ingio didn't say anything, Yun Bing thought that this guy was angry again. And she did miss him, and she was very satisfied with his performance today. That, I can help you with other places. He Ingio raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect this woman to actually be able to say this kind of words. He Ingio, but he knew that this pair of small feet were so superb. And then matched with stockings. 2 words, invincible. Since General Manager Yun invited me in good faith, I'll be merciful and go. He. Yun Bing gave a blank look. Big pervert, what a pain in the ass. Back home, after the bath, the two people go to bed to rest cannot be Yun Bing's decision. But although Yun Bing wants him, but how can the words he said be easily repealed? This is going to let him easily break through. Don't want to use this to force him to marry himself again. So Yun Bing still held the line. But himself, a few other parts could suffer. Early the next morning, Yun Bing cowered in He Angio's arms like a kitten. Yun Bing touched and kissed her on the forehead. The woman was truly beautiful, and the difference between how she treated herself and how she treated everyone else was so wide as to be extremely noticeable. Listening to Qian Ziliang said, this woman is very uncomplicated. Not only is it cold and abnormal, do not get close to people, but also ruthless, very good at enlisting the people. If not for the old master Yun at the top, coupled with the old master Yun's extreme favoritism, Yun Tao's father and son are not at all a rival to her. But even so, she still won in the end, taking down the Yun group with her daughter's body, which was almost impossible in other powerful families. Women had always been a tool for marriages and exchanging interests. In Jiang province, many enterprises have suffered losses in her hands, and many people have fallen in her hands. And there is a nickname called Ice Rakshasa, but just such a woman had given herself almost all her patience and tenderness. And being a man, it was almost impossible not to be moved by such a woman. Even Qian Ziliang was very shocked by Yun Bing's attitude towards He Ingio. But now He Ingio looked at the woman in his arms, is not at all see where the terrible, last night red little face by his own bullying picture is still vivid in his mind. Yun Bing was in a daze, didn't even open his eyes, and his arms around He Ingio tightened. You're awake, sleep with me a little longer. Yun Bing, I'm going back to Linhai. There are still very important matters over there. When I'm done with Linhai, I'll come back to accompany you. Yun Bing nodded in his arms. Let's go. I won't see you off. Go back and take care of things in peace. I'll be honest, call me if anything happens. Okay, I'll go then. Kiss me. Chapter 41, Help me claim my share. In a classroom at Linhai University, a boy who felt very clean and clear had just gotten out of class. It was Han Feng, who had graduated from college and finished graduate school and stayed at the university as a teaching assistant. And at the moment he had tears on his face as he looked at the woman across from him. Feng, don't cry. I know you're aggrieved. It's what I did that hurt you. but you have to believe me, everything I did was for our future. Ruotong, why? Are you in love with that Hyunjo? It's because he's rich and he can give you better everything, is it? No, it's not. Jang Ruotong was heartbroken and hugged Han Fong to her. Fong, I only love you, but you know, the Jiang family's situation, me and Hyunjo or Hu Jinlai, I never liked them. It was my father who promised me that as long as I could get the two of them to fight, he would promise you entry into the Jiang family's gates, provide you with all the help you need, and also say to the public that you are his nephew. Nephew? Why nephew? Fong, I'm sorry, forgive me because I have to marry Hu Jinlai, but don't worry, I only love you. After that you stay in the Jiang family, I'll come back often to reunite with you. I can't help it. I can only do this much in order to be with you. Fong, can you accept it? I really love you. I can't live without you. Even so, I don't want to be separated from you. I know it's selfish of me, but, Ruotong, stop, I love you too. As long as I can be with you, it's nothing for me to suffer a little bit, but you have to promise me that you'll come back to stay with me often, and that you're not allowed to give that Hu Jinlai a child. I'm afraid that if you have a child, you'll, but, my phone would think so too. Don't worry, I will only give you children, and when the time comes, I will still plan the Hu family for our child, and you will always be his father. Well, Ruotong, I believe you. It's really aggravating. It's not aggravating. You're aggravating. The two men tell their hearts, but little do they know that a pinhole camera has recorded everything they do. Looking at the video screen, Hyunjo smiled, and said, Mubaya, it's still you. This step by step is within your grasp. Ninth brother, that's all I've got. Ning Xin. Arrange a plane and accompany me to Yinjing to talk to Hu Jinlai. Hyunjo stood up and said, Go, please, be careful with everything. I'll wait for your news. Yinjing Hospital, Hu Jinlai was beaten beyond recognition. These magistrates of the family is very strict. This time the thing is very big impact on the Hu family. Hu Jinlai went to Linhai to target people Hyunjo. Forced to break the marriage has already seriously affected the reputation of the Hu family. Not to mention, he wants to marry with the Jiang family thing is known by the above. The above for this also interviewed his father. If power and money get mixed up, it's a mess. The result was that Hu Jinlai was beaten to the skin, which was an explanation to the top. Hyunjo, you're ing counting on me. Wait, I'm not done with you. Lying on the hospital bed also could not suppress Hu Jinlai's anger. Since childhood, for the first time, someone dared to count him so much, making him so miserable, even involving the family. Why should Hu Xiao be so excited? It's a blessing in disguise. Hu Jinlai looked at the voice, only to see a man and a woman enter the ward, and the caretakers and bodyguards around him immediately tensed up. Who are you? Oh, young Hu, my name is Mubai, and I'm here today on behalf of Hyunjo, brother Jio, to calm young Hu's anger. Humph, dream on, tell Hyunjo that he and I are bound. Hu Xiao, don't worry first, you and ninth brother are both poor people to put it bluntly. I don't know if Hu Xiao can recognize a man called Han Fong? Han Fong? Recognize also my college classmate. Mention him for what? An ordinary person only. Ordinary people? I don't know if Hu Xiao still thinks he's an ordinary person after watching this video. Mubai handed over the phone when he finished speaking. Puzzled, Hu Jinlai took the phone and tapped the play button on the interface. Having just heard a beginning, Hu Jinlai immediately paused and said, all of you go out. Young master, it's okay, get out. They won't do anything to me. The bodyguard and escort left, and Hu Jinlai continued to watch the video. Hu Jinlai has been watching the video. His face is calm. Not a hint of emotional fluctuations can be seen. After reading it, Hu Jinlai threw the phone aside and said, got a cigarette? Seeing that you don't smoke even in your sickly appearance. Forget it. Mubai also really pulled out a box of cigarettes and said, specially prepared for Hu Xiao. If Hu Xiao needs it, I still have wine here. Hu Jinlai waved his hand, lit a cigarette and smoked it. 1, 2, until the 5th. Mubai, right? Tell Hyunjo that I, Hu Jinlai, will remember this favor, and from now on, he's my friend. Mubai nodded and thought to himself, worthy of being the heir of the Hu family, a top-tier government official. Just this temperament is already not comparable to that of an ordinary person. This breath Hu Xiao just swallowed? Hu Jinlai laughed and said, how to say, angry, but not angry. She's kind of my white moonlight. I may be a little possessive of him, but do I really say love? It's just like that. It's just a bit unwilling. And my father has clearly told me that it's impossible for me to marry the daughter of a business family. It's my destiny to be born in the Hu family. So their schemes, not worth mentioning and not realized. Instead, when I learned that she didn't like it, I felt a sense of relief. The family's oppression of me and her had been too much for me, and now it's a lot easier. Mubai laughed and said, nowadays, it seems that if not for Hu Xiao's concern, ninth brother really may not be able to calculate you. The heir of the Hu family is the heir of the Hu family. Oh, come on, don't give me high hats. He Injo is a character. Tell him that I will cooperate with him in attacking the mythic group. The rest is up to him. And ask him to help me get my share back as well. Mubai smiled and said, talking to Hu Shao really saves energy, and it's intoxicating. Go on. I do need to get some rest and relaxation. Good, then I won't disturb young Hu's rest. After Mubai and Ning Xin left for an unknown amount of time, Hu Jinlai's body on the bed began to convulse uncontrollably, crying while suppressing himself from making the slightest sound. Time passed a week. This week He Injo still every day in love with Jiang Ruotong. The two people every day to eat together. And even He Injo personally cook in order to make delicious food. The two of them went shopping, watched movies, bungee jumping, skydiving, surfing and so on, and even one day Jiang Ruotong said she wanted to see a painting exhibition, and without saying a word, He Injo pulled her onto his private plane and flew directly to the Italian country. Chapter 42. Okay, game over. On this day, He Injo didn't even go to the group, and in the morning, he directly came to Jiang's house to pick up Jiang Ruotong. And the two of them made an appointment to go to the temple to worship Buddha and eat fasting. In the car, Yufei drove while He Injo's hand was placed on Jiang Ruotong's thigh, to which Jiang Ruotong didn't object. During this period of time she was with He Injo, and the times when she thought of Han Feng had become less and less. Always cannot help but take the two to do comparison, and later found that Han Feng really inferior to the man in front of him. Although this man is not as long as Han Feng did not look at the pure, but can give her a full sense of security and sense of dependence. She would even start thinking about Heinji when she was alone, and would take the initiative to call him and ask him out. She couldn't even figure out for herself now what feelings she had for He Injo, nor could she figure out what feelings she had for Han Feng. She likes Han Feng, but when it comes to marriage, she feels that He Injo is going to be more suitable. Today, it is Jiang Ruotong's appointment with He Injo. She said that today is the anniversary of her mother's death. She wants to come to the temple, copying scriptures and chanting Buddha's name for her mother, bathing and eating fasting. He Injo almost did not even think about it before agreeing, but also in front of his face to put off today's meeting. Cooperation, entertainment all. Jiang Ruotong was touched, because this was something that even her father had never done. When the two arrived at the temple, they bathed and dressed first, then they began to copy the scriptures and recite the Buddha's name, and at noon the two ate a fasting meal at the temple. In the afternoon, He Injo's phone rang, and Jiang Ruotong clearly felt that He Injo's face was ugly, but after hanging up the phone, he smiled at himself and continued to accompany her. Jiang Ruotong was puzzled and sent a message asking what had happened. The result that I learned was that the myth group was sent by the top to investigate severely, and many departments intervened, and the myth group was paralyzed and stopped almost instantly. Jiang Ruotong was shocked. She knew that it was the Hu family that had made a move, but that man still accompanied himself as if he was fine. Engine 9, the myth group is being investigated? Aha, then you're still. It's fine. I promise to accompany you to copy the sutras and chant for my mother-in-law, so I won't give up halfway. At this moment Jiang Ruotong's heart once again throbbed. Her heart was extremely struggling and she even vaguely felt pain. Injin, let's stop here. Let's go back. The group's business is important. He Injo looked back at Jiang Ruotong and said, okay, I'll wait for you in the car. These days the myth group has been targeted. All departments frantically checking. Even if they can't find out, they won't let you get by. They just drag you along. And He Injo acted as if it hadn't happened. As long as Jiang Ruotong wanted, he was there. Injin, is it really okay about the group? He Injo sighed and said, resigned to fate, there is no pure black and white in this world. As long as you want to investigate, you can't get away with it. Ruotong, the myth group is finished, and so am I. I just want to spend my last time with you. Injo Jiang Ruotong cried out in pain for the first time as she jumped into He Injo's arms. The next day, Jiang's group began to take action against the myth group. The myth group would have been in a state of suspension. A lot of projects, the market, all taken away by Jiang's group. For a while, the myth group was in jeopardy. Everyone thinks that He Injo is powerless to return to heaven. The official suppression, the attack of Jiang province, each of them is enough to be fatal. And Heinji was at this moment building castles on the beach. Jiang Ruotong watched quietly right behind him. Her tears couldn't stop flowing down. It was her. She was the one who caused this man who loved her so much. Injin, I'm sorry, my father. It's okay, Ruotong, I don't blame you. I'm already satisfied to be with you for such a long time. You're the best woman for me. Ruotong, remember when I promised you that I would give you a castle when we get married? Unfortunately, I can only pile one up for you, He Injo said with some bitterness. Injin, sign this document. I beg you. Jiang Ruotong took out the document. It was the transfer agreement for her 20% shareholding in Jiang Group. Injin, I'm sorry, This is the only compensation I can give you. It's not as good as the myth group, but it's enough for you to have a place in John's and be able to live a good life. Injin, I'm the one who's sorry. Please take it. Otherwise, I don't know how to forgive myself. Hyunjo took the document and signed it, then handed it over to Ning Xian while he himself continued to pile up the castle. After another 2 hours, Hyunjo's phone rang. Hey, it's me, ninth brother. The transfer of shares has already taken effect. The people on Hu Xiao's side have also withdrawn, and an official announcement has been made that everything in the myth group is reasonable and compliant. Hyunjo laughed and stretched, suddenly lifting his foot and kicking the piled-up castle to pieces in one go. Okay, game over. Zhang Ruotong stared blankly at the scene, and the moment the castle was kicked to pieces, it seemed as if her heart was broken as well. Ning Xin, bring MS. Zhang back to my villa, and at the same time notify down the line that the counterattack has begun. Zhang Ruotong was brought back to the villa by Hyunjo and thrown directly onto the bed. Injin, you, MS. Zhang, is it fun to lie to me? Do you really think you and your father, that old undead, can count on me? From now on, it's time for me to fight back. And the first step is to enjoy the daughter that old bastard gave me himself. The two had a tussle. Oh, it can be, MS. Zhang is still the first time? Hyunjo, you devil, why did you do this to me, demon? With a snap, Hyunjo slapped Zhang Ruotong's face. Call the husband. You're not worthy. Snap. Call it or not? Dreaming. Snap. Call the husband. No way. Snap. Call. Honey, that's a good boy. An hour later, Hyunjo got off the bed and looked at the crying woman on the bed and said, Zhang Ruotong, you and your old, undead father both underestimated me too much. Hyunjo, I admit that my father and I have counted on you, but my heart for you is true. Che, what's the point of going any farther when the starting point is all wrong? Hyunjo, don't think you can do anything just because you took my 20% of shares. John's is not as simple as you think. Is that a threat? Or do you care about me? I was warning you. Oh, okay, copy that. In the month that followed, the Myth Group and Zhang Group frantically targeted each other as Zhang's stock price began to go down due to the revelation that Zhang sold his daughter to count on Hyunjo. Hu Jilai even exploded the video of Han Feng and Zhang Ruotong back then, saying that he and Hyunjo were both poor victims, which immediately appeared in a huge uproar, and even the Hu family was shaken. For a moment, Zhang's was completely suppressed by the Myth Group. This moment Lin Hai's people once again saw the power of the Nine God of Wealth, the cash, so much that people are afraid to say that the Myth Group makes money faster than printing money. Chapter 43, Yun Bing's Love That Gave Everything. Originally, given the current situation, it was only a matter of time before Jiang was defeated and acquired by the Myth Group. But everyone still underestimated Zhang's group. Zoda Information of Huizhou Province mortgaged all its industries and injected $10 billion for Zhang's group. Hochin Pharmaceuticals in Yun Province mortgaged all its assets and injected $15 billion for Zhang's group. The two companies mortgaged everything to inject capital into Jiang, causing Zhang's stock price to start picking up and its funds to be replenished. The situation was instantly reversed, and just when the crowd thought Jiang was going to turn the tables, a shocking news appeared. Huaxia Bank provided 28 billion and MS. Yun Bing personally provided 2 billion, for a total capital injection of 30 billion for Myth Group. This news left everyone confused, including Hyunjo himself, and Lin Dai even lamented, an idol is an idol, one step ahead of me. Lin Dai was just about to call his father to communicate about Lin's group's outburst, when he saw that Yun Bing had made a move, and it was a shocking move, and the bank should be that she mortgaged the half of Yun's group's own his father's shareholding, and her own portion, which was supposed to be the assets that were sold off, to make up enough for the $30 billion. Hyunjo smiled helplessly. This girl purposely put together 30 billion, 10 times the amount she had lent her at that time, absolutely on purpose. To know, this 30 billion has hit over, and is real cash not verbal support that thing. This girl is betting on everything to accompany Hyun crazy. At this time, Hyunjo's phone rang, a call from Yun Bing. Hey, Yun Bing, are you crazy? Sort of. Hyunjo, will you let me lose? No, that's good. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, just do your best. I still have a game company left. If you lose, come to Jiang Province and find me. I'll support you. Hyunjo this moment really let this woman moved. She not only bet everything, but also for the two left behind. That sentence I support you, let Hyunjo knows is a little sour. Okay, be good and wait for me in Jiang Province. Hyunjo hung up the phone, and for the first time he felt what it was like to be treated by a woman who gave her all. It was also the first time I realized what it was like to be a woman who left a retreat for him and made preparations to support him. He couldn't wait to see Yun Bing now and tell her that he missed her. Hyunjo stood up and said, within 10 days, end this farce. I've had enough fun. Hyunjo left after saying that, while the other few people in the office looked at each other and nodded. Once again, the Forest Sea made waves. Winhong Entertainment injected $5 billion into the Myth Group. Flying Fish Network injects $5 billion into Myth Group. Lin's Group injected $10 billion into the Myth Group. Xianjiang Group injected $10 billion into Myth Group. 4 pieces of news completely crushed Zhang's Group. Zhang's Group declared bankruptcy a week later to be wholly acquired by Myth Group. And the Myth Group, after integrating the Zhang Group and a number of companies, was already a true giant in Linhai. The new emperor of the Myth Group ascended to the throne, and as the leader, He Injio became famous in one battle, and the bell he kept ringing during this time was also known as the He General Dengshinsho, truly becoming the god of 9 fortunes. Zhang Family Villa. Zhang Juanzi seems to have aged 10 years overnight, no longer the glory of the beginning. Looking at He Injio sitting in front of him, he laughed bitterly. There are talented people in the rivers and mountains. He Injio, you've won. I'm getting old. He Injio smiled and said, actually, it's quite good. Zhang's is a behemoth after all. Even if the stock price is severely diluted, the money I acquired will be enough for your family to be rich for several lifetimes. Oh, indeed. It's not bad to take a break. It's just that, hey, it would have been nice if I had actually let you be my son-in-law in the first place. Heinjiu didn't say anything. Zhang Juanzi looked at He Injio and asked, He Injio, this step by step, it's all so subtle. Heinjiu didn't say anything. He didn't see the need to explain. What is the relationship between that Yun Bing, who is known as the #1 beauty in 3 provinces and 1 city, and you? Zhang Ruodong asked out in a low voice. I woman. So, Ms. Jiang, you are beautiful, but you can't charm me yet. He Injio stood up and said, alright, everything that needs to be said has been said, and the contract has been signed. Old man Jiang, Miss Jiang, goodbye. He Injio turned around and left, and just as he was about to go out the door, Zhang Ruodong couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, He Injio, is everything you've done to me a lie? Have you ever loved me? Heinjiu's form didn't stop. He just raised his hand in the air and waved it away. Zhang Juanzi looked at his daughter. He didn't have the slightest hint of blame, and said after a long time, maybe dad was wrong. Daughter, bring Han Feng to see me tomorrow. I agree. Zhang Ruotong didn't say anything because Han Feng already knew about He Injio's affair with her and drew a line with her at the first opportunity. The reason being, she was He Injio's woman now and the Zhang family was defeated. If he wanted to be with her, he would be targeted by He Injio, just like what happened to Lu Tao. Zhang Ruodong didn't feel much sadness when she heard this, and even agreed with Han Feng's approach. Yes, he was just an ordinary university assistant professor, and when he faced He Injio, he would be played to death if he wasn't careful. Dad, Han Feng is even. I seem to be in love with He Injio. If I pursue him, will you? Oh, what a world. Daughter, you're older, Dad's older. Do whatever you want, and if you do get with him, Dad's happy for you because, well, he's more powerful than Dad. He Injio took a good rest for 2 days and departed for Jiang Province on the 3rd day. Came to Jiang Province first, participated in the ribbon cutting, and then government officials had another symposium. In the afternoon, he took a group of journalists and officials to visit the company and factories, inspect them, publicize them, and a series of other activities. It stayed busy until the end of the night, with another socializing and a lot of drinking. Still as before, they were allowed to move around freely and were reimbursed for all expenses, while He Injio himself headed to Yun Bing's villa. He Injio called Yun Bing before he reached the villa. Hello, open the door. Oh, got it. Heinjiu, where have you been? I opened the door. Where are you? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm on your doorstep. In front of my house? Are you sure? Okay, Yun Bing, I'm drunk. Don't tease me. Open the door. I'll send you a video. I'll see where you are. The video connected and Yun Bing was speechless for a while. Heinjiu, I sold everything I could under my name. Did you forget? I'm now living in a commercial house near Yun's group. He Injio was speechless and said, come pick me up. You can't even get a taxi in this villa area. Yun Bing laughed out and said, okay, wait for me for a while. Stand there and don't run around. I'm psychotic. I'm running around. Hurry up. Chapter 44, Another Fight. It didn't take long for Yun Bing to arrive in front of He Injio in a small BMW 3 Series. He Injio was a bit disgusted and said, is this the car that Mr. Yun drives? Yun Bing's face instantly became unsightly. He Injio, have some conscience. I sold everything to accompany you to go crazy. Don't you have any idea? Heinjia hemmed and hawed. Yo, a high-quality beauty like General Manager Yun can also curse. With that, He Injio took Yun Bing in his arms. Yun Bing, you know what? I miss you so much. I don't react to any other woman except you. Yun Bing was hugged by him. Listening to his words, his heart instantly softened, and softly said, drunk, get in the car. Let's go home. In the car, Yun Bing drove while Hee-in-gyo kept touching Yun Bing's beautiful legs. Hee-in-gyo, don't go too far. I'm driving. Hee-in-gyo just kept looking at Yun Bing. What are you looking at? I'm looking at what kind of silly woman could have given me all she had. Oh, I'm quite stupid. I don't even know what I think. But unfortunately, people's 9 fortunes don't need it. They have 2 large companies, and Lin's and Qian's family support. Without me, you can't lose. Hee-in-gyo didn't say anything, still staring at Yun Bing. Say something. What are you looking at? Yun Bing, you're so pretty. Hee-in-gyo's words instantly made Yun Bing's face redden. Yun Bing, thank you. Compared to them, you are the most surprising and touching to me. You topped a lot of pressure, right? Yun Bing sighed. Not really, Hee-in-gyo. I don't know why. At that moment, just want to face everything together with you, even if we lose. By relying on the game company I left behind, we can at least live a rich life. Mr. He, remember when I borrowed 3 billion from you and your request? Hee-in-gyo was instantly weak and said, what do you mean? At that time, I accompanied you for 51 days. How about I lend you $30 billion now, and I won't ask for interest? How about you accompany me for a year? I'll give you the money tomorrow. Yun Bing was instantly displeased and said, then don't tomorrow. Now. Good. After saying that, Hee-in-gyo picked up the phone. Xiao Lei, allocate 31 billion to Yun Bing. It didn't take long for Yun Bing to really receive the news that $31 billion had arrived. Yun Bing gritted his teeth and said, that 1 billion is the interest, is it? Hee-in-gyo, you and I counted really clear. You lying, you don't regret it. When he arrived home, Yun Bing's face was still bad, and Hee-in-gyo ignored it and took a bath on his own. When he came back and saw that Yun Bing was still sitting on the couch, he sat next to him and started to move his hands. Yun Bing interrupted him and said, Hee-in-gyo, still not planning to marry me, is it? I say, Yun Bing, are you worried about getting married? Isn't it good for the 2 of us to be like this now? Hee-in-gyo, I've done so much for you. I've willingly lost everything for you. Can't I even get one promise from you in exchange? Hee-in-gyo stood up, looked at Yun Bing and said, if you have to confuse the 2 things, then I have nothing to say. You helped me, I thank you, but I paid back the money, and gave you the interest, and I can't lose without you. But I don't want to measure so-called feelings with money. There's no point. Oh, Hee-in-gyo, are you disgusting? You don't use money to measure your feelings. Is this what you deserve to say? How did you get me back then? Have you forgotten? I did ask you to stay with me, but I didn't say I'd pay you to fall in love with me. Hee-in-gyo, you mean I'm letting you sleep for more than 50 days, sleeping and falling in love with you, right? Yun Bing, can we not fight whenever we meet and it's because of something like this? I don't want to argue with you, but what am I? Your lover? Or a buddy? I still say that my house, my bed, will only be my husband. Oh, okay, I'll go. Hee-in-gyo changed his clothes and was about to leave. Yun Bing looked at Hee-in-gyo, who preferred to leave without saying that he would marry himself, and instantly roared, tell me, what's wrong with me that makes you so repulsed to marry me? Hee-in-gyo at the doorway paused for a moment. He decided that it would be better to talk to Yun Bing about it. Yun Bing, I'm not rejecting you. I'm rejecting everyone. I don't have any more relatives in this world. The only relative I had before was Ruyan Lu, but you know the result. Although I, Hee-in-gyo, don't claim to be a good person, I will give my all to my future wife because that is my only living relative. So after Lu Ruyan, I don't want to, or dare to, trust anyone again. I don't know if you can understand. I do like you, but marriage, at least I can't accept it right now. I'm leaving. Hee-in-gyo opened the door and walked out. Last time Hee-in-gyo's departure made Yun Bing suffer and regret. This time, she never wanted to miss it again. Yun Bing chased after him and hugged Hee-in-gyo from behind. Don't go away. You coax me. Yun Bing cried. She knew that she could not leave this man, the man who was closest to her, when she knew that he was engaged. She was so sick that she almost died in the past. When she learned the truth, she willingly gave everything to support him. Hee-in-gyo sighed and said, how can I coax you? Get married? But I only dare to accept this kind of relationship now. If you can't accept it, then I'm sorry. Hee-in-gyo, you are a coward. Does the failure with Lu Ruyan make you so scared? I'm not Ruyan Lu. You've also investigated me. What kind of person I am? You know that too, don't you? Oh, Ruyan Lu wasn't like this now back then, or I wouldn't. Okay, I get it. We need time. Hee-in-gyo, you win. I accept this relationship. I'll show you. Hee-in-gyo also some sighs. Indeed, as Yun Bing said, he may really be a coward. That 3 years, he has never let go. Otherwise it is not possible to still count Lu Ruyan. Hee-in-gyo turned around, looked at Yun Bing and said, Yun Bing, give me some time. If I really put it down that easily, how heartless I should be. Yun Bing nodded and said in a pearly voice, okay, let's go home, okay? On the bed, the 2 of them didn't do anything. Hee In-gyo just lay holding her tightly. Hein-jiu, don't you feel that this is unfair to me? Oh, what are the conditions? Just say it, beat around the bush. The cooperation? What do you take me for? Do you really think I care to eat your Jedi? So you say, forget about the past, don't look for another woman in the future, okay? I can't accept it. If you want, you can come to me. I promise you, you can come to, if you want to. Shut up, I won't. Yun Bing, I missed you. Darn, I knew you'd make it bad. Come on. Chapter 45 Yun Bing's Perverted Bamboo Horse. The first beauty of the 3 provinces in one city is really not blown out. Yun Bing, this woman, no matter whether she is brought out, or put at home for herself, is the absolute super first-line T0 level. After a cloud and rain, Hee In-gyo was incomparably comfortable, while Yun Bing was obediently lying in his arms like a kitten. After all, Yun Bing was also a woman. Hee In-gyo needed her, and why wouldn't she need Hee In-gyo? Hein-jiu, you're so powerful. The Wu family, the Jiang family, all lost to you. Yun Bing said lazily. Yeah, they looked down on me as a thug, but unfortunately they all lost to me as a thug. How ironic you say. What thugs? Those so-called family sons, one more than the other. Hypocritical, cowardly, with a thief's heart, not a thief's guts. You know what I like about you? Hein-jiu, you are very real and dare to do whatever you want. You know, at that time when you made that kind of request with me, my first reaction wasn't that you were shameless, but that I was surprised that you were the first man who dared to show that kind of desire to me. Hee In-gyo laughed and said, if you want to get it, go and do it. Hiding it is not like a man. Maybe the tycoons are like this. But, and you call yourself a thug? The thug look is what you're pretending to be. Oh, still you know me better. They say I'm a thug. In fact, to put it bluntly, it's just that they're not happy to see that I've used less than 10 years to equal or even surpass the efforts of several generations of theirs, and they're calling me a thug to stroke their pathetic egos. The Jiang family, the Wu family, when I found out, I was a little scared that you would count me out that much. Yun Bing, I have never counted on you, nor have I ever thought of counting on you, or else your Yun's situation at that time would have been surnamed to you by now. Cluck 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 cluck. Lu Ruyan is really blind. As your closest person, she is actually as deceived by your illusion as I am an outsider. It's really pathetic. The sad part is me, I guess. 3 years and she never really got to know me. I'll get to know you later. Yeah, let's hear you call your husband first. Then you call your wife first. Honey, it's your turn. Shay, you men call your wives so freely. I can't do that. You cheating? Call the husband. Don't you dare unless you marry me. Asterisk 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 asterisk, there you go again. A name calling. Geez, okay, hubby, satisfied. That's more like it. Yun Bing suddenly rolled over, lying on top of Hee In-gyo, a pretty face looking at him. Hein-jiu, can't you let go of Ruyan Lu? Hee In-gyo also tightened the beauty in his arms. It's not that I can't let go. There's nothing extra to feel anymore. It's just that I don't want to make it easy for them. Maybe, that's just the way I am. If you don't serve me my favorite dish, I dare you to lift the table. He. Don't worry, at my place, it's all your favorite dishes, I promise. Well, trust you for now. Hein 9. What do we count now? What do you want to count? I know what you're thinking now, and I understand. I was the one who didn't consider your feelings before. Hein-jiu, let's fall in love. In love? Yeah, actually, I've never been in a relationship yet. I don't know what it's like. I heard them say that being in a relationship is wonderful and happy. Hee In-gyo suddenly got a little emotional and said, fine, let's fall in love. I've never been in love either. But, who are you kidding? You're married and you're telling me you've never been in love? Hein-jiu shook his head. Really, I won't lie to you. My situation with Ruyan Lu is actually quite similar to yours. She also found me and asked me to help him, and I proposed marriage to him. Bah, it's disgusting. When people look for you, you mention marriage. When I look for you and take the initiative to mention marriage, you refuse. Say, is it any woman who looks for you to borrow money? You will mention this disgusting request? No, just the two of you. At that time, during the university period, Lu Ruyan was considered my white moonlight, but at that time I was humble, and then her family encountered difficulties, and I had already stood up. So, as for you, I was still in the middle of a divorce with her at the time, and you, being really pretty, the best looking woman I've ever seen, got the itch. Shay, you men are all the same. Hee In-gyo laughed evilly. And we men? You seem like you've been exposed to a lot of them. Yun Bing skimmed his mouth and said, I have a childhood friend, called Xiao Bo. I have always treated him as a brother, and after graduating from high school, he actually confessed his love for me, and at that time, he almost scared me to death, and it felt especially inexplicable. What happened afterward? Hee In-gyo became interested. He was quite eager to hear about Yun Bing's history. I rejected. was thinking about it, and did not take it seriously. He is also quite honest. Is the college that will follow me around every day? Cannot drive away the kind. I'm too lazy to pay attention to it, and I've given his mom all the money he's bought me and the gifts he's given me, gifts and all, but I've fattened up the three of them quite a bit, until I graduated from college and joined the group. I had a habit of throwing my stockings in the trash the next morning if they were worn out the first day. Suddenly one day the boss of the property told me that every morning Xiaobo would come to the garbage can in front of my villa to rummage through my stockings, and when he found them he took them away, and when he couldn't find them he left. I was almost sick to my stomach when I found out, and I haven't said a word to him since, and I don't know where he's gone since. Heinjio wanted to laugh at that. Asterisk. This dude is pretty sick. But wife, I like stockings too. He. Humph. Of course I know. How many more of my stockings did you wreak havoc on during those 50 days with you? Injio smiled. Indeed. That more than 50 days he did not care about the attitude of the cloud ice. Anyway, it is a transaction. Of course, he can play at his own pleasure. But Yun Bing, I still have to thank this Xiaobo. What's wrong with you? You thank him? Of course, after all those years of being your lickspill, without him, there's no chance you'd have been taken down by someone without him, and it would have been cheaper for me? Of course, these days, a woman is lucky to be a firstborn, let alone a first time. Yun Bing also laughed petulantly as she listened to this guy's crooked reasoning. But hearing you say that, it's also true that, back in college, he was in some trouble with people for 3 days, and from what my best friend said, he did help keep me away from a lot of people. Well, good. I decided to give him a present when I had the chance to meet him. Yun Bing froze and asked suspiciously, what kind of gift? Send him 2 stockings you've worn. Ha. Ah, Heinjiu, why are you so annoying? Bad you. Oh, just kidding, he better not show up or else. Yun Bing gave him a blank look, arched into his arms twice, hugged him and said, alright, go to sleep. You still have to work tomorrow. Chapter 46. Good job. Keep up the good work. The next morning, when Injio woke up, he found that Yun Bing was no longer there. He went downstairs and found Yun Bing actually cooking breakfast in the kitchen. You actually know how to cook? We'll do something simple. Auntie Wang has to send her grandson to school in the morning, so usually I eat something simple in the morning, but isn't this you coming? Injio was a little touched. Lu Ruyan, who hadn't made him breakfast in 3 years. In terms of status, in terms of position, Yun Bing was several notches higher than Lu Ruyan, but was willing to cook for him. Honey, go ahead and wash up. You'll be done in a minute. What did you call me? Didn't you say you don't want me to call you by your name? But because of the name 9 this name Lu Ruyan so called. I do not want to. Oh, I like that title. After washing up, the two sat down for breakfast. Breakfast was sumptuous, and it was obvious that Yun Bing was attentive and should have gotten up early as well. Last night Yun Bing expressed her feelings with him. She said that the two of them will be in a relationship first. Anyway, she has never talked about it. To experience it, to give Injio time to accept it. Injio naturally agreed. Only those clubs, they seem to be unable to go again. But it does not matter. Anyway, he never touched those women. Too dirty. Afraid of contracting diseases. Yun Bing, there's no need to make it so sumptuous. I've lived a hard life for many years. I'm not picky. All the more reason for me to make it up to you then. For the time I wasn't there. Can't see that the iceberg female president is still a love brain? I can't believe she would still say such things. I don't want you to care. But honey, I've changed my name. What do you mean? What do you want me to call you? Yun Bing thought for a moment and said, call me Binger. My family calls me Xiao Bing. Binger belongs exclusively to you. Good. How long will you be in Gangtok, dear? A week, I think, to finalize the new energy vehicle partner. Oh, I know. Ice. What? How about not mentioning the cooperation? Che, I have my own pride and don't care for the back door. After breakfast, the two of them went out together, and Yun Bing sent Injio to Jixin Technology Company, and instead of going to the group, Yun Bing took her 2 assistants to the mall. She wanted to purchase some things for Injio that he needed on a daily basis. At this moment, Injio is talking about cooperation, the government side of the person in charge of the 2 recommendations for himself. Injio did not say anything. He certainly knows that there is something fishy here. Mr. I feel that Andy's car is quite good. Heinjio looked at him and said, it's better to just say what the relationship is. Hey, Mr. Ho, my nephew is a vice president there. Injio glanced at Lin Dai, who understood and said, Mr. Although Andy's car is still good, but the public evaluation is not good. There have been cases of large-scale recalls of unqualified car parts. So, hearing Lin Dai's words, the government agent was a bit embarrassed. His nephew's company had indeed made a few serious mistakes. Mr. I feel that Flying Cloud Automobile is good. although the brand effect is not high and the sales volume is average, but there has never been a major problem in terms of quality, and the after-sales service is extremely good. Hee In-jo looked at it and suddenly laughed. Xiao Dai ah, either I introduce you to work at Yun's. Good. I'll just learn from my sister-in-law how to be a strong woman with excellent character and temperament. Hee In-jo gave a blank look, rubbed Lin Dai's head, and said, get lost, little heartless one. Okay, just flying cloud motors. Announce it. After a busy morning, Hee In-jo took a few people to eat a big meal, and in the afternoon let them set off individually to go to the neighboring cities to investigate other industries that can use the new storage battery. And Lin Dai had to stay in Jinling, to be in charge of contacting Yun's automobile manufacturing company. Hee In-jo agreed. It was fine to let her learn from Yun Bing. After all, this girl was going to take over Lin's group in the future, and would be a great help to herself in the future. Hee In-jo didn't have much to do in the afternoon and came to Yun's group, directly crossing the reception and heading to the president's office. This does not come to know. The president's office is on the 9th floor of the Yun Group building. I heard that Yun Bing personally chose the floor, and the entire 9th floor is Yun Bing and her president's office. Who are you looking for, sir? A woman directly stopped Heinjiu and asked. I'm looking for your president Yun Bing. I'm sorry sir, please go wait in the parlor. I'll go ask General Manager Yun for instructions. If General Manager Yun agrees you will naturally go over. Hee In-jo was helpless and said, where is the parlor? On the 8th floor. I have to go down again? Yes sir. Our group has a rule that men are not allowed to enter Chief Yun's office. I'm your Mr. Yun's boyfriend, can't I do the same? Our Chief Yun doesn't have a boyfriend. There are quite a few impersonators. Please leave. Fine. I'll wait in the parlor while you ask for instructions. Heinjiu left, while the woman did not ask for permission and said with contempt, another shameless imposter. Hee In-jo waited for more than half an hour, and Yun Bing didn't come. The girl was in a meeting. After waiting for another half hour, Hee In-jo got a little angry and dialed Yun Bing's phone. Hey, honey, where are you? Group, what's up? I've been waiting for you in the parlor for an hour. You've got quite a rack. Huh? I don't know. Wait for me. I'll be right there. In no time, Yun Bing ran over, and as soon as he entered, he saw Hee In-jo's gloomy face. Honey, what are you doing in the parlor and waiting so long? I'd also like to know how I'm still waiting so long in the parlor. What the hell is going on? A pussy, said you don't let men in your office, told me to come here and wait, said I'd go ask you for instructions, and I thought you were in a meeting. Oh my god, they don't know you. Don't be mad. Why didn't you call me when you got here? Can't we just do it undercover? Okay, let's go to my office. Don't be mad. Yun Bing pulled Hee In-jo to the 9th floor, and a face instantly sank. All come out. Yun Bing directly shouted. As for those who came out, one of the women looked at Yun Bing pulling Hee In-jo's hand, and her face instantly paled. No way. Is it really Mr. Yun's boyfriend? Yun Bing said with a sullen face. Who just stopped my fiancé? Step forward. Mr. Yun. It's me, Li Rong. I don't blame you for stopping people. After all, I'm the one who gave the orders. But why didn't you tell me for an hour? Mr. Yun. I'm sorry, he said he was your boyfriend. I thought it was another impersonator. So, you think you don't need to talk to me? Alright, Li Rong right. Good job. Keep up the good work. That's all from now on. Except for me. Yun Bing snorted at Hee In-jo's words. Asshole. What a pain in the ass. Let's go. Let's talk in my office. Mr. Yun. Then Li Rong asked. Still scared. His word is my word. I'll get back to work. It's fine. Chapter 47 Bon Voyage. Hubby. The two walked into the office and the entire 9th floor exploded straight away. My god. Mr. Yun's fiancé? Yes. How come MS? Yun has a fiancé? It's too sudden. Li Rong. You can do it. You stopped Mr. Yun's fiancé the first time he came. Luckily, Mr. Yun's fiancé is reasonable. Otherwise Li Rong would be in deep today. Didn't you see Mr. Yun's expression? Love is miserable. Yes, look at the way General Manager Yun sat her fiancé to the office. It's the first time I've seen General Manager Yun so gentle. Sisters, the iceberg has melted and our good times may be coming. On the other hand, Hee In-jo smelled a fragrance as soon as he entered Yun Bing's office. Exactly the same as the one Yun Bing was wearing. Ice. Not bad. Your office is even more grand than mine. And it smells so good. Giggle. Ha, then you come often from now on. Forget it. It's not humiliating enough to mess up like this on your first visit. What's wrong with that? Aren't you happy that I don't let other men into my office? Satisfied. By the way honey, are you okay this afternoon? What brings you to my place? They sent me out on a scouting trip, and I had nothing else to do, so I thought I'd stop by. After hearing this, Yun Bing hurriedly asked, honey, which one did Shin work with? Fugtun automobile. In your Jiang province, Fugting is considered the best no matter the brand or quality as well as the scale. As soon as Yun Bing heard this, her pretty face instantly became a bit displeased and pushed away He Angio's hands that were groping around her legs. Hanjiu, are you filled with poop in your head? Don't you know what it means to be a good businessman? You don't choose your woman's company, but an outsider's? What's the matter? Are you afraid that I won't give you money? He Angio sat on the sofa somewhat amused at Yun Bing's expression. Didn't I ask this morning? Who told me they were proud? How can I go and insult a proud woman? Yun Bing gave He Angio an exasperated blank look. I don't think the contract has been signed yet, so cancel it for me. He Angio put on a difficult look and said, it's no good, the talks are all done. I don't care, I want it. Mr. Yun, there's some ambiguity in what you're saying, I can easily misinterpret it. Yun Bing also realized what she had said and instantly blushed. I said I want a cooperation program for new energy vehicles. Hey, that's not good. Hanjiu, such a big piece of cake. You don't feed your woman, you feed someone else? You're out of your mind. Yun Bing was a bit anxious. Honey, I did want to play fair this morning, and I'm confident, but there are people down there right now who have high expectations for this project. Do you know what I mean? I understand, but as you know, I've always been a man of my word, so it's hard to do. Yun Bing was speechless, but then he saw He Angio's smirking expression and understood what this guy was thinking. Yun Bing walked over and sat directly on He Angio's lap, hugged his neck, and said in a mushy voice, hubby, please, give me the project. He Angio never thought that this woman actually had this side. Sure enough, pampering is a woman's natural skill. Yun Bing is too beautiful, plus now throws his arms around He Angio still which can control it. An hour later, He Angio was sitting on the sofa, playing with Yun Bing's little flesh silk feet in his hands. Asshole, you're bad. This is my office. How dare you? He Angio didn't answer, but asked, Binger, how tall are you? 172. 172? It doesn't make sense. What's wrong? Your feet are only about a size 36. Why are they so small? Yun Bing snickered a little. She naturally knew that He Angio was very fond of her feet, and for the first time she was somewhat thankful for what her mother had done at that time. My mother was a young lady from a bookish family, especially traditional, and educated me. She said that women's feet are big and unattractive, so she wrapped my feet and made me wear small shoes during the years when I was growing up, and I was quite angry at that time. Your mother understands men. Ha ha ha. Asterisk 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 off you. The two were flirting when a knock sounded on the door, and Yun Bing instantly retrieved her feet into her high heels. Her vice president walked in, and once he saw Hanjiu, he was a bit embarrassed. Mr. Ho, you, Xiao Yu, what's wrong? This is my fiancé. You know him? Mr. Yun. I'm here to report to you that the automobile manufacturing company below us has taken Jishin Technology's new energy project. So, Yun Bing's pair of beautiful eyes instantly froze, and then he looked at He Angio with some annoyance. Asshole, you lied to me? He Angio laughed out loud and said, silly woman, not to mention that your company is okay in all aspects and needs this project. Even if it doesn't work, I wouldn't dare to give it to someone else. Yun Bing looked at He Angio simply to hate him. He just in order to curry favor with him to take the project, actually let him fool around in the office. The result, okay, I get it. Go down there and make the arrangements. The vice president left, and Yun Bing looked viciously at He Angio. He Angio, you asshole, cheating my body again. He Angio felt funny and said, okay, as for that, just kidding, the big deal is to make it up to you. Yun Bing instantly came to life. Compensated how? He Angio sighed and said with some aggression, just now I scourged you, let you scourge me once. Okay, asterisk 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 you seem to be quite aggravated to have a face. In the afternoon, Yun Bing skipped work, which was the first time she skipped work since she entered the group. Yun Bing took He Angio around, went to a hotel under her banner for a big meal in the evening, and the two of them went to a movie in the evening, and didn't go home until after 10. When he got home Hanjiu collapsed on the couch. I'm really convinced, it's you with me or me with you. Simply, giggle, 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 giggle. Okay, go take a shower. I want to wash with you. Yun Bing's pretty face blushed, but she still agreed. A week was a short period of time, but it allowed the feelings between the two of them, He Angio and Yun Bing, to heat up rapidly. This week, Yun Bing was squeezing in all kinds of time to accompany He Angio, and did his best to fulfill He Angio's perverted requests. The things in Jiang province are almost set up, and He Angio is also going back to Linhai. Although Yun Bing was a bit reluctant to part with him, she also understood that the myth group side was his home base. In the evening, knowing that their lover boy would be returning to Linhai tomorrow, the two tossed and turned all night. The next day, Yun Bing gave Hee Jio to take care of his clothes and said, "Remember what you promised me, no more messing around, and also, come over to keep me company when you're free, and also, take care of yourself over there, drink less, and also remember to send me a video or call me at night, and also, Hee Jio felt funny while listening. This was the iceberg female president that others talked about? Ice, why do I feel like I got a mom? Go to hell, heartless dog man." Yun Bing turned around to leave after saying that, but was pulled back by Hee Jio. Hee Jio kissed it and said, "I love being felt by you. I'm leaving." Yun Bing nodded. "Well, go on, and be good when you get back. Oh, ha, little girl." Hee Jio opened the door to his room and walked out, and Yun Bing still chased after him. Pulling Hee Jio, he kissed them, and they kissed for a long time. "Remember, my dear, you have another woman in the river province. A woman who loves you with a passionate love. Got it? I'm leaving. I'll have Ning Xin come over when I get back." "Well, husband, have a safe trip." Hee Jio laughed and said, "Hurry back. You really want to mess me up so much that you don't want to leave, don't you? Bummer." Steal straight. Chapter 48, A Woman Can Give. When Hee Jio returned to Linhai, the first thing he did was send Ning Xin over. Not only Ning Xin, Lin Dai was also sent over, to which Lin Dai was happy for a night, and set off with Ning Xin the next day, without a trace of attachment to Hee Jio and the group. Hee Jio sat in his office, looked at Yufei and also Ji Xiaolei, Ji Zhuan, and said, "You three just don't hold back, laugh if you want to." As soon as Hee Jio's words fell, they really laughed out, and even the usually unsmiling Yufei had a rare laugh. Hee Jio rolled his eyes and said, "I suddenly feel that I am a good failure. Lin Dai, that girl I treated as a dear sister for so many years. The result, really no conscience. That afternoon, Yun Bing called. Hee Jio answered the phone. He heard splitting the face to bury the injustice. "Hee Jio, what the hell do you take me for? Yesterday there wasn't a single message all the way to Linhai. There was still nothing when we arrived. Still nothing this morning, and now that Hart and Dai have arrived, you still don't have anything. Is it true that if I don't call you, you won't know to call me?" Hee Jio thought for a moment and said, "Binger, haven't you heard that distance produces beauty? Asterisk 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 off. Hee Jio, let me tell you, distance does produce beauty. But that's all short-lived and temporary. What distance really produces is always alienation and strangeness." Okay, I get it. This guy, he's like a tigress. Asterisk 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 off you. You'll be satisfied when I'm done with you. While Hee Jio didn't say anything, Yun Bing panicked. "Honey, angry? No. Okay, I won't talk about you, but you're my fiancé, so why don't you care about me?" Hee Jio sighed and said, "When was I your fiancé? You said that in front of others. I'll give you face. We're just boyfriend and girlfriend. And who do you look to for concern when you don't have me?" And answering Hee Jio was the sound of Yun Bing hanging up the phone. Hee Jio smiled. "A little anger is also quite good. Either go out to play by yourself." She left over the phone, right over the phone to annoy or annoyed to death. This is good. This won't disturb herself for at least 3 days. Thinking, Hee Jio had already arrived at the underground parking lot. Faye, set off. Sky Club. 3 days passed very quickly. Hee 9 sitting in the office. Really amazing. This will be. How to go more and more do not want to fall in love. But the people they're female still cannot touch. The risk is too high. If you can go to the club at night to enjoy, and go home to sleep. Yun Bing. What kind of day is that? Think about it, all make people surging. Hee Jio was just thinking about how he could get Yun Bing to not stop him from going out to play, only to see the door to his office being pushed open. Who dares to enter their office without knocking? And the person who appeared in front of his eyes made Hee Jio lose his temper instantly. "Ice? What brings you here?" Looking at Yun Bing a cold face, Hee Jio immediately walked over to coax. "No way. People have come. They have to enjoy the night, but certainly have to first coax good not. Hee Jio, remember you promised me at that time? And it turned out to be 3 days of no contact, right? If you want to break it off with me, can you just say so?" Hee Jio heard. "Boy, this cannot be. This is not coaxed. Their night to play. Ice, what are you talking about? What break up? I've promised to try talking to you. How can I part easily?" "Well then, why no contact for 3 days?" Looked at the Cloud Ice attitude is somewhat eased. Hee Jio walked over to pull the Cloud Ice in his arms. "I have to say, this is really beautiful," and she slept with her, completely unable to interest other women, always subconsciously to compare. Yun Bing didn't refuse to his movements. The two of them had done the most intimate things for I don't know how many times. She had been his person for a long time. "You're standing here now, and that's what I'm here for." "What do you mean?" "Hey, I kind of can't stay away from you. To put it bluntly, addicted. Want you to come, but also afraid of sticking to you just after the separation to make you look down on me." can only use this kind of lustful means. Yun Bing listened to Hee In-jo's explanation. What gas? What aggression? Instantly disappeared. The heart is beautiful. Really? Asshole, if you miss me, just say so and see which one of us has time to see the other. Is that all? Hee In-jo snickered in his heart as he listened. Sure enough, women in love have a low IQ. Of course it's true. We've been separated for 4 days, but I'm suddenly a little uncomfortable. And for 4 nights, I haven't slept too well. Hee In-jo said with true feelings, which to let his few friends hear must be angry to death. Indeed, for days without rest, every afternoon playing cards, and then eat dinner, after that go to the clubhouse pulling young models drinking, singing and dancing, and then play tired, go upstairs to take a shower, eat fruit press mo. 3 beautiful technicians coaxed him to sleep alone. No one can rest well on a day like this. Of course, Yun Bing did not know what Hee In-jo was resting badly because of, but at this moment, he was a little heartbroken. Honey, I remember you have a private jet, don't you? Well, there is. It's supposed to be the most luxurious private jet in the country. Use it for me. What for? I fly back from Jiang province to be with you after work every day. Hee In-jo suddenly sat up straight, feeling like he was going to lose his wife and his army. That, ice. No need to be like that. How tiring. I'll be heartbroken. It's okay. I rested okay yesterday. I'll slowly get used to it. It's okay. Accompanying you is the most important. When Yun's side stabilizes, I'll go back 2 days a week, and the rest of the time I'll be in Linhai with you. Okay. Not good. Heinjiu spoke almost subconsciously, just in a small voice. What? Ah, I say well, I'm more than happy to have you with me. Well, okay, you're waiting for me for a while. You talk to the people down there now. I'll use the airplane later. Hee In-jo was helpless and picked up the phone to make the arrangements with his eyes lifeless. It's really a knife in the head of the color. Ah, then how is this seduced by the promise of her love? If you don't talk about it, you're free. You can usually play how you want to play. And if you want to, you can go and find her to get a wave. How beautiful. Ah, now it's good. It feels like it's chained. Hee In-jo thought, although this feeling was very unpleasant. He also understood that he seemed to be a bit inseparable from this woman, Yun Bing, because what she gave him was really the greatest joy in this world. Not only physically, but also her love for herself. Hee In-jo felt for the first time what it was like to be loved by a woman with money and face. She really seemed like she could give everything for him. This is what she has never felt in Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan to him has always been to ask for love, and even more ask for resources. It turns out that 2 people together, not only the man should pay, the woman turns out to be able to. Chapter 49 The Past of Heinjiu. That night, Hee In-jo surprisingly brought Yun Bing to the beach. Hee In-jo held Yun Bing's hand as the 2 of them walked along the beach. Honey, have you never been here before? Heinjiu was a bit emotional. How do you know? Because you can't even find a nearby parking lot and you have to navigate. It's confusing. You're supposed to know this place well for someone from Linhai. I'm not from Linhai. I grew up as a kid on a farm and came to Linhai in college. Then my parents died. A few of the family's houses were demolished. My parents' land was taken over, and I was given a large sum of money, probably over $12 million. In college, the friends I hung out with were not so well off, and I tried to help them out when I had money, but they were always embarrassed, and then someone said I was insulting them. In a fit of anger, I started to lead them to start their own business. Perhaps it was a good fortune. I went all the way high but never failed until I founded the Myth Group. That's why they called me a thug. At that time, I was very busy, either working or socializing. How could I have time to come here? Then I succeeded and didn't want to come. The only time I wanted to come was when I talked to Ruyan Lu. I said let's go for a walk on the beach, but she said it was childish and tasteless, and that she might as well improve her self-cultivation if she had that time. You know, when I was a kid I had a wish for my mom and dad to take me for a walk on the beach. I hadn't seen the ocean on the farm at that time and longed for it, but they passed away, and when I got married, I considered Ruyan Lu my family, so I tried to get her to accompany me once, and it turned out. I haven't mentioned it since then, so when I asked you earlier if you wanted to go for a walk on the beach, I thought you wouldn't agree. Yun Bing listened to Hee In-jo's words, stopped and stood across the street, reached out and touched his face, saying, honey, don't care about other people, in my eyes you are the best. Wherever you want to go in the future, talk to me, I'll be with you. I know that it must be very hard and tiring for you to come all this way by yourself, all the time suffering silently by yourself. Husband, I'll stay with you from now on, I'll be your only family. After Yun Bing finished speaking, he noticed that Hee In-jo's eyes were a little red, but the man tilted his head up condescendingly and looked to the other side. Oh, it's so funny. The brothers who fought together in college don't get it. The friends I've made since then don't get it. My married wife of 3 years doesn't get it. And the one who really understands me is you, a woman I've known for a few months. Yun Bing smiled and said, because I am your woman, I love you, I want to get to know you, I want to know what you like, what you hate, what you desire and what you loathe. Yun Bing looked at Hee In-gyo. She knew that this moment she walked into his heart, although it was only a small step. Hee In-gyo stopped feeling sentimental, collected his thoughts, took Yun Bing's hand and said, wife, let's go home. The next day, Hee In-gyo woke up when Yun Bing had already left. Hee In-gyo went downstairs and looked at the table where Yun Bing had prepared breakfast for him, and was somewhat moved. Hee In-gyo walked over and picked up the note on the table, not realizing that this woman had a good handwriting. Honey, the group has something to take care of. I've commandeered your plane. Remember to have breakfast. I went to a lot of trouble to make it. Heinjia sat down and ate his breakfast quietly. Honestly, as far as it goes, Cloud Ice is perfect. Perhaps, she is really a good candidate, but it is better to look again. These years, using all means to seduce him too many women, but really love him is one without. All for money, including Lu Ruyan. He can accept women approaching him for money, and he's happy to use money to make exchanges with women, and he can even accept women cheating him out of money, but he can't accept women cheating him out of his heart. That's why he had so much hatred for Ruyan Lu, including now. Whenever he had the chance, he would count on Ruyan Lu. The next time he and Yun Bing were busy working, but Yun Bing the woman really did what she said she would do. She really did go back to Linhai every day, even sometimes arriving home in the middle of the night. Hee In-gyo still softened his heart, and began to run to Jiang province himself, and the two of them became more and more affectionate. On this day Hee In-gyo is traveling to Fu province. He is going to meet Lu Ming. Borrowing Lu Ming's hand to clean up Lu Tao is more than appropriate, not only to take the anger, but also to make a good relationship with Lu Ming, the future heir. This side just got off the plane. Hee In-gyo thought of the need to tell Yun Bing that he was on a business trip, so that this girl does not need to go back. Have a good rest. The phone call was not answered twice. Hee In-gyo was a bit puzzled. This kind of situation had never happened before. Called Ning Xin, and the call went through. 9. Where's Yun Bing? Why isn't the phone answering? She just went to the bathroom. Hee In-gyo narrowed his eyes and said, be careful, you dare to lie to me? Hey, sister-in-law, pick it up. Ninth brother knows me too well. I can't fool him at all. Hey, honey, what's wrong with you? Not much, just a little uncomfortable. Not feeling well enough to answer my calls? Okay, pick up the video. Hee In-gyo didn't give Yun Bing's reaction time, hung up the phone and sent the video directly. The video rang for a while, and Hee In-gyo knew that this girl was hiding something from him and was hesitating, probably feeling like there was no hiding. The video went through anyway. Hee In-gyo looked at Yun Bing's pale face lying on the hospital bed, and his brows couldn't help but wrinkle. Without a word, he just hung up. Tell Lu Ming to find a time for another appointment and go to Jiang province. On the other hand, in the hospital, Yun Bing and Ning Xin both looked at each other, both feeling weak. Sister heart, is he coming? Definitely. What would he do if he knew? It will be done to your eldest. Would he really do it to my eldest? That's my eldest, his elder. In Nine's eyes, it's all carbon-based creatures. Then we want to keep it from him? Ning Xin shook her head and said, you can try if you want to conceal it, but the success rate is minimal. You still need to think of a good countermeasure. In fact, sister-in-law, have you thought about it? You shouldn't be soft-hearted. Yun Bing sighed and said, why would I want to be soft-hearted? But my grandfather will soon be. This is his last request, and he has already given me all that he promised me. Let's wait until ninth brother comes. But sister-in-law, you have to be mentally prepared. This matter has already touched ninth brother's bottom line. Hey, my grandfather was biased, but he was still my grandfather, and I really don't know how to refuse his last request before he died. In fact, I really envy him, even though he has no relatives, he has no shackles. Ning Xin sighed and said, people really lack something and pursue something. Chapter 50, Yun Bing utilizes Hee In-gyo. Ning Xin looked at Yun Bing and said after a long time, sister-in-law, ninth brother sent me to your side. I will do my best to protect you, but can you promise me one thing? Yun Bing froze slightly. This was the first time Ning Xin had ever asked for anything. Tell me about it. Sister-in-law, do you know why ninth brother was so nice to Ruyan Lu? After Ruyan Lu betrayed their relationship, would ninth brother react and retaliate so violently? Yun Bing smiled and said, of course, he doesn't have any loved ones anymore. He treats Lu Ruyan as his only loved one, and has paid a lot to her. Lu Ruyan's betrayal is a double betrayal of both his loved one and his loved ones for him. Ning Xin nodded. So sister-in-law, you must never hurt ninth brother again. He's actually quite difficult. I wanted to kill Ruyan Lu at one point, but I was still afraid of causing trouble for ninth brother. Yun Bing shook his head and said, don't worry, I understand him very well and my heart aches for him. He told me everything about him. I, Yun Bing, am not Lu Ruyan. In this life of mine, there will only be one man, or else I wouldn't have done everything I could to accept him in that kind of a relationship, much less compromise to pursue him over and over again. Ning Xin was also stunned and surprised. Ninth brother, he told you all the words he had suppressed in his heart, or what? Ning Xin suddenly smiled and said, it seems that ninth brother loves you very much. These are words that he has never said to anyone else, including Ruyan Lu. Listening to Ning Xin's words, Yun Bing instantly felt happy in his heart. As the two were talking, He Injo directly pushed the door and walked in. As soon as he came in, he cursed, I say Yun Bing, are you an inferior child? You can't even take care of yourself, and you're still hospitalized. Do you know that Lao Zi has arrived in Fu province today? And because of you, the cooperation has blown up. Yun Bing gave He Injo a glance. This bastard obviously cared about himself, but the words he said could be exasperating. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew him and understood him, he would have to quarrel. Yeah, cursing and swearing, but you're still here, so don't come if you can. Che, see you're sick, don't get on your bad side. Tell me, what's wrong? Yun Bing's eyes suddenly dodged and said, it's nothing, it's just that I was reading a document while going down the stairs, and I didn't pay attention and fell down. He Injo disdainfully skimmed his mouth and said, don't lie if you can't lie. Right, and the first requirement for lying is to manage your eyes and body movements. I didn't. Don't tell me, do you? Check it out. Okay 9. After Yu Fei finished speaking, he was about to walk out, when Yun Bing suddenly shouted, okay, I said it's okay? I was in a car accident. Who hit it? Just a normal car accident. I don't recognize it. Do you know what it means to be here? Really? Check. My eldest arranged for someone to crash it. He Injo instantly stopped asking when he heard Yun Bing's words. A pair of eyes began to narrow slightly, and Yun Bing knew that this guy was angry. Honey, will you listen to me? Good. My eldest uncle tried to harm me for the sake of the inheritance, and I was angry too, but my grandfather was about to die, and before he died he begged me not to retaliate against my eldest uncle, and to let them live. After all, they are all members of the Yun family. You promise? Aha. Does it matter to me? How is it none of your business? You don't trouble them. I'll handle this. You'll handle it my ass. You listen to me. If you call, you have to call me back. If you can't call me back, I'll do it. Yun Bing, for your information, we're just boyfriend and girlfriend, not even an unmarried couple, so you can't represent me. After saying that, He Injo directly got up and left with Yu Fei. Ning Xin sighed helplessly and said, I told you that you can't be fooled, and you can't be stopped, but don't take it to heart when ninth brother says those things. He's just trying to make you feel less guilty. Yun Bing suddenly laughed and said, I know, Sister Xin, I know him better than you think. Anyway, the word is out and I've stopped it. I'm just his girlfriend, not his wife. There's no way to restrict him, and I can't control what he wants to do. As Ning Xin listened to Yun Bing's words, she suddenly realized that this Miss Yun was even more uncomplicated than she thought, and her heart was even more ruthless. It was not until evening that Heinjiu returned. Without saying anything, he directly threw his cell phone at Yun Bing. See for yourself. Yun Bing picked up her cell phone and watched as her eldest uncle and Yun Town out there, having their limbs knocked off raw, and, in the end, having the two poisoned in mute. Yun Bing looked at it all with a palpitation. Why is this guy so violent and said, honey, why did you have to poison them dumb? Heinjiu bristled. Or else have them call or arrange for someone to retaliate against you? Go learn sign language first. Yun Bing rolled his eyes greatly. This guy was quite attentive. He Injo looked at Yun Bing and suddenly said, I Naima, you little using me? What? You can't? Your woman was victimized by someone else, and as her fiancé, you have to stand up for her? So what kind of respect did you just pretend to have with me there? I have to do what I promised my grandfather, but what you, the Nine Fortunes God, are going to do is none of my business. Heinjiu was exasperated and laughed. Okay, Yun Bing, count yourself tough. Yun Bing smiled and said, Sister Xin, Brother Fei, you guys go out, I'll talk to him. As the two left, Yun Bing looked at He Injo and pouted. Hubby, come here. What for? Come on, sit next to me, please. Heinjiu gave a blank look or sat down. Yun Bing braced himself and hugged He Injo, kissing him. Hubby, don't be angry. My grandfather promised me to sign the share transfer agreement right away as long as I let them go. Plus it's my grandfather's last request. I have to agree to it as a matter of reason. At that time, so many people watched. I naturally could not do it myself, but I will not let it go. All want my life, if I let it go, still worthy of being your He Injo's woman? So I'll just have to make use of you, hubby, and I'll have a lot of room to explain myself afterward if you make a move. Heinjiu didn't say anything. Yun Bing was helpless and said, alright, don't be angry. I'll let you use me in the future, okay? And don't you always want that? When I'm good enough to satisfy you, that's it. He Angio's eyes immediately lit up and said, really? Look at your demeanor. Really? Hey, that's fine. Let's forget about it this time. Yun Bing gave a blank look. This guy was really perverted. Always thinking of letting use his little mouth. I've refused myself before, so it looks like I won't be able to avoid it this time. He Angio didn't care and said colorfully, Dinger, you didn't leave any scars from this car accident, did you? No, at that time, Sister Xin protected me. It's just that there are a lot of bruises on my body. That won't work. I'm not comfortable with that. I'll have to check it out. Ah, you asshole, Heinjiu, you're annoying. Chapter 51, Lu Tao's Breakdown. Yun Bing was indeed not seriously injured. The money was not spent in vain. The safety factor of the Rolls-Royce is really okay, and he was discharged from the hospital in a few days. And He Ingio also came to Fu province again. When He Ingio stepped into Lu's group the moment, Lu Tao and Lu Ruyan had to know the news. Lu Tao was simply about to collapse. He now extremely regretted having provoked a madman like He Ingio. He had the feeling that he was fleeing. Heinjiu was chasing after him, and he couldn't fly with his wings. This guy and Lin Hai everywhere with their own bad, everywhere against the Lu group, can be said to be all the way to chase and fight? Lu's almost back to 3 years ago, the kind of half-dead state. There is no way. Lu Ruyan thinking really can't. Lu's transfer to Fu province, relying on and Lu's group, the two joint, can also stand firm development. The two returned to Fu province, just talked to Lu Tao's parents, and in the past few days were choosing the location of Lu's landing site. When they got the news that the guy came to Fu province, and found his brother Lu Ming, the two of them were really kind of speechless, finally realizing what it meant to be a shadowy soul. Ruyan, what to do? My elder brother was already hostile to me. This He Ingio is here. If the two of them want to join forces, how can I still have a way to live? Lu Tao's spirit was now completely on the verge of collapse. In Lin Hai's case it was that wherever Lu Tao appeared, He Ingio or He Ingio's people would inevitably appear as well. After appearing, he would target himself in all kinds of ways, and on many occasions, he made Lu Tao in a very difficult situation, and his face was going to lose its net. Can't run, can't fight, torturing you every other day, and now that you've returned to Fu province yourself, you haven't let up yet, and your ing coming over to block the springs to come. Lu Ruyan was also exhausted. She knew He Ingio's temper, but she never knew that He Ingio was actually still so persistent. The Lu family's market has been seized by peers, and the project has lost a lot. There is no way. He Ingio as long as it is in order to steal Lu's business, he provides interest-free loans. He also called him to apologize and beg for forgiveness, but it is useless. His answer is, out of the business should be credible. Said to screw you must be screwed. Ruyan, I can't take it anymore. Either you sell Lu's and let's leave the country. I can dream of him bullying me even now. Ruyan Lu was also helpless inside as she looked at Lu Tao's unproductive appearance. Lu Tao, have you thought about the fact that in the country, he still has restraints, and once he goes abroad, he might just make a move to kill us. Lu Ruyan did not doubt He Ingio's means. She now really regretted. 3 years, just because he was good to himself. How could she forget the one before him? Otherwise, how could he dare to go and flirt with Lu Tao, when he knew the consequences? Ruyan, don't pick a side. Let's go home. I want to get off the planet. Lu Ruyan was shocked and looked at Lu Tao. Looking at Lu Tao's straight eyes and listening to what he said, Lu Ruyan realized that Lu Tao had a mental problem. He Ingio, you have a cruel heart. After the fight with the Jiang family, the myth group is already in the position of Lin Hai's hegemony level. Obviously they can be pressed to death, but they have to be so cruel to torture them bit by bit. Lu Ruyan shed tears and helped up Lu Tao, who was lying directly on the ground. Lu Tao, I'll send you back. Then I'll beg him to give us a way out. Don't be like this. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. At this moment, Lu Ruyan felt very sorry for Lu Tao. She was the one who pulled him into this whirlpool. She was the one who made him face this kind of pressure and torture. On the other side, He Ingio had already met with Lu Ming, who welcomed him with open arms. Mr. He, I've been longing for you for a long time. He Ingio smiled and said, Mr. Lu, I like to be direct. I think the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I want Lu Tao to get the hell out of the Lu family. Can you do it, and what kind of help do you need? Lu Ming smiled. He was aware of He Ingio's grudge against Lu Tao and Lu Ruyan. He just didn't expect He Ingio to go this far. Mr. He, Lu's group. My Lu family accounts for 65% of the shares. I account for 15 and my father accounts for 50. But my father wants to leave 25% of the shares to Lu Tao, which is something I don't want to see. He Ingio interrupted. I don't want to hear this. Just tell me the plan directly and I'll see the feasibility. Mr. He, I need a big project, the kind that's nearly tens of billions of dollars, and only then will my father agree to pledge 50% of his equity. And that equity. Hee In-jo laughed when he heard it. This Lu Ming can in order to property, his own father Pit. Yes, I'll provide you with the project, and I'll lend you the money, but afterward, what I need is for Lu Tao to be swept away and left with nothing. No problem, Mr. He, happy cooperation, happy cooperation. Hee In-jo went back to Zheng province, and when he arrived home, he saw that only the light in the study was on. This girl, really a workaholic. Hee In-jo opened the door and came to the study in a low voice. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Yun Bing's stunning face wearing a pair of gold glasses, and was seriously looking at the computer. Hearing the sound of the door, Yun Bing looked up and also reached out to hold the mirror frame. That look was not to mention how seductive. Honey, you're back. Have you eaten yet? I've got some work here. I'll stay with you when I'm done. No, now. Yun Bing was slightly stunned. Then with a smile at the corner of her mouth, she stood up and said, Fine, fine, I'll accompany my dear husband now. Hee In-jo felt uninteresting and waved his hand. Just kidding, you get busy first. Hee In-jo took a shower and when he came out, he found that Yun Bing was already in bed. Busy? No, not even close, but being with you is most important. Heinjio got into bed and wrapped Yun Bing in his arms. Ice, discuss something. You know, I'm in finance and cash flow. Do you have any nearly $10 billion projects on your side in the physical business? You need? Aha, okay, I'll have it ready for you tomorrow. Ice, don't you even ask? No need, I trust you, and even if you do fail me, I'm willing. Hee In-jo instantly didn't know what to say. Yun Bing was definitely a very rational person, but had made it this far for himself. Ice, Heinjio rolled right over, because it is the matter of Hee In-jo. Yun Bing is very concerned. The next day hard to use a day to open 3 meetings in a row. Hard to set down a big project close to $10 billion. When Hee In-jo appeared in front of Lu Ming with Yun Bing, Lu Ming was also surprised. Why does this hoeing cow still hold on to his own damn brother's wife when he has such a beautiful woman on earth? Yun Bing lightly placed the project book in front of Lu Ming and said, Mr. Lu, the development and construction of the villa cluster of the Wanzhong Manor will be handed over to you. No problem, right? Chapter 52, Let Her Whole Family Die. Lu Tao looked at the project planning book, was surprised at the strength of the Yun's group. Manor Villa Cluster Development, 9 billion project actually set open? Hee In-jo and Yun Bing exchanged a glance, and both of them naturally saw the look of surprise in Lu Ming's eyes. It is said that the development of villa clusters, in fact, it is only a total of 9 estate villas, and 9 billion, there are 2 billion is falling on the 9th villa. This 9th villa, with the best location and the largest scale, was the gift that Hee In-jo wanted to give to Yun Bing. Yun Bing sold 3 villas for him and now lives in a commercial house. He naturally wants to show his appreciation. Lu Ming finished reading the plan and said, Mr. Yun, there is no problem with this plan. I will go to study the matter of mortgaged equity loan with my father in the afternoon. You wait for my good news. Okay, Mr. Lu, then my fiancé and I will leave first. I'll come to you with the contract when the funds are in place and the budget is ready on your side. No problem, no problem. I'll drop you both off. On the way back, Yun Bing narrowed his eyes at Hee In-jo. Heinjio was also a bit uncomfortable. Hee In-jo, you're good, making such a big scene. Actually the fundamental purpose is to take revenge on your ex-wife and that Lu Tao? Hee In-jo didn't say anything. It was better to be silent at this time. Yun Bing looked at him. That bear is also no way. They do not ask him is really not to say. To the door of Lu's group. She only see understand what is going on. Heinjio, do you still love her? What did you say? Are you out of your mind? I love her and I her like this? Yun Bing frowned and said, but people say that true on love is ignorance, not revenge. Hee In-jo snorted with laughter and said, where did you read the poisonous chicken soup again? Ignoring is because of incompetence. There is anger that has to be endured. With what do you have to ignore when you don't love to defend the self-esteem that is on the verge of being shattered because of incompetence? I'm richer than her. I'm better than her. I can just clean her up. So why should I let myself hold my breath? It's hilarious. Yun Bing looked at Hee In-jo. She suddenly felt as if what this guy said made sense. Honey, do you think you'd do the same to me if I was ever like Ruyan Lu? It will. And you're definitely worse off than Ruyan Lu. Yun Bing was puzzled and said with some anger. On what grounds? Because actually I don't really care about anything other than revenge towards Ruyan Lu. But you're different. I can't even dare to imagine you in someone else's arms right now, wanting to kill someone. But, you guy, really? Yun Bing laughed out, not caring about Ning Xin who was driving for her in front, and directly fell into Hee In-jo's arms. As for his fidgety paws, whatever. Hee In-jo went back to the North Sea, and Yun Bing went back to Zheng province. Hee In-jo actually found Jiang Ruodong actually waiting for him in front of his house when he returned home. Seeing Hee In-jo return home, Jiang Ruodong immediately greeted her. Injin, you're back. Ms. John, is something wrong? Jang Ruodong smiled bitterly and said, you're just so cruel, letting me fall in love with you, cheating me out of my shares, and even more so giving me. As a result, you're doing this to me now? Hyunjo looked at Jang Ruodong's somewhat blushing face and said, Ms. Jang, the mall is like a battlefield. Soldiers are not afraid of deception. It's all just calculations and means. Hyunju, I don't believe it. I don't believe that you haven't had your heart set on me. Hyunjo laughed and said, Miss Jang, I don't know what you mean by moving. If you mean liking, or getting laid, I admit, I like you and I want to sleep with you. The point is, you are really pretty. I like and want to sleep with all pretty women. Jang Ruodong looked at Hyunjo and said, really? But as far as I know, you don't touch all those beautiful women in the Tanya Club. Hyunjo admitted, you like me, and I'm not denying it. I like you. What? Do you want to spend the night at my place tonight? Welcome. You, Hyunju, do you have to insult me like that? Where did Lousy insult you? I'm telling the truth. And as for the ones you say are in the Sky's End clubhouse, if they were all like you, I'd be okay with that. Is that all you have for me? Hyunjo was simply speechless. He had never dreamed that Jang Ruodong would come to him to talk about love. You know, their family was overthrown in their own hands. Her family group had changed their surname to he. She would actually come to find herself. I really don't know what's going on in her head. Jang Ruodong, you don't think there's any so-called love between us, do you? We are enemies, alas. Besides, don't you like that what's-his-name Wind? Jang Ruodong appeared hesitant for a moment as she listened to Hyunjo's words, but then she said with certainty, Hyunjo, it's you I love. Stop it. I'm not going to give Jang's group back to you. Jang Ruodong was speechless. What kind of person is this? She had mentioned a word about Jang's group to him from the beginning until now? I don't need you to return any Jang group. I just want to be with you and want to marry you. Roll. That does not still want Jang's group? Waiting for the divorce to share half of the old man's property. The myth of Jang's two groups. I'm sure I won't give the myth of the group to you. So, humph. Jang Ruodong, don't pull those tricks with me. I'm smart. Jang Ruodong was completely helpless. Hyunju, do you think any woman approaches you for your money? Or what? Hyunju asked suspiciously. Jang Ruodong looked at Hyunjo and smiled bitterly for a long time. Okay, I know. I'll show you my heart. Hyun9 feels off the mark. Jang Ruodong, according to ancient times, I'm considered your father's murderer. What you're doing now, don't you feel funny? Jang Ruodong didn't say anything, but suddenly kissed Hyunjo on the cheek before leaving directly. Hyunjo rubbed his face and walked into the house with a dark curse. Hyunjo is a very rational person. He only knows one thing right now, that is, the economic value, the emotional value, the physiological value and so on everything. When synthesized, Yunbing gives him the highest comprehensive value, so he thinks that he is right to be with Yunbing. As for the rest, especially the physiological value, that kind of stuff is totally tradable. The old man has money and is in paradise everywhere. After a few days, Lu Ming with his father signed the equity transfer to the mythical group. He 9 natural very happy to agree. Directly bar 9 billion transferred to him. Next, it was time to properly watch how Lu Ming dealt with Lu Tao. It was really exciting to think about it. As for Ruyan Lu, what would she do when Lu Tao also ran out of the ability to help her? Hyunjo felt that he had somewhat played enough. With Yun Bing accompanying him, he would seldom think of Lu Ruyan anymore. In that case, it was either set up a trap and let her whole family die. Chapter 53. He Dong still remembers he has a woman? On this day, in the meeting room of the Myth Group, many people were there because today, Hyunjo was going to announce the final merger of the Myth and Jang groups. Hyunjo is in the first place, and the two positions beside him are Mu Bai and Ji Xiaolei. After Lin Dai left, Ji Xiaolei took over Lin Dai. Not only that, Ji Xiaolei also sat in the position of vice president. In response, Lin Dai even called over to complain, saying that by what right was she an assistant when she did those jobs, and a vice president when she arrived at Ji Xiaolei. Hyunjia's explanation is that it's because you're everyone's little sister. Ji Xiaolei sat on the position of vice president, the management of the group and a series of other matters, especially in the financial aspect, more excellent than Lin Dai, but also more convincing. After all, he is the real patriarch. This position should have been his a long time ago, only that Hyunjo wanted to exercise Lin Dai, so that she could prepare for taking over Lin's in the future. Hyunjo looked at the crowd and said, Mu Bai, how do you feel the two groups are best handled? Wood White thought for a moment and said, Ninth brother, John's group, whether it is the volume, or a variety of facilities equipped with more excellent than the myth, after all, standing for 100 years of the group, the heritage is not what we can compare it. We can win this time, and that 20% of the shares you cheated have a lot to do with it. Hyunjo Old Face Red said, what is called cheat? That is called means. This matter is not allowed to mention later. Continue to say. Mubai laughed and shook his head. Ninth brother. What I mean is that Myth declared bankruptcy and annexed Myth with Jong's group as its new foundation. You and Myth group are frankly too young, and now that you're dominating Lin Hai, it's not good to be on top of the storm for a long time. The so-called wood shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it, coupled with the fusion of the two groups. Both you and the group should bide their time for a while. This time, the commotion is too big. I believe that many forces are beginning to pay attention to you. Ji Xiaolei also spoke up. He and Mubai's thoughts were the same. Even Yufei behind him nodded. He Injio also thought of this, not to mention other things. Just in these few years down the road, the number of people who had counted on him and targeted him was already very high. He did stand in the limelight for too much time, and even of all the glances at Lin Hai, he was the first to appear in someone's field of vision, which wasn't a good thing. Good, with Zhang's group as the root, merged into the Myth. Myth renamed Myth Investment Company, for Zhang's group subsidiary, Zhang's group president by Wood White as, I stopped for a few years. The crowd also nodded when they heard this. In terms of long-term and stable development, this arrangement was nothing less than the best. Zhang's name was not even changed, and a lot of woes would be led to the Zhang family. After all, the great war between the Myth and the Zhang clan, only some of the upper echelons of the North Sea knew what was really going on in it. This is also these brothers in order to protect He Injio. He Injio is still the highest decision maker of the group, just no longer show his face. One is the group big fusion need a long time to stabilize. Two is also let He Injio rest. These years he is too tired. The third is He Injio is too dazzling. It is easy to attract danger. The day after the meeting, Zhang's group and Myth group simultaneously announced that Myth group was merged into Zhang's group. Some people in the North Sea who know the inside story lamented that He Injio was really capable of yielding and stretching, and that he had not been overly ambitious, but had made the best choice. And when the Zhang family learned, Zhang Juan's angry cups are dropped. Straight scolded He Injio is not a thing, are already like this, but also is Zhang family to do the first shield. Some people outside Lin Hai who were not aware of the situation also withdrew their sights, sighing at He Injio's lack of self-importance. How could a group of less than 10 years fight against a 100-year-old behemoth? Being defeated and acquired was more than normal. Yun Bing was in his office, looking at Lin Hai's message. The smile on his face was completely suppressed. This asshole, really cunning this wave of operation to divert the attention of all the people, but also the president of the post are out of office. Really thorough. But is this guy not busy after this maneuver? Have time? Did he do this because he wanted to accompany himself? At the same time, the news that surprised everyone reappeared. Heinjiu actually started traveling, alone, flying around and playing everywhere. This further convinced people that the Myth group had lost, and He Injio's shares had cashed out and taken the money to start enjoying life. In response to this Yun Bing, although he knew He Injio's thoughts, but still angry, this bastard, he went out to play, cannot bring himself? A month later, He Injio returned to China. This month do not say, He Injio play is happy, but also really have a kind of do not want to work the intention. Back in Jiang province, He Injio picked up the phone and dialed Yun Bing's number. Hello, Binger, I'm back, right here in Jiang province. I didn't even go back to Lin Hai. Yun Bing snorted and said, and then what? You tell me. Of course I miss you. Gu, it's not easy. Dong he still remembers that he has a woman in Jiang province? I thought you had forgotten about it. Hey, Ice, look at you. I told you before I traveled. Yeah, it was with me, but what does it mean that you can reach me and I can't reach you? You know I'm willing to go to some no man's land. Okay, I'm sorry, don't be mad, okay? Yun Bing was dying of anger on the other side of the phone. This dog man only coaxes himself when he wants to sleep with himself, but he couldn't help it. Now she was completely fallen, without even an ounce of resistance to this man, angry but wanting him even more. I'm at JNU now, attending the school festival. Not only will I be speaking as an outstanding graduate in a while, but I'll also be recruiting at JNU, so come over and find me. Ha, I'll wait for you at home then. No, come on, keep me company. They're all in pairs. I'm all alone. Do you want me to be alone? Oops, I've been on a plane all day. I'm exhausted. Don't toss me around. The school festival is a mess. I don't like it. Yun Bing sighed and said, well then, it's just some single bosses, and those schoolmates, always bothering me for contact information. It's annoying. Forget it, you go and rest. I'll deal with it myself. Yun Bing only heard a man's voice coming from the phone. Binger, Jiangda is your alma mater. It's okay to go and take a look. See what your alma mater looks like. Wait for me. I'll call you when I arrive. Yun Bing couldn't help but snort out a laugh as she listened to the sound of He Injio hanging up the phone, but it made some of the old bosses sitting near her look puzzled. This female devil actually laughed, a very beautiful laugh, but these people did not appreciate the meaning, but instead a vicious chill. Chapter 54, Hee In-jo was adopted. In fact, how could anyone dare to harass Yun Bing? Not to mention the fact that Yun's group was now strong in Jiang province, which would have made many people unqualified to lean forward. On the cloud ice himself, Jiang province, some business bosses still know this woman. For people vicious and venomous, the man who showed her love is no more than two kinds of results. One is to be ignored and disgraced, the other is to be taken advantage of, and nothing good will come of it anyway. Once the young master of the Zhang family in Jiang province showed love to Yun Bing just smiled at him, and he thought that Yun Bing had feelings for him and began to pay like crazy. Only later did he realize that Yun Bing smiled at him because he was interested in his family's western suburb land and property. And the end result was that young master was pitted by Yun Bing and his family was ruined. But he didn't even touch Yun Bing's hand. Since then, many people had turned away from Yun Bing as a person, believing that she was a cold-blooded animal who was only interested in profit, and that it was fine to talk about cooperation with her, but definitely not about feelings. There was also that cold look, looking at everyone with a scrutinizing gaze, and many so-called departmental grasses, school grasses had the idea of taking shortcuts, but they didn't dare to get close to Yun Bing. And now that they saw Yun Bing smile, all these people felt their bodies go a little cold, not knowing who was going to be punked by this woman again. Yun Bing then received a call from Hee In-jo, only to see Yun Bing quickly get up and head outside. It didn't take long to see Yun Bing walking in with a man on her side, talking and laughing. Those guys had seen Yun Bing laughing and had seen Yun Bing's means of pitting people, but they had never seen Yun Bing and a man in such close contact. Yun Bing pulled Hee In-jo to sit next to himself, and his hands still kept holding Hee In-jo's arm. Hee In-jo pushed twice and didn't push away. Mr. Yun, if you keep this up, your iceberg female CEO persona will collapse. Yun Bing Jiao smiled in disbelief. Yun Bing, let go. Those two balls of yours are tickling me. Yun Bing shyly blinked a glance, but also let go of his hand. Just there still flirting with Hee In-jo. From time to time the sound of laughter, occasionally pushing the man a little, occasionally pinching a little, a state of passionate love, completely do not care about other people's eyes. Hee In-jo was also helpless, and Yun Bing had gotten to know her very well. She was a very extreme woman. If you don't like you, the cold can freeze you to death. If you like you hate to let the whole world know. But it had to be said that Yun Bing was really pretty, and her presence attracted a lot of people's attention, especially those young boys who were going to graduate, and their eyes were always intentionally or unintentionally looking towards Yun Bing's body. It did not take long. It was time for Yun Bing to speak on the stage. Yun Bing stood up and left Hee In-jo the moment. Just now also a delicate smile, pretty face instantly cold. When standing on the stage and speaking, she also looks like a high and cold imperial lady, serious and unsmiling, and when she returns to Hee In-jo, she immediately turns into that little woman in love again. At this time, Lin Dai walked over and greeted the two upon seeing them. Sister Bing, our recruitment requirements and plan proposal have already been given to the school. They will make selection recommendations and then organize interviews to our group. Brother-in-law, when did you get back? Hearing Lin Dai's name, Yun Bing snorted a laugh, while Hee In-jo's face darkened. What did you call me? Brother-in-law. Ha, is there a problem? Hee In-jo nodded and said, good, what a brother-in-law. No problem. Lin Dai, on the other hand, smiled at Yun Bing, somewhat mischievously. The school festival was over. Several people came to the car and prepared to go back. Ning Xian was now Yun Bing's bodyguard and driver, and Lin Dai was her assistant. Hee In-jo was about to get into the car when he heard a voice from behind him. Cousin, is that you? Your cousin Injin, aren't you? Hee In-jo looked at the little boy behind him suspiciously and asked, are you, cousin? It's Johnny. You've forgotten. We played on the haystacks on the farm together when we were kids. Johnny? Oh, come to think of it, you go to school here? Cousin, I also did not expect to meet you here. We have not seen for many years. I did not expect you and Mr. Yun. The two men's conversation. Yun Bing did not participate, just quietly waiting for Hee In-jo. Only Zhuang Di occasionally look at her eyes, make her a little disgusted, but after all, it is her man's cousin. She cannot say anything. Hee In-jo didn't want to have too many interactions with him and said, I still have things to do. I'll leave first. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Hee In-jo was about to get into the car after saying that, but Zhuang Di then pulled Hee In-jo back. Cousin, can you leave me your number? We'll be in touch often in the future. Hee In-jo did not want to pay attention to it, but after thinking about it, forget about it. After all, it is also considered to be some relationship, so he said his phone number. When Hee In-jo got into the car, Yun Bing completely disregarded the two people in the driver's seat and the passenger side and directly jumped into Hee In-jo's arms. Big pervert, say, did you miss me? I want to. Didn't you see that I didn't even go back to the North Sea? I went straight back to you. Humph, that's more like it. Was that guy just now your cousin? I thought you said you didn't have much family left? Him? Not really family, let's see. I think he's from my grandmother's sister's son-in-law's side of the family. Just came to the farm when he was a kid and I took him for a while. Yun Bing nodded his soup and said, that really isn't much of a family member, so it's no wonder you don't really want to pay attention to it. As soon as the two of them returned home, it was as if they were two iron-absorbing stones. They directly stuck together. Heinjiu went out to play for the past month. Both of them missed each other too much. On the bed, Yun Bing said with a weak body, bastard, you'll spoil me in a different way, right? Sooner or later, I'll be scourged to death by you, and also, if you're like this, how many stockings are enough to scourge you? It's very expensive. He Injo, on the other hand, said indifferently, it's fine, not bad, I'll buy you a production company tomorrow, whatever. Yun Bing gave a blank look and didn't dwell on the topic. She was afraid that talking about it would make this guy start again. What are you going to do after that, dear? A few years of silence, I guess. The great integration of the two groups will take time, and some of the next moves will take time to prepare for, and I'll need time to fade out of the public eye. Yun Bing nodded. She knew that He Injo's approach was right. The integration of the two large groups involved too many things. Wanting to integrate was not something that could be done overnight, and He Injo did need to be silent. You see which group's chairman is alright to be in the news and on the hot seat. All of them hide themselves very well. So what are you going to say with me? Surely you can't hide what's going on between the two of us for long. That's easy. Just tell the public that I'm broke and you're supporting me. When Yun Bing heard this, he snorted and laughed out loud. Good, that's what you said then. From now on you'll be this lady's adopted white boy. My little puppy. He Injo gave a blank look and said, do you see me like that? Chapter 55, Call and Order Yourself. Yun Bing smiled. He Injo really didn't look like some kind of white boy. He wasn't one of those good-looking types, and unlike those other schoolboys who did their hair or even wore makeup, he always had a simple, dry look. There were no other adornments on his body except his watch, and he never wore any men's perfume, but the feeling he gives off is one of confidence, strength, and anyone who sees him for the first time feels that this man is a class act. Yun Bing is the same. The first time I met He Injo, I felt that he was very confident and calm, although sometimes with dirty words in his mouth, some machismo, but his hands and feet are highlighted two words, manly. He was the first man who made Yun Bing feel secure, especially the moment when he stood on the second floor in his pajamas, smoking a cigarette and looking at himself. It's like telling yourself, go ahead, you can't lose with me. That was also the first time Yun Bing was moved. Although she was known as Ice Rakshasa in Jiang province and had some prestige, but she was a woman after all. She also longed for a shoulder to rely on, and she also wished to be pampered and protected. He Injo is the first man who can do it. As for those so-called male children, without the family and elders behind them, on their own, to be honest, they are not as good as her Yun Bing herself. What to talk about giving her to rely on? Yun Bing flopped down in He Injo's arms and touched He Injo's face. Hubby, I love you so much. He Injo looked at Yun Bing favorably and smiled. Wrapping his arms around Yun Bing's slippery bodies tightened. These days Yun Bing lived a very happy life. Every morning to go to the group to deal with some affairs. At noon to have a meal with He Injo. And in the afternoon directly skipped work. He Injo accompanied her and played and shopped. As long as Yun Bing liked it, He Injo bought it and gave it to her. Because He Injo knew that this woman deserved to be treated well by him. But Yun Bing was different from Lu Ruyan. No matter what He Injo gave her, she would think of giving He Injo something, and it was more expensive than what He Injo gave her. Yun Bing for the love and dedication to himself. Yun Bing for himself to do some things Lu Ruyan cannot do in this life. He Injo to now remember. 1 month. His friend's money is tight. He Injo almost all the money lent out, resulting in that month to the staff's wages and bonuses are not enough, and not much difference. 7 million or so. Just this 7 million. He and Lu Ruyan said. Lu Ruyan actually did not lend him. Instead, some contempt, but also questioned the sarcasm. But what about Yun Bing? Himself and Zhang's war. He did not ask for it, but she gave everything to himself. He said that he needed a project of nearly $10 billion. Yun Bing the next day. 3 meetings in a row. Hard to finalize a project to himself. Do not even ask. And what is the status of both Yun Bing and Lu Ruyan? One is a girlfriend and the other is a wife. But the gap is worlds apart. And this is the difference between love and no love. Just like that, in half a month's time, He Injo and Yun Bing were once again on the hot search. The reason for this is the fact that the two were showing off their love in a big way, and could even be said to be flaunting their wealth. The gifts that the two exchanged became more and more expensive, almost as if He Injo gave one, Yun Bing would give one back. From the very first jewelry, watches, bags, belts, to the current luxury cars and villas. That night, He Injo was accompanying Yun Bing for dinner. Binger, where have you been all day today? Secretive. I won't tell you. You'll find out later. After the two of them finished eating, Yun Bing brought Hee-in-jo to the square by the river. A transportation truck was parked there. The carriage was covered with a cloth, on which it was written very simply, Yun Bing will always love Hee-in-jo. Hee-in-jo knew that this girl had bought herself some unknown gift again. The ceiling cloth was opened and a white alpha fishhawk appeared. Hee-in-jo shook his head. He himself watched the launch a few days ago and just said that this car was good. Yun Bing actually took note of it. Honey, do you like it? Love it? Thank you. Yun Bing smiled and jumped into Hee-in-jo's arms, raising his head and saying, it's good that you like it. Then he stood on his tiptoes and kissed, and the scene was recorded by many people. Once again on the hot search. The next day, Hee-in-jo brought Yun Bing back to Linhai, also at night, and brought Yun Bing to the beach, where a luxury yacht named Yun Bing floated at the pier. Yun Bing was touched after seeing it, and he didn't even know what to say when he hugged Hee-in-jo. What should have been a very romantic and touching event was broken by a single sentence from Hee-in-jo. Wife, you're not even close to fighting your husband for financial power. Yun Bing gave a blank look and said, you're sick. Who wants to fight with you for financial strength? Shut up if you can't talk. Big straight man. I finally know why they call you a thug. He-9 laughed and said, ice, line. This half month we on several hot search. Now the lack of less should buy all buy. Stop it. Well, at your word, I really can't spell it either. Hee-in-jo naturally knew that this girl was joking with him, picked up Yun Bing and got on the yacht, and spent an unforgettable night on the yacht. According to Hee-in-jo's words, it was called a boat shock. The two of them are getting better and better, and when they say they are in a relationship, it's really no different than a young couple. In the morning, Yun Bing answered a phone call, while Hee-in-jo hugged her in a daze and said, what's wrong? Yun Bing sighed. She very much didn't want to beg Hee-in-jo. Moreover, she didn't want to take advantage of him. She was afraid that he would think too much. Hubby, my group's funds are a little tight. The new energy battery side. Can you? Before Yun Bing could finish speaking, Hee-in-jo directly took his phone to Yun Bing. What do you want? Call and order yourself. Hee-in-jo's approach to make the cloud ice froze. According to his understanding, this man is a typical treacherous businessman with the highest interests. Actually, but at this moment, Yun Bing herself could feel how much she was jumping for joy. This man, really treating himself as his wife. Yun Bing picked up the phone but didn't know the code. Hee-in-jo's voice rang out. 6 9s, if you're too much trouble, record yourself for facial recognition. Yun Bing looked at Hee-in-jo. This moment she was very touched. Hee-in-jo's phone number is how important this is self-evident, but he just so completely open to himself. Yun Bing found Guan Xie's phone and dialed. Hey, Hee-dong. Mr. Guan, it's me, Yun Bing. MS. Cloud. Hello, what's wrong? That my group this period of time funds are a little nervous. The new battery tail want to owe first. Due to the 9 is sleeping, let me call you myself to say. Oh, okay, MS. Yun, it's definitely no problem if it's you. Dong He has long instructed that your word is his word. Chapter 56 Ice Cloud Immortal account exposed. Hanging up the phone, Yun Bing was still reflecting on what he had just said. Did he order it? His own words are his words? Why hadn't he told himself? Yun Bing was still moved, only to see Hee-in-jo get up and lean against the bed with some annoyance. Reaching out, he snatched his own phone from Yun Bing's hand and dialed the number. Hey, 9, transfer 50 over to Cloud's place. Hee-in-jo hung up the phone when he finished speaking, and with one force, he wrapped Yun Bing in his arms and said in a daze, alright, don't worry about it, go to sleep. Yun Bing looked at Hee-in-jo. Her eyes were a little moist. She had worked so hard for so long to finally get him to admit himself, and he, just like that, had solved his own dilemma. Yun Bing hugged Hee-in-jo and kissed him gently. Honey, what? Hee-in-jo's eyes didn't even open. He was too late last night with this, too. On this day Hee-in-jo was playing the game at home when Bing Yoon-sien suddenly said that something was wrong and the copy would be played in the afternoon. Hee-in-jo thought about it. Forget about it. Go to Yun Bing's place. That woman's hand of tea ceremony kung fu made Hee-in-jo amazed. Hee-in-jo was unhindered all the way. Almost the entire group knew about him being Yun Bing's fiancé, so naturally no one dared to stop him. Hee-in-jo came to Yun Bing's office and learned that this girl had gone to a meeting, so he thought he would wait for her in the office. When he came to Yun Bing's desk, the first thing he saw was a picture of Yun Bing and himself, which was taken secretly when Yun Bing fed him cotton candy when the two of them were officially dating as boyfriend and girlfriend for the first time. Hee-in-jo smiled. This woman often secretly photographed him to send a friend circle thing he knew, and also blocked himself. If not, Lin Dai told himself. Until now he did not know. And when Hee-in-jo's line of sight saw Yun Bing's computer screen, a pair of eyes instantly widened. Cloud Ice Fairy? Cloud Ice? Damn. This cheated herself so hard, and also robbed the list with herself. Pitched herself to spend money. Well. An hour later, The sound of high heels and Yun Bing talking came from the hallway. The door opened. Yun Bing saw Hee In-jo sitting on her chair at a glance, and a smile instantly appeared on her icy face. Honey, when did you get here? Why didn't you tell me? Hee In-jo looked at her and said, can I tell you still discover this heavenly secret? Yun Bing was startled, then remembered that he accompanied Hee In-jo to play the game and forgot about the meeting time. He was in a hurry to go to the meeting and the game was forgotten to close. Yun Bing immediately walked over and took a look, and sure enough, Ice Cloud Fairy's character was still hanging out there, so there was nothing to say. Yun Bing was embarrassed and amused as he stood there looking at Hee In-jo. ********. Your game company develops the game. Then you, the boss, play it and steal the list from me and pit me against my money. You're even more hateful than those TOs. Why don't you just get a GM's number and spike me? Yun Bing looked at Hee In-jo's hateful eyes and snorted out a laugh, putting the papers down and sitting directly on the man's lap. Husband, I'm sorry, not intended to hide it from you. Then know that you play games, thinking of the game and you to cultivate a relationship. But I have to get a number similar to yours. So just, don't be sophomoric. How many times have you robbed my list? Have you forgotten? That's almost the same? You're just screwing me out of money. The boss himself is on the line as a trustee. Is this something a human being can do? Yun Bing could only use his pampering technique. Hubby, I was wrong. Not angry. Look at the stockings I'm wearing today. High class goods. Oh, you feel. ****** off. No, you're going to have to give me a piece of your mind on this one. Fine. You name it, any statement you want, wifey will fulfill it. Upon hearing this, Hee In-jo touched Yun Bing's thighs while saying, get me a pair of extremely high-quality martial souls, and that 100-level skill, flame radiation. I haven't typed it out in 3 months. Upon hearing this, Yun Bing snorted and said, that's it? Heinju nodded. Fine. I'll arrange for someone to transfer the data for you, whatever it takes as long as hubby doesn't get mad. Hey, that's what you said. Oh, I need to see it when I get home tonight. Okay, it's just a game. See, you're serious. Hee In-jo looked at Yun Bing. All of this is not surprising. I said a doctor and IMH to grab what list. I thought the Ice Cloud Fairy has no place to spend the money. It turns out that it does not spend money. Yun Bing also stifled her laughter. It was the first time she realized that this man had such a cute side. Asking him what compensation he wanted. He actually wanted to cheat in the game. And Yun Bing pushed a friend to Heinjio's FMS. Hubby, this is the chief planner of the game company. From now on you can talk to him directly if you need anything. Hee In-jo was simply happy. And looking at his happy appearance, Yun Bing shook his head and smiled. A game is just a game. He is actually happier than he gave him a gift of hundreds of millions of dollars. It is true. Man to death is a teenager. In the afternoon, the two of them once again opened a sweet love time. Only all afternoon Hee In-jo are holding the cell phone, do not know what to talk to people again. Absent-minded. Yun Bing was curious and took a look to realize that this guy actually talked to the game master planner for an afternoon. And suddenly Yun Bing had some regrets. The two of them returned home at night, took off their shoes, and Hee In-jo ran into the study to turn on the computer in a flash, leaving Yun Bing alone in the living room. For the first time, Yun Bing wondered if she didn't have a game that was attractive to men yet. What Yun Bing didn't expect even more was that the next day, Hee In-jo disappeared for a day. Until the end of the day Hee In-jo didn't go to pick her up. Yun Bing returned to the villa that Hee In-jo sent her to. As soon as she entered the door, she didn't realize that something was wrong, until she searched for the sound to open the door of a guest room. Yun Bing's face was instantly written with a big speechlessness. This guest room, which had been transformed into a game room by Heinju, had 2 brand new, very high-end computers at a glance placed there. Yun Bing weakly asked, hubby, what does this mean? You're not going to ask me to play the game with you. Heinju, on the other hand, turned back and nodded very seriously. Yun Bing was helpless. He had thought that the matter of his game account being discovered had been perfectly resolved, but now he realized that the real torture had just begun. However, Yun Bing also figured out that with Hee In-jo's identity it was impossible to play games all the time. He was just more idle lately, and his own occasional play with him could make the two of them feel better. As a result of this, Yun Bing works during the day, and comes back at night to play games with Hee In-jo, and after playing the game, Hee In-jo also wants to play himself, and a few days down the road, Yun Bing tossed a little too much to bear, but the good thing is, that energy of Heinju seems to have passed, and life is back on track, just the two of them hanging out together once in a while. It was also true that as Yun Bing thought, she accompanied Hee In-jo to play the game, and Hee In-jo really seemed to like her more than before. Chapter 57, Yun Bing is a love brain. That afternoon, Hee In-jo went on a date with Yun Bing as usual. Sometimes Hee In-jo are thinking, a really good woman, really can let you sink in the gentle land. At least Hee In-jo's current thinking is, what the hell is the point of working hard? What else is there to earn? Isn't this kind of life what everyone aspires to? Every day happy, no worries, and will not worry about money. To have the status. A stunning beauty every day with you. It gives you emotional value during the day and physical value at night. Now Hyunjo really wants to dislike those people. Is King Jo wrong? King Jo is not wrong. Or you can try it yourselves. The two were holding hands and playing at the playground. Yun Bing was still holding an ice cream in his hand, taking a bite for himself and feeding Hyunjo a bite, loving each other to no end. Amoxicillin is my brother. Hyunjo's phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Hyunjo. This was Hyunjo's habit of answering unfamiliar phone calls, directly reporting his name to emphasize a domineering spirit. Cousin, I'm Johnny. Oh, what's wrong? So my parents are here. They know I met you and want to see you. Do you have time, cousin? I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Hyunjo wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he agreed. After all, it is also considered a relative. He did not want these people to go back to their hometown and still talk about their parents behind their backs. In fact, Hyunjo understand very well, is to see their own and Yunbing's relationship. These people want to climb a relationship. It does not matter. A just graduated from the student only, to their own cannot add what trouble. Alright, let me treat you guys at night. Jiangshue Yuntian no. 1 box. After saying that Hyunjo hung up the phone, only to see the love brain beside him blinking at himself. Honey, are you going to dinner tonight at the river water clouds? Then I'll arrange what specs are needed. Almost on the mark. That Johnny we met the other day. His parents came and had to see me. Oh good, got it. Hyunjo laughed and pinched Yun Bing's little face. Who would have thought that the female president of the Yun group in Jiang province, known as the Ice Rakshasa, would actually be a love brain? During this period of time Hyunjo was completely understand that as long as it was related to himself, it would always come first with Yun Bing. What meetings, what projects, what negotiations, all take a back seat. Some of the things he did, this girl didn't know what kind of brain circuits, always found routes to think that he was doing how he was doing for her. With Yun Bing, Hyunjo is the most important. Hyunjo can do no wrong. Hyunjo does everything for me. In front of himself, and not in front of himself. Yun Bing completely seems to be two people. Hyunjo have suspected that this girl is not schizophrenic. And the explanation given by Yun Bing, Hyunjo, I was taken over by the heart that loves you. A cold and icy beautiful president. Actually have nothing to do will go to learn some earthy love language to say to themselves. This who dare to believe But Hyunjo had to admit that it was really enjoyable for a great beauty of such status and position to be so partial and infatuated with herself. In the evening, Hyunjo brought Yun Bing on time to the high-end restaurant under the Yun group, Jiangshue Yuntian. When they entered box number 1 the two saw the Zhuangdi family already sitting there waiting. Seeing the two men come in, all three of them were busy getting up to greet them, but all three of them greeted Yun Bing first before speaking to Hyunjo, which instantly caused Yun Bing to become dissatisfied. Are you kidding? Without my own husband, which one of you does this lady know? Hyunjo smiled indifferently. Who let his current persona be the bankrupt man being raised by Yun Bing? During the meeting, Zhuangdi's parents were variously pleasing Yun Bing, while also praising how their own son was, and of course, occasionally praising Hyunjo. Yun Bing also only politely chimed in, and his tone towards the three was icy, taking care of Hyunjo's food and drink almost the entire time. Zhuangdi's mother whispered, Son, this Hyunjo is not like what you say is a soft rice eater look at that general manager Yun. It seems to take him very seriously Mom, Jiangzhou all know that Hyunjo went bankrupt, and is now relying on Mr. Yun to support him, and I heard that it was because Hyunjo had helped Mr. Yun in the past. That's why. Zhuangdi's mother nodded her head and said, Mr. Yun you say we come here once, but also trouble you. Strange embarrassed. I heard that your Yun's group is recruiting in Jiangda is it? Yun Bing nodded. Mr. Yun, you see, you and Inju is a male and female friend. Then we are also considered a family. My family shouty, also cast a resume? You look at. Yun Bing looked at Hyunjo somewhat happily. Hyunjo knew that the love brain had been touched by that line about family. Honey, what do you think? Hyunjo nodded and said, you watch and deal with it. Give it a chance if you can. Yun Bing said directly after hearing this. Zhuangdi, you don't need to participate in the school selection recommendation. Report directly to the group tomorrow. I will greet the following. Well. Thank you Sister Yun Bing. Yun Bing nodded. She didn't pay attention to Zhuangdi's name calling, but Hyunjo noticed. Sister Yun Bing, you'd better not hit on this woman, or you'll see her ice Rakshasa side. Dinner was over and the two returned home. It was Sunday and the game was Siege Warfare. The two of them took a shower and came to the gaming room. Yun Bing prepared some fruits and started to play the game with Hyunjo. After the exposure of the idea of the Ice Cloud Fairy, the two people in the game is not hiding. directly married. The two people in this period of time together on the line, together off the line. Everyone said that the two people this has been now. The two did not explain this. The game, just a spice between the two. Yun Bing's character was beautifully dressed by her. When the two did quests together, they often did them in reality. The young couple went online and entered the main city to fight. Yun Bing was the other people who didn't care about anyone else, and only healed Heinjio's mage. A situation that everyone else in the clan was used to. Wife, give me status. Good. Wife, give me blood. Honey, can't you see someone hitting me? Hit him. It's okay, that little number can't kill you. Take some big pills. Asshole, is that a matter of beating or not beating? You don't care if someone beats your wife? Can't beat you. Asshole, big straight man. Honey, there are several of them. You're radiating with flames. It's okay, these guys aren't too much of a threat. Not yet. Hubby, do you understand that a lion fights with a rabbit with all its might? Hurry up and put some blood in me and stop mumbling. It was. Yes my ass. Does that lion's skill have a cooldown? Oh, thanks for all the hypes you sent. I'm a little embarrassed not to add more. Chapter 58, Am I that kind of person? The next day, Yun Bing was in his office when Lin Dai walked in. Sister Bing, what's the situation with that Johnny? Yun Bing looked up and said, his cousin. Ha, really? Cloud Ice was puzzled. What's wrong? Sister Bing, you don't know. This Shuang Di, last night he was bragging in their school's group, saying that you're his cousin's girlfriend, saying that he doesn't need to take part in the school's selection and recommendation, and that he's coming to Yun's group to report to work this morning. Then today he reported for work, and the personnel side arranged for him to start and put him in sales, and it turns out that in less than half an hour, the sales department all knew you were his cousin's girlfriend. Yun Bing's brows furrowed slightly as he listened to Lin Dai's words. Since he's all talk, it would be thin on his face to put his cousin in sales as a junior employee. Tell you what, transfer him to the president's office, and then just let him stay in the president's office and keep him as a pet. Lin Dai nodded and said, well, it's also true that this kind of person can't be placed in an important department, or else it has to be pandemonium. Yun Bing nodded, so he stopped talking and looked at the documents in his hand. Sister Ice. Sister Ice. Yun Bing raised his head and looked at Lin Dai, who had already come over, and said, Dai, what's wrong? What's going on with you and Nine? What's going on? Aya is that Nine brother and Lu Ruyan 3 years without children. One is that the two of them in the middle of some problems. Nine brother is not too trusting of her, for fear of having a child Lu Ruyan hostage threat. There's also the fact that Ruyan Lu doesn't really want to give ninth brother a child, so they haven't had a child in 3 years. But you and Nine are different. Sister Bing, I'm telling you, as long as you're pregnant, Nine won't be able to escape from you for the rest of his life. Yun Bing looked at Lin Dai and gave him a blank look, saying, go to work, little girl. What's the point of worrying? Aya, Sister Bing, I'm telling the truth. I'm looking forward to you really being my sister-in-law. I don't recognize anyone but you. Yun Bing put down the paper inside as he looked at Lin Dai. I say, you girl, what kind of messed up yards are you thinking about all day long? Whether there's a child or not, he's mine, and I, Yun Bing, am not so bad as to go and tie him up with a child. Also, Dai, have you been idle lately? Go to the Qianjiang group in the afternoon and talk to Mr. Qian about the joint venture to build a factory. Lin Dai's face instantly became bitter. Sister Bing, go with someone else. Qian Ziliang is always bullying me. Yun Bing ignored it and picked up the document again and read it. No, your ninth brother explained that you're Qian Ziliang's type and wanted to set you up with Qian Ziliang. Go on. Lin Dai looked at this cold sister-in-law and could only walk out helplessly. After Lin Dai went out, Yun Bing was no longer in the mood to look at the documents. Thinking about Lin Dai's words and made a decision. This asshole, when he was bullying himself, he didn't care about himself at all and made it so that he had to take pills. Now that he's with himself, he's willing to get pregnant for him, and he's so good, he's starting to pay attention. Humph, big asshole. Wait, when I get home today, I'll sneak in and zap all the little umbrellas and leak them. On the other hand, He Injio was currently in the chairman's office of his own group, and Mubai was reporting to him on the various matters of the last few days. He Injio waved his hand and said, Xiao Bai, you can just make your own decisions on these matters. You don't need to report everything to me. My main concern right now is, how well are the two groups integrating? Mubai shook his head and said, Ninth brother, the biggest difficulty in integrating the two groups lies in staffing, but it seems to be fine now. He Injio looked up with some surprise. He knew that this was a difficult problem. After all, it was now going to be based on Zhang's foundation, and the personnel was about to face a change of blood. Some people have to feel out whether they take their own surname or have already taken the surname Zhang, and if they do, then they have to be cleared out, and there is a dilemma as to who will take their place. But He Injio did not expect what White actually very easy to say is not bad. Seems to have a good plan. Mubai also saw Hee-injo's doubts and said, there is someone that helped us a lot. After she came, the previous Jung's people stabilized a lot. Hee-injo instantly had a bad premonition. He knew too well who the person who could do such a thing would be. There were no more than 2 people. But that old man Jiang Juanza would definitely not help himself. Jiang Ruotong? Mubai smiled and said, nothing can be hidden from ninth brother. Hee-injo was speechless, raised his hand and scratched his head, saying, this brain of mine, Xiao Bai, don't you know what that is playing at? Mubai smiled and said, ninth brother, you're the one who said that you only look at the results, regardless of what methods I use. Then pit big brother, right? Ha ha, brother 9, that's none of my business. I'm sure this little matter can't be difficult for you. Wood White said. He ran away in a puff of smoke. Hee-injo is also helpless. This Wood White has always been to achieve the goal of unscrupulous master. As long as the group fusion stabilization, he does not care about the other. Sure enough, not long after Mubai had just left, a knock sounded on the door, and the one who came in was indeed that Jiang Ruotong, my fiancé, long time no see. What? That Yun Bing, the number 1 beauty in 3 provinces and 1 city. Tired of playing? As soon as Hee-injo saw this woman, he felt his head was big, although the 2 people lied to each other, but Hee-injo after all, still forced people to that. Always feel now strange, so embarrassing. I say, Jiang Ruotong, what exactly do you want? Haven't I made it clear enough to you? Jiang Ruotong walked over to Hee-injo as if she hadn't heard him, pulling Hee-injo's hand on her waist. Don't want to do what? Chase you. Hee-injo was simply speechless, couldn't figure out what kind of brain circuit this woman was. He felt that even if Jiang Ruotong went after the beggar on the roadside, it was more reasonable than coming to pursue himself. Jiang Ruotong, Miss Jiang, I have a girlfriend, you should know that, right? Jiang Ruotong nodded indifferently. No, that Yun Bing, well, known as the first beauty in 3 provinces and 1 city, although do not want to admit, but indeed more beautiful than me. Then you're still. Hee-injo was about to speak when Jiang Ruotong interrupted. I know better than that. That's a very feudal woman. But what kind of person are you? Hee-injo? Honestly, right now it's because she's really pretty and you like it. Can you stand it over time? But I'm different, Heinjiu, and with me, I'll do better than her, and I can turn a blind eye to your occasional visits to the Sky Club. Hearing Jiang Ruotong's words, you don't say, Hee-injo is really a bit moved. Which man does not want to have a red flag at home and colorful flags flying outside? However, Hee-injo suddenly remembered again what Yun Bing had done for him and how sad and difficult it would be for her if he left her. Even more so, he thought of Yun Bing's flawless body, beautiful from her toes to her hair, and remembered that if Yun Bing was ever in someone else's arms, Jiang Ruotong, you underestimate me. Am I that kind of person? Chapter 59, Yun Bing's Past. Hearing Hee-injo's words, Jiang Ruotong was also stunned. She didn't expect Hee-injo to be able to say such shameless words. She remembers, he and that Yun Bing is not clear when he also forced himself. Right, and after Yun Bing together, but also back to Linhai to secretly go to the Tanya Club. But then, Jiang Ruotong also realized that this guy wouldn't really be in love with that Yun Bing. Heinjiu, you, really in love with her? Hee-injo thought about it and also said seriously, Jiang Ruotong, to be honest, I'm not quite sure what love is. All I can say is that I love being with her. She makes me very happy, both mentally and physically. I don't want to lose her, and at the same time, I can't accept her being with someone else. That's all. This is what Hee-injo really think. Hee-injo is some bottom line. He cannot have any burden to deceive a woman who does not love him, but he cannot do to deceive a woman who loves him. His thought at the time was just, you counted on me. I'll let you bleed to death. I'll not only win you, but I'll get back at you, disgust you, insult you. But now, although he took this as blood, Hee-injo really didn't want to lie to her again. After all, at that time, that 20% of the shares, this was quite enough. Jiang Ruotong listened to Hee-injo's words and didn't answer for a long time. Hey, Heinjiu, I know. Jiang Ruotong left after saying that, while Hee-injo had another headache. This woman won't leave her job and run away. Won't that delay the group's great integration again? Until the evening, Hee-injo did not receive the news of Jiang Ruotong's departure, and got the news instead that Jiang Ruotong was just like nothing, as if everything had not happened. This also relieved Heinjiu, and in the evening, Heinjiu's phone rang. Ice, it's me, honey, where are you? Why didn't you come to pick me up? I'm back in the North Sea. Something's come up. Oh, okay. Hee-injo heard the disappointment and grievances in Yun Bing's tone and tried to ask, Binger, either you return to the North Sea? When Yun Bing heard this, she said happily, bastard, I was wondering how I suddenly went back to the North Sea. Say, is it preparing some surprise for me in the North Sea again? Tricking me to go back? Heinjiu was speechless. This damn love brain. But his own woman had said so and was full of expectations. Hee-injo could only say stiffly, You'll know when you come back. Okay, I'll be right back. Good husband, wait for me. Oh. Hyunjo hung up the phone, a face of rawness, and then began to think, but there is really nothing to send. Such a short period of time, where to prepare themselves to go. Suddenly, Hyunjo thought of something, picked up the phone, and arranged for Wonhong to prepare. In the evening, Hyunjo came to the airport to pick up Yunbing. Hyunjo directly brought Yunbing to her Yunbing yacht. The yacht had already prepared a sumptuous dinner, and the two of them got on the yacht, which sailed, and the two of them savored the food while blowing on the night sea breeze and looking at the night view of the fading away, the North Sea. The two were almost done eating, and the yacht had pulled up near a small island in the middle of the ocean. Suddenly, countless fireworks on the island began to rise into the sky. Very beautiful. Hyunjo took off his own jacket and draped it over Yunbing's body, hugging her from behind and looking at the fireworks that filled the sky. Honey, do you like it? Yunbing didn't say anything, but just pulled Hyunjo's hands that were hugging on his waist with force, making Hyunjo hug a little tighter. Hyunjo was not talking, holding Yunbing tightly, greedily smelling the body fragrance of Yunbing's body. This flavor, light, very fresh. Hyunjo liked it very much. Honey, you know, I love fireworks, but no one has put them on for me since mom died. Hyunjo or the first time to see such a cloud ice. In his eyes, this woman cold and strong and brave, ruthless, only in front of their own will reveal a small woman's appearance, but also has never been so sad. Hyunjo always thought that Yunbing was the pearl in the hands of his parents, and now it seems that perhaps, Binger, don't think about those unpleasant things in the past. In the future, with me here, I will make you very happy, very happy. Honey, thank you. One thing I have to explain to you is that in all the time the two of us have been in a committed relationship, I've never mentioned taking you to meet my parents. My mother was a young lady of a scholarly family, with a very traditional upbringing, and my father belonged to a union. But then my grandfather's family fell into decline, and my mother began to fall out of favor. That person, my father, has mediocre ability, and even more so, he has no ambition, but the only thing is that his looks are particularly outstanding, and he is very philandering. He has had many women outside, but to his first love, White Moonlight, was infatuated, and after marrying my mother and that woman never broke, and when my mother knew everything, she couldn't take the shock and died of depression. And my father, before my mother had passed her first birthday, brought that woman, and that woman's son, home, and that was the day I broke with him for good. The last time I counted on you, I was threatening my grandfather to make him give me my father's shares as well, and I told my grandfather that if the shares fell to my father, there was a high probability that they would be that woman's sons in the future. My grandfather eventually agreed only after I persuaded and threatened him, but because of that, my father and the woman's son hated me very much. Honey, do you know why I love you so much? Because when learning about your past, I know that we are the same people. We are both alone in this world, so I want to be the closest thing to you, and likewise, I want you to be the closest thing to me. Listening to Yunbing's words, Hyunjo said for the first time, very seriously, Binger, don't worry, as long as you don't fail me, I will never fail you. Yunbing turned around and touched Hyunjo's face, saying, husband, because of my mother's education, and my father's influence, I extremely detest people who are unfaithful to their feelings, and in my life, I will only have you as a man. So, Hyunjo smiled and said, the front is all padding. This is the centerpiece, right? Yunbing also snorted and said, what I said is true, but it has also long been released, but I also do want to tell you that I will be loyal to you for the rest of my life. Can you do that? Hyunjo smiled and reached out to pinch Yunbing's cheeks, then lit a cigarette and took a puff, looking at the fireworks in the sky. Can? Hyunjo spoke with great care and seriousness. After hearing this, Yunbing looked at Hyunjo, smiling like a flower and full of love. In fact, for Hyunjo, nothing is as important as this relationship with Yunbing. They are lovers, and in the future, they are even more relatives. Chapter 60 Zhuangdi's Mind. Ruthless Yunbing. Yunbing hugged Hyunjo and said, hubby, thank you. From the day I got together with you, I never wanted to let you down. In the future, I, Yunbing, will do everything I can to be your perfect other half. Hyunjo was lying on the guardrail of the yacht, smoking a cigarette. Don't talk to me like that. Do I need you? Am I your husband, or are you my husband? Yunbing pursed her lips and said, Che, macho. Hyunjo threw the cigarette away and directly picked up Yunbing. Be yourself. I won't be a pressure on you. Instead, I'll be a help. And I'll tolerate you as long as it's not a matter of principle. Badass. Got it. Hyunjo carried Yunbing back to the master bedroom of the cabin and threw Yunbing directly onto the bed. When the two of them were almost done warming up, Hyunjo said, the ship forgot to prepare a small umbrella. Yun Bing blushed shyly and took out a few in her bag and handed them to Hyunjo. The corners of Hyunjo's mouth twitched when he saw it. I say, Ice, if you want to stab a leak, do you have to use such a thick needle? Do you take me for a blind man? Or a little cutie? Where's the needle? I stuck it with a pen. Hyunjo looked at Yun Bing. Even acting is not acting right. Hyunjo threw the stuff straight into the trash. Yun Bing froze and said, Hubby, you're angry? Not mad. Don't use that. What do you mean? What do you say? The two had a sleepless night and tossed and turned until the morning. Yun Bing was simply speechless. Her first time not to come to her period but padded pads. After a night, the two of them pour out their hearts to each other, and their feelings warmed up again. Yun Bing obviously felt that Hyunjo began to think of her in everything. Thinking of her, Yun Bing had returned to Jiang province, but Hyunjo had traveled. The reason being that Ning Xian's younger brother, a genius in pharmaceutical research, had researched a drug that could completely cure diabetes over in Yun province. Although it was still in the experimental stage, it was shocking enough, and if it came true, Yun Bing couldn't even dare to imagine the extent of his man's wealth. What made Hyunjo cry and laugh was that Yun Bing was already thinking about Yun's group as an agent distributor. On this day Yun Bing had just finished his video call with Hyunjo in his office and picked up the phone. Bring me in a cup of coffee. It didn't take long for the door to be opened, and Yun Bing didn't even raise his head as he said, just put it on the table. Oh, good. Yun Bing listened to the voice was a man, instantly frowned and raised his head. The one who came in was actually Zhuang Di. Who let you in? Didn't anyone tell you that no men are allowed in my office? Zhuang Di was also nervous. He naturally knew about this rule, but he always felt that he was different from others. He is young, handsome, with a good body and 8-pack abs. Otherwise how could he have been transferred to the president's office by Yun Bing as soon as he joined the company? And there is not much work. To put it bluntly, he is supporting himself. This made Zhuang Di wonder if Yun was not using this way to tell herself that she meant to adopt herself. During this time Zhuang Di has been observing. Yun Bing is still good to him. Did not arrange an important job for him, but the salary is not a penny less than others. But also let the chief assistant Lin bring himself. Hyunjo kind of man. Not as young as himself. Not as handsome as himself. Not as good as his own body. Yun Bing did not dislike it. Zhuang Di could not find any reason for Yun Bing not to adopt himself. He only felt that Yun Bing, after all, was the president, or a woman, and should be too embarrassed to take the initiative. So let's take the initiative himself. Looking at Yun Bing's stunning face, perfect body, plus her identity, being adopted by her, is that called adoption? It's called enjoyment. So today when he learned that Yun Bing wanted coffee, he immediately asked for help. And even though the others advised him that no men were allowed in the president's office, he didn't listen and said that he himself was different. And at this moment, when he saw Yun Bing's somewhat annoyed attitude, he only thought that Yun Bing was embarrassed. Oh, Sister Yun Bing, I heard you wanted coffee, so I brought it to you. Besides, other males can't enter. I should be able to, right? Yun Bing narrowed his eyes and said, on what basis can you? Just on the basis that you are his cousin? At this time, Zhuang Di suddenly and very boldly pulled over Yun Bing's hand and placed it on his abs. Sister Yun Bing, I'm better than my cousin in every way. Right, with a snap, Yun Bing had slapped Zhuang Di's face. How dare you? Yun Bing finished angrily and took out wet wipes to keep wiping the places on his hands that he touched. Sister Yun Bing, slap, another slap. Who gave you permission to call it that? Come on man. As soon as Yun Bing's words fell, 4 bodyguards walked in. As soon as the bodyguard came in, he immediately held Johnny down. Sister Yun Bing, why are you doing this to me? Don't you like me? I like you? What are you? Heinji, you like it all. I'm younger than him, better looking, and have a better body. So why do you? Snap. Yun Bing slapped again, and this slap is very heavy. And at this moment, the door of Yun Bing's office is open. Many people are curious to look in, and Yun Bing didn't stop it. She just wants to make an example of her. During this period of time, she and her husband were in love. Not only was she in a good mood every day, but her temper had also gotten a lot better. Was it possible that all these people had forgotten what she, Yun Bing, was? Are you worthy to be compared to my husband? Did you go to school stupid? Think I'm one of those girls from your college? You don't think my criteria for choosing a spouse is based on looks and body like theirs, do you? What's the point? That kind of thing is something to be considered only after emotional foundation, financial foundation, and social status. Zhuang Di had been stunned. At this moment he realized that his so-called handsomeness, his figure, was worthless in the eyes of others. Mr. Yun, it's me who misunderstood. I'm sorry, shut up. No one has touched my hand yet except my husband. And you actually, hold his hand down. The bodyguard immediately pressed the hand that Zhuang Di had just pulled over Yun Bing to the ground. In everyone's horrified eyes, Yun Bing's raised her foot, and the slender heel of her black high-heeled shoe instantly pierced through Zhuangdi's palm. Zhuangdi screamed in pain as he tore his lungs out and tried to move Yun Bing's foot with his other hand. You don't want the other one either? The icy voice sounded again. Zhuangdi instantly dared not move again, sweating like a pig in pain. Yun Bing was still looking at Zhuangdi angrily, without the slightest intention to lift his foot, and blood had already begun to flow on the ground from the palm that was pierced by the heel of his shoe. Zhuangdi endured the pain and begged for mercy. General Manager Yun, I'm wrong, I won't dare anymore. You spare me. Yun Bing looked at one of the bodyguards and said, take a picture and send it to my husband. This is my explanation to him. Thanks to Cantaloupe Brew, Single Girl Junkie, Roller, 0031, Moody, and Tianyuan 9 Immortals for the gifts. They are much appreciated. Chapter 61, Thinking of Ruyan Lu again. The bodyguard took the picture before Yun Bing lifted his foot up. Zhuangdi, you were able to enter Yun's group because your cousin is my husband. I transferred you to the president's office also because I was afraid of making my husband lose face by making you an ordinary staff. I won't give you a job because you don't have much ability, but because of my husband, I won't fire you, just keep you as a dog. But you actually dare to hit on me and touch me. I'm telling you now, or for the sake of my husband, I'll let you off, but get the hell out of Jinling, or I'll take your life. Zhuangdi clutched his palm, and he didn't know if he was shaking with pain or fear. I know Mr. Yun, I'll get out now. After Zhuangdi left, Yun Bing continued to work with a sullen face, as if for her, stepping through a person's palm with one foot was just a trivial matter. The others immediately returned to their work in fear. Yun Bing asked the bodyguard for the photo and sent it to Yinzhou, briefly explaining the cause and effect of the incident. Yinzhou replied with, wife, I bought a set of ethnic costumes from this side of Yun province. Go back and you wear them for me. Looking at Heinzhou's reply, Yun Bing snorted, okay, all yours. To Yinzhou, Zhuangdi's kind of thing was too small, not even as important as his flirting with Yun Bing. Within a few days, Yinzhou returned, along with Ning Xin's younger brother, Ning Chen. In the evening, Yinzhou, Yun Bing, Lin Dai, Ning Xin, Ning Chen, a few people were eating a meal to receive Ning Chen. Yun Bing had a good impression of Ning Chen, as the eyes he looked at Yinzhou were filled with admiration and respect, as well as gratitude. The way he looked at himself was all respect and none of that lust that other men had. Upon knowing the relationship between Ning Xin's siblings and Yinzhou, Yun Bing was also enlightened. No wonder Ning Xin was so loyal to Yinzhou, and Ning Chen was even treating Yinzhou as a benefactor, an idol. In the middle of the meeting, Yinzhou said, wife, be careful now that you're by your side. Xiao Chen should stay here as well. It's better for them to be together as siblings. There's also the new drug about Xiao Chen's development. My group is in a great fusion. It's not suitable to carry out such a major project, so it'll be cheaper for you. Yun Bing gave a blank look and said, what do you mean by cheapening me? Big straight man, the money I earn to spend for you is much more than what I spend for myself. Yinzhou also shook his head and smiled bitterly. This point he did admit that Yun Bing was really giving up on him. Fine, then please wifey help me okay? That's more like it. I say, Sister Bing, brother-in-law, you two are almost done. There are still 3 single dogs here. Lin Dai was speechless. Ever since Yinzhou and Yun Bing got together, she started eating dog food. Yinzhou looked at Lin Dai and said, sister-in-law, how are you and Qian Ziliang doing? Hearing Yinzhou's name, Lin Dai's eyes went wide while Yun Bing and Ning Xin couldn't hold back their laughter. 9. What did you call me? Sister-in-law. Don't you call me brother-in-law first? Fine. Sister-in-law. Just sister-in-law. What's the big deal? Yun Bing rushed to round up the scene and said, okay, you Xiao Dai and you joke. You still take it seriously. She to me, but not to you as a brother pro. Che, she's just a little heartless. Say, how's it going with you and Zira? Lin Dai sighed and said, brother, won't stop messing around. I have someone I like. Yinzhou's eyes instantly widened. This girl has a favorite? Who? You know, it's. Yinzhou gave a blank look and said, don't you tell me it's Chu Han. Lin Dai nodded sheepishly. No more nausea. Walk home. Yinzhou's reaction was unexpected by everyone, except Lin Yin. Yun Bing rushed to pull him, said, why are you? Good how this is. Yinzhou was furious and said, wife, do you know what kind of goods that Chu Han is? That's a sissy, even more sissy than Lu Tao. I even suspect that he's asexually reproduced. Lin Dai, I'm telling you, don't bring him to me to disgust me. What good man talks like that? After saying that, Heinzhou picked up the phone. Lin Dai was speechless and said, brother Gio, he's lacking a bit of manliness, but she's good to me. She's very good at taking care of me. What you need is to be able to protect you. Take care of you. Nanny is better than him. What you are looking for is a husband, not a nanny. Mom just talked about Lu Tao. Think about it, ask what's going on. Yun Bing listened to Hee In-jeo's words with a greatly speechless face. The feelings of this guy remembered that ex-wife again. This revenge is not over yet. Hee In-jeo was on the phone while Yun Bing and Lin Dai talked about that Chuhan. It turned out that was Lin Dai's little neighboring brother, and the two had grown up together. Although his personality was a bit feminine, he was indeed gentle, attentive, and romantic, coaxing and taking good care of Lin Dai, almost surrounding Lin Dai whenever he was with her. Yun Bing looked at Xiao Dai and shook his head, saying, Xiao Dai, I feel that your ninth brother is right. You're looking for a husband. You've been by your ninth brother's side, and you probably don't know how hard it is for us women to face everything alone. But Ice, he's the only one besides 9 who knows that I've had an abortion, and he's made it clear that all young people make mistakes, and he doesn't mind, and he's certainly done so over the years. Yun Bing sighed and said, well, I know this matter has always been a knot in your heart. After the two finished, Hee In-jeo also came back and said, I'm going to Fu province tomorrow to play for 2 days. Wife, are you going? Yun Bing also got excited, knowing that this was progress over there, and that this guy was going to bully people. Yeah, I'll go with you and hang out. That night, Hee In-jeo let Wan Han collect the Chu Han's information over the years, although still effeminate, but don't say, to Lin Dai is really quite attentive. These years often run to Lin Hai to accompany Lin Dai. Lin Dai back to the Su province is also around Lin Dai. Mother is a little mother. The circle is quite clean. Yun Bing sat beside Hee In-jeo in his pajamas, feeding him fruit while saying, you, don't beat people to death. There's no such thing as a perfect person. Don't make people little Dai you happy when the time comes. Blame you. Heinjiu nodded and didn't say anything. The next day, the two came to Fu province, and had entered Lu Ming's office. They saw Lu Ruyan and also Lu Tao. As soon as Lu Tao saw Hee In-jeo, he actually instantly panicked and looked around for cover, causing Hee In-jeo to be even more disdainful of him while Lu Ruyan shook her head inside. Hee In-jeo sat on the sofa arrogantly, and Yun Bing sat beside him naturally. Isn't this Mr. Lu? Hello again. It seems that leaving a thug like me, a highly qualified person like Mr. Lu is not having a good time. Chapter 62, Hubby's fireworks for you. Ruyan Lu didn't say anything in the face of Hee In-jeo's mockery, but kept staring at Yun Bing. Yun Bing also looked at Lu Ruyan again. The two women stared at each other, neither refusing to avert their eyes first. Hee In-jeo hugged Yun Bing's shoulder and said, what are you doing? What are you looking at her for? She wasn't as good looking as you in the first place, and now that she's been given a ho-ho-ho by Lu Tao, she's even uglier. Yun Bing smiled disdainfully and retracted his eyes to stop looking at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan looked at Hee In-jeo at this time and said, In-jeo, let us go, okay? You can also see that Lu Tao is now mentally abnormal. What more do you want? Hee In-jeo lit a cigarette and said, but he's still alive. Looking at Hee In-jeo's teasing eyes, Lu Ruyan couldn't take it anymore. Hee In-jeo, do you have to force us to die? You've already made Lu Tao homeless by joining forces with Lu Ming, and my Lu family is bankrupt. And that's it. Doesn't that cancel out the bit about me crossing the line at the time? In the North Sea you chased us and beat us up. We couldn't afford to mess with you, and when we ran to Fu province, you still won't let go. What do you want? Is it that if I die, you'll be satisfied? Hee In-jeo enjoyed watching Lu Ruyan's impotent rage. Lu Ming, are we going to talk business? What the hell is wrong with these two people? Pushing and shoving. Lu Ming also felt a little funny and directly called for someone to come and throw Lu Ruyan and Lu Tao out. After the two left, Lu Ming came to Hee In-jeo smilingly and poured tea for him. Mr. He, I've already followed your instructions and expelled Lu Tao from the house. Lu Tao learned that all my father's equity was mortgaged to you, and actually couldn't take the stimulus straight away and started to go crazy. On the contrary, that Lu Ruyan is quite enough, didn't leave Lu Tao, and has been taking care of it. Hee In-jeo smiled and said, not bad, happy cooperation. Let's talk about the villa group. How long will it take to finish? Normal construction will be ready in another month, but the rest of the greening, the installation and construction of some facilities, is slow work, but within 6 months, it can be completed. Hee In-jeo nodded and didn't say anything. After talking about some more words, Hee In-jeo took Yun Bing and left. Back at the hotel, Hee In-jeo kept looking out the window and thought. Yun Bing walked over and hugged him, saying, hubby, what are you thinking about? So mesmerized. I was thinking of something very interesting. Oh, what is it? Honey, I'll take you to see the biggest fireworks ever in a few days. But, bugger, people tell you they like fireworks and you just keep showing them. Ha, honey, this firework, it's going to be very, very special. Yun Bing did not think too much. These days every day with Hee In-jeo, two people in Fu province play is also quite happy. Under the whim, but also went to an island to take wedding photos. So that Yun Bing happy. Until the 5th day, Hee In-jeo brought Yun Bing to a high building. Standing in front of the window, He could see the Lu family villa very intuitively. He Injo took the binoculars and hugged Yun Bing, placing the binoculars between the two of them, one person with one eye, looking at the Lu family villa below. Yun Bing looked puzzled and asked, "A wedding? Why would the Lu family suddenly organize a wedding? Who's with whom?" "Lu Ming and Ruyan Lu's." "What? How is that possible?" "There's nothing impossible, because I told Ruyan Lu that I don't hate her anymore. What I hate is Lu Tao, so I want to irritate him, and as long as Ruyan Lu and Lu Ming organize a wedding, I'll let them go. As for Lu Ming, money makes the devil work. I said, let him marry Ruyan Lu. Ruyan Lu's side I'll go and say, as long as he marries, not only can he get Ruyan Lu, I don't want the $9 billion that was lent to him. I'm only out for revenge against Lu Tao." "You don't say." They both really agreed. Lu Ruyan because she felt sorry for Lu Tao and wanted to save him, and Lu Ming, he actually always had some thoughts about Lu Ruyan, plus money, and he enjoys the pleasure that comes from robbing Lu Tao. Yun Bing frowned and said, "But husband, it's not worth it at all. Lu Tao, is he worth $9 billion? He Injo laughed loudly and said, "Of course it's not worth it, but they don't know that men. There will always be a high moment in this life. Lu Tao now has nothing. He cares the most and loves Lu Ruyan the most. He was sought back to the Lu family, and as a result, he could not get his property, and his favorite, most caring Lu Ruyan was also snatched away by his elder brother. And what about Ruyan Lu? After putting him in such a bad situation, now he's actually happily marrying the big brother he hates the most, the in-laws who have always looked down on him, plus the biological parents who helped his big brother do all this. Ice, do you think that when a man is completely broken, has lost everything, and doesn't want to live anymore, he will have his high moment?" Yun Bing looked at Ian Jiao and suddenly realized that this husband who didn't have a proper form with himself every day was so scary and ruthless. "But honey, what if Lu Tao, he didn't break down?" "He has broken down. I contacted his good friend and gave him money to stimulate Lu Tao and encourage him to retaliate. And even more so, I asked him to provide Lu Tao with a channel to buy explosives. And this is what hubby has prepared for you? The most special fireworks. Ha 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 ha." Yun Bing listened to Ian Jiao's horrible but pleasurable laughter and said, "Hubby, you are so scary, but I love you so much. Only a man like you can protect me." Suddenly Yun Bing remembered something and said, "Hubby, your aim is not to take revenge, but to plot against Lu's group? As long as the Lu family is dead, no one will know about the share mortgage, so you can directly sign over the shares and take control of Lu's group, right? My precious wife is really smart. Taking revenge on Ruyan Lu and Lu Tao? Oh, why do I need to make a trip myself? When the day I cooperated with Lu Ming, I started hitting Lu's idea." Yun Bing looked at He Jiao. She now suddenly realized that what the so-called one word, say one thing, are all He Jiao to people to create a false image just, in order to just let people can easily believe him. What a dangerous deal she had made with him then. But luckily, he was her husband now. At this time, He Jiao picked up the phone and said, "Xiaofei, have you gotten that mortgage contract in Lu Ming's hand?" Listening, Yun Bing asked, "The wedding, in fact, is also the reason for supporting these people and allowing Yu Fei to steal the contract?" "That's right, Lu Ming's secretary. I bribed him a long time ago, and I promised him that he would be the new president of Lu." "Honey, you're awesome." Yun Bing already didn't know what to say. She now understood that the man should have been laying out all those days he was accompanying himself in Jiang province. He Injo didn't say anything and lowered his head to Yun Bing's pink lips and kissed them. "Honey, look, the fireworks that hubby prepared for you are about to start." Brothers, to throw a topic out there, I've been barreling around with people today and not getting anywhere. Do you look down on people who work in nightclubs? Drinking, singing, taking advantage of the situation. Chapter 63, If a man is not ruthless, his family will be unstable rampant. A small black mushroom of smoke rose into the air with a loud boom. "Oh ha 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 ha, beautiful, that's the kind of fireworks a man should see." Yun Bing did not know what mood she was in at this moment already. Looking at her man laughing openly behind her, that kind of satisfaction with her own masterpiece and disregard for life made her palpitate a little. He Injo laughed and even picked up Yun Bing and spun him around twice. "Wife, how is it? Are you satisfied with the fireworks?" "Honey, I'm a little scared that you're going to do this to me in the future." He Injo looked at Yun Bing's even somewhat blanched little face and kissed it fiercely. "Just be afraid. Yun Bing, you know how I treat Ruyan Lu. Tell you what, if you dare to betray me one day, I guarantee you'll be 10 times more miserable than her." When He Injo finished speaking, he buried his head on Yun Bing's shoulder and said softly, "Because I love you 10 times better than Ruyan Lu as well." Yun Bing was a little touched, but then still unconvinced, said with a tiger's small face, "I don't need you to worry about me. Worry about yourself. I'm also telling you that if you betray me, I'll..." He Injo narrowed his eyes at Yun Bing. "How about you?" I'll just ignore you." "Ha!" Heinjiu snorted. "Goons, After saying that, Heinjiu picked up the phone. Faye, make sure. Lu Tao, he must die. Only if he dies, this matter will end here. Hanging up, Heinjiu dialed again. Bye. Come to Fu province to clean up the mess. I'm going back to Jiang province. And when it's over, bring Xiao Kai to meet me. After He Injiu finished speaking, he pulled Yun Bing away. Yun Bing looked at He Injiu. Was this the man she had longed for? 4 members of the Lu family, 3 members of the Lu family, plus a dozen relatives, were gone just like that. And this man was not only calm as water, but also able to smile so happily. His own little tricks were really nothing compared to him. Lu Ruyan is too miserable. One can never learn from her. One has to be invincible and dedicated to him. He Injiu probably knew Yun Bing's state of mind at this moment. This was the result he wanted. He really wanted to spend his life with Yun Bing. Having made a mistake of her own on Lu Ruyan's body, having lost her deterrent effect on Lu Ruyan, she was going to make Yun Bing remember for the rest of her life how horrible she was. There was no way. He Injiu was now understanding that if a man was not ruthless, his family would not be stable. He Injiu, Yun Bing, the two returned to Jiang province. Just off the plane, Yun Bing received a phone call. Yun Bing frowned, looking at the caller ID, not quite wanting to answer. Heinjiu swept his head sideways and saw the caller ID, the top one displaying the word asshole. He Injiu's face instantly sank. Did this still have a man? Answer it, why don't you? Who is it? He Injiu said while scrutinizing Yun Bing. Don't want to take it. Pick up. What for? I told you, don't want to answer it. I'll let you get it. Yun Bing looked at He Injiu, who was somewhat about to get angry, and helplessly picked up the phone. Hello, good to know. With 2 simple words, Yun Bing hung up the phone. Yun Bing looked at He Injiu and couldn't figure out how this guy got angry. Picked up. Satisfied? Say, who is it? My dad. Heinjiu was stunned. Your dad? Yun Bing, your note to your dad is asshole? Yun Bing gave a blank look and said, isn't he? Then to my mother? Suddenly, Yun Bing thought of something. Honey, you're not going to get jealous and think too much, are you? He Injiu bristled. He did overthink it because Yun Bing would always call him an asshole, but he could never admit it. Che, I guessed it was your dad. I put you on just to hear if he was going to bully you. But how about bullying me? Yun Bing laughed out at once. This man, when he's ruthless he's really ruthless, and when he's cute he's really cute. Bullying you. I help you to take revenge. My wife can still let my old man bully? Yun Bing gave a blank look. Look at what you're saying. But honey, my dad asked me to take you home for dinner. He Injiu lit a cigarette, moved his neck, and said, there are many right and wrongs when people are red. Let's go. Go and play with that old den. Yun Bing let out a delicate laugh and hugged He Injiu's arm. Good, hubby, no need to give your wife my face. It's time to strike and show that woman what the power of a thug is all about. Touché, I'm relieved you said that. What are you going to do? Yun Bing asked with eyes full of anticipation. In a few moments, I'm going to burst into your house with the speed of a cheetah, and then slap your stepmom to death with the strength of a bear cub before any of them can react. But, asshole, you're a pain in the ass. You just know how to tease me. As the two of them walked, He Injiu suddenly said, talking is talking, fooling around is fooling around. You put those 2 balls of yours back a little bit. I can't stand it a little bit. The two of them did not stop and went directly to Yun Bing's father, Yun Shan's villa. He Injiu suddenly burst out laughing when he learned that Yun Bing's father's name was Yun Shan. Yun Bing was a bit puzzled and said, what are you laughing at? It's fine. I'm afraid he'll say I'm rampant later. Yun Bing looked at He Injiu suspiciously, not knowing what was going on with this guy, but he didn't ask much. The two walked into the villa and saw a family of 3 inside sitting on the couch as if they were waiting for the two of them. Xiao Bing is back with her boyfriend. Come in. He Injiu snorted and said, wife, why do you come home like a guest? What? Did the chickens take over the nest? As soon as He Injiu's words left his mouth, the family of 3 on the opposite side of the table was embarrassed and looked at He Injiu with not so good eyes. Only Yun Bing snickered, happy and relieved. My own father always presses himself with his father's name, and this is great. Let's see how you guys respond to my lawless, immoral, and therefore unable to morally kidnap my husband. Changing his shoes, He Injiu walked in with great generosity, and the first thing he said when he entered was, Uncle, her stepmother, first time at the door, no gift, love it. Yun Bing almost couldn't hold back his laughter at the back. Is this guy here to skewer? It seems like he came to do a fight. Sure enough, Yun Shan's face went black. Oh, you're my daughter's boyfriend, that North Sea thug who got his start by moneylending. He Injiu, right, you're a rampant kid. But, Uncle, do you watch Doo-Wop too? He Injiu asked rhetorically, and Yun Shan suddenly froze, unable to figure out what this kid was talking about. What Cthulhu? What's all this nonsense about? Oh, it's fine, tell me, what did you ask Ice to bring me here for? I'm in a hurry. Yun Shan and his current wife, Yen Ranlu, both had ugly faces. Xiao Bing, is this the man you found? What a lack of manners. Yen Ranlu spoke directly to Yun Bing. Yun Bing wasn't spoiled either and said, it's not your turn to say anything about what kind of husband I'm looking for, Auntie Lu, is it? Chapter 64, this is how we do things for the rich and famous. Yun Shan looked at Yun Bing disliking his first love, White Moonlight, wife, and became a little angry. Ice, how do you talk to your stepmother? No big deal. Yun Bing was about to say something else, but Injio raised his hand to stop it. Injio pulled out a handful of bank cards from his shirt pocket and looked around there. This one has like 500 million in it. This one 200 million. This one what was it? Like $1 billion. Found it. This one. Injio finished, directly threw a card on the desktop, said, this card seems to have more than 50 million. Meet and greet. Now do I have manners? Injio this operation or a few people look silly. What the hell? Who is a good man in the pocket of a handful of bank cards? Yen Ran hurriedly took the card into her hands. There are manners. There are manners. I told you that Xiao Bing's vision is so high. How could she find an ordinary man? This Xiao Jiao just now I'm afraid that he was joking with us. Injio looked at Yen Ran Lu's mouth and said to Yun Bing, wife, her surname is also Lu? How come all those surnamed Lu are so cheap? All brothers and sisters surnamed Lu. Pure effect. Do not substitute Yun Shan instantly slapped the coffee table and said, Injio, don't feel like you can treat us with disrespect just because you have a few dollars. With my daughter, we are your elders. Hey, Injio picked up his water cup and dropped it on the ground with a thud. Let me tell you, it's not whoever is loud that's powerful. How about I'm just rich and powerful? That's how we thugs do things. You what you? Old man, let me tell you, don't play the father-in-law suppressing son-in-law thing with me. You have to be good to Binger. Injio, have no problem following her to filial piety you. But don't you have any idea what you're like? With whom are you making a scene here? My wife is working hard in the group, being suppressed. What have you done for her? Instead, she has to pay you money every month. Only she is soft-hearted, remembering that you are her father. If it were me, I would beat you to death. You, Yun Bing, this is the man you're looking for, isn't it? I'm telling you now, I don't agree. Yun Shan was so pissed off that he couldn't deal with Yin Jiao and started to morally kidnap Yun Bing. Yun Bing stood up, looked at Yun Shan and said, Dad, I'm here today for only two things. First, to inform you that I'm going to marry Yin Jiao. Listen, it's a notification. And second, I'm going to take away my mom's ashes. Yun Bing, you've gotten your wings, haven't you? I'm you, right, and that's how you talk? Yun Bing ignored it, but Yin Jiao felt Yun Bing holding his hand very hard. At this time, Lu Yenran rushed to round up the scene and said, Old Yun what are you doing son-in-law first door to make such a mess? Calm down, have a good talk. That Xiao Jiao the password of this bank card is, Hoing91 laugh. Oh, the password. Yeah, not telling you. Yin Jiao stared at Lu Yenyan with his eyes shaking his head. Yenran let him stagger in anger. Yun Bing, Yin Jiao, what do you guys mean? Don't love to come just. Snap. Yin Jiao slapped Lu Yenyan's son, Su Kailan's face. Damn, have you talked the part? You parasite. And your old man. You are really powerful When the receiver when that called a happy and happy, give people to raise a son to raise that called a dedication. Admire. You, men, take down this rebellious daughter, and this thug. I'm going to enforce the family law today. 3 bodyguards immediately came in the villa, but they all stopped when they saw it was Yun Bing. Yin Jiao snorted. What? You still want to keep me hard? Yun Shan came up for air in anger and said, how about keeping you? There is no one that Yun Shan, want to keep that can walk away yet. Yin Jiao skimmed his lips and said, you old dang, and you still say that you haven't seen the fighting dome. Yun Bing said with a cold face, Dad, your family relies on me to support you. Remembering that you are my father and gave me life. I've never been worse off financially, but don't forget that everything you have is from me, including these bodyguards. Honey, let's go. After Yun Bing finished speaking, she pulled Yin Jiao and walked out. Honestly, she didn't want to make a scene like this, at least the surface harmony she still wanted to maintain. But one's man, to take it out on oneself got into this situation, one must also stand with one's husband. Yin Jiao smiled and said, Old man, I'm leaving first, remember. Our game has just begun. I heard you have diabetes, right? I'll wait for you to beg me. You, Yun Bing, if you dare to step out of this door today, I will disown you as my daughter. Yun Bing stopped and said coldly, Are you sure? I'm saving money then. After saying that, Yun Bing left. The two of them got into the car, and Yun Bing was clearly in a bad mood. Yin Jiao smiled and said, Honey, how is it? Is your husband powerful? Yun Bing looked at Yin Jiao and snorted out a laugh. You, getting back at your ex-wife, scaring your wife, bullying your father-in-law. Just tell me, you did all these things? Che, I'm not as indecisive as you are. You women, you're still too emotional. Your father was like that, and you actually put up with him morally kidnapping you? I told you a long time ago, in this society, it's better to have people recognize you than to have them fear you, and the only word that's real is fear. Yun Bing gave a blank look, hugged Hee In-jo's arm, and said, okay, hubby is right. Hubby is the most helpful. No, geez, stop it, come on, what's wrong? Call and lose your bank card. I just faked it. That card doesn't have a pin. But, big asshole, will you stop making me laugh? Hee In-jo panicked and called to lose his bank card, which was a relief. With that, he wrapped Yun Bing in his arms. Honey, what's a doujinshi? Don't ask what you shouldn't. And anyway, just know that your dad has a name for getting his ass kicked. On the other hand, in the stick country, Jiang Ruoton was interviewing a very handsome-looking young star. Ms. Jiang, I don't know if you're looking for me. Han Song, I heard that you grew up with Yun Bing? Yes, our two families were neighbors at the time, but then the Yun family got rich and moved away. Yun Bing is so pretty, don't you like her? Oh, so what if I like it? Sister Bing Bing can't look at me, saying I'm not manly, and it's true, she was the one who helped me when I was a kid. How much money can you make as a starlet here? Yun Bing is now the chairman of Yun Group. If you go back and pursue her, that's a step to heaven. You, what do you mean? Cooperate. I like her boyfriend. How about we break them up and get what we want? Sister Bing Bing's vision. His boyfriend isn't simple, is he? It's just rich, just a thug. Your Bing Bing sister still stayed with him because she needed his help and was threatened by him, and now she's over the hump, so you've got a good chance. Okay, let's help each other out. I do love Sister Bing Bing. No one can compare to her. Chapter 65. What can I do about you? Thank you to Big Brother Quizzes, who loves saucy pork rinds, and in return, 4 more shifts today. Yun's group president office. Yun Bing sat there working, and on the sofa in front of her, was sitting on a Hee In-jo who was wearing a suit, crossing his legs, holding a cigarette and playing a game there. Yun Bing's office men are not allowed to enter, not to mention sitting there playing games, and smoking in her office. It is a completely impossible thing, but Hee In-jo not only sucked, Yun Bing also personally prepared an ashtray. If this were someone else, Yun Bing would have exploded, but Hee In-jo, Yun Bing is how to see how to like. At this time Yun Bing's door was knocked. Yun Bing shouted enter, walked in but her best friend, Lee Man. Lee Man came in and the first thing he saw was Hee In-jo sitting there with his cell phone playing a game. Remembering what happened in the bar at that time, it was a little embarrassing. Mister, he is here too, long time no see. Hee In-jo glanced at Lee Man and then no longer wanted to pay attention. Yun Bing some angry look at Hee In-jo a glance. This guy cannot see Lee Man, also do not make it so obvious. Man, what are you doing here? Yun Bing is very warm to greet. The last time the thing would not have blamed Lee Man, and these 2 girlfriends of hers, she is still very good. So many years of sisterhood. The 3 people who did not pit anyone. Ice, help me. Yun Bing frowned and asked, what's wrong? Did something happen? Xiao Bing, my company has some problems. My brother Hey, you also know that my father's health is not very good these 2 years. My brother and I simply do not dare to tell my father, so I can only come to beg you. What the hell's going on? Tell me. Hey, my family company my brother is in charge of My brother took 1 billion to do investment. This thing my father does not know, but my father and people talk about a business. To use money, this 1 billion hole. Yun Bing thought for a moment and asked, you mean you want me to help you fill in this $1 billion first? Lee Man nodded and said, 1 billion. Lend me for about 40 days. I'll give it to you when my brother's investment money comes back. Yun Bing frowned and said, Man, I don't have that much here right now. I've recently invested in a new energy car project and built a pharmaceutical factory. If it wasn't for the fact that Jishin Technology is my husband's, I simply couldn't afford to do it anymore. And now I still owe Jishin money. By the way, what about your husband's side? And haven't you asked Shuei's side? I can come up with about 300 million here right now. Let's make do. I say, Yun Bing, why don't you settle the payment for Jishin's goods when you have $300 million? Are you bullying me for being honest? Heinjio spoke without raising his head while playing the game. Cloud Ice White glance. He has 300 million liquidity he knows. Or he said to let himself stay in emergency. Not in a hurry to Jishin Technology. Now this is clearly difficult for people Lee Man. Lee Man was also momentarily embarrassed as he listened to Hee In-jo's words. Ignore him. What's the situation with your husband and Shuei? Lee Man sighed and said, me and him, it's not like you don't know. Both of us don't like each other. Each play each other. Who doesn't care who? Who don't beg who? As for Shuei's side, she is now removed from her post. At home reflecting on it, it's because of the romance with her assistant. She doesn't compromise with her family. Yun Bing thought about his two girlfriends. In fact, both quite miserable. Li Man became a victim of the family marriage. Shui Yi, the family forced to separate from the person he loved. Yun Bing looked at Hee Jio who was sitting there playing the game, and for a moment felt really lucky and happy. Ice, help me think of a way. The company is still under my father's name, so a bank loan can't even be done right now, Li Man said while pulling Yun Bing's hand, giving Yun Bing a wink and glancing at Hee Jio. Yun Bing helplessly blanked Li Man and called out, "Husband, no." Heinjiu spoke directly, "Why don't you have it? 1 billion you have in your card. No borrowing." Hee Jio spoke again, speaking with no mercy at all. Yun Bing was a little angry. This asshole. He had given him enough face in front of outsiders, but he was so good, hitting his face like this. Yun Bing walked over, sat down next to Hee Jio, and directly made a move to pull out Hee Jio's clothes pocket. Hey, wife, what are you doing? You're just going to grab it, aren't you? So what if I rob you? You're screaming about someone's wife and no one cares about you when you call the police. Stop it, it's a boss fight. Hey, don't tickle me. The two of them went crazy for a while, but Yun Bing still pulled out his pile of bank cards. Yun Bing playfully made a wink to Li Man. Li Man was a burst of envy. The scene just now, it was obvious that the two were extremely affectionate. She was making a scene and he was laughing. Honey, which card has $1 billion in it? Oops, getting to the point. Stop playing. Yun Bing directly snatched Hee Jio's cell phone and turned off the game. Hee Jio was also helpless. Yun Bing's request, to be honest, the current him, he really couldn't refuse. Li Man, my wife opened her mouth. I can't refuse, but I'm a person who is clear first and then I don't argue. 1 billion is no problem. What kind of collateral do you use? How is the interest calculated? Yun Bing hugged Hee Jio's arm and said, hubby, Man and her brother have no right to mortgage the company's stuff. Can't I vouch for it? Put. Hee Jio sprayed out a mouthful of water, and Yun Bing hurriedly took a tissue to wipe him. And you vouch for it? You vouch for it is the least of the guarantees. They don't pay me back. I have ways to deal with them. You vouch for it. What can I do with you? This sentence is obviously a refusal of words, but Yun Bing listened to the heartsuite. He said to take their own no way. That is not to spoil yourself. Yun Bing still pouted. Hubby, your own wife you still don't believe? The least trustworthy is you. But, okay, Man is my best friend. Help him out, please, dear husband, tonight. Yun Bing leaned over to Hee Jio's ear and whispered with a small red face. Hee Jio looked at Yun Bing and said, really? Yun Bing nodded. Okay. Hee Jio picked after that and threw out a card to Li Man. There's $1 billion in here. Code 69. Li Man was immediately a bit flattered, took the card and said, thank you Mr. I'm really sorry about last time. Do you have time that night? I'll treat you and Xiao Bing to dinner. Hee Jio got up and said, you discuss it with my wife. I'll go out and sneak around, and wife I'll go buy you a cake. Honey, I'll take the peach one. Hee Jio waved his hand and left. He knew that after the two girls finished their business they would definitely want to say some private words. It was inconvenient for him to be there as a big old man, and he didn't want to listen to it either. After Hee Jio left, Li Man was full of light and asked, Xiao Bing, what did you say to him? 1 billion just lend me. My God, you are really spitting out words now. And say, I've paid a great price for you. Tell me, what's the payoff? Yun Bing blushed and said, what else can a couple do? It's just to promise him that at night, each part to help him get it once. Chapter 66. Hee Jio's heart is softened. Get a license. Li Man was stunned listening to Yun Bing's words. Was this still her 10,000-year-old iceberg best friend? Ice. Didn't realize. Iceberg female president. Playing with her husband so flowery? Asterisk. Off. It's not about helping you? Forget it, since you can bring it up. I guess Mr. He doesn't know how many times he's experienced it. Yun Bing was also too lazy to argue with her. This BFF was no match at all for herself on this topic. But Xiao Bing, I really envy you. I know how much you love Mr. He, but I can see that Mr. He also spoils you. Yun Bing smiled and nodded. Yes, Hee Jio now completely treats himself as a wife. If before, this 1 billion, no collateral, killed him will not borrow. Man, actually, have you ever thought of trying it with your husband? Try to accept him and try to let him fall in love with you too. Otherwise it's quite torturous for you two to be like this. Lyman doesn't seem to want to talk about it at all. Xiao Bing, 1 billion Mr. He just put it in the card in his pocket? Even a wallet? Yun Bing also snorted when she heard Li Man's words. It's not $1 billion. He's got cards that add up to almost $10 billion. And he said that if he carries them around like this, if he loses them, he'll only lose a few. But if he puts them in his wallet, If he loses his wallet, he'll lose them all. Ha ha, he really said that? What a talent. Lee Man had already left when Hee In-jo returned with the cake. Hee In-jo placed the cake on the coffee table and opened it, and Yun Bing began to take small bites, feeding Hee In-jo a bite and taking a bite for himself. On a sudden whim, he got a piece of cream and smeared it on Hee In-jo's face, who frowned at Yun Bing. Yun Bing was instantly a little nervous. He had made a joke. This guy wouldn't get angry. Heinjia looked at the cream that fell from his face onto his clothes. Nonsense, get me a wet wipe. Yun Bing gave an "oh," and got up to get the paper, and just turned around. Poof, Hee In-jo directly took a piece of cake and pressed it directly on Yun Bing's face from behind. Ha ha ha, makes you naughty. Only then did Yun Bing realize that he had been fooled and began to fight back. The sounds of merriment were carried out into the corridor, causing some of the people in the president's office to shake their heads in speechlessness. Lin Dai was happy. He had been with Hee In-jo, and also with Yun Bing, and knew that it wasn't easy for them. This moment was quite good, especially for Jio, who hadn't been this happy for a long time. It didn't take long for the two to leave holding hands, and when they left, there was still cream on Hee In-jo's clothes and on Yun Bing's hair. But this can be bitter to Yun Bing every day to clean up the office of the small assistant. The house is a mess. Cake crumbs, cream everywhere. The two got home, took a shower together, exercised in the bathroom, and went to the living room to snuggle up and watch TV. Honey, thank you for today. It's fine. How could I refuse your request, even if I can't see her? Actually, Lee Man-shi, I know, needless to say, she may be a good best friend, but not necessarily a good best friend to our own wives in the eyes of us men. Understand? Oh, okay. Yun Bing saw that Hee In-jo didn't say anything and was looking at the laptop and looked over curiously. Honey, are you going to invest in an entertainment company? I remember you have one down there, and it's quite large. I'm identifying an entertainment company for you that's worth taking a stake in. Why? I don't like the entertainment industry. It feels so messy. Hee In-jo laughed and said, I say, how come there isn't even an entertainment company under Yun Group? Wife, the entertainment company is needed, not only to make money so simple, but mainly for the group's public opinion trend. Nowadays the countrymen follow the rumors seriously, and the brainless star chasing is also very strong. Once the group is confronted with some public opinion or rumor, the star effect will come through. Sometimes a star's insinuation tops a bunch of our explanations. The crowds are taking it with a grain of salt if we explain it, but these crowds have, brainless trust in their favorite stars. Yun Bing nodded as she listened to Hee In-jo's words and reached out her jade hand to feed Hee In-jo a piece of watermelon. Ah, bad hubby, you bit my finger. But hubby, wouldn't it be nice if we formed our own entertainment company? Heinjia shook his head. Now the stars almost all have a master. More than a lot of stars set up their own entertainment company, their own formation. Facing is to train the newcomers, whether it is money or time, pay more, and do not know whether it will be successful. So finding an entertainment company that has some class, but is currently running an average operation and is short on cash to take a direct stake is the best option. Yun Bing once again arched into Hee In-jo's arms, looked at the computer, and said, but these entertainment companies, many of the stars are past their prime. It's similar to cultivating newcomers. No, actually, there's no such thing as a star overstaying his or her welcome. It's still a matter of exposure, and they'll always have some fan base, and what we're trying to do is get them to increase their exposure indefinitely, and then bring in the new with the old. Exposure, like variety shows, movies, TV, concerts, new song releases, etc. It's too easy for us. Capital intervention is all. Yun Bing nodded her head. She knew that what Hee In-jo said made sense. Not only could the entertainment industry guide the winds of public opinion, but it did make money in terms of the current market. But husband, I'm not capital. I'm broke and owe you money. Hee In-jo looked at the little woman who was lying in his arms, hugging himself and raising her head with a pitiful face. What did I say? You know how to trap your husband, and you have to vouch for Lee Man. I have to believe you. My pants will be lost. It's okay, honey, I've got a lot of panties for you. They're in the drawer in your room. Hee In-jo blankly glanced at this woman, knowing full well what she meant by that. Okay, don't pamper me. Your husband, I'm the capital. What are you panicking about? You're my wife. I'll protect and pamper myself. There's no need for you to be shady with me here. Hubby is so nice. Hee In-jo gave a blank look and said, just this Kai Huang Entertainment. Quite a few old actors and actresses, powerful singers, because of the lack of funds, can't give them too many resources. You send someone to contact to talk about it. Okay, so I'll talk on my end, and hubby will go get his wife's check. Hee In-jo looked at the absolute color in his arms and pinched her little face in a doting manner. Well, talk to your husband when you're short of money, and don't let yourself worry about the things your husband is least short of. Understand? I know, It's just that sometimes I'm embarrassed. If I get married, I'll spend money on you every day. Hyunjo looked at Yunbing's expectant eyes. Suddenly his heart softened and said, find a time to get a license. Wedding, give me some time. I want to give you the best. Chapter 67, Get Married, I Love You. When Yunbing heard Hyunjo's words, his eyes instantly widened as he looked at Hyunjo incredulously. Hyunjo snorted. Why the look? Is it strange? What you have done and paid for me? I have seen it all. Although Hyunjo, am not a good person, but I have a conscience. Yunbing didn't say anything, but the circles of her eyes that were starting to redden, and the tears that appeared in her eyes were telling Hyunjo about the waves and touches that were going through her heart at the moment. Hyunjo walked over and gently held Yunbing in his arms and said, Yunbing, get married, I love you. Yunbing couldn't say a word anymore and was just nodding his head vigorously. That night, Yunbing was as crazy as he was, using all that he knew and learning now what he didn't know. Early the next morning, Hyunjo got up when Yunbing had already left, but prepared breakfast for him. The two have not yet recruited ants, thinking to move into the Hwanjiang 9 villa when then recruited. So breakfast was all prepared by Yunbing, every day during this period of time without fail, and what was prepared for Hyunjo was very sumptuous, very much in line with his appetite. Hyunjo was eating when a message came on the phone. Hubby, are you up? Come to the group after breakfast. There are 2 documents you need to sign. I'll wait for you. Hyunjo was puzzled. What kind of documents did Yun's group need to sign by themselves? Just kidding. But Hyunjo went there anyway after dinner, and had already entered Yunbing's office, and Yunbing got up and swooped in like a little bird. Honey, miss me. I've only been awake for less than 2 hours. Che, big straight man, say I think can die. I am not going to lie to the woman I love most. But, you're a pain in the ass. Yunbing pulled Hyunjo to sit on his office chair and took out 2 documents. Honey, take a look and sign if you don't have a problem with it. I've already signed it. Hyunjo looked at Yunbing suspiciously and opened the file to read it. It was only when I looked at them that I realized that the 2 documents, one was a notarized property and the other was a marriage agreement. The property notarization was normal, but this marriage agreement made Hyunjo cry a little. The general content of the above writing is that during the marriage, if Yunbing cheated, including ambiguous with other members of the opposite sex, betrayal, including doing damage to the interests and reputation of Hyunjo, Yunbing himself is considered to automatically give up all the property, including all the property of their own Yun's group, the net body out of the house. Mr. Hyunjo automatic inheritance. This agreement, which does not propose at all what will happen if HOIN9 makes a mistake, is a completely unequal agreement. Honey, I didn't say anything. Is this kind of stuff necessary? Like you said, you're not even married and you're thinking about this first? Yunbing walked behind Hyunjo, bent down and wrapped his arms around him, and said, this is what I volunteered for. I love you. I chased you, and I'm the weaker party, so this is what I should do. Alright, this kind of stuff isn't necessary. I was the one who was scared of being bitten before, but I love and trust you now. From now on, you and I, husband and wife, are one and undivided. You are my honor and I am your pride. Yunbing shook his head. Husband, sign it, please. It's my determination to show you, and at the same time, I know you're very careful, and I'm trying to get your unreserved love in this way. Hyunjo sighed. This moment he has a lot of feelings. Yunbing for him, to be honest, do too much, even some humble, so a big beauty, and money and status, to this extent, even if Hyunjo's heart is made of ice, but also muffled. Honey, it's not an equal agreement. What if I make a mistake? Yunbing suddenly bit Hyunjo's ear and said, then I'll resign myself to being blind. Okay hubby, I know you're good to me. With your sentence that these things are unnecessary, it's enough. Sign it. Hyunjo stood up, picked up the 2 documents, and ripped them right down the middle. The same, you want to betray me. I also recognize, with the death of a joint grave is, then what property? What money? There is no meaning? Go, get a license. Yunbing looked at Hyunjo and laughed. To die together and be buried together in one grave? Hubby, are you threatening me or scaring me? Stop blathering and get a license. Are you going or not? No, I'm not going. You're just being a pain in the ass. Hyunjo finished and left. Come on, wait for me. The 2 soon walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Yunbing looked at the 2 marriage licenses in his hand and took out one and handed it to Hyunjo. Honey, one for each. Hyunjo smiled and said, you keep it. Silly wife, the divorce license is only for one person. The marriage license will be put together. Yunbing nodded and carefully put the 2 red books into the bag, and patted them after putting them in. Looking at Yunbing's cute appearance, Hyunjo also smiled. Once the marriage license arrived, both of them felt as if there was something more between them in an instant. This was a feeling that Hyunjo didn't have before when he and Lu Ruyan received their license, and he had never taken this red book too seriously. Until this moment, he did not feel. This thing you do not say, as if without it really feel missing something. Due to the fact that he Injo said he wanted to get married yesterday, Yunbing completely forgot about Li Man's invitation. And today Li Man called again and invited the two of them to have dinner together in the evening, so Yunbing naturally wouldn't refuse. In the afternoon, He Injo once again accompanied Yunbing to the amusement park. Perhaps because of the marriage license, Yunbing suddenly became much bolder towards He Injo. She will pull He Injo accompanied her to ride the Ferris wheel, carousel. Will give He Injo with a cartoon hair card to take pictures, to which He Injo, although a face of boredom, but also with all the cooperation, he knew that this was what Yunbing deserved, and it was also considered a good memory for the two of them, especially after Yunbing said that these were the things her mother had promised to do with her. He Injo gave up resisting, until Yunbing brought He Injo to take all kinds of photos, and then showed them to He Injo. He didn't know that in this girl's cell phone album, there were actually so many photos of her secretly taking photos of herself, the way she slept, the way she cooked, the way she worked. She took pictures of all of them, and Heinjiu was the only male in Yunbing's photo album. He Injo didn't say anything about it but kept it in his heart. The two played for an afternoon. He Injo is also considered to give up his life to accompany the beauty. This afternoon, Yunbing unusually happy. The smile has not disappeared. He Injo is also manipulated by her not human form. All of this, before the license, Yunbing did not dare. Yunbing was also smart. When he felt that He Injo was a bit tired and a hint of annoyance appeared, he immediately ended this sweet date. Honey, today is the best day I've ever had. Thank you for being with me. He Injo shook his head and said, no need to thank me. Those pictures of me, you just don't let anyone else see them. I thank you. Chapter 68. It's good to have you. When the two of them arrived at the restaurant, they found Li Man and her husband, Wang Zidong, as well as Xia Shui and her little assistant boyfriend, Li Fan, already waiting. Seeing the arrival of the two, before Li Man could get up to greet them, her husband, Wang Zidong, had already walked out from his seat and came directly in front of He Injo. Grabbing He Injo's hand, he said, Mr. He, you're here. It's really been a long time. Prince Tong's attitude was very humble. This was the first time Li Man and the others had seen him like this. Before that, they were all high-eyed and bullish. He Injo nodded and pulled Yunbing to sit down. Sit down. How's the group doing? No problems, right? He Injo said as he sat down and looked at Prince Tong. It's almost done. Thanks to you and Xian Xiao's help. Or else this time it's really troublesome. Don't worry, Mr. He, I'll be able to return that 5 billion to you right away. It's fine. You're Zira's friend. There's no rush. Now the crowd reacted to the fact that Prince Tong owed this big debtor $5 billion. Zidong, I said why did you take the initiative to come to the party with me today? So it's because you're coming for the other person? Mr. He, Wang Zidong looked at Li Man. Some displeasure, said, this is what I said. I and Shui, and Xiao Bing, is also considered to be from childhood to know. Now big have their own business to be busy. The opportunity to gather less. Today people so flush. I come is not normal. He Injo didn't say anything, but Yunbing was already explaining to him in a whisper. Hubby, Man and Prince Ton are in a business marriage. Both of them don't like each other, even hate each other a little, and both of them often tear each other down. Oh, what's the point of spending time together in this kind of relationship? Heinjiu may be the founding generation, and is not too aware of some of the twists and turns inside these so-called mansions. Is it really good for both families if they get married? In Ho Ying Kao's opinion, once the old man retires, will the two families still fight? Hubby, that Prince Tong's Wang group is a little bit stronger than my Yun family, so he has always been superior in front of us before. Shui and I don't like him much, and he often bullies Man. He Injo naturally heard those little things in Yunbing's words. To put it bluntly, it was pillow talk. He Injo patted Yunbing's hand and said, these matters have nothing to do with us, so ignore them. Yunbing obediently nodded his head. He knew that He Injo was the kind of person who didn't involve himself. The sky collapsing had nothing to do with him. He wasn't afraid of things, but he wouldn't easily get into trouble either. A few people ate the meal. During the table Prince Tong is very attentive, again with the public chopsticks to He Injo dishes, and pouring wine to He Injo. To others Li Fan is deaf to. This point made the three girls despise Prince Tong, and even He Injo lowered her impression of him. It was fine for people to be arrogant, and it was fine for them to look down on other people's Li Fan, but if they couldn't even do the surface work well, then that person didn't have much potential. At this time, if it was himself, he would definitely make the atmosphere harmonious, especially Yunbing. He had to make her change her impression, knowing that it was his debtor's pillow, and He Injo took care of Li Fan, would clink glasses with Li Fan, would chat with Li Fan in the sky, which not only flattered Li Fan, But the three women's impression of Hee In-jo was even more surprisingly good, especially Yun Bing. The love in her eyes was about to fly out. That, ninth brother, I have a matter that I don't know if I can discuss with you, and I'm not hiding anything. Today Shuei begged Li Man to bring me here, and it's also for this matter. Hee In-jo peeled a shrimp for Yun Bing and fed it into the woman's small pink mouth. Then he looked at Li Fan and Xia Shuei and said, that bit of business you guys can just discuss with my wife. On Jixin's side, my wife makes the call. Xia Shuei and Li Fan both froze and looked at Li Man. Li Man waved his hand in a hurry. It wasn't me who said anything. Hee In-jo laughed and said, alright, I guessed. You were dismissed from your family, and Li Fan was also expelled. I just chatted with Li Fan, and he was always talking to me about academics that I couldn't understand, and said that his major was chemical engineering, so I got it. Listening to Hee Yin's words, Yun Bing looked at him with eyes that felt like they were bubbling with heart-shaped little stars, especially this sentence, Jixin technology, my wife can make the decision, which gave her enough face. Li Fan was bursting with excitement and said, ninth brother, please help me, I'll go to Jixin, I'm sure I'll do a good job. You believe me. Hee In-jo pulled Yun Bing's hand up and said, I said, these things you and my wife to discuss on the line. She said you can, not also can. At this time, Yun Bing was also mischievous and cleared his throat. Hey, Shuei I heard that the wild Liushin is good thinking of giving my husband to replenish his body. Xia Shuei also smiled and said, alright I'll buy it for you tomorrow. Li Fan doesn't have much money, so don't pit him. That's fine then. Little Li go to Jixin tomorrow to work. When you arrive, directly look for Guan Xie, mention my big name. It's good to use. Looking at Yun Bing's mischievous appearance, several people laughed out, and Hee In-jo even favored Yun Bing by scraping his nose. Ha, husband, don't tell me, this feels so good. I'm finally experiencing the thrill of your thuggishness. The three women were joking around there, when the prince spoke up. Xiao Man, look at others. Shui is helping Li Fan. Either you help me too? Let's see if the interest on the money Mr. he lent me can be waived. A little less would be fine. As soon as Prince Tong opened his mouth, the three women instantly stopped talking. Xia Shuei was contemptuous, while Yun Bing directly lowered her head to get food for Hee In-jo. Li Man also snorted and said, how can young Master Wang ask me, a woman who has climbed the tree of your Wang family, to help you beg? You, Li Man, you've almost got it. You help me. I can help you and your brother make up that $1 billion up front. Oh, I'm sorry, no need. My Xiao Bing has already helped me out. The woman of the nine god of wealth. Do you think it will be $1 billion short? The atmosphere fell into awkwardness for a while. Hee In-jo opened his mouth and said, Mr. Wang, I borrowed your money because Ziliang spoke up for you and vouched for you. If you want to change the interest rate, no problem. Let Ziliang come and talk to me. No, Mr. I didn't mean that. I was just joking. Oh, that was a misunderstanding on my part. Since it was a joke, let's all continue. It's making the atmosphere weirdly tense. Everyone could see that Hee In-jo's sentence not only slapped Prince Tong's face, but also rejected him, and even more so, pulled back the awkward atmosphere. While the few continued to talk and laugh, Yun Bing reached out his finger and scratched Hee In-jo's waist with his fingernail. Honey, it's so good to have you. The reason these chapters are written a bit romantically and greasy is because 9 has to make some amends to the heroine by completely locking the two of them down to ensure stability in the back. And don't sub in the plot of the skit, there is absolutely no cuckold plot in this book, and the men placed into the heroine's side are all there for one purpose. 1. That reflects the heroine's loyalty to the hero. 2. To reflect how hard the heroine is on others besides the hero. 3. Embodying the heroine's silly, sweet, relationship brain for only the hero. Once again, thank you. Love to eat the sauce. Meet Skin Quiz's big brother and all the friends of the support and attention. I still say, have any comments to put forward? I main hit a listen to persuade. Chapter 69, Make Hoeing Cow Cleaner and Safer. Thank you, beloved, Sun Xiao and other friends who sent gifts. No thanks. Spell. Continue 4 more. Brothers almost can. You send gifts. I am really embarrassed not more. Pre-saved chapters do not have much. A meal. Yun Bing's love value is once again pulled full. The blood strip is full to fight. And the beneficiaries of the Heinjiu, naturally incomparable enjoyment. After a few days, Yun Bing to travel to Sichuan province, and the entertainment companies has been in contact with almost. Need to go to talk about the shares or acquisition of matters. Hee In-jo pinched Yun Bing's little face in her office, angry and doting at the same time. You this girl, I let you talk about the shares. You this know as I give you the bill. Actually talk about the acquisition. You really can born to pit husband is it? Ouch. Honey, don't pinch. It hurts. After Yun Bing finished speaking, Hee In-jo let go of his hand. while Yun Bing directly sat across Hee In-jo's lap and began to pamper herself. I don't care. I'm going to acquire it anyway. Hubby pays for it. I'm going to spend your money. According to the business model, you give me money belongs to the investment. The more you invest, the more you cherish, the more you can't afford to give up this project, the worse the failure loss. The more you care, the more you don't want this project to fail. This is what I have in mind. How about it? Clever, right? Hee In listening to the words of the Cloud Ice are speechless. Really do not know this girl brain is what brain circuit. This can be interpreted with a business model? You're a big smart ass. Yun Bing smiled and said, then husband, you accompany me, okay? My wife will take you to eat Sichuan cuisine. Hee In-jo shook his head, originally thought that this woman was a complete high-cold imperial sister model, only to find out together that the love brain, stupid white sweet, said all of her, you go, let Dai and careful accompany you. I'll go back to Linhai. I have to go back to take care of things over there as well. Didn't you have Mumbai to deal with? Are you going back to Dashing while I'm traveling? Hee In-jo was shocked in his heart, how this woman guessed it. But how could Hee In-jo admit it, and said without changing his face, what are you talking about? Mubai's health is not good. It's just as well that you're on a business trip. I'll go back and give him a vacation. Mainly, or you were away on business and I missed you and went back to paralyze myself with work until you got back. Yun Bing's eyes were starting to shine again. Honey, you're so sweet. Wait for me. I'll be back with you as soon as I can. It's okay. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Don't tire yourself out. Besides going to Sichuan province and taking a stroll. Don't. I'll finish as soon as I can and then come back to be with you. Okay. Hee In-jo took out a card and handed it to Yun Bing. Take this card. It's a secondary to my main card. Yun Bing was instantly happy and said, hubby, what do you mean by this? Is it the legendary husband to wife handing over his salary? Heinjio smiled and nodded. MMA, hubby, love you. Hee In speechless. This love brain. This girl actually do not care about money. She cares about their attitude towards her, and her position in their hearts. Sometimes the smallest thing can make her very happy, and a woman who can throw her entire body on the line is trustworthy. Suddenly Hee In-jo remembered something and said, wife, write down this number. Cloud Ice was puzzled. This is my college classmates, and I and Qian Zili on a dormitory, called Wang Yanbin, when his father is still the deputy mayor. 10 years, this guy's father in Sichuan province is a number one. We have a good relationship. Something over there can look for him. Just say it's my wife. Yun Bing took down the phone and said, hubby, didn't you say that the ones you played with in college were all in average condition? How is this one more powerful than the other? Hee In-jo laughed and said, freshman year was like that. After my sophomore year I got rich, and although I won't abandon the circle I once had, a new one still needs to be established, doesn't it? Besides, none of them were as good back then as they are now, and the relationship built up slowly as we all took care of each other in a dorm room, spent 4 years together, and hassled each other after graduation. In fact, the main thing, or your husband mixed is not bad, each other have can use each other in trouble. These years his father goes so fast, in our three support is inseparable. The three of you? Hee In-jo nodded and said, yes, I'm the oldest 3, Ziliang is the oldest 4, Wang Yanbin is the oldest 2, and the oldest, Fu Guohong, Ziliang and I provide the money, and the oldest provides the connections. That's it. Yun Bing nodded and said, well, I was also roommates with Man and Shui, but it was just the 3 of us. The other one dropped out not long after, and us being in a dorm room was arranged by someone. Me too. I knew the 3 of them were unusual, but I didn't qualify freshman year, and it was sophomore year that I licked my chops and paid to arrange to be strung along to their dorm room. But at that time, the 3 of them do not see me, but feelings, slowly cultivate, slowly, one by one small things accumulate. We are human beings, are emotional animals, is not it? Yun Bing looked at Hee In-jo with a tigerish little face, reached out and touched his face, saying, no wonder you can succeed so young. You really are able to do what people can't do, and tolerate what normal people can't. Honey, were you so inferior and aggravated at that time that you were careful every day? Cloud Ice at the moment some heartache. He knew that at that time, Hee In-jo is bound to be all kinds of pay. Smiling face. Hee In-jo knew that Yun Bing understood himself and felt sorry for him, pulling Yun Bing to imprint on her pink lips. Honey, these things are in the past, and remember, your husband is the kind of guy who gets up even when he's tugging on someone else's shoelaces. Hee In-jo smiled. He has always understood that people have to look at the identity to do things and talk. That time 4 people eat together. No cigarettes are their own errands to buy. Dormitory hygiene is also almost all his. It wasn't until he succeeded in his own business and his wealth began to accumulate that the identity of the 4 began to slowly level out. But Hee In-jo also had to admit that he couldn't have accomplished what he did without their help. But so what? This society is very realistic. The king becomes the loser, and the weak are the strongest since ancient times. The four of them, with their entangled interests and fellow students' emotions, Hyunjo believed that this was the way to have the strongest relationship. Knowing that he had to travel and be separated from his lover for a while, Yunbing accompanied Hyunjo home after lunch, and then there were all kinds of wants and needs. Her thought was that Lin Hai had quite a few women who missed him, plus she was traveling, so it would be safer to make Hyunjo clean. The next day, Yunbing left and Hyunjo returned to Lin Hai, to his office. Hyunjo directly lay on the sofa. Wood White came in. Hyunjo did not even get up. Mubai looked at Hyunjo and asked with concern, "Brother Gio, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Hyunjo sighed and said, "It's fine, just a backache." "How is the loose side of Fu province being handled?" "Almost done. There's some finishing touches left for Jokai to do again, and he'll come see you when it's over." Chapter 70, I'm the one who's paying, right? Hyunjo nodded and said, "A person who has betrayed is not trustworthy. Keep an eye on his family. Make it so that they call him once every 10 days or so to tell him that there are always strangers watching them, and to make him afraid, to show him the price of betrayal." "Okay, got it 9. I'll discuss it with Faye." Hyunjo stood up and came to Mubai, looking at him very carefully. "Xiaobai, is there really no problem with your body? Where is it uncomfortable? Be sure to talk to brother. Compared to the group, I care more about you. Don't worry brother. I know what's in my heart, and I'll definitely tell you if I feel something's going on." Hyunjo patted Mubai's shoulder. "Go get busy." Wood White left. Hyunjo once again lay on the sofa. "Spicy egg. Yunbing, that little really want to die. She's not going to try to get me killed and inherit my fortune that way, is she? Gotta show some restraint. That kind of death is cool, but humiliating." Hyunjo fell asleep in a daze in no time. He was really tired. Until noon, Hyunjo felt his nose itching and slowly opened his eyes to see that Jiang Ruotong was sweeping the tip of her nose with her hair. Hyunjo instantly sat up in a great panic. "Who the let you in?" At this moment, Hyunjo was really scared, because if Jiang Ruotong wanted to kill him, he would probably be stiff by now. "Giggle, look how scared you are. Who left your own door unlocked? But don't worry, look behind you." When Hyunjo turned around, he saw Yufei staring at Jiang Ruotong with a dead face. "Fei, you just let her in?" "Ninth brother, it's noon and time to eat. Seeing as you were sleeping, I was guarding the door. Miss Jiang said she wanted to come in and ask you to eat, so I brought her in." Hyunjo touched his belly. He was indeed hungry. Fei was aware that he had overworked last night and hadn't eaten in the morning. "Fei, from now on, when I sleep, no one is allowed to come close except you and Yunbing." Got it 9. The people Hyunjo trusted the most were Yufei and Yunbing. Especially Yunbing, she had more chances than she could count if she wanted to kill herself. Giggle. "I say, Hyunjo, did you do something wrong? Being so careful. Who would kill someone without deep hatred?" Jiang Ruotong looked at Hyunjo. This guy was really careful. Yufei was also really loyal. He didn't move an inch when he came in, always ready to kill himself. Hyunjo ignored Jiang Ruotong's words. This was a hothouse flower and had no idea what he had gone through from nothing. "Fei, let's go. Let's eat. It's been a long time since I've seen those lovely employees of mine." After saying that, Hyunjo and Yufei headed out. Jiang Ruotong followed behind and said, "Hyunjo, where is your conscience? I kindly asked you to go to dinner, and you don't even have a thank you?" Hyunjo gave a blank look and said, "You told me to go eat at my house and I still have to thank you?" Jiang Ruotong was speechless. This man's speech was really exasperating. When he came to the cafeteria, all the employees who were eating saw Hyunjo and greeted him cordially, and Hyunjo responded with a smile. Hyunjo strolled around and said, "How come when Lousy went out to play for a few days, this food still dropped?" One of the directors of the project department said, "Mr. No, it's always been 3 meat, 3 veggies and 1 soup. You're the one who talks too much. If I say it's down, it's down. And the standard will go up another $10 a head starting tomorrow. Our group is better now. You brothers who cried all the way with me, I must not let you white and fat." When Hyunjo's words fell, the cafeteria staff cheered. Hyunjo sat down to eat, and Ji Xiaolei asked, "Brother Gio, why did you even raise the food standard all of a sudden?" Hyunjo smiled and said, "I've been out for so long and have stepped down as president, so I'm sure I'll have to give my employees some favors and surprises when I return. One is to keep my goodness in their minds and make them look forward to my return. Secondly, we are indeed getting stronger and stronger, so in addition to bonuses, dividends, every aspect should be done to treat our employees favorably, so that they know that following us is not in vain." The other few people nodded. They all sighed at Hyunjo's means of enlisting people. Just like them, they liked to follow Hyunjo. Hyunjo smiled and stopped talking, concentrating on eating. In fact, there is the most important third point, Hyunjo did not say, is to tell everyone, The group is my Hee-injo say. I said to give you welfare on a word. I do not nod. They want to give also dare not. Hee-injo was eating his meal when Jiang Ruotong suddenly sat next to him with the beaten rice. You can't eat without being next to me? Yeah, how did you know? Okay, I'm not coming tomorrow. If you don't starve, we're a thing. Heinjiu, why do I suddenly find you so annoying? I could be more obnoxious. So it's better for MS. Jiang to stay away from me. I just love your obnoxious energy. If MS. Jiang is in heat, I can arrange a breeder for you. Heinjiu, can Yunbing stand it when you talk like that? It's not like I talk to her like that. I'm gentle with her. More so than I was with you. Jiang Ruotong instantly broke her defenses as she listened to Hee-injo's words. Hein 9. You. Jiang Ruotong didn't even eat her meal, got up and left. But then she heard Heinjiu's words behind her, which almost made her fall on her face. Group regulations state that wasting food is a fine of 50. Mark it down for MS. Jiang and deduct it from her paycheck. After dinner, as soon as Hee-injo entered his office, he saw Jiang Ruotong sitting on his office couch. Hee-injo's face instantly looked bad. Who let you in? What the hell do you think your house is? I'm the chairman's secretary, and am authorized to come in and clean up and pick up papers when the chairman is not in his office. Jiang Ruotong, I'm warning you, pretty much get over it. My patience is limited. Seeing as you gave me 20% of your shares in the first place, which is quite enough, I'm already very lenient with you. Don't give me an inch. Jiang Ruotong looked at Hee-injo as if he was really angry, and said somewhat carefully, let's talk, okay? Heinjiu narrowed his eyes. What do we have to talk about? Heinjiu, I'm really in love with you. I got married. Hee-injo directly showed Jiang Ruotong the photo of the marriage license. Jiang Ruotong instantly blanched. You, how can you get married? What does that make me? What on what do you count? What's it to you? Heinjiu, you've gone too far. You want my innocence and you're not responsible for it? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Big sister, I'm going to be clean much more. Am I still responsible for all of it? Besides, don't always take this. What? What's on you is meat and what's on me isn't. You're not playing with me? And I'm the one who's paying for it. Okay, so what did you do when you lay there? What did you do? How much did I do? Chapter 71, you don't know, but you have to pretend. Jiang Ruotong no longer had the face to stay after hearing Hee-injo's words and chose to leave. She knew that Hee-injo really didn't want to accept her at all. When she saw the marriage license of Hee-injo and Yunbing, she was all disheartened. She investigated and researched Hee-injo, knowing that this man is extraordinarily defensive, especially after what he went through with his ex-wife. She knew that Hee-injo would never remarry easily, unless that woman did what she could to make him love, trust, and be touched, all three of which were missing. Jiang Ruotong knows that once a man like Hee-injo gets married, he really wants to spend his life with that woman, unless that woman makes a mistake. Hee-injo won't let her down, and that's his duty and responsibility as a man. Now Jiang Ruotong could only put all her hopes on Hansong, hoping that he could prompt Yunbing to make a mistake. Otherwise, it would be hard for her to have a chance. After Jiang Ruotong left, Mu Bai entered the office. Ninth brother, Xiao Kai has arrived in Linhai and is on his way to the group. Hee-injo nodded. Originally he wanted to silence Xiao Kai, but there was simply no good candidate to take over on Lu's side, and Xiao Kai is a good candidate. The ability is there, and familiar with Lu's group. The main thing is that there are too many weaknesses in this guy. It's true to say that since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have always been a problem. This guy is really disloyal in order for his family to have a better life. But I have to say, this Xiao Kai is really a great filial son and a daughter slave. 2 days ago, his family called him, saying how they suddenly arranged villas for the family and hired quite a few maids and bodyguards. Xiao Kai knew that this was all the handiwork of Mu Bai or Hee-injo, and all he could say to keep his family from worrying was that it was natural for him to do so since he had assumed the presidency. But he also knew that this was Heinjiu's means of controlling him, that this was a sword suspended above his family's heads, ready to fall at any moment. But he was also glad that these servants or bodyguards, as long as they did their job well, they were quite qualified, without a single overstep. When he learned that Hee-injo had returned to Linhai, he rushed here at the first opportunity, and he came today to show his loyalty to Hee-injo. Hee-injo was sitting on the sofa with Mu Bai and Yufei, talking and laughing. Hee-injo made tea and distributed it to the two. When did I fall in love with this rock tea? When I was abroad. 9. Oh, love what? I can't drink this stuff to drink anything good or bad. It's all about quenching your thirst, and the kind of tea I used to drink that cost $50 a packet. And all I know is that it tastes different. But there's no way now those big men are drinking this stuff, although we do not understand, but we have to pretend if not for the identity reasons as well as bad for the body. I still like to drink Waha iced tea. The two of them also smiled knowingly when they heard Hee-injo's words. Joe had been with them for so many years, he really did not make any pretense. and had always maintained this heart of the bear heart. Not long, Ji Xiaolei walked in with Xiao Kai. I do not know what this guy did. Into the room without saying anything, directly take He Inzhou's cup on the gulp 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 gulp. He Inzhou gave a blank look and said, "Hey, this tea is quite expensive, although we don't understand it, but at least pretend. Really is water to drink?" Ji Xiaolei finished drinking and wiped his mouth, saying, "They are all brothers, pretending to be chicken feathers." Heinjiu ignored him and looked at Jokai behind him, waving his hand. "Sit down, brother." Jokai looked actually and sat down with some formality. He Inzhou shared a cup of tea with him and said, "We're all men, so I won't beat around the bush. I don't trust people who have betrayed me, and I think you can understand that, right?" Jokai nodded and said, "I can, and I feel quite untrustworthy myself, so you can understand the ones I've arranged, right?" Xiao Kai nodded again and said, "I also want to thank Dongyi for taking care of my family and protecting them. I know that as long as I'm a good dog to Mr. He, those servants are just that. Servants, and bodyguards are just that. Bodyguards. Ha ha ha. Well, Jokai, that's a mesmerizing thing to say. Xiao Kai, He Inzhou is what I am, don't need me to say more. What my people say about me you also know. You remember, whether it's a brother, or a dog, it's a close friend of mine. I treat my brother well, and likewise, I don't treat my dog poorly, understand?" Xiao Kai nodded and said, "Mr. He, I understand, and I also want to thank you for your promotion. Although I'm your dog, I'm also the grandfather of many more people. Ha ha ha, not bad, that's a thorough statement. I think highly of you. Alright, you go back. I'm satisfied with my meeting with you today." Xiao Kai went back. He did not expect He Inzhou to see him as so simple, did not make things difficult for him, but gave him some promises. Perhaps follow him to mix will also be a good choice. After Xiao Kai left, Ji Xiaolei sipped his tea and said, "This Xiao Kai is a smart man, but I have a feeling that he is somewhat ambitious." Mu Bai smiled and said, "It's normal and good to have ambition. At least he will work hard, mainly because he sees himself clearly. Ambition and identity is to be recognized, just like the ninth brother. When the start, in order to relations, to the year of the Lin Hai No. 1, and as a driver, but also for others to clean, laundry and cooking. He Inzhou remote think of the year, that time, no backing, want to develop, dream on. The bones are chewed up for you to swallow, their own no way." He Inzhou laughed and shook his head, looking at the tea in his hand, saying, "Isn't he liked by these successful people because of the bitterness and sweetness? There's a saying, if you haven't been a grandson, you don't know how to be a grandfather." Mu Bai nodded and drank the tea in his hand. The things that can make adults addicted are never sweet and sour, but bitter and spicy. On the other side, Yun Bing came down from He Inzhou's private jet and lamented. Usually, he didn't feel how to sit for a short time, but only after this long time did he realize that he can really enjoy himself. Lin Dai said with a smile on the side, "Sister Bing, there are still a lot of things you haven't experienced on Nine Brothers' airplane." His airplane? It's not too much to call it an air villa. You this little girl before did not enjoy it less, and your ninth brother to mix. Really good. Oh, by the way, that chew something, and how are you? Nothing like that. Nine said that and I'm thinking about it because Nine must be doing me a favor and wouldn't screw me over. Yun Bing smiled and touched this sister's head, but it was the same as He Inzhou, who liked to rub Lin Dai's head when there was nothing else to do. There's no way around it. This girl is 26 years old, but she's very petite looking, just a little lowly, cute type. Little Dai, the words are true, but don't pay too much attention to your ninth brother's words. He has always brought you around as a younger sister, and he has too strong of a personality, plus you rely on him as well. He has a preconceived notion that you should find one that can protect you instead of him, and it's Bing-san knows that you girls don't need someone else to protect you. Chapter 72 Yun Bing's Anger. Lin Dai fell into deep thought as he listened to Yun Bing's words. She felt like she was being a little greedy now, and she thought that Nine was right. That men still had the manhood to protect their women, but Chuhan took care of her. Around, and she coveted it. But Lin Dai knew that the two kinds of men, Chuhan and Jiao, could only be two kinds of men, and it was impossible to merge them into one. When Yun Bing arrived at the booked hotel, the first thing he did was to send a video report to He Inzhou. With the trip organized, the three women found a Sichuan restaurant for dinner. Little sister. The three of them were eating when a voice rang out. Yun Bing felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, and looking back he was instantly a bit surprised. Sister Hui, such a coincidence. I was thinking of contacting you after things were done, but it turned out that I met you just like this. The person she met was none other than the sister of Aunt Yun Bing's family, Lin Hui. The two daughters have a good relationship, and the aunt never got involved in the affairs of the group after she got married, and Lin Hui is even more so, not competing and not grabbing for the character. so she has always had a good relationship with Yun Bing. Just after Lin Hui graduated from college, she was in a state of semi-decision with her family for a man, and she also married that man and came to Sichuan province, and her contact has become less and less over the years. I just heard that the man is doing well in Sichuan province, and Lin Hui has become a rich wife. Lin Hui sat directly to the side of the cloud ice, pulling the hand of the cloud ice began to talk about it. The cloud ice went out to meet relatives, but also very happy. After eating, Yun Bing realized that this very high-end Sichuan restaurant was actually Lin Hui's property. Her own sister has developed so well in Sichuan province, she is naturally happy. Lin Hui is also happy to learn that Yun Bing is in a position of power in the Yun family. After all, Yun Tao, Yun Long has always looked down on them. The two hadn't seen each other in years, and seemed to have endless things to say. And after dinner they found a cafe to continue until 4 in the afternoon, when Lin Hui had to pick up her daughter from school. Yun Bing, on the other hand, was in the mood to see this little niece he had never met before, so he followed Lin Hui to the kindergarten. Just before arriving at the kindergarten entrance, Lin Hui received a call that her daughter had been beaten. Several people hurried inside and looked at a group of people gathered around while a woman was yelling at the teacher who was guarding the little girl. That teacher was also in a difficult situation, and when she saw Lin Hui arrive, it was as if she had grabbed a life preserver and hurriedly sent the child to Lin Hui's side. Lin Hui sank her face, looking at the fingerprints on her daughter's face with heartache. Even Yun Bing's face looked bad. What kind of person could lay such a heavy hand on a small child? You're this little S-mom, aren't you? Your daughter scratched my son's face. What do you say? The woman who had just yelled and screamed started to butt in on Lin Hui when she saw her coming. Lin Hui was originally an uncontested, quiet and gentle character. How could she compare to the woman across the street? Baby, tell mommy what's going on. The little girl was very aggrieved and said, Mom, Zhang Wei said that I was a fatherless bastard. I was angry, so I scratched him and accidentally scratched his face. I didn't mean to do it. Hearing her daughter's words, Lin Hui was obviously a bit hurt as well, and stood up and said, This lady, I'm sorry, it's true that my daughter was the one who moved her hand, but you also hit my daughter, so let's call this matter a day. To this end, think beautiful, I tell you, my husband will come soon. He is the person of Wang Yan bin Wang Dishao. You two must pay the price today. Yun Bing frowned. To be honest, Lin Hui's approach was something she despised. If it was her daughter, this woman would surely die. But Lin Hui's character was such that she had been soft since she was a child, and now of her own relatives, Lin Hui was still considered a relative. Yun Bing looked at the woman and spoke icily, saying, So what do you want? As soon as the woman took a look at Yun Bing, she could tell by sweeping up and down that the woman was a dignified one. And who are you? Actually, her sister-in-law. Tell me, what do you want? Humph, let me tell you, my family Xiaowei is incredibly golden. This face was scratched by your niece. Without a statement is definitely not okay. Yun Bing smiled and said, Say the number, don't say those useless things. When the woman heard this, she thought, I'm not ashamed to say that I'm a man of honor, so I'm really on the ball. 1 million. Yun Bing laughed coldly, squatted beside the little girl, and said, Baby, tell auntie what your name is. Auntie, my name is Xian Xian. Really good. Xian Xian, it's really wrong for you to make the first move. Follow auntie to make amends and apologize, okay? The little girl was a little aggravated, but nodded her head. Yun Bing brought Xian Xian to apologize to Zhang Wei, and then wrote a check for $1 million and handed it to the woman. Humph, in that case, this matter is settled. The woman was about to leave with her son when she finished speaking. Wait, the woman turned around and asked, What for? My niece beat up your son. This matter is apologized for, and the money you received, even if it is settled, but you beat up my niece, this matter should be counted. At this time, a group of people who watched the show only realized that, just say this woman is so beautiful, and so temperament, how can she be subjected to this kind of anger? It turned out to be waiting here. Oh, you want to count with me? Do you know who I am? It's you who can. Snap. Ning Xian directly slapped the woman's face with such force that the woman directly fell to the ground, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. You, how dare you hit me? You know I still dare to kill you. Do you believe me? Ning Xian said expressionlessly, her tone cold. At that moment a man walked in and became enraged as he watched his son crying and his wife being beaten. Who dares to beat my wife and child? Me? What can you do? The man turned back to look at Yun Bing. Stunning and desire appeared in his eyes all of a sudden, but with his wife beside him, some of his thoughts didn't dare to show. Do you know what it means to beat my wife and child in this Chuan-do? Or even in this Chuan province? I don't know. All I know is that your wife beat up my niece, and if you don't give me an explanation today, none of the three of you will be able to leave as a family. The man looked at Yun Bing, and after thinking for a long time, he didn't expect Chuan-do to have such a figure. but it's the unknown that makes you feel scared. And the man picks up his wife and asks how it all started. This young lady, I wonder what you want to be accounted for. Your wife said that your family's children are precious, but my Xian is also precious. Apologize. 100 million, not even one less. Yun Bing's words were very casual, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. This young lady, it's excessive, isn't it? You're 1 million, we can return it to you, and we also apologize to you. How about? After all, they are all children. It's normal to fight and mess around. The one who did it is your wife. She today must pay the price. I heard that you are Wang Yanbin's people. Call him to come. He came. I talked to him. Chapter 73, a young man from Sichuan province. Thanks to Big Brother Quizzes, who loved the saucy pork rinds, yesterday's gift that I just saw today, and others who sent gifts, hugs, and as a thank you, keep going for 4 more. Opposite the man heard the words of Yun Bing was surprised to know that Wang Yanbin Wang less, but also this kind of attitude towards their own, is certainly their own cannot afford to mess with. Himself and Wang Yanbin is just a very common high school classmate relationship, which has so much face to beg others off. Besides, a kindergarten kid fighting, letting someone else, Mr. Wang, come, isn't that asking for trouble? Yun Bing looked at the man and gave a cold smile. These days, there are too many people who are foxes and pretend to be tigers, and there are many people who have seen one side and say that they have a good relationship. What? Can't you shout? The man was a little embarrassed. He was a little scared. This woman was too hard, too confident. This young lady, a child fighting. This kind of thing alarmed Wang Xiao is really a bit. If you can't shout, apologize. $100 million. This lady, 100 million isn't too much, is it? How about we return the check to you and I'll pay 100,000 in compensation? Yun Bing ran out of patience. He was really lazy to talk nonsense with this kind of person. Sister Xin, break that woman's hand. And the $1 million? It's for medical expenses. After Yun Bing finished speaking, she left with Lin Hui and her little niece. As for what happened behind her, she was too lazy to care. Ning Xin would take care of it. Auntie, you're awesome. From now on you'll be Xuan's idol. Yun Bing laughed and pinched Xian's baby fat little face. Then Xian will study hard and grow up to be someone like Auntie. Okay? Good. Xian wants to be like Auntie. Little sister, is this okay? I heard that Zhang Wei's father does have some relationship with Wang Yanbin. Is Wang Yanbin very good? Not very powerful, but very powerful. No one dares to disobey him in Sichuan province. Yun Bing nodded and said, it's okay, I have a number in my heart. That Wang Yanbin. Right, that Zhang Wei. Why do you say that Xian doesn't have a father? Lin Hui sighed and said, I divorced him. Yun Bing was puzzled. This sister of hers could be said to have abandoned everything for that man. How could she get divorced? Lin Hui glanced at Xian, so Yun Bing didn't ask again. Back at the hotel, Xian was taken by Xiao Dai to play, and only then did this Lin Hui open her mouth. It turned out that Lin Hui's husband, Su Jie, is Wang Yanbin's side of the little brother, followed by a young man in Sichuan province over the years is also a good mix. But Wang Yanbin, this person, a chow thief, has some fondness for Lin Hui, but after all, she is Su Jie's wife, so she did not show anything. But Su Jie, in order to hug his thighs, actually wanted his wife to be Wang Yanbin's lover, and said that he absolutely did not care, did not mind, and would treat Lin Hui better. Lin Hui is simply disgusting, but also see the face of Su Jie. The two began to constantly quarrel. Lin Hui also no longer let Su Jie touch. Su Jie in a fit of anger hit her. She also took Su Jie to court, divorced, because of what Su Jie did. The division of their property. Lin Hui took 70 and Su Jie got 30. This makes Su Jie very unbalanced, and at the same time a little regret. After all, Lin Hui is really a good woman, knowledgeable, gentle, and beautiful, so has always wanted to remarry, and promised never to mention that kind of request again. But broken mirrors can't be reunited. Lin Hui was with him out of love, and when he said that kind of thing, Lin Hui's heart was completely dead. Yun Bing also shook her head straight as she listened. This kind of person and her own husband were completely two extremes. Han Jiu, not to mention this, is afraid that if someone else touches him, he will not be able to stand it, and that's what makes him a man. Yun Bing could only sympathize with Lin Hui, and there was nothing else she could do. Who made her have a hot head at the time and had to marry someone else? Yun Bing rested for the night and went back early the next morning to talk to the entertainment company about the acquisition. Talked all morning, but did not talk about a what? Mainly those shareholders of their views are not unanimous, want to ask for more money. Yun Bing was also too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly said that they should let them study it and then come back to him for a quote. Yun Bing had nothing to do in the afternoon, and without He Injio accompanying her, she didn't have the heart to go out and stroll around, so she simply came to the restaurant opened by Lin Hui yesterday. The two were chatting when the door to the box was opened and a man walked in. Looking at Lin Hui and sighing, Yun Bing felt Lin Hui's body shake. Lin Hui stood up and said, "Young Master Wang, what brings you here?" The person who came was none other than Wang Yanbin, with an icy and serious face, sitting somewhat indifferently across from the two women. "All friends, no need to be so polite. I don't know what young Wang is here for." Wang Yanbin lit a cigarette and said, "The one that hit Xian yesterday. I've already let someone deal with it. I'm here today to explain." Lin Hui, "I've never had any improper thoughts about you. After all, you're Su Jie's wife. I wouldn't hit on you even if I was in bad taste. It's all in his own head. He regrets it too. Forget it, remarry, for Xian's sake. You know, if Su Jie was there, how could yesterday's events happen?" Lin Hui was a lot tougher this time. "Young Wang, there's no way I'm going to remarry someone as disgusting as him." Wang Yanbin suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, "What if I must make you remarry?" Lin Hui looked at Wang Yanbin. "Does young Wang have to force me to die? Tell Su Jie to come in. He should be right outside. When you're done threatening me, he'll come in and pick up the present. He's still so disgusting." The door to the box once again he opened and Su Jie walked in. Su Jie instantly lit up when he saw Yun Bing, but then he looked at Lin Hui and said, "Xiao Hui, I know I'm wrong. Forgive me, don't I do it for our family?" "Su Jie, I'm telling you, I won't remarry you even if I die." Lin Hui, "Almost get over it. This matter started because of me. Give me face. Remarry. If you two have any other conflicts, divorce, I will not care." Lin Hui was shaking with anger and said, "Does young Wang really want to force me to die?" Wang Yanbin didn't say anything, but the implication was clear. Wang Yanbin, "Su Jie, Lin Hui, will tell you today that it is impossible for me to remarry someone who sells his wife like Su Jie. If Wang Xiao has any means, just come at me." At this time, Yun Bing suddenly opened his mouth icily and said, "Su Jie, right? Seen enough?" It was at this time that Lin Hui and Wang Yanbin noticed that Su Jie had actually been staring up and down at Yun Bing non-stop, the desire in his eyes undisguised. Lin Hui was startled and said, "Su Jie, I'm warning you not to mess around. This is my sister." "Oh, I really didn't expect. It's really better to be known than to be seen. The first young man of Sichuan province will actually be a person who forces a divorced woman." Wang Yanbin listened to Yun Bing's mockery and looked towards him. He wanted to see who dared to talk to him like this in Sichuan province. Yun Bing didn't care, and directly pulled up the photo of himself and he injo from his cell phone and showed it to Wang Yanbin. Wang Yanbin looked at it and suddenly smiled bitterly. "Lin Hui, I said why are you so tough? So your sister is my brother's woman. Sibling, you too, you know it's me, and you're just looking at your brother's jokes?" Chapter 74, A Two-Way Run. Su Jie looked at Wang Yanbin's bitter smile and was puzzled. There were not many people in this Sichuan province who could make this great young man show this kind of hopeless expression. Yun Bing said with a slight smile, "My husband said that he called you second brother, so I'll address you as such." "Second brother, Lin Hui is my sister. You see, my younger sibling is laughing. This matter ends here. I have done what I should have done, and my conscience is clear. Lin Hui, if you need any help in the future, just ask." Wang Yanbin stood up, looked at Yun Bing and said, "Sibling, second brother will leave first. That guy is careful. I won't invite you. In Sichuan province, if there is anything, feel free to call second brother. That guy must have told you my phone number." Wang Yanbin finished and left, without a trace of hesitation. He is really feel ashamed to lose big hair. He is very dignified, very classy people. The result is that today, coming downstairs, Wang Yanbin lit a cigarette and Su Jie followed him. "Wang Xiao, today's matter. Su Jie, I really didn't expect you to be so stupid. I always thought that your divorce was just a bad relationship, but it turned out. Are you considered a man? Also, what do you take me? Wang Yanbin. 4. Have I ever laid hands on anyone around me? Are you trying to set me up for injustice?" Su Jie instantly tensed up. He only wanted to please Wang Yanbin at that time. It didn't matter what the cost was, but he definitely didn't mean anything else. "Young Wang, I'm sorry, I was the one who took it for granted." Wang Yanbin nodded and said, "Let's forget about this matter. Don't harass Lin Hui in the future. I know Wang Xiao. I don't know that sister of Lin Hui." Wang Yanbin suddenly turned back and looked at Su Jie. "Pretty? Like? Su Jie, you can't afford to mess with her, man. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you dare to hit on her, I'll make sure you don't die. Don't dare, don't dare." "I know Xiao Wang." Wang Yanbin wasn't paying attention, got into the car, and said to the driver, "Find out what's going on with Lao San's woman. What's she doing here in Sichuan province? And whatever she's doing here, help the field." Restaurant box. Lin Hui was surprised that his sister, actually even Wang Yanbin Wang Daoxiao have to give face. "Little sister, Young Master Wang called you sibling? And it's so giving you face that you're even a little embarrassed? Sis, I'm married, and my husband and Robin Wang are especially close. So, my goodness, you're married, little sister? Whose young master is so powerful that he chased you down? Yun Bing immediately blushed and said, I chased after him. Early the next morning, Yun Bing received a call that the other entertainment company was actually going to agree to their acquisition at a lower price than yesterday. Yun Bing smiled and shook her head. She wasn't stupid. A guess was that the Wang Dishao from yesterday had investigated herself and then did all these things. Yun Bing brought Lin Dai and Ning Xian to the entertainment company. Wang Yinbing's driver was waiting at the door, while the other people from the entertainment company were all gathered around that driver. Very pleasing to the eye. Yun Bing also sighed. Sure enough, Yang Jian Xiaotian dog, though a dog, also ranked in the immortal class. The driver watched Yun Bing arrive and immediately greeted him. Miss Yun, hello, young master arranged for me to wait for you and help you with everything in Sichuan province. Yun Bing didn't make any pretense and said, then I'll trouble you. Oh, no problem, but the young master asked me to give you a message. Yun Bing squinted his eyes in some amusement and said, I haven't seen second brother this time around, only you. The driver froze, then smiled and said, Miss Yun is really smart. Yesterday's incident made the young master feel like he was losing his status. With the help of a young man in Sichuan province, it is much simpler to talk about the acquisition. Those shareholders yesterday's arrogance completely disappeared. Almost what Yun Bing said. Successful acquisition. Using her husband's money to complete the transaction. Yun Bing is simply happy. She now can't wait to hold all of He Injo's money in her hands, so that he will never leave her. Returning to the hotel, Yun Bing brushed his cell phone and suddenly saw that Fu Province was actually going to auction this year's mother tree to Hong Pao. And this news made Yun Bing's eyes light up. She is aware of He Injo, that guy likes to drink big red robe. And this mother tree big red robe has a price. This auction, she must give her husband to shoot down. Hand bubble to him to drink. Yun Bing left Chuan Province that day and set off towards Fu Province. The next day, Yun Bing went to the auction. This auction is still because a county in Fu Province encountered a natural disaster, in the form of an auction to raise money for charity. Otherwise the mother tree big red robe such things cannot appear on the market. Arriving at the auction, Yun Bing, who was at the entrance, suddenly froze in place, and similarly, the man across from him froze in place. The two of them stared at each other for a while, and suddenly they both smiled knowingly, and then they walked towards each other, with Yun Bing even taking the man's arm intimately. Honey, what are you doing here? That's right, the person who came was none other than Heinjiu. You like rock tea, I know, so I came to get it for you. Yun Bing snorted a smile. Happy, the couple's ideas are surprisingly consistent. This is the legendary two-way run to it. I also see that you like to drink, so I came, did not even tell you, but also intended to give you a surprise, did not expect. Both of them looked at each other with love in their eyes. This mother tree big red robe reputation is great. The auction really came a lot of people. There are a few acquaintances. Wang Yanbin, Xian Ziliang, and even Hu Jinlai came. Hu Jinlai saw He Injo walked over. A little want to run. After all, he was really disgraced by He Injo. He was in Linhai, but in Yanjing now there are still people mocking him. Hey, if it isn't Mr. Hu, all old friends, what are you running for? Upon hearing this, Hu Jinlai stopped his steps, reluctantly turned around, and looked at He Injo and said without any good humor, He Injo, get lost, you're less disgusting to me. Hu Jinlai froze when he finished speaking and saw Yun Bing who was holding He Injo. He Injo, you've gone too far. Who are you trying to disgust by getting a woman prettier than Zhang Ruodong? He Injo haha laugh, said, Hu Shao, we can both be the victim, a united front teammates. Why this is? Hu Jinlai looked at no one around him and said, Bah, He Injo, you're so shameless. Don't think that this young man doesn't know that you screwed her, didn't you? He Injo froze and said, I say, old Hu, you wouldn't still be very bothered about this, would you? Of course I mind. You took advantage of yourself and forgot about me? Thanks to me, I even helped you with your act. As He Injo listened to Hu Jinlai's words, the two men looked at each other and suddenly both smiled, and the two actually hugged. Yun Bing also shook her head and laughed bitterly. She sometimes really couldn't figure out what was going on with men's friendship. Chapter 75, Not only do I beat you, but I also insult you. Hu Jinlai looked at He Injo and said, Old He, there hasn't been a chance. Thanks. Heinjiu sprinkled a smile on his face. You're welcome, I mostly helped myself, and you in the process. Hu Jinlai shook his head and said, I could be said to have ghosted on her at the time, and I didn't even recognize such a low-level scam. Although it said that they can't make any waves, if what follows actually happens. Although his Jiang family will pay the price, my name, Hu Jinlai, will also become the laughingstock of the entire Yanjing. He Injo patted Hu Jinlai's shoulder and said, "Let bygones be bygones. You're much stronger compared to me. I was cheated out of my marriage." Hu Jinlai fell back to remembering He Injo's past, and also released a smile. "Don't tell me, you guys are a bit more miserable than me. Ha ha ha, this is, no introduction? My wife, Yun Bing, wife, this is the young master of the Hu family in Yinjing, a friend I don't fight with. My little daughter, Yun Bing, has met young Hu. Ha ha ha, what a no fight. Hello MS. Yun." After greeting, the three of them sat down, and it didn't take long for Wang Yinbin and the others to walk over. A group of people sat together and began to talk loudly and get acquainted with each other. Hu Jinlai was after all a Yinjing magnate, and a powerful family. No one did not want to befriend him, and Hu Jinlai is also a great pattern. Excellent temperament, whether it is Qian Ziliang, or some other people who are familiar with He Injo, he is very polite, without the arrogance of the eye. "Old Hu, you came here for that mother tree big red robe too?" "Of course, my grandfather's birthday is coming up, so of course I have to prepare a present that's worthy of it, and you know, my cousins are all eyeing it too." Hein Jiu bristled. "Hey, this kind of internal competition in your big family is really tiring." Hu Jinlai also shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Old He, what about you? Also for this big red robe?" Hein Jiu nodded. "Ha ha, then we brothers are on our own. No problem." When He Injo finished speaking, Yun Bing's grip on his hand tightened a bit, and a pair of beautiful eyes looked at He Injo. He Injo looked at Yun Bing, smiled, and nodded. The auction began. Some of the things in front of them, these people almost have little intention. After all, those things, these people do not lack, and do not see. Until the auction of 248 grams of big red robe, almost all people of some status began to move their hands. The price was called all the way up to 13 million before Hu Jinlai raised his hand and shouted 15 million. Hu Jinlai's bidding many people know. There are many who know the Hu family youngest. In order to some tea, offend Hu Jinlai is not quite worth it. He Injo also smiled and did not call the price. Hu Jinlai, after all, to filial piety grandpa, he is purely money has no place to spend to taste just, there is no need. 20 million. A voice came out, and many people were surprised. This was clearly going against Hu Jinlai. Hu Jinlai looked in the direction the voice came from. After taking a look, Hu Jinlai withdrew his gaze, his face a bit gloomy. Hein Jiu smiled and asked, "Recognize? N. Xiang Beilu, the young master of the Xiang family. In terms of power not as good as my Hu family, but in terms of money, Hu Jinlai this time to come on the preparation of 20 million. After all, is a powerful family. Sometimes, even if the money, but also cannot show. Besides, their family is really quite clean. 100 million. He Injo opened his mouth directly, and his earthy aura instantly hit his face. These all people froze. Seka, 20 million is already the price of heaven. Who 100 million to buy half a caddy of tea? Xiang Beilu looked at He Injo with a gloomy face. So it's Lin Hai Zaijian ah. No wonder. Worthy of being a tycoon ah. It's really generous. But He Injo, can you drink? Ha ha, don't bother to Xiang Xiao. He Injo a thug. Really can't drink anything good or bad. Just want to contribute to the disaster area. When Xiang Beilu heard this, he was furious, talking really well, and contributing to the disaster area. Good, since it's a contribution to the disaster area, then I, Xiang's group, should also contribute myself, and I'll see if Lin Hai's 9 gods of fortune is a real god of fortune or not. But, I say to the lesser, I am true or false, with you afraid to test out. Don't play big, go back to your Xiang's shareholders circle to kick you. You'd better play with my wife first. Just buy you? You can't even get past my wife, and you're still clamoring with me. You deserve it? Listening to He Injo's extremely insulting words, Xiang Beilu angrily raised his card. 120 million. Ha ha ha, ahem. Xiang Xiao raises the price with a decimal point? Laughing my ass off. Wife, show him how a thug raises prices. Yun Bing looked at He Injo also helplessly smiled, but he knew that his husband never did a losing business. Since he was like this, there must be a deep meaning. Yun Bing raised his card and shouted, 300 million. Beautiful. Must be your 2 times return with inflection. To the young, listen well, He Injo today not only want to beat you, but also insult you. Xiang Beilu was furious, but 2 is already beyond his authority. He Injo is right, he is just one of the young masters of the group, but He Injo is the real person in charge. 300 million he could never get. Humph, thug, brainless thing, stupid be only spend 300 million to buy half a caddy of tea. No one accompany you stupid. Che, Xiang Beilu, it's not even as decent for you to say this as it would be for you to just leave. If you can't do it, just say no. Where's all the nonsense? Xiang Beilu no longer wanted to argue with this thug and got up to leave. When the auction ended, Injo brought Yun Bing to Hu Jinlai, and Yun Bing carefully separated a small packet of tea leaves, about 10 grams. Yun Bing handed over the rest of the tea to Hu Jinlai. Hu shall, my husband instructed, our couple to keep one bubble, just taste the freshness, the rest you take it to honor Elder Hu. This is also a piece of our couple's heart. My husband also said, he treats you as a friend, and also sincerely hope you can treat him as a friend. Yun Bing finished and left. Hu Jinlai looked at the hands of the tea, for a moment actually do not know what to say. He 9 pattern, so big, 300 million said to send it? On the other side, Injo was in the car, holding Yun Bing's hand. Make arrangements. The video of the auction of the big red robe today. I wanted to make the headlines. At the same time, contact the reporters, and say that Injo, in order to donate to the disaster area, went out of my way to inflate the prices of goods and offend the Xiang clan, and no matter how much money it costs, get me on the news. Lin Dai nodded. Got it 9. Yun Bing also reacted at this time, looked at Injo, and directly kissed him with a mouthful of kisses. Hubby, I'm really convinced. $300 million, firmly connecting yourself to the Hu family. Chapter 76, Hu family's attitude. Han Song returns to China. It was over, and the next day, the video of the auction appeared in the internet headlines, with countless netizens liking and commenting on it. Hoeing 9 couples to inflate prices, spending 300 million, just to donate to the disaster area quickly spread like wildfire on the internet. At the same time, the interviews of the reporters and the broadcast of the news are a direct confirmation of the truth of this matter. For a time, the reputation of Heinjiu and Yun Bing, including the two groups, skyrocketed. Hu Jinlai, who is in Yanjing, is in his grandfather's room, and the half kilogram of the big red robe is still in the middle of the grandchildren. Hu Jinlai was simply speechless. He had been counted by that bastard again, and although it wasn't a bad thing, he had been counted in the end. The old man of the Hu family also shook his head and laughed bitterly, saying, grandson, grandpa wants to transfer you to Linhai. Get in touch with that thug and learn. How about it? Hu Jinlai smiled bitterly and said, listen to grandpa's arrangements. Ha ha ha, good. Since things are already like this, get along with that Heinjiu. He's a smart person. He may not be a trouble to the Hu family, and may be a help to you. Grandpa, I'm just not happy that I've been set up by this asshole again. Ha ha ha, learn from your mistakes. Besides, it's nothing, it's good for you too. Why not? Hu Jinlai, seeing the online video and news, he understood. This Injo, which is a pattern, which is generous, obviously is calculating him. The current situation is that a clean family like the Hu family has received a gift of $300 million from Injo, and he has gone out of his way to offend the Xiang family for the sake of the Hu family, completely tying the Hu family to him. Hu family old man looked at his grandson, stood up and patted his shoulder, said, okay, so big, still like a child. Grandson, since ancient times power and wealth combined into one in order to achieve great things, go to Linhai to do a good job. You have the right. He has money, understand? Hu Jinlai nodded. In fact, he still had a good impression of Injo, or else the two would not have laughed off their enmity. Watching his grandson leave, the old man of the Hu family smiled and said to the driver, Old Lu, contact that kid from Linhai, just say that his gift, old man I accept it, and ask him to help me take good care of my grandson in Linhai. Thank him. Understood master. At this time, Injo, who was in Jiang province, was playing hide and seek with Yun Bing in the villa. Yun Bing hides, Injo looks for it. The bet is, Injo has to find Yun Bing within 3 points, and for every time he finds it, he will add one more pose at night. It wasn't until 18 times after Heinjiu had found Yun Bing that the phone rang. Strange number in Yanjing. Injo answered the phone. It was Master Hu's driver. After listening to the driver's words, Injo was very happy to hang up the phone. With the Hu family's escort, many of Injo's layouts can be implemented, and now it's just a matter of waiting for Hu Jin to come to take up his post in Linhai. Don't look at Hu Jinlai young. The level is not high, but the young master of the Hu family's name is there. Hu Jinlai put forward the request. Even if it is Uncle Zhang, Mayor Jiang must carefully consider, as far as possible to give face, because although the Hu family may not be able to promote you, but if the Hu family blocks it, you can never be promoted. After all, the Hu family's old man's position is there. Injo hugged Yun Bing, and the two of them were a bit out of breath from the madness, when Yun Bing's phone rang. Hey, which one? Sister Ice. It's me, Kamatsu. Kamatsu? It's you. It's been a long time since you contacted your sister in the stick country. Sister Ice, I've terminated my contract on the side of the stick country. The culture, the water and the soil don't match. I want to go back to my country. Oh good, come back. My sister just acquired an entertainment company, just so you can go there when you come back. Really? That's great, Sister Ice. I'm on tonight's flight. Will you pick me up at the airport? Okay, send me the flights and I'll pick you up at night with your brother-in-law and introduce you to him. Hanging up the phone, Hee-in-jo looked at Yun-bing, who, a neighbor's brother, who we played together as kids, is in the entertainment industry in the stick country and wants to return home. Hee-in-jo bristled and said, "It's not another well-hidden admirer, little green tea, is it?" Yun-bing giggled. "You, what are you thinking? It's just a younger brother. Besides, you're all I have in my heart. There's no other place for me." Hee-in-jo nodded and said, "It's best to do so. I may have to make new moves in a while, but I don't have the time to deal with those little green teas of love rivals, so don't give me a hard time." Giggle. "Don't worry, trust me." In the evening, Ning Xin drove the car, with the two of them sitting in the back seat, to the airport. It didn't take long for Hansong to walk out, and he was quite handsome, with a creamy look, but he was missing some manliness. Hee-in-jo was smoking a cigarette by the side of the car. Yun-bing held his arm, and when he saw Hansong come out, he just waved and didn't welcome him. Hansong came across to the two and called out to Sister Ice. Yun-bing nodded and said, "It's good that you're back. In the future, feel free to develop in the country. Shaosong, let me introduce you. This is your brother-in-law, Hee-in-jo." Hansong looked at Hee-in-jo with some jealousy and contempt in his eyes. Was this the thug who threatened Sister Bing to get together? Hee-in-jo scrutinized Hansong and said, "Why do I get the feeling that you're a little hostile towards me?" Hansong immediately put away his eyes, extended his hand, and said, "No way. Hello brother-in-law, first time meeting." Hee-in-jo snorted a little and held out his hand to shake his. Yun-bing felt a little funny in his heart. This husband, really a big jealous. No wonder Wang Yanbin said he was careful. "Come on, get in the car. Your brother-in-law and I haven't eaten either. We're waiting for you." After Yun-bing finished speaking, he opened the door and got into the car, and Hansong actually pulled open the backseat door to sit with Yun-bing. Yun-bing frowned and said, "Shaosong, you go to the passenger side." Hansong's eyes flashed with a hint of loss, but he still obeyed and sat in the passenger side. "Honey, get in the car. You're all hungry." Hee-in-jo looked at Hansong in the passenger side, smiled disdainfully, and sat in the car. Yun-bing has been asking Hee-in-jo what he wants to eat. For her, what Hee-in-jo wants to eat is the most important thing. As for Hansong, he has to be a guest. Hee-in-jo suddenly became interested. "Eat you," directly embraced Yun-bing over and kissed him. Yun-bing froze, a little embarrassed, but then understood what this guy was thinking and let him be. Her own husband wanted to declare his sovereignty, and as someone's wife, even if she was embarrassed, she would definitely not spoil her husband's face. Hansong do not need to turn back. No, the two in the back seat is now at state, their most beloved ice sister. Actually, driving the car. Ning Xin glanced, disdainfully smiled and said, "Mr. Han, if you grab the seat so hard again, you will grab it. This car seat is quite expensive." Chapter 77, A man may not be handsome, but he must have pie. 4 people came to the restaurant. Yun-bing ordered food quickly. Even the menu did not look at. The name of the dish can be said to be recited backwards. All as Hee-in-jo loved to eat dishes. Hansong suddenly felt that his ice sister had changed. Changed not to take care of him as much as before. Before the ice sister took him out to eat, she would ask him what he liked to eat. But now, he hides the deepest, most beloved ice sister in his heart. Full of that man with a cigarette in his mouth. Not a gentleman at all. He couldn't even figure out how his own ice sister, that kind of high-quality female, could possibly look at this kind of man. Right, Sister Bing won't look at him. Zhang Ruodong also said that this thug is forcing Sister Bing to be with him. Sister Bing must have some kind of handle on him. One has to save Sister Ice. Hansong's thoughts. Yun-bing naturally did not know. If he knew that he would definitely have to die helplessly. She did this mainly to make her husband not think too much, but also to tell Hansong, "Sister is not interested in you. Sister is going to love this man to death now." A few people ate their meals. Yun-bing had been taking care of Hee-in-jo, and Hee-in-jo was also lazy to take care of Hansong. He was a man. He could see at a glance that Hansong liked Yun-bing, but it was understandable. The number of men who didn't like Yun-bing should be relatively small. After all, whether it was her appearance, her inner self, her financial strength as well as her status, she was the most ideal companion for men. But he was also lazy to pay attention. If even this kind of small thing Yun-bing cannot handle, then Hee-in-jo have to think about it. After all, he has a lot of things to do in the future, but do not have the heart to every day to make the same as the palace fight. That brother-in-law, can we both add a FMS? I know you're a big boss, and I'll need to rely on you to take care of me in the future. Hee-in-jo was going to say that he didn't have the effort to take care of him, but suddenly he wanted to see what tricks this little green tea could play. Hee-in-jo is trusting Yun-bing, not to mention that the high heel shoes penetrating Zhuangdi's palm made him a little shocked, but Hee-in-jo knew that after that incident, He had grown even more fond of Yun Bing, and there were times when such small matters were handled well, and were actually a spice between the couple. Heinjiu was very atmospheric and added his FMS. Yun Bing did not even think that Heinjiu would actually take care of Hansong, but also added FMS, only as their husband should be to give themselves face. Xiaosong, you've just returned to the country. Jiang province has changed quite a lot. I'll arrange for someone to help you find a place to stay tomorrow, and take you on a stroll to buy some things that you normally use. Ah, Sister Ice doesn't have to be so troublesome, just find me a random place to stay in your house. Yun Bing shook his head and said, no, those houses are inconvenient as your brother-in-law and I can't say when we'll go to spend the night, and they all contain some of your brother-in-law's and my belongings. Listening to Yun Bing's words, Hansong once again lost his mind. Sister Bing has really changed so much. Then are you free tomorrow, Sister Ice? I'm not familiar with the others, so I'm a bit embarrassed. No, I'm staying with your brother-in-law tomorrow, and I'm arranging for people who are under me, so what's the shame? But Heinjiu didn't hold back and laughed out, suddenly realizing that it felt so good. This little green tea was quite fun. Ning Xian also at the sight of some cannot help but laugh. This kid really understand his ice sister? Hansong watched as Heinjiu laughed out loud, and instantly became a bit embarrassed in his face. Sister Bing, you and your brother-in-law are so affectionate. Of course, your brother-in-law is the love of my life. Hansong is speechless. Does Ice Sister not consider my feelings at all? Do you know how much my heart hurts when you show love to another man in front of me who loves you so much? At this time, 3 young schoolgirls walked into the restaurant and were excited when they saw Hansong. Wow, isn't this Hansong from the Stick Country Boys and Goddesses group? So handsome. Yeah, he's back in the country? Brother Hansong, I'm your fan. Can you give me an autograph? Hansong dealt with the fans while signing autographs, and didn't forget to turn around and glance triumphantly at Heinjiu. Heck, I'm young, I'm handsome, see, all these girls like me. Mo, what are you doing? That's when 2 more ladies walked in, looking like the kind of female bosses with looks and money. Seeing the 3 girls gathered here, they walked over curiously. Mr. Yoon, I didn't expect to see you 2 here. I'm Chui Yi from Eason Design. This is my partner, Li Xin. The decoration of the Huanzhang Villa also have to thank Mr. He for choosing us to cooperate. Heinjiu nodded and said, these 3, you know them? Ah, Mr. He, they are all my company's employees. They worked overtime today, so I brought them out to have something to eat. They didn't disturb you, did they? It's okay, but lead away. I like to be clean. Okay, Meng, what's going on? Hurry up and follow me. Don't disturb Mr. He and Mr. Yun's purity. That's when Hansen spoke. Hello this beautiful girl, I'm Hansong from the Boys God Heavenly Troop. Your 3 employees are my fans and came to me to get an autograph only. It's fine. Chui Yi frowned and said, what regiment? What Hansong? I don't recognize it. Mr. Yun is sorry. I'll take them away. Heinjiu nodded and watched the few people leave. Yun Bing pinched Heinjiu and said, what are you looking at? Say, why did you choose them to design the villa? Is it because you have a crush on their 2 beautiful bosses? Heinjiu favorably scraped Yun Bing's nose and said, what are you talking about? Wasn't that arranged by Xiao Dai? I didn't even know. Yun Bing thought about it, and it seemed like it was indeed arranged by Lin Dai, so he stopped counting. Che, what a loner, I don't even recognize it. Hansong looked at the departing backs of the 2 beautiful bosses and muttered with some frustration. Heinjiu stood up and said, I'm full, wife, go back and rest. Yun Bing nodded and said, okay, Sister Xin, you send my husband and I back, and then arrange a hotel for Xiaosong to stay in. After saying that, he took Heinjiu on his arm and walked out. Heinjiu passed by Hansong and suddenly smiled and asked, hey, isn't it strange that you're young, handsome, and a star? Why are those 2 female bosses ignoring me and not you? Hansong looked at Heinjiu, who was really frustrated today. Heinjiu patted him on the shoulder. A man can be unattractive, but you have to have pie. Ha ha ha. Heinjiu finished and left. I don't know if this Hansong can understand. The mans have faction, from strength, and the most straightforward symbol of strength is money. When they arrived at the villa, Heinjiu got out of the car, but Yun Bing did not. Kamatsu, I'll tell you just one thing. Don't upset your brother-in-law or don't blame me for not remembering old times. After Yun Bing finished speaking, without waiting for Hansong to reply, she opened the car door and got out of the car, directly embracing Heinjiu's arm and walking towards the villa. Chapter 78, I'm a softie. In the following days, the 2 still live in a 2-person world, and Hansong's arrival seems to have no effect on them at all. Yun Bing had directly arranged for an assistant, and if Hansong had anything to do, he would directly contact his assistant, who would handle it at his discretion. In this regard, Han Song's mother also specially called to thank Yun Bing. Yun Bing is also very polite to Han Song's mother. Listening to Yun Bing said, Han Song's mother back then and Yun Bing's mother relationship is particularly good. This was why Yun Bing was willing to help Han Song. To this Hee In-gyo also does not matter. Yun Bing is his wife, but also an independent woman. He cannot control her, no socialization, no contact with the outside world and the opposite sex. As long as she herself grasped the balance and handled these things well, Hee In-gyo was happy to see her live happily and freely. Hee In-gyo also trusted her, at least so far. Every aspect of Yun Bing had satisfied him. It really was a perfect companion. But if Yun Bing was like Lu Ruyan and lost her temper, then it would be embarrassing. Hee In-gyo was not a spoiled child parent. This morning, Yun Bing was waiting for Hee In-gyo to get dressed, because her husband is going back to Linhai. Not only there are a lot of things to be solved and set up, but also the main thing is that Hu Jin came into Linhai to serve. Hubby, you said it's rushed. I also have things to deal with on my side. Otherwise I would have accompanied you back to Linhai. I really don't want to part with you for a minute. Hee In-gyo looked at the beauty in front of him. He was now really getting more and more rare Yun Bing. He let Yun Bing serve him somewhat away from this woman. Then come back when you're done. And Ziliang and I have an appointment to bring Hu Jin to us in a few days for a few days at sea. Okay, then I'll catch up on my end and then go back to be with you. The two embraced and kissed, and each parting of the two was so hard that they were able to drag it out for more than half an hour. Hee In-gyo returned to Linhai and first picked up Hu Jinlai at the airport. Then the two of them came to the group. Hu Jinlai entered the group with some emotion. Old ho, I used to come here often, but I didn't realize that things were different this time. Ha ha, that old den does not think of playing our brother. In fact, he has nothing. I will not be his opponent for a while. Yes, but Jian lost on that woman. Old he, you are also a real dog, pretending to be that Lin Hai first deep love. Hard to cheat people 20 shares. TSK. Hee In-gyo smiled disdainfully and said, I just know what she craves for, and pulling out the depths of her heart is just having a purpose, and acting, naturally, the perfect companion in her heart. If we were together, I wouldn't have the time to play with her every day. To be a licking dog for her? That's not my Heinjiu's demeanor. Just for a while, I feel like I'm disgusting enough. Hu Jinlai bristled at Heinjiu's words. That Cloud Beauty was tricked that way too, wasn't she? Hee In-gyo couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth slightly when he heard the words Great Beauty Yun and remembered that woman. No, she's different. I, Heinjiu, have been living for almost 30 years now. I can afford to do anything to anyone, only what others owe me, not what I owe others, but only Yun Bing, to whom I owe, perhaps, more than I can repay in this lifetime, has given me all that she can give. Asterisk. Lao He, stop. Look at your virtue saying that. I'm a bit sick to my stomach. Heinjiu also laughed. Just having a feeling. Go to the office. I've prepared a reception for you tonight. I'll put everything in place for you in the best of Linhai. Yeah, well, I'm not going to go easy on you. You counted me out twice. Hee In-gyo naturally understood what he was talking about both times, and it didn't matter. I can't help it. I want to make friends with you so badly. When Hu Jinlai heard this, he blanked out, but then said, Old he, now it's really not even possible not to be friends. In the future, you and I, brothers, will go forward and backward together. No problem. Together. The two came to the office and Heinjiu made tea. Old Hu, I prepared 3 gifts for you when you came to Linhai. Xiao Bai, Mu Bai, who was beside him, directly took out 2 checks, one for 300 million and one for 30 million, and placed them in front of Hu Jinlai. Hee In-gyo said, Old Hu, the last tea, although precious, but nothing practical. This 300 million, help me to your grandfather. Thank him for his trust. This 30 million, is for you. I know you have a strict family education, usually pocket money. Hu Jinlai looked at Hee In-gyo, suddenly smiled, and without making a show of it, he directly picked up the check and reached out to flick it. No problem. Thanks Lao He, but forget about the strict tutelage. They're all brothers, you might as well just say I'm poor. The two of them looked at each other and both smiled. Something that was as good as it gets. Heinjiu spoke again. Yufei nodded and walked out. Hu Jinlai looked at Yufei's back and said, The king of killers, the amazing Fei Hong, is actually by your side. Hee In-gyo froze and said, Old Hu, it's worthy of you. You know all this. Che, damn it. Last time, if it wasn't for the fear of pushing you to the brink of being killed by Yufei, do you think that this young man's tactics are just a drop in the bucket? And this one, the so-called junior Zhong Taigong's Mubai, what happened last time was all from his handiwork, right? Old He, you guys have a really good life. Hee In-gyo smiled lightly, worthy of being the young master of a top powerful family. This level of being well informed was really not something to be ashamed of. Old Hu, you and I are now brothers to each other. Old He, after knowing each other for so long, you've finally done something human. At this time, Yu Fei walked in, carrying a person in his hand, the same Han Feng from back then. Old Hu, the second gift. Even for a person of Hu Jinlai's pattern and cultivation, the moment he saw Han Feng, it made it obvious that his emotions were fluctuating. Hu Jinlai looked at Han Feng and didn't say anything for a long time. Hu Jinlai didn't speak, and neither did he Injio and the others, all minding their own business. Han Feng looked at Hu Jinlai and trembled. He was clearly aware of Hu Jinlai's feelings for Jiang Ruotong. Hu Jinlai suddenly smiled and said to Yu Fei, "Brother, you have friends abroad, right?" Yu Fei nodded. "Send him to the north of Maine for some money, and I'll treat Jiang Ruotong to a meal later." Yu Fei glanced at He Injio, who nodded, and Yu Fei said, "All right, Hu Shao, I know." Han Feng was just about to open his mouth to beg for forgiveness when he saw Hu Jinlai suddenly get up and smash down on Han Feng's head with an ashtray. With a bang, the ashtray instantly fell apart in pieces, and Han Feng fainted in response. Hu Jinlai took a deep breath and turned around and said with a smile, "I don't want to hear his voice, and even more so I don't want to hear his voice begging for mercy. I'm a soft-hearted person." Chapter 79, 20 Years of Hard Work. Can't you enjoy it? After Han Feng was taken away, Hu Jinlai still talked and laughed with He Injio and occasionally told a yellow joke, as if Han Feng didn't matter to him at all. Not a moment later, the office door was knocked. A somewhat lean man walked in. Although the man looked thin, but the hostility in his eyes was real. Unlike Yu Fei's eyes are like a pool of dead water, looking at people as if they are looking at a ready-to-be slaughtered. This man was different. There was tyranny and viciousness in his eyes, and one look at him sent shivers down one's spine. Old Hu, when you come to Linhai, the first and most important thing is that you should never be allowed to have an accident. And the third gift, Monkey, Yu Fei's disciple, will follow you in the future? How about that? Hu Jinlai lit a cigarette, looked at He Injio with interest, and said, "Old He, why don't we download a couple software, so you can spy on me from time to time?" He Injio naturally understood the meaning of Hu Jinlai's words. "Old Hu, nothing else? I really think about your safety. Nothing is more important than this matter. If it makes you feel uncomfortable, I apologize and you keep someone by my side. How about it?" Hu Jinlai looked at He Injio, did not see a trace of artifice in his eyes. All there was sincerity. "Monkey, not bad. Following this young man in the future is definitely better than following your ninth brother. Your ninth brother fraternizes. This young man exclusively favors you. Ha ha ha." Hu Jinlai actually still liked to have a monkey to follow around. He is after all a young man. Some things will inevitably encounter some dirty work. There are monkeys in just right. He was from a powerful family, which already needed to pay attention to too many aspects, and he had come to Linhai to serve at a low level, so his family naturally couldn't possibly equip him with bodyguards in a high-profile manner. In other words, in fact, Linhai, except for that small handful of people, the people who knew Hu Jinlai's identity were too few and far between, and those who did know wouldn't be so stupid as to spread it around. This was also the reason why Elder Hu had asked someone to bring a message to He Injio to take care of his grandson. Without He Injio, the elder wouldn't have felt comfortable sending his precious grandson so far away. In the evening, the entire Tanya Night Colors suspended business, and even many people were given a day off, and those who stayed were all people Wen Hong trusted, and some beautiful women were brought in overnight from other provinces, guaranteed to be unfamiliar faces. This arrangement of He Injio made Hu Jinlai satisfied. He had never been so comfortable since he was a child. Eating while a beautiful woman massages you. You don't even have to move a muscle. It's really a case of clothes on your back and food on your mind. According to Hu Jinlai's words, "I have worked hard for more than 20 years, cannot enjoy the enjoyment." Played a night, Hu Jinlai finally realized what is meant by happiness. He regretted being born in that kind of family. It seems to be powerful, but in fact, it is difficult to say ah, and look at other people. Hoing Kao. What's wrong with being a thug? You can't even imagine the joy of the rich. Today's treatment, Hu Jinlai thought, hadn't been enjoyed since he was 3 years old, and he couldn't remember anything before that. The two walked into Heinjiu's villa in a daze. "Old He, I want to cry when I think of the life you, a thug, have led all these years." It's okay, Hu, your good times have just begun. Every once in a while, if my grandfather finds out, neither of us, are going to be okay. Old He, I'm going to sleep. I can't, I still have to report to my unit tomorrow. Okay, go to sleep. I'm a little drunk too. You should go to work, and on the weekend, let's go out on the water. It's absolutely secluded. Touché, you arrange it. I'm relieved, said Hu Jinlai, casually opened a door and walked in. Before going and also muttered, *******. This is my generation of men should live the day. Watching Hu Jinlai enter the room and close the door, He Angio's drunken appearance instantly disappeared and shook his head. This kid, even though he was born in a big family, feels suffocated all the time. He Angio returned to his room, took a shower, and took out his cell phone to see that there was a call from Yun Bing in a message. Looking at the time, it was past 2 o'clock. Heinjiu returned a message. Wife, entertaining Hugin to come, didn't see it, just got home. I didn't realize that just after the message was sent, Yun Bing's video was sent over. He Angio connected and looked at Yun Bing, who was wearing anti-blue light glasses in front of the computer. Honey, why aren't you in bed? What time is it? You did not return the message. How can I sleep? Just come to busy work, but also can return to Linhai to accompany you earlier. Heinjiu was touched for a moment. Wife, today I entertained Hujin to come. I threw the phone aside when I was playing and didn't look at it. I will look at it more often in the future. Come on. I'm not blaming you. Hubby's been drinking? Drank some, not too much. Get some rest then. I'm relieved to see you're home. I'm going to get some rest too. The two of them hung up the phone, and Heinjiu fell asleep in no time. The next few days he Injo had been setting up, and after studying it with Mubai and the others, the first and foremost point to do was to stabilize the entire Linhai, so that it would have no more enemies. Just like a man, there can be countless homes, but there always has to be the most luxurious and stable one for home base and retreat. He Injo thought about it and said, another half a month. It's my birthday. This half a month, rename Zhang's group officially Myth Group. I want to tell there everyone, the battle in the first place, the one who won was me. He Injo. Then the group began to handle things in a high profile. 3 days before my birthday, send invitations, just say that I, Heinjiu, want to celebrate my birthday, and more than anything else, no need to say anything. Those who come can be regarded as friends for the time being, those who don't, LOL. Mubai nodded and said, understood ninth brother. After preparing for such a long time, it's time for the new emperor of the business world in Linhai, to take the throne. Linhai has stabilized, with Jin Lai and also Uncle Jiang, no one will be able to shake us. Next is Fu Province. Use the Lu Group as a backing for the Fu Province, and take a slow approach. Brother 9, would Jiang Province be a little better? Ji Xiaolei asked. In his impression, with the help of Yun's group, it was going to be simpler to plot against Jiang Province. He Injo shook his head and said, Jiang Province is that girl's business. With my financial support, that girl has already started to lay out now. In the future, Jiang Province will be divided between the Yun and Chen families. It's also impossible for me to merge Yun into it. It's the best way for each of us to be in charge as a couple. We can support each other and act as a retreat for each other, and we won't be caught in a net. If necessary, the two of us to get a divorce certificate. The heavens will not implicate each other. Everything, we must do the worst plan and then move. In order to try to avoid failure, we just do the best we can, and for the rest, we can only listen to God's will. Chapter 80, I forgot to turn off the mic. In the afternoon Yufei received news that Han Feng had been successfully sold. According to Hu Jinlai's explanation, it will be sold for $43,818. Cheap out. Urgent money. Jiang Ruodong knew that Hu Jin came to serve in Linhai and directly took a leave of absence. Not wanting to, not daring to, and not having the face-to-face Hu Jin to come. But he did not want to see Hu Jinlai. People can want to see her. This is not. The phone called. Jiang Ruodong even hang up the phone. The courage to hang up the phone. Should face always have to face? Cannot hide away. Hey, Jin. Hu Xiao. Oh, Ruodong. Are you so raw? Hu Xiao, I know. It's me who's sorry. Please forgive me. Hey, there is fate. No big deal. This pattern I Hu Jinlai still have. Tell you what. Let's have dinner together tonight. Talk it out, and this will be over. And we can still be friends in the future. Jiang Ruodong was a bit flattered when she listened to Hu Jinlai's words, but then she was even more guilty. She, hanging Hu Jinlai for 5 years. Okay, Hu Xiao. Thank you. Oh, it's fine. I'll let you know when I set the restaurant. Okay. In the evening, Jiang Ruodong arrived at the restaurant Hu Jinlai had told her about on time and went to the box Hu Jinlai had reserved. Jiang Ruodong couldn't say anything embarrassing when she saw Hu Jinlai. Oh, don't be so formal. Sit down. Jiang Ruodong nodded and sat down. Hu Xiao, or to say sorry to you. Hu Jinlai waved his hand. Forget it, let bygones be bygones. Male love, you love me. Normal, thank you. Okay, look, here's all the food I ordered for you. It's all your favorites. Eat more. Jiang Ruodong nodded her head in embarrassment and then ate. And as she ate, she realized that Hu Jinlai did not move his chopsticks. Hu Xiao, why don't you eat? I don't have much of an appetite. You eat. Jiang Ruodong was a little embarrassed. He thought that Hu Jinlai didn't have an appetite, and was afraid that it was still because he was sad to see himself and remember the past. Hu Xiao, eat more or less. I'm really sorry for what happened before. Hu Jinlai nodded and took a few bites of the dish with his chopsticks, but just put it on his plate and didn't eat it. After the two ate for a while, Hu Jinlai felt it was almost time and said, Ruotong, do you really like that Han Feng? Zhang Ruotong froze and thought to herself, sure enough, what's coming is coming. How can I say this? But I actually realized later that I just kind of admired him, maybe pitted and heartbroken more than anything else. Hu Jinlai laughed and said, then don't tell me that it's that Heinjio guy you like. Zhang Ruotong thought about it and actually blushed and nodded. Hu Jinlai are speechless. This woman's brain circuit is simply, just like He Injo said, he is acting. Surely he is acting the most expected other half of her heart. Ah, this cannot see. You said you pitted and felt sorry for Han Feng. Then Ruotong, have you ever thought that you've put him on the opposite side of me? Can he withstand my devastation? Zhang Ruotong suddenly froze. Hu Xiao, are you going to deal with him? Hu Jinlai suddenly laughed and said, Ruotong, actually, this meal is my treat for Han Feng. Zhang Ruotong froze, puzzled. Han Feng? He invited me to dinner? Yeah, I sold it to the north of Maine. The money for this meal is his various organs in exchange. Ha 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 ha, Ruotong eat slowly. Hu Jinlai laughed out loud and left directly after saying that. Zhang Ruotong's face instantly paled, and then some of Main Bai's tactics came to mind, and she couldn't hold it back any longer, and spat out with a wow. Then he fell to the ground, thinking about Hu Jinlai's words. Yeah, how could he be so stupid? Putting someone like Han Feng across from Hu Jinlai, what was the difference between that and letting him die? Now, he was actually sent to the north of Burma by Hu Jinlai. How miserable he had to be. It was he who harmed him. Hu Jinlai returned to He Injo's villa, looked at He Injo was playing the game, and once again lamented that the thugs are really damn good. He Injo watched Hu Jinlai come back. Old Hu, you're back. How are you? Are you angry? If you're not, you'll have to tell me to let their whole family die. There's no need for that. It's in poor taste for me to do it. Making them kill themselves is what I want. He Injo bristled, remembering the men's fireworks from a while ago. What did this guy mean? Saying he has no class? I say, old Hu, you just let her go? Liked her for so long and didn't have any fun? No, you used it. I don't want to use it. Grass, you still come to clean energy, and do not intend to marry her as a wife. First used to play, at least then other women clean. Hu Jinlai smiled disdainfully and went into his room to take a shower. Not long after, Hu Jinlai, who had finished his bath, came out and came next to He Injo, watching him play the game. Give me a moment to play. No. Why? This number is married to my wife. What's it playing for you? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're careful to this extent? There's a computer next to it, so boot it up and register an account, and I'll secretly get my wife to arrange it and change the data for you. Hu Jinlai's mouth corner twitched. Spicy egg. The more contact with this guy, the more I want to learn him to be a thug. Hu Jinlai opened the computer, suddenly thought and asked, Old He, you and Zhang Ruotong that time, did you wear it? He Injo froze and said, No the Zhang family's eldest miss, surely clean Scratch that, wear it and make do. Heinjio hummed disdainfully. You can't think about it. Think about it differently. We're just leaving a mark on her. No matter who she's with in the future, we'll both be the first runner-up. Hu Jinlai thought about it and said, asterisk 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 asterisk. Lao He, you don't say. Enlightenment Hey, right. Suddenly, in the game, Yun Bing directly exited the team and went offline immediately afterward. He Injo froze. What is the situation? Suddenly, old Hu, you're such a ing pussy. I'm on a ing mic with my wife. I forgot to turn it off. Hu Jinlai heard, immediately laughed back and forth. Don't say. No wonder those people love to follow He Injo mixing, and he is really interesting with him. The program is constantly ha 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 ha, deserved it. Let you count on old me. Egu, laughed to death. He Injo gave a blank look and didn't have the time to pay attention to him, rushing to call Yun Bing. Hey, what's up? He champion. Honey, that. Hey, say, I'm listening. Honey, you know, that Zhang Ruotong fell in love with me, even though we hadn't finalized our relationship at that time. But now, I'm yours. I have to be faithful to you, not to mention cheating, let alone letting her appear in front of you and cause you mood swings. I feel like it's my fault as a husband. That's why I advised Hu Jinlai so much, just to push her out, and definitely not to affect my precious wife's relationship with me. Really? What do you say? You just heard me. Have I been persuading Hubin to come on to her? That's true. Well, count me as misunderstanding you, but you'll mention less about other women in front of me in the future. I don't care about what you did before, but it doesn't prove that I'm willing to listen. Fine. Just forgot to turn off the mic. Just pay attention from now on. Chapter 81, let you watch me every day. That night, Yun Bing finished his day's work and was riding in his car towards home. Sister Xin, the work is almost busy, just leave the rest to die. Get ready and go back to Linhai tomorrow for a while. Okay, got it sister-in-law. Yun Bing just arrived home. The phone rang. Yun Bing look, actually is Han Song's phone? Didn't he tell him to contact his assistant? Hey, Kamatsu, what's up? Sister Ice, after coming back for so long and causing you so much trouble, I want to treat you to a meal, okay? Han Song spoke a bit churlishly on the phone, as if he was afraid of Yun Bing's refusal. Yun Bing frowned and said after some thought, dinner is fine, but I'll bring your sister Man and Ning Xin. It's not appropriate if you're alone. Okay, then I'll book the restaurant and send you the location. Good. Yun Bing hung up the phone after saying that she had an appointment to go for maintenance with Li Man today. From being with He Injio, Yun Bing was much more attentive to his appearance, and almost every 3 days, he would go and give himself a full body care and maintenance, especially his own pair of feet, which he now loved. There was no way. Who let that guy like it? Yun Bing gave Li Man call to inform a call. Li Man is naturally very agreeable, and even thought of playing with this Han Song is not bad. After all, the little fresh meat, but also know the roots. It didn't take long for the 3 women to arrive at the restaurant where they had agreed with Hansen. Han Song even dressed up a bit today. There was no way. From the time he came back, apart from meeting his own ice sister on that day, this was only the second time he had met her. Her own ice sister had circumvented the need to meet with almost all members of the opposite sex in order to prevent that Heinjiu from misunderstanding her. Sister Bing, you're here. Sister Man, long time no see. Oh, Han Song little brother came back, how not to contact you Man sister Mia. Sister still quite miss you, Li Man said with a smile, and Yun Bing didn't say much at Li Man's words. Sister Bing, look, Sister Man is teasing me again. Yun Bing knows what her own best friend is like, although she often looks for fresh meat to relieve her boredom, but it is only to relieve boredom. Really want to do anything, those people Li Man really cannot see. It's good to keep your sister Man company for a chat and to relieve her boredom, Yun Bing said with some indifference, which made Han Song very depressed. This ice sister does not care at all, right? At that time, that He Injo just looked at other people 2 eyes. Ice sister asked about jealousy. Sister Bing, Sister Man, and Sister Heart, what are you all drinking? Li Manjiao laughed. All grown up. Of course it's a drink. Come, Sister Man accompany you to drink. Don't Sister Bing and Sister Xin drink? Giggle. Brother Han Song, your ice sister doesn't dare to drink right now. Oh, as for your heart sister, she has to drive and protect your ice sister, so only I can accompany you. Han Song couldn't believe it and said suspiciously, Sister Bing doesn't dare to drink? Sister Bing, is there something wrong with your body? Han Song is very concerned. She thinks that a strong woman like Yun Bing lacks a handsome little puppy, is concerned and accompanied. Ha, your Sister Bing is in good health. It's your brother-in-law who doesn't like her to drink, so she doesn't dare to drink. Han Song was speechless for a while and said, brother-in-law is also too broad in his control. Isn't this restricting Sister Bing's freedom? When Yun Bing heard Han Song's words, she looked up and said unhappily, this is between me and your brother-in-law. It's your turn to talk about it. Sister Ice, Xiaobing, why see the Han Song brother scared. Han Song brother you are also, the couple's affairs. Even I and Shuei do not dare to talk too much. You can pay attention to it in the future. Looking at Yun Bing displeased, Li Man just busy rounding up. She actually also found out that Yun Bing too much love He Injo. Since with He Injo together, Yun Bing almost full of defense to all the opposite sex, afraid of He Injo misunderstanding. Yun Bing sighed, did not say anything more. She has some guesses about Han Song's mind, but it is not good to say, and cannot point out. She now thinks, should quickly arrange Han Song to the Sichuan province, far away from herself. Kamatsu, you've been back for a while, you're almost rested. I'll have someone send you to the company in Chuan province. When Han Song heard this, he was a bit lost. It had only been 2 meetings with Sister Ice, and she was actually going to send herself away in a hurry? A few people began to eat, and during the meal, it had been Li Man who had been chatting with Han Song, while Yun Bing had returned the conversation without a word. On the other side, He Injo was socializing with some officials, the president of a bank, and some business executives. The phone rang for a moment and Heinjiu picked it up to see that it was Yun Bing. Husband, what are you doing? Should be entertained. Okay, let me know when you get home. Grace. He Injo closed the chat interface with Yun Bing and fiddled with it a few times in passing, and actually saw the friend circle that Han Song had sent, a photo of Yun Bing having a meal, with the caption, as long as I can return to you and look at you, it's the happiest thing ever. He Injo shook his head and laughed. This little green tea, the poison of the short drama is very deep. He Injo also lazy to pay attention to, directly screenshot sent to the cloud ice. After directly closed the phone, and other people talk about it, he did not need to think oh no, this little green tea today will be bad luck. Sure enough, Yun Bing's phone rang, and when Yun Bing picked it up and looked at it, a pretty face was instantly covered in frost. With that, he directly recorded a video of Li Man and Ning Xin, and sent it to Heinjiu, and typed a whole bunch of explanations. Heinjiu only gave her 3 words back, deal with it. Looking at Yun Bing's such a big reaction, Han Song, including Li Man, was surprised and wondered what was going on. Yun Bing took the phone and refreshed the circle of friends, and then took Li Man's phone to look at it, but did not see the copy Han Song sent. Yun Bing's face was grim as he said to Han Song, give me the phone. Ha, Sister Ice, how do you? Don't make me say it twice. Bring it. Han Song was instantly a little afraid, but he did not dare to disobey Yun Bing. In Jiang province, Yun Bing's reputation he had heard a lot of this time, and could only resentfully put the phone in Yun Bing's hands. Unlocked. Hansen dutifully unlocked it. Yun Bing took the phone to see, suddenly smiled. Sure enough, shielded himself and Li Man some people. Li Man was puzzled and came over to Yun Bing's side. Ice, what's going on here? Yun Bing narrowed his eyes and gave Li Man a look. Li Man was very surprised to see Han Song. Then he stopped talking, and even more so, he put away the previous appearance of the Queen of the Sea and was very serious. Yun Bing returned the phone to Hansen. Han Song, remember what I said to you the day you came back? This matter, if you don't give me an explanation, I'll leave you in Jinling forever. Happy just looking at me, are you? I'll fulfill you and let you look at me from heaven every day. Chapter 82, The Man Eating Yun Bing. Han Song was really scared when he heard Yun Bing's words. He really didn't expect that his ice sister actually didn't have an ounce of tolerance for him. What's more, he said words that made him not even dare to think about it. His favorite ice sister actually wanted his own life in order to prevent that man from misunderstanding. Sister Ice, why are you like this? Oh, which should I then? Han Song, I told you a long time ago, if you dare to upset my husband, don't blame me for not remembering my old feelings. Sister Bing, no, weren't you threatened by Heinjiu before you got together with him? Is it possible that he has something on you? That's why you did this to him? Yun Bing frowned slightly at Han Song's words. Li Man couldn't listen anymore and said, Han Song, are you stupid? Can't you tell if it's true love or an act? Yun Bing grimaced and asked, these words, who said them to you? Han Song knew at this moment that he had been tricked by that Zhang Ruodong, and she was trying to use his previous friendship with Yun Bing to make himself a green tea and make Heinjiu misunderstand. Sister Bing, it was Zhang Ruodong who came to the stick country and found me, saying she wanted to cooperate with me. Yun Bing nodded and didn't say anything else, but picked up the phone and sent a message to Heinjiu. Husband, I'm sorry, it's my fault, don't take this the wrong way. How do you want to handle this? Make him disappear. Heinjiu returned 4 very simple words. Good. Yun Bing closed the phone, smiled, and said, okay, it's okay, you're being used too. Let's eat. Sister Ice, you forgive me? Yun Bing nodded and said, so big, grow some brains in the future, this can be exploited. Looking at Yun Bing's gentle tone, Han Song was instantly flattered. Sure enough, Sister Bing still had feelings for him. Only Li Man on one side, stirring the soup with a spoon, gave Han Song a somewhat pitiful look. Her best friend she knows too well, ruthless, but the only one who loves Heinjiu to death. This situation will never rest. And once Yun Bing was suddenly gentle in the midst of his rage, it was going to be cannibalistic, but unfortunately, Han Song didn't even realize it. Yun Bing ate and suddenly got up. Sister Heart, accompany me to the bathroom. When the two of them reached the bathroom, Yun Bing's face was once again gloomy as she said, Sister Xin, have someone take care of the surveillance. Got it, sister-in-law. Yun Bing spoke to Ning Xin some more before the two returned to the box. Throughout the meal, Yun Bing had been pleasant, even treating Han Song with a much closer attitude than before. Kamatsu, my sister knows your feelings now, but I'm married after all. Understand? Han Song had been particularly happy, and thought that Sister Bing really did like him after all. Sister Ice, but alright, I know you have some misunderstandings about your brother-in-law. Come to my place after dinner and we'll talk it over. Han Song was instantly excited that Sister Bing actually invited him. Was this an attempt to take him as a lover? If that was the case, it wasn't like he couldn't accept it. After all, Sister Ice was so beautiful and so rich, Yun Bing said, and smiled at Han Song. Winking, Han Song instantly lost his soul. Li Man was on the side to see everything in the eyes. She knew that Han Song could not live through tonight. After dinner, Yun Bing brought Han Song to her apartment downstairs. Kamatsu, what's wrong Sister Ice? You understand? Yun Bing's words were full of temptation. Han Song was simply excited. He naturally understood what his ice sister had asked him to buy, and after so many years of wishing for it, it was finally going to come true today. Han Song left, and Yun Bing came to the apartment door with a cold face and didn't open the door. Han Song came back and saw Yun Bing standing in the doorway. Sister Ice, why don't you go in? I forgot my keys. In that case, either Sister Ice let's go to the hotel. Don't. You know, I'm a clean freak. Then go to another house? The other house has surveillance. What about that? You slam this door open and have it fixed tomorrow. Han Song looked at Yun Bing's appearance and figure, thinking about what was going to happen next. He was now completely small head over big head, and without saying a word, he started to break down the door. Within a few clicks, the door was kicked open, and Han Song still felt strange that the quality of this apartment's door was too average. Entering the room, Yun Bing sat on the sofa. Kamatsu, go to the kitchen and bring me the knife. I'll cut some fruit for the two of us to eat later. Okay, Sister Ice, wait for me. Han Song trotted into the kitchen and came out with a fruit knife in his hand. Just as he walked up to Yun Bing and wanted to hand him the knife, a sharp knife stabbed through Han Song's heart directly from behind him. Han Song's eyes widened as he looked back at Ning Xin, who had an icy face behind him, and then looked back at Yun Bing, who had a calm face, only to see Yun Bing tear up some of the clothes he was wearing and then mess up his hair a bit. After that, he was looking at Han Song with a disdainful smile and said very plainly, Sister Xin, call the police. Everything else is arranged, right? Got it, sister-in-law. Han Song couldn't hold on and fell to the ground, dying in peace. Yun Bing took a picture and sent it to Yinzhou, who replied with a nod. It didn't take long for the police to arrive, while Yun Bing was cowering on the sofa, shivering and acting in a realistic manner. Ning Xin was taken away. After all, he was the one who killed the person. But then a team of lawyers from the Yun group came out, while Yun Bing started to use his connections to arrange this. After all, it was designed by Yun Bing himself, although there were some flaws, but to those above, that little flaw was too simple, and with such a good arrangement, it wasn't hard to deal with it. The result is that Han Song violently breaks down the door and rapes the family. Yun Bing's bodyguard arrives in time, but Han Song resists with a knife and is killed outright. The footprints on the door, the fingerprints, and the prints on the fruit knife were very favorable evidence, and as for some of the other blemishes, they were wiped out with a casual movement of the hand. In the end, Ning Xin was acquitted. Han Song completely disappeared. Han Song's parents came, heartbroken. They never dreamed that their own son actually can be evil to Yun Bing, although sad, but still gave Yun Bing apologized. When Li Man learned about it, he was very emotional. Ice Rakshasa is Ice Rakshasa. Han Song really did not live through that night. And when Lin Hai's Heinzhou learned of this series of operations by Yun Bing, he also smiled and shook his head. Really worthy of being his wife. This girl, the means is good, but also really ruthless. Again, this loyalty to myself. Simply, loyalty is a little scary. Honey, are you satisfied? I'll go back to Lin Hai tomorrow to accompany you. Neighborhood brother. Hey. Oh, to me, you're the most important thing. Compared to you, those people, those things, are too light. Too light. Come back. I want to knock you up. Cluck, 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 cluck. Chapter 83. What a brother. In the evening, in the box of the Tanya Club house, Heinzhou and Hu Jinlai were lying there, and several young ladies were massaging them. Hey, after a week of work, it's just annoying. Lao He, it's still you. Take me to enjoy myself on the weekend. Heinzhou closed his eyes, comfortably sleepy, knowing that Hu Daoxiao works hard, every weekend in the future. I'll have Wen Hong arrange it. How about it? Hu Jinlai is also comfortable. His family are old and stubborn. Simply do not let him go to this kind of place. Leave Yanjing, only to spread his wings. He used to miss Jiang Ruoton with all his heart, so he could say that he kept his body for that woman, but now he realized that he lost into a horse. Coming to Linhai and spending these days with Heinju was by far the happiest and most joyful time he had ever had. Old he, why do I get the feeling that you're raising me like a dough? Grass, you have a throne in your house? Hey, just kidding, Lao he, you go home later. I won't go back. I'm going to spend the night here. Heinjo gave a blank look and said, you've learned to be bad. I'm telling you, you can take it easy. I'm bringing you to enjoy the dashing is to give you relief, not to bring you bad. As you said, if your grandfather finds out, neither of us will be able to live with it. Unla, it's not like we're doing anything out of the ordinary. It's just a massage. My grandpa even had the maid squeeze his shoulders. The two pressed on for a while longer, and Heinjo inclined his head to look at Hu Jinlai. Old Hu, discuss something. Don't. When you sound like that, it's 100% no good. Hey, okay, forget it, Heinjo said in a somewhat disappointed tone. Hu Jinlai listened to Heinjo's tone, and thought to himself, he didn't even ask what was going on. Was he overdoing it? This old he is so good to himself, but he let him down so much, more or less a little bit uncaring. That old he, you were saying something. He Injo snickered in his heart. In fact, Hu Jinlai is really a very good friend. At least you are good to him. He remembers. The Shao family has a piece of land in the West City district. He's just sitting there and not developing it. See if you can talk to the Shao family? Take that piece of land down. I say, old he, you're so rich. Why do you still miss other people's land? I say, old Hu, you're such an insensitive person. I'm not doing this for you? Asterisk 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 off. You'd have blazed away with me for me, and talk about discussing a matter? Hyangjo rolled his eyes and said, alright, I'll be honest with you. I didn't want to say it, but your grandfather asked the driver to tell me to take care of taking care of you in the North Sea. I know, that's something my grandfather would have said to you. He didn't set me up with a single person when I came to the North Sea, so I figured he must have contacted you. Hyangju bristled. This guy was really smart. Yeah, that's why I said I'm doing it for you. You come to Lin Hai, I'll take you to have fun, mess around, and it's okay to protect you, but I definitely have to let you make some achievements. What will I tell your grandfather? What will you tell your grandpa? Don't go back to Shangjing on vacation and have your grandfather ask you what you did in the North Sea. What did you say? A young model oil spa? Or a beautiful woman's silk feet stepping on the back? Your grandpa won't beat you to death? Hu Jinlai thought about it. Indeed, they cannot come to the North Sea. What achievements? Nothing. Although there is a background, promotion is certain, but there are achievements and no achievements are also two different things. Tell me what you mean. Hyangja took a look and saw that there was something going on. The Shao family's piece of land. At first it was $800 million to take it, but after that, the Shao family encountered some problems, and up to now there was no money to develop it, so it was just put there. I know that you, Lao Hu, like the readers, have a pattern, a bottom line, a sense of justice, and good looks. So, for a land price of $800 million, we give him $1 billion, which is not a bad thing to say. Our old Hu, right? Stop, old he, cut the crap. I'm a person with a pattern and a bottom line, I admit, but the looks really aren't as handsome as the readers, so don't flatter me. $1 billion and you, mythic group, won't negotiate? Hyangjo smiled and said, you don't know about me and the Wu family? The Shao and Wu families are in the same breath and have been married for 3 generations, so they don't even see me. Hu Jinlai nodded. So, then what? Then the land down. You as the government lead to pull the project, and then I'll develop. You earn results. I make money. Earn money, we brothers together. Not good? Really? Really? I don't believe it. Would you be so kind? Holy, Hu, what's wrong with me? Am I not good enough for you? Old he, have you ever heard the story of the wolf? You fooled me twice already. Old Hu, do you know what the story of the wolf tells us? What? It's a man who has lied to you twice, and the third time, you must believe him. Besides, what's our relationship now? Is it the same as before? I think of you for everything. Hu Jinlai listened to Hyangjo's words and looked at Hyangjo's sincere face. Okay, I'll go to Zhao's house tomorrow to talk about it. It's a waste of good land to put it there. Good, then old Hu, I'll wait for your good news. The two talked for a while longer. Hyangjo dressed and left. He still had to go home to report to Yun Bing video. Hu Jinlai was saying nothing. He said it's good to sleep comfortably after the massage. Why bother? He thinks that falling asleep after pressing is the most comfortable manifestation. On the car ride home, Hyangjo said, Xiao Fei, didn't I tell you? Just sleep with one Hong in your arms. I'll just go back by myself. Yu Fei didn't say anything. Hyangjo also lazy to say. All these years, Yu Fei always inch by inch to protect him. Really can't drive away the kind. After a long time, Yu Fei said, ninth brother, sister-in-law called me. Ha, what did it say? Oops, I was so focused on fooling old Hu that I forgot to call Yin Bing back. Yu Fei said with some embarrassment. Sister-in-law asked me where you were. Looking at Yu Fei's expression, Hyangjo had a bad feeling. Go on. I said I didn't know. And then my sister-in-law said, you don't move an inch every day to protect your ninth brother. And you're telling me you didn't know? Yu Fei, let me tell you. I know your ninth brother treats you the best, but remember, I'm his wife. I sleep with him every day. If you want to try how many levels of pillow talk I have, you don't tell me. Hyangjo thought to himself, this is really that girl's style. You didn't betray me, did you? No. Pretty. Good buddy. So what do you say? I said, I won't betray Nine if he's not at the Sky Club. Hyangjo directly opened the car window to blow the cold wind after hearing this. Fei, what's wrong Nine? You're so tight-lipped. Brother Nine, there's no way. You know sister-in-law's temper. She's only gentle with you, but don't worry. I told sister-in-law that you came just to accompany Hu Xiao. You didn't let a beautiful woman massage you. Good buddy. Chapter 84, You're no different from dolls in my eyes. He Injo returned home and sent a video to Yun Bing, who answered it in seconds. At this moment, Yun Bing was lying on her side on the bed in her silk pajamas, looking at He Injo with a cold face. Honey, waiting for me? I just came to talk things over with Hu Jin, so I didn't answer your call. Yeah, well, that's a lot of work for you, hubby. It's not hard, making money to support my wife. That quality of life. I'm very stressed. Hubby, sister heart and I said you can't fall in love. But your mouth is nothing like that when you lie to women. He Injo now really wanted to peel off Yu Fei's pantyhose, pull out the leather straps inside, make a slingshot, and hit the glass of his bedroom. I didn't lie to you. By the way, wife, when are you coming back? I miss you. Yun Bing was a bit overwhelmed when he heard the words I missed you. I'll go back tomorrow. I miss you too. So I'll pick you up at the airport tomorrow. What do you want to eat tomorrow? Eat whatever you want. We both love the same things. Aha. Then tell me what time you'll be there tomorrow. Honey, I'm going to take a shower first. I'll go to bed afterward. Get my strength up and wait for you. Oh, bugger it. Go on. He Injo instantly hung up the call and let out a long breath, fortunately, shifting the fire aiming point. On the other hand, Yun Bing, who was on the other side of the room, looked at the hung-up phone, and then remembered that she hadn't settled the score with that bastard yet. But think about it, forget it, it's so late. I'll clean him up tomorrow when I get back. Yun Bing knew that He Injo was just going for a massage to relax, he wouldn't do anything else, and her anger was just a disguised form of flirting and pampering. The next morning, He Injo's phone rang. Yun Bing actually got up early to come back. He Injo climbed up, cleaned up and went out. When he came to the airport to wait for Yun Bing, he actually saw a familiar face, Xiao Charan, the young lady of the Xiao family, and she was carrying a man. Heinjiu felt something familiar and suddenly remembered. Isn't that the Wu family's Wu Jibwa's brother? Wu Gaowan. It seems that after Wu Jibwa's rotten reputation, it didn't affect the marriage between the Wu and Xiao families, and Wu Gaowan actually got together with Xiao Charan. The two of them also saw He Injo, and Wu Gaowan's eyes instantly changed, looking at He Injo with hatred and scorn. Xiao Charan also frowned when he saw He Injo. The myth group was not very friendly to the Xiao family, because after the Wu and Jiang families, Linhai no longer had any rivals from the myth group. Many enterprises are intertwined with the myth group, only their Xiao family, independent on the side, do not mess with you, nor do they give a damn. But the side of the couch will not allow others to snore. In the idea of He Injo, Linhai is his lair, Linhai territory, not his friends, that is the enemy. So after getting the Xiao family's attitude, the myth group started to target the Xiao family, but the Xiao family only seeks to protect itself and doesn't take any chances. So for a while He Injo didn't have any good ways to take the Xiao family. He Injo squinted at the two and said disdainfully, "Why are you looking at your wild father? Get lost." Xiao Charan gave a blank look and said, "Rioters, so unqualified, no minimum decency." "Oh, you have decency? Slinging other men around and staring at my husband? But you don't stand a chance, you're so ugly." A melodious voice rang out, followed by a woman with a delicate face, perfect figure, and excellent temperament appeared beside He Injo, and very naturally sat on He Injo's arm, which was none other than Yun Bing. Xiao Charan was instantly furious. She admitted that she didn't have Yun Bing's beautiful looks, but it was never possible to hang out with ugly, right? With several generations of genetic optimization in the Xiao family, how could it be ugly? Mr. Yun's words are a bit credulous, aren't they? Yes? Aren't you ugly compared to me? Or is it that in your impression, besides beauty and ugliness, there is an average? If that's true, you're really not ugly, quite average. Humph. I didn't expect General Manager Yun to be a vulgar woman who climbs on beauty. LOL. Yun Bing loosens her hold on He Injo's hand and walks over to Xiao Charan. Then MS. Xiao pick one out to compare. Let's see which one I, Yun Bing, have lost to you? Xiao Charan was a bit speechless when he heard Yun Bing's words. Identity, status, money, and beauty. He really couldn't compare to this woman. What? Can't say it anymore? I can't beat you for one thing though. Your man is a much bigger loser than mine. Wife, come on. What are we? The distressed people who are working outside, comparing with others who are gnawing on the old rich third generation? After He Injo finished speaking, he walked up and wrapped his arm around Yun Bing's shoulders and said, "Do you know why I told the two of you to get lost? It's because the eyes of you two make me sick. It's a look that's full of ignorance, retarded yet confident. I still say that despite being about the same age, you guys aren't too different from a baby doll in my eyes. Wife, let's go. Accompany me to the group for a meeting. We're not qualified to waste time with people who don't need to have meetings." Giggle. Yes, hubby, let's go. Next time between good and husband. no need to pause. Watching He Injio leave so arrogantly, Xiao Charan and Wu Gaowan's eyes were about to burst into flames, but they could do nothing about it. Gaowan, I will beg my grandfather to help your Wu family rise again. Charan, don't worry, I definitely won't let you down. I'll make you the most dazzling one in Linhai. He Injio and Yun Bing got into the car, and He Injio picked up the phone. 10 o'clock, conference room meeting, small meeting. Hanging up the phone, He Injio put his hand on Yun Bing's leg and closed his eyes. The two came to the group. He Injio's office. Yun Bing where He Injio make tea. That hand of tea art let He Injio look as breathtaking. The first time I know. Drink a water. There are so much to talk about. It did not take long for the time to arrive. He Injio came to the conference room. People have not yet sat down. Directly opened the door and said, Hu Young promised to go and talk to the Xiao family to get a piece of land. Mu Bai smiled faintly and said, Ninth brother, it's still you. Hu Xiao would actually really agree. He because said indifferently, I'm doing it all for his own good. Thinking from his point of view, how could he not agree? Mu Bai, I'll take the land you're thinking of for you. It's up to you next, and that is, prepare to start suppressing the Xiao family. I won't allow a second voice to be heard in Linhai. Mu Bai thought for a moment and said, Ninth brother, there is a huge difference in strength between the Xiao family and us. You don't need to worry about this matter. I will handle it. He Injio nodded and said, Okay, Xiao family, you watch and deal with the development. There are projects that are suitable for Yuns. Ask your sister-in-law about her wishes. Got it, ninth brother. Fat water naturally doesn't flow to outsiders. Chapter 85. Give me a fair shake. Lin Hai Xiao family villa. Hu Jinlai forceful, crossing his legs, sitting in the first place. Xiao Charan is on the side to give him tea and water. Xiao Wanli, the Xiao family head, said smilingly, Young Hu, what wind has blown you here? Gale, Hu Jinlai said with some disdain. He was most annoyed with this kind of opening statement. Obviously no words. This comment embarrassed Xiao Wanli as well. Hu Xiao really knows how to joke. You, okay, don't say those useless. I came to Xiqing district to serve as the director of the Economic Development Office. Just took office. The subordinates reported the first thing is that you Xiao family that land. Delayed development. What? Master Xiao family, giving me small shoes? When Xiao Wanli heard this, he was relieved. If he said that he came here for his job, then it would be fine. He was afraid that the Xiao family would offend this master. What is Hu Xiao saying? I don't even have the chance to support Hu Xiao. How could I cause you any trouble? Supporting me doesn't stand a chance? Didn't see that coming. Developing that land properly is supporting me. This, Hu Xiao. Truth be told, that piece of land Xiao family doesn't have any extra funds to develop it right now. And I'm sure you know that the Mythic Group has suppressed my Xiao family, and it would be considered good for our group to not lose money. Hu Jinlai narrowed his eyes. It seems that He Injio was telling the truth. This Lao Dang at such a time still did not forget to pull the myth group down. I'm giving you two choices. Either develop it now or sell me the land and I'll get someone else to develop it. And I'm telling you, don't make trouble for my job. Otherwise, I will definitely make your Xiao family in big trouble. Xiao Wanli listened to the words of Hu Jinlai some understanding. The legend of this master and He Injio turned into jade. Not to mention, the relationship has also become particularly good. He Injio has been thinking about this piece of land in his hand for a long time. It seems that this Hu Daoxiao is here to help He Injio. It's fine if you sell it. I wonder Hu Young who would like to have taken it over. Hu Jinlai's hand sipping tea suddenly stopped and looked up at Xiao Wanli. Are you questioning me? No, Hu Xiao. I'm just curious. The myth group, with its money and strength, and promised me that it would give me a satisfactory answer. Xiao Wanli smiled bitterly as he listened to Hu Jinlai's words. He knew that if Hu Jinlai didn't tell the truth, or refused to answer, then there was room for maneuver. But he actually told the truth and had a strong attitude, so that told himself a signal that he had to sell even if he was selling, and he had to sell even if he wasn't selling. He is very clear. The west side of the city is a development zone, and He Injio's land and the seashore is separated from his own piece of land. Once the two parcels of land in one, not only is the appreciation of value, but also in the development of the choice to become very flexible. A great deal. Young Hu, this piece of land, my Xiao family will develop it as soon as possible. Can you give me some time? Hu Jinlai suddenly laughed and said, Good, it can be, but let me tell you, I came to Linhai, the reason why I entered the development zone to serve. You won't fail to understand the intention. Since the Xiao family wants to get in my way, I, Hu Jinlai, will take it. Hu Jinlai finished speaking and got up to leave. When Xiao Wanli heard Hu Jinlai's words, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect Hu Jinlai to raise things to such a high level. I had thought that Hu Jinlai would take into account his status and would not push too hard, but the charge of hindering the successor of the Hu family to fight for achievements, He Xiao family can never afford to take it. Once established, facing the inevitable Hu family's thunderous means. Who shall? Don't be angry. Have a word. I'll sell, can't I? Hu Jinlai looked back at him and said, Shao family master, there are times when you can't change the ending, so don't try to change it because there is no medicine for regret in this world. Let's forget it this time. Go find He Injo to do the formalities. Don't say that I, Hu Jinlai, am bullying you. I just want to build the development zone well, make some contribution to Lin Hai, and be worthy of my position. Myth group side I will go to talk. You initially 800 million auctioned land. I will communicate to let Myth group to give you 1 billion, so that everyone is fair, but also a little more comfortable, and properly support my work. Hu Jinlai finished speaking and left, leaving Xiao Wanli there with a bitter smile. He Injo's land occupies a convenient transportation. His own land is located in the mountains and the water. He Injo wants him, why would he not want to He Injo's? But it is a pity that people have money. Sighing, Xiao Wanli said to the driver, make an appointment for me with He Injo. Land, sell him. The driver pulled out the phone to contact, hung up the phone, and said with a bad face, Chairman, Myth's people said that tomorrow Mubai meets with you, and that their chairman has to accompany his wife tomorrow and has no time. Well, He Injo, crazy enough, no one has dared to look down on me. Xiao Wanli, like this. Hu Jinlai got into the car and picked up the phone to call Heinjiu. Yo, if it isn't Hu Daoxiao of Pan Donkey Deng Xiaoyao. Hu Jinlai listened to He Injo's off keywords, and the corner of his mouth twitched. The moment this guy used himself, that mouth was tremendously sweet. When you can't use yourself, just say the 3 main uglies of Lin Hai, Jin Lai, Lu Tao, and Han Fengdog. It also says that it puts itself first because it's the only one still alive. You quickly stop BB. It hurts my brain to listen to you. The Shao family is done. Got it. Hu, to show my appreciation for you, I'm going out on the water tomorrow morning, and I personally bought you the same underwear as Dynamic Man 4. Roll on, I'll use you to buy it for me. But old he, the land is getting you. You have to give me a satisfactory explanation. Oh, don't worry, when have I ever let you down on a job? Do I have to look over? On the other side, He Injo hung up the phone and was in an extremely good mood, rolling over and pressing Yun Bing onto the sofa. Yun Bing was alarmed. Asshole, what are you doing? What for? For you to give me a fair shake. Of course. Bull asterisk. What else do I have to do to you? It's always been you who's been unfair to me, alright. Who said that? You've experienced being in your office. I haven't experienced being in mine. Heinjiu, you're shameless. Just tell me if you can give me a fair. Puff, asshole, just say you miss me and come up with this excuse. What are you trying to say? Woo. More than an hour later, Yun Bing fixed her hair and said, Hubby, there's one more thing I want to do this time when I return to Lin Hai. He Injo smoked a cigarette and said indifferently, what is it? Do you need my help? If there's something you need, you can talk. Yun Bing narrowed her eyes and said, Hansong's matter was abetted by Zhang Ruotong, who told Hansong that I was threatened by you to lose my body and had to be with you. I'll leave you as soon as he comes back and tells me he doesn't mind. I came back this time to clean her up myself, to tell her not to jump between me and my husband. She can't afford to. Chapter 86 Hu Xiao's rescue moment. He Injo's face also looked bad as he listened to Yun Bing's words. Counting on me to be messed up like that by me. Actually dare to count on me, and even bring my wife along. Not bad. Yun Bing was very happy to hear He Injo's words, sat on his lap, hugged his neck and said, Hubby, all these little tricks of theirs are too childish. Both of us, whether it's our feelings or our character, aren't something that can be instigated. He Injo nodded and said, either I'll do it or I'll do it. This isn't Zheng province after all. What? Worried that I won't be able to defeat her in Lin Hai? Her Zheng family has lost to my husband, so I would still be afraid of her? Honey, what would you do if I lost out? He Injo laughed and said, I'm a man. Chauvinistic. I don't usually take shots at women, but if my wife suffers, screw the difference between men and women. Giggle. Honey, you're so nice. I love you. Come on then. What? Don't you want to love me to death? Get lost. It's so annoying. At night, because they were going to go out to play on the sea tomorrow, He Injo dragged Yun Bing to buy the things he would wear tomorrow. Honey, isn't there my bikini on the yacht? What else to buy? Heinjio gave a blank look and said, those can't be worn tomorrow. Yun Bing looked at He Injo's petty look and suddenly understood something, so he wanted to tease him. Why? There are other men on the boat tomorrow, and the ones you have can only be worn alone for me, but those are nice and upscale, and the ones you just bought are ugly. I just know if you look good or not. Besides, it's windy tomorrow. It's good to wear more. No, I'm going to wear the boat. I'm going to look better than all the other women. You're already more beautiful than all the other women. You'd look your best in a cotton jacket up there tomorrow. Do as you're told. Don't. It's so hard to go out with you for once. Shut up. The ones on the boat you think are for you? That's what I got for myself. You're in charge of wearing them for me. What the do you want tomorrow when Hu Jinlai, Fei, and Qian Ziliang are there? Yun Bing watched Tianzhou get excited and couldn't hold back any longer, letting out a giggle. Asshole, look at your anger. As far as that goes, just kidding, I'll show it to you alone. Don't make jokes like that in the future. I'm very careful. Cluck, 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 cluck. Tianzhou sighed helplessly. This girl is getting more and more licentious. That night, the two of them spent the night on the yacht, and early the next morning, Tianzhou, who was sleeping while holding Yun Bing's perfect slippery body, was woken up by a ringing phone. Tianzhou touched the phone with his eyes closed and answered it in a daze. Hey, who is it? Old he? It's me. Didn't I say I was going out to sea today? Where are you? Hu Jin came to the phone. Tianzhou is really convinced. This guy seems to be from the Zhang Ruodong hurt, completely let fly, come to the rescue. In fact, this state is quite similar to my own at that time, thinking that since true love is hard to find, I should have fun in time. Until he bumped into this silly woman Yun Bing, she really came into his heart little by little, until the time he left everything to help himself. Tianzhou was really touched. If there is no Yun Bing, perhaps he is now 100 people killed, but that is not what he wants. Tianzhou uninhibited appearance, in fact, has a thirst for true love, thirst for a lifelong companion's heart. There were once many people who said that with Tianzhou's wealth, status, and position, women were still like clothes, and it was no problem to change 3 a day. But in fact, many people do not know, Tianzhou is how lonely. He has no more relatives, especially when he climbed that year. That kind of pressure, that kind of busy, only he himself knows. How he longs for a woman who treats him sincerely, to be able to accompany him. Tianzhou replied, I'm on the yacht right now, just ask the monkey to bring you straight here. Hu Jinlai was just about to speak when he heard a melodious and cloying voice coming from the phone. Honey, who is it? It's so annoying. Hu Jinlai directly hang up the phone. This old he really unorthodox, they get so a big beauty to enjoy. Also do not say to find themselves, every day no with those red women to fool themselves. The two of them got up, got ready, and before long, Wen Hong boarded the yacht with 7 beautiful women. Not to mention, these 7 beauties are really high class. While Wen Hong and Yun Bing were both dressed very conservatively as were the two of them, the 4 of them looked at each other with 8 eyes. The 2 women had breathlessness and amusement in their eyes, while the 2 men both saw tacit understanding and a hint of smugness in each other's eyes. It waited until those 2 young masters boarded the yacht and the yacht sailed slowly. Tianzhou sat with Yun Bing, and the 2 of them were quite simple, just holding hands and joking, talking about some business matters from time to time. But Hu Jinlai and Qian Ziliang is completely free from the bondage, play that is called a hippie. 2 people with 7 beautiful women. Laughter has not stopped. More excessive is that the voice can actually laugh mute. Just to say that have to say happy to what extent it. Tianzhou hugged Yun Bing on the deck, blowing the sea breeze and talking about love, when he heard a scream, followed by a fluttering sound. Hu Jinlai drank too much and actually fell down. Yu Fei is going to jump down to save someone right after. Even Qian Ziliang is going to jump. For Yu Fei, jumping down to save someone, nothing too difficult. But Qian Ziliang, the 2 were about to jump when Heinjiu rushed over. Don't jump, fantastic, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xiaofei, videotape me, I'm going to personally jump to save young Master Hu. Qian Ziliang was speechless and said, Old he, hurry up, if you don't save him, he's going to sink to the bottom. Indifferent, Heinjiu asked, are you ready? Yu Fei also nodded breathlessly. Heinjiu pounced and jumped, jumping down to the Heinjiu, feeling that the rescue is very laborious, often choking, feeling really desperate to save people like. Yun Bing instantly became nervous and directly had to jump down to save Tianzhou. Wen Hong pulled Yun Bing back and said, Nine brother acted. Nine brother is very good at water. After the tireless efforts of Heinjiu, he finally rescued Hu Jinlai. Hu Jinlai is not in any serious trouble, he just choked on some water. He is now unconscious. The main reason is that he drank too much. Tianzhou looked at Hu Jinlai, and his mouth was about to split open with a smile. Saving his life. Hu Shao, you should be my old man. Let me see the video. Tianzhou took the video recorded by Yu Fei, originally well, very satisfied. Suddenly heard Wen Hong said, Nine brother acted. Nine brother water is very good. Tianzhou looked at Wen Hong in annoyance, and Wen Hong said helplessly, Ninth brother, I can't watch my sister-in-law jump off. Tianzhou gave a blank look. Now on the ship, Hu Jinlai is expected to wake up in a while. The video definitely did not have time to deal with it, and if he showed it to him the next day, it would be a bit of a thief's heart. Tianzhou made up his mind and said, there's no way out. Xiaofei, throw Hu Shao down again. I'll save it once more. And this time, no one will talk nonsense. Chapter 87 Being a Brother in Heart. Puffing. Young master who was once again thrown into the sea. And this time everyone was very well prepared and acted out. Hu Xiao was once again rescued. And this time the video of Heinjiu was very satisfying. In the evening, Hu Jinlai woke up. And when his eyes opened, he saw Heinjiu sleeping on his back next to him. Old ho, old ho. Heinjiu opened his eyes in a daze. Old Hu, you're awake. My God, you scared me. Do you remember what happened? Hu Jinlai nodded. I fell in the sea, I think. I remember I was drunk and fell in the sea and choked and then I was unconscious. Who saved me? Heinjiu looked at Hu Jinlai, sighed and said, don't care who saved you, as long as you're fine. Is there anywhere else that's uncomfortable? Hu Jinlai shook his head and said, it's okay, just so hungry. Got you up. You threw up quite a bit. I knew you'd be hungry when you woke up. Come on, it's all ready for you. The two came to the deck and looked at the others still playing, especially Qian Ziliang, who had all 7 beauties. Hu Jinlai immediately glared and said, Qian Ziliang, those are lousy s. You actually. Qian Ziliang was speechless and said, big brother, you almost died and woke up actually thinking about this? Hearing Qian Ziliang's words, Hu Jinlai's old face was also red, but he still walked over and snatched the one he was looking at. Several people sat down to eat together. Hu Jinlai still asked, old he, who actually saved me? This saving grace, I, Hu Jinlai, am bound to remember it for the rest of my life. Old Hu, why bother? You're fine and my place is the best. As for any favor or not, don't say those between our brothers. At this time when Hong handed the cell phone to Hu Jinlai, because Heinjiu thought for a moment, you Fei or not, Yun Bing also, are not suitable as a video candidate, after all, and their relationship is too close. Their own rescue of the two of them do not go into the water even if, how can they still have the heart to record a video? So the best candidate is one Hong. Hu Jinlai took the cell phone and looked at it and pursed his lips together. Old he, you know what? I did not expect, defiantly into the water to save me will be you. And, you this water is not too good how do you? He nine smiled and sighed, said, in fact, old Hu, I do not know, is the natural reaction, saw you fall into the water, cannot help but to save you, the other did not consider. Hu Jinlai looked at Heinjiu and patted his chest for a long time. Old ho, more than enough to say, be a brother, in the heart. He nine nodded. Hey, the old Hu people are quite good Lu. After a few people ate something, Hu Jinlai recovered his spirit and said, old he, let me tell you, I had a dream, you know, I dreamed that I fell into the water twice. Heinjiu froze, then said, that's right, it's really dangerous. After a normal person falls into the water and passes out, they will dream about the moment they fall into the water. The second time they dream about it, it's when the body can't hold on anymore, it's going to die, and the brain is reminding you that you've fallen into the water. That makes sense. It should. Yun Bing bit her lip on the side as she tried to let the pain dispel the laughter she was about to lose control of. Old he, you brought me out to play, and I've added so much danger to you. A great favor. From today onwards, you're my Hu Jinlai's brother who has passed through life. Old Hu, overgrown brother. Qian Ziliang wanted to laugh but did not dare. He was hoping that Heinjiu and Hu Jinlai could be tied together. After all, that counted as half of his own resources. The other people on the boat, however, had been paid and signed a non-disclosure agreement, and that was a lot of money, so they had to put up with it. According to Heinjiu, it was a well-intentioned lie. After playing for a day, the yacht returned, and after arriving at the shore, Qian Ziliang and Hu Jinlai met up with 7 beautiful women to get high, while Heinjiu returned to his place with Yun Bing. When they reached home, Yun Bing couldn't hold back any longer, lying on top of Heinjiu and laughing non-stop, laughing when she wanted to get up, until Heinjiu propped her up, and only then did she change from laughter to other moving sounds. The next day, the young couple came to the myth group, and a few of them discussed how to develop the plot of land in the West City in the small conference room. This was the first time Yun Bing had participated in a discussion at the core level of the myth group, and she was very happy because it was an acknowledgement of her status as a mistress. And Heinjiu even gave Yun Bing face. Wife, land plot development is a business that you often do. You are more specialized than me. In this case, you take the shot. Yun Bing was instantly flattered, and then said very seriously, hubby, is there a map and detailed images? Heinjiu nodded and signaled his assistant to take it to Yun Bing. Yun Bing looked at it very carefully, studied it, and for a long time raised his head and said, put in the PowerPoint of the parcel introduction. The assistant did as he was told, and immediately afterward, Yun Bing stood up and came to the screen. Husband, everyone, let me say my opinion. You see, here is the previous myth group's plot. The transportation is very convenient and developed. while the plot for the acquisition of the Shao family is located by the mountains and the water. And in my opinion, these two kinds of land parcels with not quite the same use, when combined into one, there are only two directions of development that are the most appropriate. One is the development of a tourist resort place, and the other is a large manor hotel. Here I suggest is to go large manor hotels. First, Linhai is the economic center. The pace of life is extremely fast. Not many people have time for vacation and leisure. As for the foreign population, I think out of the peak tourist season, the other time is a waste of resources. Secondly, now that the conditions are better, people's consumption concepts are changing from cost-effective to spiritual, and they only go to the highest class and the most expensive. And we should know that even many people, nowadays, go to a high-class place to spend their money once specially for a circle of friends. At the same time, for the rich, it's a status symbol, and the consumption of the right to status symbols has outstripped the consumption of value for money. Thirdly, it is the area and condition of this piece of land, coupled with the strength of the myth group, such as the ability to create a benchmark industry, the whole of the North Sea, or even the whole country, the most upscale large manor hotel. The importance of a benchmark industry to a geographic area cannot be overstated, and this is simultaneously the best way to account for Hockemeyer. That's all I'm saying, it's my personal advice. After Yun Bing finished speaking, she walked back next to Heinjo, her little face a little flushed as she looked at Heinjo. Heinjo looked over and said, "What the are they all doing? What a nice thing for my wife to say. All give me a round of applause." The others also reacted and started clapping at once, which made Yun Bing's little face even redder. After all, this wasn't her own Yun's group, and although she was considered the mistress, she was still a little nervous and embarrassed to be dictating in her husband's group. "Okay, just do what my wife said, but a single hotel won't do. Leisure, entertainment, shopping, dining, add them all. Create a business circle out for me." Chapter 88, How Can I Not Love You? After the meeting was adjourned, the two of them returned to the chairman's office, and Yun Bing didn't care at all and sat directly on Heinjo's lap. "Big asshole. You've been thinking about developing the business community for a long time, and you're embarrassing me by making me go up and speak. How can this be called a disgrace? Honey, your analysis is really spot on. From the geographical advantages, to people's consumption philosophy, to the account to the officials, and I'm only letting you speak today to give them two signals. Firstly, Yun Bing is the mistress of the mythic group, and your opinion is something that even I have to consider. Secondly, their sister-in-law is qualified to be the hostess." Yun Bing was touched by Heinjo's words. She didn't even know what to say. It was more practical to offer a kiss. "Wife, how's it going at the pharmaceutical factory? When will it be able to go into production?" "Soon. I've been adding to the progress on my side, and Sister Hart's brother is also redeveloping the drug as you requested." "Honey, Sister Hart's brother's medicine can cure diabetes, so why do you want him to redevelop a drug that can control the condition for a year?" Heinjo favorably pinched her little face and said, "Is your idea that the rooting gimmick is great and will be extremely hot? It will also bring Yun an unprecedented reputation?" Yun Bing nodded. "Wife, the cards have to be played one by one. The medicine has to be upgraded little by little. No, there is a company that produces light bulbs. The quality is really unbeatable. A light bulb that doesn't go bad for 100 years. But the result is that this company went bankrupt. Now do you understand?" Yun Bing instantly came to a realization as he listened to Heinjo's words. "Honey, I'm so overwhelmed by the immediate benefits. Or you are. Oh, it's not that I'm good. It's that my heart is darker than yours. I am perhaps what others call a black-hearted capitalist. The profits of the industry of specialty drugs. How can I put it? To compare it to robbery is pretty close. Wife, you know what? After doing business for almost 10 years, I've summarized this saying. Doing business, it's all about conscience. Once your conscience is gone, you earn more." Listening to Heinjo's words, Yun Bing snorted out a laugh. "Big asshole, don't talk about yourself like that. Making money is a skill. Marketing is a means. Besides, there are so many people depending on you." Heinjo hugged Yun Bing and looked at her absolutely beautiful little face. "Honey, is it true that everything I do is good in your eyes?" "Right," Yun Bing said with a tigerish little face. "Oh, what more can a man ask for when he gets a wife like this? Okay, as a reward, let's go to Sichuan province now. The last time you asked me to accompany you on a business trip, you said you wanted me to accompany you to see the giant pandas. I've always remembered that." Yun Bing listened to Heinjo's words, looked at him, and after a long time, said, "Husband, you said that if you are like this, how can you make me not love you more and more? It's great to have a private jet. It's a real trip." And the young couple set off straight for Kawasaki province. The two arrived in Sichuan province. Outside the airport Chuan Ishao, Wang Yanbin has been waiting. Their brothers have not seen for a long time. The last auction hurriedly one side. There is no time to get together. This time it is just right. Wang Daizhou should say not to say. Really have a row. Direct arrangements for the panda base to close in the name of maintenance. And the next to say all people because 9 there are cloud ice service. People. That's how it is sometimes. No wonder some people say the life of a rich person is dull and boring. No. Yun Bing was getting a little bored because the whole base was just the few of them. And the sense of atmosphere was a little poor. It wasn't until she arranged for Yun Bing to get close to the baby panda that the girl started to get happy. Looking at Yun Bing holding the baby panda with that fond and careful look, Injo felt that this girl will definitely be a good mother in the future. After playing in the panda base for a while, a few people were going to eat, and at Yun Bing's request, they came to Lin Hui's restaurant. As soon as the 3 of them entered, they ended up seeing that Su Jia was actually here, arguing with Lin Hui about something. Injo didn't know what was going on, but Yun Bing and Wang Yanbin could both understand, and both of them didn't look too good. Yun Bing is naturally because Lin Hui is his sister, while Wang Yanbin, who clearly promised his younger siblings and warned Su Jia not to pester Lin Hui anymore, is really taking his words for granted. What's even more irritating is that the rightful owner is here, and his own brother is also there, which makes him lose face. Little sister? What brings you here? Didn't even say hello in advance. Lin Hui looked at the few people who came in, especially a burst of surprise when she saw Yun Bing, and walked directly towards the few people. At this time, Su Jia also turned around and saw several people, especially when he saw Wang Yanbin. His face instantly paled. He knew that Wang Yanbin hated dogs that were masculine and disobedient. Yun Bing looked at Lin Hui who was walking towards him and said, "Sister, what's going on? Why is he pestering you again?" Lin Hui said with a sullen face, "I didn't agree to remarry with me, and now I'm actually threatening me with having to fight me for Xian's custody." What kind of person was Injo? He had probably guessed what was going on in just a few words of the two men's conversation. "Second brother, you're not doing well in Sichuan province, ha ha ha." Injo is the only one who is not in chaos, directly pulling out Wang Yanbin's pain. How could Wang Yanbin, who was already feeling disgraced, put it away? "Su Jia, I remember I warned you to stop harassing Lin Hui. It seems like you really feel like you can." Su Jia is simply going to collapse. Today went out without reading the yellow calendar. Really saw a ghost. Young Wang, ergo, you guys talk. Wife, have your whole sister arrange it so we can order first. Injo yawned and interrupted Su Jia and said. After saying this, he pulled Yun Bing towards the box. He was here. It was inconvenient for second brother to deal with it. It was just a small matter. He was really lazy to pay attention to it. The 3 were in the box, and Yun Bing introduced Hainjia to his sister with a red face. Injo thought about it but said, "Wife, for example, let your sister manage the business circle that will be developed in the future. I feel it's more suitable." Yun Bing thought about it is also a bright eye. Had to feel the husband's cleverness. Lin Hui's ability is there. The character of easygoing and soft, but hangs the name of Injo's sister-in-law. Just right for he and the mythological group of those bandits in the work together. Should be able to play a very good role in neutralization. And Yun Bing knew even more that for Injo, the fact that Lin Hui could be trusted and was good to control was a very important factor. This is also good news for Lin Hui. She has long wanted to return to Zheng province. She also wants to make up with her parents. Back then it was her blindness. She is willing to admit her mistakes, and she is now alone, busy with her business, and Xian to take care of. For her, Xian is to be more important. She is very hopeful to be able to have a stable and high income position, so that she can have more time to take care of her daughter, and accompany her daughter to grow up. Chapter 89 How Men Should Drink. The 3 can be said to have hit it off. Lin Hui first dealt with the industry in Sichuan province, and then went back to Zheng province to enter the Yun group now to help Yun Bing share some of the work. When the business circle was developed, Lin Hui went straight to work as the general manager to manage those 3 ED-up assistant managers. Those 3 people, the ability is good. That is, no one serves anyone, promote any one person. The other 2 will have ideas. Of course, not to Injo have ideas. They do not dare. It is possible to not cooperate with the general manager. In that case, no one will be promoted. Get a female, soft, or the boss's sister-in-law to lead you. Injo knew that those 3 were all stubborn asses in character, yet they were all chauvinistic, and no matter what, they wouldn't make things difficult for a woman, especially if this person was still Injo's sister-in-law. And Injo has also thought about the salary. The 3 of them are the same as the general manager, so there is no problem, right? It didn't take long for Wang Yanbin to walk in, looking at the trio with some embarrassment. "Lao San, I'll let you see the joke on Ergo." Wang Yanbin finished and sat down. Injo did not answer, but pulled the topic to the top of what to eat. Let Wang Yanbin order food. People like Injo were naturally not going to talk about such topics anymore. After a meal, Injo and Wang Yanbin both drunk, neck hugging. it can be seen that the two people have a good relationship. He Injo said goodbye to Wang Yunbin, and Yunbing also explained with Lin Hui, and the two of them walked into the airport, ready to return to Linhai. When they got on the airplane, He Injo, who was supported by Yunbing, straightened up at once, and the drunkenness that he had just felt disappeared without a trace. Yunbing froze. Honey, you didn't drink too much? Oh, it's just a pound of white wine. Your husband would drink too much? Yunbing was a bit puzzled and asked, then why are you pretending like this? Honey, do you think it's appropriate for someone who hasn't had too much to drink to reminisce about the past, talk about the present, and look to the future? There are some things that when said with a lot of alcohol add to the emotion, but when said without it, the intent is a bit obvious. Yunbing looked at He Injio. She had always felt that she was already very independent and mature compared to her peers, but at this moment, she realized that her husband was much more mature than her. Bugger. Thanks for all the effort I put into holding you up, and for worrying that you'd have a hard time drinking. He Injio laughed and said, honey, your husband is 2.5 pounds worth, so until then, it won't be a big problem. But remember, the thing about drinking is that whether or not the person you're drinking with can outdrink you, he's more than you. Don't go showing off how much you can drink. That's pointless. Use your sober mind to talk to other people about drunkenness. That's what makes the drink worthwhile. Yunbing gave a blank look and said, hubby, do you often pretend to be drunk? You can really act. There's no way around it. The thing is, people are up to volume and you can still drink. What will they think when you toast them at this time? You're a bully. You don't have a sense of proportion. And you won't even want to drink with you in the future. And when he's up to the measure and you're up to the measure, that's when you toast. And that's called being real. That's called being respectful. That's called genuinely wanting to take care of the relationship. So yeah, your husband, I'm a good drinker, but I never go showing off. So what if you can drink, and give you an award? I'm always going to be more for the other person. I'm going to be more. I'm going to make him feel like, I obviously can't drink anymore, but I'm fighting to be there for him, to keep him happy, and I'm making it hard on myself just for the sake of the relationship with him. Of course, that was in the old days. There are very few people who can get me to do that now. And as for Ergo, I'm just trying to dunk him. Yunbing listened to He Injio's words, and she realized why they say that a mature man is the most attractive, because he will make you worship, and worship is a very effective way to increase love. Yunbing still had someone prepare a sobering soup for He Injio and personally fed it to He Injio, and said mischievously, Dalong, it's time to drink the medicine. He Injio also smiled unconcernedly, dotingly pinched Yunbing's little face, and said, little girl, learn to go, learn to learn is a living. Che, I'm not going to learn, but I never drink when I'm talking business with others, except for you, and I'm keeping myself well protected. Humph, it would have been, I let you, asshole, change tricks to spoil me every day. The two of them returned home. Bathing and sleeping together were all basic operations. Of course, He Injio couldn't possibly let go of Yunbing. There was no way. This woman was really too beautiful and too tempting. When the two were together, Yunbing's period was a real period. There is an old saying in China, a handsome man's little brother is tired, while a beautiful man suffers down below. This sentence can be said to be reflected in Yunbing's body. He Injio really would rather die than stop. Early the next morning, Yunbing instinctively reached for the spot beside himself in his sleep. After not hugging, touching, and still not touching, Yunbing then opened his eyes. He Injio had already left. Yunbing looked at the time. My god, it's past 10 o'clock? It's that asshole's fault, wreaking havoc on himself to death. Yunbing got up and leaned against the bed and picked up the phone. Hey, sister-in-law, Sister Hong, I want all of Jiang Ruotong's recent circumstances, as well as all of her information and data. Yes, I'll get it ready for you. Hanging up the phone, Yunbing got up and wanted to go to the bathroom to take a shower, but as soon as he stood up, he felt something was wrong and rushed into the bathroom. But Yunbing was still very happy. At least this proved that that bastard didn't reject himself from giving him a baby at all. Yunbing, who came out after taking a bath, also received the information sent by Wen Hong and read it very carefully. She knew that there were quite a few women that Lin Hai had hit on Heinjiu's idea. She didn't care. In her eyes, those women couldn't even be considered rivals. And this proves how good his vision is. Sometimes Yunbing is still very proud. So what if you guys miss He Injio? He is this young lady's. As for Jiang Ruotong, Yunbing didn't care at first until Han Song's incident happened. She Yunbing is not put you in the eyes, but does not prove that you can play these means to jump in front of her. Some chickens are to be killed. Some monkeys are to be watched. Otherwise there's always some T-Lie popping up in front of her, which isn't threatening, but it's quite annoying. Thank you to Ghost Tongue Hawk, Hucklebar, Wing Fei, White Feather, Boeing, 9082, Muchang, Xiaonan, Gao Siki, for the gifts. They are really appreciated. I also thank all of you brothers and sisters for your support in viewing. It really makes me happy to have your recognition, and I really appreciate it. So even if I'm drunk, I insist on coding another chapter, another book, and taking a vacation. Chapter 90, Meeting of the Two Women. Inside an upscale restaurant in Linhai, Zhang Ruoton was dining with one of her good friends. Although Zhang's family was in decline, the Zhang family possessed enough wealth for the Zhang family to squander. Just look at Zhang Ruoton and you can see that in general, her quality of life has not gotten worse at all. Ruoton, you're too passive now. It's not a solution to go on like this. Zhang Ruoton also smiled bitterly as she listened to her best friend's words from across the room. What can I do? I have nothing but money now. And money, whether it's Hu Jinlai or He Injo, that's the last thing I need. My father is so self-absorbed these days that he spends his days either fishing or studying permaculture, and I have nothing to fall back on now but myself. Ruoton, you still have yourself Hu Jinlai so like you, as long as you. Zhang Ruoton waved her hand and said with a bitter smile, He Injo is too powerful, he sees much farther than we do. At first, I thought that the things he did to me were entirely because he was horny and liked my body, and at that time, I was actually complacent, thinking that as long as I used some means, I would be able to keep Heinju by my side. It wasn't until Hu Jinlai entered Linhai and the two of them became more and more close that I realized that, in fact, when he treated me that way in the first place, he was just eliminating the possibility of Hu Jinlai and I being together. I'm already a broken flower. Hu Jinlai's relationship with He Injo is such that it's absolutely impossible for him to choose me again. He Injo's purpose has been achieved. He's just afraid that if Hu Jinlai is with me again, I'll blow my pillow against him. Zhang Ruoton's friend looked at her and said after a long time, this He Injo really does things absolutely, and actually even thought of this. Ruoton, so what do you want to do now? Zhang Ruoton looked up at the window. Hu Jinlai had his heart broken by her. He Injo was even more uninterested in him and had ruined her innocence, and Han Feng had already been killed by Hu Jinlai. Now think about it, he is really pathetic. 3 men, 1 did not catch, and ended up in today's situation. It is really a person who counts people. People always count whether it was the Zhang family or himself. Under He Injo, he had been completely and utterly reduced to a loser. I asked you out today because I wanted to say goodbye to you. I understand Hu Jinlai's nature. He will definitely take his time to find a chance to play me to death. Moreover, that Han Song was killed by Yun Bing. I don't know if Han Song has told Yun Bing about what happened, but I have to be on guard. That woman, she's too ruthless and too poisonous. I'm going to leave Linhai, go to an unfamiliar city, and live my life all over again. Hey, well, for now, leaving does seem to be the best option. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on Linhai's side for you. I'll let you know if anything happens. Zhang Ruoton smiled and nodded. Suddenly, she saw a very familiar woman. The two of them had never met, but she was too familiar with this woman. The woman was wearing a black chambray shirt with a long black and gold patterned skirt underneath, and was walking toward her side on a pair of black, red-soled heels. Zhang Ruoton was instantly a bit nervous. Yes, the person who came was none other than Yun Bing. She had found out Zhang Ruoton's movements and had specially come to find her. Yun Bing walked to the table of the two, and without speaking, sat down very generously. Zhang Ruoton's friend looked at Yun Bing and said, Ms. Yun, Ruoton and I didn't invite you. If you want to dine, please go somewhere else. Yun Bing was expressionless, picked up a cup for himself, poured a glass of water, and said indifferently, in Linhai, where I want to be, is where I am. Zhang Ruoton looked at Yun Bing. Suddenly, she saw a man standing behind Yun Bing, protecting Yun Bing. This man was no one else. It was Yu Fei who He Injo trusted the most and protected him closely. I really didn't think that Miss Yun was so important in his eyes that he could actually let Yu Fei come to protect you. This kind of treatment, even his ex-wife, Ruyan Lu, never had it. Yun Bing looked at Zhang Ruoton and smiled faintly. Why does Ms. Zhang always mention a dead man? What's the matter? You want to go down and look for her? Yun Bing, this isn't your Jiang province. In Linhai, I, Zhang Ruoton, can't be moved by just anyone who wants to. Oh, didn't Heinjiu move you? It also moved your Jiang family. So what are you pretending with me? Zhang Ruoton looked at Yun Bing and couldn't say anything for a long time. She wanted to say, He Injo is He Injo, you are you, but according to Zhang Ruoton's understanding, He Injo is extremely doting on Yun Bing. Yun Bing can completely represent He Injo. Moreover, although she was calm on the surface and went toe-to-toe with Yun Bing, she knew herself well that she was somewhat afraid of Yun Bing, and this woman's ruthlessness was not at all inferior to He Injo. Together, these two are quite the pair of epileptic and crazy. Zhang Ruoton thought for a moment, but still said, I don't think Miss Yun is really having a chance encounter with me. Say, is there something you're looking for me for? The Hansen thing. I can't understand what Ms. Yun is saying. Yun Bing laughed and said, Hansong all explained that you rumored about my husband and I, gave him the illusion, and abetted him to stir up my relationship with my husband. Oh, MS. Yun, speaking is about evidence. It's not something that you say, it's the truth. Yun Bing nodded and said, I didn't want you to admit it, and likewise, whether you admit it or not, it's meaningless to me because I, Yun Bing, don't need a reason to deal with anyone. Zhang Ruodong looked at Yun Bing. This day had still come. Yun Bing really wanted to clear the air with her. MS. Yun, can I interpret your words as if you're declaring war with me? Yun Bing suddenly giggled when she heard Zhang Ruodong's words. No, 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 how could I possibly declare war on you? Do you deserve it? This is a one-sided abuse. I'm just here to inform you so you can prepare yourself. Otherwise it'll be boring. Zhang Ruodong was simply going to explode with anger. This woman was too rampant. She dared to insult her like this. The 2 times she had been insulted when she was growing up. One was her and the other was his man. Miss Yun, I still say that. This is Lin Hai. Although my Jiang family is in decline, but the connections are still there. Many people owe my Jiang family a favor. Even He Injo doesn't dare to drive my Jiang family to extinction. Just based on you? Yun Bing has stood up at this moment, condescendingly looking at Zhang Ruodong, the disdain and contempt in the eyes. And that dog man a bird, but also really a nest cannot sleep 2 people. MS. Jiang, you're still as immature as ever. When you thought you were counting on him it was, and now you're still saying this kind of thing to me. Tea is bound to get cold when people leave. Don't you understand this kind of simple reasoning? Also, do you think he didn't kill everyone because he was afraid? Giggle. This is really the funniest joke I've heard this year. If he's afraid, he wouldn't have done it to your Jiang family in the first place. And he's driven to extinction for your Jiang family because you guys are no longer any threat to him. Chapter 91, A Couple's Reckoning. After Yun Bing finished speaking, she didn't care about Zhang Ruodong's almost murderous eyes, and was about to turn around and leave on her own. Yun Bing, if you deal with me, aren't you afraid that he'll misunderstand that you're taking revenge for Hansong? Also, even though Hu Jinlai and I have come to this point, he hasn't even touched me. How dare you? Yun Bing didn't turn around and said with her back to Zhang Ruodong, I'm He Ainjo's married wife. Yun Bing left after saying this. A very simple sentence with a very large amount of information, making Zhang Ruodong feel scared. He Ainjo's married wife proves that He Ainjo definitely recognizes and trusts her very much, and will stand behind her unconditionally to support her and be her background. And with He Ainjo's strength and relationship with Hu Jinlai, if Yun Bing wanted to move himself, Hu Jinlai might not really be able to stop him, or he might not even think about stopping him. Zhang Ruodong had been harboring fantasies that Hu Jinlai had been so cruel to Han Feng, but hadn't shown much to himself, so was it possible that he was still in love with himself? Yun Bing laughed, and Zhang Ruodong knew that this crazy woman would never let herself go, whether she was counting on her or as a love rival. Jiao Jiao, go back by yourself, I have some business to attend to. Yun Bing went out to his car and picked up the phone. Hey, MS, Cloud, Hu Shao, Zhang Ruodong is scared. I have a feeling she'll go to you for help soon. Oh, good, I know. Yun Bing hung up the phone and said, Brother Fei, go to the group and pick up my husband for dinner. In the afternoon, Zhang Ruodong came to Hu Jinlai's office. As soon as Hu Jinlai took a look at Zhang Ruodong's arrival, a sneer ran through his heart. Ruodong, what brings you here? Hey, Hu Shao, I know you hate me, and I know I've wronged you, but can you help me one last time? Hu Jinlai pretended to be puzzled and said, What's wrong? Tell me. In fact, I've already decided to leave Lin Hai and go to an unfamiliar city to restart my life. But Yun Bing? Hainjiu's wife? What happened to her? Because of something? She wants to deal with me. Behind her is Hainjiu. I admit that I'm not her opponent. This Lin Hai, the one who can stop the couple. I'm afraid that you are the only one. Hu Jinlai laughed and said, Zhang Ruodong, what you did to me. It's already generous of me not to take a shot at you. What makes you think I'll still help you? You should know that Hainjiu's favor is not a good one to owe. Zhang Ruodong knew Hu Jinlai would say that. Hu Shao, what happened before was my fault, and I know I'm sorry. I just want to beg for a chance to live again. As long as you help me, I can agree to any request. Zhang Ruodong was certain that Hu Jinlai wanted her because she had learned that Hu Jinlai had been a bit tie in Lin Hai in the recent past. Sure enough, Hu Jinlai stood up, came across to Zhang Ruodong, and lifted Zhang Ruodong's chin. I'm so stupid. Getting you was obviously so easy and I licked you for 5 years. Women like you are obviously just playful goods. Why am I so haunted that I want to spend my life with you? Zhang Ruodong didn't have any mood swings when she listened to Hu Jinlai's insulting words because she knew that she wasn't qualified and deserved it. Let's put it this way, you've been touched by Hainjiu. I'm not interested anymore. If you want me to help you, you can. Find a place, on your backside, tattoo me with the 4 big words, Jinlai Cheer. When Zhang Ruotong heard this, she instantly stared at Hu Jinlai with wide eyes. She didn't expect that Hu Jinlai actually rejected her and made such a vicious request. You should know that if she did get these 4 words tattooed on her, she would categorically be alone for the rest of her life, because no man could accept these 4 words tattooed on his wife. Who shall? You. Cut the crap. Yes or no? Give a word. I don't have that much time. Yes, you go to the tattoo. I'll communicate with Yunbing. No, get lost. Wait for Yunbing to cut you up and feed you to the dogs. Oh yes. Remind you. Yunbing, that woman's tactics, but much more vicious than me. A woman. Do things without regard. You should know how terrible. She may let you all the people owe. Zhang Ruotong is struggling. Forget it. Let's settle this first. The big deal is to wash off and change the skin later. Okay, I promise. Go on then. Don't worry. Yunbing won't do anything to you. On the other side, Heinzhou and Yunbing were eating their meal. Only there was a man sitting across from the two of them. Yunbing took care of Heinzhou's meal while saying, Zhang Ruohai, have you considered it? You know, compared to the wealth of the Zhang family, what is fame? No one will recognize you when you leave the country. Go to Atay. Isn't it comfortable to be the emperor of the land? The man on the opposite side is Zhang Juanza's illegitimate son, Zhang Ruohai. Until the Zhang family fell, Zhang Juanza recognized him and took him back to the Zhang family. It was just a pity that although Zhang Juanza favored him, the wealth of the Zhang family was in the hands of Zhang Juanza and Zhang Ruotong. Heinzhou is not interested in this kind of thing. His wife likes to play. Let her play. She's happy as long as she's happy. This Zhang Ruohai is very torn right now. He has hatred for Zhang Juanza's father and daughter, but he is also very attached to his current life. Zhang Juanza was never short of his money, and was almost always responsive in this regard. But all the same, Zhang Ruotong's mother had forced his mother to leave Linhai when she was alive. Later the damned woman finally died. I thought that I and my mother could return to the Zhang family, but Zhang Ruotong, that woman, jumped out again, even stronger than her mother. Relying on the Yanjing great young man's favor for him, she was instantly in the Zhang family, where even Zhang Juanza had to be treated with caution. Until the Zhang family fell, Zhang Juanza's heart was like ashes, and he was no longer afraid of Zhang Ruotong, which brought him back to the Zhang family. But what was the use? His own mother had already died of depression. Yunbing looked at Zhang Ruohai and spoke again. Zhang Ruohai, you should understand Zhang Ruotong. She is down and out right now. Once you let her get through this, will she let you go? Also, how to say that is also a beauty. Don't you move? Getting the money, getting the person, paying just some fame. In my opinion, how is not a loss? The main thing is, you can keep your life. I promise you, before you leave the country, Zhang Ruotong or Zhang Juanza, no one can touch you. Zhang Ruohai listened to Yunbing's words, as if he had made up his mind. He raised his head and said, Mr. Yun, okay, I promise you, after that I'll listen to your arrangements. Zhang Ruohai left and Yunbing began to concentrate on serving Heinzhou. Wife, you finish your business. You don't need to care about the rest. This Zhang Ruohai is a good person. Be careful and not too old. Let them get married. Yunbing was stunned when she heard this, and then she understood. It seemed that her husband had hit on the idea of the Zhang family's property, controlling Zhang Ruohai and Ning Xian to get married. Once Zhang Ruohai disappeared, Ning Xian would be able to pocket the Zhang family's property. Chapter 92, Stupid Zhang Ruohai. Half a month had passed, and during this half a month, Yunbing had sent Ning Xian to Zhang Ruohai's side to protect him. Zhang Ruohai happily accepted, still thinking that General Manager Yun was really a man of his word, saying that he would protect himself and sending her own bodyguards. Over the past half month, Ning Xian had taken very good care of Zhang Ruohai. Ning Xian was already born beautiful. Coupled with her cool temperament and highly skilled hands, it wasn't difficult for her to capture a man's heart, especially Zhang Ruohai, this kind. From childhood without a father, he is the illegitimate child who cannot see the light of day. His mother is the abandoned third party. Since childhood, he has been subjected to a lot of blank stares and ridicule. The character of the inferiority complex is very low. Suddenly there was such a powerful beauty who cared for him, took care of him, and even though he knew that he was only ordered to protect himself, he still fell in love with Ning Xian. Zhang Juanza gave up on himself and fished every day to recuperate, while Zhang Ruotong was busy with her own bit of business every day. Both of them didn't pay attention to Zhang Ruohai, and if they knew, they would certainly try their best to stop him from contacting Ning Xian. With their understanding of Heinzhou, Ning Xian's arrival at Zhang Ruohai's side could never be simple. Zhang Ruohai's birthday day, he called some friends to celebrate, but also begged Ning Xian to play his girlfriend. Want to show off? Ning Xian pretended to be difficult to agree, and these fox and dog friends of his have all been bribed by Heinzhou and celebrated his birthday at night, desperately pouring Zhang Ruohai a drink. Jang Ruahai also spilled the beans and told his friends about his fondness for Ning Xin, hoping that these people would give him ideas. Brother hi, brother and you, that Ning Xin, is an iceberg beauty, pursuing? Forget it, look for yourself, the husband of the iceberg beauty, either the one who joined the marriage, or the one who had no choice after having a relationship. Jang Ruahai thought for a moment and said, isn't that what you're talking about in a novel? Brother hi, scripts come from life, let's not talk about others, let's talk about your sister. Why did she fall in love with Heinjiu? And Yun Bing, why did she fall in love with Heinjiu? It's not even a secret anymore. Jang Ruahai thought about it. It was true that these things were not clear to others, but in the upper circles, it was not a secret. You mean, brother hi, Ning Xin, we can all see that she has some feelings for you, otherwise she wouldn't have done so many things other than being a bodyguard, not to mention agreeing to be your girlfriend today, but that kind of woman, she won't be with you until you push her a little. Brother hi, don't say that my brother won't help you. This is the special effect medicine that I managed to get with great difficulty, so look after yourself. If you miss today, you and Ning Xin, basically bye-bye. Jang Ruahai had already drunk too much, and he really wanted to be with Ning Xin, and Ning Xin had also expressed before that she was repaying a favor to Heinjiu, and she was thinking of living an ordinary life. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Spell it out. Jang Ruahai had still drugged Ning Xin, but unfortunately, the drug wasn't even a potent drug, but rather, it was his wine that had been drugged with a real potent drug. Then it was in the midst of everyone's cajoling that Jang Ruahai begged Ning Xin to drink with him. He knew that Ning Xin didn't dabble in alcohol, and now that she had actually made an exception for his sake, he believed in his friend's words even more. Ning Xin had feelings for him, she just didn't know how to express them, and the status of the two was a bit awkward. Not long after drinking, Ning Xin pretended to start getting confused. Jang Ruahai saw this and directly excused himself, helping Ning Xin to the guest room upstairs. As soon as she entered the door, Ning Xin's eyes recovered and she pushed Jang Ruahai away, saying that she had to go to the bathroom. Jang Ruahai naturally wouldn't stop him, but the effect of his medicine was also starting to kick in. His head was starting to get confused, and his eyes even had trouble seeing, only to see Ning Xin from the bathroom walk out, and the two of them dry-humped right into a tangle. The real Ning Xin, at this time, walked out of the bathroom, exited the room, closed the door, and came to the opposite room. In the room, Yun Bing was eating something, and when she saw Ning Xin walk in, she said, Sister Xin, hard at work. Ning Xin also smiled helplessly and said, you've really been brought down by Ninth Brother. Ha, that's a compliment to me. Ning Xin shook her head speechlessly. This Yun Bing, to Ninth Brother, was completely in the late stages of love brain. Yun Bing looked at the assistant beside him and said, Fong Yu, it's all arranged, right? Don't worry Mr. Yun, that woman will leave after finishing. At the same time the prepared blood will also drop some on the bed, tomorrow morning before Jang Ruahai wakes up, but it will be difficult for Sister Xin. Ning Xin sighed. The last step of this scene, Ning Xin still had to sacrifice some, to strip naked and lie on the bed. Yun Bing finished eating, got up and said, alright, Sister Xin, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to find my husband. Ning Xin nodded, and Yun Bing left. Early the next morning, Jang Ruahai was woken up by a sobbing sound, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Ning Xin leaning over the bed and crying. Jang Ruahai was instantly startled as the memory of last night appeared in his mind. Ning Xin, I'm sorry, Jang Ruahai, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Get out of here. I don't want to see you again. If not, I have to kill you. Jang Ruahai listened to Ning Xin's words. If not what? If she didn't like me, she would have killed me? Ning Xin, I really like you and want to be with you. Since it's already like this, will you accept me? You also like me, right? Otherwise, I might already be a corpse now. Ning Xin didn't say anything, but instead turned back to look at Jang Ruahai with hatred. Ning Xin, will you forgive me? I will be responsible for you, and I promise to love you for the rest of my life. Ning Xin looked at Jang Ruahai and said, how are you responsible? Do you know that you have a mission? I have a mission too. Ning Xin, how about we get married? After I finish my mission, we'll leave the country and never be separated again. Didn't you also say that you also want to live an ordinary life? It's been so many years, and what you owe Heinjiu has long since been paid off. How about we leave together? I got the Jiang family's property, enough for us to live happily abroad for the rest of our lives. Really? Of course, Ning Xin, I really like you. I don't believe it, but you are going to be with Jiang Ruatong soon. Ning Xin, that was just a mission. So, if you don't believe me, let's go get a license now, okay? I'm really sincere to you. Ning Xin looked at Zhang Ruohai and said, "Okay, if you and I get a license, I'll believe you. Okay, we'll go now." At this moment, Zhang Ruohai is simply happy. It seems that his friend is really right. This kind of woman is very tolerant of the first man. Looking at the falling red on the bed, Zhang Ruohai is incredibly proud. After getting the Zhang family's property and taking Ning Xin to live abroad, he had pictures in his head and was simply happy. Chapter 93 Zhang Ruotong kills herself. After Ning Xin and Zhang Ruohai received their marriage license, Ning Xin took a picture and sent it to Yinzhou. Originally, Yinzhou thought of either forcing Zhang Ruohai to get a license with Ning Xin, but thought better of it. Forced to take the license will inevitably be sent to escort Zhang Ruohai. Zhang Ruohai will also react. The subsequent plan is very easy to make mistakes. Besides, there are a lot of people who are staring at Yinzhou now. Once the forced license thing is revealed, the death of Zhang's family members will be exploited by people who have the intention to use it, and then there will be constant trouble, and there may even be big problems. Yinzhou now cannot reach the point of being able to ignore the law, even if ignoring, but also absolutely cannot let people know. Everything should be calculated, to wipe the tail clean. This kind of thing, absolutely cannot appear in the open, or no one to protect him. Yinzhou was enjoying holding Yun Bing at home, which was why Yinzhou was so rich but didn't want to hire too many servants, because he was at home with Yun Bing. He always asked Yun Bing to wear only 3 things on his body: a chambray, a pair of stockings, a pair of heels, and nothing else. Not pretty or convenient. Yun Bing can't do anything about it. Her man likes it, then she will fulfill it. Who let herself love him? Receiving Ning Xin's message, Yinzhou said to Yun Bing, "Let the plan begin. I haven't been taking action against the Zhang family. That is, I haven't been able to find any good way to take down their property. I'm afraid that if I put in my effort, someone else will take advantage of it." This Zhang Ruohai appeared at a really good time. Yun Bing stopped Yinzhou's hand that was making a bad move on himself and said, "I also didn't expect that Zhang Juanzhe would actually have an illegitimate child, and that this illegitimate child still has a hatred for him. The main thing is that the bastard is really stupid." Yinzhou laughed and said, "It can't be helped. Growing up in that kind of environment and not being educated, it's normal to be stupid. If this was Zhang Ruotong, we would never have succeeded so easily. People who grow up at the bottom are either like him or like me, and there are very few surprises. Actually, wife, have you ever thought that people? Well, they're pretty interesting. The richer the gentry. What about the education of the children? That is, to be on guard against people. Many things can be done, but do not leave a handle to educate their children how sinister this society is. It is better to be killed by mistake than to be spared, and the more you get to the bottom, the more you teach your children to be kind and have a grateful heart. And sometimes I can't figure out what the logic is." Yun Bing listened to Yinzhou's words and asked, "What about you, husband? Why are you the way you are now?" Yinzhou laughed and said, "You don't say. My parents also educated me like this at that time, telling me to be a good person. But later when I had money, I found out. Where is the good person who has peace in his life? It is obvious that the good person is being pitted in his life." Yun Bing nodded and said, "It's really like this. The education I received in the Yun family is that the weak are the strong and the weak are the strong. Only talk about interests, don't talk about feelings, while my mother's family, the bookish family, educated me completely differently. This is probably the reason why the Yun family is getting stronger and stronger and my grandpa's family eventually fell." After Yun Bing finished speaking, she left Yinzhou's embrace, picked up the phone, and said, "Hu Shao, you may begin." Hu Jilai has not answered Zhang Ruotong's phone calls or seen Zhang Ruotong these days, and he has taken a leave of absence to go back to Yanjing, which is dragging on, and without Hu Jilai, Zhang Ruotong was being watched every day, and it would be a dream to leave. Until this day, Hu Jin came back to Linhai and called Zhang Ruotong. "Ruotong, I went back to Yanjing a few days ago. There were some inconvenient things at home." "Why, did you get a good tattoo?" "Yes, Hu Shao, the tattoo is ready. I hope Hu Shao will honor his promise." "No problem, let's have dinner tonight. Check in and say goodbye." "Okay." Zhang Ruotong hung up the phone and began to prepare to meet with Hu Jinlai in the evening, knowing that these days would soon be over and that she was about to have a new life. In the evening, the two met, ate dinner and drank wine. For Hu Jinlai, Zhang Ruotong is more trusted. This Yanjing big young man still has character. He didn't care to do such things as drugging, or else he wouldn't have been able to do anything to him himself for 5 years. But this time she thought wrong, because Hu Jinlai has been brought down by Yinzhou. What is the character or not? What is the identity or not? To achieve the purpose is the most important thing. Besides, it used to be rare for you, but now, a crippled woman who dares to play with herself like that. What kind of ideology and morality am I talking to you about? That's right, Hu Jinlai drugged Zhang Ruotong, but not for himself. He sent Jiang Ruotong to Jiang Ruai. The next day, not only on the internet, but even photos were spread everywhere. Jiang Ruotong seduced her half-brother, and even had sex, and on her waist, she had 4 big words tattooed, Jin Lai Cheer. He Injo let Wen Hong put this matter completely fermented. The sky is full of curses against Jiang Ruotong, and some people even began to Jiang Ruotong human flesh. This incident is a strange shame to the Jiang family. Jiang Juanzat, after learning that his daughter and son got together, his body, which was already due to the loss of the shopping mall, collapsed again. He was fishing when a mouthful of blood spurted out and he collapsed on the ground, and when he came to the hospital, the doctor gave a direct medical notice. With her father's critical illness, coupled with her own affairs, Jiang Ruotong, such a proud daughter of heaven, could no longer bear it, and she no longer had the face to live in this world. Jiang Ruotong went to the roof alone, picked up the phone and dialed Hu Jinlai's number. Hello, Jinlai, this is the last time I'm going to say sorry to you. You're the only one who really loved me in my life, but I failed you and even tricked you. I know this is all a scheme between you and Heinjiu. I admit it. I don't owe Heinjiu anything, but I owe you. Jinlai, goodbye. If there is an afterlife, I will cherish you. Hu Jinlai on the other end of the phone had no voice, and no one could guess what kind of mood he was in right now. After a long time, Hu Jinlai said, Ruotong, goodbye. Hu Jinlai hung up the phone after he finished speaking, and Jiang Ruotong listened to Hu Jinlai's last voice and smiled pointedly, as if there was nothing left in this world anymore, and leapt down. Hanging up the phone, Hu Jinlai looked at He Injo across the room and said, Old He, leave me alone for a while. He Injo smiled and got up, came to Hu Jinlai, lit a cigarette for him, patted his shoulder and left. Hu Jinlai watched He Injo leave and began to hold his head and cry. He didn't know why. He hated Jiang Ruotong so much, but when Jiang Ruotong really committed suicide, his heart was so painful and regretful. Chapter 94, Jiang Ruotong. My name is Jiang Ruotong. I was born in the Jiang family, the first powerful family in Linhai. I am the only daughter of the Jiang family. Since I was a child, my father has taught me that life in the world should be self-interested. As the saying goes, if you don't do it for yourself, you can't do it for the rest of your life. When I went to college, I met Han Feng. He is so simple, kind and pitiful. We two are two extremes. He comes from a poor background, but to rise to the occasion, and I come from a rich family, but the desire for profit. I fell in love with him because I felt he cleansed my soul. At the same time, Hu Jinlai from the Yanjing gentry fell in love with me, and I knew that Hu Jinlai would be too helpful to me compared to Han Feng, and it just so happened that at that time, my mother died and I learned that my father still had a woman and an illegitimate son on the outside. In order to check and balance my father, and to be able to control the Jiang group in the future, I chose to get in touch with Hu Jinlai, hang on to him, and utilize him. I've succeeded. With Hu Jinlai's help, I have more and more say in the Jiang family. Even my father has to respect my opinion. But Han Feng, I can only hide him, coax him, and think of keeping him close, until that man appeared. Heinjiu. He appeared like a new star in the Linhai business community, known as the industry myth. Even my father felt his pressure. My father reached out to me and presented his idea, which was roughly to lower the myth group's defenses against Jiang with my marriage to He Injo. At the same time, he provoked Hu Jinlai to fight with He Injo. According to my father's vision, He Injo couldn't be Hu Jinlai's opponent, and a family like the Hu family wouldn't want the myth group. In the end, it will naturally be cheaper for our Jiang family, and once the Jiang family annexes the myth group, it will become a true behemoth, with industry and cash, truly invulnerable. And the condition my father gave me was that he would accept Han Feng and keep him in the Jiang family as my mistress to raise, and the Jiang family would be handed over to me in the future. I agreed to my father's terms, and that was the night I met the man, Heinjiu. It was the first young man of his age who could come face to face with my father without being condescending, and I had a good first impression of him. Next thing you know, everything went according to plan. Hu Jin came looking for me, and the moment he found out I was engaged, I could feel that he was angry, helpless, and had a guilty conscience towards me. I was with Heinjiu every day, yet I exchanged words with him and provoked him to be an enemy of Heinjiu. He also did target He Injo madly, but what my father and I didn't expect was that the always arrogant and domineering He Injo was actually afraid and chose to avoid facing Hu Jinlai. But Heinjiu was really good to me, and he was really good, and the things he did for me, and the things he said to me, made me fall in love with him little by little. It wasn't until he brought Hu Jinlai, came to the Jiang family and said he wanted to withdraw from the marriage, and finally calculated that Hu Jinlai would have to go back to Yanjing to accept the family's punishment, that I realized that it was all a calculation on his part. When he said the words that it was all worth it for me, even if the mythic group was gone and he cashed out to live with me, I fell completely. When he fought with someone for me, on top of his identity as the president of the myth group, with blood on his face, and still smiled and kissed me. At that moment, I realized what true romance was. From that point on, I began to waver between Heinju and Han Feng. When the myth group was in trouble and the Zhang family stepped in, that man didn't blame me. Instead he piled up castles for me on the beach, and I was touched at that moment. I took out my 20% stake in Zhang's and gave it to him. I wanted to get his forgiveness and keep him by my side because this 20% stake was already dispensable to me because I would get the mythic group right away. But it was incredibly important to him. He accepted, and I thought he forgave me, and I got everything I wanted. Wealth, and this man I fell in love with. But when he kicked that castle to pieces, I realized that I was the one who was whimsical. He did that to me and forced me to call him my husband. I asked him why he did that to me and I have made it up to him. And he said, "Isn't it that 20% that makes me feel great? Compared to the mythic group, that's nothing, and besides, John's attacks on the mythic group haven't stopped for a moment. He's so smart that my father's machinations were completely figured out by him, and even more so, somehow, he got a video of me talking to Han Feng. With this video, he and Hu Jinlai became friends and started to fight back against John's group, which he eventually won. But I still hold a trace of fantasy. He likes me, otherwise it is impossible to do that kind of thing to me. I gave him shares and helped him stabilize John's group. He saw my remorse. He should forgive me. As long as I'm with him, I'm still the mistress of Zhang's and Myth Group. I couldn't sit still until I found out about his affair with that woman. I knew that he was in love with her. I traveled to the land of the stick and found the woman's little bamboo horse, and I lied to Han Song to get him to go back to his country to sow discord between the two of them. I know full well how the two of them got to this point in their relationship, and even more so, I know that the chances of Han Song succeeding are slim to none, and that if he fails, given Heinjiu's character, Han Song will die. But I lied to Hansen for the sake of that low probability of a fluke, and as it turned out, Hansen failed and was killed by that woman's own design. That woman also finally came to me to liquidate. That time I already regretted. I used to Jean who really loved me for 5 years, treating him as a little cute. I used to Jean Lai who really loved me for 5 years and cheated him like a little cutie, calculating he Injo to plot against his myth group, and abandoning Han Feng because he fell in love with him. He eventually let Hu Jinlai sell Han Feng to the north of Burma. I repeatedly jumped across the board between 3 men, playing with their feelings, and in the end, although I was played by Heinjiu, I was also really scummy. In fact, it was me who killed Han Feng and Han Song. I knew that getting involved with someone like Han Feng who had no background would put him on the opposite side of a top government official like Hu Jinlai, and I knew that by lying to Han Song he would most likely fail and die, but I did that for my own purposes. Yun Bing, so ruthless a woman, love Hien Jiu love to the bones of the woman. There is an opportunity. How can allow a calculating her want to get to the top of the woman exists? Hu Jinlai, a man of that status, how could he allow a woman who had toyed with his feelings for 5 years to live? My existence was a stain on Hu Jinlai, a reason for him to be ridiculed by others. So my end is sealed. I am with Hien Jiu. I lost, so I do not owe him. Counting Yun Bing, killed Han Song, I killed myself to pay back, and Han Feng, I do not owe him, but the only thing I owe is, that sincerely loved me for 5 years. But I fooled for 5 years Hu Jinlai. Being toyed with by a woman for 5 years is humiliating for someone of his stature, and I know that this incident has disgraced him in that circle in Yanjing. Only my death can wash the shame from him. Chapter 94, If You're Dead, I'm Still a Man of My Word. Thanks to Ryu Sakura, 2357 and the others who sent gifts. I feel like I made you all a little uncomfortable with what I wrote yesterday. I'll take care of it in the future and tell 9 to tighten up a little bit, and as a way of making up for it and thanking you, 4 more shifts today. Hu Jinlai himself stayed in the office for a long time, and when he came out, his eyes were swollen, and he originally thought that He Injo would mock him, but he did not expect that He Injo actually did not have any indication. Instead, they took him to dinner, drinks and fun. In the box of Tanya Club, Hu Jinlai was drinking, today surprisingly did not find a beautiful woman to accompany him. In the box there was only him and He Injo as well as Yun Bing. Hu Jinlai sipped his wine and asked, "Old He, are you looking down on me now? For a woman." He Injo also took a sip of wine, and at this moment he didn't have his usual hangdog look. "No, Hu, I'm happy that you're a man of flesh and blood and feelings, especially when you can show it in front of me and treat me as one of your own. Oh, old He, you say she obviously knows she's wrong. Why can't I forgive her? Regret? I don't know. I don't regret what I did to her, yet I don't want her to die either." He Injo looked at Hu Jinlai and said after a long time, "Old Hu, do you want to hear the truth? Tell me about it. You're ing just always feeling sorry for yourself because you don't get to play." Hu Jinlai listened to He Injo's words and carefully speculated. Damn, this guy seems to have a point. Hey, Zhang Ruotong's death, what he did to her, he does not regret it, but she died, he always felt regret. as if there is something else that did not do that kind of feeling. Hu Jinlai looked at Hee In-jo and said, "Old He, call out some pussy for me." Puff. Yun Bing, who was beside Hee In-jo, heard the words of these two living treasures, and the juice that he had just drank into his mouth sprayed out at once. She really did not dream that Hu Jinlai could say this, and thought that he was very hurt today, but it turned out to be just because of this. Hee In-jo was also speechless and said, "Do you still need me to accompany you?" "No, go away. I can't exert myself with your wife here." Hee In-jo gave a blank look and pulled Yun Bing away. Back home, Yun Bing was obviously in a very good mood and took the initiative to pull Hee In-jo into a bath with him. "You girl, you're in a good mood. Of course, dare to count on me. See if I don't play her to death, but it's still the best for my husband. Without you here in Linhai, I really don't have much to do with her. Honey, do you know how wonderful it feels for me every time you give me resources? Help me, and stand by my side?" Hee In-jo didn't say anything, but looked at Yun Bing in a very spoiled manner. Of course he knows this feeling, just like when she gambled everything to help herself, stomped through Chuang Di's palm, took pictures and sent them to herself, and outright engineered Han Song's death because she was afraid she'd be angry. That feeling of being firmly chosen is very, very cool and really makes it worthwhile. This is also the reason why Hee In-jo accepts Yun Bing unconditionally and truly falls in love with Yun Bing. This woman, always able to do things that make her feel that everything is worth it for her. Putting Yun Bing to sleep, Hee In-jo picked up the phone. "Faye, how is Jiang Juan's side?" "Ninth brother, severe brain hemorrhage, not out of danger yet. The hospital side says that even if he survives, he'll be demented if it's light, or a vegetable if it's heavy. I don't accept either outcome." "Got it 9. I'll take care of it." Hee In-jo hung up the phone after saying that he and Yufei, he only needed to tell Yufei the result he wanted. As for the rest, Yufei would arrange it properly. If there was anyone in this world who could do a perfect crime, then Yufei must be on the list. Sure enough, within a few days, the news of Jiang Juan's death came out, and the result, unsurprisingly, was an illness. It's just that when word got out about Jiang Juan's, many of the Jiang family's relatives came to the door, all wanting a piece of the inheritance. Hee In-jo had expected this, or else he wouldn't have let Jiang Juan's survive until now, because Jiang Juan's had to inherit Jiang Ruotong's inheritance first. The Myth Group's team of lawyers stepped in, plus Hu Jinlai's pressure, and soon those relatives of the Jiang family were sent away, and Jiang Ruohai got all of the Jiang family's properties as he wished. The moment Jiang Ruohai got the property, he directly found Ning Xin and wanted to take her out of the country. You don't say. This guy is really in love with Ning Xin. Unfortunately, he was directly knocked out by Ning Xin, and when he woke up, he was in the Jiang family's villa, and Hee In-jo and Yun Bing were also there, as if they were meeting for the first time. Hee In-jo ate, Yun Bing served while he sat across from the two. Mr. Yun, this is, make good on your promise, our partnership is over, you can go far away. Hee In-jo looked at Jiang Ruohai and said, "Oh, thank you Mr. He, it's said that Mr. He is a man of his word, and he really lives up to his name." "Ha ha, well, you know why?" Jiang Ruohai shook his head. "Because, people who have seen me break my word are dead, like you." Jiang Ruohai was shocked when he heard Hee In-jo's words. "Mr. He, what do you mean?" Don't be nervous, just kidding, but it's a bit unorthodox for you to abduct Ning Xin. Mr. He, you know all about it?" Jiang Ruohai finished speaking and directly knelt on the ground. "Mr. He, I beg you to fulfill. Ningxin and I truly love each other. I know Ningxi knows you, but for so many years, there is no credit but also hard work. I beg you to fulfill us on the face that she has worked for you for so many years." "Fulfill you all? Fine. You write a confession first." "There's no way," promised Jiang Ruotong. It was her wish before she died. "Okay, I'll write." Jiang Ruohai didn't think of anything else. He knew that Jiang Ruotong must have hated him to death, and it was only natural that she wanted him to confess before she died. Unfortunately, the confession is useless. People are dead. I am still alive, and have all the property of the Jiang family, not to mention a confession. I can write you one a day. Not a moment later, a confession was written, explaining how he regretted, how he had no face to live in this world. Not to mention, the writing is quite profound. Looking at the confession in his hand, Hee In-jo nodded with satisfaction and said, "Faye, are some of the surveillance and everything on the road taken care of? Deal with it." 9. Just take him to the place where Jiang Ruotong jumped off the building, and put this confession on him, Hee In-jo said indifferently. But these words made Jiang Ruohai's guts scared out of his wits. He now knew that Hee In-jo had been using him from the beginning to the end and never wanted to spare him. Mr. He, you can't be like this. I helped you." You promised me that you'd let me go abroad. How can you be like this? Aren't you a man of your word? A man of your word? Hee-injo stood up and smiled, saying, if you die, won't I still be the nine god of fortune with one word? No, I owe you tens of billions. Jiang Ruahai is dead. He killed himself in the same place as his sister. The police found a confession on him in his own handwriting, and straight away concluded that he had killed himself in remorse, and all his property was inherited by his legal wife and his only heir, Ning Xin. After Ning Xin inherited, the first thing she did was to hand over all her property to Hee-injo. Hee-injo divided the property into 3 parts, one to Ning Xin, one to Hu Jinlai, and kept one for himself. According to the words of Heinjiu, money, is earned by one person, but not spent by one person. Just Hu Jinlai looked at the money, shook his head and smiled bitterly. He is now considered to understand. He is in the boat of Hee-injo, is completely unable to get off. This was also one of Hee-injo's purposes. There was no relationship that was more solid than the one he had with Hu Jinlai. He and Hu Jinlai, with the feelings of friends, the entanglement of interests, and the saving of lives and the plotting of wealth. On this kind of relationship, stronger than welding together. Hu Jinlai's idea is also completely solid this time. Spicy egg, can't play with him, good, and he is a brother. Yun Bing went back to Jiang province. After all, there is still a big group there. Yun Bing cannot stay in Linhai to accompany Hee-injo. And that morning, Heinjiu cursed into the phone. Li Man, I'll sue you for sure. Just you wait. Bull asterisk. I borrowed your money. What makes you give it back to Yun Bing? Asterisk off. Don't say that. If the money goes into her pocket, do I want it back? Perhaps Li Man couldn't stand being scolded by Hee-injo anymore and directly handed the phone to Yun Bing. Hubby, what's wrong? The fire is so strong? Come back. Wife will lower your fire. And honey, is it wrong to keep your money with me? Do you want to use it? I'll give it to you if you do. Hee-injo lost his temper as soon as he heard Yun Bing pampering with him and said, put it at your place, it's all the same. Hubby is so good. Cut. You owe me almost $8 billion even with the payment for the goods with cash. You're on your own. No. I owe you tens of billions. What do you mean? Hungry. At 200 million per time. How many times has it been and I haven't gotten you a baby yet? So, put. Hee-injo a mouthful of tea sprayed out. This girl, now how what tiger and wolf words dare to say. Listening to the sound of Hee-injo's side squirting, Yun Bing couldn't hold back any longer and giggled, and the two of them flirted for a while longer before hanging up the phone. Now think about it, what he did to the Jiang family, or received when Qin Love and Wu Jibwa counting their own inspiration it, do not say, really good use. Heinjiu picked up the phone. Wen Hong, suddenly remembering Qin Yi and Wu Jibwa. What's the situation with the two of them now? Ninth brother, Wu Jibwa died, expelled from the family by his grandfather in a fit of rage, and was later killed by his brother, Wu Gao-wan. As for Qin Cheng, she disappeared after Wu Jibwa's death. I don't know where exactly, but it's definitely not in Linhai. Oh, forget it then. Is there any proof that Wu Gao-wan killed Wu Jibwa? No, this Wu Gao-wan is very cautious and careful in what he does. He didn't leave any direct evidence. We also inferred it through some clues. Okay, I know. Keep a close eye on this Wu Gao-wan. I always feel that he is not that simple. Got it 9. Hee-injo hung up the phone and got up, arriving at Mubai's presidential office. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Mubai giving a meeting to several vice presidents, and when he saw Hee-injo coming, they all hurriedly got up. Hee-injo waved his hand and said, you guys continue, I'll listen. The few people continued to talk, mostly about Linhai's layout, and also about the Xiao family. After a few people finished talking, Hee-injo asked, Xiao Bai, how is the Xiao family? Ninth brother, the Xiao family isn't adventurous. Perhaps they know we're targeting and are doing things very carefully, in which case we'll have to adopt the most normal business means to deal with the Xiao family. Squeeze the market, crack down on the supply chain, etc. But in doing so, the timeline would be drawn out and it would be a complete case of hurting the enemy by 800 and damaging yourself by 1,000. Hee-injo lit a cigarette and pondered as he smoked it. After a long time, he said, is the current person in charge of the Wu family Wu Gao-wan? Yes, ninth brother. The old man of the Wu family fell ill. Wu Gao-wan and Wu Jibwa's father, Wu Xing-nung, died in another accident. Wu Jibwa was also killed after being expelled from the family. And now there is only one person in the Wu family, Wu Gao-wan. Hee-injo tapped his fingers on the table and said, okay, I know. You don't have to worry about this matter. I'll handle it. Hee-injo directly traveled to Jiang province, came to the Yun Bing office. Li Man is actually still there. From the morning after the phone call, to now are 6 hours. This woman between has so much to say. Both women were also surprised to see Heinjiu arrive. Honey, Mr. Ho, he Injo white glance, did not take care of Lee Man. Lee Man also does not matter, are accustomed to it, this good girlfriend's husband, indeed do not treat themselves, so what, he is a good friend of the husband, really do not treat themselves, so what, honey, what are you doing here, without informing me either. He Injo didn't have time to flirt with her and said directly, is it true that no one knows about the drug factory except ourselves? Yun Bing nodded and said, it's only just been built and hasn't even been produced yet, so how could I be so sullen? He Injo looked at Yun Bing and then at Lee Man, and Yun Bing instantly understood, but before Yun Bing could speak, he saw Lee Man take the lead. Okay, I'll go okay? Just don't make it difficult for Xiao Bing, as if anyone loves to hear it. He Injo narrowed his eyes and said, Lee Man, the guts are getting bigger and bigger do you really think Yun Bing can protect you? Lee Man froze, looking at He Injo that didn't look like a joke. Mr. You're my best friend's husband, I take you as my own to be so casual, you won't be so careful, I'm very careful, so please be more careful next time, okay? After Lee Man left, He Injo looked at Yun Bing and continued, wife, for the time being, don't announce the relationship between Yun's group and the pharmaceutical company, set up a separate company for him, and just use Careful's brother as the company's legal person and general manager. But honey, Sister Hart's brother, he's probably going to follow that line and find out about us. He Injo shook his head and said, no, you should know what Careful did before. Her relationship has long been independent and her file is very hidden. In the Ning family's relationship, there is only a son, not a daughter, and after Careful came back, in order to be safe, their siblings are also very careful in their meetings, and no one knows about it except for us. Honey, what are you getting at again? This time, I'm going to let the Wu family be completely finished, and the Xiao family will have to give me a great deal of energy, and the two groups that engage in medicine, this diabetes special effect medicine, they can't refuse. Chapter 96, New Drugs Introduced. In the evening, He Injo made an appointment to meet Ning Xin's younger brother, Ning Chen. He Injo had always been Ning Chen's idol, and the boy was very excited to see He Injo. He Injo also treated Ning Chen as his younger brother, so he didn't beat around the bush. Xiao Chen, how's the research on the special effect drugs going? I need you to prepare 3 grades of drugs. As for the release time, I'll decide. Brother 9, there's no problem, compared to the medicine I developed, your request is too simple. Well then, get ready, let me know when you're ready, and then follow my lead. No problem. Another month had passed. This month the Mythic Group had frantically targeted the Wu and Xiao families. As long as they could cause damage to the two families, the Mythic Group went for it. It was even directly announced to the public that whoever dared to cooperate with the two of them would be crossing the line with the Myth Group. This operation of the Myth Group put the Wu family and the Xiao family in a bit of a mess, and the funds began to fall short of expenses, and the group's profits began to grow negatively. But the Mythic Group is not well off either. The monetary loss is higher than both of them. But the Mythic Group is so rich and powerful that they don't care about this amount of money, and in Heinjiu's plan, this situation shouldn't last too long. On this day, Jiang Province Star Pharmaceutical announced the establishment of the first special effective drug launched. This drug, according to the Star Pharmaceutical publicity, said that eating a piece of medicine, able to maintain 3 days of lowering the effect of sugar. This publicity immediately caused a considerable reaction. First, the drug is not expensive, about 3 times as expensive as normal hypoglycemic drugs. However, you should know that normal hypoglycemic drugs are to be taken with every meal. This drug, 1 piece of pipe for 3 days, can be said to have belonged to reduce the cost of medication. Besides, 1 tablet for 3 days is not only less cumbersome in terms of the number of times you have to take your medication, but it is also less burdensome on both the liver and the kidneys. Star Pharmaceutical invited a lot of celebrity endorsements, but also invited a lot of people on-site drug testing. Yun Bing is directly using the contacts in Jiang Province, so that the official television station to help publicize the drug and the advertised effect is indeed the same. This drug explosion. You know that now living conditions are better. The number of people with diabetes is continuing to increase. The introduction of this special effect medicine directly caused Star Pharmaceutical to be in short supply. However, Star Pharmaceutical is also very tough, expanding production lines and increasing production investment, but does not accept capital injection, only accepting agent distributors. Pharmaceutical merchants from all over the world had traveled to Jiang Province to make appointments to meet Ning Chen to talk about agency, and the Xiao and Wu families were naturally on the list. In the end, Lin Hai's agency was taken by the Xiao family, while the Wu family became a distributor under the Xiao family. However, the production of the first wave of special effect medicine was limited, and the orders given to the Xiao family were very few. But even so, the Xiao family and the Wu family had made a lot of money, and by relying on the agency of this medicine, the Xiao family's suppression of the mythos wasn't so hard to endure anymore. The drug almost took the world by storm, and every time it was shipped there was a long line of people in front of almost every pharmacy to buy the drug, so to speak, and people even went to the pharmacy every day to catch up. Faced with this situation, people from the Xiao and Wu families once again came to Ning Chen's door. In Ning Chen's office, the Xiao family's family head with his son-in-law Wu Gaowan attentively placed various gifts in front of Ning Chen. Mr. Ning, I came from Linhai in a hurry and didn't specially prepare anything for you. These things are not a tribute. Please smile. Oh, Mr. Xiao is too polite. These things are not cheap. I wonder what Mr. Xiao and Mr. Wu, what are they here for this time? AI. Mr. Ning is really quick to speak. In that case, I won't beat around the bush. Mr. Ning, you look at the next batch of drugs. Cannot give us more Linhai some? The contract I also read. It is written in accordance with the production volume, the average supply of each agent, but how an average method, the specific production volume of how much, is not still you say it. Ning Chen looked at the two of them and thought, ninth brother is really something. All of this is calculated with unparalleled precision. Mr. Xiao, Mr. Wu, in fact, the next batch of medicine is the last batch. I feel that it's better for you not to enter too much. The last batch? What do you mean, Mr. Ning? Oh, I'm not hiding it from you too. Although this medicine is effective, we have been researching it. No, there was a breakthrough just a few days ago, and we are about to launch an upgraded model that can be controlled for 5 days. Mr. Xiao, Mr. Wu, the upgraded model is out. You guys are not afraid of this medicine smashing your hands? You have to know that the shelf life of this medicine is not long. Oh, the two were shocked, but then greater greed rose up. In that case, Mr. Ning, I have an unkind request. When the new drug comes out, can you? Ning Chen raised his eyebrows and said, you want the first batch to be rounded up? The two of them nodded and said, as you know, Mr. Ning, this is a very effective means to increase the popularity of our two families. Of course, Mr. Ning, we won't let you help us for nothing. How about this first batch? We take 20% above the purchase price? Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, this upgraded model of drugs, normally as long as the re-signing of the contract, the first batch of all to you guys is no problem, but externally you have to say, this first batch of drugs is still in the pre-sale experiment stage. You guys are just the merchants I chose to be in charge of the experiment. The two men heard that this was giving mouths to mouths and immediately said that it was no problem. Ning Chen smiled and said, due to the success of the first drug, the first batch of this upgraded model is quite a lot. I wonder if Mr. Xiao and Mr. Wu can eat it. Mr. Ning, roughly how much is the shipment? 3 billion or so, but you said 20% higher, about 36 low. When they heard 6 billion, the two of them were in a dilemma. Their two families couldn't afford to take out that much money right now. Looking at the two men in trouble, Ning Chen laughed and said, see, I told you, this first batch, you can't eat it. In order to the production line to reduce the pressure, we prepared in advance for a long time. As soon as they heard Ning Chen's words, the two immediately said, Mr. Ning, we can eat, don't worry, money is not a problem, as long as you have the goods, we are not short of money. Ning Chen smiled and said, happy cooperation then, happy cooperation. Ning Chen had the contract prepared, but it was a contract of sale and purchase, not a contract of agency distribution. Mr. Ning, this is, after the first batch is sold out, we'll sign an agency contract. Firstly, signing an agency contract now lets the other agents know if I'm still in business or not. Second, the two of you wouldn't want Lin Hai to just take so many medicines, right? Don't they sell it in other provinces? If you sell it, if it's a regional agency contract, aren't you too afraid that I'll sue you? Upon hearing this, the two of them laughed dryly and said, ha ha, it's still Mr. Ning's thoughtfulness. Since Mr. Ning said so, I'll be polite to the neighboring provinces? Ning Chen waved his hand and said, all I ask is that you sell out quickly and don't delay me from talking to other agents. Chapter 97, The Sister's Great Savior. The two returned to Linhai, simply excited. $6 billion of special drugs. Even if they let out 20% of the profit, they still have to make money. And this first batch of drugs, their two monopolies, will certainly be famous. The brand effect brought by this fame is not so simple. The next other drugs under both of them will be noticed and favored. And this is the big head. Their Xiao family had about $1.5 billion that they could use right now, and the Wu family had even less, only being able to come up with 500 million, leaving them short of $1.6 billion. The two families came to the bank. The Wu family to all the family property mortgage. Loan $1 billion. The Xiao family also mortgaged a part of the family property. Loan $6 billion. Finally the payment for the goods together. The money was called to Star Pharmaceutical, and the next day, dozens of trucks delivered all the medicine to the Xiao and Wu families. The two families looked at the piles of potent medicines, and their mouths couldn't close with joy. It was all money for nothing. The Star Group also made an announcement that the upgraded new drug was in the market testing stage, purchased by the Xiao family and the Wu family for sales testing. The Xiao and Wu families were so excited that they put a lot of effort into publicizing it, and even expanded a lot of new stores. It certainly did have an effect, and this week the various stores of the two families were on fire and a lot of drugs were sold. Even Wu Gaowan and Xiao Charan's wedding is starting to be on the agenda, which shows how happy the two families are. It's just a shame that in the second week, Star Pharmaceutical's advertisements, publicity, and announcements once again exploded. Star Pharmaceutical and the Cloud Group's investment and help. The new drug research results have made a major breakthrough. From the current 5-day control period directly doubled to 10 days, and the price has only increased by 30%. At the same time, the list of agents around the world was announced, and the agent in Linhai was determined to be Linjiang Pharmaceuticals, a subsidiary of Myth Group. And the first batch of drugs is produced in sufficient quantity so that there will no longer be an oversupply due to the increased duration of efficacy. This news completely caught the Xiao and Wu families off guard. And what made it even more difficult for the two families to accept was that almost on the same day of its release, the latest model of the drug appeared on the market in Linhai. At this moment, both families know that they have been tricked. They are all being counted by that bastard He Inzhou. Yun's Group investment? Yun's Group is not He Inzhou's wife. Star Pharmaceutical, isn't it not accepting investment? How could it suddenly accept investment from the Yun Group? And the upgraded model of the drug was upgraded again after just 1 week. And the amount of goods was so sufficient to say it wasn't premeditated. Cootie, don't even believe it. Although Xiao Wanli had already guessed it, he still dialed Ning Chen's number with a sense of luck. Family Master Xiao, why are you free to call me Mr. Ning? What do you mean by that? What do you mean what? Of course it's about the new drug. Is there a problem? Mr. Ning, isn't there a problem? Master Xiao, I don't think there's a problem. You gave me the money, I gave you the goods, didn't I? Xiao Wanli's body was now trembling with anger and said, but Mr. Ning, this new medicine of yours has been released. What about the medicine in my hand? Moreover, why did you choose Linjiang Pharmaceutical to represent you? Family Master Xiao, you can't say that I can't develop new medicines if I sell them to you, can you? As for choosing Linjiang Pharmaceutical, is that strange? I accepted Yun's investment and help, and MS. Yun said that Linjiang Pharmaceutical is her husband's, so I definitely have to give face to MS. Yun, Mr. Ning, it's too unorthodox for you to do this. Hey, don't say that. Xiao Family Master, we signed a contract of sale. One hand pays the money and the other hand delivers the goods. The transaction is over. Do I have a dime's worth of relationship with you in researching new medicines and releasing new medicines? Sick. Ning Chen hung up the phone after he finished speaking, while Yin Bing across from him couldn't hold back her laughter. Sister Bing, how was it? This old guy, actually naive enough to call me. Not bad, little Tatsu. When your ninth brother comes back tonight, let him reward you properly. Ning Chen was also smiling. The thought that his idol was going to reward him made him happy. He was finally starting to repay 9. Xiao Chen Sister Bing discussed something with you. Ning Chen froze, and hurriedly said, what is Sister Bing talking about? Your ninth brother's wife. That's also my benefactor. If you have anything to command me, it's fine. Yun Bing smiled and nodded. Xiao Chen, the agent in Jiang province. You don't choose first. I will discuss with your ninth brother. Oh, okay, got it ice. No problem. Yun Bing leaves and she comes to the airport to pick up Heinjiu who has come. In the car, Yun Bing was videoing with her 2 girlfriends. Ice, really? You can get Star Pharmaceutical to cooperate only with me? Xia Shui said with great excitement. Yun Bing smiled faintly, and that smile was confident and smug. Yeah, Star Pharmaceutical is my husband's, don't you think? Heinjiu's? My god, no wonder. Ice, you're really a great savior for our sisters. Lyman exaggerated, but it was true. Xia Shui thought for a moment and said, Xiao Bing, the Xia family attaches great importance to this matter of being an agent in Jiang province. If you can help me, I will be able to have the capital to negotiate with my father at home. If my father compromises my affair with Li Fan, your maintenance money for a year is covered by the sisters. This is what you said. Oh, no backtracking, don't worry, I'll take care of it. My god, Xiao Bing, ask He Inzhou if there is a man of his ilk to introduce me to one. I'll divorce Prince Tong right away. Sure, I'll ask you when he gets back. Hey, Ice, are you at the airport? Pick up Heinjiu? Yeah, Xiao Bing, I'll treat you couple to dinner tonight, okay? You and Li Man help me. Directly make He Injo promise to give me the agent and forget about it. I'm really in a hurry. Please Xiaobing. Ha? Letting me and Li Man help you? Are you sure? Li Man also shrunk his head and said, it's okay for me to dabble in food and drink, but if I have to speak for you, I guess this will be hard enough. Why her family, Heinjiu, is still good to you, lending you $1 billion, and giving you so much face at dinner that day, that I gave the money back to Ice. Ha, ha 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 ha, ouch. It's only because Ice and him are so close, otherwise he's going to think that the two of you are setting him up. Go go go, my husband wouldn't think that, he's just kidding. Yunbing thought about it or said, let's do it this way, when he comes in a while, I'll spread my wings and beg him first, and if I call you to make a restaurant reservation, it'll prove that he agrees. But you'd better book the restaurant first. Sisters out there, you must take the pinch. At this time a voice rang out by Yunbing's car window. Who are you going to pinch? Now come pick up your man or damn not get off the car is it? Chapter 98, I'm cowardly, but I have no regrets. It is often said that there is nothing more embarrassing than being caught bragging. At this moment, Yunbing had this feeling, looking at He Injo who was looking at himself with an amused face outside the car window. Yunbing's little face brushed red. Hubby, Gong, when did you come out? He Injo looked left and right and said, don't you scare me? Your old man has been dead for 10 years. Yunbing was even more embarrassed, even forgot to open the door of the car, and it was also a video with his girlfriends, until the two women in the video couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yunbing reacted, Shuei, man, no more hang up. Yunbing hung up the video in a panic and hurriedly opened the car door to welcome He Injo into the car. Even Ning Xin, who was driving in front, couldn't help the corners of her mouth from rising. A woman like this Yunbing also had such a cute side. Heinjiu got into the car, sat upright, and said, go ahead, take me as hard as you want, show me how you do it. Yunbing had a red face and pouted, are you annoying me? I'm humiliated enough, and you're still saying it. Besides, I'm just going to brag on your name, so what can you do? Right, kill or be killed, whatever you want. He Injo couldn't help but smile as well, reaching out to take Yunbing into his arms. Honey, you remind me of a famous person when you say that. Who? Ku Zhenyu, asshole, you're still laughing at me. Ignore you. Yunbing said that he was going to struggle out of He Injo's embrace. How could He Injo do what he wanted? Recently, because of the new medicine, both of them are very busy, and there is very little time to see each other. He Injo still really wants her. Alright, what's there to be embarrassed about when we joke around as a couple? I don't care. You're just laughing at me and bullying me. He Injo shook his head and said, alright, good girl, let your husband hold you for a while. I'll just promise to do what you want. Really? Heinjiu, how about it? Just tell me if this lady takes you or not. See, swing it. He Injo all let this girl angry laugh. Said, I say you on face do not What the hell is it? The two of them played around for a while, and it didn't matter that they were in the car. Ning Xin who was driving the car also smiled helplessly. These two people, usually one is more ruthless than the other, but when they are together, they are more gentle than the other. Cloud ice in front of He Injo is all kinds of death tart operation. He Injo is all kinds of favor. Protect. Honey, is everything settled? Almost there. The Xiao family, the Wu family, paid a total of 3.6 billion for the purchase price, sold 1/3 of it, and bled back about 1.5 billion. And there are still more than $2 billion of medicine rotting in their hands, enough for them to drink a pot of it. I've been in touch with a couple of bank presidents as well, and this time, they're going to fall on their asses. That's good. Honey, I've found you. Really, invincible. He Injo smiled and said, it's not that the battle is invincible, it's that I understand a truth that they don't understand. What's the reasoning? Tell me, so my wife can understand it too. Since I started my business, I have understood one thing. The things that make money in China have never changed in 5,000 years, but they have all had their ups and downs, and there is only one thing that has endured, which in ancient times was called printing money, and now it is called money lending. So that was the means by which I set out to start my main business at that time. And as for the various business expansions of the Mythic Group later on, I never believed in anyone else either. I only believed in myself. Either I pioneer on my own or I work with the official ones, and those are the only two that I believe in. I never believe what people tell me about money-making routes, and the one who tells me about money-making things, I'm the one he's making money on, and anything for nothing is bait, and anything I can take advantage of is a trap. That's why I've always been careful. There are some opportunities that I'd rather not earn than take a chance on, and where I make a move, the success rate is 99%, and the remaining 1% is God's will. There have been lapses in judgment and missed opportunities, but I don't regret them. and I'm just timid because I'm all I have and no one to back me up. Yun Bing nodded at Hee In-jo's words and suddenly said with a smile, then I'm different from you. I have my husband to back me up. Hee In-jo didn't hold back his laughter and kissed Yun Bing hard on her pink lips. Yes, you have me. Men? There are times when it's actually an enjoyable feeling to be admired and relied upon by others as a backdrop. As a bottom line, Yun Bing looked at her husband. She was very worshipful of Hee In-jo. At least for the moment, Yun Bing had not heard of anyone else who could reach such heights as Hee In-jo today by himself. He seems to be crazy. In fact, each do a thing are considered the ability to be thorough. Say against the Jung family. Hee In-jo has not been on the Jung family. He also has concerns, afraid that in case someone caught the handle is all the way back. So he moved closer to Hu Jinlai and turned into the current relationship with him. And this matter Hu Jinlai was also involved, which he dared to do. This kind of thing, it's definitely best to do it perfectly without leaving a tail. But even if you don't get it clean, what can you do? The young master of the Hu family was inside. No one would offend the Hu family for a dead man, unless they were crazy. The two had just arrived home. Hee In-jo pressed Yun Bing on the sofa and was about to make out when Yun Bing's phone rang. Hee In-jo didn't get up, and Yun Bing didn't care, directly connecting the phone. Hey, Sister Bing, the Zhou family came to the group, wanting to borrow $1 billion to cross the bridge. Just follow the normal process. Okay, then Sister Ice, you inform the finance side. Good. When Yun Bing hung up the phone, he saw Hee In-jo's unsuspecting gaze. Honey, can I make a phone call? Yun Bing, well played play poor hearing your husband. Jishin Goods, I gave you another 5 billion working capital, and you deducted the billion returned by Li Man. Now you're counting on your wealth and getting into your husband's business? And lending. Husband, what I earn is not yours? People are yours. Besides, but not only that this aspect of the credibility is too important. Not whoever does it first can do it. I not only use your money, but also with your myth group. Hee In-jo wife's name What's the point of acting as a couple? Who made my husband rich? Hubby, do you know how much they envy me? Look at all the big conglomerates. The market capitalization is so much, but if you really ask them to take out cash, they really can't take out much, which is like my husband, poor as he is. Pretty sweet little mouth. Come on, another 200 million for you. No. What? At least 600 million or you don't pay. Hee In-jo looked at Yun Bing speechlessly. This girl, now is really getting more and more reckless with herself. I'll give you another billion today. Chapter 99, here comes the. Hee In-jo was exhausted, but was still dragged by Yun Bing to get together with her two girlfriends. What Hee In-jo didn't expect was that the location of the gathering was actually in a small restaurant behind Jiangnan University. The three women were happy, and there was some nostalgic flavor. Listening to Yun Bing say, this small restaurant is very clean. The taste is also very good. When the three of them were in college, they often ate here, and it had been a long time since they had been here for many years, and they didn't expect Xia Shuai to book this place. Hee In-jo looked at Yun Bing and said, wife, let me tell you, between classmates, once you book this kind of place for dinner, it's bound to be no good. The basic operation is to reminisce about the past, trigger emotional resonance, and then beg for your business. Yun Bing snorted and said, come on you, day by day, always think of Jean in that kind of place. Shuai does have something to ask you, but you have already promised. It's just been a long time since I've been here, and those fancy restaurants, to be honest, don't look like they have much of an appetite right now. Who told you to eat at those places all the time? What am I going to eat if I don't? And you have the nerve to say that you fired all the servants in the original house, just for your own little fetish. Hee In-jo this point really can't be stubborn with Yun Bing. There is no way. She just like Yun Bing in the home to him wearing exposed. More like any time and anywhere with Yun Bing make out. It's inconvenient to have a maid in the house in this situation. Right wife? Is the Huanjiang No. 9 villa still unfinished? Moving there, it will be convenient for the maids to have a separate cottage to live in, and after doing what they need to do, they will go back to their own cottage, and no one will bother the two of us. Yun Bing nodded and said, it's almost time. It's already at the closing stage. The two walked into the small restaurant, which did not have private rooms, and Xia Shuai and Li Man were already waiting at one of the innermost tables. Hee In-jo and Yun Bing walked in, and the two women greeted the two of them, and said thoughtfully, Yu Fei, Sister Xin, you guys sit there. The table Xia Shuai pointed to was having two people sitting there, and at a glance, they knew that they were Xia Shuai and Li Man's bodyguards. Hee In-jo said, no need. Xiao Fei and Careful aren't used to eating with other people. Xiao Fei, you and Careful have a separate table. Yu Fei nodded. His ninth brother understands him. He is not a person who loves to talk, and does not like to contact with unfamiliar people. In the past, Hee In-jo dinner entertainment will give Yufei a single open? Order a table of dishes. Yufei can maintain this kind of figure, but also a miracle. The small restaurant is noisy, and Heinjiu can understand that if he were to pack it down, he wouldn't have the same feeling as before. Just like Heing Nine and his few brothers' party. In order to be together in the past, Nine God of Fortune, a young man in Sichuan province, the Qian family, and Fu Guohong, the four masters, actually can run to the internet cafe to play games, hungry and still eat noodles, and eat also special incense. Say out who dare to believe. Halfway through the meal, Xia Shui opened her mouth. 9. Did that ice talk to you? Didn't say that. But Lyman laughed out loud. I mean, 9. You don't know any of the words, so you just didn't say them? Can't even act? Li Man, you shut up. You returned the money directly to Yun Bing, not even a phone call to me. You acted? You even sent on a speech. Li Man was immediately choked white, no longer speak, but she also did not care. She also understood. He Injio is like this, but himself and Xia Shui is Yun Bing's bosom friend, although his mouth is unforgiving, but to the two of them is also quite okay. Yun Bing also smiled and said, alright, don't tease them both. Shui, I talked to him, he agreed to it, just talk to him directly about the specifics. He Injio gave a blank look and said, wife, I feel as if I've sold you and used my own money. Don't you think it's strange? But, asshole, okay, help Shui. He Injio put down his chopsticks and said helplessly, come on, please come up with a question. Looking at Heinjiu's appearance, the three women also felt funny. Xia Shui said, ninth brother, can you let Star Pharmaceutical clearly say to the Xia family that it only accepts cooperation with me? I will be solely responsible for the agency matters. Without me, there will be no cooperation? Heinjiu's old god didn't say anything. 9. Okay, that's it? But Yun Bing and Li Man couldn't hold back their laughter. Dare to say that this matter is not even called a matter in the eyes of people's ninth brother. Xia Shui also nodded helplessly and said, ah, it's over. Just like that. He Injio sighed and said, wife, are you playing with me? You can't do this? Still pull me out to have a meal. Also whole a nostalgia for the past, especially also find that Li would manage to disgust me. 9. It's excessive. He Injio ignored her, while Yun Bing said, Xiao Chen, you also know that if I were to speak to him directly, he would have to be embarrassed to death. Although he called me sister-in-law and said that I am also considered his benefactor, but he still just listens to you. He Injio nodded. This point was true. That kid Ning Chen was a bit of a one-track mind. He wouldn't be able to change his ways, and it was this one-track mind that allowed him to develop this special medicine. I know. I will talk to Xiao Chen. By the way, wife, don't identify a candidate to help Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, this character. You let him study the line. You let him manage the company. It's really hard for him. I'm on the hunt. After a meal, back home, he Injio hugged Yun Bing and said, okay, satisfied? If I don't agree, what are you going to do? The bull is all blown out. The gifts are all received. Ha ha ha. Would you disgrace your wife? Your wife's disgrace is your disgrace. He Injio smiled and didn't say anything. Indeed, husband and wife outside. A glory, a loss. Those who disparage their husband, elevate their own women, don't know what is in their heads, really think that other people will therefore think highly of you? Joking, not in your face to laugh at you is polite. The two took a Mandarin duck's bath, and was ready to go to bed. He Injio suddenly remembered and said, wife, tomorrow tell Xiao Dai, dinner together at night. Quite a long time have not seen that girl, even Xiao Fei, are a little bit miss it. That Dai took a vacation. He Injio frowned and said, get lost, don't I still call you about the loan this afternoon? What the hell is going on? Tell the truth. Yun Bing was also speechless. Why did this asshole suddenly think of Xiao Dai? People don't want to see him now. As soon as He Injio looked at Yun Bing's appearance, he knew that there was definitely something going on here. Did that sissy come to Zhang province to look for her? Yun Bing sighed. Her husband was too smart to hide almost anything from him. Yun Bing nodded and said, that Chu Han is here. He's with Xiao Dai these days. The two of them are getting along just fine. Humph. One guess. I really don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup that sissy put into Dai. Tell Dai to bring that sissy with her to dinner tomorrow and I'll see how his mammary glands are developing now. Chapter 100, Father-Daughter Debate. The next day, the two arrived at the new home they were about to move into. Manor House No. 9 in the Riverside Villa District. They say they're wrapping it up, but it's really just a few details, so if they both wanted to, they could move in now. Villa No. 9. By the mountains and by the water. One main house, two side houses, one for the servants, and one for Yufei, Mr. and Mrs. Wen Hong, Ning Xin, Ning Chen's siblings, and a few other bodyguards who knew what was close to them. Don't look at it as a parochial house. It is also a villa with 3 floors on the ground and 2 floors underground. covering an area of nearly 1,000 square feet. This shows how large this Manor 9 villa is. Hee In-jo entered the main mansion, which was a villa with 5 floors on the ground and 3 floors underground. What made Hee In-jo's eyes light up was that the style of decoration was black and white simplicity, intelligent and high-tech, which was what Hee In-jo liked. Hee In-jo looked at Yoon Bing beside him. This girl really has a heart. Even her favorite style knows everything, and shopped around down. Hee In-jo is more moved. They want everything. Hee In-jo likes to play basketball. The second floor of the ground floor is a large basketball court. The entire venue is in accordance with the standards of the professional stadium. Yoon Bing is even more thoughtful to prepare a variety of basketball shoes and protective gear for him. It was obvious from this how much this woman loved him and how attached she was to him. The two were strolling around, familiarizing themselves, when Yoon Bing's phone rang. After answering the phone, Yoon Bing came to Hee In-jo's side, a bit spoiled, and said, "Hubby, let's go back to the group. My dad went to the group and is making a scene." Hee In-jo was a bit puzzled and said, "What's that old Biden running around the group making trouble for? Hey, don't mention it. After the last matter is finished, my father, abetted by that, insisted that I transfer the villa, car and some other properties to that wild seed's name. You know, he is my father, although I support them, but my money can never be given to that mother and son. So the villa they live in, the car they drive and so on, the right of ownership is in my name. They only have the right to use it. Even my father's bank card, it's all in my name." After the last incident, he started to look for me to make trouble, saying something like I was unfilial, so he had to leave himself protection and a way out. I was furious and directly stopped his card. I didn't expect to make trouble to the group. Hee In-9 nodded, did not say anything. This kind of thing he as a son-in-law. Cloud Ice is not aggrieved. Do not open mouth to ask for their own. How do you say it is not too good to directly intervene in the management? In the end, or people Cloud family father and daughter between the problem. The two came to the group and entered Yoon Bing's office. They saw Yoon Shan sitting on the sofa, while Lin Dai was serving with a smile on the side. After all, he was Yoon Bing's father. The respect that should be there is still needed. Otherwise it would be a slap in Yoon Bing's face. Seeing Yoon Bing come in, Yoon Shan instantly got up angrily and opened his mouth, ready to quarrel with Yoon Bing, but seeing Hee In-jo behind Yoon Bing, he swallowed his words back and sat down with some trepidation. Hee In-jo disdainfully smiled. This father-in-law is a bully, soft and afraid of the Lord, on the basis of his Yoon Bing's father. No less difficult for her, but his own so a moral deficiency aunt. He really do not have much good way. After that incident, he also inquired about Hee In-jo, and learned that this guy is really a ruthless person, and what respect for the old and love the young that set, completely do not eat, meet again. To Hee In-jo some fear. Yoon Bing looked at Yoon Shan and sighed. In the end, she still couldn't be cruel to her father. There was no way. After all, blood is thicker than water. And although Yoon Shan was sorry to her mother and always gave her trouble, but when she was small, Yoon Shan also did his father's duty. He also treated Yoon Bing and Yoon Bing's mother well. If not for that appearance, their family is actually quite cozy. Dad, why are you making a scene at the group? Humph, can I find you if I don't come? Xiao Bing, your Aunt Lu is right. She's not your real mother. You're still not treating her well. It's normal for her to want to leave some security for herself. Dad, I told you, I'm your daughter. I don't care how you spend your money for yourself, but giving them property? No way. You this child. I have heard. Our family group, now as the day, just liquidity has nearly 10 billion. That a little property for you simply does not matter. How do you? Dad, don't say those. I won't give a dime to them, mother and son. Yun's group is in a great place now and has a lot of money, but that money is all your son-in-law's. It's because he cares for me, and doesn't want me to worry about money. That's why he came up with so much money for me to use. You have said, that is my son-in-law. You have whose money you are the same? Your Aunt Lu just want a guarantee that a few properties, those cars, add up to about 300 million. Why do you need it? Also, you say you, give me a bank card, tell me to spend whatever I want, but a single limit of 10,000 yuan. I want to buy some expensive things, but also have to ask you for permission. This is the treatment of the father? Dad, don't you know what I'm doing this for? You said you want to buy a car, buy your favorite paintings, expensive tea and so on. Which one didn't I buy for you? I just don't want you to give them money. It's only right to support you with my hard-earned money. Why should I give it to them? You child. Yes, you did buy it all for me, but that attribution is all yours. You drank that tea. You read the calligraphy and paintings if you want to. You can take them out if you want to. And I didn't even say anything when you gave it to an old friend. Did I? What do you care about attribution? Hee In-jo on the side also did not say anything, just quietly listening to this pair of father and daughter their debates. Do not say, but also quite interesting. his own wife is also really smart. Really look at her father to see the firm her stepmother probably did not get any money. Just follow his father to enjoy some cushy life. Yun Shan looked at Yun Bing. Finally he couldn't help but explode, slammed the table and shouted, Yun Bing, I'm telling you, I'm your father, not your prisoner. You let the bodyguards follow me every day, saying that it's to protect me, but in fact it's just to spy on me. Hey, don't give a ing face and my wife to discuss. I'm lazy to take care of you. And who the two screaming it? Hyunjo saw Yun Shan lashing out at Yun Bing and spoke directly. He can't care if the father and daughter talk nicely, but I won't be able to do it if you yell at my wife. Yun Shan listened to Hyunjo's words and said angrily, I am your father-in-law. This is between me and my daughter. I know, didn't I say anything before? But please control your emotions. My wife, I don't even want to yell at her. Chapter 101, Jiang Province's No. One Deep Sentiment, Old Sage of Love. After Hyunjo finished speaking, he turned to Ning Xin and said, be careful, remember this, anyone who bullies your sister-in-law won't be able to do so, and if you find out, you'll give me a beating. Ning Xin stifled a laugh on the side and said, got it ninth brother, I'll pay attention. She did see that this father of Yun Bing's, had to be cured by someone like Jio. Yun Bing sighed and said, Dad, you don't have to say it. The house, the car, including the gold and silver jewelry that you sent her, the buyer is all in my name. It's good enough that I can give it to her, but you want to take it for yourself? No way. And, Dad, for your sake, it's a good thing I can still have them both functioning normally, and my patience is limited, so don't force me to take the long way around. You have to realize that she was the one who destroyed our family and left my mother depressed, and if you, as a father, hadn't gotten on your knees and begged me in the first place, I wouldn't have been able to let them off lightly. Hyunjo froze. Shocking big melon. The father kneeled down and begged his daughter for the mistress. Hyunjo's large eyes were wide and round, very curious about what it was like for a person to watch his father kneel before him and beg for himself. Yun Bing also sensed Hyunjo's melon-eating appearance and gave a blank look without any good manners. This kind of thing she hadn't wanted to talk about it because it really wasn't a thing of honor. Yun Bing, if you don't agree, how can I explain to your Aunt Lu? I'm not comfortable at home. I'll come to the group every day to make trouble. Yun Bing's eyes instantly glazed over as he listened to his father's words. You're threatening me? Dad, you don't think that I don't hate you now that my mother's in the past, do you? I've just always struggled with the fact that you gave birth to me. You raised me, you're my father, and you gave me a great childhood once, but you're not off the hook for what happened to my mother, and as far as I'm concerned, you've merited it, so I still recognize you as my father. Do you have to get me out of this tangle? Yun Shan is also a little afraid. He knows that the wife's matter has always been a barrier between his daughter and him, but also his daughter cannot get through the pain. And what kind of person his daughter is? He is a father in the clear. Ice, can't the past just go away? You know, I am trying to dissolve this. With you. No need to say it. You're not tired of saying it. I'm tired of hearing it. And if my mother's death could have passed with me, you'd have disappeared as a father a long time ago. Xiao Bing, actually your Aunt Lu Shi. Enough, I only know that my mother died because of you guys. As for the process, it doesn't matter. Sister Xin, see off the guests, and notify down the road. From now on, my father is not allowed to enter the group, and whoever dares to put it on, get the hell out of here. Hearing Yun Bing's words, Yun Shan was once again furious. Yun Bing, you unfilial daughter. You, Before Yun Shan could finish his words, he saw Hyunjo frowning and looking up with an enunciation. Yun Shan instantly swallowed his words back. He was beyond convinced that Hyunjo, the man, would dare to be able to reach out and hit his father-in-law. Yun Shan was sent away. Yun Bing sighed a little tired and collapsed into Hyunjo's arms. His head even arched twice. A little cute. Hyunjo didn't know what to say. This kind of thing could only be handled by her. What he could do was too limited. No matter what, people are also father and daughter. Just like Yun Shan kneeled down and begged Yun Bing face to face with his father's kneeling down. He simply couldn't refuse. Hyunjo was unable to help Yun Bing teach Yun Shan a lesson. Scare can really hit his wife's father? Then don't get on the news? Yun Bing hugged Hyunjo and said, Hubby, it's so good to have you. You're by my side. Don't go away, okay? Hyunjo looked at Yun Bing with some heartache and said, what's wrong with this, honey? My father was a little scared of you today because you were there, and if you hadn't been there, today wouldn't have been resolved so easily, and he would have morally abducted me and had a huge fight with me. Hyunjo thought for a moment and said, honey, what about forcing your stepmother to leave? Or have you ever thought of giving her a sum of money and letting her go? Yun Bing shook his head and said, I wanted to kill her at that time, but my father knelt down and begged me, saying that he loved this woman the most, and that if she died, he would die along with her, and that if she was forced to leave by me, he would go after her. Injo shook his head helplessly and said, "What an old lover. The number one deep love in Jiang province is none other than him. Honey, do you know why I'm always hard on my father? She's my real father, that's one thing. Actually it's more that he's a bit of a flirt and a bit of a boob though, but until I was 18, he was a really good husband, a good father. He would cook for me and my mom himself and take me and my mom out on vacations every year, would study with me, take me to games, and even did my homework for me until that woman came along. He had a laptop that he never let me or my mom touch, and we didn't know the password until one time he was in a hurry to leave the house and forgot to turn it off, and I realized that it was full of pictures of the woman he'd been in love with for 25 years. It wasn't until I was 18 that the woman got divorced and found him, and he took the plunge and got with the woman and fulfilled that 25-year dream. So for the previous 18 years, he was really nice, so I couldn't be cruel to him, but I hated that without him, we would have been happy as a family." Looking at Yun Bing's somewhat hurt look as she recalled the past, Injo tightened his arms around her and said, "Wife, do you believe in fate? Have you actually thought about it? If it wasn't for all of this, you wouldn't have become what you are now, and you wouldn't have fought tooth and nail for power, then you wouldn't have met me. I, Heinjiu, although I'm not saying how good I am, will definitely be a qualified husband. My parents will eventually leave you, and the one who will stay with you the longest in this life will be me, so you've actually earned it. But, asshole, all you do is coax me day after day. But husband, it's so good to have you. I'm really happy now. Hey, wife, do you think we should do something now that the atmosphere has been set here? Heinjiu, you pervert. Why do you like being in the office so much? The feeling of conquering a beautiful president. You don't understand. In the evening, Injo, Yun Bing, Yu Fei, Ning Xin, Lin Dai and the 6 Chuhan came to the restaurant. Chuhan cowered from the moment he saw Injo. He had always been a bit afraid of this brother of Lin Dai's because Injo always bullied him. Entering the restaurant, the manager immediately welcomed up. After all, it is in Jiang province. Yun Bing's big name can be much louder than Injo. Jiang province are not many recognize Injo. Mr. Yun, you're here, a few of you, let me arrange it for you. Before Yun Bing could speak, he saw Injo say, 2 men, 4 women, 6, Yu Fei and Ning Xin stifled their laughter. Yun Bing and Lin Dai looked helplessly at Injo, and Chu Han hid behind Lin Dai with some aggression. Chapter 102, Chu Han wants to start a business. Entering the box, Injo directly sat on the main seat, while Yun Bing tenderly took off his jacket and hung it up for Injo, then sat beside him and started ordering food. Yun Bing knew that one of Injo's least favorite things to do was to order food, and Yun Bing even made a few people sigh in awe, ordering some of the dishes that Injo loves to eat, and then what to pay attention to for each dish, saying it all in great detail. Injo does not eat celery, ginger, cilantro, or mace, and Yun Bing has it all in his mind. After Yun Bing finished speaking, Chu Han actually opened his mouth and said some of Lin Dai's taboos as well. Heinjiu cut out a pang of contempt. Injo said, "Fei, what to drink?" Yu Fei had followed Injo for so long that he instantly comprehended it. Brother 9, a man? Of course it's drinking. As soon as Yu Fei's words were spoken, Yun Bing wanted to laugh a little, worthy of being Injo's closest sidekick. Yu Fei looked unsmiling, but in fact, he was the same as Injo. Ah, that's right, then men drink wine and women drink juice. Chu Han, old man, what do you drink? Chu Han was nervous as soon as he saw Injo, and now that he was asking him questions, his face unconsciously began to burn. 9, brother 9, I want to drink with you too. Listening to Chu Han's words, Lin Dai's eyes instantly widened. What's the situation with this guy? What's wrong with this guy? He can't drink. His drinking capacity is particularly poor. Han, why are you still drinking? Dai, I know that 9 has always looked down on me, thinking that I'm a mother and can't protect you, and I want to prove that I'm a man. Big brother, can you protect me? What does being a man have to do with drinking? Injo gave a blank look and said, Little Dai, old brother Chu Han wants to drink. Why are you stopping him? Manager, 3 bottles of vodka. What? Vodka? Injo's words had just left his mouth. Yun Bing and Lin Dai all wanted to forget about him. Heinjiu ignored it and said, Go ahead, ask for vodka. Yun Bing pulled Injo and said, Hubby, don't be like this, Xiao Dai will be embarrassed. Heinjiu nodded and said, Got it. Tell the manager to pour out the vodka and replace it with something lower and softer in the bottle. In no time, the wine and dishes were all served, and Injo said with a smile, Come on, fill them all up, let's have a drink. Injo poured the wine with some amusement, secretly observing Chu Han. Don't say, this kid seems to be really successful. Deflated as if with great determination, he actually did start pouring the wine. Lin Dai hurriedly stopped it. If this wine was to be drunk, Chu Han would probably be finished. 9. Don't let Han drink it. You've asked for the wine. You've opened the bottle. And you're not going to drink it? 9. Please, you and Fei drink. He Injio shook her head and said, no, they're all sisters, and I can't protect myself. Chu Han listened to He Injio's words as if he was stimulated and said, Dai, it's fine. I can't spoil the fun as I'm drinking with brother Jio for the first time today. Seeing that she couldn't persuade her ninth brother, Lin Dai could only take the sister-in-law route and looked at Yun Bing for help. But Yun Bing smiled and nodded. Lin Dai also instantly understood and let them be. He Injio raised his cup. Chu Han followed. He Injio looked at him and said, old brother, do you know how many degrees of this wine? I've heard that you can't drink wine. Your drinking capacity is very poor. This cup of 323, 1 cup down. Do you know what you're facing? For the first time, Chu Han dared to meet He Injio's eyes and said, I know, but Xiao Dai told me that you are a very important person to her. A brother who is even more dear to her than he is to his own brother. And this is the first time that I have drank with you. So no matter what, I'll accompany you. He Injio listened to what he said and suddenly developed a bit of goodwill, nodded and directly drank it all in one go. Although Chu Han didn't drink, he knew the great name of vodka, and as he watched He Injio and Yu Fei both dry up, he looked at the glass and suddenly shouted, ha! This life scared Heinjiu a jump. Why drink a drink with a damn beheading like. But then, Chu Han literally drank it all in one go. He Injio suddenly laughed, clapped twice and said, okay, really impressed me. Just this 1 cup, no need to drink more. Lin Dai froze. She didn't think that ninth brother would actually loosen up. She was ready for Chu Han to be played to death by ninth brother today. 9. He Injio looked at Lin Dai, smiled and said, alright, let's eat. Besides your sister-in-law, no one remembers my habits so clearly. He Injio started eating after saying that, while Yun Bing and Lin Dai smiled at each other. It seems that Chu Han clearly remembers Lin Dai's habits, making Jio a bit touched. After all, Jio is also just experiencing what it's like to be loved by someone wholeheartedly. At this time, Yu Fei whispered, actually, ninth brother, I'm well aware of your habits. He Injio gave a blank look and said, asterisk 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 off. Have you ever ordered food? Can't say 30 words a day and you know it. The meal was quite cordial. For Chu Han, He Injio also figured out that Lin Dai likes it. As for protecting her, there are these brothers. If Chu Han can take care of her, can make her happy, also good. Just like now, Chu Han was seriously picking the fish thorns for Lin Dai. This girl didn't like food without taste. Chu Han actually weighed some soup in the fish plate with a small dish. After picking the thorns, dabbing the soup and then giving it to Lin Dai to eat, halfway through the meal, Lin Dai said with some embarrassment, ninth brother, in fact, Han came here this time. There are some questions he wants to ask you, and he also wants to ask for your help. Once He Injio heard this, he sighed helplessly and said to Yun Bing, wife, do you look like the kind of person who is good at talking? Yun Bing laughed and pushed him, saying, listen to what people say. It's not like you're not allowed to refuse. As soon as Lin Dai saw that his sister-in-law had spoken, he hurriedly said to Chu Han, Han, quickly, talk to ninth brother. Chu Han was a little nervous and excited, saying, ninth brother, I want to start a business, or I want to be able to match Xiao Dai, and Xiao Dai's father is. Also, Heinjiu smiled and said, tell me about the entrepreneurial route you'd like to choose to hear. When Chu Han heard this ninth brother was recognizing him. Brother 9, I feel that there are 3 major windfalls in this era now. The first one is artificial intelligence, the second one is maintenance and health, and the third one is merchant's franchise. So brother 9, I'd like to ask you, which of these 3 windfalls are you most optimistic about? Listening to Chu Han's words, He Injio didn't hold back and snorted out a laugh. Yun Bing looked at He Injio somewhat puzzled. These 3 directions are indeed more hot and popular now, but why is his husband so scornful? But he knew that in terms of vision, business acumen, his own was indeed no match for his husband, or else he wouldn't be the one taking care of himself in every way. He Injio lit a cigarette and said, alright, then I'll talk to you. Chapter 103, Destiny is Determined by God. Upon hearing He Injio's words, Yu Fei and Ning Xian were naturally unconcerned, but the other 3 could have pricked up their ears, including Yun Bing. He Injio took a drag on his cigarette and said slowly, let's talk about the general environment first. I don't know if you have noticed one thing. In the last 3 years, the nation's population has increased its deposits by $68 trillion. What concept? The amount of deposits in 3 years is worth the last 10 years. What do you mean? None of it costs any money anymore. And not spending money means that purchasing power is down. And no one buys your stuff, so whatever you do is dead. And a day. Listen up. It's a day. Adds 2. 000-3. 000 people to the list of defaulters. Most of these people are operators. What do you mean by operators? It means entrepreneurial. And in this context of the times, to be entrepreneurial? Become a beneficiary? Oh, it's good not to be benefited by the times. Also, don't just see whoever starts a business succeeds. There are far more failures. And in the context of the current times, I'm telling you, the ones that succeed are all ing Bojiaxian manifestations. They all succeed by getting lucky. Let's talk about the windfalls you're talking about. Number 1. Artificial intelligence. Do you understand with your smartphone? Never go into an industry outside of your own perception. The least you can do to ensure one thing is that the people under you can't fool you. Secondly, body maintenance. Health, I tell you, are not as good as losing weight and slimming breasts and aphrodisiacs. This industry, how much money can be earned, and how much you can lack of virtue next to each other. The more the morning of conscience, the more money you can make. Can you do it? Drinking a glass of wine to give themselves a pumped-up player. Thirdly, merchants join. Isn't that thing just crowdfunding? Play you like a monkey? Now the hottest investment to join is the restaurant industry, right? Think about it. If he is sure, people open their own stores, okay? Who would mind making too much money for you to earn? I'll give you a fourth. Investment in jewelry, cultural curiosities, calligraphy and painting, and even the bottom of the buy real estate. Said what can go back up? Put the ing fart. No one to take over the plate to take what to go up. And windfall. Ha, eating, drinking, whoring, gambling and smoking, potholes and stealing, all windfall. Remember, one should not be high-minded. One's own survival is created, and one's fate is determined by heaven. So why should one set up a clever mechanism? Hyunjo finished shaking his head and continued eating, but Yunbing's pair of eyes once again turned heart-shaped. Lin Dai and Shu Han also couldn't help but nod their heads. Not to mention others. Isn't Nine brother? He was able to get where he is today. He does have his own abilities, but for the most part, it's still fate. His parents left him a house, land, and if it wasn't expropriated, what could he do if he was any good? Also, when he just started his business, a couple random studies into the stock market would have made him money. Lin Dai still remembers now that Hyunjo bought a stock that plummeted, and everyone was urging him to dump it to get back as much blood as he could, and he agreed. But on that very day, a few of their friends were drinking, and Joe got drunk and went to the police station for 7 days because Qian Ziliang got into a fight with someone. 7 days out, the stock went back up and made a lot of money. And you're like, isn't this ing life? Like this similar thing? In the Hangzhou just started a few years, but there is no shortage of occurrence. It is really a mistake to make money but Hyunjo analyzed the general environment, analyzed those few wins, especially he actually has been paying attention to the national deposit volume, really let a few people have to admire. Really success may be accidental, but progress is never accidental, Shu Han said in a somewhat bereft manner. Then, ninth brother, is this all I can do? Hyunjo smiled. He couldn't even figure out what was going on in this man's head. I don't know what you think. The Lin family isn't short of money, and Xiao Dai isn't that kind of woman. How can I say this? Eating soft rice may sound bad, but it really smells good. Put. Listening to Hyunjo's words, both Yunbing and Lin Dai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hyunjo said indifferently, what are you laughing at? Am I not right? When I was nothing, if Yunbing raised me, Laozi wouldn't have started a business. Tired as hell. But ninth brother, if you don't start a business, you won't be able to meet your sister-in-law. Shu Han still said reluctantly, so old man envy you you met ing did not meet, so start a business? Some days, I guess, don't think about it so much, once you have enough money to spend, it's not a measure of happiness. Shu Han, if I were you, I would join the civil service. In the Soviet province, the Lin family wants money and money, wants contacts and contacts, seek an official position, have a status. The conditions are suitable can also help the Lin family, and the time is fixed. Do not delay you to take care of Xiao Dai. How good Hyunjo's words seemed to have instantly awakened Shu Han. Yes, being able to be worthy of Xiao Dai doesn't necessarily mean you have to be rich. 9. Thank you. I know. Hyunjo smiled and said, alright, let's eat. Shu Han, I'm treating you as one of my own after talking to you so much today. I treat little Dai as my own sister. I can see how good you are to her. In the past, although I felt that you were a bit too much of a mother to look at you, but now that I think about it, the one who protects little Dai is not much more than one more of you, and not less than one less of you. On the contrary, there are fewer people who can be there for her, take care of her, and make her happy. I'm not sure that everything you're doing to her right now isn't a lie you're weaving for her, and if it is, I'd like you to lie to her for the rest of her life. Hearing Hyunjo's words, Shu Han immediately waved his hand nervously. Ninth brother, I'm true to little Dai. How could that be a lie? Absolutely not. Hyunjo smiled and said, good. I hope so. Those words about what hurts her not letting you go. I won't say it. It's meaningless. Several people didn't expect Lin Dai to actually cry while listening to Hee-in-jo and Shu Han's words. Hee-in-jo looked at Lin Dai's pearly appearance and also smiled with emotion. This girl, from the university from their own ass to mix, a flash of so many years. Our big girl, is also to the age of marriage. Hee-in-jo now remembers that this girl said in front of his dad that in the future, when she got married, she would let Hee-in-jo accompany her to the stage and hand over her hand, which almost didn't make her dad angry. Her father kept her by his side. Firstly, to let her exercise, after all, her father couldn't teach her. And secondly, she was still in Lin's group. Her father had to live at least 10 years less. After a meal, back home, Yun Bing drilled into the study. Hee-in-jo walked in to see, this girl is actually doing planning. Hee-in-jo laughed when he looked at it and said, wife, you don't have to care about what I said with Shu Han. You're not like him. He's entrepreneurial. You're not. Yun Bing nodded. I know. I'm just going to scale back a bit in the decoration sector. And I realized today after I finished that, indeed, turnover has been negative for products that are not in demand. Honey, you're wonderful. Which way? That aspect is great too. Chapter 104 Doing things in good times and nourishing the heart in bad times. That morning, Hee-in-jo was hugging Yun Bing to sleep. A song finally waited for you ringing. Yun Bing broke free from Hee-in-jo's arms and picked up the phone. What? Okay, I know. I'll go to the group right now and notify down there that the meeting will be held at 9 o'clock sharp. Yun Bing hung up the phone, then flew up, causing Hee-in-jo a burst of speechless. What is it that makes this girl anxious into this way? Yun Bing anxiously cleaned up, and forgot not to forget to kiss Hee-in-jo on the mouth after cleaning up. Honey, you go back to sleep. I'm going to the group first. Good boy. After saying that did not wait for Hee-in-jo to reply at all. A gust of wind ran downstairs to the group. Hee-in-jo was also so messed up by Yun Bing that he didn't feel like sleeping anymore. Touching the lipstick Yun Bing dabbed on his lips, Hee-in-jo picked up the phone to call Lin Dai. 9. What's wrong? Did something happen to your sister-in-law's group? Why are you panicking all morning? Ninth brother. Sister-in-law negotiated a project a while ago to build a large water park, which is currently the entertainment project that Jinling City lacks. Everything was also going normally after the land parcels were negotiated. But this month has been a month of difficulties. First, the procedures were often wrong and delayed a lot of time. And then there was the accidental death of a worker. And as a result, this morning, an announcement was made from above that the projected Ring Road Highway was actually going to change lanes. Originally, my sister-in-law was looking at this land because it was near the planned route of the new Beltway, which is now changing lanes. Hee-in-jo nodded. This point he still understands. Nowadays traveling and touring, whether it is convenient or not is in the scope of consideration. And this piece of land left the Ring Road Highway, not to mention whether this piece of land will depreciate in value. Just to say to also want to facilitate tourists. Yun Bing at least also want to own money to build a road. And the specifications of this road cannot be poor, at least to connect with the Ring City Highway. This back and forth. Yun Bing does not know how much more money to take out, which is why, a sudden change in the policy above, it is possible to let a company go bankrupt. I didn't realize that there were so many things going on in this area, so it's no wonder that when he came back, Yun Bing would be busy as often as he could be. Hee-in-jo got up and washed up, after which he arrived at Yun's group and walked all the way to Yun Bing's office. When he came to the 9th floor, he only saw that the atmosphere of all these people was very wrong. One by one, their heads were lowered, and they didn't dare to say anything. Lin Yen saw Hee-in-jo arrive and immediately ran over. 9th brother, you're finally here. Go coax your sister-in-law. She's fuming. Hee-in-jo frowned. This thing is too much? Stopping the development is. The land cannot run. Really cannot sell is. Hee-in-jo walked to the door of Yun Bing's office and skimmed her lips as she could already hear Yun Bing's roar of temper inside. Hee-in-jo pushed the door and entered. Yun Bing's stern eyes instantly looked over, and only after seeing that it was her husband did her eyes soften. Honey, what are you doing here? Hee-in-jo smiled and said, I've come to see what has made my precious wife so angry. Yun Bing blushed, knowing that he heard him when he snapped. Go on, keep working on solutions, turn in something workable, and don't always bring me back what I've considered for me to look at. You're the creative department. The woman across the table nodded her head in quick succession, let out a long sigh of relief, and left as if running away with the program. As soon as the people left, Yun Bing smiled and pulled Hee-in-jo to sit on the sofa, making him tea. Hee-in-jo could see that this girl was still upset. This smile, but it was a bit of a forced smile. Hee-in-jo sipped the tea made by Yun Bing and asked, What's wrong with this? How big of a thing is it to be so angry? Yun Bing sighed and said, Don't mention it. I really want to disband that creative department. I was asking them to think of ideas and solve problems for me, but they are fine. That creative director just now. I finished the meeting early and asked them to come up with something for me, And the first time the proposal that was turned in was for a high-profile road to connect to the highway. That I use her to think? Don't I know it myself? But when this road changes, I'll have to repair at least a dozen kilometers out, and they'll give me this money? Besides, how many problems have to be solved to connect with the highway? There are many more problems to follow, and they give me the money to solve them? Open your mouth. But I didn't say too much about it, told them it was a no-brainer, and it ended up giving me a second pass to expand the parcel as close to the highway as possible. Honey, just tell me I can stay mad? Expanding the parcel. How much does that land cost? What about development and construction? The scale also needs to be expanded. This 1 and 2. It's not as good as repairing the highway. I'm really convinced. Just this creative department. What's the use of me keeping him? Hee-in-jo laughed. You don't say. This creative department can really be no wonder his wife is angry like this. Looking at Hee-in-jo laughing, Yun-bing pouted and directly plopped into Hee-in-jo's embrace. Pouting. Hubby, pissed me off. Do you have any good suggestions? I want to hear your opinion. Hee-in-jo shook his head and said, my suggestion is that I'll take you out tomorrow and drop this matter first. Yun-bing frowned for a moment. No, how can we put down such a critical moment? By my estimation, if all goes well, we can be in operation next summer. How much money will we lose if we miss it? Hee-in-jo looked at Yun-bing's appearance and said, look at you these 2 months. Lending, investing, and developing. Put out the money until now has not received back it. Right, investment, also lost it. This development. And then come this big pile of things. Put all these things, take a break. But honey, that's why I have to keep trying to check off the loss any way I can. If you keep thinking like that, you're going to get depressed. I'll make up for the money you lost. Put all this on hold and hang out with me for a while. No, what do you mean you'll make it up to me? And all your money is my money too. Once Hee-in-jo heard that this little fortune hunter was now not even acting, he sighed and decided to have a good talk with her. Honey, listen to me and you've seen Cutie. Depression? Cutie. Do not get depressed. Get depressed are motivated, capable of strong people. Depression is a martial arts have no place to show. The environment gives you a sense of emptiness. But this emptiness is what the Buddhists call the vacuum that gives birth to wonder. Luck of the draw. Being idle, doing nothing, just enjoying life and giving yourself pleasure. The most consuming thing in a man's life that consumes himself is his thoughts. And when events are not in your favor, remember that stillness is good fortune, and unruffledness is good. If you want to go fast, your husband told you that all my years, I just do more when things are going well, and feed my heart when things are going bad. Chapter 105, Hee-in-jo's troublesome operation. Yun-bing listened to Hee-in-jo's words. It felt right, yet it didn't feel right. Honey, are you telling me to read my fortune? Lay flat? But how can I work hard? Hee-in-jo shook his head and said, it's not for you to lie flat. It's to tell you that the current situation creates a hero. And without the current situation, where is the hero? So if you want to become a hero, create the situation first. Put it to you this way, it's like gambling, a down. Everyone's card good card bad card is about the same number of times, and ultimately is to win or lose. To see is in the card bad. You do every decision is correct and calm. If the conditions allow, the card is bad when the old man will not play. Smart people are never about how to get themselves a good hand, but knowing when to leave the table. Yun-bing looked at Hee-in-jo with some reluctance and said, but husband, I've invested all the money I should have. Hee-in-jo pinched Yun-bing's little face and said, be obedient. Hubby will take you to play. Trust me, there will be a turnaround. The next day, Yun-bing really accompanied Hee-in-jo on a high-profile trip, even explaining that everyone was not allowed to contact him before he returned. All business of the group will continue as usual. All new business will stop, and those who are not working will be able to take their annual leave. Yun-bing's outing made many people very puzzled, but Yun-bing didn't care about those, accompanying Hee-in-jo to tour the mountains and start the honeymoon. During this period of time, Yun-bing accompanied Hee-in-jo is also considered to be fire out of the circle. Moving to the headlines. First of all, it is the endless layers of Heinju's thuggish tawdry operation, which really gives people insights and money. You can really do whatever you want to do. 2 people want to see the concert. Well, 9 direct investment. There are standing to see. There are sitting to see it. Right. 9 directly move a bed on the front center position. The old man lying down to see. The majority of netizens saw for the first time. The concert also ing sleeper tickets. Make a movie? Nice guy. On a whim. Invests. Then brings Yun-bing in a cameo and goes up for a part. Netizens lamented that the well-known director, 2, fell at the feet of capital of the Cloud Province tourist resort. The 2 directly bought a small villa, just because Yun-bing asked. I do not know how the quality of this house. 9 got someone to live stream the demolition of the house just to see what the quality was like. This series of maneuvers has caused the 2 to explode on the internet, calling the 2 men epileptic eunuchs with capitals. Yun Bing is also the same, was born extremely beautiful, figure and good, coupled with careful dress, jumped into the street photography goddess. Any in the street to see Yun Bing shot down the video, can attract a wave of traffic. Engaged in the movement of cloud ice many people pay attention to, many people in various characteristics of the location, scenic spots squatting, just to shoot cloud ice. Fire. The two of them have been playing outside for more than a month. This day the two of them are on Hee In-jo's luxury private jet, ready to go back to Jeong province. Yun Bing sat there eating fruit and looking at the book, a pair of stocking feet on Hee In-jo's leg letting him play with them, occasionally looking up at him with eyes full of adoration and love. Hee In-jo simply became a god in his eyes. He came out to play with her for more than a month, frequently on the hot search. Everyone knew about his trip, the group's matter put down, and that actually led to the creation of a lot of changes, the first of which was the Chow group. Jo owes Yun Bing money, has not been able to pay back. Yun is also sending people to chase, and even almost sued, which made Jo anxious. And Cloud Ice a trip, this more than a month, this money thing is put down. Jo put all the energy on the project, a month results are very good. This is not, today with interest to return the Cloud Ice money, but also on the Cloud Ice this month's forgiveness is very grateful, but also some more. The second is that Yun Bing invested in the newly developed large-scale game, has been lukewarm, loss of operation, and this month, he and Jo always take her to play together, the two also because of the game, almost official announcement to break up. This made everyone curious, what kind of game could make this upside-down couple play until they broke up? In an instant, countless netizens flocked to this game, and the performance was rubbing off on them. As for that land, the government was trying to cut costs, forcing Yun's group to invest in road construction, waiting for Yun Bing to go and talk to them, so that as long as Yun Bing went, they could throw that section of the road to Yun Bing. But they also did not expect this cloud president, lying flat, no matter, the ground to that, love. This made them confused at once, knowing that there were a lot of problems involved in changing lanes, and after testing, the section of the route where the change had been completed was not suitable for road construction due to the nature of the land, and would be prone to deformation or even collapse once the rainfall became too heavy. Eventually there was no choice but to change the line back, and Yun Bing, after hearing this morning's Myth Group's report on Hee In-jo, he also completely understood what was going on with his own husband doing so much. He really had to say that he really was a genius. Investing in concerts and moving beds to lie down and watch is a marketing tool for Heinjiu to himself. And this behavior of his, which is hot all over the internet, and the online comments are mixed. At that time, Hee In-jo also said, fire. Who says that being scolded and looked down upon too much is not a kind of fire? I just want to attract attention, good or bad. It does not matter, as long as you look over the line. That's right. Heinji did it, attracting too many eyeballs in such a way that the video of that lying on the bed watching the concert dominated the hot search until now. And the next movie that this guy brought Yun Bing to guest star in, although it has not yet been released, but the internet has already been fired to the explosion. Yun Bing can predict that the movie is going to be on fire after the release of What Kind of Fire, and only after the fact Cloud Ice know. What investment? The company that shoots that movie, is Hee In-9? This is pure speculation. And live demolition of the house to see the quality of that small villa area in the tourist resort of the Cloud province. Is there Myth Group investment and development? And he demolished that house. This is ready, with materials than other houses are better, is to demolish. And Hee In-jo this operation down. Not only let people see the environment of that small villa area, improve the popularity, that demolition of the operation, is exactly the cause of just more than half a month, the small villa sold out. The two, who learned of this series of news, are finally shedding their honeymoon and returning home. Yun Bing was really amazed by Hee In-jo, his own husband, taking himself to the south and north of the sky for his honeymoon. Just like that, just to do all the things. This is not even the sky can be described anymore. And Heinjiu's indication of this is that this is fate, although there is an element of manipulation, but the rest depends on God's will. For example, Yun Bing is not chasing, but what if Jo fails and goes bankrupt? What about the highway? In case the change of lanes is the right place to build? Yun Bing should be his Hee In-jo's wife, and have that life of making money, because without Hee In-jo, there would be no Yun Bing now. But why is she Ho In-kao's wife? Isn't she still born good looking? Who can say this stuff well? Chapter 106, in the end, it's all about me. Yun's group's problem can be solved. Yun Bing began to be happy every day again. Hee In-jo look also happy. He's a little darker, a little more ruthless, a little more suspicious, missing some love, some kindness, some morality, though, but he's really a good husband. He won't easily move his heart to any woman, but once he does, he's bound to protect her for the rest of her life. Cloud Ice is also idle, and accompanied Hee In-jo live a day without shame. Every day dress up beautifully, completely with Hee In-jo's aesthetics and preferences to dress up. That night, the two of them were playing the game together, and ever since that day when they talked to Chu-han, Han-jio had started to make all sorts of mischief in the game. In public, let Yun-bing buy this and that for him, go out and fight, drink the great medicine to be supplied by Yun-bing, and summon the clan's teleportation order he does not send. All let Cloud Ice to send. Cloud Ice is also bold. A $2. Cloud Ice walk a step to send a fight an hour. Cloud Ice is tens of thousands of dollars spent in. After Hee In-jo's efforts during this period of time, his persona of eating soft food and relying on Yun-bing to feed him to play the game had finally been established. This point to the Cloud Ice to get is also crying and laughing. According to the words of Hee In-jo, the reality is no longer the opportunity to eat soft rice. In the game to taste it is not okay? Don't say, this soft rice tastes really good. It's true. People like to show off what they lack. The two of them played the game until after 10 p.m. And then they went offline together and handed it over to the substitute trainer. Rich people play the game differently from others. The two will occasionally come up to play together. The rest of the time all the time to the substitute trainer. The two men pay the substitute trainer 10,000 a month for one person, and occasionally win a fight and reward the substitute trainer with a $1,000 red packet. The most enviable thing was that the amount of point scrolls on the Cloud Ice number alone was more than 1 million cash, and the amount of point scrolls never fell below 1 million cash no matter how the two substitutes used them. This also made the reputation of Cloud Ice female rich woman. The legend of the goddess Howling Cloud Fairy has been widely circulated in the game. Of course, the reputation of the first soft rice king of wine, sex and wealth is also similarly circulating. The two of them came to the bed, and after some intense exercise, Yun-bing lazily lay in Hee In-jo's arms. Hee In-jo smoked a cigarette, hugged Yun-bing and said, "Wife, you find that you're a bit crazy lately, ah? You're not even 30, how to start like a wolf like a tiger?" Yun-bing squinted slightly and said breathlessly, "The two of us have been together for so long, and there is no abstinence. I have some suspicions, so I went to the hospital to check. I'm not easy to get pregnant, so only diligence can make up for clumsiness." Hee In-jo pinched Yun-bing's cheeks favorably and said, "Then work hard." Yun-bing looked at Hee In-jo was very happy. She was really afraid that Hee In-jo didn't want to have a child with her, but now it seems to be very good. "Wife, I'm going back to Linhai tomorrow. It's been a long time since I've been back, and there are still some things in the group that I have to make decisions on." Upon hearing this, Yun-bing immediately hugged Hee In-jo tightly. "No, don't you go. Every time you go I get uncomfortable and lose sleep. I'll go back for 10 days and a half. Take care of things and come back. Don't. So long." Hee In-jo smiled and said, "Mustn't I go and make money for you?" "Oh, well then. Yun-bing, you're really rich. He. Since we're going back to Linhai tomorrow, hubby love me one more time." Hee In-jo returned to Linhai and came to the myth group, and as soon as the news of Hee In-jo's return spread, the office began to be filled with people. Mubai pushed the door and walked in, looking at Hee In-jo inside. "Brother Gio, you're finally back from this dumping." Hee In-jo smiled and said, "What's wrong? I'm certainly relieved to leave it to you, but you're the highest decision maker. Ninth brother, you're not here. There's no way to finalize a lot of things. Besides, this body of mine." Hee In-jo squinted his eyes. "Some funny, this would white, which is because the work body cannot stand. Obviously every day in Hu Ji Lai that guy to play, want to be lazy. In his own absence, Xiao Fei has been following him, and other people who Jin Lai cannot see, and can only pull Ji Xiaolei and Mubai to play with him every day. Ji Xiaolei is also even. Mubai this body which can be so tossed, but Mubai kinda likes to play with Hu Jin Lai together. Xiaobai ah, ninth brother I am also for the sake of the group. I have no choice." Mubai rolled his eyes and said, "Really? But as far as I know, how come ninth brother went on his honeymoon with his sister-in-law, and came back directly to Jiang province? Hey, Xiaobai, all you don't know is that your sister-in-law's physique is not easy to conceive, so she can only work harder. No one to inherit is not the same as bankruptcy? Aren't I doing this for the future of the group?" Once Mubai heard Hee In-jo's words, he actually nodded his head very seriously. "Got it, ninth brother. Just have your little nephew at ease. There's no problem with the group. I won't fool around with Hu Ji Lai from now on." Hanjiu frowned and nodded. "Well, White worked hard. It's not hard. Brother 9, cheer up. Everyone is looking forward to the birth of their little nephew. You have a good rest. I'm going to take care of the group's business." Mubai finished speaking as if he had strength in his body all of a sudden, and went straight back to his office to work. Hee In-jo looked at Mubai's back and shook his head and smiled. Junior Jiang Taigong. But in front of himself, he seems to have always been that heartless and stupid brother. Perhaps this is the feelings. Hee In-jo came back. Hu Jin Lai really did not go to work in the afternoon shift. Ran to the mythical group to find Hee In-jo just came. The door of the office was directly pushed open. Hu Jinlai jumped in with one step. It was hard to imagine that the Yinjing great young man would be this virtuous. Ha ha, old he, I'm coming. Hyinjo gave a blank look and said, how did you know I was back? Che, there's nothing Hu Jinlai, want to know that can be hidden from me yet, but old he, you're still doing marketing on this honeymoon. You can. I didn't do it for you? Ha, how come it's about me again? How does everything you do always turn on me in the end? Not abducted to you, is for you to do The development of the western suburbs of the land began to start construction. I must not advance to raise awareness. Good marketing. For the business circle after the publicity, the business circle is on fire. The project you do, the investment you pull, brother must let you be the director of the Star Economic and Development Office. Waiting to be promoted by the end of the year? Too slow. Brother must find the opportunity to give you to do the results. Let you break the promotion. Hu Jinlai thought about it, as if it is really so. If the business circle is on fire, their own credit first, not to mention their own TV, to increase visibility is certain. By that time, promotion is the boat, but also to their own curriculum vitae to leave a good trace. Chapter 107, Wei Lai's famous card scene. Hu Jinlai patted Hyinjo's shoulder and said, alright old he, how much you are enough for me. I know it in my heart, not to mention anything else, just that saving grace is enough. Hyinjo smiled and said, those are polite words, old who you just remember. There are conditions brothers to help you do. There are no conditions. Create conditions brothers also help you do. Ha ha, good. Our brother didn't say anything. Heinjiu's phone rang. Wei Lai, it's me, ninth brother. I heard you're back. What's wrong? Nothing. Haven't seen you in a while. Rubbing one out? Third class one. Hyinjo some intention. You do not say. From and Yun Bing together. Their own free time is accompanied by that girl, but it has been a long time not to play cards. Ha ha, okay, where is it? It's in my group's activity room. Come on, I'll meet you downstairs. Hanging up the phone, Hyinjo got up and said, old Hu, I'm going to play cards with the young master of the Wei family. Are you going? Hu Jinlai shook his head and said, what's the point of playing that? Weirdly tired. We might as well go to Tanya to find a few little girls to massage and relax. Ha ha, this Wei came to me must be more than just playing cards. I'm afraid that there is some business. In this case, you go and relax and rest first. I'll come to you after playing cards. Hu Jinlai shrugged his shoulders and said, alright, then I'll go ahead by myself. Hyinjo nodded and looked at the departing Hu Jinlai and smiled. This guy really couldn't look at Wei Lai's male son of that tier. He didn't even want to get to know him. Yanjing Daoyu really has the pride of a Yanjing Daoyu. Hyinjo came to Wei Lai's group. Currently Wei Lai's father is the chairman of the board. Wei Lai is the president. But his father has gradually started to give Wei Lai decentralization. The group in addition to the opening of the board of directors. Almost not too much to come. When Hyinjo walked into the group's hall, Wei Lai was already waiting there with a few people, and immediately greeted Hyinjo upon seeing his arrival. How? That's the deck. Hyinjo seldom comes here, and Wei Lai has known him for 4 or 5 years, and this seems to be the third time. Some female employees looked at Hyinjo. Their eyes were glowing. There are not many people who can make their little Wei personally wait so much and welcome them with a smile. This instantly highlights Hyinjo's unusual status and position. Hyinjo followed Wei Lai all the way to the activity room on the top floor of the building. Don't say, Wei Lai, this kid will play. This topmost floor was changed by him. All kinds of entertainment facilities are quite complete. Fitness, billiards, ping pong, chess and cards room has everything. There is even an indescribable room. At a glance this kid has not less bully female employees. There were 2 other people waiting in the chess room. Both of them were older than him, both in their 40s. And at a glance they knew that they should also be executives who ran a company or some group or something like that. Wei Lai said, Brother Zhang, Brother Li, let me introduce to you. This is our Linhai's 9 god of wealth, the owner of the myth group. Hyinjo, Dong, also my 9th brother. This is Jio's good brother, Yu Fei, Brother 9. This is the vice president of Kaiyuan Jewelry, Li Gan. And this is the antique tycoon, Zhang Lingwu. The 2 hurriedly reached out and shook hands with Hyinjo as well as Yu Fei. Those who were familiar with Hyinjo knew that when Hyinjo introduced Yu Fei to others, he would always be a brother, and never said anything about a chauffeur, bodyguard, or anything like that, and of course, he would not allow others to say so. Hyinjo looked at Li Gang and said smilingly, Vice President of Kaiyuan Jewelry? You and Qin Kaiyuan are. Ha ha, so mister, he knows my cousin. The 2 of us are close cousins, and it's always been my big brother who's taken me on to do some business. Hyinjo nodded and said, well, I'm on pretty good terms with your big brother, and I've even taken jewelry from him to give to my wife before. At this time, Yu Fei looked at Zhang Lingwu and said, Jiang family? Zhang Lingwu nodded his head and said humbly, Zhang Lingwu of the Zhang clan, meet Lord Fei Hong. Yu Fei nodded, so he didn't say anything else. It seems that this Zhang family is not simple, because for Fei, whether there is money or not he is not interested. All he is interested in are those families that are good with their hands and somewhat mysterious. As if he hadn't heard the conversation between the two at all, He Injo smiled and said, let's get started. I'm going to the restroom. Coming to the restroom, He Injo asked while taking a convenience break. Xiao Fei, that Zhang family is not ordinary? Yu Fei said without thinking. It's just a grave robbing family. They know some fancy work. I'm just curious. Oh, so that's why. No wonder it said that it's a tycoon in the antique world. Without the capital to buy and sell, can it not be a tycoon? Returning to the chess room, he saw several beautiful women in professional attire serving several people, preparing fruits, pastries, making tea, and massages. He Injo shook his head. This Wei Lai is still this virtua. Maybe it is the reason why he is there. Or else this guy is going to play cards again while letting a beautiful woman kneel under the table to serve him. He Injo has not forgotten until now. This Wei Lai about 3 friends to play cards in Tanya. He Injo learned that he came, and did not think much about it. A door opened. Good guy. 4 people playing cards, 4 beautiful women kneeling under the table. The scene. Nowadays it seems that the guy has tightened up a lot in his own group after all. He Injo sat down, and immediately a beautiful woman called out to Mr. He, feeding fruits and massaging. Heinjia said, come on, how big is the game? Mr. Ho, you said. Li Gang and Zhang Lingwu said curtly. Wei Lai gave a blank look and said, I'll set it. Let brother Jiu set it. You guys are afraid you can't afford to play. He Injo smiled and did not say anything. Wei Lai said, 9 to set. At least are 100. 000. 9 even played 100. That won down hundreds of millions of winners and losers. 2 people heard. Immediately dry laughter too. Not to mention 100 of mahjong. People 9 God of Fortune set the minimum of 100. 000. That a win or lose down to tens of millions of dollars. Which can play? Wei Lai bristled. Honestly, he couldn't afford to play either. 9. Just for fun. 10. 000. Okay? He Injo nodded his head and said, no problem. The guest will do as he pleases. Just play casually for entertainment. Wei Lai nodded to a few beauties and said, split the code. 1 person 500. Zhang, I can know that you have a job on your hands. Our brothers are entertainment. Not to cheat ah. Zhang Lingwu laughed and said, that's with others. Get some pocket money. Which can ah. Besides, the amazing lord is still there. I do not want my hand, this hand does not fly. Ha ha ha. A few people joked and played, which played only to find that people 9 God of Fortune with the same as coaxing children to play. Xiaohu do not even look at it. It is simply extremely insulting, but it does highlight the financial strength of the He Injo. As he was playing, He Injo said, Wei Lai, you're halfway through the fight. What's the matter? Don't you say anything yet? Hey, brother 9, you still know me. There's really something to discuss with you. Chapter 108 What the Myth Group Lacks. He Injo still better understand Wei Lai. This kid likes to play cards, but will rarely take the initiative to invite himself, because he knows that he play is not generally big. Looking for himself to play poker is somewhat humiliated. The news of his return had just spread, and this kid took the initiative to ask him out, plus the other 2. It would be strange if nothing happened. He Injo said while touching the cards. Alright, tell me. You know, I treat you as my own brother. I haven't refused your requests as long as they're not excessive. Wei Lai listened to the words of He Injo somewhat embarrassed. 2 people know so long, has always been their own trouble Jiu. People Jiu never let themselves do anything. 9th brother, Hosihai of the Four Seas Auction House has a good relationship with you, and Zhang and Li are both foreign enterprises that want to come to our Linhai to organize an auction. Take a look. As you know, 9th brother, our family and Hosihai. He Injo smiled. Wei family and Hosihai between the grudge he is aware of some, not to mention other things. People Hosihai's now still limp leg, is to worship Wei Lai's father. Hosihai has a hotel in Linhai. The surface is a hotel. In fact, is a private auction house, and belongs to the underground auction house. Zhang family dug out something must have some as not dare to get to the surface to sell, and the Kaiyuan jewelry of Qin Kaiyuan. It is estimated that also got some smuggled things want to get out. He Injo thought about it and said, Mr. Li and brother Zhang, they should have gone to find Hosihai, right? And Hosihai refused, right? 2 dry smile and nodded. They naturally do not dare to lie with He 9. Do not look at this 9 God of Fortune young, but after all, it is the creation of a generation. Have seen the world. In the Linhai black, white and gray 3 ways to eat. Some things people are also door clear. Watching the 2 nodding, He Injo understood. It seemed that something was solid. Hosihai didn't even dare to touch it easily. He Injio said. I'll discuss it with Lao Ho at night. The two of you have traveled a long way to find my brother. In all reason, I should contribute, but I don't dare to guarantee that I can succeed. When the three of them heard this, they were all very happy, but they all knew that after the battle between the Myth and the Zhang family, there was nothing that the Nine Fortunes god couldn't do in this Linhai. After a mahjong game, he Injio casually play, and finally won 160,000. Zhang Lingguo opened a check and handed it to He Injio. He Injio does not care, he won the money, take it is normal. Receiving the check, He Injio looked at the beautiful woman who had been sitting by his side serving him and handed the check over. Here you go, served me so long and hard. The beauty was stunned, she was just an employee here, arranged by the manager to serve a few people. Although every time Wei Xiao invited people would also give them tips, but not this much. Wei Lai smiled and said, you can keep what Ninth Brother gave you. This amount of money Ninth Brother can't see. The beautiful woman then carefully took the check. He Injio stood up, stretched a lazy waist, said, this air conditioning temperature is also low enough. Give me a little cold R. Xiao Fei go to the car to warm up. He Injio finished and left, but Wei Lai knows that Jiu never talks more nonsense. He suddenly said that the air conditioning is cold. Go to the car to warm up. It is estimated that he wants to wait for himself in the car, so that he can go over and talk to himself. Wei Lai sent away two people, came to the place where He Injio parked when he came. Jiu really did not go, is lowering the car window and smoking a cigarette. Wei Lai walked over and said, Ninth Brother, you're looking for me. Heinjio smiled and bobbed his head a bit, signaling him to get in the car and talk. Wei Lai got into the car. He Injio opened the door and said, Wei Lai, how big of a favor did the two of them promise you? What Ho Sihai wouldn't dare to touch? It's definitely not simple. Wei Lai nodded and said, Ninth Brother, it's like this. Kaiyuan Jewelry picked pearls and accidentally found a tomb. Then they found the Zhang family and stole that tomb. Quite a few good things were unearthed, and they promised me that as long as Ho Sihai agreed to the auction of those things, they would let me choose one. Say what it is. He Injio gave a blank look. This guy netted useless words. Where's the point? Wei Lai sighed and said, the others are okay. The main thing is to take out the 3-star beads. The National Museum, 28-star beads missing those 3, but also the country has been looking for the 3. He Injio froze and said, Wei Lai, do you know what you're doing? Do you know what you're going to face once this is revealed? Wei Lai nodded with some embarrassment and said, Ninth Brother, we can totally say that we don't know. They just asked us to find a place to auction it off. How would we know what it is? He Injio smiled and said, Wei Lai, I'm telling you, once you're in, there are no secrets. What you should say will be said. Don't doubt the state's methods. But Ninth Brother, there's a very large piece of imperial green in there. What do you need that for? Ninth Brother, after so many years, my younger brother has been troubling you and hasn't been able to help you with anything. I know you're good at tea, so I want to use that piece of imperial green to make you a set of tea set. He Injio smiled and shook his head, saying, I appreciate the thought, Wei Lai. This matter ends here. Draw back in time. The affairs of the country are not something we can meddle in. Help me make an appointment with the two of them, and at night, at the Tanya Clubhouse, invite them for dinner. Ho Sihai will also be there. Okay, got it. 9. Well, Wei Lai, do as you're told. Okay. 9. Wei Lai left. He Injio said, Xiao Fei, prepare for the night. I'll take those 3 beads. It's best if they sell them to me. If they don't, they'll keep them by force. Got it. 9. He Injio is not short of money now. What he is short of is the talisman. This period of time Myth Group has been doing charity industry. Now the group is large enough. The financial strength is even more flourishing. But what the Myth Group, and he, Heinjiu, lacked was the substance. The foundation, which was perhaps something that all boomers lacked. He wanted to make the Myth Group become a conscientious and charitable enterprise in the mouth of the masses, so that there are 2 benefits. First, the mass base is good. The good name is out there. The product receives a cult following, and the money that is spent will slowly be earned back. Second, but also the most important, the group of people recognized a good reputation in that, in the future, in case of any changes, some people want to move themselves, to move the Myth Group, but to think about it, and now this in the age of developed information, the masses of the voice and the power of public opinion is very big. Certain bigwigs, they could care less about his mythic group, they could care less about his Hoing Jiao, but they ain't going to care about public anger. That's the only thing those people are afraid of. This is what He Injio most urgently wants. The Myth Group seems to be bright and shiny, huge and incomparable, but for some people, the snap of a finger can be destroyed. Chapter 109, Please help us, Master Jiao. He Injio was very clear about this, so what he had to do now was to stabilize the foundation and underpinnings of the Myth Group. Now that he had Hu Jin Lai, the great Yin Jing young man, a lot of things could be maneuvered around. The next step is to get a strong mass base for the myth group. All that's left to do is to take credit for it. And this time around, the national treasure is Heinjiu's chance with the mythic group. This is also the reason why the two horses in Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Guangdong province often give concessions to the state and give benefits to the state. In the final analysis, you have to understand that you are doing things on other people's turf. For so many years, watching so many enterprises rise and fall, Heinjiu understand that you have the ability to make money, earn more, contribute some, earn less cannot contribute, but never think of taking advantage of the country. The moment you do something like that, you're being treated like a pig. Tanya Clubhouse. Heinjiu found Hu Jinlai. This guy is really dashing. Now he will enjoy it more than himself. Seeing Heinjiu came, Hu Jinlai said while eating the fruit, "Old he, you're here. Come and taste it. The melon of the northern border. High quality varieties. Green cultivation. Just picked and flown over." Heinjiu shook his head. This guy was becoming more and more like a thug, but he was becoming more and more like an heir himself. "Old Hu, the meal we attended together at night. This thing is still a done deal. Both of us brothers have taken off." Hu Jinlai bristled and said indifferently, "Forget it, take off? Alarmist, how big a deal would that be? The last 3 of the 28 astral beads have been found." "Che, just find. What are you talking about? Y'all get out." Hu Jinlai instantly sat up. If this matter is true, the degree of interest in it, he can be too clear. The personnel left, leaving only the two of them in the room, and Hu Jinlai said gravely, "Old he, are you telling the truth?" Heinjiu nodded. "Where? This will be talked about tonight and I will buy it. If not, there's no need. I'll notify the top if it's not for sale, as long as the item is brought back. No matter if it's bought or provided clues to discover it, our Hu family will be a great credit." Heinjiu blankly glanced at him breathlessly and said, "What about ing me? You damn well know how to think of yourself. No sale. I'll stay by force. Old Hu, I'll have to make some more arrangements on this matter. This matter will require me to eat and you to drink soup." Hu Jinlai frowned and thought for a moment, then finally nodded and said, "All right, it's fine for you to make the arrangements, but for this great merit, you have to take me with you. Don't worry." In the evening, the 3 men arrived, and so did Ho Si Hai, and they all ate together, talking and laughing. Heinjiu put down his chopsticks and said, "Both of you Kayuan jewelry in the Zhang family to open a price. Those 3 beads I want to be honest." "What Ho Si Hai? What auction? You were originally running to sell to me, is not it?" When Wei Lai heard this, he looked at the two with some annoyance and said, "Brother Zhang, Brother Li, you two are using me?" Nine laughed, said, "Wei come, do not have to make a fuss, normal, both of them are not little cute. I know that Ho Si Hai is not afraid to pick up. There is no dare to pick up in China. So many auction houses around, but to my Lin Hai, and I myth group now lack what they know, not to find me, but also can come to find who?" Zhang Lingwu sighed and said, "The 9 god of wealth is the 9 god of wealth, and those who say you're a thug are all sand sculptures." "Brother Wei Lai, don't be angry. After all, the matter is important. We must find you to be an intermediary. Otherwise I am really afraid that Lord Fei Hong will directly." Li Gang also said, "Yes, old brother Wei Lai, don't be paranoid. We definitely don't have any other intention, and the Emperor Green promised to you is already ready." Hearing this, Wei Lai only gave up. In fact, Wei Lai acted like it was for this piece of Imperial Green. Everyone knows it. Heinjiu took a sip of wine and said, "All right, the words have been said. Make an offer." The two laughed and said, "9 god of fortune is joking. This kind of thing cannot be measured by money. We do not dare to buy and sell. Today, the 9 god of fortune set up a game. Hu Yang is also in the Ginghong. Adults must also be ready. This treasure, we are to bring to take it, not to go." After the two finished speaking, they took out 3 boxes and placed them directly on the table. "We'll give the stuff with both hands, and as for the money, forget it." Heinjiu narrowed his eyes and said, "I guess what picking beads and stealing tombs is also a story. These 3 balls have been in your hands all along, right? Now take them out and you don't want money. It seems that your 2 families are in big trouble. Come on, name the conditions." "Ha ha ha, the 9 gods of fortune are the 9 gods of fortune." Zhang Lingwu directly knelt on the ground after saying, "I beg Master Jiu to save my Zhang family." Heinjiu didn't say anything, but looked at Li Gang and said, "What about you? Please help me take back the Kayuan jewelry." Master 9, Nine speechless, really are not good to handle the role. After understanding, the Zhang family people stole people's ancestral tombs, and now there are people door to door to seek revenge. The Zhang family has died a lot of juniors, but even the shadow of the people have not been found. In such a way to go on non-extinction cannot be done, and the Zhang family to do all this, but also do not dare to report to the police. This time, he wanted to beg Yufei to help him remove the scourge from his Zhang family. Li broke more blood. This is simply miserable death. Kaiyuan Jewelry was founded by him and Qin Kaiyuan. The two cousins have good relations. Qin Kaiyuan to do the lord he also recognized. After all, Qin Kaiyuan is more suitable to do the administrator. However, his son was hospitalized a month ago, and he found that he and his son's blood type did not match. And only after a check did he find out that his wife and Qin Kaiyuan had been screwing together for almost 20 years, and that his son was Qin Kaiyuan's as well. He decided at that time that he must make Qin Kaiyuan and Net and Wildseed lose their names and be poor. He had a bead that he had plucked from a foreign auction, and the Zhang family had too, but only if 3 were gathered to complete the 28 astrological signs would it be considered a miraculous feat to get Heinjio to agree to it. He Injio looked at the two and said, "Faye, is it okay?" "No problem." He Injio nodded and added, "Old Hu, you can't say that you're only taking advantage of the situation and not contributing, right? Engaging Kaiyuan, you are much better than me." Hu Jinlai was also impressed by this huge credit, and said, "No problem, it's just a jewelry company, but Li Gang, you have some evidence of Kaiyuan's some illegal violations, right?" Li Gang nodded and said, "Yes, but Qin Kaiyuan is very cunning, and none of those evidences are complete or heavy, so I've been holding back." Hu Jinlai nodded and said, "That's no problem, there's just fine, whether it's heavy or not, that's up to me." He Injio nodded and said, "Faye, keep the beads, let's go. Don't worry, Faye will give that person to your Zhang family, but it may not be live too dangerous." Chapter 110, He Injio's Intentions. He Injio and Hu Jinlai returned home, had the cook a few small dishes, and the two of them drank. Both of them were in a good mood, because for the Zhang family and also the Li breakthrough, it was difficult and dangerous in their opinion, but for He Injio and Hu Jinlai, in fact, quite simple. For both of them, the difficult thing is to what kind of reason to explain the source of the 3 star-show beads, in what kind of way to hand over to the state. He Injio sipped his wine. He usually drank with his friends and liked to drink beer. White wine he thought was hard to drink, red wine felt pretentious, or beer was the most to his taste, and he doesn't like to drink those fancy beers, according to his financial resources, what kind of alcohol he can't afford, but he likes to drink those cheap industrial beers, with lots of carbon dioxide and enough vapor. Old Hu, the Zhang family's matter is too simple for Faye, get it wrong and solve it tonight, but Kaiyuan Jewelry. Hu Jinlai laughed disdainfully and said, "A businessman without a top-level background is just a businessman. See if you want to pinch it. If it's other industries, there may be some trouble. Jewelry, can't be clean. Old He, I'll handle the matter of Kaiyuan. You don't have to worry about that. Now it's better to consider how to deal with these 3 beads." He Injio nodded and said, "I will hold a meeting tomorrow to study this matter, and an optimal plan must be selected." After saying that, He Injio picked up the phone and dialed Yunbing's number. Yunbing actually hung up, and the video was sent right afterward. "Honey, what's wrong? Miss me?" He Injio looked at Yunbing, who was leaning on the bed, wearing silk pajamas, beautiful beyond words, and some pride was born in his heart. This woman, she really made herself face to face. "Well, miss you," Yunbing snorted and said, "Wait for me, I'll be right back." After saying this, Yunbing got out of bed to put on his clothes. He Injio didn't stop him when he saw this. He really needed Yunbing to come back. Firstly, seeing her was a bit of a fling. Secondly, for tomorrow's meeting, the 3 beads, he needed his wife to cooperate and accomplish some things. "Okay, then I'll meet you at the airport now. I'll hang up then hubby, see you in a bit." Yunbing hung up the video, and Hu Jinlai was all ing speechless. "What are you doing? Showing me off?" He Injio also ignored him and said to himself, "Don't drink anymore, and you shouldn't stay here tonight. My wife is coming back, so go away." Hu Jinlai looked at He Injio's flip-flopping appearance. ********. Lao He, Uing. "Okay, just leave. The first time I've been kicked out since I grew up." Early the next morning, Yunbing said angrily, "Bastard, knowing that there will be a meeting in the morning. He still wants to scourge me. My legs are soft now, how can I go to the meeting?" He Injio didn't take it personally and picked up Yunbing and walked into the bathroom. The two of them arrived at the group and entered the small conference room. Mu Bai and the others were already waiting. All of them were very close to He Injio and the core layer of the group. As soon as the 2 men came in, because they were both their own people, the address directly called the 2 men ninth brother and sister-in-law. He Injio sat on the first place, while Yunbing sat beside He Injio. The fact that the seats could be arranged in such a way was enough to see that Yunbing was well recognized in the eyes of these people. Without further ado, Mu Bai should have told you all about the beads. It's a very rare opportunity for us, and what we are most lacking in missing. White, tell me how to handle this better. Mu Bai nodded and said, "I've been recuperating abroad, and I've contacted some friends abroad. I've communicated last night that an auction will be organized abroad. We'll just go through the motions. It's just the commission that will take out some of it." This way there's an explanation to the country. And we can arrange for someone to raise the price and tell everyone how much wealth we paid for the national treasure. And anyway, for us, it's just a matter of pounding the left hand into the right hand. We can invite Elder Who to go forward with us to the foreign auction, and say to the public that Brother Nine has been helped by Elder Who, and that for the sake of the national treasure. Elder Who has gone out of his way to beg for favors and demand that Brother Nine get the national treasure back. First, after this incident, our group will be completely solid, with a really strong mass base and national level recognition. Secondly, the Who family needs this merit, but Hu Jinlai doesn't. What he needs is Elder Who's approval. We'll sell the Who family a huge favor, and we'll be accountable to young Who. Thirdly, after this incident, the Who family and the Myth Group are completely tied together, and this time it's not just the young master of the Who family, but Elder Who. The others nodded after hearing this, worthy of being Mubai. After Injo told him the news yesterday, he had already thought of the countermeasures. Even foreign countries had been contacted. Injo thought for a moment and said, "It's not enough." Back then, the most correct decision we made was to go public, raise capital and then lend money to earn high interest rates, enabling our group to rapidly accumulate wealth to rise. But later, this also became a piece of heart disease that we regretted the most. Currently, 30% of the group is on the outs. I hold 70 in my hands, and the dividend rights are something you all have. Now that the Myth Group is in the ascendant and the stock price is ridiculously high, I'm going to use this opportunity to bring the stock price down as far as it can go. Wife, you need to take advantage of this and get me back the equity that fell out. With these 3 beads, I'm going to make everyone think that I, Myth Group, have suffered a great loss of energy, and all 3 of my listed companies, Tian Construction, Guanghao Energy, and Brilliant Design, have all announced that they are for sale. First, to do our best to show the country and the masses our attitude of seeking treasure for our country. Secondly, after the 3 groups are sold, let my wife buy in. During this period I will make some scandal with my wife, largely in terms of relationship breakups. Zhang Yike, who is strongly promoted by its entertainment company, endorsed a lot of our products, and the high accompaniment door incident has made her face a great deal of unfavorable public opinion, which has caused the entertainment company to be anxious at the moment. The scandal of my relationship with my wife can press this matter over, while creating conditions for my wife to acquire the shares, and with the 2 of us breaking up our relationship, it's more likely to expand public opinion of the Myth Group, and the stock price will fall faster and more, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Thirdly, Myth's waning, and Yun's break with the clouds to turn against her, was able to draw out some forces that were unfavorable to my wife, and the business of those 3 companies. Yun was obviously more adept at it, and from then on, Myth was completely intertwined with the Clouds Group. After this incident, the Myth will be exceptionally solid. Linhai and Jiang Province as the home base of the Myth and the Yun clan must be solid, and within the scope, there are only friends and no enemies. Mu Bai and the others nodded as well. The boss was the boss, seeing wider and farther. Chapter 111, bring back the national treasure at all costs. Now Injo's idea is that the companies under Myth can maintain their listing status, but Myth must be delisted. He doesn't need to be listed now. What he needed now was the absolute control of the Myth Group and the right to distribute the benefits, and no one should be able to continue to eat the dividends of the Myth. The same goes for including Yun's Group, which has a number of listed companies, but Yun's Group itself has long since been delisted. This is also the reason why Yun Bing is bullish in Jiang Province. She is the big boss behind that. Yun has strong flexibility and control. No public disclosure of the cumbersome and pressure. Financing costs and risks are also very low. Business secrets and core competitiveness are also well protected. The so-called public opinion, but also on the Yun's influence is extremely small. The strength of the Myth Group has long been sufficient, and now that what is lacking is about to be made up, the time that Heinjio has been waiting for has arrived. Injio looked at Yun Bing and said, "Wife, I'll leave these matters to you. You're the person I trust the most." Yun Bing nodded as he listened to his lover's words and said, "Don't worry, I will do my best in all of your requests." The next day, Injio traveled to Ontario, and Injio's arrival was very warmly entertained by Qin Kaiyuan, the chairman of Kaiyuan Jewelry. Heinjio had been in Ontario for a week when suddenly a message and video went viral. Injio in a restaurant. The Open Dollar Jewelry chairman's wife, Lin Yuhua date, by his wife, Yun Bing caught on the spot. Yun Bing to Lin Yuhua, including their own husband Injio have moved. After the incident, the two quarreled, but also the next day suspected to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau for the divorce. The internet is full of curses against Heinjio. Qin Dong treats you as a friend, and you actually laid hands on someone's wife. It's disgusting. Mr. Yun is obsessed with you. Such a good woman is not cherished, but actually knows 3 is 3. Seducing a married woman. Really shameless. Chief Yun, we support you. Divorce this rotten, scummy man. Mr. Yun, I am very dedicated. Can you consider me when you get divorced? Such comments were all over the internet, instantly drowning out the news that Zhang Yike was suspected of sleeping with her. Again, this news has caused mythic group shares to fall. On the bed, Yun Bing hugged Hee In-jio, looked at the news on the internet and laughed petulantly, saying, "Hubby, there are so many cursing you on the internet. Aren't you angry?" Hee In-jio sank down and said, "If you don't read it out to me in front of me, I really won't be angry." Hee In-jio appointment with Lin Yuhua is the Qin Kaiyuan and Li Gang's wife to inform her of the matter, and provided a lot of evidence. Lin Yuhua learned that her husband actually cheated with other women for nearly 20 years, and put a hat on himself for 20 years. Instantly exploded. As for Yun Bing showing up and catching the two on a date, it was planned by the young couple. And as for taking a shot at Lin Yuhua, it was because they didn't want Lin Yuhua to weasel her way out of it, stirring up internet public opinion, and creating a conflict for the couple. No, now Qin Kaiyuan's brain is all big. He suspected that his wife and Hee In-jio got together, but his wife came right out with the fact that he had been fornicating with his cousin's wife for almost 20 years and had an illegitimate child. At this time, Li Bao and Lin Yuhua also joined forces. Li Bao directly took Lin Yuhua to meet Hu Jinlai. Li Bao was a commitment to recapture the Kaiyuan jewelry. He is willing to give Lin Yuhua shares, to ensure that she has no worries for the second half of her life. If Lin Yuhua does not mind, the two of them can be together to live. After all, Lin Yuhua is still some of the posture. And this is what Hee In-jio explained in advance. One is to pull Lin Yuhua to deal with Qin Kaiyuan, and the other is to stabilize Lin Yuhua. There are some truths that are to be announced after he finishes his business. Sure enough, when Lin Yuhua learned that Qin Kaiyuan was actually going to give power to his illegitimate son and not to their mother and daughter, she finally joined forces with Li Gang and told Hu Jinlai everything she knew over the years. On the other hand, in Yanjing, Elder Hu was always in a high position, personally traveled south into Linhai and made an appointment to meet with Hee In-jio. Linhai Government's reception center. Mayor Jiang was in high spirits, very excited, because Hee In-jio, that kid, actually invited Hu Old Man, and today he is going to borrow the light of this kid, and Hu Old Man meeting. Not long, Hee In-jio accompanied Hu Lao to the reception center. Should have been a lot of people to meet, but Hu Lao's special status, and do not like that kind of scene, named Mayor Jiang responsible for the reception is good. As soon as this news spread in the Linhai circle, Mayor Jiang could be said to have instantly become a celebrity, and his walking posture changed. Several people came to the tea room in the reception center, and the three of them took their seats while Yun Bing carefully made tea for the three of them. Hu Lao smiled and took out a bubble of tea from his pocket, saying, "Little girl, make this tea. This is the dahompo your husband sent me. I brought it here specially." Hee In-jio old face red. He knows, this old man is pointing him, shamelessly to the people who family, always stick. Looked at Hee In-9 blush. Hu Old laughingly said, "You this kid. I came south to Linhai, how confidential things. You can be good. Give me publicity all over the sky." "Ah, how? Afraid of the old man with the end of you do not recognize the account? He. Hu Lao jokes. Which can I is a thug. Consider things to consider less. See your side of such a powerful thing. I just want to brag about it. Ha, you slippery kid. Okay, publicity is publicity. Let the ginger kid be in charge of hosting me, and I agree. Your little mind is reached. Talk about your plan." Hee In-jio and Elder Hu, including Mayor Jiang, the three of them talked all morning in the tea room. No one knows what was said, only to know that afternoon, Elder Hu and Hee In-jio traveled to F country. What shocked everyone was that after Hee In-jio traveled to country F, Myth Group suddenly began to gather funds on a large scale, even going so far as to start selling even its 3 listed companies. Everyone was discussing what was going on with the Myth Group, but it seems that there must be a problem, until some people revealed that the foreign public auction of China's national treasure, the last 3 of the Starry Night Pearls, Master Hu got the news and personally went south to ask Hee In-jio to take the treasure. There are even people spreading that Hee In-jio started out in his early years and was taken care of by Elder Hu knew him well, and this time he is holding the favor to come and ask Hee In-jio to take the money for the auction. And Mubai also appeared to explain that the Myth Group and Hee In-9 chairman, whether for the country, or for the old man whose care back then, at all costs, even if this bankruptcy, but also will certainly bring back the national treasure. Chapter 112 Reputation soars to the heavens. The auctions abroad had already begun, and because of Hee In-jio's publicity, the news that the Myth Group was going to spare no effort to bring back the national treasures quickly flowed out. Shareholders who own shares of Myth Group as well as some minority shareholders seemed to have seen that Myth Group was going to shrink extensively, and had started selling their shares. Due to the scandal caused by Hee In-jio and Yun Bing, coupled with this auction, Myth Group's stock price has fallen as fast as a submarine going under the shallow end. News came from abroad. Hee In-jio 3 beads to be divided into 3 days for auction. The first one was successfully auctioned by Hee In-jio. The price is 5 billion, which is already the sky price. Suspected that there are people abroad maliciously raise the price. The first one was at this price, so one could imagine the last one, at least $10 billion. Myth Group's share price completely plummeted, and Heinjiu even started to sell the 3 listed companies at low prices. At this time, Yun Bing stepped in, frantically sweeping the stock market for Myth Group's shares, while making appointments to meet with a number of small shareholders who held a small number of shares, and began to acquire the shares. The 3 listed companies were also bought by Yun Bing, and everyone thought that this woman was born out of love, and was taking revenge on the Myth Group. Only the core of the Myth Group knew that Nine's plan was going exceptionally well. Yun Bing is currently in the office of the chairman of the Myth Group, sitting on He Injo's office chair, crossing his legs, holding a teacup of imperial green sent from the future in his hand, and is drinking tea. Lin Dai, Mu Bai and the others were all sitting on the sofa, looking at this sister-in-law. How many shares have been bought back? How much is still missing? They must all be done before he returns. After leaving He Injo, Yun Bing had become that cold and ruthless business queen again, and she had been the one sitting in command of the Myth Group during this period of time. Sister-in-law has bought back 27%, and Nine currently holds 97%, but there's still 3% out there. At whom? Is there no contact with anyone? Or is it something else? Wood White smiled, said, that 3%, in the hands of the moneyless, he should be dealing with, tomorrow should be able to return the shares. Just the money aspect. Yun Bing thought about it and said, pay according to the peak before the operation. 3%, it's not much. Don't let this matter affect their relationship. Okay, got it, sister-in-law. The next day, the second bead was indeed auctioned off again by He Injo at a price of over $6 billion. These 28 beads can be said to be extremely important to the country of China, because I have heard that there are high people who can determine the fate of the country, determine disasters and calculate the world's situation through these 28 beads. 2 days, 2 beads. Myth Group paid a price of nearly $12 billion. This news spread back to the country. Everyone on the network shouted the 4 words of Mr. He's righteousness. All of Myth Group's shares returned, and today, He Injo still occupies 70% of the shares, while Yun Bing occupies 30%. Yun Bing looked at the shares in his hand and smiled gently, saying to Lin Dai, put this share document away. Oh, I won't give it back to him. On the third day, 2 pieces of news came out that the third bead, Myth Group, was auctioned off for $10 billion, while Myth Group announced that it was delisting. As soon as this news came out, 2 statements appeared. The first one was that the Myth Group had suffered a great loss of energy, and had gone from being a listed large group to a delisted small company. The second was that the Myth Group had really fought tooth and nail to get the national treasure back for the country, and the reputation of the Myth Group instantly went straight to the clouds. That night, Elder Hu returned to China with He Injo. The plane landed in Yanjing, and under the authorization of He Injo, the news on the internet was overwhelming, and countless journalists flocked to watch the country welcome the hero back to China. Later that night, Heinjiu received a tribute thank you and a reception. The next day, under the watchful eyes of the whole country, He Injo personally handed over the 3 stray astral beads to the state, and at the same time, the state also awarded the Medal of Honor and title to He Injo, and He Injo made such a big commotion. Pay is only that 200 million handling fee, and through this matter to recover the equity, He Injo not only did not lose, but also ruthlessly earn a sum of money. The most important thing is that the myth of the group completely surnamed He. That afternoon, He Injo returned to Linhai, and as soon as he stepped out of the airport, countless patriots were sending flowers and letting go of cannon flowers. Almost all the employees of the Myth Group came to greet them, and they even turned on the live broadcast, saying that their chairman was contributing for the sake of the country. And even though the Myth Group was much worse off after this incident, they were all willing to accompany He Injo to make a comeback. The Linhai government, led by Mayor Jiang, also came to meet and greet, and said that for the loss of the Mythic Group, the Linhai government decided that it would give many projects to the Mythic Group. Yun Bing didn't come because they, the young couple, were still in the stage of killing each other because of love. He Injo returned to the group, and the moment he entered the office, a body with a fresh fragrance and warm softness jumped into his arms. Honey, you're wonderful, so good, I'm going to love you. He Injo habitually pinched Yun Bing's small face and didn't say anything, but instead directly met with these core layer personnel. All the things that happened during this period of time were reported to He Injo. He Injo was very satisfied. As for the talk about that 30% of the equity in the name of Yun Bing, He Injo just smiled and didn't say anything. He Injo didn't mention the matter of letting Yun Bing return the equity to him, but said, wife, give the right to distribute the dividends of 30 equity to Xiao Bai to distribute it down the road, and it's enough for the two of us to keep 50. Yun Bing naturally did not have any comments, although she took this 30 equity for herself, but ultimately the purpose is just to tie this man down. As for what power, what money, she really does not care. She herself is someone else's, let alone that equity. Mu Bai, what's the situation with old Hu targeting Kaiyuan side? Wood White smiled and said, ninth brother, Hu Young is really Kao. Kaiyuan in his hands like a mole cricket. Qin Kaiyuan, due to a variety of illegal access to state resources, was sentenced to confiscate the property. Kaiyuan shifted into a provincial enterprise. Because of this matter, Hu Young also made a merit. Li Chao was appointed vice director as well as president of Kaiyuan, and the position of chairman was delegated by the state. He Injio shook his head. Hu Jinlai looks like he doesn't have a proper form, but in fact, he is very smart and has a lot of means. Otherwise how could he be so favored and cultivated by Master Hu? What about Dash's side? When Brother Fei goes on a journey, not an inch of grass will be left standing. Brother Fei, overnight, one man and one sword, killed through the Zhang family's opponents. This matter attracted the attention of the above, but it was suppressed by the Hu family themselves. After all, it was the other party who assassinated the Zhang family first, and then this matter was left unsettled. Chapter 113, What Hu Jinlai lacks. He Injio nodded. He was very satisfied with the layout and results of this time. It could be said to have completely perfected the myth group and himself. Mu Bai looked at He Injio and said, Brother Jio, but the scandal between you and Lin Yuhua and your sister-in-law is still hot. The internet still scoffs and curses at you for betraying your sister-in-law and falling for a married woman, calling you a scumbag. He Injio thought for a moment and said, Zhang Yike's matter was watered down, right? Mu Bai nodded. He Injio smiled and said, okay, since the purpose has been achieved, a bit of cursing is just, it doesn't matter. So many years of cursing me is still less? Unfortunately, none of them dared to curse in front of me. They are all trash. You know, I've never been afraid of people misjudging me. A few people also bitterly smiled and shook his head. This point of the ninth brother is really, outsiders casually scolded, casually denigrate. He should still never care. Yun Bing, however, was a bit angry. Anyone who said He Injio was bad, she was angry. But this matter was arranged by He Injio. There was nothing she could do. Honey, it's over too, so either I'll step in and clear the air. He Injio shook his head and said, it's not over yet. You'll go back to Jiang province tomorrow and wait. You and I have a falling out. You're in a rage and you're collecting my shares. And you're collecting my company. The outside world will think that you're crazy. And now it's definitely empty and weak. And the capital chain is tense. And some people will not be able to help but take a shot at it. As for the curses on the internet, simple. Say I'm scummy for liking a married woman, right? Then put it another way. Say the woman I like is married. Does this one go from scummy to affectionate? Ha 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 ha. Listening to Heinjio's words, several people felt greatly speechless. To say that the word game piece, Jio was really good at playing. He Injio clapped his hands and said, alright, disperse. After working for so many days, I'm exhausted. I'm going home to rest. My wife is going to go and have a baby. Yun Bing gave a blank look. Her small face was red. This guy is really shameless. You have a big face. It doesn't prove that I also have a big face. On the bed, Yun Bing obediently lay in He Injio's arms. Honey, why don't you mention the 30 shares? He Injio touched Yun Bing's slippery body and said, after going through so many things, if I still don't trust you, how ungenerous I should be. And I know, you girl, that all your tricks and little thoughts are just to hold me more firmly. And since you want to, you can hold on. Yun Bing was touched by He Injio's words, and for the first time, she took the initiative to move her head downward. Hiss. Ha. The next day, Yun Bing went back to Jiang province. He Injio came to the group, in the office, drinking tea and watching TV. On TV, the old man of the Hu family was awarded the highest level of medals, and likewise, Hu Jinlai returned to Yanjing, not knowing what was going on, and left in a hurry. At noon, Hu Jinlai called, hey, old Hu, what's the situation? I heard you rushed back to Yanjing. Ha ha ha, old He, it's my damn luck that I, old Hu, know you and am brothers with you. My grandfather announced this morning at the Hu family that all the resources and connections of the Hu family will all be tilted towards me from today onwards, and that he will fully cultivate me as the successor of the Hu family. While listening to Hu Jinlai's excited laughter over the phone, He Injio frowned. Old Hu, is this really a good thing? How did Chao Chong of the Three Kingdoms die? Hearing He Injio's words, Hu Jinlai instantly froze, and then thought of something. Lao He, don't call, come back to me and we'll talk. Okay, I'll be right back. Hanging up the phone, He Injio thought a lot. Even the back began to break out in a cold sweat. Perhaps, he and Hu Jinlai are others' dowry, are pawns. It is impossible for the old man of the Hu family not to understand that wood shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it. But his favoritism and cultivation of Hu Jinlai does not seem to be false. What is this really for? Just as he was thinking, the phone rang, An unfamiliar number in Yenjing. Hyunjo almost didn't need to think to know who it was. Hey, Gramps, it's me, Gio. Haha, Jean-Nai must have gleefully called to tell you about my announcement. Do you have a lot of ideas now? Hyunjo knew that Master Who could call. It must be for him to solve the confusion, and it would be meaningless to sophistry. It's true that you can't hide anything from the old man. I do wonder. Hey, Xiao Jio, the old man knows all about your love for the Hu family, so don't worry. If little Jean Lai were you, I would definitely cultivate him secretly, but little Jean Lai lacks still too many things, only that ruthlessness. Speaking of which, He9 has understood the meaning of Master Hu. Indeed, really according to the kind of family in power, Hu Jean Lai is still too young, the heart is not black enough, the means is not ruthless enough. He also finally understood why Elder Hu had sent Hu Jean Lai to Linhai and allowed such close contact with himself. Master, I know, don't worry, Xiao Jio. I once said this to Xiao Jin. I said that if you can one day kill Grandpa with your own hands, you will be the most qualified heir to the Hu family. But this kid didn't understand what I meant at all, and actually said to me that I was so good to him, and favored him so much, that he would never make a move against me, and also said that, because of my status, I wouldn't be able to escape sanction for killing me. Hey, this kid. Hyunjo laughed and said, Old master, in fact, having Jean Lai become like me may not be a good thing, but it's good for the Hu family. Okay, I get it. Hyunjo hung up the phone, shook his head and smiled bitterly. This phone call from Elder Hu looks like an explanation, relief, but in reality, it is another task. He deliberately put Hu Jean Lai on the opposite side of all the competitors, so that he could help Hu Jean Lai and kill his way out of this struggle. The benefits of doing so: first, Hu Jean Lai's prestige in the Hu family will be sufficient, while eradicating or fighting fear of some competitors and stabilizing his authority. Secondly, it was also to cultivate Hu Jean Lai's traits as the future head of the family, casting off love and ruthlessness in order to achieve his goal. The top families in Yenjing really aren't that nice to stay in, either in power or in a mixed bag. At the same time, Hyunjo also understood that Hu Jean Lai was indeed missing something. It's like when the two of them were hanging out and Hu Jean Lai said, Lao He, do you believe I'm going to go and do that right now? Hyunjo just laughed at that time and said, if I had already done it. Instead of talking nonsense here, Hu Jean Lai everything lacks is this force, a strong and domineering, give up my own momentum, and this, on the contrary, is a person in power most need to have. Chapter 114, My Lady is in Charge. Thank you, Nei, Wu Fei, C. Cohen and all the other friends who sent gifts. I really appreciate it. I've had a lot going on lately, and today's Qingming festival is actually my birthday, so I'll add more after I'm done. Thank you all. Yun Bing had returned to Jiang province, and neither the Myth Group nor the Yun Group had any explanation for her scandal with Hyunjo. Yun Bing came to the group. On the way to his office, everyone who saw her was able to avoid, but avoided is also very nervous thinking about her hello. Yun Bing had a cold look on his face and didn't say anything about it. Coming directly to his office, Yun Bing, who came to the office, sat on the sofa and started to make himself some tea and called Lin Dai in. After Lin Dai came in, he sat down opposite Yun Bing and said with a smile, Sister Bing, what's wrong? Yun Bing handed a cup of steeped tea to Lin Dai and said, did something happen to the group? Why are those employees so cautious when they see me, even avoiding me? Lin Dai sipped his tea and said with a smile, Sister Bing, because the matter between you and Brother Nine is making a lot of noise. Everyone knows about it. They all presume that you must be in an extremely bad mood right now. Who would dare to mess with you? Yun Bing bitterly smiled and shook her head. So it was like this. Actually even the people in her own group thought so. Then it seems that she and her husband's this drama was okay. The next step is to see if, as hubby said, someone will be unable to hold back and take a shot at Clouds. On the other hand, Hu Jean Lai had already returned and was currently in Hyunjo's office. He was a little apprehensive at the moment. Old he, could it be that Grandpa wants me to be the scapegoat? No wonder over the years, Grandpa has also taken care of Hu Jean Lin and has explicitly forbidden me to target him. Hyunjo held the tea, shaking the teacup, pondering, and said after a long time, Old Hu, this is the same as the ancient seizing of the throne. You've already stepped onto this path. You only have two ways to go, either succeed or die. If I say so, in front of you, don't look at who it is, treat it the same. It's all just thorns, chop it up. What do you say? Hu Jean Lai sneered and said, I naturally know that there is no turning back in this kind of thing. One step out, I have no choice but to reach the top. But Lao He, you also know that the family allows fair competition, but not brothers to kill each other. This is the bottom line. But fair competition? Hyunjo naturally understood what Hu Jean Lai's LOL meant. Isn't killing each other also a form of competition? Old Hu, do you think that if you're the only heir left in the Hu family, Will your grandfather do the same to you because you're ruthless? That naturally won't. Old he, what do you mean? One way or the other. I said, everything on the road ahead is a thorn. Chop it off. Hu Jinlai looked at Heinjo at this moment, and a light appeared in his eyes as he said, Old he, in the next few years, if I have a need for you Fei, you'll have to lend me a hand. Ha ha ha, old Hu, far from it. Heinjo said with a smile, he might understand why Elder Hu chose himself. Perhaps, he chose you Fei. In this way, a few days of time passed. These days Heinjo was very dashing. Every day during the day and a few days, sipping tea, gossiping. In the afternoon to go to the clubhouse massage to rest, and in the evening is the cloud ice accompanied by their own game. The two people in the game to talk about love and love. Plain and happy days are always short-lived. This day, the White family in Lake Province to meet Yun Bing. The White family has always been a partner of the Cloud Group. The relationship, not to say how good, but not bad. When the Bai family came, Yun Bing naturally had to receive them. The visitor was the general manager of the Bai family, as well as the Bai family's youngest son and future heir, Bai Hao. In the restaurant, Yun Bing brought Lin Dai, Ning Xin to the appointment. Mr. Bai, I wonder if there's something I need to do this time when I came to make an appointment. When Bai Hao saw Yun Bing's scourge of a face and that wonderful body, a fire pulsed in his dantian. Bai Hao has always been in love with Yun Bing. Yun Bing went to the Bai family's group several times to talk about cooperation. Bai Hao just in the meeting again and again, Yun Bing more and more yearning. This woman's beauty, her icy and haughty temperament, all deeply attracted him. But at that time, he was exercising at the grassroots level of the group, so he didn't have the chance to get in touch with Yun Bing at all. Later, he was promoted to general manager, and finally had the qualification to meet with Yun Bing, but this woman was too cold, and he traveled to Yun's group many times, but the ones who received him were also the general managers of Yun's group. In his learning, Yun Bing has always kept a distance from the opposite sex, and her office is even closed to men, which further arouses his desire to conquer, and in his eyes, only this kind of woman is worthy of him. Until he learned that Yun Bing actually got married, with that so-called 9 wealthy gods of Lin Hai, he was simply jealous. He thought, maybe there is no fate. Forget it. He wanted to forget Yun Bing, but Yun Bing and that man, time and time again, appeared in the screen, time and time again on the hot search. He did not forget Yun Bing in the slightest, but the obsession is getting heavier and heavier, until the news of Yun Bing and that man's messy divorce, he finally was unable to hold back. He didn't care that Yun Bing had been married to another man. He only wanted this woman, not only to get her, but also to get her Yun's group, for father, to open the way to Jiang province. Bai Hao looked at Yun Bing, smiled and said, Yun always still as cold as ever. Our two groups have been cooperating for more than 2 years, is also considered a friend. Yun always this attitude. Yun Bing remained ice cold and said, such is the character. If Mr. Bai doesn't like it, let Yun's vice president talk to you. Yun Bing scoffed at Bai Hao. She had agreed to come and talk in person because of the smooth cooperation with the Bai family's group over the past 2 years, plus the fact that Bai Hao was the heir apparent, so it could be said that she had already given him enough face. He shamelessly questioned her attitude. What a joke! She has this attitude towards any man except her husband. What does he think he is? Yun Bing didn't give the slightest bit of face and was about to get up and leave after saying that. At this time Bai Hao said, Mr. Yun, don't be angry. Just kidding. Today I asked you to come. The main reason is that my Bai family is going to transform. My Bai family warehouse still stores a lot of materials. My father's intention is to sell them at a loss, and as soon as possible to recoup the money for the transformation. I, Bai Hao, have been longing for Mr. Yun for a long time, so I naturally thought of Mr. Yun as a priority. How about Mr. Yu? All the materials are 60% off for you. I only ask that Mr. Yun give me a chance to pursue. When Yun Bing heard this, he was immediately amused. Not to mention how deep his relationship with Heinjo was. In terms of status alone, what made Bai Hao think that he was compatible with him? If I, Yun Bing, want to find one, I should at least look for an object that is more powerful than Yun's group, right? Your Bai family isn't weak, but it's still a hair behind my Yun clan. What's more, my lady is in charge, and you, an heir, by what right? Chapter 115, the 3 major groups target the Yun clan. For Yun Bing, in the past few years, those who matched his age, were stronger than him, and were in the same position of power. Other than Heinjo, he hadn't really found the second one. What's more, Yun Bing was originally a traditional, dedicated woman, and after going through so much with Heinjo, the King of Heaven would not want to keep the two of them apart. Even if he is now breaking up with Heinjo and divorce rumors are flying around, he is not something that you, Bai Hao, can get your hands on. Yun Bing let out a cold smile and said, Dai, arrange for Sun Pine to talk to General Manager Bai. Let's go. Yun Bing left after she finished speaking, and Lin Dai and Ning Xin followed suit. Only both women gave Bai Hao a somewhat deep look as they left. Watching the three women leave, Bai Hao face green. Damn, really ing pretend a divorced second-hand goods, but also really take themselves as a treasure. Since the good get along you do not agree, then sorry. Getting into the car, Yun Bing said, Shao Dai, have someone look into the Bai group. I always feel like things aren't that simple. The next day, inside Yun Bing's office, Lin Dai reported to Yun Bing. After investigation, Bai's group did want to transform, and some of the inventory was indeed being cleaned up to gather funds. Yun Bing nodded. In that case, it seemed that the Bai group's materials could really be collected. The Mythic group had taken on quite a few official projects, and these could be used. On the other side, in the office of the chairman of the Bai group, three middle-aged men were there sipping tea and chatting. Bai Dong brought us both here, said there is a good thing. What is it? All three of us have been thinking about Zheng province for a long time, haven't we? Lake province is on the mainland, and every incoming and outgoing shipment has to go through someone else's port, as if we were being charged protection money. How about if the three of us enter Zheng province and have our own harbor? And we can channel some of the profiteering, can't we? The other two froze and said, Qingba, you have a way to enter Zheng province? That's right. I'm sure you all know that Jin Bing of Yun's group and Yin Zhou of Lin Hai's Mythic group broke up and divorced, right? The two looked at Bai Qingba and said, say something we're interested in. My Bai family is going to transform, and I have a large batch of materials in my hands that are now about to be disposed of at a low price, and the Yun group will definitely not let go of this opportunity. That woman and he Injio love and hate, wildly swept the shares of the Myth group, but also collected the three companies under the Myth. Now it is already insufficient funds, the capital chain is unstable. Once she's in the process of eating my batch of material, it's safe to say she'll be able to keep the money chain not bad, even with a loan. The other two frowned and asked, are you sure she and Heinjio have broken up? Also, how do you know she's underfunded? The Yun group is very strong. Ha ha ha, I've been working with Yun for 2 years now. It's still possible to bribe a few people, right? Once Yun's group's capital chain is in trouble, the three of us can take advantage of the opportunity to enter Zheng province, grab Yun's market, and strike Yun's supply chain. And Yun has only two choices, either to continue the loan, or to sell the industries and downsize to make up for the gap. Then we can acquire Yun's industries one by one, and eventually eat up the entire Yun. One of them shook his head and said, it's not that simple. Yun's parent company is unlisted, and the methods we can target her are really limited. When Yun Bing was trying to seize power, it can be said that he persecuted his eldest uncle and youngest uncle's two families enough, especially his eldest uncle's father and son, who had their limbs broken and their tongues cut out. At that time, Yun Bing was really powerful. Yun's already had a flourishing branch. The only weakness was the tight capital chain, but after she got together with He Injio, that guy was too rich. Yun started to become stronger and stronger without any weaknesses. But now, she broke with her backstage, and even if she didn't, the Myth group is already struggling to protect itself. I'm not only uniting her eldest uncle and youngest uncle, there are also some other enterprises in Zheng province. As long as we can make Yun's group's capital chain break, these people will flock to Yun's group. At that time Yun's group is suffering internally and externally. Those of us, who can eat how much meat, it's up to each one of us to do their own thing. Both of you, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Give Yun's group some more time and she'll start to become well-funded again. Listening to the words of Bai Qingba, the two thought for a long time, and finally made up their minds to put up a fight. Can really mess up Yun's, their own group to expand, but also to get a lot of money, but also be able to occupy the port of Yun's, can be said to be 3 in 1, and listening to Bai Qingba's analysis, there was a good chance to give it a try. In Yun Bing's office, Lin Dai reports that Sun Peng has met with Bai Hao. His idea was to take some of it, but the White family refused on the grounds that it was back in the money, and it was either all of it or they'd sell it to someone else. Sun Peng gave the opinion that today Yun's group is cash-strapped. It is not appropriate to acquire. Stabilizing itself is the most important. Yun Bing listened to the report and was satisfied with Sun Peng being able to say such words. At least he was loyal to the group. Such a great bargain is not to be taken. Let Sun Peng acquire all of it is. Tell him that I have already taken out a loan with the bank. Lin Dai nodded and walked out. What is the situation of Nine brother and Bing's sister she knows too well. How could she let go of the cheapness that was sent to her door? As for the tight money, does not exist. That god of wealth has plenty of money. Didn't you see that guy running to Fuzhou? Bing's birthday is coming up. He sneaked off to Fu province to study the core mountain farms of other people's Wui rock tea to give to his wife. That's all. He'll be short of money? Yun Bing looked at the material in her hand and squinted her eyes. After spending a long time with He Injio, she would have learned something. before the purpose of others was exposed. She herself had to maintain the status quo and plan for the worst, while being prepared to deal with it. Bai Jia, you'd better be honest. I'm just trying to fish out some syndicate spies. Don't you dare surprise me with a big fish. With my husband around, Yun, will not lose. The next day, the deal between the Yun clan group and the Bai clan group was completed, and large quantities of materials began to be transported to the Yun clan group's warehouse one after another. And that month, a piece of news appeared. Yun's group postponed to pay the employee's salary. Rumor is that Yun's group is empty and is applying for a loan. The news spread instantly, and what followed was the entry of the Bai group, Tianming group, and Chengda group into Zhejiang province. As soon as the three groups entered Zhejiang province, they began to go around talking about cooperation, holding receptions and inviting various enterprises in Zhejiang province. Take on projects at a lower price than Yun's group and acquire them at a higher price than Yun's group. Everyone understands. These three groups are running to Yun's. The so-called take advantage of your disease to kill you. But in this regard, Yun Bing is full of concern. Still I do what I do. I and you fight low price. And also do not and you raise the price. Everything stays as it is. Chapter 116 Yun Bing's Birthday. Love Show. Yun Bing's approach made everyone puzzled. What was this? Yun Bing gave up? At least lowering the price of the project or raising the acquisition price would be so much better. But Yun's group is like this. Has remained the same. Grabbed the project. Can you do not do it? Can you do it? Have so much money to pad it? As for suppliers, whatever. You guys charge high prices for those materials. I won't rob them. Let's see how much you can eat. Yun Bing understood very well that these three groups, including some other enterprises in Zhejiang province, just knew that Yun's group's capital chain was about to break, and in this way forced Yun's group to either sell its industries or go bankrupt. The news that the banks had learned of the outside rumors, coupled with the frantic targeting of the three major conglomerates that had politely refused Yun's loans, made them even more certain that Yun was finished. Unfortunately, people Yun's not lack of money. This is not only the staff salary as usual, but also pay bonuses. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. These 3 months, Yun's group showed absolutely no signs of breaking up. It was still business as usual, but the three major groups, the orders in hand are getting bigger and bigger, and the materials are accumulating more and more. To put it bluntly, grabbing food to the death. This is good. Accumulation of food. Orders cannot be completed. To face a high amount of liquidated damages. This is not the most important. The most important thing is the lack of credibility. Will later become a competitor's words. The funds in their hands are also getting less and less. 3 months, they have paid a lot, but Yun has not done anything at all. If this continues, they will not be able to hold on, and they will be the ones who sell their industries first. Hands hoarded materials simply cannot be used. This short time is okay. Some materials will begin to oxidize over time. Depreciation of the value of then all the money, as evaporation like Inside Yun's group, Hee-Injio was sitting on the sofa, drinking the tea made by Yun Bing. Today was Yun Bing's birthday. Honey, how's the investigation going? Some of the ones that were in contact with other groups, or were bought by other groups, were checked out, and as for those that jumped ship, if they're gone, they're gone. So let's get together. Hee-Injio nodded and said, 3 months is almost up. The three of them are almost at their limit. This week there are already projects and orders starting to trickle down to Yun, and there are also suppliers taking the initiative to contact them. So it seems that they can't afford to eat anymore. Yun Bing smiled and said, then husband, can I clarify our matter? These 3 months have made it look like cheating. It's annoying, and it's been a long time since people have shown love and spread dog food with you. Hee-Injio pinched Yun Bing's little face and said, isn't it fun to cheat? Hubby, you don't say. It's kind of exciting to sneak around. Ha, okay, today is your birthday. The day is just right. Go, hubby will give you your birthday. After saying that, Hee-Injio pulled up Yun Bing and walked outside. Giggle. It's nice to have a husband. The two of them went out on the front foot, and on the back foot. Myth Group. Yun's group sent out an announcement, while Lin Yuhua also sent out an explanatory note, said that at that time, the matter between Hee-Injio and Lin Yuhua was a misunderstanding, and that Hee-Injio was not used to the kind of old scum like Qin Kaiyuan, so he made an appointment with Lin Yuhua and informed her of everything, and Yun Bing at that time was just a misunderstanding. That night the two said open, and make up, the next day to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, just because Yun Bing angry, tore the marriage certificate. The two went to make up just, when this news was sent out. It can be said that 8 parties were shaken. The 3 groups targeting the Yun clan were almost instantly confused, and Hee-Injio's reputation for being heartless and a big slag was not broken. At this time some people realized that the feelings of these two couples here in the play. The wife to help the husband to get back the shares of the group. The husband to help the wife to draw out the group's mole. Spies, as well as the outside world, some of the evil intentions of the collaborators and suppliers. Some netizens commented, "I told you, how could a self-disciplined man like Mr. He and a woman as infatuated and dedicated as Mr. Yun get to this point? The feelings are all staged." But then, wouldn't it be that the three companies of the myth group are just over to Mr. Yu, that national treasure thing, upstairs brother, people couple of some strategy only, but Mr. He for the national treasure to take out is real money. This point cannot be denied, right? Now I just want to ask, how do the three major groups in Hunan province feel about the current situation? How are the projects, orders, and resources in their hands being handled? I'm really convinced these two are back, lied to us for 3 months, and now they are starting to show on again. I really don't want this to be fake. Might as well break up for real. Save moving around and eating dog food. The netizens' words resonated with many as Heinjiu posted a message. The photo shows the two standing on Mount Wui and kissing. With text, "Wife, this is my first birthday with you. You do not lack anything. Husband, nothing to send you. You like to drink daffodil. I bought for you 3 pits and 2 streams of all the daffodil tea tree. From today onwards, China's market is no longer the best quality daffodil. They only belong to you alone." Yun Bing actually replied, "Thank you, husband, love you." Hoing 9 replies, "Give me a drink. If you can't finish it, break your legs." A netizen said, "I said, there is no end. Two people together cannot talk it? Must show? Didn't you say that mythic group is in decline? Why don't I look like that? How much would it cost to buy all the daffodils in these 3 pits and 2 streams? I can't even imagine. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Although myth is decadent, it feels like a few hundred million can still be taken out, right? Decadence. My ass. They're on the show again." Hyunjo sent another message with a photo of the two of them sitting opposite each other and dining within an extremely luxurious private jet. With text, "Honey, you always use my airplane. It annoys me. Buy you one. Use mine less in the future. This one of yours is better than the one of mine. Vanama. Whoever you guys want to see, I'm pulling the plug. I also pulled the black. This be pretend. Cannot see a little. The two of them a love storm pull full. Show the netizens are dizzy. Dog food to eat to vomit." On the airplane, the two of them ate while flying towards Country F, because Yun Bing said that she wanted to eat a big Country F dinner at night. On the other hand, Lin Dai, Sun Pang, and Deng Tao, the three of them were in contact with the 3 major groups. It is very simple, and they talk about low-priced contracting their hands of projects and orders, low-priced acquisition of their hands of piled-up resources. Sell or not sell as you like. We can take it or leave it. Not bad money. The 3 groups are simply more difficult than eating a fly, and now they really cannot enter. If they retreat, the 3 of them, at least a few hundred million each to lose. They are not the mythical group. They can come up with so much cash. It would have been difficult. Had thought that they could make a fortune on Yun's group. This is good. Did not make a fortune. It is estimated that they still have to take some. Chapter 117, by how humiliated. Yun Bing bites. The 3 groups had accumulated too many projects and orders, and had thought about sourcing them to other companies, and did not want to cheapen Yun's group. But after this show of love between Yun Bing and He Jiao, everyone knows that Yun is still the same Yun, and the god of wealth is still the same god of wealth. They have begun to avoid and refuse to accept the outsourcing business of the 3 major groups. They would rather not earn this money, but also cannot offend the Yun group and outsourcing to companies in other provinces, and to add the round-trip shipping costs, the calculation, it is not as cost-effective as to the cloud group to do. You can say that the clouds to the price of this calculation is clear. The card is dead. As for the accumulated resources, materials, the same, other small companies do not dare to eat, but also cannot eat. Yun's group is still the price calculated clearly. In the end, the 3 major groups had no choice but to return all the things they had grabbed in Yun's, and they still returned them at a low price, and they had to thank people after returning them. The chairman of the 3 groups, sitting together with sullen faces, no one spoke. They are really shameless. Half a lifetime in the business world, was played by Yun Bing. That little girl, tossed around, ran to the others Zheng province, to help Yun's group 7 to 8% discount to take the project, take orders, collect resources. They'd be ashamed to talk about it. While in the Zheng province of Baihao, these 3 months can be described as spring, and even ready to enjoy the cloud ice stripped bare, just waiting for the cloud's decline. But what happened today had shattered his dream completely, and what followed was a nightmare. As Yufei appeared in his room unnoticed, Baihao's face went white with fear and he looked at Yufei and said, "You, how did you get in here? Are you a human or a ghost? Man, Mr. Bai, our 9th brother has invited you as a guest. I wonder if I can honor you with my presence. How about a favor? What if I don't? Honor me and I'll take you there. Don't and I'll knock you out and take you there." Baihao's head was in a cold sweat. He knew that he couldn't hide, so be decent. I'll go with you. Lead the way. Inside the No. 9 Manor Villa of Jiang Province's Huanjiang Villa Cluster. Hyunjo was eating her favorite peach cupcake with Yun Bing. Just seeing Yu Fei walk in with Bai Hao. Hyunjo looked over and a playful smile appeared on his face. Yun Bing, on the other hand, didn't seem to see it, still taking a bite for himself and feeding Hyunjo a bite. Ninth brother, the people have been brought. I can't believe I came here awake. It seems that Mr. White is very cooperative. Bai Hao sighed and said, I'll admit it. Tell me, what do you want? Hyunjo laughed and said, I'm a person especially unconfident, afraid of other people snatch my wife away. To be honest, ordinary business encounters, win or lose according to their ability. It does not matter, but you miss my wife. This is a big problem. Oh, can't even think about it? Hyunjo, there should be quite a few men who look at your wife's photos to settle themselves. Hyunjo suddenly laughed and said, the reasoning is such a reasoning. See, people didn't show it anymore. You're good. Not only did you show it, but you also made a move on Yun. Hyunjo, the king has become the loser. I can't fight you. I admit it. Just tell me what you want. Can you not be so deathly serious? I'm just looking for you to talk. Make it seem like I'm so vicious. In fact, in the final analysis, I just don't have confidence. My wife, is a very arrogant person. I'm really afraid that one day she'll fall in love with you. So please drill through here. Having done this kind of thing, my wife definitely won't have any thoughts about you. When Hyunjo finished speaking, he put his foot on the coffee table, signaling for Bai Hao to drill through. Bai Hao's face reddened as he looked at Hyunjo with indignation. Hyunjo, on the other hand, smiled faintly and said, hey, also, do not do unto others as you would not have them do unto you. I never like to force others. Forget it, you go. Bai Hao listened to Hyunjo's words and couldn't figure out what this man was up to, but he knew that he would never be able to leave so easily. Just like Yu Fei behind him, and he didn't dare to bet on whether or not he'd be worse off than he was now if he were to leave. Bai Hao gritted his teeth and nodded, saying, Hyunjo, you win. Put your legs in place and I'll drill. Ha, Hyunjo, you want me to beg you to let me drill and still have to smile and be grateful, don't you? Hyunjo smiled and didn't say anything, just looked at Bai Hao with a smile, while Yun Bing on the sofa looked like he was watching the show and was a little happy. Bai Hao now realized that it was too dangerous to be with a woman like Yun Bing, which was a completely crazy woman. Bai Hao sighed and looked up with a smile. Dong, the god of 9 fortunes, please let me drill. It's my honor. Hey, really, it's a big favor. After Hyunjo finished putting his foot on the coffee table again, Bai Hao knelt down and just drilled through with a smile on his face. Getting up, he looked at Hyunjo and said, Master 9, can you let me go now? Hyunjo walked over and slapped his face and said, Bai Hao, you're terrifying. To be able to do this, I really want to kill you. You make me feel dangerous. But today is my wife's birthday, so I'll let you live. And the next time, I'll take your life. Bai Hao looked at Hyunjo and said, don't worry, next time we might meet at the mall, but it will never be because of Yun Bing, so be careful too. Hyunjo naturally understood the meaning of his words. He felt that Yun Bing was too dangerous for him to handle, and at the same time, he also told Hyunjo that he would never hit Yun Bing again. Hyunjo smiled. Go. After Bai Hao left, Yun Bing hugged Hyunjo from behind and said, hubby, this kind of person is the most terrifying. Keeping him will be a scourge. Wife, you have to realize that it's one thing to count on someone and make them commit suicide. It's another thing to kill someone. Why don't I know that people like Bai Hao are dangerous, but the risk of moving him is too great. He's not like Zhang Ruohai, who is alone and has no one to redress his grievances. And the honorary titles and medals I've earned by any means necessary will keep me alive. But they can't be weapons. Yun Bing nodded. But luckily, the video of him being so humiliated just now is saved for future threats. Hyunjo shook his head, dotingly scraped Yun Bing's nose, and said, that kind of thing doesn't mean much. Like he said, the king becomes the loser. If he wins, this video, it's a good story. Just like you, when it was clear that you were relying on your husband, me, and calculating to seize power. But after you succeeded, look at what these people said. Without General Manager Yun there would be no Yun Group today. General Manager Yun is Yun's biggest contributor. Taking power is well deserved. I'll be honest, did clouds at the time have much to do with your efforts? But if you fail, those words will still be there, just sung by a different person. Yun Bing's face appeared displeased, pulling Hyunjo's arm and opening his mouth to bite on it. Chapter 118 Cloud Mountain Accident. Smart Lin Maniac. The next time Hyunjo has been in Jiang Province to accompany Yun Bing, this woman really makes him cannot stop, and she is with her. She will always be able to make herself happy. The emotional value of their own pull full. This day the two were sweetly playing the game at home. Yun Bing's phone rang. A look at the call alert. The old bastard. Hyunjo shook his head. The old man's phone As soon as Yun Bing's phone picked up, Yun Shan's anxious voice came. "Oh daughter, come and save me and your brother." When Yun Bing heard this, his brows furrowed. "What's wrong?" That's when the call came from the others. "Mr. Yun, hello, I'm Lin Maniac. Your brother played with us and lost more than $20 million, without any evidence. He said that we cheated and didn't have the money to pay. There's no way. We called your father. Your father is too bullish. Came and didn't pay, not to mention, but also smashed my office to pieces, saying that you, Mr. Yun, are her daughter, and no one dares to touch him in this Jiang province. Mr. Yun, I, Lin Maniac, am also a person who wants to have a face. If this matter is still not resolved well, how can I still mix in Jiang province? Don't you think so?" Yun Bing's frown tightened when she heard what this person who called himself Lin Maniac said on the phone, and her other hand was clenched into a small fist. He Injo shook his head and reached out to hold Yun Bing's small fist to signal her to relax. Yun Bing looked at He Injo and relaxed, his brows stretching as he said, "Boss Mad, how do you want to settle this matter? How much money do you want to pay out?" Mr. Yun, I think you'd better come once in person. Honestly, I don't want to offend you. We're from two paths. Well, water doesn't offend river water. So come and take a look. Don't think that I, Lin Maniac, have lionized and hurt the peace. Yun Bing sighed and said, "Okay, don't hurt my dad. I'll go over there." Yun Bing finished hanging up the phone. He Injo looked at her angry little face and said, "Okay, not so much. Just a small thing. Husband accompany you." Yun Bing nodded and the two of them started to change their clothes, during which Yun Bing also told He Injo about Lin Maniac. Lin Maniac, the underground emperor of Jiang province, the founder and leader of the Mad Dragon Society, sitting on some great industries of his own, although he has always maintained friendly relations with the officials, and has never easily offended the powerful families of Jiang province, but it does not prove that he is a good person to mess with, and he walks the road. Other people do not want to easily offend him, so he is very popular in Jiang province, making friends and leaving good karma. Over the years, the Mad Dragon Society had kept a very low profile, and it could even be said that it had ostensibly gone out of sight, while Yun Bing had become more and more famous and powerful in Jiang province. This led to the fact that Yun Shan didn't know much about Lin Maniac as a person and was a bit pretentious, thinking that with his daughter's current status in Jiang province, not many people would dare not give him face. Yun Bing and He Injo, with Yu Fei and also Ning Xin, arrived at the Dragon Hotel, which was openly doing serious hotel business, but secretly was actually Lin Maniac's casino. The four of them just arrived at the door. There were little brothers waiting at the door, watching Yun Bing get off the car, and immediately greeted them. "Mr. Yun, our boss told me to wait for you here. Follow me." Yun Bing nodded expressionlessly. She was angry now, but she was also considering whether this would be an opportunity to make her father and Yenran Lu and their mother and son break up. The four people were brought to the basement of the hotel. Once they entered the door, "Good guy, a very large-scale casino ah." He Injo's first reaction is that this Lin Maniac in the Jiang province should have a good relationship with the people above, and even said that he may be for some people in the service. Entering Lin Mania's office, Yun Bing was simply furious. Lin Mania is after all a scene man. The office is naturally very luxurious, but now a wreck. But his father is nothing. Lin Mania did not make things difficult for him. Lin Maniac is a smart person. In the current situation, many conditions can still be negotiated. There is still room for maneuver with Yun Bing, and he can even sell Yun Bing a favor and get online with Yun's group to make some money in the future. But if you beat up Yun Bing's father, no matter how people's father-daughter relationship is, if you beat up people's father, you are beating up Yun Bing's face. There is no room for things to maneuver, and you have to split the difference. Cloud Ice is a person who has seen a big scene. The eye is also accurate. Looked around inside. This smashed. A lot of antiques and valuable things the main thing is to put the face of the people Lin Maniac hit that is a slap in the face. Lin Maniac saw that Yun Bing had arrived. He quickly got up and said, "Ha ha, Mr. Yun is here. This is still the first time we've met. This must be Mr. Yun's husband, the Nine God of Wealth, the Nine Masters. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ninth Master, General Manager Yun." Look, from the time Master Yun entered the door, including the time he started smashing things, until now, I have not made things difficult for him at all. Even when he was smashing things, I asked my men not to stop him, just for fear of hurting Master Yun. He Injo nodded and shook hands with Lin Maniac, while Lin Maniac also just shook hands with He Injo and didn't reach out to Yun Bing to make a fool of himself. After so many years in Jiang province, this female lunatic what character he still understands. He Injo saw Lin Maniac, heard what he said and understood. This Lin Maniac called Yun Bing to come, afraid that he did not want to settle the score, but to take the opportunity to sell favors. For him, Yunshan casually smashed. the more smashed the greater the favor. Yun Bing frowned and said, "Boss mad. I'm sorry, my father overdid it. Thank you for being merciful to him. Don't worry, you are smashed these things. I Yun Bing this point of eyesight or have. How much money I have in mind. Ha ha, Mr. Yun is polite. To Mr. Yun and also Master 9, even including me, anything that can be solved with money is a small matter. Since Mr. Yun and Master 9 are here, it's no good for me Lin Maniac to hold on to it, so the two of you can pick up the old man." Hearing this, Yun Bing also understood the meaning of Lin Maniac's words and said, "Boss Maniac, it's really troublesome for you, but after what happened, the compensation that should be made is still necessary, but it's necessary to give my father and that wild seed a lesson. In this case, Boss Maniac let that stepmother of mine get the money to pay for it." Lin Maniac froze. He did not expect. He is going to hand over the person. Yun Bing also insisted on losing money. Can not hear his own meaning? These money does not matter. Face I also put down. Is that in the future there is a chance to get rich? Take some of him on it. He Injo smiled, patted Lin Maniac's shoulder and said, "Brother, do what my wife says. The matter of you giving our couple face is not considered closed. We still owe you a favor. Don't worry, you crazy boss in Jiang province. Our couple is happy to make friends with you. In the future in Jiang province some things, but also trouble you to help my wife." Chapter 119, Yun Shan. How about a bet? As soon as Lin Maniac heard He Angio's words, he was instantly delighted. It was naturally great to make friends with these two, which was also his aim. He Angio smiled and whispered something to Lin Maniac, who said directly to Yun Bing after listening, "Mr. Yun, if there's anything you can order, not only today, but also in the future." Yun Bing looked at He Angio suspiciously. What did this guy say to Lin Maniac, to be able to make such a person say such things? However, when she saw He Angio nodding, Yun Bing was no longer skeptical. She trusted He Angio 100%. "Boss Maniac, just do what I say. Get my stepmother to bring money for the ransom, and remember, fight in front of my father." "No problem." After Lin Maniac finished speaking, he came to Yun Shan's side. Yun Shan was a bit scared at this moment, but when he saw his daughter and son-in-law coming, and saw that Lin Maniac was very courteous and respectful to the two of them, he suddenly felt like standing up again. "Mr. Lin, I'll pay you back the money. This amount of money doesn't matter at all to my son-in-law and my daughter. Just let me and my son go." Lin Maniac looked at Yun Shan and said with a laugh, "Son, Master Yun, at your age, so naive? Not biological after all. General Yun in general he said that they came just to return my face. After all, old master you hit my face the two of them came to apologize to me. It is also considered to give me enough face of my Lin Maniac. But this compensation, the two of them, but they do not accept. I give face to General Manager Yun and General Manager He. This matter I do not bother with you. My losses to me. This matter we end here." When Yun Shan heard this, he said, "They won't accept compensation? On what grounds?" In fact, Yun Bing's father, He Injo's father-in-law, this amount of money doesn't matter to them at all. Yun Bing also walked over at this time, said, "Dad, it is me who feeds you, but you are better to that and his son than to me. Good are given to them. Pissed off remember me? Let me pay the bill?" When Yun Shan heard this, he exploded and said, "You unfilial daughter, what is this money to you? You are my daughter. If I don't look for you when I have something to do, who will I look for?" Yun Bing did not get angry because of Yun Shan's words and said, "Okay, I am your daughter, you have something to find me. What about that person? She is your wife. Didn't you say that she is the person who accompanies you for the rest of your life? Is your closest? You look for her Besides, this matter is because of his son caused. It is right that she should be responsible." After hearing this, Yun Shan also felt that he was in the wrong. He did owe something to his daughter over the years, but still said, "Xiao Bing, your Aunt Lu, where does she have that strength? Your brother lost $23 million. I'm smashing things here to tens of millions of dollars. Where do we have that much money?" He Injo sat beside Yun Shan at this time. Yun Shan's body trembled and immediately moved away a little. He was now nervous at the sight of this son-in-law. He Injo took out a cigarette. Lin Maniac actually took the initiative to go to give a light. This scene, Let the Cloud Ice and Cloud Mountain are very surprised. Lin Maniac is his name. Very crazy, although in recent years convergence, to wear like a successful person, but the bones of the things will not change. Now actually to He Injo this. He Injo didn't care. The cigarette was lit, took a drag, and said, "Wife, how much money can their family probably come up with? You should have an estimate in your heart." Yun Bing thought about it and said, "More than 4 million, because I never allow that hand to exceed 5 million. He Injo nodded and said, "Old man, how about a bet?" Yun Shan looked at He Injo somewhat defensively. He always felt that this person was not a good person. "What's the bet?" Lin Maniac contacted your wife. And you don't have to say 4 million. Just say 3 million. Her son lost 3 million. You smashed 3 million. Ask her to take the money to save her life. Let's see which one of you he'll save. And that wild son of yours, let's see if he'll take care of you. If, say, your wife chooses to save you, or if, after saving her son, the two find a way to save you again, then in the future, Xiao Bing and I will be very good to you, to them all, and really treat her as an elder to filial piety, and we will be peaceful as a family. But if there is no, old man, I believe you are not confused yet. Yunshan thought about it and asked timidly, then the rest of the money. Ha ha, old man, you're still quite sophisticated, willing to gamble to pay for trouble. Don't worry, the rest of those counted on me, just a few tens of millions of dollars. Sprinkles law. Yunshan nodded and said, okay, I'll bet with you. At this time, Yun Bing looked at He Injo and said, hubby, what are you doing? I will never get along with that in my life. He Injo waved his hand and said, do you think that woman would choose this old man? Yun Bing thought about it and said, it's possible. After all, after so many years, there will be feelings, and she also knows that as long as my dad is still around, she can beg him to save her son. Not that much time, 2 hours, save one. That one is going to have his hands and feet chopped off. He Injo nodded at Lin Maniac, who picked up the phone and dialed Yenran Lu's number. Hey hubby, what have you been doing? Why aren't you back yet? MS. Lu, hello, I'm Lin Maniac. Lin Maniac? I don't recognize it. Why do you have my husband's phone? Oh, it's like this. Your son gambled with me and lost more than $3 million. Where is your husband? Come to ransom. Not only do not give money, but also smashed my office. Probably also want more than 3 million. 0 even. 6 million. Take money to ransom. You, what did you say? Where do I get $6 million? Didn't you call his daughter? His daughter is the president of Yun's group and has plenty of money. The 6 million doesn't matter at all. I know, but I can't reach Mr. Yun. Or do you think I'd be looking for you? Then you give me a day. I'll go to his daughter tomorrow. You mustn't hurt my son. It's only $6 million. I'm giving you time? Who the gives me time? I'm telling you, get the money now or I'll make sure they're missing arms and legs. At this time, Lin Maniac took the phone to Yunshan, who said, wife, save me. But Yenran Lu opened her mouth. Hubby, where is the son? Where did the son go? The son is being held somewhere else by them. Saying this, Lin Maniac took the phone away and said, MS. Lu, I don't have that much patience. Give me a quick word. I can only come up with $4. 2 million right now. Look, can I get it cheaper? Asterisk 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 you can haggle with me on something like this? Did you think I was playing with you? Someone come, chop off one of that kid's fingers for me. Chapter 120, Men don't be sad when they open their mouths. Lu Yanyan on the opposite side immediately wailed when she heard that she was going to chop off her son's fingers. Don't ever embarrass my son. I'll pay you. I'll pay. Lin Maniac glanced at He Injo next to him and said, you're 2 million is not enough. I'm asking you when will the 6 million come out? Can I get $3 million up front to save my son? In fact, there was no need to say whether or not Lu Yanyan would raise money to save Yunshan afterward, because Yunshan's somewhat bitter and self-deprecating smile at this moment already said it all. From beginning to end, she didn't care a word about Yunshan. Yun Bing was obviously angry at the moment. Although she expected this result, she still couldn't help it when it really happened. No matter what, Yunshan was his father. For so many years, his father treated their mother and son better than he did himself. But now, she could even imagine what would have happened to Yunshan without herself. But without himself, perhaps Yunshan wouldn't have dared to be so reckless. Hanging up the phone, Lin Maniac drove the video to Yenran Lu's son's room. Lin Mania said directly, hey, kid, your family only has enough money to pay for you and your stepfather alone. Say it, is it to pay for what you lost or what your stepfather smashed? Compensate me for what I lost. Compensate me for what I lost. Mr. Lin, please spare me. Do you know what your stepfather will face with your choice? I don't care. It's not like it's my own father. Besides, I'm still young. He deserves whatever happens to him. He obviously has such a rich daughter. But he can't even ask for this amount of money. Isn't he a waste or what? If he could ask for the money, would I have to lose more than $20 million and not be able to pay it back? Lin Maniac laughed, shook his head, and said, it's really a white-eyed wolf that can't be bred. To be honest, Yunshan, I guess, even though he's an asshole and a little bit confused, he's actually really quite good to you mother and son. Lin Mania left after saying that, and returned to the office, showing the video to Yunshan, who laughed out loud as he watched it, and then dropped a tear. He Injo shook his head and gave Yun Bing a somewhat speechless look, while Yun Bing gave a blank look, not wanting to speak. worthy of being the old love saint of Jiang province. He is really quite deep in love with Lu Yanyan, under the love of the house. This stepson is also really as if it were his own, but unfortunately, ultimately, it is a mistake to pay. After a long time, Yun Shan sighed and said, Xiao Bing, help dad return the money. Let's go. He Injo smiled and said, old man, don't the gambling game is not over yet, in case your wife raises money to save you. Enough, Heinjiu, are you done? Dad, ignore him, let's go. I'll take you home, boss mad. I'll remember this favor. Yun Bing, he Injo bristled, waved his hand at Lin Maniac, and said, you can handle the rest as you see fit. It's best to let the mother and daughter come and beg for Cloud Mountain. Lin Mania nodded. He Injo continued, don't worry, I'll do what I promised you. Here's my phone number. He Injo casually took a pen and wrote the phone number on the back of Lin Maniac's hand before turning away. He Injo arrives at the door and sees Yun Shan sitting in his car while Yun Bing waits for him outside. Yun Bing saw He Injo come out and greeted him. Honey, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Forgive me, I was just so angry that He Injo didn't say anything and stared at Yun Bing. Yun Bing bit her lip in some fear and said, hubby, I am afraid to continue. If that woman really doesn't care about my dad, I am afraid that he won't be able to stand the excitement. At least for now he can still accept it. He Injo looked at Yun Bing and said, do you know what it's like to help others with all your heart and soul, and they don't appreciate it, not to mention screaming with you? Yun Bing lowered his head and nodded. I'm sorry, Yun Bing knew that now was not the time to be pouting because it was entirely possible that it had angered the man, and after being with him for so long, he could tell if he was really angry or not. False anger, his own pampering to coax him, is the result he wants, but real anger, his own again pampering, will only make him resentful. He Injo interrupted Yun Bing and said, alright, wear stockings and use your feet tonight. No matter how tired you are, you're not allowed to stop until I say so. Yun Bing looked up at He Injo and smiled out, nodding her head and saying, okay, all yours. Yun Bing knew that the fact that He Injo could say such words proved that this matter was turned over. And to He Injo, turned over was really turned over. It wasn't like he hadn't fought with Heinju for such a long time, but he really was a man, and when the two of them joked around, they would bring up things that had happened before, such as the fact that Yun Bing had sold herself for money. For example, Yun Bing went to the bar and got caught by him and so on, but when the two of them were really angry and bickering, He Injo would never bring up the past, much less take about what happened before. On the contrary, it was Yun Bing, who often rehashed old scores, to which He Injo just laughed and didn't rehash old scores as much as she did. The two of them brought Yun Shan back to the No. 9 Manor Villa, and on the sofa, Yun Shan didn't say a word and didn't know what he was thinking. Yun Bing looked at his father and also sighed, saying, Dad, eat some fruit. Yun Shan shook his head. Yun Bing took the tea set and started to make tea, and after it was done, he gave a cup to He Injo before pushing another cup in front of Yun Shan. Dad, drink some tea. This is your son-in-law gave me the top of the line daffodil. Oh, you guys have some tea. Talk. Son-in-law and father-in-law don't make like an enemy. After Yun Bing finished speaking, she winked at He Injo and went to the kitchen. She would prepare apples and oranges and bananas and other fruits for He Injo every night, saying that it was to supplement vitamins and potassium or something. After Yun Bing left, He Injo said, old man, drink, this tea is very good, not something money can buy. Yun Shan laughed and took a sip from his cup, but he was no longer in the frame of mind to sip tea at the moment. It's Bing's good fortune to marry a man like you. Unfortunately, Bing's mother was unfortunate to marry me. He Injo put the teacup down, looked at Yun Shan, very contemptuous. Okay, how big see you now that demeanor. I'm most annoyed with a big old man as soon as he opens his mouth like a love child. You're all kinds of sad and upset. What are you doing? You cannot tell me, really cannot. You send a circle of friends. Listening to He Injo's words, Yun Shan should have gotten angry, but for some reason, he actually laughed at once. I finally know why Xiao Bing only chose you. This daughter of mine grew up with a high and strong character. There are not many men who can let her experience a sense of security. He Injo gave a blank look and said, how dare you talk about these useless things? Let me ask you, old man, if the mother and son had come to beg you, would you have chosen to forgive? Chapter 121, Scolding an Old Lover to Wake Up. Yun Shan suddenly didn't know how to answer as he listened to He Injo's words as he was thinking of that image. It's that feeling of not being supposed to forgive but wanting to. He Nina look at this old guy actually still entangled on. Said, this, people find a father-in-law can let themselves less struggle for 10 or 20 years. I can be good, but also have to give you a flat thing. I seem to have destroyed the earth in my last life. He Injo had just finished speaking when he saw Yun Bing, who had returned with the fruit. Slap at He Injo's head. What are you talking about, asshole? Finding me as a wife makes it so hard for you. Ha, Hee-in-jo took a look at his wife's return and immediately said, "Wife, don't talk about me either. You should have destroyed the solar system in your last life. Otherwise he could be your father? My crime should be less. Just my father-in-law. Asshole, you still know my dad is your father-in-law. Do you talk to your father-in-law like that? Dad, don't mind him. He's just like that. Come and have some fruit." Yun-shan also did not care. One is that he now feels that Hee-in-jo is quite good. Two is that he also really dare not provoke this son-in-law. Hee-in-jo, although he does not respect him, and not accustomed to him, but something is wrong, but also really too. He now also see his own daughter on the daughter this, but the daughter did not give up on their own, and Lu Yin mother and son. Hee-in-jo said, "Old man, now understand? Everything you've done all these years, you've only touched yourself, the couple that came together after the second marriage." "Ha?" Yun-shan looked at Hee-in-jo and said, "Aren't you also in a second marriage? Don't think I don't know." Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Am I talking about that second marriage? Old me doesn't have any children. I've just received 2 bennies. Emotionally speaking, Binger and I are still the original couple from childhood. What I'm saying is, you're talking about the 2 of you, one of you with a kid and a family. It's weird that you're so distracted. It's impossible for the energy to go to one place in this kind of relationship. Just the 4 of you. The most douchey one is you. My wife is more see-through than you. It's just you. You're still there feeling good about yourself, playing the old lover of Jiang province. What Hee-in-jo said can be described as not giving his father-in-law any mercy at all, and Yun Bing was naturally not happy about it. "Honey, what are you doing? Dad is already having a hard enough time." "Don't say that. And you'll have to call Dad from now on too." "What with the old man?" Hee-in-jo skimmed his lips and said, "Then I'll call it according to the memo on your phone." "No." Yun-shan listened to the 2 and asked, "Xiao Bing, your note to Dad is, Dad, don't listen to him." Yun Bing hurriedly digressed and said, "Hubby, what did you say to Lin Maniac? Why has he suddenly become so respectful to you?" Hee-in-jo lit a cigarette and said, "It's very simple. The current form, he can only live like a rat. Not only that, he can now exist is estimated to have paid a lot of price, such as being the dog of some people. This situation is basically a predictable end for him. Either a long period of being subjected to being a dog to people, or one day, he will either give a thunderbolt to someone or turn into someone else's achievement." I told him, I said, "Lin Maniac, didn't you count on my father-in-law's stepson, and then my father-in-law, just because you wanted to get in touch with my wife, and take advantage of my wife's transformation, to get rid of those people's control, or to change your own ending? I can leave this matter alone with you, and it just so happens that my wife and I are in a position of need, so I can help you, from what you are now, to become a proper businessman, and wash your hands of it. You and all those men under you can have a future too, on the condition that you listen to us as a couple from now on." I also said, "Don't go suspecting anything." Hee-in-jo, dared to bring my wife here, so I have absolute certainty that the man and woman behind me can beat the dozens of you into plants. Lin Maniac is a smart person. Before engaging in these things, he must have investigated us. What Xiao Fei and Beware are, he's in no way clearer, and he, to put it bluntly, is waiting for this from me. Yun Bing calmed down now, and after listening to what Hee-in-jo said, she understood the relationship after a little thought. Now the mob which dares to show its head, either went in, and the ones on the outside, to be honest, have become people's mice. Yun-shan, on the other hand, said with some indignation, "Son-in-law, you're saying that all of this is Lin Maniac's scheme? Or else what? It's not like I haven't run a casino before. Usually when some people who can't afford to mess with us come and lose a lot of money gambling, we either call his parents and collect a token amount of money to sell a favor, or we just give all the money back to them. Casino, to put it bluntly, just say dice. Open what, is our say, still really think spell luck? 9 out of 10 bets are fraudulent. Do not bet to win. The rest of that fraud, is to know that the win is certain. There is no need to make fraud. The kind of person Lin Maniac is, he's no match for Binger, not to mention that Binger has me behind her. Is he stupid enough to offend us? He was originally running to make friends. And you seem to be quite angry. People, this also belongs to help you, or else give back to others as the old kaiju hanging it." Yun Bing are speechless. This guy, today also do not know how. His father opened his mouth, he has a bunch of words waiting. That mouth with the submachine gun like, burst his father. But Yun Bing also knew that her husband was right, and she also wanted her father to understand that in this world, no one would be genuinely good to Yun-shan except her, and even Hee-in-jo was only helping him for his own sake. The 3 of them chatted for a while longer. Yun-shan said he was tired and went to rest. Hee-in-jo and Yun Bing also took a mandarin duck bath after that. Yun Bing took out a new pair of stockings and started to serve Hee-in-jo. The 2 tossed tired. Yun Bing, lying in the arms of Hee-in-jo, said, "Hubby, I feel that my father woke up. In the future you more or less respect him well. He Injo nodded and said, got it. Yun Bing was surprised that this guy actually agreed so simply. He Injo dotingly rubbed Yun Bing's head and said, it's not like your husband, I'm an uneducated person. Before it's because I look down on his old lover, receiver virtue, but even more so because he's not nice and angry to you. But he's your father after all, and you're okay with him, and I'm undermining him so much today because I want to wake him up and see your father. Ah, I finally know. You're traditional and dedicated after your mother, and your love brain is definitely after your father. But then again, today was pretty good, and I've actually been trying to figure out how to get your father to come to his senses, because he's your father, and I know that you've always wanted to have his blessing on your wedding to me. Yun Bing looked at Hee In-gyo. This man really understood her too well. Honey, why do you always say these things afterward that make me want to come with you again? Is it because you want to tire out your wife? Humph, don't just talk about it. Chapter 122 Intelligence and Wisdom. Thank you for the gifts sent to the rain. Fu Shou, Pulse and other friends, thank you very much. Recently in the conception of a new article, pure male frequency article, roughly is the big slag man and those slag woman over the moves. See who can slag over who kind of. You have any ideas? Do you have any idea? The next day is really how In-gyo expected. The whole day, people Lu Yen are placating the frightened son, did not go out to raise money, not to mention thinking of saving Yunshan. Just gave Yun Bing a phone call, saying that Yunshan had caused trouble, letting Yun Bing deal with it, and when Yun Bing said that he didn't care, Lu Yenran actually said, you don't care, I don't care either. When Yun Bing answered this call, Yunshan was right next to him, and even though he was an old lover, he shed tears of sadness. Daughter, Dad regrets, this is if your mom, smashing pots and pans will save me. Yenran Lu, can. Yun Bing was a little heartbroken for his father and said, come on Dad, you'll live better without them. With me and your son-in-law filial piety, you'll be the last old man in life. After Yun Bing finished speaking, he looked at Hee In-gyo, who picked up his cell phone and dialed Lin Maniac's number. Hey, Master 9, okay, do what I told you yesterday. Okay, got it Master 9. Hee In-gyo hung up the phone and said, wife, arrange for your dad to divorce that woman. It might be a bit of a hassle. Yun Bing's eyes instantly went cold. She waited for this opportunity for a long time. That woman killed her mother, before her father kneeled down and begged himself to let them go. Now, Yunshan looked at his daughter's eyes. He naturally knew what kind of character his daughter was. Otherwise it would not be possible that for so many years, he only dared to morally kidnap, but did not dare to really go against his daughter. Daughter you see, can you spare your Aunt Lu? I and she after all. Besides, in fact, the matter of that year, is my fault. Enough, Dad, you should know my character. My mother's death has always been something I can't get over in my mind. That woman killed my mother and now she's being so desperate towards you. In other words, she caused my Yun Bing's family to be destroyed. Do you think that I would let her go? That's when Heinji said something. Dad, does that Yen have any more relatives? This was the first time Hee In-gyo had called him by this title. Yunshan was instantly a little confused, and quickly said, yes, he also has an older sister and a younger brother. Is there a lot of contact? And her sister in general, but with her brother contact is very frequent. She is very good to her brother, can be said to help brother devil. These years I 10,000 not less to her brother to transfer. Hee In-gyo nodded and said, wife, let it be. Since your father has begged you, consider it as fulfilling one of his wishes. Don't let him live in guilt in the future. Besides, death is sometimes a relief, and since they're used to a life of fine clothes after your father, it wouldn't be a bad thing to leave them poor for the rest of their lives. Yun Bing was still a bit angry and uneven, but she understood that Hee In-gyo must have a reason for saying so she nodded her head and didn't say anything. Hee In-gyo stood up and said, let's go to Lin Maniac's place to get a smooth divorce, and you need his help. The two of them followed Heinji out the door to Lin Maniac's office. Lin Maniac looked at the three immediately greeted, very respectful. This time Yunshan waist pulled straight, but also back a hand. Yesterday so bullish Lin Maniac, today is not in their own polite shouting their own cloud master? There is a powerful son-in-law is really good this later, their own in the Jiang province is not horizontal walk? Those old classmates, old friends, see who still dare to look down on themselves. Yunshan has always had a low status among those classmates of theirs and was looked down upon, mainly because Yun Bing was not in power at that time and he belonged to the category of being a muckraker. Then when his daughter came to power, she didn't treat him well, and even he couldn't get much money out of it, plus he was still afraid of his wife. Lin Maniac invited the three into his office and directly took out some gifts, saying, Master, I'm sorry, yesterday the kid spoke a little too heavily, letting your old man be shocked, please accept these gifts. counting the kid's apology to you. Yoon Shan is not polite, directly took the gift. This gift he can like very much. Some expensive wine and tea even if. Mainly there are 2 paintings and calligraphy. Our treasure Yun Bing gave his father a somewhat hateful look, while He Injo was indifferent and gave Yun Bing a reassuring look. Lin Maniac, you have to help my father-in-law with his divorce. Directly talk to Yen Ran Lu. If not divorced, she will have to pay back the money for my father-in-law. If divorced, this matter will have nothing to do with her. Okay, no problem Master 9. Then my father-in-law stay here first, otherwise it is easy to wear out. Wife, go, accompany me to the casino outside to play. Yun Bing also came to the interest. She has not seen He Injo gambling money, but also really want to see. Hearing the words of the 2 men, Lin Maniac hurriedly said to his men, what are you waiting for? Didn't you hear what Master 9 said? Go, prepare chips for Master 9, and give Master 9 as much as he wants. He Injo laughed and said, okay, I'm not short of money, I'm just playing casually. By the way, yesterday Mubai contacted you, right? Contacted. 9th Master, Brother Mubai said, Myth Group will open an investment company in Jiang Province. Let me be responsible for it, and then slowly set up a persona for me. Whitewash. And the previous things will also help me try to clear up. What should be pacified? What should be dissolved? Heinjiu nodded. My wife will take you on any future projects, so just listen to her. After He Injo finished speaking, he pulled Yun Bing outside and casually found a table with fried gold flowers and sat down. Yun Bing also sat beside him and watched He Injo play while saying, hubby, why don't you let me get that and wild seed killed? There's no threat to us and nothing worth thinking about, so why get her killed? It's too risky. She still has loved ones in the area, and with frequent contact, it's very easy to push us to the point of one or the other. Once it gets to that point, it's going to be hard for us, not to mention the outcome of things falling apart. Even if we can suppress it, we'll have a handle on those people from now on, and it's not worth it. And as I said, there are times when death is a kind of relief. Just like Ruyan Lu. I now have some regrets that I got her killed too early, but at that time the opportunity was really rare. Yun Bing thought for a moment and said, okay, listen to you, just my mother. I'm a little angry. I also know the stakes, but at that time, still want to even pay some price, but also want to avenge my mother. He Injo favorably touched Yun Bing's pretty face and said, in our country, human life is greater than everything. Don't let hatred disturb your mind. Plan and then move. There are some things that you have to wait for the opportunity, like Lu Ruyan. Yun Bing nodded and said, I know, it's good to have you around. Oh, wife, remember, knowing what you're going to do is called being smart, and knowing what you're not going to do is called being wise. Chapter 123, Cloud Mountain Old Dog. I'm a frog. Yun Bing thought about her husband's words. This man really fascinated her and adored her. His not-so-handsome face and somewhat coarse appearance hid an incomparably wise soul. Now think about it. If she really hit out at Lu Yen that, it will be very troublesome afterward. And once it is exposed, the consequences are unimaginable. Even if she wants to move her, it must not be her own hands. Yun Bing accompanied He Injo for a long time, and to her surprise, He Injo was playing completely blindly and lost a lot of money. He Injo naturally saw his wife's disbelief. This little girl now thinks that his money and her money are not different. He loses money and she loses money is the same. Don't understand? Heinjiu asked smilingly. Yun Bing nodded. Heinjiu smiled. 3 reasons. Firstly, your husband is now the boss of Lin Maniac, as a big brother, winning the money of his little brother, although he is willing to gamble, but ultimately his temperament is poor. Secondly, that father-in-law of mine received a big gift from someone. I exported the money. Lin Maniac understands. I also understand. Everyone is comfortable in their hearts. Thirdly, wife, this thing called fate is very strange. You don't have good luck all the time. You don't have bad luck all the time. Playing a poker is just a game. How much money can you win or lose? My luck is used to make big money, not wasted here. Here, brush away the bad luck and all the rest is good luck. Yun Bing snorted and said, hate, a bellyful of crooked reasoning. I didn't realize that my dear husband is still so superstitious. Oh, my superstitions are not like theirs. What's different? They really believe in what all this can bring them, whereas I, just giving myself a psychological comfort and a hint, belong to cheering myself up, like the project I'm going to invest in tomorrow. I'll think, it's okay, it's going to work out because my bad luck lost yesterday. Ha ha ha. Looking at He Injo's appearance, Yun Bing also laughed out. She really, how to look at this man, how to love. The two of them played for a while longer, and He Injo probably lost close to $50 million, which was considered to be almost clearing the account with Lin Maniac. Just at this time, Lin Maniac came to the side of Heinjiu and said, Master 9, you're the 9 maximum, throw in a few million. You let me. Ha ha ha. Okay, you and I are friends. How can I not take advantage of you? In the future, don't call me Master 9. You are older than me. Call me in 9. Old 9. Whatever. Lin Maniac nodded. He had thought of using the money plus favors as his pitch, but he hadn't expected Hee-injo to return the money to him in this way, and also asked himself to change the name. This moment Lin crazy really some admiration Hee-9. No wonder people are big brother this temperament, this pattern, really is to tolerate the brother to be a big brother. Master 9. Yenran Lu just came and signed the divorce papers. How did my father-in-law react? I feel okay, a little sad and intent, but not too much of a mood swing. Yenran Lu gave you $3 million yesterday? Didn't her son tell her that he lost more than $20 million? I don't think so. Maybe his son thinks her mother paid back $20 million and her mother thinks her son lost $3 million. Be honest with them, squeeze the money out of them. I want them real clean and on their knees begging for my wife and father-in-law. Okay, got it, I'm on it. Hee-injo got up, and Yun Bing followed suit, saying, hubby, thank you. Hee-injo scraped Yun Bing's nose and said, little girl, your name-calling and this thank you are not a good match. In my case, only one can exist. A smug smile appeared on Yun Bing's face as she hugged Hee-injo's arm, placing it between her two balls and said with a smile, husband, let's go home. Two people picked up Yun Shan left, let two people surprised. Yun Shan does not seem to be greatly affected by this incident. In the car instead picked up the phone and old classmates group on the game. Hee-injo was speechless and said, wife, I'm a bit confused now as to whether he's an old lover boy or an old scumbag. Back home, Yun Shan changed his clothes and went out. Hee-injo and Yun Bing were helpless. They just sent someone to follow him for a little protection. Hee-injo hugged Yun Bing and said, honey, I feel that your father's state is the same as mine at that time. What? Yun Bing asked suspiciously. It's just letting yourself go. True love is hard to find. Then a slag to the end. Only he slagged a little late. He has long been slagged off. Now is his prototype. But also true love is hard to find. My mom is true love for him. Is he does not know to cherish? He was young at that time. It is the second generation of the mongrels. The famous playboy in Jiang province. Hee-injo smiled and shook his head. But I have to say, your father's looks are really nothing to write home about. And he's a handsome old man even now. But, asshole, my mom is also very pretty. Otherwise what do you think makes your wife the #1 beauty in 3 provinces and 1 city? Genetic mutation? Yun Bing had people arrange Yun Shan's residence in a small villa where the servants lived, so as not to disturb Hee-injo, and usually Yun Shan was served. The little cottage was just a little smaller compared to where they both lived, but it was still a very luxurious cottage. The two of them of course continued their breeding program, and Yun Bing's beauty kept Hee-injo in a constant state of lust. Yun Bing's face, body, skin perfect even if, when this woman was making out with Hee-injo, that posture, expression, body movements all made Hee-injo very satisfied and mesmerized. Even the voice, it was making people start a fire, and then with her godly weapon, it was simply a siren that wanted to die. Hee-injo was waving his sweat when Yun Bing's phone rang. Yun Bing didn't care and hung it up directly without even looking at it, but the phone rang again. Yun Bing winks and reaches out to stop Hee-injo, saying, hubby, stop for a moment, let me see. Yun Bing picked up the phone and saw that it was Yun Shan calling. Yun Bing glanced apologetically at Hee-injo, who skimmed helplessly and started gently and slowly. Yun Bing answered the phone and said, hey, Dad, what's up? Ha ha, daughter, you and your son-in-law came to pick me up. Yun Bing frowned. Didn't I send you a driver? Hey, I told these old classmates of mine that I made up with my daughter and my son-in-law is even the 9 wealthy gods of Lin Hai, and they didn't believe me. Dad, are you idle? What are you doing? How old are you? Are you a child? Daughter, just bring Xiaojio here. Quickly listen. It's not easy for Dad to organize a bureau. This is all said and done. You want to make Dad lose face, right? Besides, our father and daughter are reconciled. What a big deal this is. We must let them know. Yun Bing exclaimed in shock and looked up at Hee-injo. At the moment the man's eyes were filled with anger. Yun Shan old dog, mud horse, you old Biden wait for me. Chapter 124 Extremely Good Father-in-Law. When Hee-injo and Yun Bing arrived at the hotel, Yun Shan was already a bit drunk and was blowing 6 whistles there, while those classmates, as he called them, viewed him with some contempt in their eyes, and as soon as the two of them, Hee-injo and Yun Bing, arrived, everyone in the room looked over in unison, and there were even a few people who looked at Yun Shan with great surprise. The matter of Yun Shan condoning a mistress to gaslight the original spouse, and the matter of Yun Bing and Yun Shan's father-daughter discord, were not secrets in this circle. Now that they saw that Yun Bing had really come to pick up Yun Shan, and had brought along the Lin Hai god of fortune, who was now in the limelight, they were all surprised. Xiao Bing came Aunt Su and you have not seen for a long time, really more and more beautiful. This is your lover, that he Injio, he dong, right? Yun Bing smiled politely, nodded, and said, Aunt Su, long time no see, I came to pick up my father, this is my husband, he Injio, hello, I have long heard of your great name, today I see really is a dragon and phoenix in the people by the way Xiao Bing, my family Ning Bing also said it, and you are classmates, now see you but need to be on the TV, now that you're so powerful, little ice, let's see if there's a chance to help my family, Ning Bing. Yun Bing nodded and said, I will if I have the chance, Aunt Su, let's not talk to you first, my dad is drunk, I'll pick him up and take him home. After that it was quite a few people who came up to get close to Yun Bing, after all, Yun Bing is now famous and Yun Group is also powerful and incomparable. He Injio sank down and walked over to Yun Shan. Looking at him, Yun Shan's head shrunk. He had just called and heard his daughter's screams, coupled with He Injio's furious voice. As a person who had been there, he naturally knew what his daughter and son-in-law were doing. Hey, Dad didn't know and no one told me, either I couldn't make that call. He Injio narrowed his eyes and said, you mean, I have to report to you before I have a conjugal life with Binger in the future, right? No, I didn't mean that. He Injio blanked out, after all, it is his wife's father, he cannot do anything, and it is just bragging and showing off. In He Injio's opinion, it was good that this old lover didn't seek death, it was already considered saving Yun Bing's life. Alright, Binger and I have come and given you face to round up, let's go. Yun Shan laughed and said, ha, cool, go home, son-in-law, it's really troublesome for you. He Injio didn't pay attention to him, that kind of thing was disturbed. He Injio's heart was still very unhappy. Yun Shan walked over. Yun Bing greeted him to help him. He Injio directly stopped and helped himself. Yun Bing froze, then snorted a laugh. This asshole, even his own father's jealousy? Back home, Yun Bing settled his father down. Looking at He Injio's gloomy face was also speechless. Perhaps every man would be upset when he was disturbed in that kind of thing. Yun Bing kept pampering and said all the good words. Finally coaxed He Injio not to bother with his father. The next morning, He Injio, Yun Bing, Yun Shan, as well as Yu Fei and Ning Xian were eating breakfast when they didn't expect Yenran Lu to bring Su Kai Ran to find them. Yun Bing did not want to see them, but Yun Shan said that the last time to see one side of the bar, to put things all open, and then in the future, do not bother each other. Yun Bing had no choice but to let the mother and child in. As soon as she entered the door, not only did Lu Yen not have a trace of remorse, but instead, she directly and loudly questioned and blamed Yun Shan. Yun Shan, what do you mean? You've crossed the river and broken the bridge? How dare you and your daughter set up such a trap to trick us both? Yun Shan smiled bitterly, said, Kai Ran lost money is true. I smashed people's things to be detained is also true. The whole thing, only Xiao Bing regardless of me is false. But, you do not save me. For the sake of the money and I divorced to delineate the relationship is not also true? Bull *******. Didn't I inform Yun Bing? What is that little bit of money to her? I thought she was just targeting me, trying to make me feel bad. I really don't care. She will naturally care about you. Slap your mouth. Yun Bing's ice-cold voice rang out. She had long wanted to beat this woman, and now she actually dared to scream at her father. This kind of small matter doesn't need Yu Fei and Ning Xian's hands. The other bodyguards directly pulled Lu Yenran and snapped 2 slaps. You hit me? Yun Bing, how can I say that I am also your stepmother and your elder? You actually, aren't you divorced from my father? Just don't take any stepmother, elder self. Yun Shan also sighed at this time and said, Yen, I have loved you for 25 years. I have abandoned my Xiao Bing her mother for you. I don't care about Xiao Bing. I am dedicated to you. Even you brought his son to me. I have treated Kai Ran as my own for you all these years, just to make you happy and give you peace of mind. But I really did not expect, so many years. I did not cover your heart. Xiao Bing has long been checked. When you were small, you do not understand the pursuit of true love, and together with him, but then you understand. A family, no money, the so-called love cannot be supported. You and he fought for nearly 10 years. Finally is divorced. You came to me, I accepted everything you. For the information that Xiao Bing gave me, I did not believe at all. I thought that for so many years. I will always cover the heat of your heart, but knowing this time I realized that you only have yourself and your son in your heart. I, Yun Shan, am only a tool to you to provide you with favorable living conditions. You have nothing but oppression and demand for me, and will never damage your own interests for my sake. Lu Yenran's face was also green and white as she listened to Yun Shan's words and said, Old Yun, I'm sorry, forgive me, I really thought that as long as I had a stronger attitude, Yun Bing would take care of you. After all, This point is not worth mentioning to her at all. I didn't think it would make you so sad and angry. We've been together for so long. How could I not have feelings for you? Stop it. Didn't we agree to spend the rest of our lives together? Yun-shan also didn't care about the other people in the room. Said, in fact, I'm too stupid. When the two of us were together, we weren't even old enough. At that time I proposed more than once that I would like to have a child with you but you didn't agree at all. Now that I think about it, how can a woman who won't give you a child be someone who is devoted to you? But he Injio is drinking porridge. Heard his father-in-law's words and did not hold back, sprayed out. This old Biden really powerful actually have to give birth to a child. Yun Bing was also feeling humiliated, but still had a red face and took a tissue to wipe Injio. Yun Bing didn't even dare to think about what she would do if Yun Shan really got her a half-brother. That would be hilarious. Chapter 125 Yun Bing's emotional outburst. Yenran Lu knew that this time things were big. She didn't have a penny left now. When Lin Maniac found her yesterday and told her the truth, she felt like the sky had collapsed. She had sold everything she could, and now she still owed Lin Maniac more than $10 million, and if she couldn't get Yun Shan's forgiveness, Lin Maniac would have to force them to die as a mother and child. In the past few days, she also inquired, that Lin crazy, is the triad, but any means dare to use the ruthless person. Only Yun Shan could forgive her. This amount of money was not worth mentioning to Yun Bing. What's more, she felt that Lin Maniac had a lot of respect for Yun Bing, so she was really a little afraid to offend. Old Yun, this matter is my fault. As you know, I really just thought that Yun Bing wouldn't really care about you. After all, over the years, Yun Bing has still been very filial to you. Old Yun, you misunderstood me. I don't want a child just because I feel that we have both children. It's not necessary. In time Yun Bing will accept me. I've also been educating Kairan, saying that I want to be filial to you in the future. Don't believe me? Asked Kairan. Yun Shan bitterly smiled and shook his head. When truly dead heart, many things in the thought, also can all see clearly. Lu Yanyan is not the only one who treats him like an ATM. Isn't Su Kairan the same? Filial piety yourself? So many years. How many times he licked his old face to beg his daughter to give them mother and son peace. Now say daughter in power, son-in-law powerful. Even Lin crazy to son-in-law are respectful. Can be for it? At that time, the daughter is also very difficult but because of their own pleas, she is still under pressure to help themselves. Just afraid of Lu Yanyan make themselves. Now that I think about it, the only people in this world who really love you are your departed wife and your own daughter. Looking at Yun Shan without saying anything, Yenran Lu blushed and suddenly said, Old Yun, if you want, I can give you a child. But he Injio sprayed again. He was not a person with low tolerance, but these two people are really too damn extreme. How old are they? Dare to say this kind of words. Yun Bing also said with a gloomy face, Shut up, you are more shameless than I thought. Yun Shan, on the other hand, said, There's no need. I'll see you today as a goodbye. We'll be old and dead in the future. And besides, I reckon I'll have a little grandson soon. Forget it. He Injio looked at Yun Shan's expression. Don't say, if in the future Yun Bing really have a child. Yun Shan this old dog, looked to can be like a good grandfather. After all, to Yun Bing's 18 years, coupled with the later to Su Kairan this wild seed, Yun Shan to their own grandchildren should be very good. Yun Bing, on the other hand, her face was red, subconsciously touched her stomach. She was so unlucky. How come she wasn't pregnant yet? Only by giving him a son would she be able to completely hold this man in the palm of her hand. As for the birth of the child sex cloud, she now dare not think. To the character of Heen 9, he said out of the end is absolutely not good. He certainly will not agree. They have to be punished by him. It is more likely to give birth to the gap, which is the cloud ice cannot withstand. Besides, it was just a scene to seize power in the first place, and being a woman herself, isn't it normal for a woman to speak out of turn? At this time, Lu Yanyan completely stopped pretending and said, Yun Shan, you just made up your mind to divorce me and don't want me, right? Yanyan, husband and wife, let's get together. A good get-together and a good breakup? That's easy for you to say. You've been playing for nothing for so many years, haven't you? Now we owe people more than $10 million. What do you want us to do? Do you want to force us to die? Why didn't I realize you were so cruel before? Yun Shan, but it's okay, pay back the money we owe. Give us another 100 million, and we'll be old and dead in the future. Yun Bing said with a cold smile, You've already finished signing the divorce agreement. The divorce certificate can be done today. And the peace talks over or not? What my dad has to say has already been said. Asterisk 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 for the sake of my dad pleading with you guys one last time. I'm letting you off the hook. Or do you think that you'd still be here talking to me? Now, take your son and get out of here. And I can talk to Lin Maniac about letting you guys pay back slowly. Or else I'll have him come and take you away right now. You, good. Yun Bing is really you. You're the one who made Lin Maniac count on us, aren't you? You're the same as your mother. That. Lu Yanyan's words had not finished. Yu Fei instantly got up. A slap almost directly broke Lu Yanyan's neck. His teeth fell out, and half of his face instantly swelled up. He Injo said, "Throw them out and tell Lin Maniac to push me tighter on the money he owes." As Lu Yanyan and Su Kalin were thrown out, He Injo hurriedly grabbed Yun Bing's hand and pulled her into his arms, hugging and coaxing her himself. Lu Yanran unknowingly brought up Yun Bing's mother again, which made Yun Bing almost on the verge of losing control. She was really going to order the death of their mother and son, and at that time, no matter what, the wife caused trouble. He Injo as a husband, have to take over to give flat, will be very troublesome. Yun Bing's body trembled. Other people's mouths mentioning her own mother she can still accept, but Lu Yanran, this junior, this person who killed her own mother, who is she to dare to mention her own mother? Yun Bing had already lost control, but in her husband's arms, she could still be better. But at this moment, still trembling voice, lying on He Injo's shoulder, said, "Husband, I want to kill her, I want her to die." Feeling the shaking body of Yun Bing in his arms due to the extreme control, He Injo was heartbroken, patted Yun Bing's back and said, "Good, kill, this matter will be dealt with by the husband. Baby, listen, relax, husband is there, it's fine, good boy." Hearing He Injo's soothing words as well as feeling his soothing movements, Yun Bing's emotions gradually stabilized. At this time Yun Shan also walked over and said with great concern, "Xiao Bing, are you alright? It's all Dad's fault, Dad deserves to die." He Injo hugged Yun Bing, looked back at Yun Shan angrily and shouted, "Get lost, look at the sins you've created for yourself. I'm telling you, if anything happens to my wife, I'll skin you all." He in 9 words said, gnashing teeth. He really incomparable heartache in the arms of the woman. This woman, only he can bully, others have to give me supply. Yu Fei, find people with terminal illnesses, $100 million, let them die together. Remember, I want to die together. This matter must end where it begins. The reputation that my wife and I have gone through so much trouble to get must not be tarnished. Don't worry, 9th brother, get up and make arrangements. After saying that, He Injo hugged Yun Bing heartily and said, "Okay, don't be angry. Is this still satisfactory? Hubby knows that you have been holding back from doing anything to them. It's hubby's fault, shouldn't have let you hold back." Listening to He Injo's words, Yun Bing could no longer control herself and cried out with a wow in He Injo's arms. Chapter 126, Loving Him to the Bone. He Injo picked up Yun Bing and went back to the bedroom. Yun Shan sighed. He really regretted now. If he hadn't been confused at that time, what kind of life would he be living now? With a loving wife, dutiful daughter, and incredibly powerful son-in-law, the family of 4 lives a life to be envied. The future may also have a small grandson. The daytime couple to help their daughter and son-in-law coaxed the small grandson. The night the family together, watching the small grandson a little bit of growth. It would be so beautiful. But now, Yun Shan is gone, and for the first time in so many years, he cries at his late wife's grave and kneels in repentance. On the other hand, Yun Bing seemed to be tired of crying, lying on He Injo's chest, saying, "Husband, I'm sorry, it's okay, no matter what, since it's what you expect, I'll do what you want. Honey, you know what? Actually, I know how troublesome this matter will be in case of a mistake, but really, seeing her still living in this world while my mother, I just feel like it's a blasphemy against my mother. Originally I thought of listening to you, but today, she not only scolded my father, but also tried to lie to my father again. She actually dared to mention my mother and insulted her. Well, stop thinking about it. I've already asked Faye to take care of it, and since her being alive will make you uncomfortable, I'm going to let her die no matter what the cost is, and besides, she alone won't cost me anything. Some of the moves in the past I thought were against heaven. Buying a terminally ill person and sending them to go and die with the others was, to be honest, quite cruel, taking away the last moments they had with their family. It's been a long time since I've used this kind of trick, but you know what, wife, the moment you lost control, I lost control too. You think it's unfair and blasphemous for your mother to have Yen Ran Liu alive, and why wouldn't I? You're out of control, and it's me, as your husband, who didn't do my job and protect you. Yun Bing listened to He Injo's words, raised her head and said with pearly blossoms, "Husband, let's be together forever, okay? In my next life, the next life, I will be your woman." He Injo was dumbfounded and said, when a phrase came true, it was really eaten extinct, and it was several lifetimes of extinction. Cloud Ice know He Injo and teasing her happy, also as poof a smile, said, "Say well, good well, if there is a next life, I'll do my best to find you." Hubby is so nice. He Injo smiled and didn't say anything. In fact, after Jiang Ruotong's matter, Hee In-jo already didn't want to move to kill again. Jang Ruotong's death. Hee In-jo himself also felt that perhaps did a little too much. But this time, Lu Yanyan is really too shameless. Yun Shan has loved her for 25 years, willingly became a receiver for her, and was shamed by everyone, for her to kneel down and beg for her daughter, but also many times shamelessly looking for Yun Bing to help them mother and son to get even, and this time also for her son to start a conflict with Lin Maniac. But even so, she actually did not care about Yun Shan, and even wanted to continue to cheat Yun Shan. Seeing that she could not cheat, she actually offered to let Yun Shan help her pay off the debt, and then put out another 100 million. She even insulted Yun Bing's late mother with her words. It is no wonder that Yun Bing lost control. Besides herself, had she ever been bullied like this? But because of her father's kneeling, she had endured for so many years, and it was normal that she couldn't endure it now. Sometimes Hee In-jo really feels sorry for this female little girl. Young age, seems to control Yun's group, but who knows how she came before, being madly targeted at Yun. All the hard, tiring, and big responsibilities were all hers, and then selling herself to Heinjiu for the sake of those who followed her and trusted her. Over the years, she had lived to avenge her mother, endured and raised Yun Shan for her father-daughter relationship with him, fought for those who followed her, schemed for the Yun group, and later paid for the man she loved, and she barely had much energy to live for herself. Yun Bing herself had said that the only thing she had done for herself over the years, the right and correct thing to do, was to pursue Hee In-jo and make him fall in love with her, and the two of them became husband and wife. Hee In-jo's appearance for her to support the whole sky. She has the energy to live for themselves. She no longer for the money to worry about, no longer for some things to be difficult. She has to be able to protect her from the wind and rain of the harbor. There is a person who can let her rely on. Yun Bing's heart had always believed that Hee In-jo was the only man she loved deeply and was worthy of her deep love. Because without this man, there would be no current Yun Bing. Those who haven't experienced it will never know how much impact some scenario changes can have on a woman, breaking through a woman's mental defenses in an instant, so to speak. When some people go from calling you Miss Yun, Yun Bing, and General Manager Yun, and suddenly change their tone to respectfully call you sister-in-law, when the person you want to treat with respect, but who treats you with some contempt, suddenly becomes respectful to you, and even if you are polite to him he is terrified. When you have been looking for relations, looking for opportunities to seek cooperation, suddenly smiling face to send you in front, but also beg you to give a chance. When you are in the provinces and the most powerful people persecute you and your loved ones, when it is learned that you are in a relationship with someone, but suddenly change your name to sibling and feel humiliated. Even more so when many of its powerful characters learn that you are his woman. The change of attitude towards you, hardened and had to give you face. The impact of these scenarios on a woman's mind is unimaginably great. We are all multitudes. No one is immune, and any one of them can make a woman fall, let alone so stacked. Yun Bing was already infatuated and dedicated. After experiencing so many things, she loved Hee In-jo long ago to the bone. Otherwise with her character, it would not be possible for her to let Hee In-jo fool around and let him do anything shameful, because Yun Bing simply can't do to reject Hee In-jo, really can't even do to block. In her heart, Hee In-jo is her husband. Moreover, she loves to the bone. How to scourge her seems to be natural. Besides, she quite liked being scourged by Heinjiu. Yun Bing hugged Hee In-jo, and instantly felt especially at ease, as if any greater storm in the outside world had nothing to do with her, and could not affect her, and she fell into a deep sleep. Hee In-jo looked at his wife and shook his head with a bitter smile, wanting to get up and let Yun Bing have a good night's sleep on her own, but just as he was about to get up, Yun Bing hugged him like a wombat, and murmured, "Hubby, don't go, I love you so much." Hee In-jo smiled. Just accompany her to sleep. This girl, obviously iceberg female president, but incomparably liked to stick to himself. Chapter 127 Yun Bing is pregnant. Because of the problem of Yun Bing's emotions, Hee In-jo didn't go anywhere during this period of time, concentrating on accompanying his wife in Jiang province. The two love every day. Yun Bing kind of workaholic are beginning to often skip work, late and leave early, but the company is someone else's. No one dares to say anything. The only thing that surprised Hee In-jo was Yun Shan's change. This old Biden was now unusually good to Yun Bing. According to Yun Bing, when she was a child, Yun Shan was just like this to her now. Heinjiu was also happy to see this, except that after all, they were father and daughter, and the two of them were becoming more and more affectionate, and were almost completely abandoning their old grudges. The two of them made up, but Hee In-jo suffered. There was no way to bully his old husband in a dignified manner. Now on the contrary, Yun Shan started to torment him. When Hee In-jo went out, this old dang always wanted to follow, and even became Hee In-jo's driver. Tian hangs out with Hee In-jo's ass, after all, is his own father-in-law, whether it is himself, or other people he meets. All of them have more respect for Yun Shan. For a time Yun Shan became a celebrity, and now the high society of Jiang province all know that he and Yun Bing released their former suspicions, and the two are now good fathers and good daughters. Even more, knowing that Yun Shan's son-in-law was Lin Hai's nine god of wealth, for a time, he dressed himself up like a successful man as well. He Injo was also puzzled. What was this old man doing? Until a month later, He Injo was considered to have completely understood. This old Biden is crazy about building a persona and packaging himself, and after success, he started to contact various single middle-aged women who are divorced or widowed. This Cloud Ice is also crying and laughing, but also did not say anything. Father wants to contact with people on contact, now he is alone. Cloud Ice and He Injo also do not have so much time to accompany him. If you can really find a compatible is also good, but this old deng seems to change sex. A lot of women are still really pouncing on him. After all, it is the father of Yun Bing, the father-in-law of He Injo, and the body is good looking, it is really high-quality old man, but he may have been hurt by Yen Ranlu, or maybe he has become wiser, but he has become an old scum. It is okay to talk about love, don't mention marriage, it's not possible. It did not take long, and Lao Deng began to get into trouble. Today to get a calligraphy and painting was cheated, tomorrow the investment was pitched. In any case, often make a bit of trouble. He also faced big, something happened to call He Injo, a mouth a son-in-law, called the call a kindly. Yun Bing had recently picked up a new project and was busy, and He Injo didn't want to tire him out too much, so he started the journey of wiping his father-in-law's ass. At noon that day, Yun Bing and Lin Dai, Ning Xin ate together, while He Injo accompanied Yun Shan to attend his old classmate's birthday banquet. Last night Yun Shan was begging He Injo for more than 3 hours just to let him accompany him and give him a long face. With the help of Yun Bing, He Injo finally agreed. Yun Bing and the two girls were talking about He Injo and her own father during this period of time, making Lin Dai and also Ning Xin laugh. They knew too well what kind of character Ninth Brother had, and they were actually so indulgent towards Yun Shan. Sister Bing, Ninth Brother really loves you. It's so obvious from the fact that he indulges uncle so much, it's unimaginable. Of course, Yun Bing also knew that He Injo treated his father in such a way, but it was all because of her. It wasn't long before the dishes were served. Looking at the dishes that she usually liked to eat, Yun Bing didn't have much of an appetite, but she still ate them. Only as soon as the dishes were in her mouth, she suddenly felt a little nauseous. The two women on the opposite side naturally saw Yun Bing's reaction. Don't look at Lin Dai's youngest, but people can be said to be considered to have come over. Sister Bingyu, you're not pregnant, are you? When Ning Xin heard this, she was also stunned. Yes, the symptoms seem to be Lin Dai continued. Sister Bing, haven't you and Brother Nine taken any safety measures during this time? Yun Bing blushed, but she was also looking forward to it in her heart, and said, your ninth brother and I have never taken measures. It's just that I'm not competitive myself, and it's hard to conceive physically. Lin Dai suddenly laughed and said, Sister Bing, Naja also eat more. Don't starve my little nephew. I feel like 80% of it is there. Ha ha, I'm going to be a sister-in-law. Ning Xin smiled back and asked the waiter to bring the menu over so that Yun Bing could take a fresh look at it. Perhaps something else she would like to eat. Yun Bing was also exceptionally happy. After looking forward to it for so long, could it be that she was really having his child? If this was really the case, then it was truly a gift from the heavens to her. After the three women finished eating, they went straight to the hospital, and after checking, Yun Bing was really pregnant. Yun Bing's tears instantly flowed down. This had always been a piece of her heart, and now she finally got what she wanted. It's just that the doctor explained that Yun Bing needs to pay more attention. Her physique is prone to problems. Lin Dai directly took charge and took over all the work, saying that he would be more tired in the future, and that he would go to the house every day to report to Yun Bing, and to see his little nephew. Yun Bing also readily agreed and went straight home in the afternoon. Lin Dai and Ning Xin were going to accompany them, but they were driven away by Yun Bing, who wanted to wait alone for He Injo to return and give him a surprise. It didn't take long for He Injo to come back. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Yun Bing and said, "Hey, honey, why did you come home? Didn't tell me either. Heinjiu, go fetch me a basin of water. Come over here and wash my feet, then give me a massage. I'm a bit tired after walking a lot." He Injo looked at Yun Bing and said, "Honey, you took a nap? No, why? Then you say that like it's ing starting to get fierce." Yun Bing didn't say anything even after listening to He Injo's words, but she took her bag and took out a piece of paper from it and put it on the coffee table, which was exactly Yun Bing's pregnancy test slip. "Take a look and then decide how you'll treat me from now on." Heinjio snorted and looked up. Only He Injo was instantly surprised, and then his mouth grinned, a pair of eyes looking towards Yun Bing in excitement. "Wife, you, poof." Yun Bing Ching hummed, a smiling face raised, arrogant to the core. "Honey, I'll be right there." And from today on, you can tell me directly what you want to do without treating me like a human being. Giggle. Nasty. Teasing you. Come on, hubby, keep me company. Injo happily sat next to Yunbing, hugged Yunbing's head, and nibbled at her face. Suddenly, Injo remembered something and said, "Wife, you don't want the child to take your surname Yun, do you?" Yunbing knew that Injo would definitely ask about this, and said with a smile, "How can that be? The child and I are both yours. I'm a Yun sure, let alone a child. Then what you promised your grandfather." Giggle. Hubby, can we discuss this when we have 2 sons? Hey, good. While the 2 of them were in the middle of their love affair, Injo's phone rang. As soon as he connected, he heard Yun Shan shout, son-in-law, come and save me." Chapter 128 Holding the son for the father. Listening to Yun Shan's shouts on the phone, Injo and Yunbing both frowned. Yunbing is a little worried. Injo is speechless. Just know that his wife is pregnant, thinking of accompanying her, but ended up looking for trouble. Injo said without any good humor, "And what are you doing? What are you doing?" The second sound obviously sounded higher, and Yunbing naturally knew why, cause this guy was upset, but he wasn't to blame. She knew about her own father's various attempts to find Heinjia to wipe his ass, even though she had been busy lately. "Son-in-law, I'm at Gua's house, come and save me, they're beating me." Hearing the word Gua family, the 2 instantly glanced at each other, both seeing gravity in each other's eyes. Gua family in the last 2 years can be said to be in the Jiang province almost no one dares to easily mess with, including the Qian family. Yun. In terms of money, the Gua family group is nothing. Only in the Jiang province is considered a medium-grade group, and the Gua family has always been low profile, almost never enemies, just keep their own acres and thirds of land, peacefully making money to feed their families. Gua family's reputation in the business community in Jiang province is also very good. It can be said that everywhere is a friend. And 2 years ago, Gua family head, was Shuyi Gua master's nephew, Ru Guoji came to Jiang province as the deputy secretary of the provincial party committee, secretary of the political and legal affairs. The Gua family instantly powerful, but even so, the Gua family's style of behavior has not changed, still gentle to the outside world, and wide range of goodwill. Now how could Yun Shan appear in the Gua family and by the looks of it beat him up? It was impossible for the Gua family not to know who Yun Shan was, but still chose to teach him a lesson. Then there was only one possibility, that Yun Shan had committed something that the Gua family couldn't easily unveil. Yun Bing directly snatched the phone over and eagerly asked, "Dad, what's wrong? Did they beat you up? What's going on?" "Daughter, Yun Shan stammered and couldn't say anything, but it was another person's voice that came over the phone. "Yun Bing, Yun always, right? I'm Guo Mingxiao, your father." Both Yun Bing and Injo heard Guo Mingxiao's difficulty in speaking, and Injo had probably guessed what it was about. Injo's fists were clenched in anger. This old Biden, the Guo family, the family that both himself and Yun Bing had to treat politely. Yun Bing's newly negotiated project, as well as the construction of the water park, including other hotels, restaurants, clubs and other industries, which can offend the number 3 figure. Every day you pour security is enough to drink a pot. He actually dared to hook up with Guo Mingxiao's young wife. Is he out of his mind? How much trouble will this add to Yun Bing? Usually this old Biden asshole point is also even if one does not and his general understanding. But now what is the situation? Guo family. Yun Bing is still pregnant. Injo get dead his heart. On the other side Guo Mingxiao still spoke up. "Mr. Yun, your father hooked up with my wife and let me catch him in the act. This matter, I need an explanation." Yun Bing also guessed it and frowned. "Mr. Guo, please be magnanimous. Don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Okay, I won't move him for now. I'll wait for you at Guo's house." Hang up the phone. Yun Bing rubbed his forehead. She also knows how tricky this matter is, that the number 3 figure is now in the wind. Cannot offend nature is the best, but his father. "Hey, honey, what for?" "Yun Bing, I really don't know what you think. Look at how you've spoiled your father. He dares to do anything. I don't know what other big trouble he will cause in the future. If you want me to say, give up." Injo is really angry. People are not afraid to play, not afraid to mix, but you have to have a degree. Know what can be done, what cannot be done. Like himself, when he wanted to kill Hu Jinlai, very simple. There is no one Yu Fei cannot kill. But he dared? He didn't dare. Killing is comfortable. And after that, the myth group is liquidated. One of the people on their side is counted. No one can escape. All of them have to pay the price. Yun Bing looked at Injo and said, "Hubby, do you really not care? How can I manage? Can I manage? What have I done in the past 3 months? I've caught up with that big brother, wiping his ass all over the place. I owe him." Yun Bing sighed and said, "I know, it's been hard on you lately, helping my father out a lot for my sake. I'm the one dragging you down. Husband, he's my father. I have to manage him. I'll deal with this matter myself. If anything happens to me when I go to Gua's house, all of my possessions will be yours. After saying that Yun Bing is going to get up, Hee Jio gritted his teeth and said, Yun Bing, you play with me to hold my father hostage, right? Yun Bing stared with innocent eyes, looked at Hee Jio and said, Husband, no, we father and daughter owe you too much, and you have a reason to not care about my father, but I can't, don't INGBB, we've been together for so long, I can see your throat when you pucker your ass, and you know you owe me too much? If you know, you should be honest and give me a son at home. After Hee Jio finished speaking, he picked up the phone and arranged for someone to take care of Yun Bing, hung up the phone and picked up his jacket and headed out. Honey, what are you doing? Why go? To give your father peace to go. The last life is really a sin. Married you spread such an old man. Grass. After Hee Jio finished speaking, she opened the door and walked out, while Yun Bing watched her back with a smile on the sofa. Humph. Dog man. Curse all you want, you still have to go. Just by you can beat us mother and son? Yun Bing touched her stomach and murmured, Baby, you must be born healthy. Oh, mom's status in the second half of her life can depend on you. With you around, your father is nothing. Hee Jio did not hear the words of the cloud ice, otherwise it must be angry to death. But he is now also true to take the cloud ice have no way at all. The child in the belly of the cloud ice. For Hee Jio, more than everything, Hee Jio got into the car and said, Xiao Fei, let one Hong check, as fast as possible. I want to know everything about the Gua family. Got it, night brother. Yu Fei's reply was as simple and dry as ever. Instead of going to Gua's house, Hee Jio came to Qianjiang Group, entered the president's office, and saw several employees reporting with Qian Ziliang. Qian Ziliang said in surprise, Old He? Why are you here? Wait, can't wait, get them all out. I'm in a hurry. Qian Ziliang skimmed his lips, while his employees were also stunned. In this Jiang province, there were not many people who dared to speak to their young proprietor like this. Qian Ziliang said, Alright, you guys go down and study. I'll talk to you guys later. Go all. The personnel left. Qian Ziliang walked to the sofa and sat down, handing Hee Jio a cigarette and lighting it. Old He, what's the situation? This isn't your style. What's going on here? Hee Jio sighed and talked about what happened in Cloud Mountain. Chapter 129 News from the Guo family. Qian Ziliang laughed his ass off after hearing this. I say Lao He, this old man of yours is really damn good. The best on earth. Why don't we just leave it like this, and let the Guo family give your father-in-law a lesson, so as to save you from getting into trouble in the future. Anyway, that woman is just a junior wife. The Guo family won't make a big fuss. After all, it's the Guo family that's lost. You and Yun Bing are there. They wouldn't dare to go overboard. And in the end, it's just to teach your father-in-law a lesson. Drive the woman out the door, and ask for Face to come back and be done with it. People teach your father-in-law a lesson. You and Yun Bing put up with it and forget about it. After all, your father-in-law did not do the right thing, but also can take advantage of this matter to sell number 3 a Face. Hee Jio shook his head and said, I also think so, but Yun Bing won't do it. This is too filial, but it's understandable. After all, that's the only family she has left. As for me, it's not the same as her father. It's not a pro. Qian Ziliang frowned and said, it shouldn't be. Yun Bing wouldn't be so insensitive. Besides, if she doesn't agree you should listen to her. As soon as Hee Jio heard this, he became angry, took a sip of tea, and slammed the teacup down hard on the coffee table. What can I do? Right now Yun Bing can't be messed with at all. I don't even dare to return the favor with my mouth. Knowledgeable? That's her father. Father and daughter have been at each other's throats for so many years, and this reconciliation has made them even closer. And she's got a killer. Damn it, she's pregnant with my seed. Says she'll go if I don't deal with it. What can I do? I'm afraid to do anything but curse and swear now. The doctor said that Yun Bing's constitution has to be very careful, so old me can only pretend to be a grandson for 10 months for the sake of my son. Qian Ziliang stared at him. Yun Bing is pregnant? Ha ha, that's not surprising then. That's not surprising then. I said, why have you changed your nature? Okay, for the sake of your son, everything is worth it. Let's just give our future son a Face and bail out his grandpa. Ha ha ha. Hee Jio gave a blank look and said, I came to find you to ask about the Guo family situation. Do I need you to say these words? Otherwise, can Laozi come to you? I'm going to the Guo family. How can I be somewhat prepared? Qian Ziliang nodded. Old He, wait, I'll call someone for you. I think you can have something in common with each other. Once Qian Ziliang finished his call and spoke with Hee Jio realized, the Guo family's old man's health is getting worse by the day, and the Guo family can now be said to be in a moment of transition of power. Guo Mingxiao's wife left early, and he found such a young wife who gave him a son. but this youngest son is probably too old and spoiled to be useful. Elder Gua had always wanted to hand over the Gua family to his eldest grandson, Gua Yangyu. After that, it's a common bridge for the luxury family. The mother and son teamed up to bully Gua Yangyu, and Gua Mingxiao is also towards his wife and youngest son, and now Gua Yangyu can't even live in Gua's old mansion, and things are not looking good. Now that such a thing has appeared, it's also an opportunity for Gua Yangyu. Old he, I also want you to help him. You've seen him before. That's the one who didn't say a word in the corner at that dinner. He Injio smoked a cigarette. His brain was running fast. He remembered such a person. At that time, when Qian Ziliang introduced himself, he said quite a lot. It can be seen that Qian Ziliang and he should have a good relationship. And this time, if it is really in this Gua Yangyu teamed up to help each other, he and Jiao also have to wait for the news before making a decision. He had to know. Number 3. Whether he was close to his uncle, Elder Gua, or to his cousin, Gua Mingxiao. If it is close to Elder Gua, then there is naturally no excuse for the two to join forces, and it is much simpler to deal with it on their own. And at the same time, they have helped Gua Yangyu, and with his relationship with Qian Ziliang, he will definitely be a friend and not an enemy in the future. And at the same time, they are selling the third a favor. If number 3 is on better terms with his cousin Gua Mingxiao, then Heinjiu will have to think twice about it, because it's very easy to get it wrong. To be honest, Wei Jia Heinjiu didn't care at all, didn't put it in his eyes at all. What he cared about was the attitude of the third. Hu Jinlai is powerful, but he cannot come across the province to negotiate with such a big official, and he has no reason. As for the favor of the Hu family, this small matter cannot be. Favor is a very peculiar thing. People with equal status, the more they use the favor, the better the relationship, but the status is not equal. The favor is consumable. Not long after, Gua Yangyu came. Qian Ziliang warmly greeted. The three sat together and drank tea. Qian Ziliang saw that He Injio did not open his mouth. He also naturally will not open his mouth. He knows that He Injio has his own considerations, and He Injio is waiting for news. Before the news is confirmed, he will not talk to Gua Yangyu about this matter. The three of them just sat and drank tea together, listening to Qian Ziliang talk about how the friendship between himself and Gua Yangyu came about. He Injio knew that when Qian Ziliang said this, it seemed like a joke, but in fact, he was telling himself that Gua Yangyu was worthy of help and trust, and Gua Yangyu also understood that at this time. Qian Ziliang suddenly called himself over, and now he was even drinking tea and chatting with this god of 9 fortunes, and the content of the chat was indicating that the two of them were close to each other. He realized that, perhaps, the 9 fortunes had something that could help him, and Qian Ziliang was helping to make peace. He Injio sipped his tea and said, "Old Qian, haven't you always liked coffee? How come you're drinking tea now too? And it's still rock tea." Qian Ziliang laughed and said, "That sister of yours said I drink coffee like said that women drink coffee, men drink tea, so it's like that." He Injio shook his head and said with a smile, "At first, I also wanted to set up the two of you, but now it seems not to work. That girl." "Hey," Qian Ziliang said indifferently, "this thing depends on fate. You know, I was interested in Lin Dai at that time not because I liked her, but just because she was the only heir of the Lin family." He Injio nodded and didn't say anything. In this point, Qian Ziliang was better than him. He always wanted to look for a partner that he could spend the rest of his life with, whereas Qian Ziliang looked at a woman for just one thing, whether or not she could bring him help. He Injio took a sip of tea and said, "What kind of tea is this? It's quite tasty. I have little research on tea, unlike you," and is to buy his wife a mountain farm and looking for non-hereditary bearers to make tea. "I'll just find a big brand, pick the most expensive to buy and drink is, I do believe that a penny. Oh, what brand? What tea? Quite good. Buy to put in the office to entertain people can. I those good things still have to save and my wife drink it. Che, didn't say to give me some watermelon ones. The name seems to be rare cinnamon. They don't have any high-end daffodils in the house, which kinda puts my mind at ease because I know that you've got all those trees wrapped up." He Injio smiled and nodded. At this time the phone rang. He Injio looked at the message sent by Wen Hong. After a long time He Injio said, "Young Master Gua, there's a cooperation. I don't know if you're interested." Chapter 130, Awakening. "You've spoiled me." He Injio came to the Gua family with Gua Yangyu, accompanied by Qian Ziliang, the eldest young man of the Qian family. In the Jiang province, wherever he goes, he still has a lot of face. Even the Gua family see the arrival of Qian Ziliang, but also to show welcome. Do not look at his country with the third backing, but the money family is after all standing in the Jiang province for many years of the big family. The tree roots deep. No one is clear that the money family in the end are all involved with what characters, but it is one thing, no matter how many leaders have been changed in Jiang province, every one of them has been very polite to the Qian family, which is evident. The three were walked into the main hall of the Gua family. Guo Mingxiao was obviously stunned when he saw the three. He didn't expect the Chen family's young master to come, and even more so, he didn't expect that his oldest son actually came back as well, and he seemed to be on good terms with the two. Ha ha, young money, long time no see, 9 gods of fortune, first time meeting, I didn't expect it to be because of this kind of thing. He Injio also smiled and said, Mr. Hua, this matter is not good for me to be explaining anything. Where is my father-in-law? Guo Mingxiao waved his hand at his subordinates and said, bring Yun Shan and that up. Yun Shan and Guo Mingxiao's little wife were brought up. Both of them were beaten, but Yun Shan was lightly injured. But the woman was quite miserable. It seems that the Guo family still has regard for themselves and the two Yun Bing, and they don't dare to go too far against Yun Shan. When Yun Shan saw He Injio, he directly said, son-in-law, you're finally here. Save me, this is a misunderstanding. Guo Mingxiao narrowed his eyes at Yun Shan and said, misunderstanding? Yun Shan, you and my wife are sleeping together and you're telling me to call it a misunderstanding. Mr. Hua, I told you, I don't know what's going on. Your wife said that there is a painting and calligraphy. Please let me come to appreciate, and then I don't know how. Just, Yun Shan's words let Qian Ziliang and He Injio glanced at each other. He Injio have their own judgment. Nowadays this kind of situation, the probability that Yun Shan will not lie. Then this one. He Injio thought about it and didn't pay any attention to Yun Shan. Instead, he said to Guo Mingxiao, Mr. Hua, things have already happened. There is no point in talking about it. I've come here today to solve this matter. I don't know how Mr. Guo wants to solve it. Guo Mingxiao smiled and said, this is also I am not able to recognize. The family scandal cannot be spread. This matter I think on our small scale to solve it is good. 9 fortunes, like you said. What's done is done. We're both businessmen. And since your father-in-law made me lose my feelings, let's get them back somewhere else. I know that Mr. Yun newly negotiated a big project, the development of the Marina Bay 5 a level tourist resort center. To be honest, this project Igua family like, and want, of course, also went to the competition. But Mr. Yun backed by the 9 god of wealth, the wealth, on us these competitors are almost crushed. So, He Injio heard it and understood. This project is very big, Yun Bing is not easy to take down, and has been carried out for 3 months. Some of the preliminary investment has already begun, and now let to the Guo family. The Guo family can be said to have taken advantage of the great advantage. He Injio glanced at his father-in-law. At this moment he seemed to understand something. His father-in-law seems to have been counted. This Guo Mingxiao really can. For the sake of this project, even his own wife is lost. Mr. Hua, give me some time on this matter. I'll go back and discuss you with my wife. You know, although Yun Bing and I are husband and wife, there are some things that I can't directly make a decision. Ha ha ha, no problem. Then 9 god of wealth. I'll wait for your news, but this Cloud Mountain well, it'll stay in my Guo family for now. He Injio nodded, didn't say anything, stood up and was about to leave, but Yun Shan didn't do it. Son-in-law, don't go away. What do you mean by that? He Injio still didn't pay any attention to it, but left on his own. It was Qian Ziliang who didn't leave and said, Mr. Hua, I came here this time to beg Yan Yu to lead the way to take a look at the old master. I don't know if it's convenient. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? Young Qian, come with me, my father is in the backyard. When He Injio returned home, Yun Bing came over, looked at He Injio and said, hubby, how is it? Are you alright? Did Guo family give you a hard time? He Injio looked at Yun Bing. This moment he was satisfied. This woman is the first to care about him. Afraid of Guo family members to give He Injio embarrassment, to her father did not ask. Guo's family didn't dare to do anything to me, and they didn't do anything to your father either. He's still jealous of us as a couple. It's just that he also stated the conditions for your newly negotiated project. Impossible. This project is an important strategic project to connect your Linhai business circle with Jiang province. It will help you a lot. I will never hand it over. He Injio looked at Yun Bing and said, however, if we don't hand it over, that old Deng is afraid that he will at least have to break his arms and legs, and his wife was brought out together today, beaten beyond recognition, and to put it bluntly, it's just for me to see the determination. Yun Bing shook her lips and said, the success of the development of this coastal tourism resort center will directly cross the provinces to border with the business circle you developed. Husband, you know, I desperately took this project in order for your business circle to spread to Jiang province through this, and in the future, towards the Su province, and Fu province. As for my father, the Guo family doesn't dare to kill him. As long as he doesn't die, he can always be cured. The big deal is that he will be kept at home in the future, and it will save him from going around causing trouble for you. Hubby, I've thought a lot since you left. I've been spoiling my father because I felt like I was able to fix everything with you, but I didn't think about you and caused you so much trouble. I'm sorry, my wife was wrong. He Injo laughed and touched Yun Bing's head, saying, during this recent period, the number of times you've admitted your faults with me is more than in the past so long put together. Oh, Yun Bing said with some embarrassment. Husband, sorry, I'm a bit spoiled by you, thinking that I have such a powerful husband like you. I can do whatever I want. You can help me deal with it, not to mention that you spoil me so much that it makes me feel like anything. I just need to be pampered with you and I'll be able to solve it. But I forgot, it's easy for me to spill my guts, but you, oh, little girl, wake up quite fast. You indeed drifted. I have heard, you this time, but strong incomparable, almost do not put anyone in Jiang province in the eyes. Yun Bing carefully looked up at He Injo, and seeing that he was still dotingly looking at himself, he let go and directly jumped into He Injo's arms. It's all your fault, you spoiled me, but I'm awake, it won't happen again. Husband, you see to it that my father's affairs are taken care of. I'll do whatever you say. He Injo nodded and said, this matter actually has nothing to do with your father. I have a feeling that Guo Mingxiao, from the start, was aiming at you. Chapter 131 Guo Mingxiao's plan. At night, He Injo was giving Yun Bing a pregnancy massage, and Yun Bing narrowed his eyes and looked at him wistfully. Hubby, I just realized that you can do this massage. It seems that certain places haven't been visited much. They are all self-taught. He Injo was stunned. I rely on this woman's brain circuit really strange. To give you a massage you enjoy on the end of the matter. Think so much why. Seeing that He Injo didn't say anything, Yun Bing also lazily pursued the question. After being together for so long, she did know that He Injo liked to enjoy himself but wouldn't do anything about how it was with those women, so she had been too lazy to care. Just then, Yu Fei opened the door and walked in. Yu Fei and Ning Xin had always had the password to He Injo and Yun Bing's residence. The first was that the two trusted them supremely, and the second was that if anything did happen, the two could come in quickly. Yu Fei walked over to He Injo and said, Brother Jio, I infiltrated the Guo family and took Elder Yun's blood for a lab test, and the elder was indeed drugged. After hearing this, Yun Bing's heart was warmed. Her husband had been attentive to this matter, and did not get angry or blame herself for her nonsense. He Injo, on the other hand, was squinting his eyes. Now that it was certain that Yun Shan had been drugged and Guo Mingxiao's purpose was clear, there were now two questions left. His wife, was she the one who was cooperating with him in his act, or was he going to eliminate her wife out of the game along with him? And is Guo Mingxiao's purpose just as simple as the Yunbing project? Xiao Fei, invite Qian Ziliang and Guo Yangwith to be our guests. Have the back kitchen prepare some wine and food. It just so happens that Binger and I haven't eaten either. Got it, night brother, Yu Fei said and left. Yun Bing instead laughed and said, this Fei is always these 5 words. Not as good as Sister Xin, who can still chat with me. It didn't take long for Qian Ziliang and Guo Yangyu to arrive at Villa 9. As soon as Qian Ziliang came in, he said, I say old he, this no. 9 Villa is just like a palace. You two are really good at enjoying yourselves. He Injo smiled and didn't say anything, leading the two to the dining room, which had already made a large table of food at the moment, while Yun Bing was now interested in sour food. This point made Heinjiu particularly excited. It seems that it should be a son. Several people sat at the dining table and ate, and He Injo said, my father-in-law was drugged, but it's unknown whether it was Guo Mingxiao or that woman, Guo Dishao. This matter I feel is not as simple as it appears. I'm looking for you today. I want to ask your family, some news that can't be found outside. Qian Ziliang also looked at Guo Yangyu and nodded. Guo Yangyu sighed and said, Ziliang, you accompanied me to see my grandfather today. You should have seen that my grandfather is terminally ill. I am afraid. I was coaxed up by my grandfather from a young age with a deep bond, and I've always been filial to my grandfather, who was hellbent on passing the Guo family on to me. My grandfather he was injured young and couldn't have children, and my father, my aunt, were all adopted sons and daughters of my grandfather. My grandfather named my father, and also wanted to express that even though it was an adopted son, I raised you to be a man and wanted him to be filial. But my father, Wolf's ambition, he always wanted to take over the Guo family and then return home with his clothes on his back to reunite with his parents and his own sister, which was something my grandfather couldn't accept. My grandfather's attitude was to carry on his family name since it wasn't even biological. That's why my grandfather has always refused to give the power to my father, wanting to cross him right over to me, because my grandfather and I have a strong bond. But not afraid of 2 jokes. I'm not Guo Mingxiao pro-life. I'm the child of my mother and my first love, and I now, no relatives in the world, only with my grandfather the deepest feelings. So, several people look at Guo Yanyu or mouth twitching. My god, so chaotic? No wonder the Guo family has been gentle and elegant. Together with their own family what the situation cannot understand. Naturally impossible to make enemies. Qian Ziliang bristled and said, Yang Yu, this is really bitter for you. He Injo had developed some empathy. The two of them were almost the same. Both of them had no relatives left in the world. And this kind of loneliness was not something that ordinary people could understand. But he was lucky. Perhaps his parents blessed him in heaven. He was lucky all the way up to now. His only bad luck was meeting Ruyan Lu. But now, he had Yun Bing by his side. He Injo thought for a moment and said, What's your grandfather's situation now? Guo Yangyu sighed. My grandfather had a brain hemorrhage 6 months ago, and now he's half paralyzed, can't speak, and is a little confused, which is why he dared to do what he did. My grandfather had spoken to the shareholders about giving me all his shares, and the shareholders were supportive of that, but before he could make a will, my grandfather, and that project of Mr. Yun's is the bargaining chip he needs to completely stand firm in the Guo family group, and all the shareholders will be convinced. Once he takes that project, he should start counting on my grandpa to die, and then with the project in hand and grandpa's lack of a will, the shareholders won't bring up what grandpa said back then, and they'll all support him. He9 has been completely smooth Guo Mingxiao's intentions, a good move to kill two birds with one stone, such a large project, and the initial investment so much. Those shareholders in order to benefit from the interests of Guo Mingxiao will definitely stand. He Injio looked at Gui Yangyu and said, Do you have any plans for this matter? You should have some backhanders as well. Gui Yangyu nodded. I had already resigned myself to my fate because I really can't fight him now. But if Mr. He and Mr. Yun can help me, I still have some bottom line. At this time, Yun Bing frowned and said, I'm afraid his calculations will fall through. There's no way I'll hand over the project. I don't believe he really dares to do anything to my father. He naturally does not dare to put the clout old man Hao, he dong big name outside. No one wants to offend. He also did not intend to really want to this project. He needs just your husband and wife's favors, as well as the subsequent cooperation with the cloud group. He just need to lead the shareholders to make money. Let the shareholders to stand on the line can be. Dong he, why don't you give him a call now and say that you won't agree to the project? I think he'll talk to you and let this matter go and release Elder Yun back. He Injio didn't make a move, but looked at Gui Yangyu. Gui Yangyu smiled and said, After all, I've lived with him for so many years. I know him too well. In his eyes, apart from that son of his, even his current wife, it doesn't matter to him and can be sacrificed at any time. He Injio smiled, picked up the phone and dialed Guo Mingxiao's number, and sure enough, it was exactly as Gui Yangyu expected, and said that he would send someone to send Yunshan back now. Chapter 132, 3 Years of Foolishness in Pregnancy. Hanging up the phone, He Injio felt for the first time that things were a little tricky, and even regretted working with Gui Yangyu a little. He would not have been willing to meddle in the matter of People's Guo family's seizure of power. His purpose was only to smooth out the matter of Yunshan, and change his own wife a peace of mind on it. As for the Guo family, with Guo Mingxiao and Gui Yangyu, it was the same with whoever they cooperated with, and even in He Injio's opinion, the benefits of cooperating with Guo Mingxiao might be greater. After all, in this society, it really may not be that acquaintances are good for business, but acquaintances are even worse. He Injio looked at Gui Yangyu and said, Young Guo, you don't want to tell me that the way you dealt with your father was that Yun didn't cooperate with your father and instead cooperated with you, right? To be honest, whether it was He Injio or Yun Bing, they were both seen people, regardless of whether Guo Mingxiao was laying a trap for Yun Shan. But other people's wives did lie in the same bed with Yun Shan. Since the matter has happened, then resolving this matter, people sent Yun Shan back in good shape. In this case, people only want to cooperate with your Yun group. He Injio and Yun Bing are unable to refuse. To put it bluntly, this was a young plot. Guo Mingxiao used his reputation to exchange for the opportunity to cooperate with Yun's group, and at the same time, by cooperating with Yun's group, he pulled those shareholders into his camp. Gui Yangyu laughed and said, Naturally this won't be the case. How could I possibly make this kind of request? Master Nine and General Manager Yun are both public figures. This kind of reputation-damaging thing naturally can't be done. Mr. Yun agreed to cooperate with him so that he would start working on my grandfather. But Mr. Yun should not sign a contract with him. Those shareholders won't let go without seeing the contract. After that, it will be a trouble for Fei who is beside Nine. The evidence that my father harmed my grandfather needs Fei. Ha ha ha. He Injio laughed when he heard Gui Yangyu's words. Looking at He Injio laughing, Gui Yangyu was a bit embarrassed, and even Qian Ziliang gave him a somewhat disgruntled look. Having said that, everything is dependent on Hoing Cao. What kind of person is Hoing Cao? He works for you? Yun Bing's face looked a little bad at this time and said, There must be a justifiable reason for not signing a contract with Guo Mingxiao. Just drag it out like this? I'm afraid it won't work. Gui Yangyu hurriedly said, Isn't Ms. Yun pregnant? You can declare to the public that there is a problem with the child. and that you are going to rest and nourish the fetus, refusing all work. No. Yun Bing's eyes instantly turned cold as he looked at Guo Yangyu and said, "How dare you? I will never allow anyone to curse my son, let alone myself." Yun Bing's reaction was so big that everyone at the table was surprised. Only Ning Xian gave Yun Bing a look of understanding. Qian Ziliang and Guo Yangyu were also speechless. A curse? CEO Yun still believes in this? Or is it the legendary one pregnancy fools 3 years? He Injo instead smiled and shook his head. He himself was already looking forward to this child already, but he knew that compared to Yun Bing was going to be even more looking forward to and valuing this child. This child. It can be said that Yun Bing had 1,000 calls to have. He Injo clearly knew that in the past. After the two ended, Yun Bing, no matter how hard it was to fall asleep, would use a pillow to cushion underneath himself, just so that He Injo's seed would not go to waste. He Injo patted Yun Bing's hand, signaling her not to be angry. "Fei, see off the guests," He Injo said directly. "Guo Yangyu, what does he have the right to do? This matter can be said to have been resolved by now, and cooperating with the Guo family is also good for both parties. As for your Guo family's power grab, what does it have to do with us as a couple? Unless the benefits are enough." When Yufei heard He Injo's words, he directly stood up and looked at Guo Yangyu and Qian Ziliang. Qian Ziliang said speechlessly, "I said Yufei, my brother is not bad to you. Are you so mean? You don't give me any face?" Yufei didn't say anything. He also knew that Qian Ziliang was joking. Those who were familiar with him knew that he only listened to the words of He Injo and was absolutely loyal to him. Guo Yangyu hurriedly said, "Master 9, I haven't finished yet. I know that my request is a bit excessive, but since I've said it, I definitely have the leverage to satisfy Master 9. He Injo held Yun Bing's hand and pulled her into his arms, lowering his head to pinch Yun Bing's cheeks and coaxing her. "Tell me," Heinjiu said without lifting his head. He naturally understands that Guo Yangyu has a bargaining chip, just like Yun Bing at the time, since she dared to say that she would let herself charge only 1/1000th of the interest. She naturally has a bargaining chip that makes it possible for her to agree. Guo Yangyu said, "Master 9, as long as I succeed in seizing power, I will be able to inherit 55% of the shares in my grandfather's hands, and with this share, I'm willing to give you the right to 20% of the dividends, permanently." He Injo didn't say anything, but continued to lower his head and touch Yun Bing's stomach, as if he could touch his son right now. Looking at He Injo didn't say anything. Guo Yangyu's expression was a bit difficult, but still said again, 30%, as long as Master 9 helps me, this 30% of the dividend right is Master 9's, no problem, let's eat. He 9 finally raised his head, said smilingly, in fact, 20%, he has been very satisfied. He did not reply as to see the other side cannot raise the code. If he could not add up, he would give Qian Ziliang a wink, and then Qian Ziliang begged for mercy, and he simply agreed to it, and he did not expect that he would really add up. Seeing that He Injo agreed, Yun Bing looked at He Injo with a tigerish little face, a little angry. From this point you can know, Yun Bing future is definitely a kind of mother who is more than a loving mother, now only just pregnant, already so much attention. I really do not know how it will be in the future. He Injo laughed and said, "Honey, just think of another reason. I'm sure with your intelligence, you'll be fine." Yun Bing listening to He Injo this kind of poor words is also helpless white. No way. Husband promised. She has to cooperate. Not a moment later, Yun Shan was sent back. As soon as Yun Shan entered the door, he said excitedly, "Son-in-law, you are too capable. That Guo family all apologized to me and sent me back with great respect." He Injo narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything, and Yun Bing also sank his face. "Dad, I'm pregnant. And the doctor told me that I have to be very careful with my constitution or I'll be very prone to problems." Yun Shan froze and said in surprise, "Really? Daughter, you're pregnant? I'm going to be a grandfather? Daughter, I'm sorry, this matter is Dad's fault. From today onwards, Dad won't go anywhere. He'll stay home and take care of you, and promise not to trouble you and your son-in-law, and promise not to let you get angry." Yun Bing sighed and said, "Really? Really? I'm going to be a grandfather. I'll take care of you in the future to make up for what I've owed you all these years. And in the future when my little grandchildren are born, I'll help you guys watch the kids." Chapter 133, The Reason for Yun Shan's Trouble. Listening to Yun Shan's words, He Injo to some surprise. This time the incident, this father-in-law seems to change quite a lot. Looking at Heinjiu looking at himself, Yun Shan was also a bit embarrassed. "Son-in-law, I've caused you a lot of trouble during this period of time. I know. In fact, that's because, those classmates of mine, my friends, seeing that I'm living well now, are talking about me behind my back. They said that it is Xiao Bing pity me. I am dispensable to your couple. Even Xiao Bing is because of the beautiful look, to marry you, and Xiao Bing have today is also all rely on you. said you actually do not care about me as a father-in-law, and even do not care about Xiao Bing, did not see even a wedding is not it. I just can't get mad, that's why I gave you so much trouble. I just wanted to shut them up and tell them that my daughter and I are doing fine, that my son-in-law values my daughter and treats me well. He Injo and Yun Bing were both greatly speechless. How old was this guy? A child? What does he care about these things? But it was understandable when you thought about it. This Yun Shan had grown up as a muckraker and hadn't experienced any major storms or even made any effort. Later on, he was looked down upon by those classmates and friends, and it was so hard to stand up now, but as a result, the outside world saw that he was doing well, and winded up talking about him, and he wanted to prove it, and justifiably so, and he E9 listening to the words of the Cloud Mountain, indeed eliminate the gas, because he does owe the Cloud Ice a wedding, and what woman does not want to wear a wedding dress and their beloved man to hold a wedding, and now the children have, but the wedding, and I don't know what Jin Bing was thinking, she never complained about herself because of this, and even more so, she didn't rush herself, but Injo knew that with Yun Bing's feelings for herself, she should be looking forward to this as well, because she couldn't wait to tell the whole world that she was Injo's, and Injo was hers. Injo didn't say why anything and turned his head, continuing to watch the news, but Yun Bing knew that the guy was demoralized and seemed to feel some guilt towards himself. Dad, don't be like this in the future. 9 is very busy, he seems to be idle, but in fact, Yun Bing really wanted to say that it was actually really idle. After all, this guy's men were all capable and extremely loyal to him. Yun Shan heard his daughter's words, immediately said, I know, daughter, you can rest assured, through so many things, they things do not say the son-in-law does not attach importance to me, but the new words appeared again, forget it, I also understand, they are just jealous of me. Heinjiu smiled faintly and didn't say anything. This old bastard, he's so old to realize this? All gossip comes from jealousy. Why do people talk about you? Because he's concerned about you, that's why he's talking about you. Why is he concerned? Isn't it because you have something to offer him? It's just the way it is when people are popular. In Injo's FMS, there is not a single friend circle. He does not send or look at it. This point Yun Bing also asked curiously. The explanation given by Heinjiu is that anything that can be posted in your circle of friends is what others want you to see, and it is most foolish to take what you see in your circle of friends and insinuate it into your own life, because the things that make it hard for him, he won't send out for you to see. Even those friend circles where sadness and grief are posted, it's with a purpose. Sending a family member who has died of illness is to get you to go along with the share. Posting all those breakups and divorces, really? Just to show some people that he's single. Sending those who lost money and failed in businesses to see if anyone can help him, or want a debt is not good to ask. Thinking of this, Heinjiu opened his mouth. Dad, you and I aren't like ice. We still have a struggle ahead of us, and the baby is just being conceived. And you, with no old man on top, and a child below who not only doesn't need your help, but is strong. So you live a little more transparent. Do not care about the views of others. People are living for themselves. Who is tired? Who is easy? Only know. Those classmates of yours, friends, it's time to break off and start a new circle. Use the good stuff on yourself, blow off more steam with people who are worse than you, and spend time with people who hold you up. It's just those kinds of people out there. To be fair to you, he's just not with you. People who advise you to be generous are bad people who want to take advantage of you. The ones who tell you to take a step back are the ones who want to get an inch. The ones who say you don't know any better are the ones who want to aggravate you. There are a lot of people who inquire about how you're doing, who seem to care, but really want to see how miserable you are. Anyone who contacts you out of the blue must have something to ask. Anyone who suddenly avoids you must have had someone whispering something about you in his ear. The people who talk about you behind your back are the ones who are jealous of you, and the ones who are jealous of you are often the ones who are closest to you. Yun Shan listened to Injo's words. He suddenly understood. No wonder his son-in-law could be so powerful. No wonder his daughter's kind of character, vision, was so infatuated with Injo. This son-in-law of his was looking too open. It could be said that he had already seen the essence of things. If he didn't feel unbelievable, he would have suspected that Injo was which centenarian reborn back. Son-in-law. I understand. Don't worry. I'll do one thing in the future. Be a good grandfather. Okay, you two watch the news. I'll go back to clean up and rest. Injo nodded and didn't continue to say anything. This old man, if he could come to his senses, he was willing to treat him well. A child should not only have parents and grandparents, grandmother, have passed away. This only grandfather, for Yun Bing or for the future of their own son, are very necessary. That's how people are. Although he doesn't like Yun Shan and Yun Shan has caused him a lot of trouble, but Injo is a man with commitment. He was with Yun Bing. Yun Shan, no matter what, was his father-in-law. even though Hee In-jo was upset. But outside, targeting Yun Shan was to hit their couple's face, which was unavoidable. As in this society, even if Yun Bing and Yun Shan signed an agreement to sever their relationship, if Yun Bing doesn't care about Yun Shan, he will still face 1,000 accusations. There is no way. The thousands of years of ideological traditions in China is like this. So Hee In-jo had always been confused. Yun Shan had caused some trouble, and he himself had wiped his ass a bit, but that was all indifferent to Hee In-jo. Some things, just annoying. Shouldn't he, as the protagonist, have some chicken scratch in his own family? Why did the netizens react so strongly? Is it right to let Yun Shan fend for himself and Hee In-jo and Yun Bing ignore it? Yun Shan is a jerk, but he is after all Yun Bing's real father, and gave Yun Bing a very good childhood. The reality is more than Yun Shan asshole also have it. And how many children can really do not care? Some netizens may ask themselves, if your father, who has caused some trouble, is not beyond your ability, will you choose to ignore it? Chapter 134. No reason or explanation needed. A few days later, Guo Mingxiao came to Yun's group to ask for a meeting with Yun Bing, but the person who received him was Lin Dai. It was only then that Guo Mingxiao realized that Yun Bing was actually pregnant and had put down all her work to nurse her baby at ease. But the matter that he wants to cooperate with Yun's group cannot be delayed. The old man's health is getting worse every day. Many shareholders have already proposed to let the old man step down and appoint the next chairman of the board. Guo Mingxiao thought about it and directly called Yun Bing and turned on the recording. Hello, Mr. Yun, it's me, Guo Mingxiao. Oh, Mr. Guo. Thank you for my father. Oh, we are all friends, in the same Jiang province. Head up, head down. There is no need for a woman to affect the friendship between the Guo family and the Yun family. Mr. Guo is really deeply righteous, Yun Bing said politely, but then didn't open his mouth to ask what Guo Mingxiao was calling about. Guo Mingxiao was also helpless and said, that Mr. Yun, the Guo family wants to carry out a long-term cooperation with the Yun group. You see, Yun Bing thought about it and said, no problem. In reason, Yun should cooperate with Guo family, but I'm inconvenient now. I'm raising my baby. When I'm stable, I'll personally make an appointment with Mr. Guo. Is that okay? Then Chief Yun can rest assured that she's recuperating, and I wish you mother and child all the best. So I'll hang up now. Hanging up the phone, Guo Mingxiao did not suspect. Hee In-jo and Yun Bing are public figures, and both of them are very reputable in business, and both of them owe themselves such a big favor. It is natural to return it. And now that one has to inform the shareholders of this news, all that remains is for the old man to close his eyes as soon as possible. On the other side, Yun Bing looked at his father across from him and said, now you know how much trouble you've caused for me and ninth brother. Yun Shan also smiled in embarrassment and said, daughter, Dad knows it's wrong, don't be angry, quickly drink this bird's nest. Yun Bing gave a blank look and didn't say anything else. Drinking the bird's nest in front of him, while Hee In-jo wasn't at home, he went back to Linhai, because there is a big rumor coming out of Linhai that Hee In-jo's uncle Jiang, Zhang Yongmin, Mayor Jiang, is going to Yanjing to run for office. Hee In-jo, who had personally called to inform him last night, had returned to Linhai overnight. Hoing Kao's relationship with Zhang Yongmin is very good. Zhang Yongmin has helped him a lot over the years, and it can be said that without Zhang Yongmin, Hoing Kao would not be where he is today. Zhang Yongmin liked Hee In-jo very much and had always treated him as his nephew, and Hee In-jo did the same. Zhang Yongmin not only knew and supported him, but also had the feelings of an elder to a younger generation. At this moment, within the office of the chairman of Myth Group, Hee In-jo poured tea for Zhang Yongmin and said, Uncle Jiang, do you really want to go that far? Oh, you boy, wasn't it you who said you wanted me to go further so I could pull and tug on you again? Hee In shook his head and laughed and said, Uncle Jiang, you know I'm kidding. Take that step. The crisis, no longer have to turn back. Don't say that the kid has no talent. I feel that we are guarding this acre of land. Quite good. Zhang Yongmin also nodded and said, I understand what you mean, but the opportunity has come. If I give it up, I will really regret it for the rest of my life. So I might as well put up a fight. And it's only a campaign for vice state manager. It's not that vicious. Hee In-jo thought for a moment and said, Uncle Jiang, you know, you're more like an elder relative to me. I really don't want to put you at risk. Actually, I'm quite torn myself right now. I'm both looking forward to it and terrified. But since Uncle Jiang wants to put up a fight for once, I that naturally want to help Uncle Jiang. Uncle Jiang, you tell me, how much do you need? I'll unite with the other clans, smash the pots and pans to come up with it for you. An elder who will help you. Zhang Yongmin looked at Hee In-jo and nodded with satisfaction. He hadn't pulled Hee In-jo for nothing all these years. Zhang Yongmin counted up one finger, and Hee In-jo understood that it meant 10 billion. Hee In-jo said, when will Uncle Jiang move? The day after tomorrow. Okay, definitely in place by 12 o'clock tomorrow night. Jiang Yongmin nodded and said, Xiaojiu, Uncle Jiang didn't misjudge you. Don't worry, Uncle Jiang won't forget you. He Injo laughed and said, what is Uncle Jiang saying? Uncle Jiang, this trip is extremely dangerous. Take little Fei with you. Jiang Yongmin thought for a moment, but finally nodded. With Yu Fei around, he was able to let go even more. He Injo looked at Yu Fei beside him and said, Fei, on this trip, no matter if Uncle Jiang succeeds or fails, you must bring him back safely. Yu Fei nodded and said, don't worry, ninth brother, they are nothing more than dirt. Jiang Yongmin left, and He Injo got up and stood by the window, looking at the scenery below and thinking, 10 billion to be honest, he ain't nine some meat pain, because this money is not borrowing, is to give, belongs to him to accompany Jiang Yongmin bet a future. This money, He Injo is to take also to take, not to take also to take. He knows, Jiang Yongmin since he dares to plan, it must have a chance to win in it. Took, failure loss of 10 billion, success, they get a strong backer, but 10 billion want to earn back, it takes time and energy. If you don't take it, you just lose some reputation. It doesn't matter, but if Jiang Yongmin succeeds, then you will have to face his monstrous anger. Jiang Yongmin's tactics and calculations over the years He Injo saw in his eyes, very powerful, so He Injo did not dare to gamble. Rather than lose 10 billion, can only hope that he succeeds. This is the status quo of China. Even more powerful businessmen, in the face of the core circle, have to give in. He Injo picked up the phone and dialed Yun Bing. Hey, hubby, honey, how much money do you have in your hand right now? Yun Bing said with almost no hesitation. I myself have about 1 billion, and the group can still come up with 6 billion while ensuring the stability of the capital chain. Honey, do you need it? I'll arrange for someone to give it to you right away. Get me 3 billion will be enough. I won't move the money on Mythic's books. There are too many Mythic group projects now, and the business circle. Hubby, what are you talking about? No need to explain. I'll have someone prepare it for you. Yun Bing directly interrupted He Injo's words. She didn't need He Injo's explanation. As long as He Injo brought it up, she would do as she was told without any reason. Heinjio smiled and said, good. The two of them flirted for a while longer. Hung up the phone, He Injo looked out the window, a little touched. Is this the love of a Yun Bing for himself? Trust that needs no reason, no explanation, and that she will go out of her way to support herself if she asks. Chapter 135 Accompanying Uncle Jiang in Gambling. Yun's group prepared for a day. He Injo side also prepared for a day. After all, there is too much money. The major banks need to hit the application to get the money together. He Injo gave the money to Jiang Yongmin, and neither of them said anything, except that He Injo sent a message to Jiang Yongmin. Uncle Jiang, take care. It doesn't matter if the money is gone. Xiao Jiao, don't worry, Uncle Jiang won't let you down. After two simple words, the two weren't exchanging words, the two of them didn't need the extra words anymore. He Injo learned that he took 100 for Uncle Jiang, and some of the rest of the business, gave Uncle Jiang 100. It seems that Uncle Jiang has really bottomed out well in Linhai over the years, and has gained the trust and recognition of most people, and those who can get him money are the ones who feel that he can succeed. He Injo looked at the balance on his card. A mere 4 digits, shook his head helplessly with a smile, and sent a screenshot to Yun Bing. Just after sending it, Yun Bing's call came. Honey, see the screenshot? Giggle. See, hubby, didn't you always say that you don't have a chance to eat soft rice anymore? This is not coming. He Injo was dumbfounded and said, you girl, don't say it, you really came to the opportunity. Yun Bing didn't care and said directly, then husband come back, wife invites you home to eat soft food. Ha ha ha, well, wait for me. I'm going to start eating soft food too. The two hung up the phone. He Injo was very happy. This is the value that Yun Bing brought to him. In addition to the cloud mountain that old Biden on the matter, other things, Yun Bing never let He Injo disappointed. Of course, the soft food on their lips was just a joke. Some flirtation between the two of them. People's Myth Group is still standing there. He Injo take out 7 billion is completely his own money earned over the years. On the Myth Group cannot have any effect. Moreover, the Myth Group can be said to be making money day by day now. According to He Injo's calculation, this 10 billion, even if Uncle Jiang fails, in about 10 years, he will earn it back. He Injo about Hu Jinlai. Once the two met, Hu Jinlai skimmed his lips and said, old he, you are really dare to gamble so much money, or Jiang Yongmin failure, how to do? He Injo smiled and said, old Hu, if this matter were to be replaced by you, I would still do the same. He Injo's sentence made Hu Jinlai not know what to say. He always felt that he was poor by He Injo. Don't worry brother, I won't let you lose. I've already talked to my grandfather on the phone. My Hu family will help him. He Injo froze. He originally looked for Hu Jinlai to come over, just to talk about this matter. Jang Yongmin is not the same as others in Hee In-jo's heart. This is Hee In-jo's own little by little cultivated contacts, and not after his own success. His relationship with Jang Yongmin is very strong, and can even say that Hee In-jo can let Jang Yongmin in at any time. Of course, he himself would be no better if he did that, after so many years and so much between the two of them. So Hee In-jo was very hopeful that Jang Yongmin would succeed, and then he would also rise up the ranks. I did not expect that Hu Ji-lai has already taken the first step to communicate with the family, and the Hu family actually agreed, which is what Hee In-jo did not expect. Hu Ji-lai gave a blank look and said, "Why are you so surprised? I know too well about your relationship with Jang. He is up. The benefit to you is the greatest. Brother, I naturally want to help the field. What kind of friendship do you and I have? You're the one who saved my life. The two of us are lifelong brothers." Listening to Hu Ji-lai's words, Hee In-jo remembered that he had thrown him into the sea to trick him, and for a moment, he actually felt a little embarrassed, because Hu Ji-lai was really a good brother. Hu Ji-lai looked at Hee In-jo and said, "What are you doing? Acting like a woman? Moved?" Hee In-jo rolled his eyes, touched my ass, was feeling a little embarrassed. It's okay. Hu Ji-lai drank so much wine that day, he was going to have a brain hemorrhage. He threw him into the sea, he spit out all the wine, so he didn't have a brain hemorrhage. He did save his life. Yes, that's it. He kept him from having a brain hemorrhage himself. Old Hu, thank you enough. Che, it's good to know. Alright, I'm going back to Yanjing. Only my Hu family is not enough. I'll try my best to pull in some people. Hee In-jo nodded and said, "Old Hu, why is your Hu family suddenly so attached?" Hu Ji-lai froze. Thought, of course, on the heart, Hu family now has a blank for the Chinese deputy real position. Jang Yongmin is young, and there is the bond of Hoingjiu, is a very good investor. But of course Hu Ji-lai won't say that Hee In-jo can turn everything around on himself, saying that it's for his own good, and of course he's going to do the same. Old He, it's because I'm attached to you that the Hu family is attached to your affairs. Hoingjiu snorted and said, "I thank you." Hu Ji-lai knew that this guy Hee In-jo should have guessed it and turned around, watching Hu Ji-lai leave. Hee In-jo also shook his head and smiled. He didn't know why. When he knew that Yun Bing was pregnant, it seemed like he suddenly didn't have the grandiose ambitions he had before. What integration of the southeastern business circle to create a business empire seems to have become not so important. He is now more in his heart is to hope that he and his wife and son, as well as the people around him, can live a peaceful and happy life. Perhaps this is the psychology of impending fatherhood, and there is really nothing more important to parents than their children. Lin Hai's matter is resolved. He is ready to go back to Zhejiang province. After all, the door to the matter he cannot intervene, and now cannot wait for the news of Jang Yongmin's triumph. For the ginger uncle, he nine or some confidence. Ginger uncle means very high, when it is relying on the old leadership to the current position, but the old leadership, after all, retired, and did not have the right to speak in the past, and there is no more backing Jang Yongmin. Is the development of training their own team, the entire Lin Hai business community, these families, enterprises, more or less have been subject to the care of Jang Yongmin, and Hee In-jo is even more so. He can be said to be Jang Yongmin all the way to support up, perhaps because he is alone, not so many factors and scruples affecting the emotions. Jang Yongmin can be more trustworthy. Back in Zhejiang province, even though Yun Bing was pregnant, she still came in a car to personally pick up Hee In-jo, and at this point, unless Hee In-jo intentionally hid it, it never changed. As long as Yun Bing knew that Hee In-jo was coming back, she would wait in front of the airport in advance. Hee In-jo got on the car and said with a sigh, "You're pregnant, so don't toss and turn in the future. It's not like I can't find my way home on my own." Yun Bing ignored it and said with a smile, "But what about when the baby says he wants to come pick up daddy?" Chapter 136, Lin Dai returns home. On this day Hee In-jo was accompanying Yun Bing at home, squatting in front of Yun Bing's stomach and telling a fetal story. Hee In-jo is also speechless. This child may not be molded yet now, and I don't know where Yun Bing listened to it, doing all kinds of homework at home every day. Home TV is not allowed to watch, the phone is not used, the computer is not touch. Every day a fixed time. Hire a piano master to play the piano to the son in the stomach to listen to, forcing Hee In-jo to tell a 2-hour story in front of his stomach every day. Anyway, it's all kinds of operation, making Hee In-jo dare to be angry. After all, people are also for the sake of their own son is not. Yun Bing is even more indifferent to the group, completely handed over to Hee In-jo, peacefully at home to do her so-called prenatal childcare. The family invited a whole lot of people, each in their own way, all for the child in the abdomen. The most let Hee In-jo speechless. Yun Bing actually begged Ning Xin to practice 1 hour a day, said that the child can protect themselves later, not to be bullied, making it seem as if the child could see. Everyone thought Yun Bing was crazy, and even Hee In-jo secretly went to consult a psychiatrist. But the results people gave were that everything was normal for General Yun. and there was indeed some scientific basis for what she did. It was just that the time was too far in advance. As He Injo told the story, Ning Xin opened the door and walked in, bringing Lin Yen with her. Sister Bing, I came to see you, Lin Dai said with a smile, only there was something unnatural and sad behind the smile. He Injo and Yun Bing both looked at each other and smiled helplessly. It seemed that this day had come after all. Although they were all prepared for it, it was a bit hard for both to actually arrive. He Injo looked at Lin Dai, rubbed Lin Dai's head with some favor and said, You girl, no need to be like this, just say what you have to say. What is there to hide with me and your sister-in-law? Lin Dai went back to the Soviet province for a while the other day. The reason is that Lin Dai's father had a cerebral infarction. Due to cervical spine compression, the doctor's advice is that Lin's father should try not to sit in the office for a long time in the future. And even more so, not to stay up all night working. When they got this news, He Injo and Yun Bing knew that this little sister, it seems that she is going to go home early to inherit the family business. Lin's father has only one child like her. She must carry the Lin group. Lin Dai's eyes instantly reddened as she listened to He Injo's words, and regardless of Yun Bing's presence, she directly jumped into He Injo's arms and cried. He Injo some reluctance to stroke the back of her head. The 10 years of affection. This little girl has been following their own, and now they have to go their own way. How can there be no ripples in the heart? Yun Bing is also a little sigh. For Lin Dai, she is not jealous at all. As if Lin Dai hugging He Injo is natural. Just like a sister hugging her brother is the same. Lin Dai and Yun Bing had been together for a long time as well, and it could be said that Yun Bing's time, aside from being with He Injo, was with Lin Dai and Ning Xin, and the feelings were very deep. Lin Dai even shared a lot of work for her. It can be said that Yun's group Lin Dai one person on top of half the sky. Lin Dai, the president's special assistant, had very great power, just like in the myth group, and could directly exercise most of the president's rights. Yun Bing also stood up and hugged Lin Dai together with He Injo. Ning Xin always felt strange looking at this scene, as if a parent and child were parting ways. Yun Bing patted Lin Dai and said, Xiao Dai, it's okay, it's not like we can't see each other. Your father needs you right now. After so many years, your ability is obvious to everyone. We all believe that you'll be the future queen of the business world in the Su province. Lin Dai raised her head in pearly blossoms and said, Sister-in-law, I can't bear to part with you all. I don't want to be any kind of queen of the business world. I just want to be you and Ninth Brother's little sister. What ability do I have? In myth, everyone knows that Ninth Brother favors me, and in Yun's as well. They all know that sister-in-law treats me, so they don't dare offend me. Ha ha ha, you girl, who says that back in Lin's your Ninth Brother and your sister-in-law won't take care of you? With your Ninth Brother around, don't worry, the Su province is your world, He Injo said with a smile, and even patted his chest, saying, Brother has money. He Injo's appearance also instantly made all three women laugh, and the sad atmosphere eased a bit. Xiao Dai, don't worry, go back to Lin's to take the power. Don't be afraid of anything. Have anything to say to brother? You remember, you will always have myth behind you. There's still Yun's. This will always be your home. Besides, if you're undecided about something, ask your brother White, and if you're undecided again, go to your brother Fei and deal directly with the matter itself, and they should both be happy to be of service to you. Lin Dai nodded. Lin Dai could be said to be the group favorite amongst the men. With just such a little sister, everyone doted on Lin Dai. Yun Bing also said with a smile, Okay, little sister, be happy, this is nothing. In the future, if you want your sister-in-law to come back at any time, your sister-in-law will go to you if she misses you. I haven't gone to the Soviet province to play yet. Aha, sister-in-law, let me know before you go and I'll take you all over the Su. Good. Then go back to work well. Don't sister-in-law want you in because of work can't spare, but it shouldn't be. Your Ninth Brother said a long time ago, you go back. The myth and the clouds including Wei Lai, Qian Ziliang will be with your Lin family to start a full range of cooperation. Lin Dai's eyes reddened again. So Ninth Brother and sister-in-law had already considered this. Thank you, Ninth Brother, and thank you, sister-in-law. He Injo smiled and nodded, and suddenly said, How is that guy Chu Han now? If he's not treating you well you must tell me. Big deal. Brother will pay for it and buy you a toy. Puffing, Lin Dai and Yun Bing both laughed. This is probably the only thing He Injo can say, and toy. But it was also clear from this that Heinjiu really favored this sister. A few people chatted for a while before Lin Dai left. She had been dragging her feet not knowing what to say, knowing that she had to leave today before she had to say anything. Lin Dai home. He Injo and Yun Bing very consistent both did not mention to give Lin Dai money, because they both know, Lin Dai is not lack of money. Mentioning money is significantly thin. It would be better for the two to owe Lin Dai a favor because of this, so that in the future, if Lin Dai was in trouble, she would be able to ask for help from the two of them in a more relaxed manner. Lin Dai on the plane. This is the first time in this period of time Yun Bing made an exception to go out. Yun Bing is even with their own private jet sent Lin Dai. If not physically inconvenient, Yun Bing and Hee In-jo even want to send Lin Dai personally to the hands of Lin father. Watching the plane take off, back to the road, the three did not open their mouths to speak, said that is to say, but really saw Lin Dai's plane take off. After all, is the feeling of the heart is missing something? Some bad feeling. A long time Hee In-jo sighed and said, search for another assistant. Just like Xiao Dai's assistant. It's rare to find one. Now there's something to look for. Chapter 137 Uncle John succeeds. Lin Dai's departure had really made Hee In-jo a little uncomfortable, and quite a few things had once again fallen into his lap. Previously, with Lin Dai around, it wasn't anything major that would have been sent to him at all. And during this period of time, Hee In-jo's assistants were also changed one after another. There was no one who could last more than 3 days. Looking at anyone, the existing president's office of the people have been changed. There is no way. Hee In-jo can only use male assistants. Not that he is afraid of anything, mainly those female assistants are afraid. The female assistants of the president's office who have been in Yun's group for a longer period of time all know one thing. That is, Yun's general manager's ice cold and ruthless, but only loves he to love, and is extremely careful and jealous. For that matter, female assistants who know a little bit about things and have a strong desire to survive don't dare to lean towards Hee In-jo's side. And many of them even purposely do something to make Hee In-jo dissatisfied, and then get replaced. Compared to being sacked, or even being targeted and cleaned up, it's quite good to be an ordinary assistant in the president's office peacefully. You know, that time when General Manager Yun's high heels pierced through that male assistant's palm is still fresh in these people's minds. There is no way. There is no qualified. Hee In-jo can only arrange for the personnel department to organize recruitment. On this day, Hee In-jo was dealing with the documents in the office. To be honest, quite a long time without such intensity of work. Hee In-jo is really a bit uncomfortable, but his own wife's office is really comfortable. Yun Bing, this girl usually has no entertainment program in his life. It seems that in addition to work is Hee In-jo, so she did dress up her errands in an extremely decent manner, so to speak, and even spaced out a lounge, which was even more luxurious than the private rooms of a star-rated hotel. Hee In-jo easily finished the work, came to the tea table to think of a make tea for themselves to drink. Suddenly remembered the cloud ice that tea ceremony craft. They also want to learn to try. The result is all kinds of boil, I boil, agu I boil, hot is don't want, don't know that girl is how to do. Her hand is very tender, not like Carrie hot kinda. The end result was Hee In-jo pulling out the lazy man's tea brewing pot that he generally never readily displayed in front of outsiders. A pot of tea was brewed and sipped beautifully when there was a knock on the office door. Hee In-jo shouted to enter, and saw the manager of the personnel department walk in with a young man, very handsome, looking very witty. Mr. He, this is the best interviewer down in these 3 days. I feel that he should be able to handle the position of chief assistant. Mr. He, do you want to? Hee In-jo looked at the boy. The first feeling is good, not humble. Hee In-jo hate that kind of see their own koi. Why? What's the point? A little manliness is not. Hee In-jo nodded and said, yes, stay and try. Hee In-nine do not like to ask some of the so-called interview questions. In his eyes those are false. He has never seen on the matter. I use you. Is the biggest interview for you? Then Mr. Ho, do you think you should let him come next Monday? Or, why next Monday? Start right now and pay is based on perfect attendance for the month. The HR manager nodded, and at the same time thought, it is worthy of being the man of General Manager Yun. And General Manager Yun is really a style, atmosphere, pattern, not bad, thunder and lightning. No wonder it will be looked at by General Manager Yun, personnel manager of the idea of Hee In-jo, and do not know. If you know, certainly want to curse the mother himself is by your cloud total look on? Obviously is your cloud total hard to chase the old man to see her, and these things, are that girl to imitate their own style? Got it Mr. He, then Sun Pengfei. From now on you'll follow Mr. He, listen to Mr. He's command. Okay, got it. Thanks Mr. Fong. After saying the manager of the personnel department Fong Ming left, leaving this called Sun Pengfei and Hee In-jo in the office. Hee In-jo looked at Sun Pengfei and said, come over and do it. There is no work for the time being. Come and drink tea with me. Your general manager Yun's tea is very good. Oh, Sun Pengfei was also not false. Directly sat down opposite Hee In-jo and asked, Mr. You? Hee In-jo nodded and said, don't you know? This Yun's group is my wife Yun Bing's. Didn't see called Yun's group? Just now she is pregnant. Inconvenient. Belong to is to buy wrist. What about you follow me for the time being? Perform well. When your general manager Yun comes back, I'll talk to her about arranging a position for you. Don't worry, do it with me, even if I don't become your president anymore. I won't treat you badly. This person does not like to draw a big cake. You all graduated not long ago, students are not easy. I have a say. Also counted the first clear and then do not argue. Do not come to the time when my wife came back, to arrange for you to other places. You blame me to pick you. Sun Pengfei nodded and smiled. Mister, he is joking. Yun's group is the best in the entire Jiang province in terms of treatment and salary. I'm already very happy that I can come to work here, and I'm completely at the disposal of you and Mr. Yun. The next time, he Ingyo is considered busy bad. Myth and Cloud both run, there without him cannot. Myth group side of the business circle in full swing development. Other projects also need He Ingyo's signature and negotiation, but He Ingyo also belongs to the pain and happiness. First, Yun Bing and the child is very good. Yun Bing for the child can be said to be a spell. To their own complete disregard, the whole person fattened up 2 rounds, just to provide enough nutrition for his son. According to her, nothing is more important than her own child. The big deal is that she suffers a bit and cuts back after giving birth to the child. Secondly, Uncle Jiang has really succeeded. Nowadays, Uncle Jiang has already been honored as the vice ruler of the state of China. The Hu family has contributed a lot. Hu Jinlai has been supervising the war in Yanjing, and has helped Uncle Jiang a lot. Hu Jinlai is even more somehow. Actually put the big brother Fu Guohong about it. When the big brother knows that the ginger uncle with their own this relationship, but also called to scold themselves, but immediately after that is the Fu family out to fully support the ginger uncle. As for money, Uncle Jiang is the most prepared, which makes some people who know the inside story lament, saying that Jiang Yongmin seems to have laid out for this step for many years. In Linhai is really bold especially to cultivate that 9 god of wealth. This is really the god of fortune The whole Linhai's business only to give him to come up with 109 god of fortune directly to him to a super double. Ask, the whole country, which business owners can come up with so much cash? Now there were people who suspected that the amount of cash that the 9 fortunes possessed was enough to start a war with a small country, and cash was always king. And today, He Ingyo received a call that Hu Jinlai and Uncle Jiang returned to Linhai. Chapter 138, He Ingyo's affiliation with Uncle Jiang. He Ingyo returned to Linhai. He knew that normally Uncle Jiang would not come back. Since Uncle Jiang came back, there must be something to say to himself, to explain himself somewhat things. He Ingyo waited at the airport, and it wasn't long before he saw 3 men walk out, none other than Uncle Jiang, Yu Fei and Hu Jinlai. He Ingyo greeted him and directly came into a big hug with Jiang Yongmin. Uncle Jiang, I'm really worried to death. I don't know if you can win or not during this period of time. It's not a good feeling to be on tenterhooks all the time. Ha ha ha, Injin. Uncle Jiang won, I did it, and thanks to you From now on, Uncle Jiang is your background in Yanjing. Speaking of which, Uncle Jiang also has to thank you. Young Hu and Fu have all been very helpful to me this time. Thanks to your blessings. He Ingyo smiled and said, come on Uncle Jiang, I've arranged a restaurant. Let's eat and talk. Hey, old He, why are you unloading on me? Can't you see that I'm back? But you just took a look at me? Not a word? Hu Jinlai was a little jealous on the side. A radiant and powerful young man like him could not afford to be cold. He Ingyo looked up at Hu Jinlai and suddenly asked, Old Hu, are you going for dinner? Ha, you guys go ahead. I'm not hungry. Hu Jinlai was obviously uncomfortable in his heart, and his speech began to be gloomy. He Ingyo went up and put his arm around Hu Jinlai's shoulder and said, if you're not hungry, why don't you go eat something? After we finish arranging for Uncle Jiang, let's go to the clubhouse and have some fun. Hu Jinlai gave a blank look and said, no go. Whoever doesn't give me face will lose face with me. He Ingyo also felt a little funny and said, Old Hu, good brother, thank you. I just don't know how to express my gratitude to you anymore. Hu Jin looked at He Ingyo and said helplessly, don't be melodramatic with me. I don't eat that. So what? I heard that you're broke. Do you still have the money to invite me to the club? Che, your brother. Do I need to spend money to go to the end of the world? A line of 4 people talking and laughing left the airport, came to the restaurant arranged by He Ingyo, came to the restaurant. The service staff has been waiting for a long time, because this restaurant has been He Ingyo package. Can't say package, just don't open to the public, because this is the property of the Cloud Ice. Hu Jinlai looked at He Ingyo and said, Old He, you're eating here tonight? Heinjiu nodded. Hu Jinlai snorted, said, hey, when the 9 god of fortune is now down with me, eat to wife's place. Clubs go to the end of the world. The main white whoring free. Aiuuu. He Ingyo gave a blank look and said, are you going to eat or not? If you don't eat I'll have someone send you back. Eat. Hey, who wouldn't eat for free? Besides, this restaurant of Yun Bing's is very classy. He Ingyo also lazily ignored him. The 4 of them came to the private room, because the kitchen had been preparing the food, so it didn't take long for the food to be served. The four people ate some dotted stomach, then began to drink wine and rice. Uncle Jiang took out a card and handed it to Hee-injo. Injin, I know you counted yourself as a desperate man for Uncle Jiang's sake. These are the rest of the money. $4 billion, take it. Hee-injo did not push back, directly took it with a smile. John Yongmin was very satisfied with a smile and nodded. He was afraid that Hee-injo did not want this money, because then, the relationship between the two changes. Helping is helping, and this money is a different thing. Watching Hee-injo accept the money, John Yongmin's expression turned serious and said, Injo, for so many years, our uncle and nephew's feelings since there is no need for much. Excluding this matter, your help to Uncle Jiang is also quite a lot, and Uncle Jiang all remembered in his heart. I entered the Beijing election this time. Almost all of our friends in Linhai have lent me a helping hand. I will remember all of these people, but your help is the biggest. Now that Uncle Jiang has succeeded, and not to say anything about compensation or not, hurt feelings, you wait for me to hear from me, and in a while I will send you some gifts. Hee-injo of course heard what Uncle Jiang meant and nodded with a smile. This time, in Uncle Jiang's matter, almost all the enterprises in Linhai had extended a helping hand, but there were only two enterprises. One was the Xiao family and the other was the Tianzhua Network Company, especially the Xiao family. I heard that Uncle Jiang personally went to the Xiao group to talk about. Xiao Wanli not only did not agree, and even the attitude is very cold, but also even stayed in the words of Uncle Jiang to eat. And now that Uncle Jiang has succeeded, how can they let them go? Another is the old boss of Tianzhua Network. This old boss, how to say it, is a nerd. A network security technology can be said to be the peak of excellence. The only thing is to deal with people is too bad. He seems to live only in their own that small circle. Lin Hai once there is a joke, that is to say that he is, but have to admit that people, just this kind of people, can get the company to the market value of 10 billion, a year of net profit of 500 to 800 million. Visible his technology, his products are how powerful competitive. It seems that Uncle Jiang is going to take their two families to stand up, and the biggest beneficiary of this should be himself, as long as he operates properly. Their two families, perhaps about to be annexed by the myth. Hee-injo smiled and said, no problem, then I'll let the people below me make early plans when I go back today, and then wait for Uncle John's notice. Ha ha ha, well, Injin from the moment we two met, talking to you makes me feel especially energy saving. Hee-injo smiled without saying anything and poured wine for Uncle Jiang. Now think about it, it's really hard to predict. When they started their own business is incredibly difficult, because they do not have any background, and at that time their own brothers are just graduated. In the family cannot say, not to mention the power, are in the exercise stage. Hee-injo is a chance to contact Jiang Yongmin. Jiang Yongmin is also a good eye on him, and he left each other contact information, and it didn't take long for Jiang Yongmin's father to be hospitalized for uremia. At that time, Jiang Yongmin was not yet the mayor, but still the director of a certain bureau, and he was very busy at work, and he didn't have any siblings, so his father could only be taken care of by his wife. But it must be inconvenient for his wife to take care of her father-in-law, who was also suffering from uremia. Hee-injo, after learning the news, directly ran to the hospital to replace his wife. Since then, Hee-injo almost every day in addition to work is to take care of his father. Of course, is not much tired. After all, there are still caregivers, but there is one of their own people around. Jiang Yongmin also peace of mind a lot. He in full wait for more than 3 months, until the old man died, and the funeral of all kinds of things, but also almost all of the Heen to help arrange. The old man can be described as a beautiful funeral. Elegiac couplets piled up out of hundreds of meters. Are all enterprises, units sent, all are surprised. Jiang Yongmin contacts so wide. In fact, they are all bought by Hee-injo. Let someone write. Anyway, others do not know. Who will not go to inquire about this kind of thing? But this incident makes Jiang Yongmin very dignified, and extremely satisfied with Hee-injo. From then on, it is very caring for Hee-injo. Chapter 139, Subconsciously Feeling Inferior When You Love Someone. After the four of them finished their meal, Hee-injo and Hu Jinlai settled Uncle Jiang down, and the two of them stepped into the Tanya clubhouse happily, necking and hugging each other. Jiang Yongmin's matter can be said to be all happy. He himself promoted, now can be said to have been in the core circle. Hee-injo is also naturally happy. After all, he is also counted as a rising tide. Similarly, the Hu family is also happy that the resources and favors of the Hu family have not been wasted, and from now on, in this position, the Hu family is no longer blank, and also left a helper for Hu Jinlai. Big brother Fu Guohong's Fu family is also a winner. After all, Jiang Yongmin now seems to be in this position is very young, which is why many people did not look at him at first. After all, according to reason, his seniority is still shallow, but his hard power is strong. After all, with the nine god of wealth's full support. So when he succeeded, the Fu family was happy, after all, without giving too much, but leaving a good karma for those who might be in further in the future. He and Nine in the club accompanied Hu Jinlai to play for a while and then left. He is not compared to Hu Jinlai. People who big young man cannot work hard at all, as long as waiting for enough time to promote can be. They are to work hard people, who can play with Hu Jinlai. He Injo overnight plane back to the Jiang province. One is Yun Bing pregnant. This girl now leave their own sleep is not solid. The second is to go back and Yun Bing to discuss how to receive a big gift from Uncle Jiang. When I got home, Yun Bing was really on the couch under a blanket reading a book, and while doing so, he was also reading, Mainlining a Fetus. Seeing He Injo come back, Yun Bing was a bit surprised and said, "Hubby, you came back? I thought you wouldn't come back tonight." He Injo smiled and walked over, squatted by the sofa, took Yun Bing's hand and said, "You can't sleep well without me. How could I possibly spend the night outside?" Yun Bing smiled beautifully, although he had gained a lot of weight, but Yun Bing was still very beautiful, a different kind of beauty. He Injo now finally understood why that fat noble consort was one of the four great beauties. "Hubby, you're so sweet. I just tried to go to sleep and got a little sleepy before I got up to read to my son." He Injo listened to Yun Bing's words, shook his head and laughed bitterly, greatly speechless. If this child was born not excellent, it is really sorry for the fetal education Yun Bing did for him. He Injo gently lifted the blanket and put his ear on Yun Bing's stomach to listen. Now that Yun Bing was more than 5 months pregnant, her stomach was already big. Yun Bing giggled and said, "What are you listening to? Can he still call you dad directly?" He Injo also smiled gratefully and said, "Wife, Shao family and Tianzhua. Uncle Jiang is ready to take on both of them, and Uncle Zhang's intention is for us to take over." Yun Bing listened to the words of He Injo, frowned and said, "Shao family is good, but Tianzhua, hubby, I have contacted Zhua Tianhao of Tianzhua, and now Yun's network security software is still using Tianzhua's, and the stuff is very good, but Zhua Tianhao is a person you also know, honest nerd, and this kind of person, there will almost never be some things that are not too much for the official account." He Injo also nodded and said, "That's right, we both have the same idea, but since Uncle Jiang said it, I think there must be some certainty, but Tianzhua is different from the Shao family." Yun Bing smiled and touched He Injo's face and said, "You want this person's Zhua Tianhao, right?" Heinjiu nodded. "Wife, to be honest, for us men, I take this Zhua Tianhao really nothing to do. Just like when we go to school we treat those students who study well nothing good to do. You and he contact more often. You see." Giggle. "Hubby, this is actually very, very simple." He Injo was puzzled. He hadn't figured out a way to subdue Zhua Tianhao until now. He cooperated with Uncle Jiang to deal with him, then the two must have hatred, and this kind of nerd is very shaft. You deal with him, and then want to subdue him is almost impossible. In the end do not know the cheap whose family, and you do not deal with him. People's company is now flourishing. Why give you as a little brother? Cloud Ice looked at E9 said, "You also know, I and this left Tianhao, should be a total of 4 times to see, negotiate network security software, and the first 2 everything is normal, the latter 2 well, what happened the last 2 times? Quickly say." He Injo looked at Yun Bing a little angry. That nerd will not like his wife, then even if he cut his love, he must not keep him. Ha ha ha, asshole, are you thinking that people like your wife again? Is your wife that hot? Everyone likes her? The last 2 times we met, spoke to me in a very normal way, except when he faced Sister Xin. He would have averted his eyes, he would be nervous, and sometimes he would stutter in his speech. "Hubby, do you know, liking someone is subconsciously inferior. It has nothing to do with status strength. Zhua Tianhao should like Sister Xin." The corners of He Injo's mouth twitched and said, "Is that so? Neither of us was like that at that time." Yun Bing poo-pooed and said, "Can we two be the same? We haven't even liked each other yet." "Not even. Just what?" Heinjiu asked idly. Cloud Ice White did not answer, but said, "But this matter or to ask Sister Xin's attitude." Sister Xin I feel as if the nun, in this area seems to have no interest at all. He 9 thought, said, in fact, careful that kind of character. Identity. Find a nerd actually really good. I see the stick drama are so acted. Ha ha ha. Yun Bing nodded. She also felt that Ning Xin finding a nerd like Zhua Tianhao was actually quite good. "Hubby, look at what Sister Xin is saying. You want both their company and their people, so you're bound to pay something, and this may be the only way to accomplish your goal." "Okay, tomorrow I'll go and find out what's going on with Beware. This old girl is really something, and it's really time for me to find her a companion." After He Injo finished speaking, he hugged Yun Bing and went upstairs to rest. The next day, a message to let He 9 and its shock. The official actually on the Shao family shot. Should not yesterday and Uncle Jiang said, Give me some time to prepare. After all, they are now in the hands of the money is not too much. Last night is also to let their wives back to gather some funds to prepare. How could Uncle Jiang be so quick and suddenly take on the Xiao family? Hyunjo was puzzled and asked Wonhon to investigate immediately to give him a result. And the results of Wonhon's investigation didn't take long to come back. The one targeting the Xiao family is not Uncle Jiang, but the big family from Yanjing, the Wen family, and as for why, the second son of the Wen family, Wen Bo, is in love, and the target, is named Qin Cheng. Chapter 140. Hyunjo, who heard this news, was very shocked, and at the same time smelled a hint of danger. The Wen family, that is Yanjing, is not the slightest bit weaker than the existence of the Hu family. Qin Cheng, that woman, disappeared for so long. Hyunjo always thought that this woman should be hiding in some small place to spend the rest of her life as a lawyer. I didn't realize that she had actually run away to Yanjing, and had even become boyfriend and girlfriend with Wen Bo, the second youngest master of the Wen family. Wen Bo is targeting the Xiao family so much, one is because at that time, Xiao Charan has never been able to look at Qin Cheng, and knowing about her affair with Wu Jibua, he even made a move to teach her a lesson, and the second should be that the current son-in-law of the Xiao family, Wu Gao-wan, is the culprit for the death of Wu Jibua. Hyunjo does not doubt the feelings between Wu Jibua and Qin Ai in the slightest. The two are also considered a pair of bitter lovebirds. When the two of them for the future of the two of them, Wu Jibua can allow Qin Ai to accompany himself. Qin Ai also willingly pay for their future. Hyunjo not the slightest doubt Qin Ai's love for Wu Jibua. Wu Jibua's death, Qin Ai whether martyrdom, or as nowadays revenge. Hyunjo are not surprised, but Hyunjo also understands that after the matter of the Xiao family is resolved, the next step is that Qin Ai will definitely target himself. After all, he did more than enough to the two of them at that time, and even set up a situation to alienate them, resulting in Wu Jibua hurting Qin Ai in a fit of anger, and also leaving the ambush for the death of the body afterward. Hyunjo sat on the bed and kept thinking. Honestly, Hyunjo didn't want to meet up with the Wen family. He didn't want to mess with any powerful family right now. For one thing, no matter whether it was the Mythos or the Yun clan, they were all in the stage of development, and after experiencing what happened to Uncle Jiang, they were even in the stage of recovery. Secondly, his own wife was now pregnant. He didn't want to mess things up to affect Yun Bing, he just wanted Yun Bing and the child to have a happy time. The third is that, although Heinji of Hu family win the background, but that is for the Hu family in the absence of any danger. For the great families, the interests are supreme. Hu family why Heinji and the Wen family to say a few words is no problem, but the war is absolutely no possibility. Of course, the Wen family wouldn't do anything over the top because of the second young master's girlfriend, because neither Wen Bo nor Qin Qing had that qualification. Besides, Uncle Jiang, who had just succeeded and hadn't even taken office yet, it wasn't very realistic to point to him to help him deal with the Wen family. Yun Bing got up and hugged Hyunjo from behind, and those 236D balls landed on Hyunjo's back, much to his enjoyment. Hubby, what are you thinking? Qin Ai is the same woman who tried to trap you before, right? Even if she hit on the second young master of the Wen family, so what? There's no way the Wen family would make a big deal with you because of this. Hyunjo narrowed his eyes and said, the Wen family won't, but Wen Bo will. That circle in Yanjing knows that this Wen Bo is a lover. To put it bluntly, a dead-licking dog. Wen family is not going to do anything, because it's too unworthy, but it doesn't mean that Wen Bo won't. Although he doesn't have much energy, but he can still do something to cause me some trouble. What I'm mainly afraid of is that this guy will dig up some of my past. You know, there are not a lot of people who have died at the hands of your husband. And China, human life is greater than everything. Some things hidden well, no one wants to count, but once for the show, then have to have an account. Yun Bing nodded. Indeed, whether it is Hyunjo, or she herself, to put it bluntly, the hands are not clean. This society, mastery of such a large group, want to be clean. Clean? Black and white can never exist, only one, can only be fused to become gray. Yun Bing looked at Hyunjo and said, hubby, what do you want to do then? What's the best way? Hyunjo thought for a moment and said, I'm thinking about cooperating with the Xiao family. My power, lending the Xiao family to fight it out. Win or lose, the Xiao family is that scapegoat. Yun Bing's eyes lit up and said, hubby, this is a good idea. Now that the Xiao family is already struggling to protect themselves, even if they know exactly what we are thinking, they still have to gamble. The current situation is that the Xiao family has absolutely no power to fight back. When Bo dealt with the Xiao family after the Xiao family, may not even a splash of water stirred up, but once the husband you join, put the inevitable will be a great deal of commotion. The Wen family targeting the business family of the Lin Hai, which is spreading out, no matter whether it is a win or a loss. The Wen family will not be able to make a move at any time. Hyunjo looked at Yun Bing with satisfaction. Don't say, This girl has been mixing with herself for such a long time. She has really grown a lot. Good for you, wife. You're getting smarter and smarter with your husband. Bah! Yuck! People are supposed to be smart. Heinjiu smiled and didn't say anything, but just picked up the phone. Hey, Mr. Ho, Pangfei, get ready. Come to Villa No. 9 in Huanzhong, then return to Linhai with me. In these 3 months, Heinjiu is still very satisfied with Sun Pengfei. This kid is his favorite type. Not humble, can bend and stretch, ability is also good. Heinjiu used quite smooth, although it is not as good as Lin Dai, but it is also very good. Hanging up the phone, Yun Bing asked curiously, Peng Fei? Who is it? How come I haven't heard you say anything about it? During this period of time, Yun Bing almost did not ask about the group's affairs in order to recuperate the fetus at ease, mainly because she had too much trust in Heinjiu, and it can't be said that way. She is someone else's, so how can she talk about trust or not? Heinjiu is the same. Home almost never talked to Yun Bing about the group's affairs. Anyway, Yun's group is in a great situation now, and there is nothing important. Heinjiu nodded and said, my newly recruited assistant. The young man is good, has the eyesight, will come to things, as soon as I look up. He knows whether I want paper or pen. Yun Bing nodded and didn't care. With Lin Dai gone, Yun Group was in need of such a person to take over. As long as he could help his husband share some things. 2 people get up and wash. Not long Sun Pengfei arrived. He and Nine let him into the house and so on their own for a while. Sun Pengfei outside. Looking at this Nine estate villa has been very surprised. Now once he entered the room, the high-tech yet simple and beautiful decoration, it shocked him even more. This is Mr. He's home, isn't it? This is too rich. Sun Pengfei is very literate, because he likes to study some high-end things in his spare time, such as this sapphire-faced coffee table in the living room. He clearly remembers the value of more than 4 million, and the tea set on top. He could tell at a glance that it was imperial green. The tea set could no longer be measured in terms of money. It can only be said that these 2 people really dare to spend, but also really rich. And when he looked up, he saw a woman who was currently standing there in her maternity clothes looking at herself, none other than Yun Bing. Sun Pengfei saw the cloud ice the moment instantly have a feeling of heartbeat, not for anything else, because at the moment the cloud ice complete face, and even if face, but also the beauty of the thrilling. Chapter 141 Sun Pengfei's Jealousy and Thoughts. Sun Pengfei heart has always disliked those beautiful women on the network, including stars. He thinks it is too false. All rely on cosmetics and beauty. He has been looking for a plain face can make him feel beautiful, can let him instantly heartbeat of the woman. And Yun Bing appeared. Yun Bing is really too beautiful. Even if she is now with a big belly and has gained 2 rounds of weight herself, then her face is still so beautiful. The proportion of her body is still the golden ratio. Her temperament is still so dusty, which is not affected by pregnancy. You are Mr. He's wife, Mr. Yun, right? Sun Pengfei hurriedly withdrew his sight and asked politely. Yun Bing nodded his head somewhat icily and said, well, sit down. He has some business in the study and will be down soon. Yun Bing went upstairs after saying that she didn't really want to be alone with a man other than Heinjiu, not even for a minute. So when she saw that Sun Pengfei was there, she went back to her bedroom. Sun Pengfei saw Yun Bing who went up the stairs, especially when he saw the pair of jade feet and slippers. Sun Pengfei ruthlessly swallowed his saliva. This is General Manager Yun, isn't it? It's so beautiful. Mr. His life is really good. To be able to marry this kind of woman, a beauty is a beauty. Even her feet are so beautiful and crystal clear, the best thing on earth. It's just that Mr. Yun is so cold. Maybe this identity and such a beautiful woman are all cold. Otherwise how come there are 10 female presidents and 9 are icebergs? Not a moment later, Heinjiu walked out from the study, while Yun Bing who heard the sound also walked out from the next bedroom. The 2 of them went downstairs together. Heinjiu carefully assisted Yun Bing while Yun Bing looked at Heinjiu with a smile. Hubby, what's up? No need to be so careful, making it seem like I can't even take care of myself in life. Sun Pengfei also stood up at this moment, looking at the cloud ice from the beginning of seeing Heinjiu's face is overflowing with smiles. Suddenly is also a little helpless. The cloud always ice cold. It seems that there are exceptions. Just this accident if I should be so good. Going downstairs, Heinjiu saw Sun Pengfei and said, coming, are things ready? Sun Pengfei nodded his head, then he lowered his head and stopped talking. It looked like Sun Pengfei was politely looking down at the ground with his eyes lowered and his hands placed in front of his belly. But in fact, this guy's pair of eyes were dead set on Yun Bing's pair of beautiful feet. Both the shape and skin are flawless pair of jade feet. Light pink nail polishes to set off this pair of feet pink siren. Both of them didn't notice Sun Pengfei's line of sight. Yun Bing held her stomach and organized the clothes for Heinjiu, explaining this some words while doing so. For example, if you go back, take care of your health, eat on time, Don't be in a hurry when something happens, and so on, and so on, and so on. Hee In-jo smiled bitterly and shook his head, while Sun Pengfei was incomparably envious. This might be the difference between getting and not getting. The two were about to part, still as just together that time, some hard to part, kissed for a long time before reluctantly parted. The two got on the plane. This is the first time Sun Pengfei sat on the private plane of Hee In-jo. The luxury degree of this plane led him surprised beyond words. This is a plane? This is not the air mansion? At this time, Hee In-jo's personal stewardess came over and said, Mr. He, have you had breakfast yet? Do I need to prepare breakfast for you? Hee In-jo nodded and said, Pengfei, you haven't eaten either, have you? Sun Pengfei nodded. Then Hee In-jo didn't say anything, while the stewardess had already understood, and it didn't take long to bring up 3 breakfasts. Hee In-jo greeted and then ate by himself. Sun Pengfei looked at the breakfast, speechless. This is the breakfast on the airplane? This is similar to the breakfast of the best hotel in Jinling. The stewardess saw Sun Pengfei's doubt and said with a smile, Assistant Sun, the best hotel in Jinling is the Tianyun International Hotel, which is owned by the Yun Group, and this breakfast, too, is the same configuration as the hotel. Sun Pengfei some awkward smile, and then ate breakfast. Yu Fei is indifferent, he just came back, and this Sun Pengfei is not familiar with, but also lazy to take care of him. Fei is the most, in addition to Hee In-jo, not to mention that Sun Pengfei had just entered the small assistant. Even if Mubai, he wants to take care of, don't want to take care of the birds or not birds. After the 3 of them finished breakfast and the flight attendants cleaned up, the stewardess once again asked, Mr. He, what kind of tea do you drink? I'll make it for you, but it might not be as good as the one made by Mr. Yoon, so please bear with me. Hey, it's real hard to get. My wife and I like daffodils. This guy likes cinnamon. Just as Hee In-jo finished speaking, Yu Fei said, Brother Gio, drink Buffy. Why? Heinjiu asked with a smile. Narcissus are good material. Is you buy down for sister-in-law? Cinnamon well. Hee In-jo burst out laughing. This guy really knows how to be good. The stewardess smiled back and retreated. Not a moment later, the stewardess came to the table with tea and tea utensils. To the 3 people to make tea. Sun Pengfei mouth corners are twitching. This tea at a glance is not ordinary. Are a piece of large leaves kneaded together? It seems to be carefully selected. That tea set, he also knows, called Ink Unicorn, a set of more than 2 million, and that tea with the water, Vine's mineral water 500 milliliters will be $150 of water This moment really subverted Sun Pengfei's cognition. This is the life of the rich, compared with Mr. He, the place where he lives is a doghouse, what he eats is pig food, and what he drinks is wastewater. If he is general manager Yun's man, then wouldn't all of these be something he could enjoy? The moment this idea popped up, Sun Pengfei was shocked. How could he think like this? He always knows himself well. However, once some ideas come out, it's like a floodgate opening, especially when he saw Hee In-jo's not so good looking face, and the slightly visible beer belly. The idea doesn't quite make it to the outside, forcing him to make comparisons with Hee In-jo. It is said that after a woman gives birth to a child, the desire will be very high. After all, Mr. He is 30 years old, and every day is so busy. Mr. Yoon should be very lonely, and his own. If Mr. Yoon can be with himself, it doesn't matter if he is a junior. Mr. Yoon is so beautiful and rich. If he is with himself, he will be absolutely honest and hide from Mr. He for the rest of his life. He will not be like those sand sculptures in the skit, thinking about getting to the top and provoking it. He will just be honest and be Mr. Yun's little puppy, and he will be satisfied. Sun Pengfei's these ideas, Hee In-jo completely do not know. He is also lazy to think, because there is absolutely no need. So many want to approach the cloud ice of men. The results are how? 5 words, dead away fleeing injury. Chapter 142, the love brain cannot be viewed with common sense. The plane landed, Hee In-jo out of the airport, directly to the myth group. Sun Pengfei followed Hee In-jo to the myth group again shocked. Yun's group can be said to have been a behemoth, but the myth group to be even more huge. Hee In-jo came to his own chairman's office. Once he opened the door, he directly froze in place. This office has been redecorated, and the style of this decoration, and Yun Bing's office can be said to be exactly the same. Hee In-jo looked at Mubai next to him, somewhat puzzled, and asked, "What's the situation?" Mubai smiled and said, "Some time ago when you and your sister-in-law were both busy, you often switched group management. Didn't you say that your sister-in-law's office was more grand and luxurious than yours, ninth brother? So sister-in-law arranged to have your office rearranged." Hee In-jo smiled and shook his head. This girl, he casually said a sentence she will remember in the heart, but also find ways to give himself a surprise. But as those college students fresh meat to coax, behind him, Sun Pengfei directly sighed that General Manager Yun is really the perfect woman. The perfect wife. He Injio walked into the office, sat down on a chair, and said, Xiao Bai, you know about the Xiao family, right? And what do you think about Tianzhuan Network's matter? These things he Injio long ago and would White ditch through. Would White also naturally know the specifics of it? Ninth brother, I think your strategy is right, but the Xiao family side still needs you to talk. How can I put it? At least now you have this common enemy. As for Tianzhua's side, I will go and communicate with Zhuo Tianhao. Once Zhuo Tianhao agrees, you can talk to Uncle Jiang. Ninth brother, there is no need to make a big fuss. He Injio nodded and said, now it seems that perhaps there is no need for Uncle Jiang to make a move at all. The Xiao family's current situation can be said to be certain death, and with this outcome, I'm afraid that the Xiao family will purposely refrain from cooperating with me in order to retaliate against me. Mu Bai shook his head and said, Ninth brother, that depends on how much we can give them. What hatred, it all pales in the face of survival. It gives me the feeling that Wen Bo is just trying to win a smile from the redheads. As long as Xiao Charan and Wu Gaowan are in jail, the odds are that Wen Bo will end his moves against the Xiao family. Wen Bo can't represent the Wen family. Instead he'll be hamstrung. He has to be aware of the influence. Just like Hu Xiao at the time, Qin Ai's purpose. The probability is also to avenge his dead lover in order to get rid of his own obsession. In fact, I'm not even sure now, after Xiao Charan and Wu Gaowan are in prison, Wen Bo will target you, ninth brother, or not. He Injio narrowed his eyes and said, are you saying that it's entirely possible that we're being redundant and will instead be confronted by Wen Bo because of this move? Mu Bai nodded and said, ninth brother, I feel that, whether it's Wen Bo, or Qin Yi, the probability is that they won't target you, because what? They can't do it. It's impossible that Wen Bo doesn't know about your relationship with the Hu family and Uncle Jiang, and the only means that the Wen family can use is the official. Commercially, honestly, our myth is fearless of anyone, since it can't be done to cut off the roots. At best it's just to disgust us, and if it were me, I'd never take it lightly because it's not worth it at all. He Injio shook his head and said, Xiao Bai, remember Ruyan Lu? I really found out now. Love brain is really scary. In fact, just your sister-in-law is the same. Now even I feel a little love brain. Whoever dares to hit on your sister-in-law, I'll chew his bones even if I chipped my front teeth. So I always had the feeling that when Bo and Chini would be stupid to take a shot at us. And as you know, your brother and I have always been careful not to allow any surprises, no matter how low the probability, and I prepare for them as if they were about to happen. Besides, Linhai is my Hangio's territory, and he, when Bo's hand, says he'll reach in and throw a punch, wouldn't I lose too much face then? What White is very recognized he in 9 words. Indeed, as Nine Brother said, Lu Ruyan at that time will not be unaware of her and Lu Tao Thinga, but by Nine Brother know what they have to face, but love brain on the head of that strength. Even if there is 100% of the fluke, all have to gamble on a bet. There is also his sister-in-law Yun Bing, not to mention other things, just at that time mortgage all to hand over 30 billion to the ninth brother. This is not a normal person can do something. Besides, 9. Do not look at the Wood White in Linhai, Jiang province side he has always been concerned about. After all, Jixin technology over there, ninth brother's father-in-law, if it were the old ninth brother, would have broken his spine, let him be paralyzed in bed to raise, and still go around to give him peace of mind? It's not because he loves and cares about his sister-in-law too much. So love brain this kind of thing, really can't rationally analyze, because love brain has no rationality to speak of, but on the contrary, that Wen Bo is a top love brain, big licking dog, who knows what he will do against common sense. Ninth brother, then, like this, you go take care of the Xiao family side, and I'll take care of Tianzhua's side. He Injio nodded and said, no problem, then the two of us brothers will divide the work. Leaving the mythical group, he Injio directly to the Tanya Club. He is going to find Hu Jin Lai. This guy is now very stable. 2 points 1 line, either in the unit or in the club. The name of those little tender models, personality. This guy backward, Tanya Club, the supreme private room. Hu Jin Lai is busy, sweating, the bedside phone rang. Hu Jin Lai is very annoyed, but he also knows that there is nothing. Sister Hong will not be easy to make this call. Hey, Sister Red, Hu Xiao, ninth brother is here. Ha, old Ho is back? He's coming for me? Well, not coming, exactly, but already here. Ha, you stop him a bit and buy me some time. Hu Jin Lai was instantly disinterested and scrambled to get up, and the little model underneath him said delicately, husband, what's wrong? Don't go out get up, pretend to give me a massage, and don't ever tell old he about our relationship, okay? Hu Jin Lai simply speechless. This old he came back how also did not call him in advance, actually directly touched over. Hu Jin Lai one day in the club to play, met this little girl, Listening to Sister Hong said, just graduated from college, because it is not a good university, coupled with average grades, so you cannot find a job, coupled with the pace of life in Linhai is too fast, too much pressure, to come here to sell alcohol. The little girl is very beautiful, and eyebrows with a hint of Zhang Ruotong shadow, this time led Hu Jin to Sion, after one Hong's piece, and Hu Jin to identity and status and the temptation of money. The little girl agreed to fall in love with Hu Jin too. It is a relationship, not a package, not to mention whoring, but both Hu Jin Lai and Wen Hong understand that Hu Jin Lai is not likely to marry her. Saying that it is a relationship is just a reason to give a little girl a better acceptance. Chapter 143 Nyayu, Yenjing Love Sage. After all, Hu Jin Lai is in He Injio a level of characters. People He Injio but never touch the women here. People want to play is also to play high-grade goods. Moreover, people now have a beautiful woman of Yun Bing's level of perfection on earth as their wife, and they are even less interested in the women here. He Hu Jin Lai naturally also want to face this to let He Injio know. He actually know a girl here, but also when people fell in love, but also on the bed, not be his contempt. Look down on? The little girl was a little aggravated and said, hubby, why? We're boyfriend and girlfriend. What's so unseemly about it? Hu Jin Lai thought for a moment and said, the one who came here is the Nine God of Wealth, the real boss behind this place. After all, you were here before. It's not good to let him know. The little girl got up and got dressed and pretended to give Hu Jin Lai a massage. Not a moment later, the door was opened and He Injio walked in with Yu Fei. He Injio entered the door and said with a skittish smile, you go out. Hu Xiao and I have something to talk about. The little girl looked at Hu Jin Lai, who nodded, and she got up and left. Hu Jin Lai sat up and said, old He, when did you come back? Didn't make a call in advance either. Can I call ahead and still find out about all the things you've done? What's up? What did I do? He Injio snorted with laughter and said, come on, it's okay for you to lie to others, but with the state of the two of you and the smell of this house, who are you fooling? Hu Jin Lai blushed a little and rolled his eyes without saying anything. He Injio sat down, lit a cigarette, also handed Hu Jin Lai one, said, old Hua, that Nyayu you should have investigated. This kind of woman you also dare to touch? Just because some Zhang Ruotong's shadow? You are not afraid to rely on you, cannot get rid of? Hu Jin Lai smoking, said indifferently, of course I know, do not point out just, she thought I did not know it, anyway, just play. As for relying on me, how dare she, when the time comes to give some money is. He Injio shook his head and said, take care of yourself, after all, your identity. To be honest, it's not good to threaten, yet it's also very good to threaten. That woman isn't simple, don't play the eagle and get pecked by the eagle. Hu Jin Lai nodded, I know, don't worry, my identity is a bit sensitive. Don't you still have old He? Just one Hong and He 9 said Hu Jin Lai and Nyayu thing. One Hong is not recommended Hu Jin Lai and this Nyayu what happened? This little girl do not look just graduated, that in the university can be said to be a sea queen, but perhaps because of Zhang Ruotong's reason, Hu Jin Lai recognized, this little girl is also smart, too rich, too powerful those second generation she does not mess with, stay away from, she only look for those middle class boys, hanging people, let them lick her, but not to have sex with people. She has been very clear in her thoughts. She also refers to this first time to marry into the family. And this girl also live on the network. All kinds of circle Big Brother gift. She came to the end of the world. Not because of what to make a living. This girl is quite rich. She only came to Tanya because it was the stronghold of those top two generations. And selling alcohol and packaging herself in a pathetic, innocent manner was just a way to find a rich young master to marry. Hu Jin Lai and Zhang Ruotong's matter is not a secret in Linhai. Hu Jin Lai is obsessed and infatuated with Zhang Ruotong. And she has some similarities with Zhang Ruotong, which is also the reason why she dares to accept Hu Jin Lai, knowing that, it is worth the gamble, and with Hu Jin Lai's special status, the probability is that he won't do anything to her. During this time she felt Hu Jin Lai's infatuation with her, and she was extremely pleasing, playing the role of Hu Jin Lai's satisfaction. She knew Hu Jin Lai would investigate her. So what? That is just their own means of livelihood. Rich who wants to hang those men, and she didn't do anything with those men. She is still the first time. Very clean. To know, now this society, the first time how hard to find girls are. He Injio listening to Hu Jin Lai in different words, simply speechless. Damn, you are responsible for enjoying. Something happened to the dirty work, let me do it? Alright, I won't say more. I'm sure you know in your heart. Now tell me about Winkerbo. Hu Jin Lai froze and said, Wenbo? Why are you asking him? What's wrong? He Injio sighed and said, you just play every ing day, don't you? Are you a spermatozoa? You don't know such a big thing? What is it? Tell me. He Injio had no choice but to talk to Hu Jin Lai about the Xiao family, and also talked about the previous matter of Chin Love and Wu Jibwa. *********. Old he, when Bo that girlfriend Chin Love I know, is also extremely good, although not as good as General Manager Yoon, but not much worse. Actually also on your bed? UING. Really damned good things are letting you. Big brother, cut the crap. Focus. He Ingio simply speechless. This Hu Jinlai seems to have a big disease. The original How did not find this calf as this kind of color in The Hungry Ghost. Hu Jinlai hemmed and hawed and said, with feeling, of course I don't know about this kind of thing. I don't pay attention to it, and when Bo will definitely hide it from me. He knows my relationship with you, but you're also worried. He and I didn't deal with each other in Yenjing, even though I said that the Hu family and the Wen family are not on par. He's not even close to me, and his brother is still about the same compared to me. He Ingio was still somewhat touched by Hu Jinlai's words. Hu Jinlai's first reaction was actually to help himself against Wen Bo, but it was also enough to show that this guy was screwed by a woman and was now really stupid. You can't make a move. This matter also can't use you. Once you two face each other, there is bound to be a lot of commotion. The height will also rise. How many people are staring at you? You should be clear. Once you make a move, the two magistrates are having a fight in Lin Hai. Old Hu, win or lose, you won't be able to stay in Lin Hai anymore. You came to Lin Hai to gild the lily, to make achievements. This is just taking off. The business circle is about to succeed. If you leave at this time, you will have lost all your previous achievements. It's too unworthy. Che, it's just a matter of ascending fast or slow. You and I are brothers in life and death. Can I still watch you let him? One Lao Air. Bully you? What is he? Looked at Hu Jinlai mercurial appearance. He Ingio is still very moved. He did so much. Do not care about the truth. At least Hu Jinlai this brother did not pay in vain. Old Hu, you're looking down on me too much. Right, in Lin Hai, it's really not certain who bullies who. I came here to ask you. You know him a bit more. Do you feel he'll take a shot at me? Hu Jinlai laughed and shook his head. Said, surely. This guy was born great life suffocated. In Yenjing, he was angry. A lot of big young he had to avoid. Has not been the opportunity to perform with women. This out of Yenjing, he can be considered powerful. Is bound to show a wave of. And that guy doesn't have much of a brain. We mocked him for being a Yenjing lover. Or else he could be held by a woman like Chin Emotion. Puwa,